Master taught me the ruthless ways, but I turned around and threw him into the pit. It's just because the master was the old man in the ring, either teaching me to chat with crickets every day or dancing with turtles. Just as I was starting to doubt life, a ding system notification sounded in my mind. Host detected to be currently 500 years old, confirmed as a level 10 idiot. Waste to treasure system successfully activated. Upon hearing the notification, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. What's this about being 500 years old? I'm only 3 years old. What kind of system is this? Just as I was completely baffled, the system's voice came again. Analysis initiated. At age 0, you crossed over to this world, luckily becoming the young master of the Lu family. At age 1, you picked up a jade ring, housing an immortal from the cultivation world. Under their influence, you believed you had encountered a lucky break. At age 2, you were misled into cultivating the heartless Tao, starting your own absurd behaviors. At age 3, guided by them, you successfully turned into a level 10 idiot. At age 18, you were successfully possessed, ending your ridiculous life. Looking at the light and shadow panel popping out of the void, I was instantly stunned, because the system said that my experiences before the age of 3 were exactly the same as mine. I yanked off the ring in my hand. Ever since I picked up this ring, the various abilities this old man taught me were one more outrageous than the other, even forbidding me to talk to anyone, giving myself a big slap every time I spoke. If the system hadn't arrived today, this old man would have wanted me to stare at a tortoise, saying it was to practice concentration. Just as I was thinking, the man's voice suddenly appeared next to me. Who allowed you to rest without permission? Keep practicing until you drop dead. Remembering the scene of slapping myself while cultivating the heartless path for 3 years, I was filled with anger. Since you want me to cultivate the heartless path, to cut off all emotions and desires, then today I will show you no mercy. Without waiting for him to speak, I threw him directly into the pit and had someone seal it completely. Thinking back, I must have read too many novels in my past life. When the ring mentioned my exceptional talent, I actually believed it was my lucky charm. Now it seems this guy had long been planning to take over my body. Fortunately, the system appeared in time, averting this tragedy. Although I was deceived for 3 years, I have not yet succeeded in cultivating the ruthless path. Instead, due to the tempering of these 3 years, my aptitude has improved significantly, which can be considered as a natural gift. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Host, if you want to escape a tragic future, immediately give up the cultivation of the ruthless path. Disperse your true immortal cultivation, and start over. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded with a 5th grade chi condensing pill. No, I don't have any cultivation at all right now. Where did the true immortal cultivation come from? In other words, I can just give up cultivating the ruthless Tao directly. Thinking of giving up in my heart, the voice of the system rang out again the next moment. Mission accomplished. Then, a colorful pill suddenly appeared in my hand, still warm as if it had just been refined. Taking the 5 transformation chi pill can quickly strengthen the foundation and physique to the peak, instantly entering the chi refining stage and eliminating all bottlenecks in cultivation. In this world, cultivating chi at the age of 10 is already considered exceptional, while cultivating chi at the age of 3 is unheard of. I decisively swallowed the pill. At this moment, in the Lu family martial arts arena, a dozen young people in Lu family uniforms were practicing boxing, but their movements were perfunctory. Isn't it too exaggerated? Do you think the young master is trying to cultivate chi at the age of 3 by practicing so hard every day? Nonsense! Cultivating chi at 3 years old. What kind of dream are you having? In my opinion, it would be good enough if our young master can cultivate chi before the age of 12. The Lu family instructor glared at the group of young people. The young master is exceptionally intelligent, and now he is also so diligent. Before the age of 10, he will definitely be able to step into the chi refining stage. You should take the young master as an example and continue practicing for me. At this moment, I had just swallowed the elixir and returned to the courtyard. The young master finally agrees to rest, exclaimed a group of people unexpectedly. The instructor, who had just been reprimanding everyone, now trembled uncontrollably as if he had seen a ghost. Foundation building stage. At 3 years old, I must be seeing things. It's worth mentioning that he entered the foundation building stage at 13 and now, at 40 years old, has reached the 5th level of cultivation. Achieving such progress over the years has made him a prominent figure in Fengyang City. The young master is only 3 years old this year. I was also very shocked after breaking through. This elixir is too strong. After taking it, my whole body and mind felt a chilling sensation, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the bottleneck. Congratulations to the host for successfully rebuilding. But the situation has not changed much. The host has been cultivating the ruthless path for too long and needs to slowly regain emotions. Now he is also alone and lonely. A new mission is announced. To find the fiancé you broke the engagement with when you were young. She is now a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Re-establish contact with her and try to win her favor. Upon completing the mission, you will be rewarded with awakening the 5-colored celestial spirit root. Lu Qingyan was stunned. 500 years later, his silly unmarried fiancée had become a powerful figure in the tribulation period. Damn it, not long ago that bastard mentioned practicing the heartless path, cutting off all emotions, and sending a divorce letter to the Zhang family. Lu Qingyan's mouth twitched, feeling an urge to rush into the outhouse, jump into the cesspool, and vigorously whip the corpse to retrieve the ring. Wait, the Zhang family might not agree to the divorce. It might not be too late to regret now. No, I have to hurry and discuss with my father. At this moment in the main hall of the Lu family, a middle-aged man walked in with a little girl gnawing on a candied hawthorn stick. Lu Wuwei, you owe me an explanation, Zhang Qi angrily demanded. Brother Zhang, have you lost your temper for some reason? Lu Wuwei, the head of the Lu family, asked with surprise. You are quite unreasonable. You were the one who begged for this marriage, and now you want to call it off. Zhang retorted. Zhang, have you misunderstood something? I didn't ask anyone to file for divorce. Don't call me Zhang. I'm not your elder brother. Did you write this letter of divorce? Lu Wuwei furrowed his brow and took the letter, recognizing his son's handwriting with just one glance. What is this kid up to? How could he send the letter of divorce secretly? Lu Wuwei was at a loss. His son did mention the idea of divorce to him, but he had sternly rejected it. I didn't expect my own son to secretly send a letter of repudiation. Elder brother Zhang. This should be written by my brat himself. Give elder brother a face. This letter of repudiation will be treated as if you have not seen it. How about it? Lu Wuwei persuaded with a bitter smile. You're such a good big daddy. There's a problem really pushing it on your son. He's only 3 years old. And even though his roots and bones are amazing and he's a cultivation wizard, right now he's only 3 years old and can write this kind of repudiation letter? Do you really treat me like a big old man who doesn't know anything? Zhang Qi was attacked with another spittle attack. Lu Wuwei didn't know whether to be happy or sad. His son's writing really isn't any less impressive. This kind of intelligence is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm just too young to understand that part of dealing with people. Growing up a bit, perhaps. I know how necessary this marriage contract is. This Zhang Qi is the strongest person in Fengyang City. Elder brother Zhang, calm down. We won't return this marriage contract. After Lu Wuwei saw that this was his own son's handwriting, he recognized the mistake as well. The most important thing to do right now is to save the marriage. Don't. When this letter of repudiation of yours arrived at our Zhang family, it coincided with a number of guests coming to my house. And now our Zhang family has no face to speak of. They all say that our Quixi child is not good enough for your Lu Qinggan. When Zhang Qi said this, the anger in his eyes grew 1 point higher. Lu Wuwei didn't know what to do anymore. If I really can't, I'll claim to the public that it's all our Lu family's fault. Is that okay? It was the only thing he could do. Ha! Still pretending? Lu Wuwei. Nowadays it's not that my daughter doesn't deserve your precious son. It's that your son doesn't deserve my daughter. Not too long ago, my daughter was already spotted by the great elder of the Holy Maiden sect and was to be accepted as a personal disciple. Then withdraw from the marriage. I still can't see your son. I'd like to see, in the future, whether it's your son who will step into the qi refining stage first, or my daughter who will step into the qi refining stage first. Zhang Qi had not come here to salvage the engagement, but simply to come and curse. That sacred maiden sect elder also said that it was expected to be able to allow his daughter to refine her qi within 8 years of age. This kind of talent is hard to come by in 1,000 years. And now that the cursing was over, it was time for him to go back. Dad, I have something for you. Just as Zhang Qi embraced his daughter, who was quietly nibbling on a sugar gourd, and prepared to leave the Lu mansion, a little boy quickly ran into the main hall. Zhang Qi glanced over and his eyes instantly lost focus. The mouth was also slightly open, but the mouth gave a loud, hearty laugh the next moment. If it isn't my little son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Little son-in-law, come here quickly. Let father-in-law hug you. Zhang Qi instantly changed his face, his body shaking with excitement as he stepped forward to stop Lu Qinggan. The little girl, who was like a porcelain doll on the side, couldn't help but cock her head when she saw her father suddenly put her aside and turn to hug Lu Qinggan, gnawing on a sugar gourd. Zhang Qi didn't wait for Lu Qingyan's permission and hugged the tiny Lu Qingyan on his body as if he was holding a gold brick. Afterwards, he even let Lu Qinggan sit on his neck and play a parent-child game. Lu Qinggan had a strange expression on his face, and when he walked in, he saw that Zhang Qi and Zhang Yinkoi were here, and he even said something bad in his heart. Thought that the two father and daughter, Zhang Qi, had come to be accountable. Now that he was being treated as such, he was slightly relieved. It appears that the marriage contract has not been broken off. Then it's done. Daddy. As if her seat had been robbed, Zhang Yunkoixi pouted her pink mouth and frowned her little willow eyebrows and shouted. Zhang Qi, however, did not hear it in general and smiled at Lu Qinggan. My good son-in-law, your father is a very bad person. He wanted to break your engagement, and father-in-law rejected him ruthlessly. You can't listen to his compulsion. Oh, Lu Wuwei. I've said all the good things and all the bad things. At this moment, Lu Wuwei didn't bother to talk about Zhang Qi, a pair of burning eyes staring at his son, his heart beating frantically. 3 years old at the Qi refining stage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he have believed it? Our Lu family is going to rise. Lu Qinggan looked at his father with some surprise. This was taking the blame for him? Thinking about this, he decisively pulled his childish voice and firmly said, I like little Coix very much, and I will definitely marry her when I grow up. Joking aside, knowing that his fiancée was going to become a ferrying stage big shot in the future, he still insisted on breaking off the marriage contract. His brain had definitely been kicked by a donkey. That's right, Lu Wuwei. You heard what my good son-in-law said. I'll see who dares to break off the engagement. Zhang Qi glared at Lu Wuwei and said, Chapter 3 Eating Fiancé. Elder brother Zhang has learned the art from the theater troupe. Right. Today really let my old brother gain insight. Lu Wuwei spat out. Although he was in a very excited mood, he was also aware of the significance of the marriage contract. His own son's talent was indeed amazing, but Zhang Yuni had also become the disciple of the Holy Maiden Sect's Grand Elder. The marriage of the two families is a powerful combination. Daddy ignores me. Humph. Then little Coix will ignore you from now on too. At that moment, the milky voice sounded again. Lu Qinggan's gaze shifted to Zhang Yuni and took a deep breath as she looked at the porcelain doll-like little person. The mind wondered how to complete the system mission. The system allowed him to reconnect with Zhang Yunkoi, allowing her to have some favor with him. There is no need to establish contact. And if the marriage contract is not broken, then there is still contact. It's that good feeling that seems to be gone. Otherwise the system had prompted him to complete the mission. Oh, Coix, what's wrong? Only then did Zhang Qi hear his daughter cry out and carefully set Lu Qingyan down. But he still didn't want to let Lu Qingyan get too far away from him. Having a 3-year-old son-in-law in the Qi refining stage was enough for him to blow for decades. Didn't you say that you won't allow me to play with him or marry him? I'm not going to marry him, Lu Qinggan. The voice was milky but not too firm, like a little adult. Still, at the moment she looked adorable with a bunch of candy canes almost half her height in her hand to nibble on. Lu Qinggan secretly laughed bitterly. Aha! You heard wrong. Father didn't say that. Zhang Qi hurriedly walked over to his own daughter and awkwardly stopped her from continuing. He also sneaked a look at Lu Qinggan, and his sense of stealing was extremely heavy. As Lu Wuwei watched this scene, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. It seems like old brother Zhang really said this earlier. Zhang Qi sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Wuwei. The words of cursing that were just about to come out of his mouth were instantly swallowed back by him. You're the one who's my oldest brother. At this time, don't fall on your sword. The two families have always been quite good. There's no need. There's really no need. Lu Wuwei also ventriloquized for just a bit, and then did not continue. His eyes looked at his son, and asked seriously, Little are you sure you want to continue the marriage contract? He knew full well that it was a letter of repudiation written in his own son's hand. Yes. Lu Wuwei nodded. Humph. I'm not marrying you. Last time I played with you, you were mean to me. Father, let's go back. Zhang Yunkoi stretched out her small hand that was a bit baby fat, beamed, and tugged at Zhang Qi's pants leg to leave. Lu Qinggan secretly sighed. He did mean Zhang Yunqi last time. It was the spirit that said that to cultivate the emotionless way, one must cut off contact with everyone in the outside world. So he was told to drive Zhang Yunqi away, preferably by scaring Zhang Yunqi to tears. He then obeyed and said a few words about Zhang Yunqi, telling Zhang Yunqi to stay away from him. I didn't realize that this Zhang Yunqi was only 3 years old and had such a good memory. Over a month ago and still remember it so well. This, your brother-in should be unintentional. Xiao Coix, listen to father. Don't go first. Don't you want to eat Aunt Qin's cooking? Let's eat before we go. Zhang Qi picked up Zhang Yunqi and coaxed. The previous words failed to make Zhang Yunqi change, but hearing the words about Aunt Qin's cooking, her big clear eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, little Coix listens to daddy. Lu Qinggan saw this and had a strange expression. My mother made quite a few pastries not too long ago. Does little sister Coix want to eat them? Really? Where's Auntie Qin? Zhang Yunkoi tilted her little brain to look left and right, her big eyes glowing. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh darkly. Know how to handle this little wench, so young to be a foodie. Within Fengyang City, at this moment, a piece of news had spread throughout almost the entire city. The breaking off of the engagement between the young master of the Lu family and the Miss Zheng family became the talk of the town. Many people had heard that the Lu family had written a letter of repudiation to the Zheng family. Just as they were about to mock the Zheng family, they suddenly heard that the Zheng family's young lady had actually been accepted as a personal disciple by the Holy Maiden sect's Grand Elder. So they all began to speculate if the Lu family realized that they were no longer worthy of the Zheng family, and that's why they backed out of the marriage contract. Just as they were about to laugh at the Lu family, they listened to the sudden arrival of news that shook them to the core. I just heard that the young master of the Lu family broke through to the qi refining stage. A 3-year-old qi refining stage. What? A 3-year-old qi refining stage? This is impossible. That explains why the withdrawal. The matter of the marriage contract between the two families had only caused a small ripple within Fengyang City. When the rumor spread that Lu Qingan had stepped into the qi refining stage at the age of 3, the entire Fengyang City shook. Countless people headed in the direction of the Lu family, wanting to see if the news was true or false. Same time, some distance away from Fengyang City, on the mountain gate of the Holy Maiden sect, a stream of light flew across the sky and finally landed on the top of the highest peak. Patriarch, I'm back. The Sacred Maiden sect's Grand Elder looked at the Sacred Maiden sect's Patriarch and said, "Did you find any good seedlings in Fengyang City this trip? I heard that there's a young boy in Fengyang City. What's his name?" "Lu Qingan, with good roots and bones, and also extremely intelligent," the Patriarch asked with a smile. "That Lu Qingan? Ah, average. Only his roots are more solid and he's still intelligent, but I measured him and his spiritual roots aren't too good." A hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the great elder of the Holy Maiden sect as he talked about Lu Qingan. When she went forward, she also thought that the boy must be gifted. It didn't occur to me that it was just about the same as the average outer disciple, just a little better rooted and smarter. On the contrary, the Zhang family's young lady, Zhang Yunxi, has very good spiritual roots. I've already adopted her as a personal disciple. What spiritual root? The Patriarch asked. Fire attribute heavenly spiritual root, the Grand Elder said proudly. It's actually a heavenly spirit root. It's a bargain for you. Cultivate it well. Maybe we can get her to step into the qi refining stage before she turns 8. The Patriarch lightly shook his head, regretting not going forward. This kind of genius disciple could not be found. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, secretly pleased with himself. But the next moment, she saw the Patriarch take out a sound transmission jade slip and input her aura to answer it. Report to Sovereign. A big event has happened in Fengyang City. The youngest master of the Lu family, Lu Qingan, broke through to the qi refining stage not long ago. A 3-year-old qi refining stage. Unheard of. Unheard of. What? The Sacred Maiden sect Patriarch and the Grand Elder were flabbergasted when they heard this news. Impossible. Are you sure the information is accurate? It wasn't long ago that I saw him. The Grand Elder quickly reacted and frowned questioningly. It's already spread within Fengyang City, and the instructors in Lu's family and quite a few teenagers have seen it with their own eyes. So it shouldn't be wrong. Patriarch should still come here quickly. I'm afraid that soon, many clans are going to come and compete for this heaven's pride. Good. I'll go forward now. The Sacred Maiden sect Patriarch put away the voice transmission jade slip, and then looked at the Grand Elder, who was currently frozen in place, with an odd expression. Grand Elder, this disciple, don't you dare snatch it from me. The corner of the Holy Maiden sect's Grand Elder's mouth twitched. Did you really look away yourself? A 3-year-old qi refining stage. She had only heard of it. She had never seen it at all. Soon, the two silhouettes flew out of the mountain gate and sped towards Fengyang City. Not only was this the case with the Holy Maiden sect, but all the sects near Fengyang City had already received the news. All of the clan executives flew towards Fengyang City at the fastest speed in their lives. Chapter 4, A Coax. Lu Family, Main Hall. Xinyuer still felt her brain filled with chaos as she looked at her son holding the pastry plate, waiting for Zhang Yuni to finish eating and then quickly handing it over. She was also aware of how amazing the specific meaning of a 3-year-old qi refining stage was, but she was more concerned that her son seemed to be getting better from his strange illness and was actually talking. She carefully counted. At this moment he had spoken 10 words with Zhang Yuni. Sagittarius. Have you ever felt that an air seems different? Xinyuer looked at Lu Wuwei on the side and asked out an excited question. She was afraid it was all a hallucination of her own. Ha ha, it's definitely different. More and more like his father. The corners of Lu Wuwei's mouth curled up. Stinking. How shameless. Obviously looks like his father-in-law. Zhang Qi looked at Lu Qingan at the moment and was even more proud than Lu Wuwei, hating herself for marrying Lu Qingan in general. Lu Wuwei blankly glanced at Zhang Qi, then looked at his mother and softly said, "You mean the matter of Xiaoen's speech, right? I've already found out about it as well, and I suspect that he's been putting pressure on himself to restrain his desire to speak without stepping into the refining stage. I have seen such descriptions in books, So it is clear that my son is truly intelligent and has an excellent heart, and he will surely have a great future in the future. I agree with your statement. My son-in-law has the qualifications of a great emperor. Zhang Qi gently shook his head, his eyes filled with a gratifying glow. It was just that his daughter didn't seem to have fully accepted Lu Qinggan. Nowadays, within Fengyang City, this matter should have already been spread. Soon, there will probably be quite a few clan executives who will come to take in disciples. Which clan should I let Little Lin go to? Lu Wuwei ruled out the Holy Maiden sect in the first instance. Not long ago the great elder of the Holy Maiden sect visited once and said that he wanted to talk to his son alone. At that time, he was still thinking that his son might be accepted as a disciple by the great elder of the Holy Maiden sect. I didn't realize that after the chat, it actually went straight away. When I left, I had two completely different faces than when I came to visit. When he heard from Zhang Qi that the great elder of the Sacred Maiden sect had accepted Zhang Yunkoixi as his personal heir, he became even more speechless. The Sacred Maiden sect is good. The two of them will be able to take care of each other in the Sacred Maiden sect, Zhang Qi proposed. Lu Wuwei frowned. This was not brown. I'll take another look. I'm full. I'm not eating, so you continue to stay away from me. Zhang Yunxi gave the half-eaten pastry back to Lu Qingyan, then turned around, no longer paying attention to Lu Qingyan. It still hasn't died down. Lu Qinggan thought that after feeding Zhang Yunxi, this little girl would not be angry with him. I didn't expect to hold a grudge at such a young age. It's probably because she doesn't eat a lot of these pastries on a regular basis either. So it looks like I'll have to think about what else I can get for this foodie to eat. For the sake of the system's rewards. He also put up a fight. Start racking your brain to see if you can whip up something tasty. At this time, he saw Zhang Yunxi, who had just said she was full, picking up the uneaten sugar gourd and nibbling it again, and his mind flashed. There it is. Mother, come here a minute. Lu Qingyan jogged to Qin Yuer, then pulled her in the direction of the kitchen. Qin Yuer asked with a face full of tenderness. What's wrong? The two of them, Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi, were also curious about what Lu Qinggan wanted to do, so they stood up and wanted to follow them over. But Lu Qinggan refused and told them to wait over here. The two mothers came to the kitchen. Mother, I did something not too long ago that made little Koix angry, so I'm going to make a snack for her. Snacks? What the hell is that? It's just tasty stuff, similar to pastries. Oh, this mother is good at it. What kind of pastry do you want to make? Lu Qinggan stated what he wanted to do for snacks, and also detailed what ingredients and seasonings to use, the exact method, and so on. Qin Yuer froze in place after hearing this. You call this a pastry? She's never heard of it. She's never seen it. However, looking at her son's expectant gaze, she also rolled up her sleeves and crossed her arms. Okay, mother, try. Bang bang bang. Shortly afterward, the kitchen resounded with the sound of a rising and falling pop. The two people outside in the main hall, Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi, whose cultivation levels were both at the foundation establishment stage, could hear the sound from a long distance away. They're full of it. About half an hour later, Lu Qinggan walked out holding two porcelain jars. A strong scent instantly wafted through the main hall. Zhang Qi and Lu Wuwei were the first two to smell it and looked at each other, both surprised. What's that scent? Never heard of it. Zhang Yuni, who was squatting in the corner, being put out to pasture in general, playing with ants and nibbling on sugar gourds, suddenly stopped her hand movements. The little pink nose suddenly twitched, and the big watery eyes instantly flashed with starlight. The head tilted, automatically orienting itself to where the scent was coming from. Lu Qingyan held the two porcelain jars and walked directly towards Zhang Yunxi's side. However, when everyone thought that Lu Qinggan was going to hand this fragrant thing to Zhang Yunxi, Lu Qinggan suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Yunxi. Then came a sharp left turn to the left. The scent soon followed suit with a left turn. Zhang Yunkoixi also froze for a moment. She looked at the sugar gourd in her hand, blinked her big eyes, then directly flicked it to the ground, and then quickly trotted after Lu Qingyan's but to chase after her. Her little nose sniffed hard and her little feet moved quickly. The scent was like a rope, dragging her around. Brotherin, wait for me. Finally, she couldn't help herself and let out a milky cry. I think someone called me? Who is it? Lu Qingyan looked to the left and right each, but just didn't look behind him. Then as Zhang Yunkoi was about to catch up with him, he quickened his pace and walked around the main hall. Just like that, he slipped Zhang Yunkoi a few times. Only when Zhang Yunkoi ran until his little forehead was covered in sweat and he was too tired to move, did he stop. Ha, Koix, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingyan just saw Zhang Yunkoi in general and asked out a question. Zhang Yunkoixi pouted her small mouth high, and said in an aggrieved manner, you bullied me. Ha, how did I bully you? Didn't you say you wouldn't play with me? The corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth curled up. I can play with you but can you let me have a bite of that? Just one bite. Zhang Yuni placed her hands in front of her stomach, her two index fingers circling around while her eyes were staring straight at the two porcelain jars. A bit of a shy look. Ha ha, I'm sure I'll give it to you if you want it. Who made you my fiancé? Come here. Lu Qinggan signaled Zhang Yuni to come closer. Zhang Yuni quickly jogged over, and this time, when she saw that Lu Qinggan was no longer walking, she couldn't help but jump up and down. Here, open your mouth. Wow. Zhang Yuni's large, watery eyes stared in disbelief as her two small hands quickly fluttered. Just by watching her move, I could tell how she was feeling at the moment, an illustration of what it means to be delicious. More? Lu Qinggan asked with a strange uncle-like expression. Zhang Yunxi didn't say anything, her little brain nodding vigorously as if she were pounding garlic. Here, open your mouth. Oh wow. More? Want? Call Brother An. Brother An. More? Want? Still mad at me? No more babies. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and beginning to awaken the five-colored heavenly spirit root. Chapter 5, The Holy Women's Clan Arrives. As soon as the system voice passed, Lu Qinggan noticed a sudden warm current appearing at the top of his dantian. This warm current seemed to be alive, and after it appeared, it quickly flowed all over his body. For a brief moment, the warmth disappeared. He realized at that moment that the world in front of him had changed. Originally, the world he saw was clear and had a slightly thin aura floating in the air. And at that moment, he realized that he could actually detect various special energies in the air. Colorful. This also seems to be one of the auras. Is this the five-colored heavenly spirit root? Lu Qinggan was secretly stumped. With this spiritual root, the speed at which he absorbed Reiki would increase drastically. It reminded him of not long ago, when the great elder of the Holy Maiden sect had found him. He carefully checked his spiritual roots, but realized that his spiritual roots seemed to be very unusual. Not bad, but not good either. Just say it's average. The great elder of the Holy Maiden sect had originally smiled gently at him, but after detecting his spiritual roots, his entire face turned cold. When he left, he even spat in his face, said it was a waste of her time. It turned out to be just an ordinary to ordinary spiritual root that wouldn't achieve much in the future. The disdain on his face when he said those words was extremely obvious. It also made him see the world clearly, more realistically than in his previous life. In this world the strong were honored, and talent and strength were strong enough to be respected. Over at the dining table, all three of Lu Wuwei were quietly watching the two children. They were surprised by Lu Qing'an's maneuver. Worthy of my son, that's a great way to cure your daughter of her temper. Lu Wuwei quickly glanced at Zhang Qi in triumph. Zhang Qi was a bit embarrassed. Obviously the two children were about the same age, but it gave him the illusion that one was an adult and the other was a child. Lu Qinggan, this kid is really smart and has such talent. His future is unlimited. Family head. The family heads of the other great families in the city have all arrived and are waiting outside the residence. At this moment, the Lu family instructor at the 5th level of Qi practicing came to report with a smile. The corners of Lu Wuwei's mouth curled up slightly, and he had a feeling that his father was a great successor to his son. So he stood up, lifted his chest and headed outside. Mother, you stay with Lilian. I'll go and return. Zhang Qi also hurriedly stood up. Qin Maisie, you also help me watch over little Koix. No. What are you doing walking so fast? Kid, wait for me. Zhang Qi chased after Lu Wuwei who was walking faster. The two big lords were completely out of shape and grabbed the limelight. In front of the Lu family residence. It's already overcrowded. A circle surrounded by a circle of crowds. Ahem. Gentlemen, why are you all here? Lu Wuwei asked as he walked out of the gate, his hands behind his back in a springy manner. Zhang Qi opened his mouth with a big smile almost as soon as Lu Wuwei finished speaking. It's to see if my son-in-law has broken through to the Qi refining stage? There's no need to look. He has indeed broken through. Who made him my son-in-law? Ha ha ha. The voice was twice as high as Lu Wuwei's, suppressing Lu Wuwei's popularity. Lu Wuwei. The crowd sniffed and murmured. All sorts of congratulations continued to follow. And at that moment, a middle-aged man with a dull-looking little fat man walked up and laughed aloud. Congratulations to Brother Lu. With a son like this, the Lu family will surely take off. Lu Wuwei looked toward his good friend, Jin Deshuai, and smiled. Brother Jin, you're here too? Bring your canine son for a rubdown, and let him have a discussion with his nephew in the meantime. When Jin Deshuai finished speaking, he saw his son's eyes lowered, just standing in a daze, still sucking in half of his nose. He couldn't help but lightly pat his son's head. Silly boy, call out to someone. How did father teach you? Father, if you hit me on the head again, I'll be even more stupid. The big white fat man aggressively sucked half of the snot back into his nose, then bowed slightly towards Lu Wuwei. Good morning Uncle Lu. It's almost dark. Jin Deshuai slapped his son's brain again. The big white fat man blinked his clear eyes and said, Good afternoon, uncle. It's good evening. Oh, Zhen Shuai. This sun is hopeless. I just can't help it. It's been too long since I've used it to open a trumpet. The rest of the family heads of Fengyang City also walked up at this time and congratulated each other. Thus, Lu Wuwei invited these family heads into his residence one after another. He knew that these people wanted to see if his son had stepped into the qi refining stage, and he was happy to let them take a look. Even he couldn't wait to take his son out again tomorrow and stroll around the streets of Fengyang City a few dozen times. Lu Qinggan was still playing with Zhang Yunqi as Lu Wuwei led a group of people into the main hall. He had to get along with Zhang Yunkoi. A transitional succession stage powerhouse was also the topmost existence in this continent, and 500 years to become a transitional stage. It can be said that the talent crowns the ancient and modern. Nephew. Ha ha, sure enough, he's at the qi refining stage. Lu Qingyan heard a bright laugh at this time and couldn't help but look towards Zhen Shuai. His eyes also caught sight of the big white fat man standing next to Zhen Shuai. This big white fat man is the same age as him, and his name is Zhen Chongming. His father and Zhen Chongming's father were close friends. Then he and this little fatty are even hairy. It is this little fat Zhen Chongming, perhaps because of his young age, giving people a naive feeling. Of course it's possible that this Zhen Chongming is just a silly boy, the kind that grows up and drools. Go play with your brethren. Zhen Shuai pushed Zhen Chongming. Zhen Chongming nodded and walked towards Lu Qingdan. And just then, Lu Qingdan's expression changed slightly. The system's voice sounded again. The host has regained a connection with his former fiancée. But it is only a connection. The impact of the merciless path is still not small. It is best to re-establish an emotional relationship with more people. And a new task is beginning to be enacted. Look for the hairy boy of your youth, who is now a transitional mighty. Re-establish contact with him and ask him to guide you in your cultivation and point out your cultivation problems. Reward for mission completion, enlightenment increased by 100 times. Lu Qingdan blinked her wide-eyed eyes. What the hell? This stupid kid, after 500 years, is also a great power in the transitional succession stage? Are you sure you've got it right? Brethren, good morning. My father asked me to come to play with you and ask for advice on cultivation. Zhen Chongming stopped in front of Lu Qingdan and spoke as if he was reciting, his tone giving off a naive feeling. And as he said it, a white, cloudy snot suddenly gushed out of his left nose, but it was quickly sucked back in with force. Looking at the slug, the corner of Lu Qingdan's mouth twitched. What's wrong with that? Let me ask him to teach me how to practice and point me in the right direction? Ahem. Play along. Want a snack? Lu Qingdan took a deep breath and secretly thought in her heart that this world was really marvelous. It's no wonder that such a stone little thing when it was little is so powerful when it grows up. Moreover, this Fengyang City is also powerful, having produced two major transitional stage powers. 500 years later, I'm afraid this place will become a treasure trove of cultivation that everyone will enjoy. Lu Qingdan grabbed a handful of popcorn and gave it to Zhen Chongming, and then noticed that Zhang Yunqi instantly pouted her small mouth in a food-protective manner. Don't nurse your food, or brethren won't make it for you in the future. Okay. Zhang Yunqi handed over the porcelain jar in a needy manner. Thanks. Zhen Chongming hurriedly reached out and pulled out his shirt to pocket a handful of popcorn, not forgetting to say thank you. Then he tasted it, and his lowered eyes lifted a lot with a slight sudden strength. Yummy. Eat more if it's delicious. And in the future, brethren will make more for you. Lu Qingdan smiled. It was strange in his mind at the moment to think that he would ever have to coax a child like this. Thanks. Zhen Chongming gave another thank you after hearing that, and also gave a rare smile, his mouth grinning. That's when Lu Qingdan realized that he couldn't find Zhen Chongming's two incisors. Then as a token of appreciation, shouldn't you do me a favor? Lu Qingdan stared at Zhen Chongming for a moment and decided to try to let Zhen Chongming instruct him in cultivation, although he found the behavior a bit. But who knows if it will work unless you try it. 100-fold enlightenment boost is tempting. Cultivation together. Enlightenment was also a top priority. Oh, the pack helped. Zhen Chongming nodded dumbly. Then, can you tell me how I should cultivate in the future? Lu Qingdan tried to ask. Zhen Chongming blinked his big clear eyes, then grinned once again and said innocently, Brethren, it's me who asked you to teach me to cultivate, not you who asked me to cultivate. You don't seem to be very smart like me. Lu Qingdan, is this kid really stupid or not? System, you can't finish this mission. The bag can't finish it. Family Master, the Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch and the Sacred Maiden Sect Grand Elder are visiting. Just as Lu Qingdan was secretly spitting, the Lu family instructor came to report again. Lu Wuwei raised an eyebrow. The Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch was also here? Please. Without waiting for him to pick it up, two middle-aged women came into the main hall. The Sacred Maiden Sect's Grand Elder's brows furrowed, and the first time he looked toward Lu Qingyan, when she saw Lu Qingyan's refining stage cultivation, she died. Chapter 6, Death by Regret. Greetings to the two seniors. I was busy just now, so I've missed the welcome. Lu Wuwei bowed respectfully. He and Zhang Qi were both foundation stage cultivators, while these two in front of them could both be Jindan experts. For great realms higher than them, there are 12 realms of immortal cultivation, which are Qi refining, foundation establishment, light opening, fetal breath, grain opening, Jindan, yuaning, out of body, splitting of the spirit, harmonization, Mahayana, and transition. Seeing that Lu Qinggan was indeed 3 years old and refining Qi, the Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch was secretly surprised, but he also tried to maintain his powerful demeanor. If you make a joke in public, it will be hard to steal this disciple. So she laughed. No harm done. Instead, we have taken the liberty of coming. The corner of Lu Wuwei's mouth curled up slightly. Is this what a father is like by virtue of his son? A third-ranked sect patriarch was actually speaking to him so politely. It's simply a life high. Senior, what is the reason for this visit? Zhang Qi also stood out at this time, properly dipping into the light, and also asked a question straight to the point. It's natural to take on an apprentice, the Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch said, and peeked at the 4 directions. Finding out that they were the first to arrive among the third-class clans near Fengyang City, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had taken in this kind of gifted wizard. It was she who was also curious as to what kind of spiritual root Lu Qinggan had. I can't believe that at such a young age, he had broken through to the Qi refining stage. Your Excellency, call your son here and allow me to test his spiritual roots? Lu Wuwei was also clear about the importance of spiritual roots in the cultivation path. And since his cultivation was so low and weak that he couldn't measure his spiritual root attributes or level at all, he smiled and summoned Lu Qinggan. An, come here. Lu Qinggan came to his father and looked at the Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch, while also glancing at the Sacred Maiden Sect Grand Elder. To be able to show that kind of expression in front of a small child and spit it out in public, it was evident that this great elder of the Holy Maiden Sect was not a good thing. If he hadn't made sure that he had the help of his old soul grandfather at that time and hadn't given up on himself, if it had been any other child, he would have been afraid that he would have been branded with a heart demon in his heart since he was a child. So he wasn't a big fan of this Holy Woman Sect. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to join the Holy Maiden Sect. The Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch signaled Lu Qinggan to extend his hand, and Lu Qinggan obeyed and did as he was told. This way of testing spiritual roots had been used on him by the great elder of the Holy Maiden Sect. It's actually a mutated spirit root, a 5-colored heavenly spirit root. This is 1 point stronger than a normal heavenly spirit root. The Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch's eyes instantly blossomed with an intense light, so excited that she grabbed onto Lu Qinggan's small hand. Are you willing to become my personal heir? When the crowd heard 5-colored heavenly spiritual root, they all exclaimed in shock. The heavenly spiritual root was already a very good spiritual root. Many of the genius disciples of the great clans were heavenly spirit roots. No wonder he was able to break through to the Qi refining stage at the age of 3. Moreover, everyone present had another thought. Lu Qinggan might not only have a simple 5-colored heavenly spirit root, it was highly likely that the other cultivation qualifications were also extraordinary. Otherwise it would be impossible to step into the Qi refining stage at the age of 3. After all, the 5-colored heavenly spirit root was rare. But the appearance of this kind of spirit root was not comparable to the 3-year-old refining one. Anyway, they had heard of 5-colored heavenly spiritual roots appearing a few times in their lives. Only for the first time did they hear of 3-year-old Qi refining appearing in front of them. Lu Qinggan looked at the Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch, thought about it, and still shook her head. Then he pretended to be childlike and naive and pointed at the great elder of the Sacred Maiden Sect. Is she from your sect as well? He was not a small child. Looking at the extremely ugly face of the great elder of the Holy Maiden Sect right after his arrival, one could imagine if he would be suppressed by this great elder in the future when he went forward to the Holy Maiden Sect. It's not good to say. If there was a better choice, he would definitely not choose the Holy Maiden Sect. He was also certain that he would soon have better options. The Sacred Maiden Sect Patriarch froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "She is our grand elder. I'm sorry then, I don't want to go to the Holy Maiden Sect." Lu Qinggan politely bowed slightly and politely declined. It was a performance that startled many in the room. Lu Wuwei was also baffled for a moment, but no matter what reason his son had for refusing the invitation of the Holy Maiden Sect's Patriarch, he, as a father, would recognize and support it, because he was aware that his son, despite being only 3 years old, was already as smart as a young adult. Senior, it seems that my canine son has some misunderstandings about the Holy Maiden Sect. I'm really sorry. The Holy Maiden Sect Patriarch's face began to look ugly, and he couldn't help but glance at the Grand Elder. She naturally knew the reason why Lu Qinggan had rejected her. Were you in front of this kid before and said something else bad? The great elder of the Holy Maiden Sect couldn't help but feel a little weak when he saw the Patriarch looking at him. However, she didn't feel that she was wrong. At that time, she did measure that this kid's spirit root was ordinary. This kid should have some kind of secret on him. Have you thought about it? Our Sacred Maiden sect is one of the top sects near Fengyang City, and your fiancé is under my sect, so you don't want to continue to be with her? The great elder of the Holy Maiden sect looked at Lu Qingyan and tried to make up for this, but the tone of her voice, in turn, gave a sense of discomfort. I've thought about it, Lu Qingyan said with firm eyes. As soon as his words fell, the next moment, the voice of the Lu family's instructor rang out from outside the main hall. The Qingyang sect patriarch has arrived. The patriarch of the Cushion Mountain sect has arrived. The Green Cloud sect patriarch has arrived. The crowd's eyes widened as they heard the names. These were all the top clans within 1,000 miles of their Fengyang City. Like the Holy Maiden sect, it was a third-class sect. They're so fast too? The corners of the Holy Maiden sect patriarch's mouth twitched, already starting to flesh out. Two Taoists of the Holy Maiden sect, you're quite swift. It's not possible that you've already succeeded in accepting disciples, is it? As soon as the three great sect heads arrived and saw that the Holy Maiden sect had already come with 2 people, they immediately became anxious. Greetings to the 3 seniors. My son has yet to pay his respects. Lu Wuwei hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Ha ha, so very good. It's really a 3-year-old qi refining stage. It shall not be. I have traveled across the cultivation continent for many years, and this is the first time I've witnessed a 3-year-old qi refining stage. I wonder if I've measured the spiritual root yet. What kind of spiritual root is it? Zhang Qi laughed brightly. My son-in-law is a 5-colored heavenly spiritual root. It has the qualifications of a great emperor. What do a few of you think of me? I am a renowned master in this area. I've only taken in 1 disciple in my life, and now I've even become a pure valley stage. Get lost you. Don't believe him. His disciple is wasted. Look at me. I swear, I'll grant your son everything I've learned in my life. Your son-in-law. The 3 great patriarchs scrambled up. As he spoke, he didn't forget to personally measure Lu Qingyan's spiritual root. After determining this, the excitement on their faces became 100 times more intense. Lu Wuwei was in a springtime mood at the moment, so he stood behind Lu Qingyan, put his hands on Lu Qingyan's shoulders, and asked, Little who do you want to worship as your master? You choose yourself. Lu Qingyan watched as a group of Jiedan stage powerhouses crossed their fingers and introduced themselves. He took a deep breath. That's what happens when you're gifted. Just as he himself wasn't sure exactly which clan to choose, a loud laugh rang out from the sky. A visit from the 10,000 Beasts sect. The people in the main hall were shocked at the words. The 10,000 Beasts sect. That's a first-class sect. The continent was full of clans, and there was a clear hierarchy of clans, ranked from high to low. They were immortal cultivation holy land. First-class sect, second-class sect, third-class sect, fourth-class sect, and fifth-class sect. The strongest people in first-class clans were often strong at the Mahayana stage. The several third-grade sect patriarchs didn't dare to speak anymore when they heard this voice. In terms of cultivation, this visitor seemed to be a terrifying powerhouse of the Mahayana stage. They were like ants in front of a strong person of this level. Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up. This clan is good. Lu Wuwei and the others were well aware of the power of the 10,000 Beast sect, and had prepared to go out to meet them. Even a few third-class sect lords were like that. However, before they could move, the next moment they saw that a middle-aged man had suddenly appeared beside Lu Qingyan at some point. The middle-aged man wore clothes made of animal skins, and his appearance looked very amiable. However, the cultivation breath is very inspiring, just like a Mahayana stage cultivation. Lu Qingyan also felt the terrifying strength of the middle-aged man beside him, and only felt that his heartbeat was accelerating crazily. It was a feeling he had never had before. Is this the strength of a top powerhouse? Greetings, elder. The people present all arched their hands and bowed their heads, making the most out of their respectful gestures. No need to be polite. I was traveling this way and heard that someone was 3 years old and refining qi, so I came to take a look. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect looked at Lu Qingyan and smiled. Little waif, are you the Lu Qingyan that is being rumored outside? Lu Qingyan looked straight at the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect and nodded his head firmly. Kid Lu Qingyan, I've met senior. These eyes are good. You can tell that they are intelligent enough. And the spiritual root is a 5-colored heavenly spiritual root. And the root bone is also very good. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect just stared at Lu Qingyan for a while, and didn't even need to be as good as the Sacred Maiden sect's patriarch just now, who needed to input Lu Qingyan's body through his spiritual qi, to be able to see through the surface of the body and see Lu Qingyan's spiritual root. It's just that I don't know how enlightened it is. Of course, to be so intelligent at the age of 3, one's enlightenment must not be low. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect took out a crystal clear gemstone at this time. To him, Breaking through to the chi refining stage at the age of 3 was not particularly rare. He had seen 10 such children in his lifetime, but it was the first time he had ever seen this kind of small adult behavior in the eyes and demeanor of a 3-year-old. It is enough to see that this son is intelligent, and cleverness is often associated with enlightenment. On the path of cultivation, these qualifications, such as spiritual roots and bones, are considered basic. Determinism is also considered very necessary for a person's level of achievement. Good spiritual roots and good roots can determine the lower limit, and there are other qualifications that determine the upper limit, such as enlightenment. Spiritual roots are good, enlightenment is poor, and there is a lack of flavor. There are a lot of things that you can't comprehend when you cultivate, and you may even go off the deep end and die halfway. He, for example, is also enlightened to the extent that he is today. Those who had achieved the same level of success as him were all extraordinary in their enlightenment. The stone in his hand, a treasure, could only be possessed by a great power like a first-class clan. You place your hands on it, close your eyes, and then you simply follow the voice that rings in your head. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect guided the way. Lu Qinggan was also curious about how enlightened he was. Anyway, that ring soul said that he was extremely enlightened, and might even be quite a bit stronger than some of the heavenly prides. And that wasn't even the result of him completing the system quest and getting a 100-fold enlightenment boost. If he completed the mission and received a 100-fold enlightenment boost, how strong would his enlightenment have to be? He was extraordinarily expectant. Chapter 7: A first-class sect accepts disciples. His 5 fingers touched on top of the gem. A cold sensation traveled from the gem to his hand, followed by a quick surge into his mind. Shortly after closing his eyes, he heard an old voice. A spell entered his mind. And then he realized that his body was completely out of control. Immediately, he sat down on the ground, his mind running non-stop. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect quietly looked at Lu Qingyan, and then when he saw the rest of the people casting uncomprehending gazes, he smiled and explained, "In 1 incense stick of time, if he can open his eyes and wake up, his enlightenment is extraordinary. If he can open his eyes in half an hour, his enlightenment is okay, and he belongs to the heavens pride level. If he can't open his eyes and wake up within an hour, he can only be considered ordinary." The crowd gulped at the words. They all decided that Lu Qinggan was extremely perceptive, especially Lu Wuwei. His own son showed a very high level of wisdom at the age of 1, learning everything extremely quickly and thinking extremely well. To be able to step into the chi refining stage at the age of 3 should also be related to having a strong sense of enlightenment. We'll just wait quietly. The corners of Zhang Qi's mouth also curled up. All eyes had to be on Lu Qinggan. Time passed quietly, and during this period of time, the Lu family also had a number of sect patriarchs come, from the 3rd-class sects to the 2nd-class sects. Even if the 2nd-class sect patriarchs came, when they saw this kind of battle, they didn't even dare to take a breath. The elders of the 10,000 Beasts sect are all here. Then this genius, they have no hope. Unless Lu Qinggan was slightly less enlightened, they might still be able to pick up a bargain. 1 incense stick time is about to be reached. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect was still breezy in front of him, but at this moment, he was frowning a little. You guessed wrong? When he tested back then, he awakened at the time point of 1 incense stick, and he did not manage to step into the chi refining stage at the age of 3. It's not a problem. I'll be able to wake up in half an hour, and with this root bone and spirit root, it's also enough to be my protege. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect pondered. When the people present saw this, they began to look at each other. Their gazes then all looked towards the duo of Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi. The two had frowned. It's a little different than they thought it would be. Within half an hour, it's also possible. Zhang Qi squeezed out a smile and patted Lu Wuwei's shoulder on the side, in turn giving Lu Wuwei a comforting cry. Lu Wuwei nodded. Qin Yuer had already grasped Lu Wuwei's hand. As a mother, she naturally wanted to see her child have a bright future. The two children, Zhang Yunqi and Jin Chongming, were on the far side of the crowd, each holding a can of popcorn, quietly watching the group of adults. They couldn't figure out what it was doing. It doesn't look like fun either. So why are they all looking at their brother An? Once again, time passed silently. Half an hour passed. A mistake. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect looked around with a slight embarrassment. I've just spoken in absolutes. He also didn't expect Lu Qinggan to actually be tending towards ordinary enlightenment. He was tempted to just leave. But curiosity got the better of him and he still wanted to see how ordinary Lu Qinggan was. If it's more than an hour, it's not much of a prospect. With these root bones and spiritual roots, it was considered lucky to be able to cultivate to the Jiedan stage. Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi's few people were already seeing blackness before their eyes, secretly thinking in their hearts, how could this be? No, it's okay. The level of enlightenment doesn't completely determine a person's achievement. Zhang Qi once again patted Lu Wuwei's shoulder. Lu Wuwei laughed bitterly and began to feel a little heartbroken for the child. If I had known not to measure this enlightenment, I would have found a second or third class sect to worship. I'm afraid there will be some gossip from others after this, and it's highly likely that the child will be devastated if he hears about it. Let's hope the kid has enough heart to not be affected. Just as an hour was about to arrive, Lu Qinggan finally opened her eyes. How much time has passed? Lu Qinggan frowned slightly. He was in that state and forgot about time, but vaguely felt that quite a bit of time should have passed. When he saw that many of the people in the room were showing some disappointment, he mused, "It's a pity. Your enlightenment is okay. If you are willing to join the 10,000 Beast sect, I can accept you as an initiated disciple." "How?" the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect asked. "An entry-level disciple is not a personal disciple." The status was also much worse than that of a personal disciple, and generally the initiated disciples were taught by the master's other disciples. "I can't imagine that my enlightenment is just okay." Sure enough, I was pitted by that soul. Luckily, I still have the system. Lu Qinggan was not dejected. When he finds a way to complete the mission and his enlightenment increases 100-fold, he should be more than just okay. "Elder, I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of worshipping the master yet, and I still want to stay at home with my parents." Lu Qinggan politely refused. These words caused Lu Wuwei and the others to freeze. Although an initiated disciple was no match for a personal disciple, this one was also a Mahayana stage powerhouse, a first-class sect elder. And, think again. Lu Wuwei took a deep breath and looked at his son. He naturally supported his son's decision, but an opportunity like the one at hand was rare. Zhang Qi went up and touched Lu Qingyan's head, saying, "Good son-in-law, seize the opportunity." Lu Qingyan thought about it, but still shook her head. "Senior, I'm still young. I still want to stay home with my parents." The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect nodded his head and said, "That's just it. Let's go." The crowd was silent. However, just as the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was about to leave, Zhang Qi thought of something and hurriedly called out respectfully, "Senior, could you also let my daughter measure her enlightenment? Her spiritual root is the fire attribute heavenly spiritual root." Upon hearing this, the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect followed Zhang Qi's gaze and looked toward the two people eating popcorn outside the crowd in the distance. It was better if he didn't look, but after seeing the two, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. The roots are both considered good, and both of their spiritual roots are heavenly spiritual roots. Your little Fengyang city has really surprised me a bit. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect smiled and walked towards the two. This remote small town had produced one colorful heavenly spirit root and then forget about it. There were also two heavenly spirit roots. It was indeed strange. Lu Qinggan smiled in her heart when she saw this. This 10,000 Beast sect elder was indeed powerful, and these two could both be transitional succession stage powers in the future. Therefore, the enlightenment of both of them should not be low. "Here, I'll test both of you." "Ha!" The two children blinked their big eyes as they watched the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect approach. Feeling the gaze of all the adults at this point, they were all a little shy and flustered. Jin Chongming had stopped eating his popcorn, and his gaze went to his father. "Jin Deshuai, obey the test." Jin Deshuai quickly approached, full of surprise, signaling his son to listen. He really didn't expect his son to possess a heavenly spirit root. "Thought I had raised a spend number." Zhang Qi also stepped forward to signal his daughter to obey. Zhang Yunxi, on the other hand, was much bolder than Jin Chongming, and resumed eating popcorn after her father approached. "Don't you eat it first, ah?" Zhang Qi laughed bitterly. "I see that brother-in just sat there for a long time. I'm afraid." Zhang Yunxi beamed. When Jin Chongming heard this, he thought that what he was going to do would hurt, and he also began to resist. "Father, I don't test okay." Seeing this scene, the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect secretly laughed bitterly. This is what real 3-year-olds should look like. He couldn't help but look back at Lu Qinggan, all but wondering if something had gone wrong with the test just now. This child was so intelligent at the age of 3. By all rights, enlightenment should be more than just ordinary and simple. Lu Qingyan walked up at this time and came in front of the two, saying, "It's fine. Just now, brother-in was like he had a nap. He didn't feel anything, and he even had a beautiful dream." "Really?" The two children looked half convinced as they listened. "Really, as long as you guys are obedient, I'll make you delicious food every day." Lu Qinggan revealed a gentle smile and reached out to touch the two men's heads. This scene was in the eyes of the crowd, causing them to exchange words. Why do you feel that Lu Qinggan and these two little kids don't look like they are the same age? There was an illusion of being much older than these two kids. "Okay, I'll measure." Zhang Yunxi stood out first, mainly because she couldn't resist having delicious food every day. Jin Chongming blinked his big, clear eyes, then sloshed the snot from his left nose and chimed in. "I'll test too." Chapter 8, Enlightenment increases 100-fold. Under Lu Qing'an's pacification, the two finally obeyed and reached out, touching the gemstone. Immediately, the two of them sat down on the ground, and silence fell around them. Only the quiet time did not last long. Just when many people thought that these two little dolls did not look as intelligent as Lu Qing'an, and did not do what Lu Qing'an did, stepping into the qi refining stage at the age of 3, so the enlightenment should be considered average. The time was almost close to an incense burner when the naive-looking little chubby peer suddenly opened his eyes. Ha, there really isn't any other feeling. It's quite cool. After Jin Chongming opened his eyes, he realized that snot actually flowed to the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly wiped it off with his little chubby hands. The crowd watched this scene in awe. All eyes shifted to the 10,000 Beasts sect elder in an instant. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect also looked at this little fatty with great surprise. This really took me by surprise. Of the 3 children, the one who looked the most naive was actually the most enlightened? Something wrong with this gem? This root bone, spirit root, and enlightenment were enough to show that this little fatty's qualifications were extremely terrifying. Cultivated well and not prematurely aborted, he can definitely become a giant in his own right in the future. Little waif, what's your name? The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect revealed a gentle smile, looking at Jin Chongming like a baby. However, Jin Chongming looked as if he hadn't heard it and just stared blankly at the elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This looked like Jin Dishuai, the father, was in a hurry. You'd better hurry up and get back to them. In the end, when the elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect was all puzzled that this little tomboy didn't reply to him, but just looked at his face in death because he hadn't heard his words. He heard words that left him speechless. I just realized you look like my dead grandmother. That almost knocked 90% of the people in the room off their feet. The corners of Jin Dishuai's mouth and face skin were wildly twitching nonstop. It's tempting to go up and give your own son a slap on the head. That brat. If you piss off this kind of strong man, do you want your future to be over? Elder, the canine son is still young and spoke nonsense. Don't be angry. Jin Dishuai fawned and stepped forward, apologizing repeatedly. It really seems like, father, didn't you realize? Jin Chongming looked at Jin Dishuai at the side, his big clear eyes blinking a bit. Zen Shuai, silly boy, don't make me whip your ass at this point. Ha ha, no harm done. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect, on the other hand, was not angry at all and instead laughed. He squatted down and looked at Jin Chongming. I want to be your master. What do you think? Jin Dishuai looked at his son blinking his eyes and looking at him as if waiting for his opinion. He finally couldn't help himself and said in general through gritted teeth, brat, hurry up and say yes. Oh, I'll pack a promise. When Jin Chongming saw his father like this, he knew that if he didn't promise, he would definitely get a beating. Jin Dishuai was relieved. This fatherhood is exhausting. Zhang Qi and Lu Wuwei, both of whom were very confused at the moment, looked at each other and both nodded towards each other. They were truly surprised that it was Jin Chongming who had become the personal heir of the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect instead. When Lu Qing'an saw this, an idea popped up in her heart. Is he or she changing the fate of the two? Getting the two to step up to the plateau faster? If he hadn't entered the qi refining stage early, then I'm afraid that it would be a long time before anyone realized that the two had uncomplicated talent. Just as he was thinking so, just a little more than an incense stick later, Zhang Yunxi also opened her eyes. This made the elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect even more surprised. Pity. It's a pity. It's already past the burning of incense. He sighed darkly. If this little girl is not over an incense stick before, wake up, then he is picking up a big bargain today. When an incense stick of time passed, that enlightenment would not be considered extraordinary, but it would still belong to the top heavenly pride level. Future achievements. The probability is a little worse than Jin Chongming. However, he is also going to be accepted as a personal disciple. Cultivated well. They would at least have a Mahayana stage cultivation. Little girl, what is your name? Are you willing to become my personal disciple? The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect asked with a smile. Zhang Qi looked at this scene, and for a moment, his chest rose and fell rapidly in excitement. This little Coix is too powerful. After a moment of excitement, he couldn't help but look at Lu Wuwei. Seeing Lu Wuwei's dumbfounded expression at the moment, he still patted Lu Wuwei's shoulder. Good brother, don't worry, I'm not a wallflower. The marriage contract continues. Lu Wuwei smiled bitterly. Congratulations to elder brother Zhang. Zhang Qi nodded, then also quickly came next to his own daughter to make her promise. Zhang Yunxi was different from Jin Chongming. She was very obedient. Only just as she was about to nod her head, an old man's voice rang out from above the Lu family. The voice spread throughout Fengyang City. Is the old man late? The 10,000 Beast sect elder's brows furrowed furiously as he heard this. The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Purple Shao sect, the topmost of the first-class sects. Regardless of his status, position or strength. They were all too much higher than him. In the next moment, a white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared in the middle of the crowd, looking at them with a kind smile on his face. "Greetings, senior." The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect smiled bitterly and arched his hand. The other party's cultivation level was at the first level of the transitional sinking, and he had to be respectful even when he saw it. "So it was your 10,000 Beasts sect that arrived first. How is it? This 3-year-old chi refining stage little waif. Can you test enlightenment? Specifically?" The Purple Shao sect patriarch's first glance was towards Lu Qingyan. Instantly seeing the condition of Lu Qingyan's spiritual roots and root bones, he instantly revealed a satisfied smile. The 10,000 Beast sect elder could only truthfully tell Lu Qingyan's situation when asked. The Purple Shao sect patriarch sniffed and looked at Lu Qingyan for a moment, frowning slightly. Then the old man is considered to have made a trip for nothing. There was a hint of impatience in that statement. After Lu Wuwei heard this, he hurriedly looked at his son, seeing that his son didn't look otherwise at the moment. Before he sighed. Still, he clenched his fists, and he didn't even have the courage to speak in the face of a powerhouse of this caliber. Where are these two little waifs? The Purple Shao sect patriarch looked at Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunqi at this moment. The corners of the 10,000 Beast sect elder's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do about it. They are quite enlightened. Once this Purple Shao sect patriarch asked the crowd, he would learn the specifics without saying anything. But this little waif has become my personal heir, the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect added. After the Purple Shao sect patriarch heard the specific enlightenment of the two men, an aura flashed in his eyes. It's not like we've performed the rite of worship. How can it be counted? I'd rather ask the child personally. No, I should ask the child's parents. After all, the child is still young. The corner of the Purple Shao sect patriarch's mouth curled up slightly. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect instantly blackened his face. That means, just grab it. Who are their parents? The Purple Shao sect patriarch asked. Zhen Shuai could only come forward. How do you choose? Our Purple Shao sect can be quite a bit stronger than the 10,000 Beast sect, and I'm a transitional juncture first layer expert. The Purple Shao sect's patriarch was confident, his demeanor slightly condescending. Jin Dishuai looked at the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect with a look of apology on his face. Actually, he's not a man of his word, but he can't help it. This is one big guy he can't afford to offend even more. Elder, our patriarch wants to talk to you. The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect took out a jade slip at this time, which was flickering with a halo of light. Old man Zishio, don't bully people too much. A voice came out from within the jade slip. How am I bullying people too much? The Purple Shao sect patriarch snatched the jade slip and said with a cold smile. With that, the two parties argued across the room. Jin Chongming sensed something at the moment and moved to the distance. He thought he had gotten into some kind of trouble, especially when he saw his father's face look bad, and he didn't dare approach his father at this moment. So he came to the person he trusted the most at the moment and asked in a whisper with a very heavy sense of stealing. Brethren, have I gotten into trouble again? Lu Qinggan shook her head. No, it's none of your business. Looking at Jin Chongming, Lu Qinggan's mind once again thought about his mission. What should he do to get Jin Chongming to instruct him in cultivation? And so on. Say, just now, when you touched that piece of stone, did a voice ring out in your head? And then a spell appeared in your mind. And how did you break that spell? Lu Qinggan wasn't sure if this was considered pointing out cultivation. This so-called test of enlightenment was for them to unlock the spells that trapped their minds, and when they did, they could awaken. Jin Chongming woke up so quickly and must have unraveled quickly. This very simple just, Jin Chongming said naively. Lu Qingyan had just listened to 2 sentences when a voice rang in her head the next moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, receiving guidance from Jin Chongming on cultivation, and increasing his enlightenment 100-fold. In less than a short breath of time, Lu Qinggan felt that his mind was 100 times more ethereal. It's a time to look at the world differently. My enlightenment was originally ordinary, but now that it's increased 100-fold, the gap between me and Jin Chongming shouldn't be that big. Lu Qingyan's heart beat violently faster, thinking as he did. His gaze then went to the stone in the hands of the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect, thinking about whether he should test it again now. However, looking at the suspicion that the 2 great powerhouses were at loggerheads over Jin Chongming there, he still felt that he should wait and see first. It's not robbing him anyway, so we'll see how it goes and make a decision. And there might be more first-class forces coming later. Even the continent's strongest sect cultivation sanctuaries might have strong people coming. Chapter 9, Rewarding the Chaotic Body. As Lu Qingyan was pondering, at that moment, the two of them, Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer, walked up to him. The 2 men were on the left and the right, one placing his hand on Lu Qingyan's head, and the other placing his hand on Lu Qingyan's back. You've already done a great job. You're your mother's pride. Chinyuer smiled gently. In her heart, her son was the best. That's right, there is no need to compare. Just do a good job. Cultivation together. The most important thing is still to rely on yourself. I know that you are very intelligent and have your own opinion. No matter what decision you make, my father is on your side and support you. Lu Wuwei smiled gently. Lu Qing'an looked at the two men and a warm current surged through her heart. At the same time a flash of self-condemnation flashed through his mind. He was lucky in his life that both of his parents were good to him and took good care of him from the time he was born. He had never known affection in his last life, and it was as if God had given him compensation for it, and had given him enough in this life. However, he was compelled by that soul to choose to cultivate the emotionless Tao, and what he had done during this time had indeed saddened his parents. Luckily, the system came along and got him lost. Father, mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Qing'an grinned, displaying an innocent smile that belonged to a child. The two of them were then completely relieved and stroked his head with warm smiles. Just as Lu Qing'an was enjoying this rare moment of intimacy, the system's voice sounded out of place. The current host has already regained his connection with his fiancé and childhood playmate, but the impact of the heartless way is still not small, and it is recommended that the host retrieve the feeling of kinship, and a new task will begin to be enacted. The host's family hadn't been away from home for long that year. The family was suddenly massacred, and the bones of the parents were buried somewhere. So the host went back to find his parents' graves and pay proper tribute to them once. Reward for mission completion, awakening physique chaos body. Lu Qing'an's expression changed violently. This time, the system's reward sounded good, but his attention was not on the reward at all. This time, the system's mission revealed a message that made him extremely worried. The family was slaughtered, both parents dead, and the exact time was shortly after he left the family. He had heard the system say earlier that in a normal trajectory, he would break away from the family at the age of 18 and go out to cultivate alone. In other words, at the age of 18, their Lu family was going to perish. The enemy, who is it? Lu Qing'an looked at her parents who were standing beside her at the moment, her heart extraordinarily heavy. There may be salvation in starting to change today. Before I turn 18, as long as I become strong enough, I should be able to avoid this disaster. He possessed the system, and every time he completed a task issued by the system, he would get a good reward. If he completed this task at hand again, he would also be able to obtain a chaotic body. How strong this chaotic body was, he wasn't sure for the moment. However, he had also heard from that spirit that only one out of tens of thousands of people would be lucky enough to have an immortal cultivation physique. Together with his root bone, spiritual root and enlightenment, he could definitely change the future by cultivating properly. Just, this mission, how do I accomplish it? After carefully looking at the tasks enacted by the system, he was again stumped. This mission from 500 years later was getting to be more and more difficult for him to accomplish. Finding your fiancé and pleasing your fiancé isn't that hard. Finding his childhood hairdresser and having the other person point him in the right direction was a bit of a challenge, but it was skillfully accomplished. But now that his parents are still alive, how is this supposed to find the graves where they are buried and then worship them? You can't just kill your parents, bury them in the ground and worship them? Wait, looks like there's a wild card to try. Lu Qing'an looked up at her parents, and a strange thought flashed through her mind. The two of them, Lu Wuwei and Chinyuer, didn't know what was going on, but suddenly felt a chill on their backs, then looked at their sons. What's wrong? What feels like something bad is going to happen? Lu Qing'an, on the other hand, looked at the two of them and smiled a very innocent and cute smile. He felt that all he needed to do was to build a dungeon that was somewhat similar to a grave or a coffin, so that both of his parents could enter it and stay there for a while, and he would pay a quick tribute in passing. And he should be considered to have accomplished his mission. Might as well give it a try. It's comfortable when it's done. Just as Lu Qing'an was thinking so, the result of the argument had already been made over there. In the end, the 10,000 Beast sect still hadn't robbed the Purple Shao sect, especially when the Purple Shao sect patriarch directly stopped pretending and put on a look of a killing god. Shocking the four directions, the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect had no choice but to compromise. Non-forcing me to use my power to force people. The Purple Shao sect patriarch finished coldly. Seeing that the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was so angry that he only bowed his head and didn't say anything, he ignored the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect and his gaze went to the people present. Those who were swept by the gaze of the Purple Shao sect sectmaster all quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. The father and son duo, Jin Dishuai and Jin Chongming, were also like this at the moment, especially this child. Jin Chongming was frightened and directly shrunk behind Jin Dishuai. Kid, don't be afraid. Come to master's side. The Purple Shao sect patriarch transformed his face, once again regaining his amiable demeanor. Seeing that his son was still indifferent, Jin Dishuai could only bring his son forward with his head and said awkwardly, "Senior, my dog's son is still young and has never seen such scenes, so I hope that you won't be offended." The Purple Shao sect patriarch was not displeased and laughed. "This guts can be hard to be my disciple. I will have to be well trained in the future." Yes. Jin Dishuai laughed bitterly. "And this little girl, her enlightenment is also good." "That's just it. Give it to your 10,000 Beast sect," the Purple Shao sect patriarch said. Only then did the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect's face ease up a bit, so he looked towards Zhang Qi and Zhang Yunxi. Just before he could reach the two fathers and daughters, his face became ugly again. Above the sky, another voice suddenly rang out. "You old man Purple Shao, you're quite quick." As soon as the voice passed, a black-robed, white-haired old man appeared out of thin air in the main hall. His cultivation aura was as if he was also at the transitional succession stage. Everyone present gulped. This person obviously knew this Purple Shao sect patriarch, and it was highly likely that he was also a top powerhouse from a first-class sect. "Old man Hong Yun, this kid is already my disciple. Let me remind you that if you dare to hit on him, I'll be in a hurry with you," the Purple Shao sect patriarch said in a deep voice. "This little waif? I came here because I heard of a child who stepped into the qi refining stage at the age of 3. The Hong Yun sect patriarch said. "You say that kid? Enlightenment is average. Of course if you want to accept as a disciple, you want is, but don't hit me this disciple's idea on the line," Purple Shao sect patriarch said. "But I heard that little girl's enlightenment is also good." "Elder, didn't you say that this little girl is for me?" The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect gritted his teeth. "Then you tell him, it has nothing to do with me." The Purple Shao sect patriarch smiled playfully. "You," the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was furious, but he didn't dare to say any harsh words and could only hold his anger in his heart. This little girl's roots and spiritual roots are good. How exactly is her enlightenment? Who are her parents? The Hong Yun sect patriarch swept a glance at the crowd, and his gaze settled on Zhang Qi, who was standing next to Zhang Yun Coix. Zhang Qi quickly said, "Senior, I am the father of little Coix. My daughter tested enlightenment, and woke up after some incense sticks of time had passed." "Oh, not bad. Little girl, would you like to be my disciple?" The Hong Yun sect patriarch had just finished speaking when the next moment, two voices rang out from the sky. "You two came quite quickly." Two old men flashed out of thin air. It was actually two more first-class sect masters. Lu Qinggan looked at this scene with a strange expression. He himself stepped into the qi refining stage at the age of 3, and actually managed to spread that far? There won't really be people from the cultivation Holy Land arriving later, right? He took a deep breath. When the people from the cultivation Holy Land arrived, it would also be the time for him to show his enlightenment. He had just thought of this when an even thicker sound was conveyed from the vault of heaven. The whole sky was red in an instant, and all the clouds were like balls of fire. A peak transitional succession powerhouse. Several first-class sect lords were so shocked that their eyes glazed over. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up. A peak transitional successor? That was the continent's top existence. Could it really be that the people from the cultivation Holy Land are here? Chapter 10 Demonstrating Horrible Gnosis. Once that strange change passed, a red-haired middle-aged man flashed out of the void in the main hall of the Lu family. That's right. This person was middle-aged looking, with an upright figure and a strong sense of oppression. A pair of eyes that seemed to penetrate everything, deep and mysterious. "Greetings, Senior Hong." The many first and second-class sect lords present bowed their hands extremely quickly, showing respect to the fullest. They never expected that the third elder of the Sword Void Valley, the Holy Land of Cultivation, had also come. Peak Transitional Juncture Cultivation. This was one of the existences that stood at the very top of the continent. The red-haired middle-aged man showed a kind smile and said, "There are quite a lot of people coming. How is the qualification of this 3-year-old child who entered the qi refining stage?" He also happened to hear that there was a little waif over here who had broken through to the qi refining stage at the age of 3. He had naturally heard of this kind of thing many times, but only once in a dozen or 2 decades, and in most of these cases, a well-qualified genius would appear. Their Sword Void Valley had no shortage of geniuses. There were countless who had become qi refining stage within the age of 5, and there were quite a few who were 3 years old. For example, when he was young, he stepped into the qi refining stage at the age of 3. Years of cultivation have led to today's achievement. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Lu Qinggan. The Sword Void Valley elder also looked towards Lu Qinggan, who was the only 3-year-old qi refining stage waif here. Lu Qinggan had already determined that the other party was from the cultivation Holy Land, so he could retest enlightenment. "Kid Lu Qinggan, meet Senior." He bowed as the Sword Void Valley elder cast his gaze toward him. That's when he felt a special power that fell upon him. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable, but this power soon left him. Unfortunately, there is no special cultivation physique. The root bones and spirit roots are superior. How is the specific enlightenment? Elder Sword Void Valley asked with a smile. He gave a sense of springtime from start to finish. Lu Wuwei felt that this continent's top powerhouse seemed to be a bit more cultivated than those first-class sect lords. At this moment, hearing the other party ask about his son's enlightenment, he didn't want others to illustrate it with words that could easily hurt his son again, so he respectfully arched his hand and said, "Reporting to Senior, my dog's son took nearly an hour to test his enlightenment." The Sword Void Valley Elder's expression didn't change when he heard this. The only thing that flashed in his eyes was some surprise. He could see that this child was rarely intelligent. How could he be plainly enlightened? It was just that he saw that some of the first-class sect lords didn't say anything, seemingly acquiescing to this statement. Could it be that the measurement is wrong? He muttered in his heart and prepared to test Lu Qinggan himself. Just as he was about to give Lu Qinggan the test himself, a voice rang out. "See, meet Elder." The voice that spoke was very childish, and did not speak well, and having said one thing, did not know what was to follow. Jin Dishuai encouraged his son for a while. See, his son only said a sentence. There is no next sentence. The corner of the mouth twitching. "You kid, keep talking." He also saw that this person was most likely from the cultivation Holy Land, and that the previous Purple Shao sect patriarch was really overbearing, and compared to this person, the difference was too great. If he had a choice, he would definitely let his son worship under this disciple. This was also the reason why he encouraged his son to create a little commotion to attract this powerful man's attention. And this sentence of Jin Chongming's did attract the attention of the Sword Void Valley Elder. "Senior, this is K9's son Jin Chongming. The previous enlightenment test only took less than an incense burner to finish." When Jin Dishuai saw that his son wasn't giving it a go, he had no choice but to tough it out. And under the gaze of that Purple Shao sect patriarch's wide-eyed gaze, he spoke with a trembling voice. "Oh, also 3 years old." The Sword Void Valley Elder was indeed attracted at this point, his gaze coalescing on the 3-year-old Jin Chongming, followed by a closer inspection. At that moment his unchanged face suddenly changed slightly, although he quickly changed back to his original appearance. This look was also caught by some people who had the heart. The root bones, spiritual roots and enlightenment are all superior, and he even possesses a physique to be awakened. Not bad. This son is not bad. The Sword Void Valley Elder's eyes were half-curved, still as gentle as jade. In terms of the qualifications of this 3-year-old child, it was no different from him back then. Cultivate them well, and their Sword Void Valley is expected to add another ferrying stage cultivator. Hearing this, the faces of the Purple Shao sect's patriarch and the others instantly darkened with flesh pain. This kid actually has a cultivation body. When Lu Qing'an heard this, she couldn't help but look at Jin Chongming more. "You kid later deserves to become a strong person of the ferrying stage." Feelings still have unawakened physique. Cultivation qualifications are kind of pulled full circle. "Little waif, would you like to worship me as your teacher?" The Sword Void Valley Elder didn't need to measure Jin Chongming's enlightenment and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Possessing an immortal cultivation physique, even if Jin Chongming's enlightenment was extremely poor, as long as he worked hard on his cultivation, he would still be at least a ferrying stage cultivator in the future. With a higher level of enlightenment, it was possible to reach his current achievements. Jin Chongming was stared at by everyone, and thinking of the previous Purple Shao sect master, he quickly looked around the neighborhood before coming to Lu Qing'an's side and grabbing Lu Qing'an's arm. He was afraid to hide behind his own father at this point. It couldn't be helped. Just now it was hiding behind his own father, not forcing him to talk. Lu Qing'an looked at Jin Chongming's appearance and shook his head with a smile. That's how a normal 3-year-old should behave. Seeing this, Jin Dishuai hurriedly smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, my son is still young and a bit shy, but I can do it for him. There's no harm in it. I was the same way back then." Elder Sword Void Valley laughed. Seeing this, Lu Qing'an's perception of this Sword Void Valley Elder was raised a little more. Compared to that Purple Shao sect patriarch, it was not a star stronger. At least there would be no public talk of such things as conditioning 3-year-olds. Jin Dishuai thought the same, and a flash of starlight flashed in his eyes. He was much relieved to give his son to such a person. And at this time, Zhang Qi's eyes also lit up as he hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Senior, my daughter's enlightenment is also not bad." She awakened after burning incense for about an incense stick. The Sword Void Valley Elder was stunned for a moment, truly shocked by this information. He didn't suspect anything and looked directly towards the 3-year-old little girl next to Zhang Qi. Same operation again. Also yet to be awakened is the immortal cultivation physique. And this physique is a bit more stunning. "Your little town. It's not simple." The Sword Void Valley Elder laughed, his laughter resounding through the main hall. The people from the other clans present all sighed grimly, especially when the Sword Void Valley Elder hadn't arrived. The spirited Purple Shao sect patriarch. At the moment it looked like he had been fed poop. His face was dark and ugly, faced with the fact that the disciple he had just recruited had been robbed. He didn't dare to say a word at all. While the elders of the 10,000 Beasts sect saw this, they were secretly happy. You had your day. Zhang Qi was overjoyed. Then hurriedly said, I also hope that senior will take my daughter as his disciple. Ha ha, I'd better ask the children and see what they wish. The Sword Void Valley elder looked at Zhang Yunqi with a smile and asked, Little girl, could you be willing to worship me as your teacher? Zhang Yunquixi wasn't as timid as Jin Chongming, but she still had some reluctance to talk to strangers. She also looked at both Lu Qingyan and Jin Chongming at this time, grabbed Lu Qingyan's other arm, stood behind Lu Qingyan, and whispered, I'll worship whoever brethren worships. When Jin Chongming heard this, he also spoke poorly at this time and said, Me too. I will worship whomever brethren worships. Lu Qingyan looked at the two children who had collected a large amount of goodwill with just a can of popcorn, and was a little happy in her heart. Thus, when everyone else was looking towards him, he was not at all as timid as the two 3-year-old children. Instead, he was looking straight at the Sword Void Valley elder, a touch of respect still hanging on his little face. Elder, I still hope to measure my enlightenment for me once more. He wasn't satisfied with any of the other sects. This Sword Void Valley was good. Although he didn't have any other immortal cultivation physique for the time being, he would be able to awaken the chaotic body when he completed the system's quest. Now that he didn't have a chaotic body, he could only rely on his enhanced enlightenment to make the Sword Void Valley elder think of him as a disciple. Chapter 11, Enlightenment like a Demon. Shocking the crowd, the Sword Void Valley elder nodded slightly. He also felt that Lu Qingyan was so intelligent that his enlightenment shouldn't be ordinary. It was possible that these people who arrived here early were too weak and the test was not rigorous enough, almost missing a good seedling. So, he went straight up and came in front of Lu Qingyan, nor did he see him take out the kind of gemstone that tested enlightenment. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, and the tip of his index finger gently pointed at Lu Qingyan's forehead. In the next moment, Lu Qingyan sensed something and quickly sat down on the ground, her eyes closed tightly. Into that earlier state. You two little waifs test again too. The Sword Void Valley elder finished with a smile and gently tapped the two children's foreheads before they could react. In a short while, the three children were sitting cross-legged on the floor. The elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect who had measured the enlightenment of Lu Qingyan's trio not long ago shook his head darkly when he saw this. His tests wouldn't go wrong, although it wasn't as accurate as a peak transitional succession stage powerhouse, but for so many years, it had never gone wrong. However, as his thoughts passed, suddenly, he saw a scene that shocked him. It wasn't just him, everyone in the room was confused. Only Lu Qingyan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground only a short while ago, suddenly opened his eyes. When Lu Qingyan opened his eyes, an unexpected aura also flashed through his pupils. He also didn't expect that the enlightenment test had become so easy this time. It was only 2 thoughts, and it resolved itself. Is this the enlightenment after a 100-fold boost? Lu Qingyan secretly rejoiced. His gaze then went to the Sword Void Valley elder, and the crowd gathered nearby, as well as his parents. Only the Sword Void Valley elder stood in place, also frozen for a moment. Apparently Lu Qingyan's move had startled him as well. 2 breaths of time. This shouldn't be. The Sword Void Valley elder also couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Did some step go wrong? Did anything change in your mind just now? The Sword Void Valley elder looked at Lu Qingyan and asked tentatively. There is a literal like mist enveloping my mind. Lu Qingyan spoke of the mist he had felt not long ago, and then also spoke of his way out of the mist. At that moment, the Sword Void Valley elder's eyes couldn't help but double in size. No mistakes. This son, enlightened as a demon. Who measured his enlightenment just now? The Sword Void Valley elder quickly scanned the people present, his eyes narrowing into slits. It's definitely hurting people. Can one afford to have such a natural talent delayed? The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was already dumbfounded in place at this point, standing as if he was a log. It wasn't until he saw the crowd casting glances his way that he snapped back to his senses, his body shaking. I don't know what's going on either. Can you have made bad, aiming to bury the talent of such a genius? Or did you purposely make others unaware of his amazing talent and secretly accept him as a disciple afterward? Do you know that such behavior will easily harm the child? The more the Sword Void Valley elder thought about it, the more he felt that the 10,000 Beast sect elder was purely bad. Such a person with a wrong heart. If such a genius falls into his hands, what will the future be like? The elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was numb in the face of such questioning, and hurriedly explained. I didn't Elder, you have misunderstood. I was measuring normally. Lu Qingyan had a strange expression when he saw this. In fact, the elder of the 10,000 Beast sect was also okay as a person. And of all the people here, the ones who were not too satisfied in his heart belonged to the great elder of the Sacred Maiden sect and the 2 people of that purple Shao sect's patriarch. So after thinking about it, he still stood out and said, Senior, This matter has nothing to do with this senior. So I hope that you won't blame this senior. The entire main hall fell silent after these words. Lu Wuwei and Xin Yuer were both pleasantly surprised when they saw that their son's enlightenment was heaven-defying. And after hearing the words of the Sword Void Valley Elder, they all narrowed their eyes at the Wan Beast Sect Elder, thinking that the other party was harmful to their son's thoughts. But at this moment, when they saw their own son come forward and intercede for the Wan Beast Sect Elder, they instantly stopped blaming this Wan Beast Sect Elder as well, because their hearts are full of pride at the moment. At such an age and with such a heart, the future is boundless. This thought didn't just stay in the minds of Lu Wuwei and the two of them. Many of the people present viewed Lu Qingyan in the same way, especially the Sword Void Valley Elder, who looked at Lu Qingyan as if he was looking at a golden mountain that was madly flashing with golden light. Good. Very good. You have such a heart and such qualifications. Cultivate well in the future and you will have some achievements. The more the Sword Void Valley Elder looked at Lu Qingyan, the more satisfied he became. He then also turned his head to look at the elder of the 10,000 Beast Sect and said, "Learn from the child. People who cultivate don't always think of crooked thoughts." The elder of the 10,000 Beast Sect wanted to cry out in injustice, but he was also clear that it was useless for him to say anymore, so he could only silently accept the injustice. Of course, he was not a person with a bad heart, and at this moment, he also looked at Lu Qingyan, and couldn't help but admire this kid in his heart. Lu Qingyan standing up to speak for him really didn't make him anticipate it. There's definitely something in the future. Your name is Lu Qingyan, right? I can say that you and I are destined to be together, and the more I look at you, the more I like you. Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? The Sword Void Valley Elder smiled and finished his question, not forgetting to say, I am ranked third in the Sword Void Valley in terms of strength, only below the Supreme Elder and the Patriarch. If you become my disciple, I will be able to ensure that you have a straight path to immortality in the future. Lu Qingyan could tell from the words spoken by the Sword Void Valley Elder that the Elder had the Tao in his heart and was worthy of worship, so he took a deep breath and without any further hesitation, he decisively nodded his head and knelt on the ground. Apprentice Lu Qingyan, meet Master. Good. The bond between you and I, Master and disciple, is hereby sealed. The Sword Void Valley Elder let out a loud laugh that resounded for 1,000 miles around, and just then, Jin Chongming turned awake, blinking his big eyes before contracting the snot in front of his nose back inside his nostrils. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was happening here in the main hall, especially after seeing Lu Qingyan kneeling on the ground. Shortly afterward, Zhang Yunxi also turned awake, and the test results of the two were no different from the beginning. This caused the elder of the 10,000 Beast Sect to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Senior, what about the little daughter? Zhang Qi was springing to life at the moment. How could one not be happy to see his youngest son-in-law so highly regarded, and of such a character? Plus his own daughter was also very good. And canine son, Jin Dishuai also hurriedly fawned and opened his mouth. Earlier I heard these two little dolls say that they want to worship with my disciple? Elder Sword Void Valley asked with a meaningful smile. With a disciple with this kind of qualification sending himself to the door, how could he not accept it? At this point, the people from the other clans present were all in trouble, their eyes reddening as they watched, envious and jealous, but they were a holy place of cultivation, so they simply couldn't compare. And Lu Qingyan also hoped that these two little guys could follow him around. After all, he knew exactly how high these two little guys would achieve in the future. When he was young, he properly trained these two little guys, and when he grew up, he treated him like a brother, and he had two transitional stage powerhouses as his followers. Moreover, it seemed likely that this system would issue him quests concerning the two. If the two went to a sect far away from him, it would be difficult for him to complete his future tasks. Thus, under his encouragement, the two small children obediently knelt down for the Sword Void Valley Elder and simply performed the rite of worship. Only things weren't so simple. Just after the ceremony of worship, the next moment, another sound rang out from the sky. Am I late for this? It seemed that another strong person from the cultivation Holy Land had come. Chapter 12 The Terror of the Chaotic Body. When the Sword Void Valley Elder heard this sound, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The person who came was none other than a peak transition peak powerhouse from the same cultivation Holy Land, who happened to be someone he was familiar with as well. In a short moment, a middle-aged woman walked out of the void and appeared in the main hall of the Lu family. Why are you here as well? The Sword Void Valley Elder had a smug look on his face. He was glad that he had arrived early. Otherwise he would not have been able to take the three good disciples under his wing. For a disciple with this kind of talent, any elder or even patriarch of a cultivation Holy Land would rush to accept him as a personal disciple. The middle-aged woman had a perfect body and looks. Very charming. She was none other than the elder of the Long Yuan sect, a holy land of cultivation. After she saw the Sword Void Valley Elder, her brows instantly furrowed as she asked, already taken in a disciple? That's right, These three are my personal disciples. The Sword Void Valley Elder glanced at the three of them, Lu Qingyan, and there was an aura of satisfaction in all of his eyes. 3. The Long Yuan Sect Elder glanced at the three Lu Qingyan, and it was this same glance that caused her face to become grave. Damn! 3 root bones and spiritual roots are all good. One person is 3 years old refining chi. The remaining 2, respectively, have a special physique to be awakened, or the special ice spirit body and the imperial spirit body. This kind of natural talent is hard to come by in millions of people. How could so many geniuses appear in such a small and remote town? You really have enough greed. Seeing the Sword Void Valley Elder springing to life, the Long Yuan Sect Elder said in a deep voice, "It can't be helped, the chi is a bit better. Just a bit earlier than you." Elder Sword Void Valley laughed. The 10 major cultivation holy lands were all similar in strength, so he wasn't afraid of anyone from other cultivation holy lands robbing his disciple. The moment also brings out the complacent side. Humph. It's just the ice spirit body and the royal spirit body. No big deal. The holy son that our patriarch took in not long ago is a little chaos body. Your 3 disciples combined can't even compare to others. The Long Yuan Sect Elder was furious in his heart, but his face pretended to be calm and resolutely made 2 sarcastic remarks in his speech. The Sword Void Valley Elder, however, was completely unaffected and laughed. "That's the disciple your patriarch took in. None of your business." Disciples, come on, call out to your master again. Let your master have some fun. When Lu Qingyan heard little chaos body, he froze for a moment. At this moment, when he heard this request from his master, he also led the way and shouted "Master." Seeing Lu Qingyan like this, Jin Chongming and Zhang Yanxi also followed suit and shouted, "Comfortable." The Sword Void Valley Elder laughed openly. The Long Yuan Sect Elder gritted his teeth and said, "After so many years, that ines from the bone is still unchanged. Leaving you in the beginning was really the wisest choice." Coincidentally, I also think that's the best option. The Sword Void Valley Elder hummed. Hearing this, the crowd in the room went numb. No wonder the two spoke in such an off tone after they met. The Long Yuan Sect Elder glared at the Sword Void Valley Elder, then disappeared in place in anger. Seeing this, the Sword Void Valley Elder laughed again with a soothing expression. "Alright, 3 good disciples. It's time to return to the sect with your master." The Sword Void Valley Elder had just said this when he realized something in the next moment. "I forget that you are only 3 years old, and it seems inappropriate to leave home at this time." He hadn't taken on any children of that age as disciples, and that's when his gaze went to the parents of the 3 children. He decided to have a good talk with all 3 parents individually before making his next move. He is well aware of the importance of children and family. Parents are also a crucial part of trying to raise children well. This elder doesn't like noisy environments. Other outsiders can leave. The Sword Void Valley Elder looked around and spoke with a faint smile. When the crowd saw this, they looked at each other for a moment before they all eventually chose to arch their hands and salute. Subsequently come from whence they came and go back to whence they came. As for the Sacred Maiden Sect's Grand Elder, Purple Shao Sect Master, and 10,000 Beasts Sect's Elder, the 3 of them had a hesitant look on their faces before leaving. Eventually, he relented and decided to come back to the house on another day. Thus, in less than 10 breaths of time, only 3 parties of families remained at the main hall of the Lu family. Seeing no one around, Lu Qingyan decisively asked his question. "Master, just now I heard that Senior mentioned the Ice Spirit Body, the Royal Spirit Body, and the Little Chaos Body. What are these?" He deliberately performed a naive and doubtful appearance and directly asked about the 3 spiritual bodies, instead of just asking the Little Chaos Body that you care about the most. By completing this mission issued by the system, he would be able to possess a chaotic body, not the so-called Little Chaotic Body. The Chaos Body was clearly an upgraded version of the Lesser Chaos Body. Looking at the appearance of that Long Yuan Sect Elder just now, it seemed that the Little Chaos Body was then much stronger than the physique of both Zhang Yunqi and Jin Chongming. Then how powerful would the chaotic body that the system rewarded him for completing the mission be? These are all immortal cultivation physiques, and having such a physique is a great bonus, both when cultivating and when fighting. This senior sister of yours is the Ice Spirit Body, a special spirit body that will be able to possess the ice attribute in the future when practicing arts, or fighting. On the other hand, this senior brother of yours is a Royal Spirit Body, which is also a special spirit body, and as he cultivates, the strength of his physical body will become stronger and stronger. And cultivating some defense techniques will have strange effects. Of course, you don't need to be envious. Your enlightenment is enough to make up for not having a spirit body. After saying that, the Sword Void Valley Elder touched Lu Qingyan's head with a gentle smile on his face. All 3 disciples were good, and he liked them very much. If I had to pick a favorite, it would have to be the intelligent Lu Qingyan. Very polite and of a character that pleased him greatly. What about the Little Chaos Body? Lu Qingyan pretended to be thirsty for knowledge. Ha ha, I can't believe you're quite the learner. The chaos body is an innate Tao body. It is the strongest physique among all spiritual bodies, and the appearance of this physique is still in the legend. At that time, there was a great emperor who possessed the chaos body. The moment the chaos body awakens, the heaven and earth will be covered in anomalies for miles and miles, and the Taoist principles will continue, and the place where it is located will be a treasure trove for cultivation. Speaking of this, the Sword Void Valley Elder also had a yearning expression on his face. He had only seen descriptions of chaotic body awakening in books. Lu Qinggan was confused by what he heard. So awesome? Then this mission. It doesn't seem to be so easy to accomplish. And this chaotic body, what does it do? Lu Qinggan continued to pursue the question. Ha ha, this kind of Tao body is the strongest physique. There is no bottleneck to speak of in cultivation. The law is added to the body. The battle is unparalleled. And when cultivating arts, that is even more with the effect that others can hardly image. The Sword Void Valley Elder said a bunch of benefits. To sum it up in a nutshell, it's 2 words, invincible. As long as he didn't die early, it wouldn't be difficult to become a powerful person who would crown the ages. What if a chaotic body appears in our Sword Void Valley? Lu Qinggan asked tentatively. That would be extraordinary. The entire sect hierarchy must hurry to protect this kind of existence. I'm afraid even the old ancestors will have to pop out of their coffin boards and scramble to pass on their mastery. The Sword Void Valley Elder did not show any impatience at all with Lu Qinggan's question. Instead, he thought it was great that the kid was able to ask these questions. At least that means the kid is good at learning. It's good. Lu Qinggan gulped. Good lord, is that so awesome? Lu Qinggan looked at her parents. Father, mother, soon, you may be required to commiserate. If Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer knew about Lu Qinggan's situation, not to mention letting them fake their deaths, even if they died for real, it didn't seem to be impossible. Chapter 13 Finding a Way to Worship Your Parents. What about this little chaos body? Lu Qinggan was also curious about this little chaotic body. How can you call it a small chaotic body? Upon hearing this, the Sword Void Valley Elder laughed. This little chaos body is actually not a true chaos body. It's just a special spirit body similar to the chaos body. Not even a tenth of the might of the chaos body, but it is able to trigger heaven and earth phenomena. And even though it doesn't reach the grandeur described in the ancient books, it still has a certain level of shock. Throughout the ages, there have been quite a few small chaos bodies, and some famous great emperors possessed small chaos bodies. The disciple that this Dragon Abyss sect patriarch took in not long ago is a small chaos body. They spread this matter all over the world, but they do have the capital to show off. Not even a tenth of the power? Lu Qinggan secretly lamented how cool he had to be after completing this task. My good disciple, you have a strong sense of understanding. Cultivate well and in the future, your achievements will not necessarily be lower than those who possess the lesser chaotic body. The Sword Void Valley Elder stroked Lu Qinggan's head again, and a look of favor appeared on his face. Lu Qinggan nodded repeatedly. My disciple will follow my master's teachings and will definitely cultivate well. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. The more he looked at Lu Qinggan's serious appearance, the more the Sword Void Valley Elder liked it. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Wuwei and the others, still wearing a gentle smile. You are truly blessed to have such a child. Come, let's sit down and have a good talk about matters after we pay our respects. Okay. Yes. Lu Wuwei and the others had smiles on their faces as they hurriedly sat around and invited the Sword Void Valley Elder to take a seat. Lu Qinggan's 3 were also brought to sit down together, not allowing them to play around anywhere. Preventing the 3 from being young and showing their playful side made the Sword Void Valley Elder dissatisfied. The Sword Void Valley Elder talked to Lu Wuwei and a few others about a matter. That was to ask them if they wanted to leave Fengyang City and move their families to one of the big cities underneath the Sword Void Valley. The Sword Void Valley will make arrangements for the 3 families, and there will be more opportunities to see the children in the future. This was just what the 3 families wanted, and they nodded in agreement. With this opportunity, how could one not cherish it? Then, Senior, when will we depart? Zhang Qi inquired with a smile. They had to get ready quickly and properly. They couldn't afford to delay such a high-ranking senior. If possible, depart on the same day. Elder Sword Void Valley laughed. He actually had quite a few sect matters to deal with and couldn't stay here for too long. Since he had come here, it would be good for him to go back directly with a group of people, and after he went back, he would arrange for someone to resettle Lu Wuwei and the others. Senior, my daughter is outside. I might have to call her home first before I can depart. Lu Wuwei said with a bitter smile. They also had a daughter, Lu Qinggan's sister, who was in her early 20s this year, and was always out on the field, coming back about once a year. Wanting their daughter to rush back, all they had to do was to send a message as they always did, and within half a month, their daughter would be back. Lu Wuwei also explained his daughter's situation at this time. and predicted that it would be within about half a month. I'm afraid it's not a good day to leave straight away. Lu Qingmen thought about leaving Fengyang City in such a hurry, and it was not good to plan for the mission. It would be better to complete the quest here first, obtain the chaotic body, and then go to the Sword Void Valley, which would be a bit more secure. So he looked at the Sword Void Valley elder and pleaded, "Master, my sister pampers me very much. I still hope that Master will give my disciple some time." In fact, he had only met this sister of his twice. The so-called favoring him is just an excuse. Ha ha, there's no harm in that. Then Master will go back first, have someone make arrangements over there, and come back in half a month to pick you guys up and take you over. The Sword Void Valley elder nodded casually. It was just a matter of sequence. The children are young and there is no rush to teach them. The two of them, Zhang Qi and Jin Dishuai, also revealed smiles when they saw this. Their family was neither too big nor too small, and having half a month to arrange it was for the best. After deliberating, the Sword Void Valley elder left. Before leaving, each of the three parents was given a special token by which he could be contacted. And the Sword Void Valley elder didn't just walk away. He didn't forget to arrange for one person to come this way. In the next half a month, let this person stand guard in the middle of Fengyang City, and the three of them will be able to look for this person to discuss any big or small matters. After sending off the Sword Void Valley elder, the three families once again sat down to talk in detail. It's unimaginable that the three of us could actually achieve this today. Zhang Qi wrapped his arms around Lu Wuwei and Jin Dishuai, who were seated on the left and right sides. We must not get drunk tonight. Jin Dishuai's heart was still beating violently at the moment, and his breathing rate was rapid. Lu Wuwei also laughed. Our three families have always had a good relationship, and now that we have even more of this, we will be considered family in the future. That's not true, elder brother Lu. You can't back out of this engagement anymore. In my heart, it's already tied up. Zhang Qi's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Wuwei with a smile. Lu Wuwei rarely patted his chest and said, "Your in-laws. I'm a sure thing. The children are still young. When they grow up it's still up to them." Qin Yuer smiled and chimed in. Sister Qin can't say this without prospering. They must be made aware from a young age that their relationship is not ordinary, Zhang Qi said in a hurry. Lu Qingyan watched a few adults having fun, and he didn't join in the fun, quietly thinking about his task. His mission was to find the graves where his parents were buried and worship them properly for once. The mission is clearly from 500 years from now. The point of the mission is that there has to be a parent's grave and he has to pay his respects. The word worship is not just a salute, it is safest to prepare it with the rituals and customs of Fengyang City. And you have to choose an auspicious day. That's right, this chaos body is just too awesome. He couldn't allow himself to make any mistakes and strive to succeed once and for all. So, this mission can't be attempted as casually as the previous two. Try to get the details right and take down the chaos body straight away. And since he didn't know much about the worship rituals of Fengyang City, he looked at his mother. Qin Yuer. Mother, there's something I want to talk to you about. Lu Qingyan came next to Qin Yuer and whispered. Qin Yuer immediately smiled and nodded, saying, you say. Lu Qingyan used a tea time to get the needed information from Qin Yuer, who had a head full of questions. Choose the day of sacrifice. Prepare the offerings, clean the grave, set up the altar, offer incense, toast and tea, burn paper, kneel and recite the text. Lu Qingyan silently memorized it, then realized that she, a 3-year-old waif, couldn't make these preparations at all. The only people he could turn to, it seemed, were his parents. His thoughts had just reached this point when he suddenly had a flash of insight and came up with a brilliant idea. Mother, can you help me with something? Lu Qingdan asked in a hurry. What does Anel want to do? Feel free to tell mother. Qin Yuer directly picked up Lu Qingyan and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Lu Qingyan's cheeks were slightly reddened. It's still a little disconcerting to be treated like a child. I want to pay homage to my grandparents before I leave Fengyang City, Lu Qingdan said seriously. The words were heard by all present. Then several of the adults in Lu Wuwei's group revealed an embarrassed expression. Damn, lived so many years, all live on the dog, overjoyed, forgetting about father and mother. Zhang Qi slapped his cheeks and cursed himself. TSK, I really forgot about this matter. I actually can't even compare it to a child. Jin Dishuai also shook his head in embarrassment. He was just thinking about the good life ahead. Lu Wuwei also couldn't help but look at his son one more time, taking a deep breath and reciting a sentence in his heart. I thank my ancestors for giving birth to such a son. When Lu Qingdan was born, his parents had already died, and the child who had not received the favor of his grandparents could actually think of such things, which is really filial to the extreme. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he realized that his parents were actually looking at him with a gaze of unparalleled pride at the moment. Don't look at me. I'm actually for you. Chapter 14, Rewarding Immortal Weapons. Since we are all moving away from Fengyang City, should we also consider moving burials for our ancestors? Lu Wuwei suddenly thought of something and gazed at Zhang Qi and Zhang Dishui. Lu Qinggan waited for his father to make this suggestion. His brilliant method of accomplishing his task was to find ways to remind his parents to move the burials for his ancestors. Simply paying homage to his grandparents won't get the job done. Not so with removal burials. Removal for burial also requires worship. The bones of the ancestors of their Lu family were in an ancient tomb, and when moving the bones of the ancestors, Lu Wuwei needed to do it himself. When his parents entered within the ancient tomb, he decisively attempted to pay homage, perhaps accomplishing the task. Zhang Qi and Zhang Dishui both nodded. That's the way it should be. Then we need to organize it properly before we can do so. Half a month's time. We need to get this done as soon as possible. Lu Qinggan saw this and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. That's half the job done. But just then, Qin Yuer said, I'm afraid this matter can only be carried out when our Inger returns. Sangong, have you forgotten what Inger said? Lu Wuwei then remembered what his daughter had said and smiled bitterly. Half a month's time. She should be able to make it back. Lu Qinggan froze for a moment and couldn't help but inquire. Father, why are you waiting for your sister to come back? Lu Wuwei looked at Lu Qingyan and smiled bitterly. Your sister told us at first that we could worship our ancestors normally, but without her permission, we could not enter the ancient tomb in the back of the mountain. These words made Lu Qinggan even more puzzled. He didn't remember much about this sister of his, whom he had only met a few times after he came to this world, and this sister of his, who was obviously not too old, gave him a very mysterious feeling. The so-called outside experience is also strange. When her parents looked for her, they had to send a message somewhere for at least 10 days or so before they could return home. He also asked his parents what cultivation level this sister of his was at today. The parents, however, couldn't say for sure, but it was at least the early stage of foundation establishment, and he also found it odd that his parents listened to his sister in particular. Since Xiaoying said so, she must have her concerns. That is, she is afraid that when she comes back, she won't be able to find an auspicious date. After hearing this reasoning, Zhang Qi could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Ying's words must be listened to. Then elder brother Zhang and I will be busy with this matter first. And you, elder brother Lu, will look at the situation later. Jin Dishui didn't want to delay such a big event because of the Lu family. Lu Wuwei nodded and let the two choose their own date. For himself, he waited until his daughter returned. Lu Qinggan was even more puzzled when she heard this. This sister of hers actually has such prestige in the hearts of these elders? Yes, and it can only be described as prestigious. His thoughts had just reached this point when suddenly, the system's voice sounded again, monitoring that the host's own sister is still alive. A new mission is being enacted. After the host's family was slaughtered, his sister's whereabouts began to be unknown as well. Now that it is monitored that the host's sister, who is already a peak power in the transitional succession, is imprisoned in a Jedi because of something, it is suggested that the host find a way to find his sister, re-recognize his family, and help his sister to solve her most troubling problem at the moment. Reward for mission completion, reward an immortal weapon, an immortal grade technique. Lu Qinggan was dumbfounded as she looked at the curtain of light that floated in front of her. His own sister could become a peak power in the future? Is that so awesome too? No wonder it's secretive. It's not easy at this age nowadays, is it? Just, the slaughter of the family. Could it be related to the imprisonment of the sister? Lu Qing'an's heart was heavy. This family of their own. Isn't it simple? He stared at the quest carefully. He hadn't even finished the last quest and this one appeared. And it was from 500 years later. Soon, this sister of mine is supposed to come back. So there's no more talk of finding her sister, or recognizing her family. The only hard part is helping her with the most troubling problem of the moment. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and secretly pondered. In the end the matter could not be rushed and would have to wait until this sister of his returned. Ask her if she's had any troubles lately and see if you can help with them. It would be cool if it really worked out. An immortal weapon. Immortal level feats. Ha! The continent they were on was, strictly speaking, a mortal world. And he had heard of the existence of the immortal world. Yes, from the mouth of that spirit. It was the transcendent world above the mortal world. The strongest people in the upper world are the immortals. In this continent, there were hardly any people who possessed immortal artifacts, let alone immortal grade feats. When he possessed a chaotic body, and then had the addition of various qualifications, he was cultivating immortal level techniques. I'm afraid that this cultivation is going to skyrocket and break through like drinking water. I've kind of realized that this system is really trying to make me go against the grain. First, it allows for recultivation, and after that, it rewards all kinds of genius qualifications, comes with a shedding of bones, and also rewards immortal level techniques. With this set of maneuvers, even if I really do remodel, I'll be able to rise up very quickly. and now that this system has arrived 500 years earlier, that's even better. These tasks were not simple when they were placed 500 years later, and nowadays, that's simply not too simple. If in 500 years, on the premise that he was ruined, retrieving his fiancée at the transition stage alone and pleasing his fiancée was a task, I'm afraid it will take him years of time and effort to accomplish it. Nowadays it's as simple as getting your fiancée some popcorn to buy her. Then we'll wait for this sister to return. But when exactly? The three families gathered at Lu's house for a while before they were ready to disperse. Except, that's when a problem was encountered. Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunxi actually did not want to leave. Father, since I'm Brother An's fiancée, am I allowed to spend the night at the Lu family home tonight? Zhang Yunxi blinked her big watery eyes and tilted her head to ask. Those words left Zhang Qi slightly confused. You girl, are you charmed by your brother-in? Do you have to spend the night at someone's house? Soon, he discovered the root cause. It turned out that the porcelain jar Lu Qinggan had given his daughter was about to reach the bottom. The popcorn definitely won't last all night. When Jin Chongming heard this, his eyes rolled, tightening the snot in his left nostril and blinking his clear eyes. Father, I would like to take more scriptures with brother-in tonight. Then, old brother Lu. Look, Zhang Dishuai didn't mind. Anyway, he used to put Jin Chongming in Lu's house quite often when he had something to take care of. It's fine. Let them kids cultivate their feelings. After all, they'll be fellow disciples in the future. Qin Yuer said with a smile. Good then. I'll trouble Sister Qin. Zhang Qi laughed. I'll leave them to you. Qin Yuer then said. Lu Qinggan nodded and grinned. The two of them will have extraordinary achievements in the future. And now that they are still young and don't know anything, it's a good time to temper them. Let them know who is the big brother and who they should listen to when they grow up. Chapter 15, Teaching Two Peak Ferrying Powerhouse Minions. Lu Qinggan called for the maid directly after Zhang Qi and the two of them left. Tell the maid to prepare what he needs. An heir, what do you want that sunrise flour and soybean chili for? And what are you making for little Koiks to eat? Qin Yuer asked with a smile, but no matter how much she thought about it, she just couldn't think of any particularly tasty snacks that could be made from these ingredients. Refried beans? This stuff tastes okay, but who hasn't eaten it when he was a child? With Zhang Yunxi's eating nature, he designated that he preferred the popcorn a bit more. Lu Qinggan had a light smile on the corner of her mouth. Mother, just wait. I'll need your help later. He was very pleased with his mother's cooking. Nor did he need to do anything. He should have been able to make both snacks with a little guidance from his mother. Say, where did you learn how to make these things? Qin Yuer asked curiously. Lu Qinggan thought about it and lied. In a dream. It sounded outrageous, but he didn't know what to look for. After all, he was young and had been in training until he was 3. However, after Qin Yuer heard this, she revealed a surprised expression and laughed. So that's how it is. Let her up? Lu Qinggan froze for a moment. Then he saw Qin Yuer quickly go to Lu Wuwei's ear and whisper a few words. Lu Wuwei looked at his son in surprise, then closed his eyes, folded his hands, and chanted something with his mouth. It seemed to be thanking the heavens or the ancestors. Lu Qinggan was even more puzzled. It always felt like there was something his parents weren't telling him. Shortly after, the maid brought back what he needed. Lu Qingyan then followed Qin Yuer towards the kitchen. As for the two of them, Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming, they sat quietly from the time Lu Qingyan had gotten the maid to go and find soybeans for these things. The two of them were like a good boy, not saying anything, and sitting in a very upright position. There was no need for Lu Qinggan to instruct them to listen and not move around, so they consciously sat still. After Lu Qinggan entered the kitchen, she began to instruct her mother to go for 2 snacks. About an hour or so later, Lu Qinggan reappeared in front of both Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming. Then, he led the two directly in the direction of the backyard. Mom and Dad, I'll take them to the backyard to play. With that, he said toward the two. Follow. Without waiting for him to speak, the two had already followed his ass early on, their eyes completely drawn to the 2 black tiles, like 2 fish walking, hooked by 2 lines. It just didn't matter how much they moved their noses, they just didn't smell anything particularly fragrant. Not popcorn. There was no strong aroma wafting out of the kitchen just now either. The two of them glanced at each other, and inside their clear, wide-eyed eyes were auras of curiosity. There was a large stone brick field in the backyard, and Lu Qinggan stopped and told the two to stand still. Come on, those who obey. There will be good food later. The two hurriedly put down everything on their hands and stood still. Lu Qinggan placed the 2 tiles at a distance and then personally taught the two how to stand so that they could look better. That's right. Military standing. The distance between the two should also be controlled. Very well. You first stand in this position for a tea time. If you move a little, you can't eat the delicious food. You are also curious about what kind of delicious food it is. The two of them sniffed and nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. Lu Qinggan was very satisfied with the attitude of the two. So, a tea time passed quickly. To his surprise, these two little guys, they were pretty awesome. Is this the power of eating? It's really not moving at all. Is that what you call being gifted? Very good. Come here and let's show you some of the new stuff. Lu Qinggan first opened a tile jar, reached in and picked up half a palmful of fried melon seeds, and divided some equally between the two men. Brethren, what is this? Zhang Yunquixi saw this kind of thing for the first time, tilting her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Lu Qingyan was just about to explain to the two how to eat this stuff when the next moment she saw Jin Xiongming directly stuff a handful of melons into his mouth and crunch on them. You big smart ass. What's the hurry to eat? Brethren, this isn't tasty either. Jin Xiongming blinked his clear eyes, only feeling his mouth choking. You'd be surprised if this could taste good. Spit it out first. Let's see how I eat it. Lu Qinggan gave the two of them a demonstration. The two began to experiment under his tutelage. Soon, the two men looked at him in shock and ate one without squeaking. It's a bit tricky to eat, but it's a thief. And this stuff, this can be eaten straight away. But when you eat it, don't eat it too fast. You might not get used to it for a while. Lu Qinggan picked up the other tile jar and drew out 2 spicy strips. The two learned to be smart and watched how Lu Qinggan ate first, before trying it out later. The two men choked on their spices, and spicy tears and snot flowed from their noses. Brethren, my tongue is on fire. Jin Xiongming stuck out his tongue and desperately wiped it with his hand, thinking it was on fire. Zhang Yunkoi also stuck her little tongue out, ha-haing out her breath like a puppy dog. This thing has to be adapted slowly. Come on, 2 more pieces. Lu Qinggan wanted to laugh, but he knew well the magic of the thing, and soon the two would soon be hooked. In his last life, when he was a kid, he would buy this stuff to eat as soon as he had the money. Because they were so poor, 1 piece could be divided into a dozen bites and eaten all day long. With that, the two finally adapted to the spiciness under his tutelage, and, beginning to feel the magic of the chorizo, especially Zhang Yunxi, who was instantly addicted to eating it. Brother An, I want more. A pair of big woofy eyes were spiced up with a few tears, but she was so excited that she stretched out her 2 little hands flat, signaling Lu Qinggan to give her another piece. Me too. Jin Xiongming did the same, and the strip of snot became so long that he had already wiped off several sections. That's it. Keep listening to me. You're going to have to do the following set of moves I've told you to do before you can continue eating. Lu Qinggan covered the tile jar and said seriously. And so, under his tutelage, the two learned to train in formation. An hour later, Lu Qinggan looked at her training results with satisfaction, the corner of her mouth curling up high. Very good. Listen well from now on, and brethren will get you some other tasty contraptions. Yeah, hooray! Inside a lofty hall in the Holy Land of Cultivation, the Dragon Abyss sect, the previous Long Yuan sect elder appeared in the hall out of thin air. The Long Yuan sect patriarch sat on top of his throne, while next to him was a 5-year-old child sitting with his eyes closed. Senior sister, can you take on a disciple? The Long Yuan sect patriarch looked at his returning senior sister Jiling. The corners of his mouth curved in an arc, and a touch of tender love swept through his eyes. Don't mention it. Pisses me off. Jiling clenched her teeth, her chest heaving as she gritted her teeth to say what had just happened to her. It's just the ice spirit body and the imperial spirit body. What's he pretending? Senior brother, lend me Shaolin so I can go and take my revenge. The more Jiling thought about it, the more angry she became. And at this moment, her gaze fell on the boy who was sitting in meditation and practicing. The boy was just like a foundation establishment stage cultivator. When cultivating, there was also a multicolored dragon-shaped breath surrounding his body, giving an extremely strong sense of impact. It was because of this disciple of her own senior brother that she couldn't help but venture the idea of taking on a disciple earlier. Then he heard that a 3-year-old child had broken through to the chi refining stage at a small remote town, so he hurried over. I didn't expect to go and get a bellyful of it. You should have contacted me in the first instance. Even if you can't snatch the disciple from his hands, you still have to suppress his arrogance, the Long Yuan sect patriarch said in a cold voice. I'm also not sure if he has left Fengyang City. Should we kill him back? Jiling raised an eyebrow, a flash of brilliance flashing through her eyes. She'll have to suffer for a few years without this gas. Let's go. Senior brother let him see what a true genius is. The Long Yuan sect patriarch laughed coldly and gently touched the head of his disciple, who was still cultivating, and said gently, Disciple, follow me outside. The last time he took on an apprentice, he had already bragged about it in front of many of his friends. Now that he could not only take out the anger for his favorite senior sister, but also show off again and disgust his love rival in the beginning. Why not? The 5-year-old child opened his eyes, and a touch of arrogance rose on his childish face. Alright, master, He listened to his master's conversation in his ears. And anyway, after cultivating for so long, it was good to go out for a walk. Let's see how far this so-called genius is from him. In the words of his master's father, if he wanted to become the topmost existence on the continent in the future, he would have to step on all the geniuses. Lu Qinggan accompanied Zhang Yunxi and the two of them played for an afternoon. He didn't stop until it got dark and it was mealtime, when Xin Yuer called out for them to eat. Let's go. Let's eat. Lu Qinggan looked at the two tiles that were already empty and didn't want to continue playing. Okay. The two were actually still full and followed his ass, marching in unison, over to the main hall. When they reached the main hall, they found another guest. It was a beautiful young woman. Lu Qingyan had never seen this woman before. She looked to be around 16 years old and had a strong cultivation aura. This beauty is hard to distinguish from his sister. Hurry up and meet your senior sister, Lu Wuwei said with a smile. Lu Qinggan froze for a moment. Is this the disciple that his master used to take? Greetings, senior sister. Lu Qinggan arched his hand. Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming both followed suit. I'm your senior's disciple. My name is Song Wanner. It's senior uncle who asked me to come here to watch over you and prevent anyone from stealing you. Song Wanner placed her hands behind her back and squatted down to look at the three Lu Qingyan people, grinning. So it's Shifu's disciple. Looking at this sunny and beautiful senior sister, Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. The next moment, however, he was sneak attacked, only to see Song Wanner's hands suddenly explode out like lightning, grabbing his still somewhat baby-fat face and rubbing it vigorously. The very intelligent child that senior uncle was talking about is you, isn't it? Dead borrow, time grip. Lu Qingyan's cheeks were rubbed and she couldn't speak clearly. Moreover, he realized that Song Wan'er looked like she was addicted to rubbing, and was actually unwilling to stop. Chapter 16, Is the Little Chaos Body Strong? Song Wan'er's gaze also looked at Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming at this time. But she didn't play with the faces of the two, because she noticed that the two kids had quite a few grease stains on their cheeks. Senior sister, he is my fiancé. At this moment, Zhang Yunxi suddenly took a step forward. She cocked her head, her large eyes staring straight at Song Wan'er. He's your fiancé? Strange. You're so young. Is this jealousy? Song Wan'er's pair of beautiful eyes lit up for a moment, as if she had discovered a novel species. Don't be offended. It's my old brother Zhang who says strange things in front of the child all day long. Lu Wuwei saw this and said with a bitter smile. In that case, well, I won't pinch it then. Song Wan'er smiled and let go of her hand. Zhang Yunxi slightly beamed at this time and approached Lu Qinggan, her small hand grabbing Lu Qinggan's small arm. Lu Qinggan was also a bit strange, knowing all this at such a young age, but he soon heard words that left him speechless. Zhang Yunxi brought her little brain close to his ear and whispered, Brotherin, you can't give her the delicious food. Lu Qinggan, this little ninny. It turns out that she is protecting her food, afraid that the delicious food will be robbed. Song Wanner's eyes lit up when she heard the three words delicious. What kind of delicious? There's no good food, Zhang Yunxi said quickly. Lu Qinggan looked at this scene and was happy. Is this three foodies in one place? Ha ha, senior sister won't steal your delicious food. Song Wanner looked like an adult. Miss Song, it just so happens that the meal is ready. Come and have some? At this time, Xin Yuer asked with a smile. Come on. Song Wanner slipped to the table and sat down, her posture upright. Lu Qinggan, it's a foodie alright. During the meal, Song Wanner had a small mouth that never stopped interacting with Lu Qingyan and the others. Turns out to be a talker after all. Especially want to ask about Lu Qinggan questions. Junior brother, you really don't look like a 3-year-old child. Senior uncle said that you're particularly intelligent. And there's even a possibility that you're more intelligent than me. So how about I quiz you? Song Wan'er could actually chew while making her words clear. It's as if they have a special gift. Lu Qinggan nodded his head, also curious about what this senior sister of his was going to test. How much is this? Song Wan'er took the time to hold out 2 fingers. 2? Lu Qinggan tried to say back. He wasn't sure if Song Wan'er was asking for numbers. So how much is this plus this? Song Wan'er stretched out 2 fingers. Then 3 more. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Lu Qingyan was sure Song Wan'er was asking about math, and couldn't help but return with a strange expression. 5. Don't you even need to do some mimeographed calculations? Smart indeed. Song Wan'er was slightly surprised, then decided to raise the difficulty a bit. A breath came out of his mouth. A cloud of aura. Under her maneuvering, a ball of aura split into 12 balls of aura. 5 times this number. What is it? Lu Qinggan swept his eyes at these aura clusters. Then he said, 60. Song Wan'er froze for a moment when she saw Lu Qingyan open her mouth. Spinning around, he stopped eating, stretched out his 10 fingers, and started counting. Only after about a few breaths had passed did she look at Lu Qinggan in shock. You actually got it right. Lu Qinggan. What's so hard about that? Besides, you're in your teens and you need to break your fingers to do this math stuff? I'm fine with other things. It's just that counting this has always been said to be impossible by my master. Do you have any way to count it, senior brother? Song Wanner asked with her eyes glittering. Lu Qinggan casually said, after eating, I'll teach you. Great. I'm going to impress them when we get back. Song Wanner smiled cheekily. Only, when they had finished their meal, before they had time to learn arithmetic, 3 uninvited guests suddenly appeared. Lu Wuwei froze for a moment when he saw 3 people suddenly appear in the middle of the main hall. When he saw the exact appearance of the visitor, he was instantly nervous. Of the 3, 2 were peak transitional succession powerhouses. The remaining person was a 5-year-old child. But this 5-year-old child, his cultivation level was actually the same as his. Elder, you, why have you returned? Lu Wuwei hurriedly bowed and looked at Ji Ling. Naturally he hadn't forgotten this one. Where is their master human? Ji Ling asked in a deep voice. She did not sense the aura of a transitional succession stage cultivation in this vicinity. To the 2 seniors, Senior Hong had something to do and went back. Lu Wuwei hurriedly returned. The Long Yuan sect patriarch swept his eyes around and his gaze landed on Song Wanner and Lu Qingyan's 3 children. He naturally knew Song Wan Air, a personal heirloom of the Sword Void Valley patriarch. Why are you little ninny here? The Long Yuan sect patriarch asked as he looked at Song Wanner. Greetings seniors, my senior uncle asked me to come and watch over the 3 children. Song Wanner looked much more proper at this time, and bowed towards the 2 Long Yuan sect patriarchs. Humph, send a message to your senior uncle and tell him to come over. The Long Yuan sect patriarch said in a deep voice. Song Wanner was obedient and directly took out a jade slip, telling the truth about the situation here. These 2 were clearly coming from a bad place. However, the Long Yuan sect and the Sword Void Valley had always had a good relationship, and with the 2 being seniors, they shouldn't do anything to them. The juniors. Thinking about this, Song Wanner also calmed her mind. Her gaze then landed on the 5-year-old boy next to the Long Yuan sect patriarch. The little boy only glanced at her and ignored her. Instead, he shifted his gaze to land on Lu Qinggan's 3 children, especially when he looked at Lu Qinggan. His gaze lingered a little longer, but from start to finish, he gave off a feeling of disdain. Elder, Senior said that he is on his way here, and it may take some time. Song Wanner returned. The Long Yuan sect patriarch nodded casually. Then we will wait for him here. The 2 seniors, please take a seat. Lu Wuwei opened his mouth respectfully, then looked at Qin Yuer and whispered, Mother, take the child and them back to rest, so as not to disturb the 2 seniors. Okay. Qin Yuer nodded her head in a hurry. Let them stay. Ji Ling, however, said in a deep voice. Qin Yuer instantly frowned. Is this another run at the kids? You want to rob the apprentice? Lu Qinggan was very quiet at the moment. His gaze fell on the 5-year-old boy after he glanced at the Dragon Abyss sect patriarch. He realized that the little boy had a very special aura about him. It gave him a great feeling. Is this the little chaos body? Lu Qinggan secretly said. And at that moment, to his surprise, the little 5-year-old boy suddenly looked at him indifferently and opened his mouth. What are you looking at? This is the little chaos body. A physique that you can't possibly have in your lifetime. A childish voice, but it gives off a thuggish vibe. Lu Qinggan sniffed, his face expressionless, and he didn't bother to speak. Chapter 17 is Squashing the Little Chaos Body's Wind. On the contrary, when the 2 of them, Qin Yuer and Lu Wuwei, heard this, they couldn't help but frown slightly, especially when he saw that the 2 Long Yuan sect seniors were completely unchecked at the moment, allowing this child to speak out so much. A thought bubbled up in his heart. Definitely coming from a bad place. This 5-year-old child named Su Lin. Seeing that Lu Qingyan did not look at him anymore and did not dare to say a word, after a flash of disdain in his eyes, he shifted his gaze to the 2 people beside Lu Qingyan. Jin Shongming didn't dare to look at this person who was a head taller than himself and lowered his head, half of his body behind Lu Qingyan. Zhang Yun Koixi, however, was surprisingly brave, as if she was fighting for Lu Qingyan, and said in a childish and clear voice, Brotherin is better looking than you. Several of the adults froze as soon as this span of words passed. Lu Qinggan also looked at Zhang Yunqi oddly. I'm sure it's still a child, but it's a pretty good effect. Ha ha. In the path of cultivation, looking good is of no use. It's all about qualifications, resources, and power. Su Lin pretended to speak like an adult and said words that did sound reasonable. But also, because of these words, problems are revealed. Reasoning with a 3-year-old is enough to show that his mind is still a child. Lu Qingyan saw this, then a pair of eyes suddenly flashed with essence, as if looking at an idol. Brother, you're right. You're the best. In the future you'll definitely become the strongest person in the continent and step on all those who don't obey you. Su Lin sniffed, his head lifting slightly, That's a given. When the Long Yuan sect patriarch and Ji Ling saw this, their eyes half narrowed as they gazed at Lu Qinggan. Why does that sound so awkward? It's cudgeling, but this is actually coming from a 3-year-old, looking at his own disciple being complacent at the moment because of a 3-year-old child, and agreeing very much with this statement. The Long Yuan sect patriarch wanted to speak, but it is not the right time to educate the children here at this moment. In the end he could only frown, intending to educate when he got back. And brother is obviously not much older than us, yet he has this kind of cultivation. It's stronger than a lot of adults, plus brother carries a small chaos body. Wouldn't he be able to fight over the steps? I'm afraid that he won't be afraid of encountering a Jiedan stage powerhouse. Lu Qinggan saw that the Long Yuan sect patriarch didn't say anything, so he decisively continued, boasting about Su Lin like a little fanboy. That's natural. During the foundation establishment stage, I am invincible. It's not like the Jiedan stage isn't an impossible battle. Hearing Lu Qinggan's words, Su Lin became even happier, like a victorious cockerel holding its head high. Disciple, don't be too high-minded. The Long Yuan sect patriarch really couldn't do anything without speaking. His own disciple could possess arrogance, an indulgent heart, and even arrogance, because his disciple did possess this capital. But at this moment, this is actually being guided by a 3-year-old child, completely being led by the nose. When Su Lin heard his master's words, he was instantly quiet. Your children, with their hearts, are evil, and as parents, this is what you have taught them? The Long Yuan sect patriarch could sort of tell that Lu Qinggan was not simple and intelligent enough, but naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to chastise a 3-year-old child, so he looked directly at the two Lu Wuwei couples and opened his mouth indifferently. Elder is joking. This child is only 3 years old. How could he have any other intentions? It's just simply worshipping and envying your disciple. With such natural talent, he is indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. Lu Wuwei took a deep breath, a smile on his face, and gave Su Lin a thumbs up. As the saying goes, you can't reach out. Even though Lu Wuwei's cultivation strength was no good, he wasn't too much weaker than others in the set of dealing with people. The Long Yuan sect patriarch narrowed his eyes and knew that he could no longer pick any other faults in his words, so he was prepared to use some strength to let this son know what was called the crushing of strength. But right at this moment, Song Wanner stood out and laughed. Two seniors, don't stand and chat, sit and chat. My senior uncle will be here soon. Yes, senior, please sit down. I'll have someone prepare the best tea in the mansion for you. Lu Wuwei quickly looked at the maid in the distance and shouted, Xiao Yun, hurry up and bring the master's treasured tea. Seeing that the topic was sidetracked, the Long Yuan sect patriarch couldn't help but look at Song Wanner and Lu Wuwei more. Keeling only cared about one thing, when that guy was going to arrive. So she stared at Song Wanner. How long did he say he'd be there? Soon. One incense stick should be able to arrive. Song Wanner finished speaking. At this time, she looked at Su Lin and laughed. This is Su Lin, right? I heard that you are very intelligent. Why don't I test you? Sister, I've always been bad at arithmetic. Let me see how your arithmetic is. It's okay. Feel free to take the test. Su Lin sniffed and said proudly. Ji Ling narrowed her eyes and stared at Song Wanner, not underestimating this little girl anymore. That ability to read faces and digress is truly remarkable. Just like the old man. Not bad for the old man's disciple. This plus this, how much is it? Song Wanner stretched out 3 fingers on her left hand and 2 fingers on her right. 5. That's too easy. You think I'm a 3-year-old like them? Change something difficult. Su Lin opened his mouth triumphantly, then glanced disdainfully at the Lu Qingyan trio. Lu Qingyan secretly shook his head, then glanced at Song Wanner. Why did he feel that Song Wanner was digging a hole for this kid? Okay, then I'll mention the difficulty. 5 times this amount of aura, plus 5 times this amount of aura. What is it? Song Wanner's beautiful eyes quietly flashed with a touch of cunning. There were 3 clusters of auras floating in front of her on the left and 7 on the right. Solian froze. I asked you to add some difficulty, and you add it like this? Wait a minute. Let me think. Su Lin was also unconvinced, squinting his eyes and counting carefully. I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Well, you're counting like me. More average then. Song Wanner revealed a bright smile. You're counting too fast. If you count by tens, I'll definitely be able to figure it out. Su Lin frowned, unconvinced. My master doesn't need to count by tens. 3 will do. Song Wanner suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Qingyan with a smile. Lu Qingyan kind of wanted to laugh. Sure enough, he was setting Su Lin up. Is he using this as an opportunity to take out his anger over his earlier outburst by Su Lin? I don't believe it. He's only 3 years old. What does he know? Just brag. Su Lin disdainfully said. Senior brother. What is the aura number for this question? Song Wanner asked. Lu Qingyan casually replied. 50 ah. It shouldn't be too easy. 5 times on both sides. 3 plus 7 equals 10. Multiply that by 5 and you've got 50. Allow me to do the math. Song Wonner broke her fingers for a while and laughed. It's really 50. Do you see if my senior brother can do the math? Song Wonner smiled and stared at Su Lin. Su Lin also figured it out at this time, and his face instantly became ugly. And the two of them, the Dragon Abyss sect patriarch and Ji Ling, glanced at each other, somewhat surprised at the arithmetic ability of this 3-year-old. At their age, their divine sense was strong, and they were able to get away with this kind of arithmetic. But this Lu Qinggan was only 3 years old. You come up with another question. I'd like to see who can calculate it faster between me and him. Su Lin was even more unconvinced. Why would a 3-year-old child dare to compare this with him? Song Wonner playfully laughed. What about the number of auras over here, minus the number of auras over here, and then 5 times more? There were a total of 12 clusters of auras on the left and 5 on the right. Solian blinked, changed the subject again. Gotta hurry up and count. However, before he could start counting, the next moment he heard Lu Qinggan casually say, 35. Once those words passed, everyone present stared at Lu Qinggan. Song Wonner blinked her beautiful eyes, and upon careful counting, the answer was indeed 35. Senior brother, you're really good. Senior sister can't even count as fast as you can. Surin froze for a moment, then quickly questioned. You must have asked him in advance. He knows the answer, so you come up with the questions? Song Wonner had already determined that Lu Qinggan's arithmetic ability was extraordinary, and she was completely unafraid of Su Lin's questions. The Long Yuan sect patriarch frowned slightly as he spoke. I'll come up with the questions. It was just that no matter how he came up with the questions, Lu Qinggan was able to directly tell the answers just as soon as the questions were out. And the answers are extremely precise. How big a value? Lu Qinggan could figure it out. This level of arithmetic was naturally not difficult for people of their transitional stage strength. But this kid was just a 3-year-old child. The main hall was silent. Lu Qinggan was speechless. What kind of topic was this? Put on earth. Who in 2nd grade doesn't have his reaction speed? It seemed that the people in this cultivation world were all about cultivation and didn't study simple academic issues much. Senior brother. Your talent for arithmetic is too good. It seems that you are expected to become an array master spirit rune master. Song Wonner complimented. She was forced to learn arithmetic because her master teacher was a high-level formation master, allowing her to improve her arithmetic skills. It also says that being good at arithmetic is one of the requirements to become a high-level array master. Lu Qinggan froze for a moment as she sniffed. Arithmetic is still related to formations? Seems to make some sense. Do you have to use geometry, for example, for formations? So it seemed that the knowledge he had learned in his last life seemed to be of use here. He chose science in high school and was still a math committee member. Only after college, he chose to major in Chinese medicine. Chapter 18 Causing Conflict. The Long Yuan sect patriarch felt more and more that things were beyond his control. A 3-year-old child was able to give his disciple, who had the best natural talent, the illusion that he couldn't compare. Cultivation strength is the king's way. Disciple, no need to care. With your natural talent, no one in the world can compare. The Long Yuan sect patriarch said in a deep voice. Only then did Su Lin feel a little more comfortable in his heart when he heard this. He himself possessed the little chaos body. And even if this kid's mind was even more intelligent and his arithmetic was even better, he would only become a formation master. And as long as he cultivates well, he will definitely be able to cross the continent someday. You still haven't changed. Just as the words of the two masters and disciples passed, a voice resounded in the sky above. When Song Wonner heard this familiar voice, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. Master! The crowd followed Song Wonner to look somewhere in the main hall. There had appeared a 500-year-old man in white, with an amiable air about him. Why are you the one who came? The Long Yuan sect patriarch frowned. The person who came was none other than the Sword Void Valley's patriarch, who was considered an old acquaintance with the Long Yuan sect's patriarch. My senior brother had something to do, so he asked me to come here to take a look. Why? Am I not welcome? The Sword Void Valley patriarch asked with a smile. ****************************************************** Ji Ling instantly felt that her gravity punch boomed on cotton in general, and became even more angry. Fellow Taoist Ji Ling, why are you so angry? Is it because you don't welcome me? The Sword Void Valley patriarch laughed amiably. Ji Ling lazily ignored the Sword Void Valley patriarch and tried to calm her heart's anger. Greetings, senior. At this moment, Lu Qinggan brought the two of them, Zhang Yunxi, and bowed towards the Sword Void Valley patriarch. You must be little Kioan. You're really smart. The Sword Void Valley patriarch approached with kind brows and touched the heads of Lu Qinggan's trio, then laughed. Really good. All good. What is it that you two have come for? Want to take on disciples? It's a pity that the three of them have already become my master's disciples. The Sword Void Valley Patriarch turned his head to look at the two Long Yuan sect patriarchs with a playful expression. Nothing else? I heard my senior sister say that the three of them have good talent, so I brought my disciple here to take a look, so that he can see the elegance of the geniuses of his peers, and be able to cultivate more diligently in the future. The Long Yuan sect patriarch didn't wait for the third elder of the Sword Void Valley. Then he couldn't come for nothing, so he showed off once more in front of this old acquaintance of his. The Sword Void Valley patriarch glanced at Su Lin, and there was still some envy in his heart. This guy, he's so good at fooling around. Senior brother Chang Yan's arithmetic is too powerful. It's too much better than Su Lin, and it's also too much better than me as well. At this time, Song Wanner suddenly interjected. Oh, is that really the case? The Sword Void Valley patriarch was stunned for a moment, then a smile bloomed on his face. Yes, don't believe me. Take the test. Song Wan guffawed. The Sword Void Valley patriarch decisively tried. A try and not squeak. Was shocked. A 3-year-old is so smart. Is this still a formation wizard? The spiritual roots, root bones, and enlightenment were all extremely strong, and the arithmetic was so extraordinary. How about finding a master and giving this apprentice to yourself? As soon as that thought passed, he thought he'd give it a try. This time, he was also pulled in by this senior brother of his to block the disaster, and he originally didn't want to get involved for this kind of thing. The Dragon Abyss sect patriarch hummed. It's not bad. The path of cultivation. What's more important is cultivation and strength. Without an immortal cultivation physique, there is still something missing after all. This is already enough. Child, cultivate well. You are very intelligent. Your achievements in the future will not necessarily be inferior to others. Moreover, a genius has to grow up to be considered a genius. The Sword Void Valley patriarch had a smile on his lips as he rubbed Lu Qing'an's head. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Qing'an keeps it in mind. Ha ha, it's a pity. I wanted to take you as my disciple too. The Sword Void Valley patriarch liked Lu Qing'an more and more. The Long Yuan sect patriarch also looked at his disciple at this time and said, Disciple, remember, you carry the strongest natural talent in the world. Remember not to waste your talent. Cultivate hard. Suppress your peers, and cast your empire by crushing your capital. My disciple honors the teachings of my master. Suppress all the heavenly pride of the world. Su Lin nodded his head arrogantly, his aura rising. The Long Yuan sect patriarch once again swept his eyes at the Sword Void Valley patriarch and Lu Qing'an, as well as Zhang Yunxi and Jin Deshuai, and stood up, no longer somewhat restrained, and said in a deep voice, In the future, the Dragon Abyss sect will become the most sacred place of cultivation. And the person who will compose such a legend will definitely be my disciple. These three little waifs were born in the same generation as my disciple, and in the future, they can only become stepping stones for my disciple to claim the throne. After saying that, the Long Yuan sect patriarch brought Su Lin and Ji Ling with him as he prepared to leave. The Sword Void Valley patriarch's face turned serious. He was clear that the Long Yuan sect patriarch was right in this statement, but he just didn't recognize it. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Perhaps there are even more demonic existences out there. Karma has yet to be determined. Everything is subject to change. The Dragon Abyss sect patriarch smiled as he said, Once the little chaos body comes out, there will be no suspense for this generation. Don't forget that on top of the little chaos body, there is also the chaos body. The Sword Void Valley patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, Ha ha ha, then you can wait for the chaotic body, which only exists in legends, to be born into the world. When the Long Yuan sect patriarch saw the Sword Void Valley patriarch's serious appearance, he instead became even more complacent. The Sword Void Valley patriarch watched the trio disappear and grunted in a low voice, Curse your disciple for not living to see the day he claims the title of emperor. Lu Qing'an listened to this with a strange expression. I can't imagine that this master uncle of his is also a bit of a diabolical As for the chaos body, ahem, he'd have a good time when he finished his mission. You guys don't mind that little cutie. Just cultivate well. Compare with yourselves and compare with the heavens. The Sword Void Valley patriarch looked back at Lu Qing'an's three little ones, a gentle smile once again on his face. Lu Qing'an led the way with a nod. Greetings, senior. At this moment, Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer quickly saluted towards the Sword Void Valley patriarch. You two are the child's parents? Don't be polite. From now on, they are all your own people. The Sword Void Valley patriarch picked up the conversation in a peaceful manner, completely without the kind of majestic aura of the lord of a clan. Like a little old man next door. The atmosphere here in the main hall finally turned back to normal. The crowd then continued to eat. I didn't expect that this Sword Void Valley patriarch, who is a top powerhouse in the continent, is actually also a foodie. After eating and drinking, the Sword Void Valley Patriarch came back to Lu Qinggan's side, saying that he wanted to carefully test his talent in Formation Dao. Lu Qinggan was very cooperative. He was also curious if he had any talent for formation. In the past 3 years since he came to this world, he had never known about the Dao of formation, so he had focused on following that soul's guidance and trained carefully, making his roots solid. And with this measurement, he took this lord of a clan and stunned him. Afterwards, this lord of the clan instructed Song Wanner to say a few words before hurriedly leaving Fengyang City, saying that he had to go back to his own senior brother to discuss things. As Song Wanner watched the scene, a thought bubbled up in her heart. Senior brother. There's a good chance that you'll really be my senior brother in the future. Song Wanner smiled cheekily. Once the Sword Void Valley Patriarch left, 5 days had passed without returning. During these 3 days, Lu Qinggan was coaching Zhang Yinshi in Jindishui, while having the time to find his parents and inquire about his sister's whereabouts. There was no way that his parents were going to wait for his sister's return before they were willing to fully decide on the burial for the ancestors. Finally, after another 3 days had passed, he waited for his sister to return. Lu Qinggan happened to be at the main hall with both his parents, discussing over the burial removal. At this moment, a purple-skirted woman in her early 20s walked into the main hall. Mom and Dad, I'm home. The voice was as good as a yellow warbler, but there was a sense of coolness in it. Lu Qinggan looked toward the woman in the purple dress. The person who appeared was none other than his sister, Lu Ying, who he had only met a few times. Seeing his sister, Lu Qinggan also hit on the idea of a second mission. Looks like the 2 missions will have to go together. Sis, Lu Qinggan decisively pretended to be a normal child, jumped off the high chair, and bounced towards Lu Ying. To accomplish this, one has to get on good terms with this somewhat strange sister. However, just as he reached Lu Ying pressed the scabbard he was holding in his right hand against his small forehead, preventing him from getting closer. She also lowered her voice and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Who is your sister? I don't have a brother like you." Lu Qinggan froze for a moment as she looked at Lu Ying, who had a cold face. He had met the sister of his once when he was 1 year old and once when he was 2. It's kind of the 3rd year so far, and it's been a year since we've seen each other. But even so, it should not be said that there is no such thing as his brother. He hasn't messed with this sister of his either. Is it because of the apprenticeship? The odds are it's up. This sister of his was obviously not simple, and had obviously kept a low profile doing something over the years. Perhaps it was because his talent had alarmed many powers that had upset her. Then this task of his, I'm afraid, will be even more difficult to accomplish. Chapter 19. The difficulty of the mission has escalated. Inger, you're finally back. Why do you look a little thinner? Qinyuer also quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ying's hand to scrutinize it. Mothers and daughters have always had a good relationship, and it is natural for mothers to miss their children often, especially when they have been away. At this time, Lu Wuwei also walked up with an old fatherly smile on his face and looked at his daughter. Discovering that the cultivation aura on her daughter's body had reached the light opening stage, she was shocked and delighted, and didn't forget to be concerned. Inger, this year outside, you haven't suffered much, have you? Father and mother, I am quite well outside. I just received a letter from you and came back, and you said in your letter that you were going to move the burials for the ancestors? Lu Ying frowned slightly, and immediately asked about the removal of the burial. That's right. Your brother has made a fortune, becoming the personal heir of the elder of the Sword Void Valley, the holy land of cultivation, and not long from now we will move our family over there. It's natural to bring along the ancestors. Lu Wuwei nodded with a smile, then took out a special calendar and said, it just so happens that 3 days from now will be an auspicious day, and you're back, so let's the 3 of us discuss digging out the bones of our ancestors on that day. No, Lu Ying hurriedly interrupted. These words caused all 3 of Lu Qinggan to quiet down. Lu Qinggan was sure of it now. This sister of his own seems to have some secret inside that ancient tomb in the back of the mountain, and his sudden rise to power affects this secret. What is this secret? Inger, we also heard you say that we can't go over to the ancient tomb at will, so we plan to wait for you to come back before discussing the matter of moving the burial. Now that you've also come back and there are still 3 more days before we start the construction work, what's the problem that can't be solved within 3 days? Lu Wuwei pulled his own daughter towards a place, and finally the family of 4 sat down. Lu Ying looked around to make sure there were no outsiders and was ready to speak, but then suddenly stopped and stared at Lu Qinggan. You go play by yourself, I'll talk to my parents about something. Lu Qinggan eyed what this sister of hers was about to reveal, and decisively shook her head. I'm also a part of this family. I'm not leaving. Are you kidding? How is he going to get the job done if he's gone? One was the chaotic body, and the other was immortal weapons and immortal level feats. He had to pull out all the stops to get the job done. Although Inner is only 3 years old, she is very intelligent. You don't have to be afraid that Inner will tell, Lu Wuwei said. Lu Qinggan quickly nodded. Sister, I'll definitely not tell anyone. Lu Ying frowned, looking at this disobedient brother, and after a few moments of contemplation, she still didn't drive Lu Qinggan away. If we move the ancient tomb, a disaster will befall the Lu family. A disaster that cannot be saved with the strength of our Lu family today. So no matter where we have to move to, this ancient tomb cannot be moved. Lu Ying knew her parents wouldn't stop until she said something. Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer both glanced at each other, both seeing the aura of scorn in the other's eyes. Their daughter had grown up with nothing wrong with what they had been warned about. Moving the ancient tomb would most likely really bring disaster to this family of theirs. Now that Little Lin is already the personal heir of the Sword Void Valley Elder, is it also useless? Lu Wuwei was also curious. Just how much of a catastrophe would be triggered to make even the Sword Void Valley unable to protect them? Lu Qinggan also frowned with a small frown, knowing from the system here that his sister will also be a top transition powerful strongman in his day, and that their family will indeed have a difficult time. He has to believe even if he doesn't believe in it. It was highly likely that this ancient tomb had brought about the destruction of their Lu family. No, it's even possible that the Sword Void Valley will add a fire to the disaster at that time. Lu Ying directly shook her head. She didn't want anyone else to know about it, but in today's situation, her parents had to be made aware of the seriousness of the problem. This, Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer both gulped. At this moment they all dismissed the idea of moving the burial. Then it's better not to move the burial. You can only come back more often to pay homage to the ancestors in the future. Lu Wuwei said seriously. That won't work either. You just said that the three families discussed moving the burial together, so we'll do it together too. But we're not really moving the burial. We'll just pretend to be moving the burial. Lu Ying had carefully thought about it. The three families left Fengyang City together. Then instead of moving the burial on their side, they would attract more attention. There were even some people who would get curious after their Lu family moved away and went to explore their family's ancient tomb. That's no problem. Anyway, let's just pretend that we've secretly dug up the bones of our ancestors, and then we'll just have a big, scenic party outside the mansion. Lu Wuwei nodded in agreement. Lu Qinggan secretly laughed bitterly. How else is he going to accomplish his mission? At least let the parents go inside the grave and pay their respects to him. The chaos body. Should I just talk to my parents and ask them to cooperate? But is that really believable to say? And this system appeared for a while, but it was seriously said that the system could not be exposed, or else it was highly likely that an extremely strong punishment would fall. If the host exposes the system will end its retrograde life. Listening to the serious reminder that suddenly popped up from the system, Lu Qinggan found it even harder. Why don't we wait for father and mother to fall asleep tonight? Try to burn a few incense outside the house, and simply worship twice, and see if we can make it before we say anything else? Lu Qinggan secretly pondered. It's a little hard to fulfill the task to a strict standard at the moment. Try a cursory attempt first, and maybe the blind cat catches the dead mouse and accomplishes the task. Just then, Lu Ying stared gruffly at Lu Qinggan. You can't tell anyone about this, or I'll beat you up. Lu Qinggan nodded slightly. Seeing this, Qin Yuer gently bounced Lu Ying's head and said, Don't bully your brother. Don't worry, your brother is smart. Lu Wuwei said. Lu Ying had nothing to say when she watched her parents being so oriented towards Lu Qinggan. Mother, my room is still there, right? Lu Ying asked. I've had the maids clean it for you every day. Qin Yuer smiled. Then I'll rest for a while. I'm a bit tired after rushing back all night these past few days. Lu Ying said. Upon hearing this, the two couples nodded their heads and told Lu Ying to get some rest. Lu Qinggan watched Lu Ying about to leave and decisively chased after her, not forgetting to turn around and say, Father and Mother, I have some things I want to talk to my sister about. Come back when you're done talking. Don't disturb your sister's rest. Qin Yuer shouted. Sis, wait for me. Lu Qinggan realized that Lu Ying walked with the wind, very fast, and used her qi refining stage cultivation to catch up. Don't call me sis. I don't have you as a sister. Bah! I don't have you as a brother. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes and clasped her hands on her chest as she looked at the tiny Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan tried to put on a smile and was the first to boast. Sister, I've often heard my parents talk about you, and I think it's really too cool that you're able to experience outside. Don't learn that slick talk from adults. Cleverness is used in the wrong place. Lu Ying frowned, then asked, There's a fart open. I need to rest. Lu Qinggan thought about it and decisively went straight to the point and asked, Sister, do you have any troublesome problems that need to be solved recently? He didn't bother to sidestep the question, so he might as well just ask and see if he could take his chances. Looking at her brother, Lu Ying couldn't help but narrow her eyes and ask, You brat, why are you asking this kind of question? Lu Qinggan's eyes rolled for a moment and said, I obviously didn't upset you, yet you seem to hate me. Either I didn't know when I upset you, sister. If that's the case, my younger brother apologizes to you. I was unintentional. Either that or my sister has some recent troubles and is in a bad mood, and I just happened to bump into my sister's anger and messed with you. As a younger brother, I naturally have to share my sister's worries. I'm very good. No matter what the problem is, I can find a way to solve it. Lu Qingfeng pretended to be serious, and when he said it, he directly acted out, pretending to be childlike and proud. The purpose was to find out what bothered Lu Ying the most recently. After all, when you hear someone blowing awesome like this, normal people will usually spell out their problems, even exaggerate them, so that the person blowing awesome will get scared and end up beating a retreat. However, he still underestimated this sister of his. You kid is indeed smart enough, but what bothers me is you. Can I trouble you to leave me alone and find yourself a cool place to go and play in the mud? Don't disturb my rest. Lu Qinggan. Both quests are difficulty pulling full stop. That's right. After all, the rewards are so generous that it's normal for it to be more difficult. Chapter 20 Sister's Sudden Request. Lu Qinggan did not pester Lu Ying. He knew it was useless and counterproductive to dwell on it, and he had to make things right with this sister of his. Seeing that Lu Ying went back to her room and didn't come out again, Lu Qinggan also turned around and went back to her room. His room happened to be right across from Lu Ying, so he poked a hole in the window pane, ready to see how this sister of his was moving in her behavior as soon as he could. There must be secrets hidden inside the family's ancient tomb that will be exposed if she moves. So nowadays, could her biggest worry be the crisis hidden in this ancient tomb? Lu Qinggan reasoned. Then his head started to get big. How could he, a 3-year-old, help solve this kind of crisis? Just now, Lu Ying had said that even the Sword Void Valley couldn't save their family. It's better to listen to advice and not touch that ancient tomb, and it's also better to postpone the matter of helping her with her current troubles. The system doesn't specify a completion time anyway, so I'll try to complete the quest after her troubles change to something else. After changing her thoughts, Lu Qinggan kept all her thoughts on the task of worshipping her parents. Let's try an easy version of a tribute to mom and dad tonight and see if we can make it work. After Lu Qinggan made up his mind, he prepared for this goal. It's an easy version to try anyway, so there's no need to choose any auspicious date or do much preparation. He casually called his maid and asked her to prepare some incense and some white paper for him, and then he quietly waited for the night to come. It was getting dark, and it was time for the Lu family meal. Zhang Yunqi and Jin Shongming had both gone back. At the moment there was only one guest left in Lu's house, Song Wan-er. Before the dinner table, Song Wan-er had been staring at Lu Ying when she saw her, and even chatted with her for a few moments. It was just that Lu Ying casually exchanged a few words of politeness, then ignored Song Wan-er, and quickly finished eating, saying that she would continue to go back to rest. Miss Song, my daughter is aloof. Don't be offended. Lu Wuwei looked at Song Wan-er with a smile. Song Wan-er smiled back. It's fine. Lu Qingdan also quickly finished eating and headed in the direction of her room. Then he continued to cat inside the room, watching the room over there a few dozen feet away through a small hole in the window paper. The night was deepening. He knew that his parents would usually fall asleep around midnight, so as soon as it was time, he was ready to take his things and move. But no sooner had he gathered his things than the next moment he heard a slight creak. The door to Lu Ying's side of the room opened. He hurriedly held his breath and looked over to Lu Ying's room door through the small hole in the window paper. Only Lu Ying stood outside the door for about a tea or so, and after making sure that there was no ringing around, her figure suddenly flickered and transformed into a black shadow, heading in one direction. Lu Qingdan looked in that direction and narrowed her eyes. That's where the family tomb is. He thought about it, but still didn't follow. Lu Ying's true strength wasn't necessarily like what they saw. It was possible that he had hidden his true strength through some means, having just entered the Qi refinement stage. The probability of him following and being discovered was close to 100%, and it's useless to follow them. Instead, it's easy to bring disaster to the family. It's better to pretend that you didn't see it. Better go ahead and finish your first task. He took his things with him and gently pushed open the door to his room, then headed in the direction of where his parents were. It took some time, but he finally arrived in front of his parents' room and tiptoed to the door. In his left hand he held 3 pillars of sandalwood incense that had been lit, and in his right hand he grasped a stack of white paper. At a distance, he gently knelt down on the ground and inserted the incense on the ground, and the white paper was gently raised towards the front. Finally, kowtowed directly toward where mom and dad were. Father and mother, my child has come to meet you. Lu Qingdan mouthed the words. After this task appeared, he thought of the words of worship, and although he said he was coming up with an easy version to try, he tried to do the full set a bit. He frowned as the whole process went by. The system didn't respond either. What does that mean? No, it's broken. And if it's any simpler, you'll have to put up 2 simple headstones. No wonder it doesn't work. Now go back and get 2 pieces of wood, or find 2 square stones, and carve the names of the 2 old men, and it should work. So he was ready to stand up and get ready again. But just as he thought of it, he suddenly froze. With a creak, the wooden door in front of him suddenly swung open. Angel, what are you doing? Lu Wuwei was covering his stomach at this time, frowning, looking like he was going to the toilet, but after going out, seeing Lu Qinggan like this, his intention was instantly gone. Lu Qingyan didn't expect his father to suddenly come up with such a plan. It's not embarrassing. Lu Qinggan put her heart on the line and began to play up her acting skills. Grandparents, Honor has come to pay her respects to you. He closed his eyes tightly and mouthed the words. Lu Wuwei's eyes gradually widened when he heard these words. Then with a flash, he approached Lu Qinggan. It was only then that he realized his son had kept his eyes closed, like he was still asleep. This is sleepwalking? Honor. Lu Wuwei hurriedly woke up Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan pretended to open his eyes sleepily, then feigned shock and called out, "Father, why am I here? Why am I kneeling?" When Lu Wuwei heard this, he was already sure of it and laughed bitterly. "You're sleepwalking. Just now I heard the words that were recited out of your mouth, and combined with your situation, you're paying homage to your grandmother's grandmother? Ha! Right. Just now I dreamed about my grandparents. In the dream grandma and grandpa said that they couldn't let us go." Lu Qinggan opened his mouth. Lu Wuwei fell silent, then smiled bitterly. "You hurry up. It's all right. They've already felt your filial piety." Lu Qinggan blinked his big eyes and asked, "If I am here, will it be grandparents? Don't say anything. You hurry back to sleep." "Never mind. Sleep with your father and mother tonight?" Lu Wuwei was ready to turn around and go wake up his wife. "No, I'll sleep by myself. Dad, I'll go back first." Lu Qinggan quickly ran in the direction of the room. This child, obviously still so small, has to sleep by himself. At his age, I still rely on my mother to sleep together. Speaking here, Lu Wuwei smiled bitterly. "Oh father and mother, do you not really miss the child? It's better to go and worship together tomorrow." Lu Qinggan ran back to her room, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly after she closed the door. "It looks like it can't go on tonight. Let's get everything we need ready tomorrow and try again. On the contrary, this hand of mine, sleepwalking, is kind of a godsend. Tomorrow, even if I'm discovered again, I can continue to pretend that I'm sleepwalking." Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. He was ready for a good night's sleep, but just then, he heard another slight rattling sound from outside. It should be Lu Ying coming back. So he catapulted himself in that place again and looked across the room through the little hole in the window pane. Only Lu Ying stood in front of the room. Under the moonlight, her face was very pale. One hand covered her chest, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. After making sure no one was nearby, she went back inside the room and closed the door. Lu Qinggan blinked her large eyes and her brows gradually furrowed. Injured? By the looks of it, it's still not a small injury. What kind of powerful existence is hidden inside that ancient tomb? It can't be a demonic beast. He had heard of the existence of demonic beasts. This thing is so vicious. It eats people without blinking an eye. This place isn't too far away from the ancient tomb side. If a battle happened, there should be battle sounds coming from it, and I didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Lu Qinggan became even more curious, but he suppressed his curiosity. Right now, he was too weak to try not to involve himself in the hidden secrets of extermination. According to the normal trajectory of development, the family was destroyed, and that was also after he turned 18. With this system, I'll strive to become a top continental powerhouse before I turn 18, and maybe I can help the family get through this. A night without words. Early the next morning, there was a sudden knock on the door of his room. "My good brother, come out. There's something for you." The person looking for him was actually Lu Ying. "Sis, what's wrong?" Lu Qinggan asked suspiciously after opening the door. Lu Ying, who had looked at him yesterday with some annoyance, actually had a faint smile on her face at the moment, looking much better. This is more than a little strange. He even wondered if this sister of his had a split personality. "Didn't you say yesterday that you would share my troubles?" "Coincidentally, I happen to have troubles. Help me share them." Lu Ying smiled. Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up. He's getting the rhythm of an immortal weapon. Chapter 21. When immortal weapons are released, the continent shakes. "Sister, you say? As a younger brother, I should share my sister's worries. Who made you my favorite sister?" Lu Qinggan naturally didn't have much emotion towards Lu Ying. He just possessed a blood relationship. Coming to this world for 3 years, he had only seen this dear sister 3 times. Compared to the daily company of his parents, this sibling love could only be considered average. And naturally, he's acting like this now, making a good sibling relationship. He wasn't sure if he could fulfill his mission with this help. After all, The system said that he would solve the current most troublesome problem for this dear sister. The two siblings became close enough to fail this mission and figure out how to do the next one. Over time, it always helps to solve the most troublesome problems. Very well. I have a few things to take care of, but I don't want your senior sister Song Wonner to be on the Lu family's side, so take her out for half a day. And remember, within half a day, you can't let her come back, and you have to do whatever you can to keep her outside. Can it be done? Lu Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she said seriously. After Lu Qinggan heard this, she probably knew what Lu Ying was going to do. It should be that he went over to the ancient tomb last night and didn't get anything done, so he had to go back to a busy schedule. And this time, it might cause some commotion, and if Song Wonner heard it, it would be easy to get into trouble. Could be. This isn't difficult. I just happen to have something to go out to. And senior sister Song Wonner came this way with the main task of keeping an eye on us. Lu Qingyan didn't think it would be difficult, and he was ready to go out and do one more thing. Buy tombstones. Just take Song Wonner out and sneak around inside Fengyang City for half a day. Are you sure you can really do it? If you come back early, it'll be bad. Lu Ying had a very serious expression. She was clear that Lu Qinggan the kid was not as simple as a 3-year-old child, intelligent as a small adult. Don't worry, if I let senior sister Song Wonner come back early, I'll be at your disposal. Lu Qinggan raised his baby fat 3 fingers and swore to guarantee it. Okay, go for it. Only then did Lu Ying reveal a smile, signaling Lu Qingyan to go and do her business this time. Lu Qingyan nodded his head and briefly cleaned up his attire, then jogged his ass towards where Song Wonner was. Lu Ying stood still for a while as she looked at Lu Qinggan's appearance. In fact, when she came here, she had thought that Lu Qinggan would reject her. I didn't expect this kid to be so obedient. Still thinking about what conditions he would make. It seems that it's still a normal child. Lu Ying smiled. She then didn't go directly to the ancient tomb site to work, but followed Lu Qinggan. She had to make sure Song Wonner was out of the Lu family before she could go to the ancient tomb site without worry. Lu Qingyan passed by the main hall, when Qinyuer called out to him for breakfast. At the moment, his mind was full of quests and immortal weapons, so he refused, but he also did not forget to let his own mother give him some silver, saying that he had something to go out with Song Wonner, and that he would eat breakfast outside by himself. Qinyuer was very relieved that her son was going out and gave him 2 pieces of silver directly. Lu Qingyan came to Song Wonner's room and knocked on the door. Elder sister, I'm going out to do a big thing. Are you bored? Why don't you accompany me to go out for a stroll? Not long after the tender voice rang out, Song Wonner quickly opened the door to her room and said with a bright smile, going out to play? Play what? She was obviously bored out of her mind at home and was full of excitement at the moment. Lu Qinggan said, go out and talk about it. Good, let's go. Song Wonner directly led Lu Qingyan through a certain back door of the Lu family, away from the Lu family. Lu Qingyan seldom went out on weekdays and had no choice but to follow Zhang Yankuai out a few times, so even though he was already very famous in Fengyang City, no one recognized who he was at the moment when he was walking on the street where people were coming and going. Both sides of the road are marketed with many vendors. There were all sorts of trinkets for sale to eat, as well as all sorts of handmade items and more. Lu Qinggan realized at this point that he had still overestimated this senior sister. How come it feels like she's more of a kid than I am? Looking at Song Wonner see novelty gadgets, directly stand in front. In front of the stall of play is a tea time. He pull away. Cannot help but sigh with emotion. Senior brother, I don't have any mundane silver, only spirit stones. Song Wonner looked at a small novelty toy and looked at Lu Qingyan and laughed. Lu Qingyan gave Song Wonner a piece of the silver she had gotten. Elder sister, I can only give you 1 piece, and for the rest, I have to buy other things. It should be enough. Song Wonner laughed. However, only a few hundred meters ahead, Song Wonner stared pitifully at Lu Qingyan again. Senior brother, give me the rest of the piece as well. I'll exchange the spirit stone for some silver when we get to a bigger store later. Just now, she tried to give the peddler spirit stones, but the other party couldn't make change. Lu Qinggan had no choice but to give the last piece of silver. Luckily, it wasn't long after Song Wonner spent the last piece of silver taels that they arrived in front of a relatively large shop store. Lu Qingyan directly asked Song Wonner to give him a spirit stone, and he walked into the store and asked the shopkeeper to change it into silver for him. Spirit stones were very rare, and in a small city like Fengyang City, they were priced out of the market. So much so that they had a large amount of silver at once. Senior sister, half each. Lu Qinggan directly collected half of the silver. You little adulterer. I only asked you for 2 pieces of silver. Song Wonner pursed her lips. Lu Qingyan laughed. Borrowing money has to have some interest. Right, senior sister. Just now that is a storage bag? Do you have an extra one? Just now. He saw Song Wonner pull out an exquisite pouch with a special pattern painted on it from her bosom and take out a spirit stone from it. Anyway, he hadn't seen anyone in Fongyang City own one, not even his father. There's one more. What's wrong? Songwon Air asked with a clear diction as she ate the steamed cake she had just bought. Give me one. After all, I'm your senior brother. Lu Qinggan blinked his big eyes. A look of a child asking an adult for a red envelope on New Year's Eve. I'm sure I can't buy it. If I can't, I'll pinch your face again. You little slick. I want your silver. You said it was borrowed. You want my storage bag. It was given? Songwon Air blankly glanced at Lu Cheng'an, who made senior sister the best looking, gentlest and most intelligent senior sister under the sky. Lu Cheng'an decisively used a big trick that fit her age. Selling her cute plus complimenting her. Songwon Air froze for a moment, looking at Lu Cheng'an's porcelain doll-like face, and finally did not hold back, crouching down and then cupping her hands and rubbing them. Only after she was comfortable did she take out a storage bag and hand it to Lu Qinggan. It's yours now. Hurry up and thank senior sister. Ha ha, senior sister is the best. Lu Qinggan hugged Songwonner's slender thighs in gratitude. Songwonner's vermilion lips curled up in a very flattering manner. After getting a storage bag, he studied it. It is particularly simple to use, and can be used when you have Reiki. Soon, he put the silver tails he had just obtained inside his storage bag. The reason why he asked Songwonner for the storage bag was because he knew it was a good thing. And secondly, he was going to buy a tombstone later. At night is to continue to carry out the task of paying homage to parents. Carrying the tombstone is more or less a little bad. With this storage bag, can be much easier. Senior sister, as a thank you, I know there are a few good snacks over there. Especially there's a family of baklava that's fragrant and crispy. Lu Qinggan laughed. Hurry up and lead the way. Songwonner's beautiful eyes lit up as she waved her small hand in a grandiose manner. Lu Qinggan took Songwonner for a stroll, aiming for half a day before going back. So the two ate and played. Without realizing it, it was already noon. Lu Qinggan didn't just shop with Songwonner as simple as that. He also occasionally inquired about the situation in the cultivation world that he still didn't understand. For example, what exactly are the holy places of cultivation? What are the differences between different body types? And so on. Songwonner didn't think much of it and casually explained it to him, like a knowing big sister. Then, Lu Qinggan smoothly asked about immortal weapons. Senior sister, have you ever heard of an immortal weapon? If he brought Songwonner out to hang out, he would have accomplished the task of solving Lu Ying's most troubling problem at the moment, and he would be able to directly obtain an immortal armament, and immortal level cultivation techniques. When you go back, you have to ask about the treasures you might have. Why are you suddenly asking about immortal weapons? Songwonner suddenly and unexpectedly turned her head to look at Lu Qinggan, her scrutinizing gaze fixed on Lu Qinggan. Chapter 22, A Great Filial Son, Buying Tombstones for His Father and Mother. Lu Qinggan revealed an innocent smile. I heard someone else say that, so I was curious and realized that you know everything. Senior sister, so I tried to ask, who said that? There shouldn't be anyone in Fongyang City who knows what an immortal weapon is, right? Songwonner's gaze grew even more skeptical as she pressed on. Lu Qinggan said with his mouth full of nonsense. Once there was a storyteller who passed by Fongyang City and said that above the continent, there were actually even more terrifyingly strong people who were immortals and possessed some treasures that could subdue mountains and split the sea. That is, immortal artifacts. A storyteller? It seems that you have had uncomplicated people come to Fongyang City. Songwon Air was thoughtful. Lu Qinggan saw that Songwonner seemed to believe his words, so without waiting for Songwonner to continue thinking, he grabbed Songwonner's hand and shook it innocently like a child, urging, so senior sister, tell me what an immortal weapon is. There should be strong people in our continent who have immortal weapons too. Songwonner ate the burrito in her hand, chewing hard, while her voice was very clear when she spoke. Immortal weapons are the weapons of immortals, and above our continent, there is indeed a stronger world, and we call that world the immortal world. After many strong people on the continent have cultivated to the extreme, there are some who have the ability to ascend to that world. As for whether you said the continent's strongest people possessed immortal weapons, yes, there are. However, no more than 5 fingers. Wouldn't that be particularly valuable? Lu Qinggan was shocked. Then he a refining stage of the 3-year-old boy. With this immortal weapon, this shall not. Instead of being happy, he was worried. With this kind of treasure, if it was accidentally known by others, the immortal artifact would become a hot potato, and there would surely be a large number of powerful people who would want to take it for themselves. That's naturally valuable. Our old ancestor of the opening clan has one. He has chosen to sleep, but he wakes up at a specific time every day. Guess what it's for? Songwonner asked with a smile. Related to immortal weapons? Lu Qinggan asked rhetorically. Songwonner laughed. Wake up for a while every day and wipe the immortal weapon to prevent any dust. Lu Qinggan. Sister, How would you feel if I told you that I might have one? Then where did this kind of immortal weapon come from? Did a strong person from the immortal realm come to the continent and accidentally leave it behind? Lu Qinggan continued to ask again. Song Wan'er said, immortals can't come to the mortal world anymore, so the number of immortal artifacts will hardly be any more, which is also the reason why they are extremely precious. If a masterless immortal artifact suddenly appeared, the entire continent would be shaken. Right, and those old undead who chose to slumber would, I'm afraid, come out in unison and fight for their lives. Lu Qinggan was silent again. It seems that even if you have an immortal weapon, you can't use it much. Well, after really giving him a chance to finish the task, he put the immortal weapon away. Try not to use it in front of others. As for immortal level feats, they should be fine. Then, senior sister, since there are immortals weapons appearing, are there also immortals cultivation techniques appearing as well? Lu Qinggan tried to ask again. That's definitely there. In fact, the most core techniques of our 10 great cultivation sacred grounds are all immortal level techniques. If you cultivate hard in the future, and by chance become a holy son of the sect, you will be able to cultivate immortal level techniques. Song Wan'er gave Lu Qinggan a small encouragement. Only holy sons can cultivate. That's quite precious too. Lu Qinggan laughed. That must be. There are only 10 books in the entire continent. Song Wan'er said. Lu Qinggan probably knew his situation. Looks like it's still the system that's awesome. Just showed up and was about to give him so many goodies. Luckily, this system had arrived 500 years earlier, and the tasks issued to him had become much simpler. If he appeared after he was 500 years old, every task, it wasn't easy. Even the task of worshipping his father and mother, who had been killed, and where they had been buried, he could not always find. Perhaps his own sister had taken her to some special place for burial, making it necessary for him to find her before he could turn around and come back to complete his mission of worship. So I'm going to cherish this wonderful mistake. Seeing that the stalling task was almost complete, Lu Qinggan was also ready to go buy a tombstone. Senior sister, I'm going to buy something over there. Lu Qinggan intentionally led Song Wan'er this way. What are you buying? Song Wan'er asked. Lu Qinggan, 2 tombstones. Song Wan'er's brain was full of questions. What did you buy that for? Have you heard of the saying that marriage is the grave of love? Lu Qinggan didn't know how to explain it, so he blinked before asking. That sounds strange, but inexplicably feels somewhat correct. Song Wan'er savored it carefully and was surprised for a moment before wondering. And then? This sentence has something to do with you buying a tombstone? Lu Qinggan laughed. Zhang Yun Koixi is my fiancé. We are going to get married when we grow up, so I'm preparing a gift for when we get married. Carving our names on the tombstone to herald the arrival of our white heads in this life until death. The food Song Wan'er had just bitten into her mouth fell to the ground because her mouth was slightly open and motionless. What the hell is this? Anyway, you don't understand. We young people like this, Lu Qinggan said with a smile. Song Wan'er blinked and watched Lu Qinggan run upside down toward the funeral store. Cultivation retreat for a long time. Out of touch with these young people? After buying the tombstone and other things that might be used tonight, Lu Qinggan walked out of the funeral store with satisfaction. Even that boss couldn't help but scratch his head for a while as he walked him out. Whose little child is this? Who looks like he's 3 or 4 years old, actually coming to buy a tombstone all by himself? And with an innocent smile all over his little face. It was the first time he had ever seen a dead person in his family so happy. Elder sister, I'm done shopping. Let's go back. Lu Qinggan looked at the time that had long passed the noon hour, so it signaled that he had completed the task that Lu Ying had given him. Just as he thought, the system didn't move, and that signaled that the task Lu Ying had given him wasn't the most troubling issue for Lu Ying at the moment. He had predicted as much, so with a small disappointment, he continued to cheer himself up. With this help, I believe Lu Ying's attitude towards him will be much better. He may also be asked to help with anything he needs to do afterward. Sooner or later that mission will be accomplished. No more shopping? It seems like we haven't finished strolling around Zhangrain Fengyang City yet. Song Wan'er blinked her beautiful eyes, with a look of intent. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, didn't want to continue shopping. What Lu Ying had asked him to do had already been done, and he had to go back to see if there was anything else Lu Ying needed him to do. There really isn't. He has a tombstone to inscribe. Other operations could be easier, but props are still as detailed as they can be. Perhaps it was this little bit of intention that made the system judge him as mission accomplished, and that Chaos Body would have a place. I still have some things to go back to. Why don't you stroll around on your own, senior sister? Or maybe you can come out again when you are free on another day. Lu Qinggan grabbed Song Wan'er's delicate hand again and shook it, once again using the spoilsport technique. Song Wan'er thought for a moment and said, before I go back, I have to buy more delicious food. Okay. Go all the way back and buy it all the way. Lu Qinggan nodded in agreement. So, Half an hour later, they finally returned to the Lu family. After Lu Qinggan told Song Wanner to go back to her room, he quickly ran over to Lu Ying's room. You're back? Come to mother, I have something to say to you. Qin Yuer shouted as Lu Qing'an ran through the main hall. Lu Qinggan, however, said, Mother, I have something to talk to my sister about. I'll find you later. Qin Yuer had no choice but to let Lu Qing'an go. Lu Qinggan found Lu Ying, who had already returned inside the room by this time. Moreover, he noticed that Lu Ying was very pale. Sis, what happened to your face? Lu Qinggan looked concerned. It's fine. I'll just run my energy to recover for a while. You did a good job today, Lu Ying said with a calm expression. Lu Qinggan then smiled smoothly and asked, Is there anything else you need my brother's help with? Anything at all. I can do it. He acted like a good little brother who wanted to be close to his sister. Indeed there is. Tomorrow you will take your senior sister out for a stroll again. Still for half a day, Lu Ying said. Lu Qinggan was slightly hesitant. It seemed that Lu Ying had indeed done something else when she went to the ancient tomb and was injured again. Moreover, Lu Ying seemed to be continuing to do this kind of thing, most likely dealing with some kind of difficulty. Then he probably knew the reason why he hadn't completed the system mission. He had to wait for Lu Ying to completely solve the difficulties on the ancient tomb side before his help these days would be considered mission accomplished. So, what he did today was not useless. Okay, Lu Qinggan agreed with a full mouth. Very good. Lu Ying looked at Lu Qing'an at this time and revealed a smile, realizing that this younger brother looked much smoother. Chapter 23. Are you guys talking to me about sleeping apart at this point? After Lu Qinggan finished this side of things, she was ready to go back to her room and carve on the tombstone. But soon, he thought of his mother, who seemed to have something for him just now. So he once again returned to the main hall and found Qin Yuer. Mother, what was the matter you were about to say just now? Lu Qinggan asked. Your father told me about what you did last night. Qin Yuer's willow brows were slightly furrowed. That already gave off a weak appearance. Even weaker. It was as if the next moment he was going to lie on the ground and not be able to get up. Lu Qinggan laughed bitterly. It's not a big problem. Mother doesn't need to worry. No, sleep with mother tonight. We haven't slept together for a long time anyway, Qin Yuer said worriedly, with her by her side. If her son sleepwalked again, she would be able to look out for him and not go out and do something dangerous. She had only found out about it this morning from her own Sangha, and had instantly chased after him to beat him up, only to miss him. It was so important that she was not told last night. She also said that she was too lazy to wake her up and that she had simply sent her son to his room by himself. What kind of father is that? The child is only 3 years old. What a heart it must be. Lu Qinggan blinked. That's not good. He's going to do it again tonight. Sleeping in one piece was, firstly, a bit uncomfortable for him, and secondly, it interfered with his worship. Mother, no need. I was just a little tired yesterday. I'm much better today. There's no need to worry. Lu Qinggan waved her hand repeatedly. No, mother can't let you. Again. Without waiting for Qin Yuer to finish, Lu Qing'an had already thought of a solution in a flash of light and interrupted his mother, saying, Mother, I'll sleep with my sister tonight. That's fine, right? Qin Yuer froze for a moment. Ha, this kid is so pro-sister? That's not true. You two have seen each other only a few times in 3 years. Are you that close? It's disgusting to sleep with your mother, isn't it? I'll go find my sister and ask. Lu Qing'an didn't wait for Qin Yuer to agree and decisively ran towards Lu Ying's room. Qin Yuer frowned slightly and slowly followed. Lu Qinggan came to Lu Ying's room first and knocked on the door, and when Lu Ying opened her mouth in confusion and looked at him, he turned to look behind him to make sure that his mother was still some distance away, and then he busied himself with whispering, Sis, you do me a favor too. I'll pretend to sleep with you tonight. Lu Ying looked at the tiny Lu Qinggan and was a bit surprised. Why are you pretending to sleep with me? Mother's forcing me to sleep with her, so you'll help me. Just promise me later that we'll all help each other, and I'll be able to cover for you, and I won't tell my parents if you go out in the middle of the night. Lu Qinggan must finish the mission tonight. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets, and who knows if anything will happen in the middle of it. The chaos body would not be considered his until it was in his hands. Lu Ying stared at Lu Qing'an unexpectedly. You kid knew I went out last night? Lu Qinggan laughed awkwardly. I peeked, but I understand. It's normal to have some secrets. You kid. Lu Ying pondered for a moment, when she saw her mother walking this way. Mother, sister promised. Lu Qing'an turned to look at Qin Yuer and said with a direct smile. Qin Yuer frowned closer and looked at Lu Ying, saying, When did you two siblings get so close? She walked in thinking that with what she knew about her daughter, she would never say yes. I didn't realize it was actually promised. It can't be helped. This kid is cute looking. Lu Ying squatted down, biting her vermilion lip and pinched Lu Qing'an's cheeks hard. The eyes that looked at Lu Qinggan looked like they were saying, "Next time, you kid, ask for my permission before you talk. Okay, you'll have to keep an eye on your brother then. He sleepwalked last night." Qin Yuer told what Lu Qingyan had done last night, while trying to see if her daughter would backtrack because of it. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, and after glancing at Lu Qinggan, she still smiled and returned, "Don't worry, I will watch over him." "Okay." Qin Yuer nodded helplessly, then looked at Lu Qingyan and admonished, don't disturb your sister's rest." "Mother, don't worry la, I know." Lu Qinggan smiled back. Qin Yuer then gave up and went back to busy herself with other things, leaving the two siblings to continue cultivating their relationship. As soon as Qin Yuer left, Lu Ying narrowed her eyes and stared Lu Qingyan to death, interrogating the prisoner and generally sniffing. "Say, did you really sleepwalk last night?" "No." Lu Qingman thought to herself that she also had Lu Ying's secret in hand and didn't need to hide her odd behavior. "Then what are you doing over there?" Lu Ying was indeed curious. "Isn't it normal for everyone to have a little secret?" Lu Qinggan didn't want to say. Lu Ying fell silent, then said, "Alright, I won't ask, but since I promised mother to watch over you, you can't go back." "That's not good." Lu Qinggan directly shook her head, "But I will be more careful this time." "Don't worry." Lu Ying, a curiosity completely piqued. "What exactly are you doing this for?" Lu Ying tried to ask again. "Then what are you doing over at the ancient tomb?" Lu Qinggan asked with a smile as well. The two men fell silent. "Okay, you do your job, I'll do mine. We won't interfere with each other." "Okay." Lu Ying sighed. It felt like it was being held by this kid. "Okay, happy cooperation." When Lu Qinggan finished speaking and was about to leave, he didn't forget to say, "Sister, remember to keep looking for me when you need me. I'm your most loyal backer." Lu Ying couldn't help but ask as she looked at Lu Qinggan's one-handed fisted cheering appearance, "Are you trying to curry favor with me, or what? It always feels like you're doing these things for a purpose. You're my sister. Isn't it right to help you? I might need your help in the future too." Lu Qinggan looked surprised and looked at Lu Ying with an innocent gaze. Lu Ying. After discussing with Lu Ying, Lu Qingyan went back inside her room and started to busy herself. 2 tombstones were taken out of his hands, and then he took out the tools he had bought and inscribed them. He carved a few lines of lettering for the tombstone as he understood it, especially the names of both his parents. He tried to carve them as large and clear as possible, preventing the task from being compromised because the details weren't done properly. Being at the first level of chi refining, he was able to accomplish such a small job as carving words on a tombstone very easily. During this period of time he was actually cultivating. It was just that despite having good spiritual roots and root bones, his cultivation speed was still not fast. One was that he didn't cultivate any particularly powerful techniques, and the other was that the aura in the air of Fengyang City was really thin. Practicing is as good as not practicing. Nothing grows. If he wanted to break through his cultivation level, he could only wait until he went to the Sword Void Valley and then cultivate properly. After carving the tombstone, Lu Qinggan was satisfied and put away the tombstone. Just wait for the quiet of the night to come. It has to be done tonight. Chaos body, wait for me. As night fell, endless stars dotted the canopy. It was like a black curtain covered with sparkling diamonds. There is no light pollution or air pollution in this world, and the night is so beautiful. It's just that Lu Qingyan's mind is not very beautiful, because his mother had a fight with his father at dinner. Tonight, the two will have to sleep in separate rooms. In the middle of the quiet room, a family of 3 lay peacefully and quietly on a huge bedstead. Lu Qinggan was lying straight in the center. At the age of 3, he was tiny, with his sister Lu Ying on his left and his mother Qin Yuer on his right. Like a sandwich. "Mother, father knows it's wrong. You'd better go back to sleep." The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth twitched. What kind of a thing is this? Is it so hard for me to accomplish a task? He would not come to me to apologize if he recognized his mistake? I know you want your parents to be good, but this is a matter of my mother's dignity. Anyway, if he doesn't come to carry me back, don't ever let me set foot in his room again for the rest of my life. Qin Yuer said stiffly. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth were still twitching slightly. Then she looked sideways at her older sister, Lu Ying, and winked vigorously at her, as if to say, "Don't you have to go out and work tonight? Aren't you going to say something?" Lu Ying was also frowning with an eagle brow at the moment, but she didn't know what to say, mainly because her dad went overboard with his words. We are all cultivators, why are we still engaging in the 3 obediences and 4 virtues thing? Furthermore, her mother's strength was only one small realm lower than her father's. If the person who said that wasn't her father, she would have wanted to retort twice to her face. Mother's right, you're a child. Stop talking and get your sleep. Lu Ying thought about it and thought that tonight would be a good night, as a right to rest for a night. The corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth twitched. It seemed that this would have to do for tonight. and tomorrow he would make sure to mediate the old married couple's relationship. I'm only 3 years old. Coaxing the child even if it is. Why do you have to part-time mediate the relationship between husband and wife? Chapter 24 Worship Mission finally completed. Early the next morning, Lu Qinggan got up in a hurry and went straight to where his father was. He actually felt that this old father of his had spoken a bit too much last night, so the key point is still to mediate from one's old father. But he still felt that something was a little bit off. He was born in this Lu family for more than 3 years, and he had never seen this father of his talk like this before. That image from last night still lingered in his mind. Last night, his father came back from outside at dinner time, and by the look of him, he seemed to have gone out to drink with someone. As soon as he came back and saw his mother, he suddenly pointed at her nose and said that she had violated women's rights. At the time, he thought he had done something transgressive with this mother. I didn't realize that it was just that his mother wasn't gentle enough to be decent, didn't behave well enough, and was even more disobedient to her husband. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues thing goes on and on and on. At first his mother looked at his father as if he had been drinking, and with the child in tow, she listened patiently. But his father seemed to have no end in sight before he finally lost his temper and the two almost came to blows as a result. Father, my good father, what happened to you last night? Were you really drunk or were you pretending to be drunk? If you were drunk, it is not too late to apologize. As soon as he saw Lu Wuwei, Lu Qinggan persuaded him bitterly. At the moment, he realized that this big daddy of his actually had a slight darkening around his eyes. Nice guy, didn't get much sleep last night, I guess. Sleep was very important before one's cultivation had reached the realm of enlightenment, and it was only when one had reached the realm of rescue that one could cut off food and drink. Lu Wuwei glanced at Lu Qinggan, a touch of bitterness hidden on his face, but more than that, he was still very hardened. She just didn't do the right thing. Look at Zheng Qi's wife. What a virtuous woman. I just spoiled her. I'd like to see how long she can last. Without her around last night, I realized that sleep can be so good. Lu Qinggan was silent. I can't believe I'm still talking tough at this point. Your dark bags under your eyes betray you. My dear father, you just have to go and coax your little lady back. I've got a mission to accomplish. Father, are you sure you want to go this far? Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and decided to just open up. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary solutions. I won't compromise with her anyway. Lu Wuwei spoke in a deep voice, his stubbornness rising. Lu Qinggan said, well, mother said that you have broken her heart and is ready to make peace with you. I originally wanted to fight for you, but since your mind is made up, then in the future, sister and I, one of us will take care of one of you. Reconciliation? Lu Wuwei jumped up, his entire body confused. Yes, mother said that last night, and said that when she woke up from her nap, she would look for you to talk about it. She should be waking up soon as well, and she'll be looking for you later. Lu Qinggan shrugged his shoulders, looking like a small adult as he prepared to leave this place. No, how is it that we are divorced? When we fight on weekdays, we don't talk about reconciliation and divorce. Lu Wuwei instantly panicked. Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Wuwei's appearance and felt a drop of contempt in her heart. Make you arrogant. Make you belabored. Lu Qinggan ignored Lu Wuwei. He knew from the mental state of his big daddy that he was a tough-talking thing. The heart has already compromised. It's just the mouth that hasn't. No, wait. Lu Wuwei hurriedly called out to Lu Qinggan, as if he wanted to salvage the situation. However, Lu Qinggan just didn't hear it in general and ran away. Lu Wuwei stood still for a moment. For a while, I didn't know what to do. A gust of wind blew by and he was the only one in the wind. Lu Qinggan returned to the front of Lu Ying's room. At this time, Qin Yuer walked out quickly from the room. Angel, did you go to your father? Did he plan to apologize to me? He was speechless as he looked at his mother's expectant and slightly apprehensive look, as well as some darkness around his eyes as well. Two arrogant monsters. No. He said he was prepared to make peace with you. Lu Qinggan looked at his mother with a strange expression and said helplessly, what? He's going to divorce me? Qin Yuer was filled with disbelief. At this time, Lu Ying also walked out with a slightly wooden expression. What's with the divorce? The two have fought quite a few times over the years, but they've never talked about reconciling. Yes, he said that he's put up with you for too long all these years, and that he still has a virtuous wife and mother-like appearance to the outside world, but is always too rude to him, and said that it's not going to be a good life anymore. Lu Qinggan sighed. Qin Yuer's body trembled slightly. When she was in love, she said she liked her hotness. Now that years have passed, how is that? Let's make peace. I'm not afraid of him. Who can't leave him? Qin Yuer's eyes suddenly reddened, but she stubbornly held back her tears. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but feel weak at the sight. It's not like you didn't control it well enough to really screw it up, is it? Fortunately, Just as he was having some doubts about whether or not he had any problems with this plan, a silhouette ran over from the side of the main hall. Mother, Lu Wuwei arrived in a state of disorientation, looking dead at Qin Yuer. When he saw that Qin Yuer actually had tears in her eyes, he instantly hated to slap himself. This was truly aggrieved. Mother, I was wrong. We're not leaving. We won't make peace and leave. Lu Wuwei grasped Qin Yuer's hand, his hands trembling a little. He hadn't expected the matter to come to this. Oh Sajiri, I was wrong too. I should have considered your feelings, and in the future I'll try to suppress my temper and stop scolding you and talking about you. Qin Yuer also instantly couldn't hold it in, and as soon as she embraced into Lu Wuwei's arms, she became a little daughter-in-law in general, and actually cried out, "No need. You just keep treating me like that. Do that to me for the rest of your life." Woohoo! Watching this scene, Lu Qingan let out a sigh of relief. Didn't screw it up? Looks like that's the way to deal with arrogant monsters after all. Just as quickly, he realized that things were starting to go in a different direction. The two couples actually got mushy. Seeing this, Luing hurriedly covered Lu Qingan's eyes and pulled towards the room. What a shame! Luing spat breathlessly. You too, being so, in front of a child. Qin Yuer's cheeks were red. Whatever, let's go. Let's get them a younger sibling. Lu Wuwei took a deep breath and laughed. Lu Qingan. Finally, the couple was reconciled. Fixing his parents' relationship, Lu Qingan once again followed Lu Ying's request and took Song Wan'er out for a walk. Returning half a day later, it had been a peaceful afternoon and arrived at night. The night is still beautiful, but Lu Qingan's mind was not beautiful again. When he felt his way to his parents' room in the night, he found that there were actually voices inside. Mother, one more kiss. My mouth is swollen by your kiss, Omega. Hey, I don't care who made your little mouth so sweet. You're bad. Hey, get them both another sibling. Lu Qingan. It was not until the third hour of the night that Lu Qingan came back to the front of his parents' room. That's when there was finally no sound from inside the room. And Lu Qingan learned smartly this time. First, finding a place that was not dark enough to hide. He's going to pussyfoot around and take his time waiting for time to pass. Make sure your parents won't get up to do anything else before you go out and get busy. An hour rushed by. Making sure that there really wasn't any more noise, he took a deep breath and tiptoed to the door of the room, gently pulling out the two tombstones, and then everything was set up as it had been last night. Once the props were complete, he made a quick offering. Father and mother, my child has come to see you. The set of movements was very smooth, as if it had been rehearsed in his mind tens of thousands of times. Not long after reading the words, Lu Qingan's eyes snapped open. The system's voice rang out. Chapter 25, Chaotic Body. Installation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Worship your parents properly once, and start rewarding the Chaos Body. The Chaos Body has arrived. Will you start installing the Chaos Body? Lu Qingan looked agitated, but he knew that he couldn't continue to waste time here at this time, so he quickly collected the two tombstones first, briefly packed up the things around him, and quietly left. When he had walked away, he hastily shouted inwardly at the system panel floating in front of him. Install. Installing this word was a bit weird, but he didn't care about any word. Once he had the chaotic body, he would become the strongest genius in this continent. The sky really was the limit then. What little chaotic body was nothing in front of him, and he will be nurtured by Sword Void Valley's devoted efforts. However, the system didn't seem to hear him, and at that point the system didn't respond. System, I said install. Lu Qingan directly opened her mouth this time and said into the air. Still no response from the system. Lu Qingan was confused. The system is stuck? Lu Qingan frowned tightly, so she tried to continuously shout install into the air. Until, as he was sure the system seemed to be down, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Given that the host has failed to respond for a long time, the system defaults to the host's choice of installation. Installation begins, but due to the host's weak body, in order not to harm the host's body, it can't be installed quickly, so the installation will take some time. Countdown begins. Countdown to 8.5 days. Is this system deaf? How many times have I told you to install it? Lu Qingan was speechless while looking at that one progress bar. He couldn't help but blink. Good lord. This was catching up to his previous life when he downloaded some big game. That big game he cached for a week. It's okay. It's stabilized anyway. It's just a matter of time. Lu Qingan shook her head and smiled contentedly. Walking at this point, all have carried the wind. And as this progress bar appeared, he realized that his body was cool, and that feeling, especially comfortable, like someone was fanning him all around. So it seems that none of these tasks, it seems, need to be done too rigorously. It seems feasible to carry them out simply. Then, with this immortal artifact and immortal great feats, Is it just a matter of helping Lu Ying to roughly resolve the situation in the ancient tomb? He headed toward the room, and just as he reached the front of the room, he saw Lu Ying coming out of the darkness and heading over to her own room, completely ignoring him in general. Lu Qinggan didn't bother her. Everyone had their own secrets. Lu Ying didn't want to talk to him. It was a bit rude for him to ask after her instead. He opened the door to his room and prepared for a nice nap. But suddenly, a thud was heard, as if something heavy had slammed down on top of the lapis lazuli ground. Lu Qinggan was startled for a moment and quickly looked over to Lu Ying's side. Only Lu Ying fell to the ground at the moment, not moving a muscle. Injured again? Lu Qinggan's small brows instantly furrowed as she quickly ran that way. Lu Ying had already fallen into a coma, completely losing consciousness. No matter how gently he shook her shoulder or slapped towards the cheek of hers, it still didn't wake up. And breath. Lu Qinggan probed Lu Ying's nostrils and was relieved to ascertain that she had only fainted and was not really dead. What in the world is over there that makes her come back injured again? Looking at this action situation of Lu Ying, it seems that he needs to do something during the day and will make a sound, but it is without any injuries. At night, you don't have to do anything. You don't make a sound, but you almost always come back injured. It really makes you wonder what is going on over there in the ancient tomb. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and used his qi refining stage cultivation to pick up Lu Ying. However, he unexpectedly realized that he was too small, and in the end, he could only helplessly drag Lu Ying into the room. You're down. Shucks. You've been blessed for 8 lifetimes to have me as a brother. Lu Qinggan did not go to wake up his parents because he knew that Lu Ying did not want others to know about this. So after dragging Lu Ying onto the bed and couch, he left her boudoir and went back inside his room to sleep beautifully. Of course, before leaving, he made a point of wiping the drag marks off the floor slightly. A night without words. Early the next morning, Lu Qinggan woke up in good spirits. At first glance he looked at the countdown that had surfaced in front of him with great satisfaction. Half a day has passed and there are still the last 8 days left. The good life was beckoning him. Go see how she's doing. Lu Qinggan came to Lu Ying's room and found that Lu Ying had already woken up. She was currently sitting cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed in the midst of regulating her breath. And sensing Lu Qinggan's arrival, Lu Ying slowly opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Was it you who carried me in last night? Or was it father and mother?" "Yes, I dragged. Carried you back. Didn't tell father and mother." Lu Qinggan almost said something. That qi refining stage cultivation is still somewhat useful. Lu Ying nodded. Then with a flash in her hand, she threw out 3 spirit stones. The spirit stone shot up to Lu Qinggan and suddenly stopped in the air, quietly floating in front of Lu Qinggan. "Consider it a reward for you," Lu Ying said. Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Many thanks, sister." He thought of something else and asked, "Do you still need me to sneak senior sister one air today?" "I'm going to rest my body today and continue tomorrow," Lu Ying said. Lu Qinggan nodded his head, ready to take the spirit stone and go cultivate for a while, but then he thought of something and still stopped, looking at Lu Ying seriously. "Sis, are you sure you can really handle the trouble at hand? Why don't you tell me and I'll see if I can help?" He knew he was a little bad for talking like that. However, he wished that he could play a little more of a role in helping Lu Ying with her troubles. Then he could also quickly obtain immortal artifacts and immortal grade techniques, especially immortal level feats. He cultivated every day, but the technique he cultivated was too low level. With his current enlightenment, any stronger technique could be quickly comprehended and cultivated successfully. He had also managed to ask Songwaner for a stronger technique. Songwaner, however, said that he was not in a hurry to cultivate for the time being, and that it would be best to wait until after he went to the Sword Void Valley, under the guidance of his master, before he started choosing a technique to cultivate. No matter how the mortal world's gong methods were chosen, they were definitely not as good as the immortal level gong methods. With this immortal level gong method, he would be able to cultivate a few days earlier than others, and that starting line would be a little bit earlier. In the words of the Ring's soul, starting a little ahead of others may be the key to winning over them. He was deeply impressed with this, which is why he started working on his training as soon as he was able to walk at the age of 1. Lu Ying stared at Lu Qinggan for a beat, and after a moment of silence, she still said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. With your little arms and legs, what can you do to help me? Let's wait until you grow up. You just need to remember that I'm protecting you." Lu Qinggan smiled helplessly and bitterly. Although Lu Ying's words sounded a bit strong, that last sentence made it slightly more bearable. It seemed that Lu Ying also treated him like a younger brother. "Alright then, get well and remember to call me if you need me. Don't be shy." After Lu Qinggan finished speaking, he thoughtfully closed the door to Lu Ying's room. A little help is a little help, and try to keep Lu Ying free of any worries. Lu Ying looked at the closed door of the room and fell silent. Some warmth suddenly surged through her ever-closed heart. Still can't go home often enough. Still have to keep moving away from loved ones when this is settled. She was well aware of her situation. The deeper this bond between loved ones, the greater the impact it will have on her later in life. One day, she might die in this bond. Unless, of course, I am strong enough to ignore all my enemies. The only person she could count on was herself. Even this brother, who seemed very special, couldn't help her. This talent, in the eyes of others, was already strong, but in her eyes, it was still not enough, and even belonged to the more ordinary. Chapter 26 Reward 100,000 Spirit Stones. Lu Qinggan returned inside his room and carefully studied the spirit stones in his hand. The so-called spirit stones are crystals that contain pure spiritual qi. This spirit stone seemed to be a lower-grade spirit stone, and the amount of aura within it was not too much. There are lower, middle, upper and absolute grades of spirit stones. Try cultivating it. Lu Qinggan held the spirit stone in his palm and ran the gongfu he had cultivated over the years. This gong method was average, but his spiritual roots were good, and at the moment, he was absorbing the spiritual qi from the spirit stones at a fast rate. It took quite some time for him to finish absorbing all of the aura from a spirit stone. The cultivation level seems to have risen a bit. I feel like I can break through to the second level of qi refining after I finish absorbing the other two spirit stones. Lu Qinggan couldn't wait to continue. So, a few hours passed and he stopped cultivating. At this moment, he realized that there were two tiny qi clusters in his dantian. This was exactly the performance of the second level of the qi refining stage. Good fellow, this is the second level of the qi refining stage. If I had a large amount of spirit stones, wouldn't I be able to advance by leaps and bounds? Lu Qinggan carefully sensed her body and came to the bed. Her small hands grabbed the edge of the bed and exerted a fierce force. The whole bedstead was lifted by him. Ha ha, a 3-year-old child, possessing this kind of strength, in a previous life, approaching science shall not broadcast a few hundred episodes. Lu Qinggan was happy. When he had just stepped into the qi refining stage, he only felt that his 3-year-old body had about the same reaction speed and strength as a normal adult in his last life, and now after the second level of the qi refining stage, it had already surpassed ordinary adults. This change made him long for more cultivation strength. What if he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 4? He has seen his parents pick up a several hundred-pound stone mill with one hand and throw it hundreds of meters away. Placed on Earth, the foundation establishment stage cultivation was already considered to be a superhuman level of strength. With my enlightenment and spiritual roots, as well as the fact that I swallowed that 5-turn qi entry pill, there's definitely no bottleneck to speak of before the foundation establishment stage, with another immortal grade technique to go with it. If I have a large amount of spirit stones, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage within half a month is possible. And with the chaotic body again, breaking through to a higher realm wouldn't be difficult. When everything is in place, can you break through to the transitional stage before the age of 10? It would be anticlimactic if it were possible. A 10-year-old child violently beating up an old demon that has been practicing for thousands or tens of thousands of years? It makes you smile to think about it. Just as Lu Qinggan was fantasizing about the future, there was a knock on the door of her room. Senior brother, why don't you come and ask me to go out and play today? Lu Qinggan's expression was slightly strange when he heard this. This elder sister of his own, this is going out to have a high time. Can't stand it if you don't go out for a day. The door to the room was open. Lu Qinggan smiled bitterly. Senior sister, I want to rest and relax today, so I'll go out tomorrow. After Song Wanner heard Lu Qingyan's words, she was just about to frown when she suddenly realized that Lu Qingyan's cultivation had actually reached the second level of the qi refining stage, and she couldn't help but ask, how did you break through? Lu Qingyan remembered what Lu Ying had said, so he intentionally concealed it and said, when I practiced blindly, I broke through. It shouldn't be. In your situation, it would take a while to break through. Song Wanner blinked her beautiful eyes before asking, did you take any pills or use something to aid in your cultivation? No. Lu Qinggan waved her hands. Okay, really not going out to play? Song Wanner didn't pursue the question any further, but she stared at Lu Qingyan undyingly. Not going out. Lu Qinggan had just finished speaking, when he thought of something. Right, senior sister. Last time, senior uncle said that he went back to ask my master about worshipping the master. How come it's been so long and he's still not back? Lu Qinggan was still chanting about it. Last time, after the Sword Void Valley Patriarch measured his array talent, he indirectly asked him if he had any intention of changing his master. In fact, he was also clear about the difference between a patriarch and an elder. So if his current master agreed, he was also able to turn to his master. Of course, if his master did not agree, he would have nothing to say. It was just that once the Sword Void Valley Patriarch had gone, many days had passed without any news. Want to know? Then you go out with me. Song Wanner smiled cheekily. Lu Qing'an thought about it. There was no other way. He had used up his spirit stones anyway, so he went out for a stroll. All right. The two left the Lu family home once again and walked down the street. Elder sister can speak now. It's unlikely that my master and your master will be able to come in a short period of time, and when the appointed time comes, it might also be me who takes you guys to move to the Sword Void Valley. Song Wanner said truthfully. Ha, is that what happened? Lu Qing'an was a bit surprised. Well, a big event has happened, and at the moment, the entire clan's top management is busy, especially our sect opening ancestor. I'm afraid that he's too angry to fall asleep for a short period of time. Song Wanner shook her head with a helpless look. Lu Qing'an became even more curious. So many things had actually happened in Sword Void Valley in these few days. Would this affect their ability to go forward to the Sword Void Valley to cultivate? So what exactly happened? Lu Qing'an continued to pursue the question. Not long after my master's father went back to the clan, a strange secret realm suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the clan, and that secret realm gave off a very high-level feeling, while the entrance was tightly closed, with no premonition of opening at all. The clan held a meeting for this and decided to ask the old ancestor to step in and use an immortal weapon to blast the entrance open. Unexpectedly, the entrance was not blasted open, but instead, the immortal weapon was broken. At this moment, the entire clan has stopped all business and is quickly seeking various ways to repair the immortal weapon. Song Wanner was well aware of how significant that immortal artifact was to the entire clan. That was also the guarantee that their Sword Void Valley ranked high among the top 10 cultivation shrines. Now if the immortal artifact could not be repaired, the loss of their Sword Void Valley would be too great to estimate. Lu Qing'an blinked her big, clear eyes. Now he was even more aware of how much power an immortal artifact actually had. Good lord, the whole clan is busy for an immortal weapon. If the immortal artifact is really broken, will the Sword Void Valley be greatly affected in the future? Lu Qing'an tried to ask. If he was going to join the Sword Void Valley, he naturally didn't want the Sword Void Valley to become weaker. Being ridiculed by other cultivation shrines is naturally unavoidable. Without immortal weapons, the strongest battle power will drop a lot, and the strength of the clan will also drop accordingly. Right? Song Wanner shook her head. Then her eyes also became slightly worried as she said, the greatest fear is that the Black Wind Cliff, which is also a cultivation holy land, will make other moves against our clan. In the past, they were somewhat at odds with our clan, but fearing that our old ancestor possessed an immortal weapon, they could only stay away from it, and now if the immortal weapon is completely broken, they will inevitably have to continue to clash with our Sword Void Valley, just as they did many years ago. Black Wind Cliff? Sure enough, between forces and powers, there were those who cooperated and naturally there would be those who were hostile. Lu Qing'an continued to inquire about the rest of Sword Void Valley from Song Wanner. This time, he also specifically asked what other forces possessed immortal weapons. Seeing Lu Qing'an accompany him out, Song Wanner was naturally happy to answer Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an then asked about some knowledge related to spirit stones. For example, as a Sword Void Valley disciple, how many spirit stones could one receive, etc. Once you become an elder's personal disciple, you will be able to receive 1,000 lower grade spirit stones every month. If you do something that contributes to the sect, or complete some tasks and gain contribution value, you can also utilize the contribution value and exchange it for spirit stones. Song Wanner said, 1,000 lower grade spirit stones a month? That's good. Worthy of being an elder's personal disciple. Then, senior sister, have you saved a lot of spirit stones after being in the sect for so long? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Song Wanner instantly pulled a few steps away from Lu Qing'an and grunted. You little fortune hunter. Don't even think about hitting your senior sister's spirit stones again. No. I just want to know how many spirit stones senior sister can save. Lu Qing'an pouted and pretended to look aggrieved. Seeing this, Song Wanner said, I'll give you 3 pieces at most. More won't do. And I only have 3,000 pieces saved up. It's for preparing to save for the breakthrough to the next realm. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up as he spread his hands and said, then thank you. Senior sister. You really want my spirit stones. Song Wanner narrowed her eyes and puffed out her cheeks. Lu Qing'an naively said, I'll pay you back when I have spirit stones. Just like that, Lu Qing'an got 3 more spirit stones. Just as Lu Qing'an was enjoying himself, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The system came back with another task. Now that the host has found a fiancé and a childhood friend, and both of them have been favored for the first time, in order to make the relationship more solid, it is recommended that the host go to contact the 2 more often to cultivate their feelings. A new mission is issued to find 2 people and request that they take the host through the experience, cultivating a sense of cooperation and enhancing their respective relationships in the midst of a crisis-filled experience. Reward for mission completion, 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. What? Seeing the reward, Lu Qinggan was shocked. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Lu Qinggan swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva continuously. If it was placed 500 years later, it would be a great problem for him to ask Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming to take him through the experience and beg the two of them, not to mention an adventure with a crisis. After all, both of them were transition stage powerhouses, and an environment that was a crisis for both of them was simply a Jedi for him. And now that the three of them are still 3 years old, that crisis, well, don't be too simple. There's no need to invite both of them. Just go straight to the door and ask them to come out. He quickly had a plan. These 100,000 lower grade spirit stones were no different from giving them to him. Chapter 27, the so-called experience. It's nothing more than children playing around. By the way, senior sister, how much time would it take for you to save up 100,000 lower grade spirit stones? Lu Qinggan tried to ask out a question. Song Wana was a bit puzzled as to why Lu Qinggan asked this, but she still replied, I almost run out of spirit stones every month unless I have to save them for a closed-door breakthrough, so I can barely save enough for so many. Lu Qinggan sniffed and grinned. He'll be able to deposit it soon. Thus, he acted immediately and looked at Song Wana. Senior sister, I suddenly have something I want to look for my senior brother and sister. After saying that, he didn't wait for Song Wana's consent and headed directly to the Zhang and Jin families. He came to Zhang's house first. Just before he reached the gate, he saw Zhang Qi. Little son-in-law, what brings you here? Zhang Qi had just returned to the house from outside, and when he saw Lu Qinggan, he directly went forward and hugged him. And at that moment, he was surprised to find that Lu Qinggan was actually at the second level of the qi refining stage. No way! How did you get to the second level of the qi refining stage? Zhang Qi was pleasantly surprised, and his eyes became burning. Just broke through. Lu Qinggan casually returned a comment, then asked, where's little sister Koix? I'm looking for her for something. Ha ha, you do have to find little Koix to play more often, to cultivate feelings. Her mother is teaching him to read and write, or else it won't be good if he doesn't know how to read and write when he arrives at the Sword Void Valley and learns the feats. Zhang Qi also saw Song Wana at this time and hurriedly saluted towards her. Song Wana smiled and nodded. I want to take little Koix's sister out for a stroll. Can father-in-law call little Koix out? I can teach little sister Koix to read and write while taking her to play. Lu Qinggan looked at Zhang Qi with a smile, and even sweetly called out to Zhang Qi as father-in-law. When Zhang Qi heard this, he was so happy that he quickly patted his chest and told Lu Qinggan to wait here. Then he turned into a puff of smoke and instantly lost his shadow, running inside the Zhang family. Just after 10 or so breaths, Zhang Yunxi was carried out by Zhang Qi. As for Zhang Yunxi, who was being held, she originally still had a reluctant face, but when she saw Lu Qinggan, her large watery eyes flashed with light. Brother An! The crisp shout made Lu Qinggan smile. Father, you told me it was brother An looking for me. Zhang Yun Koixi hurriedly asked her father to let her off the ground, and then trotted to Lu Qinggan, grabbed Lu Qinggan's hand with her two small hands, and muttered, Brother An, I'm trapped by my mother, and she's dead set on me learning how to recognize words, and she's not allowed to look for you if she wants to. Lu Qinggan smiled and rubbed Zhang Yunxi's small head, saying, I'm not coming to play with you here. Let's go. Let's call up Jin Chongming. Good. By the way, brother An, that. Zhang Yunxi suddenly licked her small mouth, her eyes all starry, rubbing her small hands together. One look is gluttonous. Lu Qinggan laughed a little. He had asked his mother to make quite a few spicy fries and melon seeds these days, all of which he had placed inside his storage bag. So without saying a word, he directly took out some melon seeds and spicy noodles and generously handed them to Zhang Yunxi. Here, go. Wow. Long live brother An. Zhang Yunxi jumped up, picking up the chili strips and chewing on them like a little hungry ghost. Song Wan froze for a while as she watched this scene, especially when he looked at Zhang Yun Koi, the snacker, eating out of her happy face. He couldn't help but gulp as well. Shidoshi, what is this? She and Lu Qinggan hadn't seen Lu Qinggan take it out and eat it in these days. Senior sister wants it too? Lu Qinggan smiled bitterly. He knew that Song Wan was also a foodie, but these two snacks, he had specially prepared for both Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming, and the two children's appetites are not big. Song Wan an adult, is addicted to eating. That amount can be scary. Try. Song Wan nodded her head in a hurry. Lu Qinggan could only give some to Song Wan so, both snacks instantly gained a devoted fan. Father-in-law, then I'll take little Koix's sister out to play, and personally send her home later. Lu Qinggan waved his hand towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi revealed an old fatherly expression and watched the trio leave. Lu Qinggan came to the Jin family afterward and found that what Jin Chongming had gone through was exactly the same as what Zhang Yunxi had gone through. It was just that Jin Chongming could be miserable. As soon as Lu Qinggan's trio entered the main hall of the Jin family, they heard Jin Chongming's pig-killing cries. Father! Father! Don't fight! A small, fat man lifted a snout and ran quickly around a large beam. Jin Dishui held a bundle of willow in his hand and chased after Jin Chongming, his eyes burning with a full flame. Seeing this, Lu Qinggan hurriedly ran over to stop Jin Dishui. As for Jin Chongming, when she saw Lu Qinggan, it was as if she had seen the geisha hero stepping on the colorful mascot clouds, and instantly, with tears in her eyes, she hid behind Lu Qinggan. Brother An, woo woo, help me. Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Dishui with a bitter smile and asked, Uncle Jin, what's going on? This kid, I taught him to read and write, and after teaching a word 100 times, he turns his head and forgets it. I'm so mad at him. Jin Dishui was so angry that the top of his head was smoking, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Lu Qinggan blinked. Jin Chongming is so enlightened. It doesn't have to be like this. Which character did Uncle Jin teach? Lu Qinggan asked curiously. The word air. This character has a great probability of appearing on cultivation techniques. It's not just as simple as this kid not being able to write it. He still can't recognize it, even how to read it, or even reread it a few times. Jin Dishui also feels evil. This child's brain is stupid a little, but it is not so bad. He's so smart, and I wonder who the kid really follows. If the boy hadn't looked so much like him when he was a kid, he would have wondered if his dead wife had put some kind of hat on him. Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Chongming, thought about it, and decided to try his own method. I'll teach you to read the word air and write it exactly like this. Lu Qinggan took out the chili strips and melon seeds, then used his aura to control the chili strips and melon seeds to float in the air, forming the word air. Jin Dishui looked at this scene and was shocked. Only then did he realize that Lu Qinggan had already broken through to the second level of the qi refining stage. Nice guy. This kid is not too talented. But what kind of teaching method is that? Wow! Jin Chongming's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the spicy noodles and melon seeds. He then heard Lu Qinggan say, if you can read and write, all of this is for you to eat. After saying that, Lu Qinggan took control of the melon seeds and spicy noodles to disperse. Jin Chongming's eyes lit up, then quickly said, this reading air is written like this. He crouched down and wrote a crooked script with his finger on the ground that distributed a layer of dust. Air. It doesn't look very pretty, but it does get written. Jin Dishui looked dumbfounded. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, revealed an expression that said it all. This kid is actually really not stupid. After all, the enlightenment is so high. It's just that the method of teaching is not right. Uncle Jin, look, you're the one who didn't teach him very well, so don't blame the kid. Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Dishui like a young adult and revealed a meaningful smile. Jin Dishui blinked before scratching his head in some embarrassment, and looking at his son. He quickly put away that look and became a strict father once again. If I had known you boys had to be taught like that, then I wouldn't have wasted my efforts. Jin Chongming looked at this serious expression on his father's face and was once again startled, hiding behind Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Dishui like this, sighed, and decided to take the opportunity to help Jin Chongming, which is also considered to be a good relationship with Jin Chongming. Uncle Jin, it's not that my nephew is talking about you. In fact, it's you who caused brother Chongming to be like this. Imagine if the person you feared the most came to teach you. You'd be on edge, and you'd learn very little. I don't think this teaching method of yours will work. I have a solution here that will help you. It's up to you to find out. Lu Qinggan said with a serious expression. Jin Dishui was no fool. Listening to Lu Qinggan's words, he pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. So he frowned slightly and said, Nephew, you say, it is not a good move for you to do this to a child when you had problems with your previous teaching. I suggest that you should apologize to Chongming's brother first, and moving forward, then try to be as gentle as possible. And remember to get your hands dirty. He is a good seedling. Don't let your wrong way of teaching delay him. Lu Qinggan spoke bitterly like an adult. Seeing Jin Dishui's somewhat reluctant appearance, he quickly shifted his gaze to Song Wanner and said, Senior sister, what do you say? Song Wanner was still eating Lu Qinggan's spicy noodles at the moment, and when she heard this, she blinked before decisively saying, Yes, I don't think there's anything wrong with what senior brother said. Uncle Jin might as well apologize. Jin Dishui looked at Song Wanner and gulped. Song Wanner had said so he could only do it. He could only look at his son awkwardly, slightly sideways, and said, Son, father knows he is wrong. It wasn't loud, but Jin Chongming heard it. At this moment, Jin Chongming looked at his father in a mute manner, and then looked at Lu Qinggan as if he was a little fanboy in admiration. Brotherin, you are so handsome. Chapter 28 Perfection in the Task. Wow! At this moment, Zhang Yun Koixi was also looking at Lu Qinggan like a little fangirl, a pair of big watery eyes with starlight inside. Simply awesome. Not bad for your future husband. It's the first time she's seen a child teach an adult a lesson. Song Wanner also looked at Lu Qinggan. She had once again seen how intelligent Lu Qingyan was. You can come up with this kind of method, and you can actually capitalize on it at a young age. Without that one sentence from her, Jin Dishui naturally wouldn't easily apologize with the child. After all, as a father, apologizing to your child is almost impossible unless you are compelled to do so. Your father has realized his mistake, so don't hurry up and forgive your father. Lu Qingyan smiled at this time and handed Jin Chongming the chili strips and melon seeds with a reminder. Jin Chongming hurriedly nodded his head, blinked his big clear eyes and said, "Father, it's fine. I'll listen and learn in the future." Jin Dishui took a deep breath. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and reached out his hand close to Jin Chongming's head. However, Jin Chongming was startled and closed his eyes in a stressful manner. Jin Dishui froze for a moment, gently placing his hand on Jin Chongming's head and rubbing it, saying, "Father realizes that he was wrong, and will definitely teach you patiently in the future." Jin Chongming was surprised to look up at his father. At this moment, the father in front of him changed his appearance. Lu Qingyan smiled and informed Jin Dishui of the purpose of the trip, to take Jin Chongming out for a stroll, and promised to try to teach Jin Chongming to read and write. Jin Dishui smiled and nodded. With Lu Qingyan, the kid brother, there would definitely be no problem. Just like that, Lu Qingyan finally got two little friends together and was ready to start completing the new mission. He took both of them by the hand and left the Jin household. Then he began to choose what he considered to be dangerous places to go. 500 years later, Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming were both transitional succession stage powerhouses. For the two of them, a place full of crises was definitely a side of ferocity. And now that they are all still 3 years old, and Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming both still have no cultivation, the place full of crisis is simply not too much. Soon, he stopped in front of a courtyard within an alleyway. It was a small courtyard, enclosed by a stone wall, with a tree next to it, which could be climbed to get inside the courtyard. Lu Qingyan stopped here because he heard a dog barking inside, and it wasn't just one dog barking. For children, vicious dogs can be very scary. When encountered from afar, one has to shiver. So at this moment, across the fence, listening to the sound of this dog barking, Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming both quickly hid behind Lu Qingyan. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose slightly. "Isn't this a place full of crises? Senior sister, you watch them first. I'll go in and take a look." Lu Qingyan first pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the situation inside. No one seems to be inside this yard. Song Wan Air was filled with confusion, not knowing what Lu Qingyan was trying to do. Seeing Lu Qingyan directly use his cultivation, he climbed up that tall tree and looked inside the courtyard. She was even more puzzled. Lu Qingyan was sure that the yard owner was not there, and he saw that 2 bamboo poles were being crossed in the middle of the yard, and 2 rows of salami were sunning on the poles. Very well, that's the experience, isn't it? Lu Qingyan hurriedly descended the tree, then told Song Waner to go to the front of the alley to let the wind out, and for someone to come over and give a hint. Song Waner blinked her eyes and was just about to say something when she saw Lu Qingyan suddenly take out a can of spicy noodles. Without saying a word, she picked up the chili jar and ran that way. Whatever, let her do whatever she wants. The corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth curled up as he looked at Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming, saying, "There are fragrant sausages inside. Let's go in and borrow some. When we get back, I'll make you guys some tasty contraptions." Hearing the word delicious, the two instantly blinked and nodded their heads like garlic. Just like that, with Lu Qingyan's help, the two of them weren't afraid of whether there was a dog inside or not. First, Lu Qingyan leaped inside the courtyard and opened the gate. Then the 3 little ones quickly ran towards that weenie together. As they ran up to the weenie, the dogs inside the inner courtyard barked more viciously, though no dogs ran out, but it also scared the 2 little ones. Jin Chongming even picked up a string of salami to run in a hurry. Fella face grounded. Snot was rubbed off on the ground. Zhang Yan Koixi holding 2 bunches of sausages, but a smoke run. Feet as if installed 2 small wheels, huffing and puffing out of the yard. Lu Qingyan saw that the dog inside was chained, but he was not slow, picked up 2 bunches of salami, then took out 10 pieces of silver from his arms and placed them on the ground before leaving the yard, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Once that was done, the 3 got together. Jin Chongming fell red in the face, but at the moment he didn't cry out in pain at all, and cheerfully handed out the salami. "Brethren, I ran a little slower and didn't dare to borrow too much. I borrowed 2 bunches. Zhang Yunkoi raised her condescending little brain. "Very well, let's go. We'll go somewhere else." Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded. He then looked towards the alley corner where he was currently squatting like a sizable cutie. Song Waner, who was eating a chili bar like that, waved her hand towards her. Song Waner still couldn't figure out what Lu Qingyan was doing, but she didn't say anything and continued to follow Lu Qingyan away. Anyway, there are chili bars and melon seeds for her to eat. Lu Qingyan did as he was told and brought the 2 little ones around. They went to places that were a little dangerous for their children and had a series of adventures. Borrowing chickens, borrowing ducks, borrowing fish, and so on. He was well aware of the focus of the mission. That's cultivating a relationship, and the fact that it takes 3 people to work together in an adventure. And so, as it was getting into dusk, he finally waited for the sound of the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. The item has been deposited inside the host's storage bag. Lu Qingyan had a jolt and a smile plastered on his face. He was not in a hurry to take it out here to check it out, but instead looked towards the 2 of them, Zhang Yunqi and Jin Dishuai. Well, it's getting late, so I'll send you guys back. Ha, brother-in, can I continue to stay at your house tonight? Zhang Yunqi looked as if she couldn't get enough of it and grabbed Lu Qingyan's hand, unwilling to let go. Jin Chongming did the same, but instead of grabbing Lu Qingyan's hand, he directly squatted down and hugged Lu Qingyan's thigh. Brother-in, I want to go home with you. Lu Qingyan. However, he was clear that these 2 little ones would only affect his cultivation, so he still used his own method to make them each go home. That means taking the rest of the chili and melon seeds and dividing them up. Of course, Song Wanner wasn't willing to lag behind and took a share as well. During this day, Lu Qingyan naturally did not forget his promise. Whenever you take the 2 little ones to different places to practice, you will use your own special way to teach them to recognize words. By the end of the day, the 2 had recognized 100 more words. The 2 were also quizzed by both parents when they returned home, and it was eventually discovered that their efficiency in recognizing words greatly exceeded the predictions of both parents. After Lu Qingyan sent the 2 home, the first thing he did was look at Song Wanner to send back all the things he borrowed. With Song Wanner's cultivation, she could return everything without taking much time and without fear of being seen. Song Wanner was puzzled by this, but when she heard Lu Qingyan say that he would prepare a new snack for her tomorrow, she instantly agreed. After they finished their work, the 2 of them headed for Lu's house. Senior brother, there's something I need to talk to you about. I have a feeling that you can still raise your cultivation again, but I advise you to stop raising your cultivation after you break through to the 3rd level of chi refining, and raise it again when you arrive at the Sword Void Valley, after you have cultivated the technique that your master chose for you. Song Wanner suddenly looked at Lu Qingyan and carefully licked clean the remaining chili surface on her fingers after eating a spicy bar. Why? Lu Qingyan asked. After the 3rd level of chi refining, the foundation of each level of cultivation is very important. If you rely on the cultivation raised by low-rank techniques with a poor foundation, you will always be weaker than some of the heavenly prides in the future, Song Wanner said. Lu Qingyan sniffed and nodded slightly. It seemed that one could only raise one more layer of cultivation, and then one could not raise it. He was still thinking that with 100,000 spirit stones, he would be able to make a quick breakthrough. Still, he had to wait for the system-rewarded merit technique to arrive before he could cultivate it. Only, when would I be able to help Luing solve her biggest trouble now? As soon as she returned to the Lu family, Lu Qingyan decisively ran in the direction of her room, wanted to take a closer look at the spectacular picture of 100,000 spirit stones. This child, what's going on? Xinyuer asked unexpectedly when she saw Lu Qingyan's giddy appearance. Song Wanner shook her head. Lu Qingyan went back inside the room to make sure no one was following him before taking out her storage bag to check. When the mouth of the storage bag opened, a burst of white light nearly blinded him. Only an incalculable amount of spirit stones were seen, stuffing his storage bag. 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Hair. Chapter 29. Disaster suddenly comes to the Lu family. Very well, the chaotic body is in the process of awakening, and the spirit stones for the preliminary cultivation have been prepared. All that's missing is an immortal grade technique. Lu Qingyan had already seen the pattern of this system mission. It fits the name of the system very well. Reverse system. That's quite a reversal. Of course, it's only a reversal for him in 500 years. For him now, that's the rise. Having this kind of natural resources at the age of 3, as long as one cultivates hard and survives without accidents, one would definitely be able to overwhelm all the heavenly prides and become the strongest person. As soon as the chaotic body awakens, I believe that the Sword Void Valley will treat me as a meat and potatoes, protecting me well and pouring everything into cultivating me. After all, a small chaos body can have that kind of treatment. It wouldn't be too much for me, a proper chaos body, to be treated tenfold. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose slightly as she pulled out 10 lower grade spirit stones from inside her storage bag. Anyway, the 3rd level of the chi refining stage didn't have any effect, so there was nothing to do now. So let's raise it up. As soon as he wanted to do it, Lu Qingyan began to devote himself to cultivation. 2 hours passed, and when he had used close to 50 spirit stones, his cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. Worthy of being a 5-colored heavenly spirit root. The speed of refining aura is really fast. When the chaotic body comes out, how fast will the speed of refining aura be? Now that he was practicing, the chi cyclone inside his dantian would rotate rapidly as he ran his gongfu, emitting a suction force that absorbed the aura outside his body. After inhaling the aura into the body and running it for a few weeks, the aura could be refined to purity and converged inside the dantian to enhance the cultivation level. The speed at which the cyclone operated was related to the gong method. The stronger the gong method, the faster the cyclone rotated. While the speed of the aura's refining circumference in the body was fast or slow, it was related to the spiritual root and physique. The better the spiritual root, the stronger the physique and the faster the speed. Looking forward to it already, Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and ended her cultivation. His cultivation at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage filled him with power at the moment. Driven at full strength, it should be able to lift a large tripod of several hundred pounds. Dinner. Just then, Lu Ying's voice came from outside the room. Lu Qinggan sniffed, opened the door to her room, and walked out, only to see that at this moment, Lu Ying's face and qi and blood were much better. The healing effect was good. Lu Ying suddenly frowned with her willow eyebrows and stared at Lu Qinggan suspiciously. You're at the 3rd level of qi refining stage? Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Just broke through. Lu Ying couldn't help but ask, where did you get the cultivation resources to break through so quickly? Breaking through from the 2nd level of the qi refining stage to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage requires at least 50 or so spirit stones. Lu Qinggan thought for a moment and said, Sister gave the spirit stones. Lu Ying was speechless. You mean, 3 spirit stones made you break through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage? Let's not talk about that. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Lu Qingyan didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he headed over to the main hall. He didn't want the matter of him having a large amount of spirit stones to spread. It was better to hide it. You wait, is this spirit stone given to you by your senior sister? Or maybe it's your senior? Lu Ying called out to Lu Qinggan. Sister, don't ask. I can't say. Lu Qinggan said seriously with a small face. Actually, I want you to help me with one more thing. Lu Ying pondered for a moment, but still sighed and decided to let Lu Qinggan try. You said earlier, what do you need me to do this time? Lu Qinggan instantly came to life. He couldn't wait for Lu Ying to explain everything to him, and for him to help think of a way to see if he could directly help Lu Ying get rid of the most troublesome things. Then he would be able to complete the quest and obtain immortal grade techniques and immortal artifacts, especially with the immortal level technique. With this technique, he could cultivate as much as he wanted. Lu Ying couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as she looked at Lu Qinggan's sudden state of mind. She had sort of noticed that the little guy was thrilled and excited when she asked him for help. Wouldn't it be logical to get bored of helping people all the time? She didn't want her brother to do everything either, mainly because she couldn't keep herself busy on her own. When you eat later, see if you can help me borrow 2,000 spirit stones from your senior sister. I need it urgently tomorrow, and I'll return it to her first thing after I move. Before she came back, she thought she had prepared enough spirit stones, but she didn't realize that she was still missing 2,000. If you go out to earn it this time, I'm afraid that you'll encounter some trouble out there that will cause you to come back too long and have an accident on the side. And in her thoughts, a personal disciple of the Sword Void Valley Patriarch should have 2,000 lower grade spirit stones. Lu Qingyan's eyes were slightly strange as he tried to ask, Sister, why do you need so many spirit stones? I can only tell you that it's something over at the ancient tomb. It's a matter of great importance. Try to borrow it for me, but you can't say what it's for. Just say that I'm in a hurry. I'm on average terms with her, so I can only rely on you to ask. Lu Ying was slightly embarrassed when she said this. I never thought I'd have to rely on my brother to help me borrow money one day. Then with this amount of spirit stones, will you be able to quickly solve the problem over there? I see you come back injured so often that I'm worried for you. Lu Qinggan frowned with a worried look. He wanted to see how long it would take Lu Ying to settle things over at the ancient tomb, which amounted to how long it would take to complete the mission. Soon. It will be within these 2 days. Lu Ying took a deep breath and looked at Lu Qinggan. Realizing that Lu Qinggan looked worried, she couldn't help but feel a warm current rise in her heart, so she gazed to the side and said weakly, I get your concern. After Lu Qinggan heard this, a flash of essence flashed across her small face. In 2 days? Nice guy. Is it finally going to be resolved? Then there's no need to borrow it from senior sister. I'll lend it to you. After Lu Qinggan finished speaking, she pulled Lu Ying inside the room and then took out the 2,000 spirit stones. Spirit stones were piled up in a heap, glittering with crystalline light. Lu Ying was stunned for a while, then looked at Lu Qinggan with scrutinizing eyes. How do you have so many spirit stones? This little guy. It's so wrong. Someone gave it to me. You should be able to guess who. Lu Qinggan blurted out. Your master? Lu Ying asked. Lu Qinggan didn't nod or shake her head, The Lord striking a default but not recognizing it. Okay, count me in as borrowing from you. I can't imagine you're still a little rich. After collecting her brother's spirit stones, Lu Ying couldn't help but spit out a sigh. I never imagined that I would one day be reduced to having to take money from the pocket of my own brother who was only 3 years old. Alright, go eat. Lu Qinggan smiled contentedly, just waiting for Lu Ying to hurry up and help him finish the task. As soon as the two of them arrived at the main hall, it was like a boulder crashing down on a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer exclaimed for a while when they saw this cultivation level of Lu Qingyan. Even Song Wan'er, who had parted ways with Lu Qingyan only a short while ago, froze for a moment. Ha ha, Anne, eat more. Lu Wuwei desperately tried to give Lu Qinggan food. At the moment, he was eager to hurry up and finish the meal and take Lu Qinggan out for a walk. Get your friends to show it off. Eat more green vegetables. Eating green vegetables grows faster. Qin Yuer also tenderly pinched food for Lu Qingyan. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, enjoying this feeling of being spoiled by her parents. What he didn't expect was that Lu Ying, who was sitting across from him at this time, also suddenly pinched a piece of braised pork in his bowl and calmly said, "The braised pork made by mother is delicious. Eat more." This scene also startled both Qin Yuer and Lu Wuwei. Ha ha, mother, I'm happy tonight. Can you drink? Lu Wuwei laughed openly. Qin Yuer was well aware of her daughter's temperament, and after returning to her senses, she looked at Lu Wuwei with a smile. I'll make an exception for you to drink something tonight. Song Wan'er looked at this family's joyfulness, and she, who had been burying her head in dry rice, paused in her movements for a while. She was orphaned, and although she had a good mentor, she had never seen this kind of image before. Senior sister, you eat more too. At this moment, Lu Qinggan suddenly jumped off the high chair and came in front of Song Wan'er. Share half of the delicacies piled up in the bowl with Song Wan'er. Yes, Miss Wan'er, eat more. If you can drink with me too. Lu Wuwei laughed out loud. Don't you bring the child down. Qin Yuer pouted at Lu Wuwei for a moment, then looked at Song Wan'er and smiled. Miss Wan'er, is there enough food? Not enough, I'll make you 2 more. Enough is enough. Song Wan'er hastily shook her brain and then laughed along with her. The night was serene, and the metaphorical moon hung high in the sky, which was extremely beautiful. After the family finished eating, Qin Yuer realized that the moon was extremely beautiful tonight, so she proposed to go up to the roof to enjoy the moon. So the family jumped onto the roof, set up tea and snacks, and enjoyed watching the moon. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, was surrounded by his parents in the middle, listening to his parents pointing to the stars above the firmament and popularizing various names that he had never even heard of. A warmth flowing through his heart. In his last life, his parents died early, and all he knew about his family afterward was on the internet. I didn't expect to come into this world and feel at home in person. Luckily, the system had arrived early, or else he would have had to miss out on so much. Ha ha, elder brother Lu, we're here. At that moment, Zhang Qi's bright laughter came from downstairs. Only Zhang Qi appeared with Zhang Yunqi sitting on his shoulder, holding a stunningly beautiful woman by the hand. And there were 2 people behind them as well. None other than Jin Dishuai and Jin Chongming. Ha ha, hurry up and come up. Check out my son's cultivation. Lu Wuwei shouted impatiently. He was the one who told his subordinates to go to the Zhang and Jin families to call the 2 families to come and enjoy the moon together. The real intention then is to show off the sun. Zhang Qi laughed. I knew during the daytime. My little son-in-law is at the 2nd level of the qi refining stage. But just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in the next moment and he quickly leapt onto the roof. 3rd level of qi refining stage? Jin Dishuai's eyes also widened, decisively leaving Jin Chongming behind and leaping onto the roof for a closer look. Dad, what about me? Jin Chongming bounced on the ground, like an orphan, very helpless. On this night, the 3 families gathered together, and a cozy atmosphere filled the entire Lu family. After the night was quiet, Lu Qinggan returned to her room and after lying down, she fell asleep. He went into dreamland. He had a long dream in which he became the strongest being in the world, protected and cherished family members who had a wonderful and long life together. Until, that is, the rooster's crowing woke him from his beauty sleep. Lu Qingyan stretched her back and looked at the dawn outside, ready to continue working. Lu Ying said that he needed to continue to go over to the ancient tomb to work on it today. He'd have to take Song Wan'er out for another stroll, preferably returning at night. He walked out of the room, and it just so happened that Lu Ying also walked out of the room at that moment. The 2 siblings glanced at each other, only to see Lu Ying make a wink towards him. Lu Qinggan instantly understood. Sister, you go and get busy. I'll go find senior sister and take her out. Lu Ying nodded her head in satisfaction and smiled faintly as she walked in that direction of the ancient tomb. But the 2 had just taken a step, when suddenly, they both stopped quickly and looked quickly in one direction. It's exactly the ancient side of the tomb. At the moment, the land is shaking. Then the image that shocked both of them appeared. A huge pillar of light rose from the ground and went straight into the sky. Crap! Luing was so shocked that his body couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? In order to be more secure, she even took advantage of the late night last night to bring along the spirit stone she had gotten from Lu Qinggan and reinforced everything. The unexpected arrival killed her off guard. Lu Qinggan looked over there. The light pillar had stopped, and at the highest point of the light pillar, a huge ball of light was suspended in the middle of the sky above the ancient tomb. And inside the ball of light, there was a long sword gleaming with golden light shining. From such a distance away, he could feel the terrifying might inside that sword. This can't be an immortal weapon. You, hurry up and take your parents away. The farther away the better. Otherwise, the whole family will suffer. Luing quickly looked at Lu Qinggan and shouted anxiously. Chapter 30, Crisis in the Air. Lu Qinggan frowned tightly. He never thought that this dear sister of his, the thing that he went to the ancient tomb there to mess around with, was actually an immortal weapon. He had learned about the importance of immortal artifacts from Song Wanner, and the fact that immortal artifacts had appeared here would surely spread quickly. Soon there would be a peak transition peak powerhouse. This immortal weapon will certainly be seized, and perhaps this place will become a battlefield. Perhaps the whole family would be doomed, as Luing had said, talking about the powerful attacks that would ripple through the immortal artifact when it was being fought over by powerful people. Or, is there something else that these powerful people need to know and need to be interrogated from their families here? But if that were true, it would be useless for them to flee anywhere. Nowadays, with their cultivation strength, they had only left the Fengyang city area before they had to be caught back. Forget it, it's useless to struggle. Everything depends on fate. Luing sighed at this time, and her entire body shriveled up. She was also aware that at this point in time, it was useless to struggle any further, and she could only see if the Lu family was fortunate enough to survive this calamity. Lu Qinggan's small face was slack-jawed. While her gaze glanced at the loading panel floating in front of her, the chaotic body still has a few days to go before it awakens. Would Sword Void Valley be able to help their Lu family survive this calamity? At that moment, Song Wanner's figure fluttered like a leaf as she quickly flew closer from a distance. She landed in front of Lu Qinggan and the two of them, her eyes trembling slightly as she looked at the changes over there. When she saw that one immortal sword floating in the air, she sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. It's actually an immortal sword. Song Wanner hurriedly took out her voice transmission jade slip and conveyed the situation here to her master. Wait, that area? It can't be within your Lu family area. After Song Wanner reported the appearance of the immortal sword here back to the sect, she suddenly realized something and her beautiful eyes widened once again. Lu Qingyan knew that at this moment, only the Sword Void Valley could help their Lu family survive this calamity. So he nodded. Perhaps, after the sword was obtained by the Sword Void Valley, there was still a chance of survival for their Lu family. Good. Great. When we take this sword first, the clan will remember your Lu family for a great deed. Song Wanner quickly lifted off and tried to fly that way. Seeing this, Luing hurriedly said, "Don't go over there. If you get close to a certain distance, you will definitely die." Song Wanner froze for a moment and quickly turned her head to look at Luing. Realizing something, she frowned tightly and said, "You'd better hurry up and think of a way to help our Sword Void Valley to take this immortal sword. If other forces get this sword even faster, your family is going to face extinction. This is a kind reminder." Luing obviously knew about this immortal sword. Hinges on holding some secrets. In order to fully obtain this immortal artifact, even the other 9 holy lands, which were also among the 10 great sacred grounds of cultivation, dared to go to war with their Sword Void Valley. It would be hard for them to protect the Lu family then. Only when the other people have not arrived. Let this immortal sword become their Sword Void Valley in the bag, and recognize the master. The other 9 holy places can stop. Luing, however, sighed. It's useless. No one in the mortal world can get this sword. That ball of light is a recognition band, preventing all people from approaching it, and only for those who are recognized by the immortal sword. That recognition seal will disappear, and if you want to break it with force, I'm afraid that it would take the strongest of those in the mortal world to join forces together to blast through it. But if you use an extremely strong attack to try and break the recognition prohibition, the immortal sword will also self-destruct. As far as she understood, in the mortal world, for the time being, there was no appearance of a supreme demon who could make this immortal sword recognize its owner. A recognition prohibition? What the hell is this? Song Wanner had never heard of such a thing, but she analyzed from Lu Ying's look that Luing wasn't lying. She also made a decisive attempt to drive her flying sword closer to that side. It was just as Luing had said. As soon as the flying swords came close to the 1-mile range of that ball of light, they were blasted to pieces by a terrifying might. With that might, it was highly likely that it had reached the peak of the transitional sundering. That is to say, A peak transitional succession powerhouse could perish if they easily approached. This, Song Wan'er was stunned, then quickly looked at Lu Qing'an's two siblings. You guys, why don't you hurry and flee? Did it work? Lu Ying asked with a bitter smile. Song Wan'er was silent. The Lu family, I'm afraid, is going to meet its doom. This immortal weapon appeared in a tremendous array. Not just the entire Fengyang city could see it. As that pillar of light rose, there was also a powerful mighty energy that spread across the entire continent in the sky. It wouldn't take long for all the top powerhouses of the continent to show up in unison. It wasn't long before Lu Wuwei and the others arrived here as well. Looking in that direction of the ancient tomb, Lu Wuwei and Qin Yue both blanched. They know what something is going on over there and what it will portend. Do we need to do anything? Lu Wuwei asked with a grave expression on his face. Lu Ying looked at her parents and sighed. Listen to God. This. Lu Wuwei took a step back. There's nothing that can be done? Our Sword Void Valley's founding ancestor and my master. They're coming quickly, so I hope they're the first to arrive. Song Wan'er frowned her moth brows tightly and said. Fizzle. Suddenly, a sword light flashed high above Fengyang City. Immediately afterward, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Countless black gusts of wind blew out from within the black cracks. A few moments later, two old men dressed in black came out of the crack. Oh no! The people from the Black Wind Cliff Sacred Land arrived first. Song Wan'er could tell at a glance that one of these two was the patriarch of the Black Wind Cliff Holy Land. Their relationship between Sword Void Valley and Black Wind Cliff was extremely bad. There was a constant struggle between the two sides a long time ago. It wasn't until their old Sword Void Valley ancestor possessed an immortal weapon that the two parties spent some time in peace. Now that this Black Wind Cliff's people had arrived first, if what Lu Ying had said was true, what with the recognition restriction not being able to be unlocked, the Black Wind Cliff's people would definitely be looking for a way to obtain the immortal sword from the Lu family's side. The Black Wind Cliff, however, was a major practitioner of the Devil's Way, which had a secret art called the soul-searching art, which, after being performed, could view the memories of others. However, this secret technique possesses irreversible damage to the person being searched, leading to dementia if it is light, or death on the spot if it is heavy. Lu Ying seemed to recognize the people from Black Wind Cliff as well, and her face instantly darkened as she muttered, Damn, old ancestor, it's really an immortal sword. Moreover, this immortal sword seems to be 1 point stronger than an ordinary immortal weapon. After the Black Wind Cliff patriarch appeared, he quickly looked towards the place of the immortal sword, and then looked towards the bald old man at the side with a mixture of surprise. This bald old man was none other than the Black Wind Cliff ancestor, one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Jia. The other old things haven't arrived yet. This immortal sword is mine. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor already had the appearance of a walking dead man, looking old, and the skin on his face was also very loose, but his eyes were stern. At this moment, when he saw that immortal sword, he did not have the old and profound look that he used to have, and he looked excited. With one step, he approached before that recognition prohibition, but in the next moment, his eyes narrowed violently. A powerful mighty energy came crashing towards him. Humph, he grunted in a deep voice, and rolling smoke instantly erupted from his body. However, in front of this might, he still retreated back to his original position in the blink of an eye. Damn, what the hell is this thing? It actually possesses a seal that even I can't get close to. Old ancestor, is there a way to break that seal? We can't waste any time. The others are afraid that they are about to arrive. The Black Wind Cliff patriarch asked urgently. He was also at the peak of the transitional succession, so he naturally knew exactly how strong the power emanating from that seal was just now. You and I will make an attempt to blast open this seal. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor droned. Thus, the two of them decisively used their full strength and attacked towards that seal. That immortal sword was located very high, and the two peak transitional juncture powerhouses launched their attacks in the air. But the mere aftershocks still caused the entire Fengyang city to shake a few times. However, the two tried, but were surprised to find that the seal hadn't changed at all. Unbreakable. Damn, is there no law? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was a bit anxious. He rarely waited for the chance to possess an immortal weapon. How could he give it away? Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly looked downward. Immortal swords appeared here, so the people here might know something that he didn't know. He saw somewhere below, and with a wave of one hand, a person was instantly sucked up to him like a meteor flying. Seniors, senpai, this person was from within Fengyang City and saw that something was happening over here, so he quietly felt his way over here to see the action. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor also didn't bother to wait for this person to open his mouth to speak. His hand was enveloped in black chi, and as soon as he grabbed this person's head, he began to search his soul. Boo! The person could not withstand such a strong pressure of soul searching, and his head instantly burst open. The ancient tomb of the Lu family? The memories he searched were hardly useful, but knew which family this place belonged to in Fengyang City. He, then, will have to get the Lukes to search his soul. Chapter 31. There is only one solution. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor scanned the surroundings, then his gaze settled on Lu Wuwei, who was not far from here. This was the head of the Lu family in that person's memory. Lu Wuwei. Swish! The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Lu Wuwei. Lu Qing'an's family stood in one piece. They all saw the brutal behavior of the Black Wind Cliff's old ancestor just now. It simply doesn't take human life seriously. A secret technique was used, and the man's head exploded on the spot, dead beyond repair. Damn! Lu Ying's fists clenched. She knew what this Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was trying to do, but she couldn't do anything about it. The difference in their strength is too great. When Lu Qing'an saw that the Black Wind Cliff elder ancestor appeared in front of his father and seemed to want to use that one means to search his soul again, he hurriedly cried out, "Elder! My master is the Sword Void Valley elder." He had heard Song Wanner say that Black Wind Cliff and Sword Void Valley were incompatible, but all he could do at the moment was to take a gamble. Or rather, stalling. I know. And then what? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor glanced at Lu Qing'an. He knew about it when he searched the man's soul just now, but it was also this matter that instead caused coldness to grow frequently in his heart. Carrying the Sword Void Valley in front of him, the old ancestor of Black Wind Cliff. Only a child would dare. Lu Qing'an didn't know how to reply to this statement. He was also clear that he had no way out at this moment, and after calling out to the system many times in his heart, there was no response from the system. Song Wanner watched this scene, biting her vermilion lips, making a decision and speaking in a deep voice. "Elder Wind, are you making a move against our Sword Void Valley people? And who are you?" The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor could tell at a glance that Song Wanner's natural talent was extraordinary. This woman had already awakened a powerful physique, and with this kind of natural talent, even he had to take a second look. "Old ancestor, she's the Sword Void Valley Patriarch's own heirloom." Song Wanner. At this moment, the Black Wind Cliff sovereign also flew down in the blink of an eye and landed beside the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor with a reminder. "I've heard of that name before. Is she the one who injured your disciple?" The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor glanced at the Black Wind Cliff Patriarch. "That's right." The Black Wind Cliff Patriarch nodded, his eyes slightly glazed, but he was also clear that he couldn't dispose of this kind of genius with his hands. Otherwise there is a risk of completely igniting the war between the two powers. "Little girl, you're going to stop this honored one? Even your master has to respectfully call out to me as a senior in front of this father." The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor narrowed his eyes, and an extremely terrifying sense of oppression also violently emanated from his body. Song Wanner instantly felt numb and devoid of strength, and her cultivation couldn't be used at all. Give them some face from the Sword Void Valley. These children don't move. The rest of them will all have their souls searched. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor looked at the Black Wind Cliff Patriarch at this time and said in a deep voice, "All right, old ancestor." The Black Wind Cliff Patriarch nodded his head in a hurry. Under the control of their old ancestor's pressure, everyone present was unable to move at the moment. The same was true for Lu Qing'an and Lu Ying. Lu Qing'an's eyes instantly flushed with blood when he saw this Black Wind Cliff Patriarch appear in front of his parents in the blink of an eye. But no matter what means he used, he couldn't move at the moment. That's the difference in strength. The Black Wind Cliff Patriarch placed his hands on Lu Wuwei's and Qin Yuer's heads and began to use the soul-searching technique. Just as the soul-search technique was about to be performed, a powerful mighty energy pressed towards the Black Wind Cliff Patriarch. The Black Wind Cliff Patriarch was startled for a moment and quickly backed away. A figure appeared behind both Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer in an instant, and the moment this person appeared, the terrifying pressure that enveloped Lu Qing'an and the others quickly dissipated like an ebbing tide. Everyone looked at the visitor. "Old ancestor," Song Wanner shouted in a hurry. The person who appeared was tall, wearing a loose white robe, with white hair and a white beard, looking kind. It was none other than the Sword Void Valley's founding ancestor. Swish swish swish, the Sword Void Valley ancestor appeared for a moment, followed by two figures appearing beside him. The people who came were none other than the Sword Void Valley Patriarch and the third elder. "Master, senior uncle," Song Wanner shouted in surprise. Lu Qing'an also quickly shouted, "Greetings master, greetings seniors. It couldn't have come at a better time. Crazy old monster, what are you doing to our Sword Void Valley people?" The white-haired old man, who had looked kind a moment before, directly broke into curses after looking toward the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, like a cussing grandpa. "Damn it!" The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor cursed darkly, then coldly said, "You old monster, how did they become your Sword Void Valley people? They are the families of our Sword Void Valley disciples. So how is it that they are not from our Sword Void Valley? What? Upset? Want to fight? It just so happens that my immortal weapon is repaired and needs human blood to be retempered. The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley coldly shouted. According to my information, your immortal weapon has not been repaired. Still bluffing. It fits your nature. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor said disdainfully. Good. Then fight. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor gritted his teeth. I'm not afraid of you. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor said. Sword Void Valley elder ancestor, do it before you have an original. Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, you do it first. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor was disdainful. You don't dare? Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, it's you who don't dare. Old ancestor, the immortal sword is a big deal. It's better to put aside the grudges between our two parties, or else the others will soon arrive. At this moment, the Black Wind Cliff patriarch suddenly pulled the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor back and reminded him. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor put away his temper and coldly looked at the Sword Void Valley old ancestor. While the others are yet to arrive, you and I will join forces and take the immortal sword first, after which you and I will fight for it, which is also easier than robbing it with the other old things. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's heart was like a clear mirror, and he also suppressed the idea of arguing with the other party. However, before he promised the Black Wind Cliff ancestor, he still looked at Song Wanner and the others. Old ancestor, that side can't get close enough. Song Wanner also knew that the immortal sword was a big deal, and time was very tight, so she quickly told her old ancestor what she had just seen. Nor did he forget to mention the recognition prohibition that Lu Ying had talked about. Recognition prohibition? The two of them, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor and the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, frowned upon hearing this. None of them had ever heard the word. It is the need that prohibition cannot be broken. Even if it is broken with an attack, the immortal sword will self-destruct. And there is only one way to get this immortal sword, and that is for the immortal sword to see the person who recognizes it, and autonomously chooses that person to be the master. Otherwise the prohibition will not disappear. Lu Ying stepped forward at this time. She had already thought carefully about it just now. Now their Lu family has a way to live. It would be to sacrifice her and see if she could survive in exchange for her family. They were a family of 4, and it was one more person who could survive. If you're forced to search her soul forcefully, search her soul. And she was the only one who knew the secret of this immortal sword. At that moment, everyone stared at Lu Ying. Lu Qinggan did the same, and at this moment, he guessed what Lu Ying was going to do. Damn! Then wouldn't there be no way to obtain this immortal sword in advance? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's expression turned grim, but soon, he felt he couldn't leave it at that. Perhaps the woman was just swindling him, and he preferred to believe what he saw. Soul searching. The entire Black Wind Cliff old ancestor disappeared in place in the blink of an eye, striking out in a sneak attack, his large hand grabbing towards Lu Ying's head. However, as his figure was launched, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor also moved. The two had dealt with each other for their entire lives. How could he not know what this crazy old monster was like? The Sword Void Valley old ancestor stopped the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor and laughed coldly. Still unchanged. Still so nasty. Forcing me, aren't you? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was instantly intolerant, decisively making a move against the Sword Void Valley ancestor. The two instantly fought to the sky, and for a time, the heavens and earth shook and everything changed color. The Sword Void Valley patriarch and the third elder protected Lu Qingyan and the others at this time, their gazes fixed dead on the Black Wind Cliff patriarch. They had an extra peak transitional succession on their side, and with 2 against 1, the other side had no chance of winning. Damn! Rushing to come, didn't bring enough people. The Black Wind Cliff patriarch cursed, and didn't dare to make a direct move. 2 against 1. He can't beat that. And at this moment, the Sword Void Valley patriarch also hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lu Ying using a secret method. Is what you said just now true? If you want to stay alive, you are clear that the faster the immortal sword is captured, the safer you will be. I've already said what I know already. This recognition prohibition, it can't be broken by force, and there's no other way to do it, unless there's an immortal coming down to earth. Lu Ying helplessly transmitted his voice back. She knew this better than anyone, but there's really nothing she can do about it. No one can break this recognition ban. It was also a disaster for their Lu family. Nowadays, it was fine that only people from the 2 major cultivation sanctuaries came, and the Sword Void Valley could still help stop them. It was only when the people from the other holy places came that their disaster came full circle. Unless, before the complete destruction of their Lu family, a rare talent that could not be found in the ages appeared and was recognized by this immortal sword, then this matter could only be passed. Chapter 32 A belated response from the system. The Sword Void Valley patriarch's face was heavy before he decided to trust Lu Ying and took out a sound transmission jade slip, quickly contacting the clan's people and telling them to bring all the clan's Heavenly Pride disciples with them when they rushed over here. Wanner, you go try. The Sword Void Valley patriarch looked towards his disciple. Song Wonner. His disciple was already considered to be one of the top geniuses in the Sword Void Valley. If this didn't work, then the probability of a genius in their Sword Void Valley being recognized by this immortal sword was not very high. Luing was clear that Song Wonner wasn't qualified enough, but she also hoped to see a miracle, saying, just by moving closer to the past and not being rejected, you're being recognized. Even the two Black Windcliff Old Ancestors and Black Windcliff Patriarchs didn't succeed. These two were among the most talented people in their generation. Lu Qingan wanted to follow up and try, but he was clear that he wasn't qualified enough nowadays. Chaos Body has not been installed successfully yet. More than 5 days to go. He had already tried several times in his mind to communicate with the system if there was any way to speed up the installation, but it turned out that the system simply ignored him. Not a peep back. Song Wonner took out her flying sword and rose up with it, flying towards the air where the immortal sword was. It was just that when she reached the vicinity of that recognition prohibition, a terrifying pressure pressed down on her so much that she didn't dare to come any closer. And in the end, she returned without any success. No way. Song Wonner shook her head with a bitter smile. Luing smiled helplessly and bitterly. Not what she expected. She still hadn't figured out how this recognition prohibition had suddenly gone wrong and manifested itself. Obviously that formation was still very stable the day before yesterday, suppressing this recognition prohibition. The Black Windcliff Patriarch had been staring at Luing and the others, and by this time, he had already frowned. And from the looks of it, it seemed that this chick wasn't lying, but he was also more certain of one thing. There must be some secret in this chick. It was just that, with the people from the Sword Void Valley protecting him, he couldn't go up and perform a soul-searching technique. The battle in the sky continued. From the beginning to the end, the Sword Void Valley ancestor did not take out an immortal weapon. And just as the battle was in full swing, a laugh rang out. Why are you two fighting first? Once this vicissitude voice passed, the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor and the Black Windcliff Old Ancestor instantly stopped fighting. An old man appeared in their midst. The person who came was none other than the Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor, one of the strongest men on the continent. He was also one of the 5 strongest people who held immortal weapons. Is that the immortal sword that appeared? You guys are fighting. It seems that you are not fighting for the immortal sword. What? You can't hold this immortal sword either? The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor smiled brightly, and after saying that, he quickly headed towards that immortal sword in a flash. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of the two's negligence to grab that immortal sword. But soon, he stopped and was attacked by a powerful mighty bolt, which he skillfully deflected. But he still frowned gravely. Old man Long, you've come just in time. Help me destroy this asshole. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor spoke in a deep voice, although he was also a bit speechless at this shameless behavior of the Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor. The two had been close friends for many years and had always been on good terms. The Black Windcliff Old Ancestor's face was gloomy. He was clear about the relationship between these two people, but the Dragon Abyss sect had always not easily joined in a struggle, and now it should not be joining forces with the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor to turn on him. You guys don't have to fight either. This immortal sword is a big deal. When I came here, those other old things had already moved on as well. Our 3 holy lands are closer to here, so we have some more time. If we waste any more time, they will be arriving. The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor waved his hand and persuaded. If you want to get this sword quickly, then you must first cast a soul-searching technique on that family. The Black Windcliff Old Ancestor said in a deep voice. Old man sword, hurry up and tell us about this immortal sword. The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor glanced at the Lu clan below, which was protected by the Sword Void Valley, and then looked at the Sword Void Valley's Old Ancestor and inquired. He trusted the Sword Void Valley Ancestor more. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor quickly said what Luing had said earlier. Recognition ban? Unheard of. A term from the immortal realm? The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor couldn't help but look towards Luing, a stream of light flashing through his deep eyes. This woman seems to have many secrets. Searching her soul will give you all the answers. Perhaps everything she said is a lie. The Black Windcliff Ancestor spoke in a deep voice. Don't mess up. If you succeed in soul searching, that girl child will be demented even if she doesn't die, and then we'll have to believe whatever you say? After all, you're the only ones who know soul-searching techniques. The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor glanced at the Black Windcliff's Old Ancestor and disliked him. Old man Long, you have a point. The Sword Void Valley Ancestor flew over to the Long Yuan Sect Ancestor and patted the other party's shoulder. If you want to check the truth of what this girl child said, the 3 of us will be able to find out if you and I make an attempt to attack that prohibition. Come on, waste any more time. The other old things are almost here. The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor also wanted to obtain one more immortal weapon. And of the 3 of them old undead, he was the only one who had a complete immortal weapon today, and the probability of competing for this immortal weapon would be greater. Good. The Sword Void Valley Ancestor nodded his head. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor didn't say anything and decided to give it a try. So the three strongest people on the continent began to launch an attack towards that recognition prohibition. The Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor also directly took out a long silver blade and unleashed his strongest strike. This is really his immortal weapon. Once the immortal weapon came out, the heavens and earth hummed, unleashing an extremely powerful attack. Luing shook his head darkly when he saw this. It was only when the top 10 strongest people on the continent came together that the prohibition could be broken. And at that point, the immortal sword will self-destruct. She rather hoped that the immortal sword would self-destruct, and without it, their Lu family might still have a chance of survival. Boom! The three joined hands in an attack that shook the heavens and moved the earth. But the answer was that the recognition prohibition actually didn't move at all. The three top powerhouses all had varying degrees of shock on their faces. They joined forces and actually couldn't break this so-called recognition prohibition. Afterward, the three of them landed their gazes on Lu Ying in unison. It's still faster to use the soul search technique on her. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor once again proposed in a deep voice. He didn't need the Sword Void Valley ancestor to agree. As long as the Long Yuan Sect ancestor agreed, then with the Long Yuan Sect ancestor dragging down the Sword Void Valley ancestor, he would be able to take the opportunity to go down and perform the soul searching technique. However, just as the Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor was pondering, a voice came from afar. Very well. The immortal sword is still there. The three men looked in one direction in unison. An old man stepped out of the void. The person who came was none other than old ancestor Ziwei of the Ziwei Cave Sky, one of the 10 great sacred places of cultivation. And old ancestor Ziwei was one of the 5 strongest holders of immortal weapons. You guys are quite fast. The next moment, another voice rang out. One of the 10 sacred places of cultivation. Yun Mengzi also came. The person who came was none other than old ancestor Yun Mengzi. And this Cloud Dream Zephyr old ancestor was one of the strongest holders of immortal weapons. Now, for top powerhouses holding immortal weapons had arrived here. Seeing this, the Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor had a plan in mind. Luing was quite helpless in his heart when he saw this, and Lu Qinggan felt deep despair in her heart. The system still didn't respond at all. Just when he thought that everything was just going to be in accordance with heaven's destiny, under the 500th time he carried out the call within his heart. Finally, he heard a ding. Something wrong with the host? Lu Qinggan froze for a moment, then her eyes snapped open. He thought that this system would normally not respond no matter how much he called it, except for responding when distributing quests and rewards. And soon, he seemed to think of something and the corners of his mouth twitched. He associated it with the last time the system asked him if he was installing a chaos body. This system is 500 years early, and it seems like I just yelled it almost 500 times or so. Lu Qingyan understood what was going on, and at this moment, when the system finally responded, he also quickly replied back in his mind. System, is there any way to make the chaos body speed up its installation? Preferably immediately right away. Chapter 33 Accelerated Chaos Body Installation. After Lu Qinggan inwardly shouted at the system, the next moment the system resumed its silence and was silent. He was speechless. Does this mean that I'm going to have to say every word I say to the system for more than 500 times or 500 seconds from now on? As soon as that thought passed, he sighed helplessly. In today's situation, he didn't have time to spit, so he decisively began to repeat the words he wanted to say. System, is there any way to make the chaos body speed up its installation? Preferably immediately. He began to keep repeating the same phrase in his mind. As soon as the old ancestor of the cultivation sanctuary Cloud Dream Zephyr arrived, that was when the old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff also subsided. This was because he knew that the old things from the other Holy Lands should be arriving soon now. And at this point, he no longer had the first mover advantage. Which power would ultimately be able to obtain this immortal sword would depend on their respective strengths. The Sword Void Valley ancestor flew down back to the ground and stood in front of Lu Ying and the others. He was well aware of the situation at the moment. This immortal sword came from inside their Sword Void Valley disciples' family. Then they had a slight advantage. Of course, the premise was that he could carry the pressure that the other Holy Lands were putting on them. Whatever happens later, do as I say. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor transmitted his voice to the ears of several members of the Lu family through a secret method. And even Lu Qingyan. He also urged them. Lu Qingyan's few people nodded their heads quickly. After the Cloud Dream Zephyr old ancestor approached, he scanned a few old friends who knew each other and revealed a playful smile. Since you few have arrived, why haven't you fought to seize the immortal weapons? He thought that as soon as he arrived over here, he would have to plunge into the middle of the battle, and he had even taken his immortal weapon out in advance. There were a total of 5 parties from the cultivation sanctuaries that had arrived at the scene at this moment. They were the Sword Void Valley, the Dragon Abyss Sect, the Black Wind Cliff, the Ziwei Cave Heaven, and the Cloud Dream Zephyr. There's no need to fight. That's the recognition prohibition. The Long Yuan sect's oldest ancestor smiled and spoke what he had learned. As a result, the Violet Weather Cave ancestors and Cloud Dream Zephyr ancestors who arrived later all landed their gazes on Lu Ying's few people. I've never heard of a recognition prohibition, but the seal that protects this immortal sword is indeed powerful enough. With my strength, it's difficult to break through. The Ziwei Cave heavenly ancestor carefully perceived that prohibition and shook his head. Fellow Daoist Sword Void, this place is the family territory of your Sword Void Valley disciples? That's right. In theory, should this immortal sword also belong to our Sword Void Valley? The Sword Void Valley's old ancestor asked with a serious expression. Ugh, how shameless. This is a masterless immortal weapon. It's just a fluke that it came from here. It's still the original rule. Whoever can capture it with their own skills, then it belongs to them. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor disdainfully said. Greetings, seniors. This is the immortal sword left behind by our ancestors. Lu Ying stood out at this moment, respectfully arching his hand towards the several peak transitional succession powerhouses. These words weren't something she wanted to say, but rather, the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor had transmitted his voice to her, telling her to say it, and said just do what he says. How strong of an ancestor could your little clan have that could lead you such immortal swords? Even if there was, then you guys don't deserve it. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor cursed with a mouthful of curses. Of course, we're clear that we don't deserve such treasures, so seniors make yourselves at home. Whoever can get it, then this immortal sword will belong to them. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. As soon as Lu Ying said this, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor continued. Crazy old monster. You're really giving us top powerhouses a long face. The juniors things are all on your mind. Very well, since that's the case, in the future, if any good things appear on your Holy Land side, we'll also just take it from whoever can grab it. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor knew very well that it was impossible to take the right of ownership of an immortal artifact of this level by virtue of the excuse that it belonged to whomever it appeared in wherever the territory was. He was just using this to get Lu Ying to give him a chance to dislike the Black Wind Cliff ancestor, and at the same time fight for a moral high ground. And by having Lu Ying say this, he also intended to preserve the Lu family. The junior said in front of many seniors to let out this kind of treasure. If people of their level still had to make a move on the junior, they would not be able to save face. Of course, with his knowledge of these old things, there were really a few that might not give up their old faces for immortal weapons, especially this Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor sniffed, not bothering to pay attention to the Sword Void Valley old ancestor, and said in a deep voice, before the others arrive, the five of us will try to attack once more. I don't believe that this is really some kind of ING recognition prohibition. Alright, join forces and try. The Ziwei Cave ancestor agreed. What should we do if this is really some kind of recognition restriction and the immortal sword is destroyed when it is breached by us? Old ancestor Yun Mengza asked. If we find any changes in the immortal sword, we will just withdraw in time. With our strength, it's not difficult to do that. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor laughed. So, a few people hit the ground running. While there were still a few sacred land ancestors yet to arrive, they decisively attempted it. Several people joined hands and issued an extremely terrifying strike. At that moment, heaven and earth changed color. The entire Fengyang city experienced a baptism of horrific shocks. All the houses have almost collapsed. The 10,000 mile range is a mess. Not good. The immortal sword has changed. Their joint attack this time finally caused the recognition prohibition to change. If the attack continued any longer, the recognition prohibition was about to break. Just after this change appeared, the immortal sword inside suddenly bloomed with an intense light. By the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to blow itself up. Hurry up and stop. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor shouted. The other sacred ground ancestors also hurriedly put away their attacks. After everything had regained its calmness, that recognition prohibition had also stabilized. The golden immortal sword inside also finally stopped blossoming with an intense golden light. Damn! Still really knows how to self-destruct. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor coldly glanced at the Luing few below. He always felt that it wasn't that simple. Perhaps if he cast a soul-searching technique on this family, he could find a way to break this prohibition. But the biggest obstacle at the moment was still the Sword Void Valley. Sword Void Valley wanted this immortal sword and would certainly keep this family well. Unless, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor glanced at the Cloud Dream Zephyr old ancestor several people. Unless he was able to convince the other old ancestors to be on his side. It seems that it's really the recognition prohibition. An aura flashed across the eyes of the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor. Their clan had a little chaos body possessor. If what Lu Ying had said was not false, then the probability of this immortal sword being captured by their clan was the greatest. The Black Wind Cliff ancestor said in a deep voice. I don't think so. Fellow Taoists, I still suggest that I be allowed to perform a soul search on the people of this Lu family to see if they are lying. Otherwise a lot of time will have to be wasted. It's possible that this could fall into some people's schemes. Good, you crazy old monster. You're really getting more and more shameless as you live. Junior has already seated the immortal sword. Yet you're still thinking about someone else's life. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor shouted angrily. Fellow Taoists, you only need to support me, and I will be the villain. When I succeed in my soul search and find something fishy, I will definitely share the information with you. Time is running out. When the other old things arrive, there will be a few more people to compete with. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor didn't bother to pay attention to the Sword Void Valley old ancestor, and his gaze looked towards the Z-Way Cave Heaven old ancestor and the Cloud Dream Zephyr old ancestor duo. As long as both of these parties agreed with him, then with two people blocking the Sword Void Valley ancestor and the Dragon Abyss sect ancestor, he would be able to find an opportunity to control a few people from the Lu family. The Violet Weather Cave ancestor and the Cloud Dream Zephyr ancestor glanced at each other. They both knew that the Black Wind Cliff ancestor was using them. However, the Black Wind Cliff ancestor's words were not without reason. None of them had ever heard of the recognition prohibition. It was possible that the people from the Sword Void Valley were stalling for time. And this soul-searching technique of the Black Wind Cliff old man was indeed the way to break the situation. Even if the old ancestor of Black Wind Cliff didn't share information with them, both of them had immortal weapons, and dealing with the old ancestor of Black Wind Cliff would always be easier than dealing with the old ancestor of Sword Void Valley, who also had immortal weapons. I agree. After weighing the pros and cons, the Z-Way Cave Heavenly Ancestor spoke out decisively. I have no opinion. Old ancestor Yun Mingza also said. Seeing this, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor cursed. He then narrowed his eyes at his old friend, the Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor. The Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor weighed the pros and cons and looked at the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor, saying, "Don't worry, I've always been on your side. Ha ha, thank you for your support. Two fellow Taoists, then please also help stop these two old guys. I'll be able to successfully search their souls soon." The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor laughed evilly. Good. The old ancestor of Z-Way Cave Heaven and the old ancestor of Cloud Dream Zephyr nodded their heads, and then made a decisive move. Act without delay. Lu Ying and Lu Wuwei's faces darkened. Lu Qinggan observed the situation while frantically communicating with the system in his mind. It was then that he finally asked enough of the system for another 500 sentences. The system responded. It can speed up the installation. It requires a large amount of special aura. Is the host willing to consume all the spirit stones rewarded by the system to speed up the installation? Chapter 34. A group of old monsters were surprised by a 3-year-old. Lu Qinggan heard this question from the system and hurriedly replied, "Yes, if the spirit stones are gone, they're gone. Right now, it's important to stay alive." As soon as the chaos body was complete, he would be able to save himself. However, what annoyed him even more was that it was useless to reply with one yes, but he had to reply with 500. Luckily, this time it only takes one word back, and even if it takes time to return 500 sentences, it won't take long. Only, could the Sword Void Valley old ancestor and the others really delay him for so much time? Because he saw at that moment, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor moved. Damn it! The Sword Void Valley elder ancestor hurriedly looked at the two beside him, the Sword Void Valley patriarch and the Sword Void Valley third elder, and said, "Hurry up and take them far away." After saying that, he was the first to kill towards the Black Wind Cliff ancestor. The Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor followed the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor and moved at this time. Two fellow Taoists, I'll leave these two old guys to you. As soon as the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's words passed, he transformed into a thick cloud of smoke with a bang. At an extremely fast speed, he swept past the two Sword Void Valley ancestors. The old ancestor of Z-Way Cave Heaven and the old ancestor of Yin Mengze struck out with divine speed, and under the flickering of their figures, they exchanged blows with the old ancestor of Sword Void Valley and the old ancestor of Long Yuan Sect. He also tried his best to prevent the two from chasing towards the Black Wind Cliff ancestor. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor and his own descendant, the Black Wind Cliff patriarch, joined forces together and attacked towards the two Sword Void Valley patriarchs. Take them and go first. The Sword Void Valley patriarch spoke in a deep voice. He was clear that his master and brother duo could not run away from the two Black Wind Cliff old ancestors, so he could only let go of the fight. Especially this Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, who had stepped into the peak transition realm earlier than them, was extremely powerful. Soon, their two sides were fighting together as well. It was only after they had delayed for a while that they were directly repulsed. You stopped the two of them alone for a while first. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor transformed into a cloud of black smoke again and swept towards Lu Qing'an's group of people at a terrifying speed. Yes, the Black Wind Cliff patriarch nodded his head in a hurry. Using his full strength, he stopped the two Sword Void Valley patriarchs. In the blink of an eye, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor appeared in front of Lu Qing'an's few people in a flash-like manner. Jia. It seems like you know more about that prohibition, so let's search your soul first. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor gazed straight at Lu Ying. I am the head of the Lu family. I know more than my daughter. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to draw the other party's gaze over. I am the mother of the Lu family. Search my soul beforehand if you have the means. Qin Yuer also screamed in urgency. Lu Ying listened to her parents' voices with a touch of helplessness on her face, looking at the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's large hand that was close at hand, about to grab. Her eyes were fierce. Prepare to die before you do, but also make the other side lose a great deal. Come on. Just before Lu Ying could be grabbed by the head, a deep shout interrupted her thoughts in the next moment. I have an immortal sword here. You can have it. Lu Qing'an's childish voice suddenly rang out. When this voice fell, the wrinkled, large hand of the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor had already grabbed Lu Ying's head. However, he still couldn't help but look at Lu Qing'an, who was speaking extremely clearly at the moment. You still have an immortal sword? Very well, the next person to have their soul searched will be you. He wasn't sure if what this little child said was true, and if it was, it would naturally be best, and he didn't have to deal with this kid. At the end of the soul search on this family, he would naturally be able to get the answers he wanted. Then what if I die? Lu Qing'an suddenly took out a sharp carving knife from inside his storage bag and pushed it straight into his head, his hands covered in aura. With just a little poke, he could kill himself. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor paused in his hand movements and looked at this 3-year-old with some surprise. That's weird. Is this really a 3-year-old? That immortal sword in the sky is also mine. It's useless for you to search their souls. As long as I'm dead, none of you will ever get an immortal sword. Lu Qing'an could only throw his weight around. He couldn't watch his family die in front of him. And, with his father and sister dead, he's next. None of the people who are here may be able to escape. Even Zhang Qi and the others could be affected. His only recourse today was to find a way to stall, while internally he continued to call out to the system at a rapid rate. And at this moment, he saw that the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor didn't directly search his sister's soul, indicating that he had gambled correctly. When a person dies, the old man of Black Wind Cliff can't search his soul. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor gazed at Lu Qing'an, and then with an extremely terrifying speed, an extremely strong aura was violently emitted from his body. All of it was poured into Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an suddenly realized that her body had instantly lost any ability to move. He still overestimated himself. This old fellow was a powerful existence that he was completely unable to fight against. You are only 3 years old, yet you are so wise. It is indeed possible that you know the secrets of the immortal sword. Perhaps what you say is true. Only, are you overestimating your strength? In front of me, can you succeed in committing suicide? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's face was filled with disdain. Then in a flash, he grabbed Lu Ying and shifted in front of Lu Qing'an. He was also too lazy to talk nonsense, and his big hand grabbed towards this 3-year-old's head. Prepare to cast soul search with both hands together. Take down the memories of these 2 siblings. Fellow Daoist Wind, as one of the top powerhouses of the continent, is it unseemly to bully a 3-year-old child? But at that moment, an old man's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Damn it! The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was startled for a moment when he heard the voice. Then he felt a powerful mighty energy attacking towards his back. He could only dodge quickly. That scared you? A short, white-bearded old man chuckled. Old man be high. I advise you not to mind your own business. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor quickly looked at the white-bearded old man, gritting his teeth and shouting coldly, while in his hand, he was still grasping Lu Ying. This person who had suddenly appeared was none other than the old ancestor of one of the 10 great sacred grounds of cultivation. Bai Qing Tian. Fellow Taoist Bai Hai has arrived just in time. Help me protect them. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor hurriedly shouted when he saw the Bai Qing Tian old ancestor. Don't worry. I can't see others bullying children the most. Old ancestor Bai Qing Tian laughed gently. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor gritted his teeth up, thinking to himself, is this all that can be done? Fellow Taoist Bai Hai. Just now that kid said he still has an immortal sword. If we want an immortal weapon, we should unite as one. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor quickly made a decision and tried to pull in the Bai Qing Tian old ancestor as well, laughing to death. How can you believe the words of a child? I have 10 immortal artifacts. If you guys want them, stop for me. Can you? The Sword Void Valley old ancestor verbally disliked the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor while exchanging blows with the Ziwei Cave Heaven old ancestor. Did you lie about that just now? For his part, old ancestor Bai Qing Tian ignored old ancestor Black Wind Cliff and the others, revealing a kind smile as he looked at Lu Qing'an. He also heard what Lu Qing'an said. Whether his words are true or not, I'll be able to find out by casting the soul search technique on his family. I'm sure this little ninny knows a little bit of information as well. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor gazed at Lu Ying, who was under his control, and prepared to drive the soul-searching technique. Lu Ying glared at the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor in death, clenching his teeth and deciding to let the other party take a big hit before he died, and she glanced at her parents and brother with dismay at this point. She regretted making the decision to leave home for more than a decade, and if she had known it would end up this way, why hadn't she cherished her time and enjoyed her family's love? She looked at Lu Qinggan, harboring the last glimmer of hope in her heart, her eyes sad and cold. Brother, if you survive, take care of your father and mother. She began to activate a mysterious secret method, but at this most critical moment, a scene that shocked everyone present appeared. I only saw Lu Qinggan suddenly pull out a red immortal sword from inside his storage bag and shouted, "If you want this sword, you instantly let go of my sister. Otherwise, I will let the immortal sword explode itself." As soon as that sword came out, the entire heaven and earth abruptly became silent. The top powerhouses fighting in the sky stopped their hands. That powerful aura was none other than the immortal sword without a doubt. He really does have an immortal sword. All the top continental powerhouses present were confused for a moment. Chapter 35, Stiffening a Peak Transitional Succession Powerhouse. As soon as the immortal sword came out of Lu Qinggan's hand, everyone was frozen in stasis, and time seemed to freeze in this instant. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, held her breath and quickly planned everything in her mind. In fact, this immortal sword in his hand had only just been acquired not long ago. Shortly before this, a voice suddenly came from the system informing him that he had completed his mission and eliminated his sister's biggest worry of late. The system then placed an immortal sword and an immortal level technique directly into his storage bag. This immortal sword, as a system reward, directly recognized the master to him successfully. What's more, the immortal sword could actually self-destruct under his control. If not for the critical situation, he would never easily show this bottom card and threaten it with self-destruction. At this moment, all he could do was to stall for a while. He was still trying to contact the system, waiting for it to quickly install the chaos body on him. Once the chaos body is complete, this situation can take a turn for the better. When he offered his immortal sword, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze. Everyone stopped moving, and Lu Qinggan was convinced that he had made the right choice. The heavens and the earth were silent. The powerhouses of the several great holy lands couldn't help but wonder at this moment if their eyes had gone out of focus because they had lived too long. They were surprised to see a brand new immortal sword in the hands of a 3-year-old. That fire attribute immortal weapon aura spread crazily. Even the dome of the sky was dyed a blazing red, signaling the supreme power of this sword. Lu Ying and Lu Wuwei and the others looked at Lu Qinggan in stupefaction. Lu Ying, in particular, as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes were empty and her lips were slightly open, as if she had something stuck in her throat that she couldn't say. She had never expected that this 3-year-old brother of hers would actually be able to take out an immortal sword. It was unbelievable to her. She had worked so hard to conceal an immortal sword that even her family didn't dare to reveal any information, and she lived her life cautiously and carefully, afraid of the risk of any immortal artifacts leaking. And after all she had done, she was no better than a 3-year-old. No, her hidden immortal sword was suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes, and her brother, who was forced to take out his hidden immortal sword. The feelings in her heart were a mixed bag. I don't know whether to be proud of this brother or to blame him. She knew that Lu Qinggan had no choice but to reveal this immortal sword in order to save her. However, she also understood that once the immortal sword was released, the storm that the Lu family would face would be unimaginable. I'm afraid, damn it, this immortal sword has already recognized its owner. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor instantly became somber before he had the chance to be much happier. As soon as the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's words fell, the powerful people present narrowed their eyes. A 3-year-old child could make an immortal sword recognize its owner. Even those cultivation sanctuary ancestors who held immortal weapons in their hands had to go to great lengths to make the immortal weapons recognize their masters. This kid is by no means unusual. It also means that what he said before was not true. He has 2 immortal swords. This golden immortal sword in the sky could also be his. Only, this one in the sky didn't recognize its owner. That's right, this immortal sword has already recognized me as its master. And with just one thought, I can make this sword self-destruct. I have a way to make it so that you will never be able to obtain that immortal sword in the sky. Lu Qinggan actually couldn't control that immortal sword in the sky at all. But at the moment, he couldn't care less and just made things up, just to buy more time. Kid, your sister is in my hands at the moment. Hand over the immortal sword and I'll let her go. How about that? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor glanced at the golden immortal sword in the sky. Although the aura of that sword was much more powerful, he knew in his heart that he had limited chips in his hand at the moment, and that the probability of obtaining this immortal sword in the hands of Lu Qinggan was much higher. Thus, he quickly shifted his target, intending to get the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand first. I'm not discussing with you, Lu Qinggan said coldly. He had long since seen how strongly these top continental powerhouses longed for immortal weapons, so he now held the initiative instead. I'm not discussing with you either. Believe it or not, I'll kill her now? How had the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor ever been threatened like this, let alone a 3-year-old child? His face instantly sank, and with a slight force in his hand, he choked Lu Ying's neck. Lu Ying's face instantly reddened and she had trouble breathing. Okay, then I'll bet with you. You kill her instantly. Lu Qinggan also looked ruthless and gritted his teeth as he drank. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor and the people present couldn't help but be shocked, especially Lu Wuwei and the others. Zhang Qi and Jin Dishui hurriedly covered Zhang Yanqi and Jin Chongming's eyes, fearing that they would see the next cruel picture. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's brows furrowed as he was somewhat unable to fathom Lu Qinggan's intentions for a moment. You think I wouldn't dare? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor asked grimly. If you're capable, do it now. Lu Qinggan roared low like an angry young lion. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor became more and more puzzled. Does this kid have a grudge against this woman? Aren't they brother and sister? However, the next moment, he who heard Lu Qinggan's words finally realized what Lu Qinggan was planning to do. Lu Qinggan suddenly looked at all the peak transitional succession powerhouses present and said in a deep voice, Seniors, if my sister dies, and whoever can help me slaughter this old thing, I would like to offer 2 immortal artifacts. With these words, heaven and earth once again fell into dead silence. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's face suddenly turned iron blue. Then he realized that those old monsters in the field who hadn't made a sound were all staring at him at the moment, their eyes as if they were looking at prey. Who could resist the temptation of 2 immortal artifacts? Damn it! An extremely strong wave of scorn flooded the heart of the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. Crazy old monster! If you dare to hurt a single hair on the sister of a disciple of my clan, I will let you die without a burial place. The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley was the first to coldly shout. That's a good sentiment. The Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor also let out a faint smile and agreed. The peak powerhouses of the other cultivation sanctuaries hadn't spoken, but their eyes had long since said it all. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor snapped to the realization that he had fallen into a dangerous situation. His mind working frantically, his eyes quickly locking onto Lu Qinggan. Catch this kid to get unstuck. However, Lu Qinggan had long since sensed the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's intentions and coldly said, If you dare to touch me, I can immediately make the 2 immortal weapons self-destruct. If you dare to face the pursuit of the Sword Void Valley and other seniors who are expected to obtain immortal weapons, then come on. Lu Qinggan's little face was clouded over, as if she was a little crazy. He has thrown his life on the line. Just bet on whether or not the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor dares to fight him. Little friend, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Right at this moment, old ancestor Bihai Qingtian, who was the closest to Lu Qinggan, let out a light laugh, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Qinggan like a phantom, like a guardian god. He had already weighed the situation clearly. This immortal sword recognized Lu Qinggan, but with the boy's age and strength, he couldn't keep the sword at all. This sword will surely flow out of the continent, and at that time, those who can will get it. And if the immortal sword was destroyed by Lu Qinggan, they would have nothing to show for it. Protecting Lu Qinggan at this moment might even allow him to gain some benefits or assistance in the fight for the immortal sword. Damn it! The old ancestor of Black Windcliff looked towards the old ancestor of the blue sea and blue sky, trembling with anger. The only path he could take was blocked straight away. Old thing, I'll give you one more chance. Release my sister immediately. Apologize to us. Seeing the situation reversed, Lu Qingyan's bottom line came to life and he shouted. The Black Windcliff old ancestor was so angry that he laughed. So much for releasing him, but he has to apologize? However, before he could say anything, he saw Lu Qingyan snapping like a little madman. Seniors, if I count to 3 and he doesn't let go of my sister, there's no need to care about my sister. Just kill him. Sis, brother can only do this much. Pulling a peak transitional succession powerhouse for you to cushion your back is quite enough. Lu Ling couldn't speak at this time, but when she looked at Lu Qingyan, her eyes were full of appreciation and endless determination. As if to say, come on. Lu Qingyan decisively counted down. 3, 2. He counted down extremely fast and pulled the pressure full. At this moment, heaven and earth actually spoke because of a 3-year-old child, and the atmosphere became grave to the extreme. Chapter 36, Setting Rules for the Transitional Powers. Damn it! The Black Windcliff old ancestor roared in his heart, and even though his heart was filled with unwillingness, he still didn't dare to risk his life, so he could only quickly push Lu Ying away. People, I release! He shouted through gritted teeth. As soon as Lu Ying got free, he immediately turned back and stared at the Black Windcliff old ancestor with an icy gaze, as if he wanted to carve him into his heart, and he would definitely avenge this in the future. With that, she quickly flew back to Lu Qingyan and the others. Sister, is everything alright? Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and didn't look at Lu Ying. At this moment, his gaze was still dead set on the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. Fearing that this old thing would make another move against them, Lu Ying said, "It's fine. That's good." Lu Qinggan slightly lowered her heart, then signaled Lu Ying to protect her parents. He knew that the situation at hand was far from over, and that he must continue to fight these top powerhouses. The only way for the Lu family to get out safely for the whole family was to wait until the storm subsided and leave peacefully. Arriving at the Sword Void Valley would not be considered truly over, even if he had to hand over all of his immortal weapons in the end. As long as he could exchange it for the peace of his family, he would do nothing. However, if he could wait until he completely awakened his chaotic body, he might still be able to keep this immortal sword in his hand. He wasn't greedy, and it was good enough to keep the one he had. As Lu Ying returned to a safe position, the Sword Void Valley ancestor flew down and landed in front of Lu Qinggan and the others, protecting him. At this moment, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor couldn't help but look at this 3-year-old child one more time. This kind of boldness and courage, as well as being covered in secrets, this son is certainly not as simple as a 3-year-old child. Just at that moment, the sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky. In the blink of an eye, above the sky, 3 more silhouettes suddenly appeared. Those who dared to show up in a place where so many experts gathered were definitely not idle. And sure enough, the 3 who appeared were all the ancestors of the 10 great cultivation sacred grounds. They were the old ancestor of the Big Dipper Mountain, the old ancestor of the Flame Heart Lake, and the old ancestor of the Qiankuan Valley. Yo-ho, why is it so quiet here? The old ancestor of the Big Dipper Mountain was old-looking, but his eyes were large and there was a slight playfulness between his words. But no sooner had he said this than he was immediately silenced the next moment. Like the Flameheart Lake old ancestor Qiankuan Valley old ancestor, he closed his mouth. There is not 1 immortal weapon here, but 2. Seniors, thanks for your help just now. Lu Qinggan swept a glance at the 3 peak transitional abstraction powerhouses that had just arrived, and then arched his hand in greeting to the other powerhouses present. He knew that nowadays, this place had to be dominated by him, so that he could stall for more time. The Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor smiled and said, "There is no need to be polite, little friend. It's just a matter of lifting a hand." Old ancestor Bihai Qingtian also smiled as he stroked his beard. "I've always looked at this Black Wine Cliff's old thing not very pleasant. Little friend doesn't need to be like this." Although the Ziwei Cave Heavenly Ancestor and the Cloud Dream Zephyr Ancestor didn't utter a single word, their gazes were firmly fixed on the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand. How that immortal sword wrapped in the prohibition would be contested was unknown to them for the moment, but the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand in front of them was expected to be one. "I know that all of you seniors have come here for immortal weapons. As for our Lu family, our strength is not good, and we are indeed not worthy of possessing such a sharp weapon. Therefore, I have decided to surrender both immortal weapons." Lu Qinggan took a deep breath, but firmness came out of his childish voice. He had to find a way to stall more. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor sniffed, wanting to say something, then looked at Lu Qinggan, only to see the latter handing him a wink. He pondered for a moment, and finally chose to remain silent. Obviously, Lu Qinggan already had plans. According to what he thought, the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand that had recognized its owner should belong to Sword Void Valley, and shouldn't be easily ceded. However, having seen the boy's vigor and intelligence just now, he decided to stay out of it for now and wait and see what happens. Let's see what Lu Qinggan is planning to do. As soon as Lu Qinggan's words fell, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the sacred land ancestors present. "However, if you seniors want to obtain these 2 immortal artifacts, you have to follow my arrangements. I don't want to see blood flowing, nor do I want to see my ancestral home reduced to rubble, nor do I want Fengyang City to disappear from the world. We might as well sit down and decide on the ownership of the immortal artifacts through peaceful means. I wonder what you all think. Of course, if any seniors disagree, they can come forward, but let me remind you all that there is no way back for our Lu family. And although I am young, I am not afraid of life and death, and I have the ability to cause the 2 immortal artifacts to self-destruct." Resistance arose in the hearts of some of the cultivation sanctuary's ancestors when they heard that a 3-year-old child was actually going to make rules for them, old things who had lived for countless years. However, Lu Qinggan's later words caused them to fall silent. "I think young friend's proposal is very good. I have always disliked fighting, so why don't we fight for immortal weapons in a different way?" The Long Yuan sect patriarch was the first to speak, a warm smile hanging on his face. Old ancestor Bihai Qingtian also chimed in. "I have no objections. Alright, tell us the specific rules." Old ancestor Yun Mengzi opened his mouth. The old ancestor of Ziwei Cave Heaven and the old ancestor of Black Wind Cliff chose to remain silent. The 3 just arrived sacred land ancestors, who had already seen the situation at hand clearly, did not open their mouths and acquiesce to the proposal. As long as they both had a chance to obtain immortal weapons, it was acceptable not to fight. Lu Qinggan continued. First of all, I would like to state one thing. What our family has said is not false. The ball of light in the sky is indeed a recognition prohibition. Upon hearing the word recognition prohibition again, the sacred land ancestors all frowned slightly. Even the 3 old ancestors who had just arrived. They had never heard of this kind of prohibition before. Just as Lu Qinggan spoke, suddenly, another figure appeared in the sky. The one who came was none other than the last of the 10 great cultivation sanctuaries, the Yaoqi Immortal Realm Sanctuary, which had yet to arrive here. The Yaoqi Holy Land was precisely one of the 5 holy lands that possessed immortal weapons, and the old ancestor of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm was different from the old ancestors of other holy lands. She was a woman. It didn't look as old-looking as the other Holy Land ancestors. She was a middle-aged, beautiful woman. Her appearance caused the sacred ground ancestors present to show their surprise. She's actually here as well. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor frowned slightly, looking a bit surprised. Lu Qingyan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled when she heard this. At that moment, Song Wanner's voice transmission rang in his ears at the right time. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm has always lived in seclusion, and even when immortal artifacts appear in the world, they rarely intervene. This time they came. It's really rare. Lu Qingyan blinked as he heard this and said in his heart, was this senior sister of his own a roundworm in his stomach? Actually knowing what he was thinking. Under the watchful eyes of the many sacred land ancestors, the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor flew to a stop a mile in front of the golden immortal sword. She did not pay any attention to the others, as if they did not exist, and just looked at the golden immortal sword by herself. An unexpected aura flashed in her eyes, and then she stretched out her hand towards the front and touched it. The recognition prohibition then fluctuated. It was just that the fluctuation wasn't as violent as when it had previously attacked the other Holy Land ancestors, and was only a slight warning. Luing looked slightly surprised when she saw this. This person was actually almost recognized by the recognition prohibition. Sure enough, it's a recognition prohibition, the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor said with a bland expression. The eyes of the many sacred land ancestors present widened slightly when these words were spoken. At this moment, they have no more questions. Since the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's old ancestor had personally confirmed the existence of the recognition prohibition, then this prohibition must be real. This Lu family, indeed, did not lie. It's just that they're alone. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor whirled around and scanned the crowd present before his gaze finally landed on Lu Qingyan. In the next instant, her figure flashed and she arrived in front of Lu Qinggan in the blink of an eye. You, could it be that you are the reincarnation of an immortal? The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor asked blandly. Chapter 37 Chaotic Body Acceleration Installation Successful. Being stared at by this Yaoqi Immortal Realm old ancestor, Lu Qingyan felt uncomfortable. Clearly the other party did not release a sense of oppression as the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor did. This Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor must be very strong. It might not even be on the same level as other Holy Land ancestors. When asked about the reincarnation of an immortal, Lu Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly. This meant that the person related to the recognition restriction was most likely an immortal reincarnated? So presumably, his own sister is actually a reincarnation of an immortal? His mind was unsettled with shock and disbelief, but his mouth unconsciously blurted out, "No." A mysterious power seemed to surge through him, making him unable to control his words. This power must have come from the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor. "No, allow me to measure it." The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor frowned slightly, and with a flash of light in her hand, a white mist rose up in her hand. The mist looked like a cloud, but in the shape of a heart. She lightly blew a breath, and the white mist instantly flew in front of Lu Qinggan, and then exploded with a bang, turning into countless fine mists that escaped into the air. Seeing that the mist failed to be absorbed by Lu Qinggan, the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor shook his head. Since you are not a reincarnation of an immortal, then this recognition prohibition has little to do with you. Is this a treasure left behind by your ancestors? However, looking at the talent of your generation, I'm afraid that no one will be able to make this sword recognize its owner. Perhaps it is possible for the next generation, but something goes wrong halfway through and you are unable to keep this sword. Since this is the case, this sword should be obtained by someone with a destiny. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor glanced at the people behind Lu Qingyan, and his gaze naturally skimmed over Zhang Yunxi, Jin Chongming, and the others one by one, as if he had seen through their talents with a single glance. When this generation of children grows up and gives birth to a new generation of children, the talent is definitely not bad. Afterward, she shifted and returned to mid-air, holding a sound transmission jade slip. Bring all the talented disciples. Everyone present stared at the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor, especially the other 9 Holy Land ancestors. As strong as they were, none of them spoke. Summon all those with outstanding talent within the sect here quickly. The Dragon Abyss Sect's old ancestor also looked at the Dragon Abyss Sect's patriarch at this time and commanded. The ancestors of the other Holy Lands also followed suit and summoned their disciples. And Lu Qinggan, seeing that these old things were extremely trusting of the judgment of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's old ancestor, also took advantage of the situation and said, "This senior who just arrived does have exceptional eyesight. That is indeed the recognition prohibition. Earlier we have also stated the rules of the recognition prohibition. If you all want to obtain this immortal sword, it is better to gather your talented disciples to come as soon as possible." He secretly calculated that this process of recognizing the forbidden system would certainly take quite a long time. And time, that was exactly what he needed the most. He only needed to delay a little longer to complete the installation of the chaos body. Then what about that immortal weapon in your hand? Right at this moment, the Ziwei Cave ancestor suddenly spoke out. The gazes of the other sacred ground ancestors also stared at Lu Qinggan in unison. Lu Qinggan promised to offer both immortal weapons. Lu Qinggan said slowly, "We'll make a decision after whichever power has obtained that immortal sword in the sky. Wouldn't it be better for the 9 forces to compete for this immortal weapon in my hands at that time?" Upon hearing this, all of these sacred land ancestors quieted down and acquiesced to this statement. Lu Ying secretly smiled bitterly. She knew that her brother had done his best to deal with the current situation, but I'm afraid that no one would be able to obtain the immortal sword on that day. Even the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor had failed to be recognized, and in this world, I was afraid that no one would be able to obtain that immortal sword. These powerhouses were insatiable people. Having obtained one immortal sword, the last one, it was still impossible to let it go. In the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of being searched for their souls. Lu Qinggan naturally understood this, but he already had a response in mind. Right after his unremitting efforts, the system's voice finally sounded again. "Begin to consume all spirit stones held by the host to accelerate the installation of the chaos body." A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Qinggan's eyes. Has it finally begun? Acceleration successful? Given the lack of host spirit stones, it will take 3 more hours for the installation to be successful. It's not. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but mentally spit out a sentence. But compared to the previous days of installation time, it's already an extremely desirable result. 3 hours? It should be able to stall. The sky grew quiet. The Lu family is also safe for the time being. At this time, Lu Qinggan returned to his parents and the others. They were found still pale and terrified. "Anur, are you alright?" Lu Wuwei and Qin Yue held back the fear in their hearts and eagerly approached Lu Qinggan, asking with concern. They were still shaken by the fact that their son was at risk. He also couldn't help but look at the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand. Is this still his son? It's so fierce. It's fine, but it's not over yet, Lu Qinggan said in a deep voice. Lu Ying took a deep breath, patted Lu Qinggan's shoulder, and said softly, "Sister is incompetent, so I can only rely on you." She didn't know what was going on, but she vaguely felt that Lu Qinggan already had a well-thought-out plan. Now she was really clueless, and at the same time, she was secretly glad that the Yaoqi Immortal Realm old ancestor did not test the immortal reincarnation on her, or else she would have to suffer as well. Lu Qinggan nodded firmly and said, "Don't worry, I'm prepared. Leave everything to me. My good son-in-law, you're too good. If you can survive this calamity safely, father-in-law will be your biggest fan." Zhang Qi had never experienced such a great event before, and he had almost peed in fear when he saw the Black Wind Cliff ancestor kill him just now. However, he didn't expect that a 3-year-old child would actually be more stable than him, and would even dare to fight with these levels of bigwigs. It made him admire him. Brethren, cheering. Zhang Yunqi was also terrified. She had never seen that kind of destructive battle scene before, but she still raised her little hand and cheered for Lu Qinggan. Chen Chongming gave the same snort, even though he was trembling like a quail at the moment. Lu Qinggan nodded and said soothingly, "Don't worry. Stand behind the seniors of the Sword Void Valley. They will protect you." He then looked at the Sword Void Valley old ancestor and the others and said in a low voice, "Seniors, please let the geniuses of the sect arrive one after another. Don't gather them all at once. Delay them for some more time. The longer it takes, the better it will be for us." Seeing that Lu Qinggan seemed to have another plan, the old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley secretly cast a spell to cut off the way the sound traveled far and wide, preventing it from reaching the ears of those old things. Does stalling work? The Sword Void Valley old ancestor had already seen how extraordinary Lu Qinggan was, and at the same time, he admired this child, even though it was he, an old monster, who was faced with the kind of situation he had just been faced with. He didn't dare to say that he would be able to handle the situation better than Lu Qinggan. Perhaps this was a case of a newborn calf not being afraid of tigers, not knowing exactly how terrifying this level of existence was. Lu Qinggan nodded gently and whispered, "It is expected that we will fight for 2 immortal weapons for the clan." The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's expression changed violently. 2 immortal weapons? Are you sure? The Sword Void Valley ancestors' breathing began to become frequent. Lu Qinggan nodded seriously. Good. Listen to you. Whatever you need me to do, just command me. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's heart was beating wildly, and his excitement was hard to contain. No matter that he wasn't sure how Lu Qinggan managed to get these old ancestors to give up their fight despite promising to hand over 2 immortal artifacts, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to take a gamble. Once he got 2 immortal weapons, together with his half-crippled immortal weapon, then, would they not be able to rub the other holy lands on the ground? Chapter 38, Geniuses from all walks of life gather. Compare who is more talented. Lu Qingyan had heard Song Wanner mention that this Sword Void Valley old ancestor did indeed place extreme importance on immortal weapons. Senior, at this time, when we have rarely fought for some breathing time, can you talk to me about the connection between the Holy Lands and the situation of the old ancestors from all sides? Especially that Yaoqi immortal realm ancestor that just arrived. Lu Qinggan inquired in a low voice. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the only way to win 100 battles. Moreover, he realized that this Yaoqi immortal realm old ancestor was the most unique of these old ancestors. And once she appeared, all the Holy Land old ancestors present fell silent. If something unexpected happened later, perhaps he could find a way to break the situation from this Yaoqi immortal realm ancestor. When the Sword Void Valley ancestor heard this, he didn't answer directly, but instead reached out and tapped on Lu Qingyan's brow. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into Lu Qingyan's mind. The characteristics of the 10 Holy Lands and their entanglements with each other were all inside Lu Qingyan's mind. Lu Qinggan absorbed these messages quickly and finally understood why the Dragon Abyss sect's old ancestor and Bihai Qingtian's old ancestor were on their side. It turns out that the 3 holy places have always worked closely together. The hostile relationship between Black Wind Cliff and Sword Void Valley, on the other hand, was due to the fact that the 2 forces bordered each other geographically, and there was often a competition for resources, coupled with the clash of philosophies between the 2 parties, which made the relationship so tense. As for the Yaoqi Wonderland, it can be unique. Many years ago, when the strongest people on the continent could ascend to the immortal realm, Yaoqi Fairyland was the branch of the great powers of the immortal realm in the mortal world. However, one day, a sudden change occurred. The road to ascension is cut off. The immortal world and the mortal world completely isolated. Yaoqi Wonderland since then also hidden from the world. If one were to rank the top 10 sacred places of cultivation, Yaoqi Wonderland would definitely be the undisputed number 1. After Lu Qingyan digested this information, he gradually understood in his heart why the crowd of old ancestors were silenced as soon as the old ancestor of Yaoqi Immortal Realm appeared. This Yaoqi Immortal Realm wouldn't be hiding any super geniuses that had been recognized by this recognition prohibition. A thought flashed through Lu Qingyan's mind. Then she looked at her sister. When his sister said that no one in the continent had been able to obtain the recognition of that recognition prohibition, had it ever occurred to her that Yaoqi Immortal Realm would also show up to fight for this immortal sword when she said that? If not, then Yaoqi Immortal Realm really had this kind of genius who would take away the immortal sword as soon as he came. Then there would be no more stalling for him, and he would have to give up his immortal sword then as well. It's just a matter of looking at life. If it's not possible, don't want both immortal weapons, at least you can live. Lu Qinggan let out a breath. But of course, he still preferred to be lucky and take both immortal weapons. At that time, with the specialness of his chaotic body, the Sword Void Valley would give him at least 1 immortal artifact, and the extra one would be given to the Sword Void Valley ancestor at most. The sky was quiet for not long, and in less than half an incense stick of time, a group of people arrived at this place. It wasn't the people from the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, or the Black Wind Cliff and Sword Void Valley that were closer to this side, but the Z-Way Cave Heaven, only to see a magnificent airship tear through the void and appear high above the sky. It covered the sky in sun, plunging the lower part of Fengyang City into darkness. Damn it, to be preempted by them. The Black Wind Cliff's old ancestor's face was gloomy. It was obvious that they, Black Wind Cliff, were a bit closer to this place, and he didn't expect the Violet Weather Cave Heavenly Sanctuary, which was farther away, to bring the talented disciples and their forces even faster. But he couldn't do anything about it. Who let the Z-Way Cave Sky have this kind of magic treasure ship? This treasure ship's grade was less than immortal grade, yet it was also the top grade of the mortal continent, the whole mortal world, on this one ship. Very well. Had the disciples approach within a mile of the forbidden system in an orderly manner. The Z-Way Cave Heavenly Ancestor looked at the clan's descendants and said in a deep voice. The crowd of Violet Weather Cave Heaven executives led the way. However, it is useless to come fast. This recognition ban is not which party's genius is the first to arrive, but which party's power has no talent. Extremely demonic generation. A few moments later, all the disciples of Z-Way Cave Heaven had finished their trials, and none of them were recognized by the recognition prohibition. Lu Qingyan kept his head up to gaze at the sky, and he could sort of feel the power of the underpinnings of these holy lands. The young geniuses of the violet weather cave sky were like a rainbow of young geniuses. Their numbers were extremely high, and he saw a number of children who, like him, were 3 or 4 years old. There were both men and women, numbering at least 10, and everyone's cultivation aura was stronger than his. In some cases, they had even reached the peak of foundation establishment. Some also awakened the immortal cultivation physique. The cultivation is scattered. The body has its own layer of special aperture appeared. There are apertures in any mold, ice, fire, and growing greenery void. I can't imagine that this violet weeping cave heaven has hidden quite a few geniuses. Fortunately, none of them have been recognized by the recognition prohibition. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor let out a sigh of relief. There were many more geniuses in the Zway cave heaven than they had in the Sword Void Valley. Pity. Seeing this, the violet weeping cave ancestor's face was gloomy and he secretly gritted his teeth. This meant that they were no longer in contention for this immortal sword. Great. One less competitor. It's our turn at Black Wind Cliff next. The Black Wind Cliff's old ancestor's eyes flickered. Their people are coming. A group of strong men dressed in black, leading a group of people of different cultivation realms, stepped out into the void and appeared above this heaven and earth. There were so many people that it was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. The people of the Black Wind Cliff all had a great characteristic. That is, they looked sinister and evil. At a glance, they were devilish cultivators, and there was also a hint of black breath lingering on their bodies. That's the dark demon body. The gazes of many powerful people instantly locked onto a young child in the Black Wind Cliffs group. That child was being held by the hand of a Black Wind Cliffs peak ferrying powerhouse, and appeared to be as young as 3 or 4 years old. However, the whole body was filled with demonic aura, and a round of black aperture filled with sharp sides emerged behind him, causing the air to tremble. Damn! Could it be that Black Wind Cliff got it first? The originally confident Long Yuan Sek's old ancestor's face changed slightly at this moment. Their clan possessed a little chaos body, and the probability of obtaining this immortal sword was extremely high. It's just that the speed at which the clan side brought people here wasn't as fast as the others. The Sword Void Valley ancestor also tightened his brows and whispered, "The Dark Devil body is one of the top 10 immortal cultivation physiques under the little chaos body. This immortal sword, could it be that it is going to fall into the hands of Black Wind Cliff?" Lu Qinggan sniffed and secretly glanced at Lu Ying. Seeing her face calm, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. His sister must have heard that the Dragon Abyss sect had a lesser chaos body, and since she knew that there were geniuses in the continent who carried a lesser chaos body, yet she still said that no one had been able to get recognized by this forbidden system. That is, even the little chaos body can't. How could a cultivation physique under the little chaos body work? The faces of the other sacred ground ancestors weren't very good, yet after some tests, the results made everyone comfortable. The Dark Devil body, too, was useless. Damn, this won't work either? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor roared out in anger, displaying his incompetent rage to the fullest. Fortunately, okay. The Long Yuan Sek's old ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But while some people rejoice, naturally others are sad. The two great sacred land ancestors of the Big Dipper Mountain and Flameheart Lake both frowned at this moment. They were well aware of the depths of their forces, and among the disciples, none of them could compare to this genius with the dark demon body. So they have been eliminated as well. The sky was quiet for a moment. It doesn't last long. Another airship shattered the void and appeared inside the crowd's field of vision. And the power that arrived this time was clearly the Yaoqi Immortal Realm. In an instant, all the people of the Holy Land were quiet. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm had been hidden for many years, and this time when they came out, no one knew exactly what the strength and number of their geniuses were. Lu Qingyan also took a deep breath, and her gaze went to the virtual panel in front of her. Now less than half an hour has passed. There were still 2.5 hours until he finished installing the Chaos Body. This Yaoqi Immortal Realm. It's best not to have any geniuses that are too strong. Chapter 39. Super Strong Physique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old ancestor of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm said softly, "Come out." As soon as the words fell, hundreds of women in purple dresses poured out from within the flying boat. These women ranged from the elderly to the youngest, and numerous, the youngest being only 3 or 4 years old. The number of 3 and 4-year-olds was quite large, in the dozens. Regarding the situation of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, many people present were very calm. Only some people who were not clear about the situation of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, such as a group of people from the Lu family, were puzzled. This cultivation sanctuary, women only? Wait, is that the Nine Divine Body? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor narrowed his eyes as soon as the geniuses from the Yaoqi Immortal Realm arrived, wanting to see how big the gap was between his own Holy Land and this Yaoqi Immortal Realm, which was connected to the immortal world in the first place. Let's see if there's any genius who can match their dark demon body. Genius. One looked down, however, and he was shocked. The 919 divine body was the top existence amongst immortal cultivation physiques, comparable to the little chaos body. Its cultivation characteristics are mainly cold and yin, and the cultivator can use this body to condense extreme cold chi, cultivate yin attribute techniques with half the effort, and even manipulate the fire of the underworld and the power of the shadows. Freeze the enemy with extreme cold power. Possessors of the 9 divine body were especially terrifying in battle, as they were able to devour yin and cold power to strengthen themselves. Any yin attribute attack would not only be ineffective against them, but would instead become a feeder for their cultivation. At the moment, the one carrying this 9 divine body was a 3-year-old little girl. Her appearance was incredibly cute and comparable to Zhang Yunkoik's, but her body was permeated with an icy temperament. The reason why the Black Wing Cliff Old Ancestor was able to recognize that she possessed the 9 divine body at a glance was precisely because this little girl exuded her cultivation aura when she appeared. Fetal Breath Realm. Behind them, a cold circle of light also appeared, which was dark purple in color, and in the circle there was often a hidden underworld fire wandering around, as if it could devour the life force of all things. Occasionally, ghostly shadows as black as ink surfaced in the aperture, like ghosts in the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. The other sacred ground ancestors also gulped in shock when they saw this. They were envious when a minor chaos body appeared in the Long Yuan sect, but they didn't realize that Yao Qi Immortal Realm also had a top physique comparable to a minor chaos body. The Long Yuan sect's little chaotic body hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that this immortal sword is going to be captured by Yao Qi Immortal Realm first? The Ziwei Cave Heavenly Ancestor, the Big Dipper Mountain Ancestor, and the Flame Heart Lake Ancestor knew that their 3 parties had lost the chance to compete for the immortal sword, and thus could only lament without too much regret. After saying that, their gazes turned to the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor. At this moment, the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor's face began to twitch. He had been urging the clan Su Lin to come, but the news he received was that Su Lin would not be able to arrive in a short period of time, and he had no choice but to secretly pray that the other Holy Lands didn't have hidden geniuses. But now that he saw this little girl with the 9 divine body comparable to the little chaos body appear, he really wanted to curse. It was difficult to distinguish the rank of the lesser chaotic body from the 9 divine body, and if the 9 divine body was not recognized by the recognition prohibition, then the lesser chaotic body was hopeless as well. However, if all of them could be recognized by the recognition prohibition, and the 9 divine body arrived first, then the immortal sword would have been taken away. On the ground, Lu Qinggan frowned slightly. He wasn't sure exactly how strong the 9 divine body was. However, the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor seemed to know what he was thinking. And at this time, he tapped his forehead again, transmitting information about the 9 divine body into his mind. It's hard to distinguish from the little chaos body? Then it's fine. Lu Qing'an's heart let out a slight sigh of relief after understanding clearly. However, his gaze was still firmly fixed on the geniuses of the Yao Qi Immortal Realm, especially the other 3-year-old girl next to the little girl with the 9 divine body. This girl actually had the same appearance as the little girl of the 9 divine body. It's twins? That one person could possess the 9 divine body. The other? How could it not be ordinary? Wait, that child next to the girl with the 9 divine body, she's a twin sister to her? Old Ancestor Yun Manzi spoke in a deep voice. There are rumors that the probability of the 9 divine body and the 9 yang divine body appearing is extremely high, and these 2 children are twins. Could it be that? The corners of the Violet Weather Cave Ancestor's mouth twitched, and he began to envy, for he realized that the twins had very different temperaments. The girl with the 9 divine body was icy and cold, while the twin girl next to her was filled with a lively and active aura. Buzz! Under the watchful eyes of all the sacred ground ancestors, the girl no longer seemed to conceal her physique as her body shook, immediately revealing a crimson aperture. Flames blazed in the aperture, and 10 hidden sun patterns flickered with a sense of oppression. It was precisely the 9 yang divine body. All the sacred land ancestors present were silent. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor closed his eyes and had no eyes left. The Sword Void Valley ancestor turned to Lu Qinggan and asked with a bitter smile, "Do we still need to delay?" Lu Qinggan sneaked a glance at his sister, Lu Wing, and seeing that she was only slightly surprised and showed nothing else, he replied, "Don't worry, senior, there should be no harm done, but I have to say, these kids are truly against the odds. This generation of 3-year-olds, how come they were all so awesome, with all sorts of powerful and unrivaled physical qualities coming out in an endless stream? Luckily, the chaos bodies he was going to install were all 1 level stronger than these bodies. The chaotic body was a Tao body, innately crushing all body types, so it still has to be the system. We can't beat the talent. Let's hang on. That is, these geniuses' cultivation levels were so high that the starting line was already in front of him. Even if he possessed a chaotic body, he would still need to desperately cultivate in the future. Otherwise, with the best talent, you could be pressed head and shoulders above the rest. However, he didn't believe that anyone at that age was a harder worker than he was. He has seen the hardships of the lowest level of society and knows clearly how important ability and strength are in the path of life. Compare talent with a 3-year-old, he has a system. Comparing effort with a 3-year-old, he was definitely able to crush it. Greetings, old ancestor. The crowd from the Yaoqi Immortal Realm arched their hands towards the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's old ancestor. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor nodded slightly, then looked directly at the twin sisters and softly said, Zai Shui, Zai Shi, the two of you go up and try first. This immortal sword is highly ranked, so you can work hard for it, and it's best not to waste your time. And if the two children with the strongest talent in the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's history couldn't be recognized by the recognition prohibition, then it was even more unlikely that anyone else would be able to do it. The two sisters respectfully arched their hands and responded crisply. Good. The two children had excellent manners and you could tell they were intelligent enough even though they were only 3 years old. This caused the old ancestors of other cultivation sanctuaries to become even more envious. The old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff frowned darkly as he looked towards the child with the dark demon body standing beside himself. He couldn't help but compare the children on either side of him, then shook his head darkly. There are still some gaps. However, what he didn't know was that this kid next to him looked at the two twin little girls, and a flash of evil suddenly flashed in his otherwise clear eyes. Sooner or later, she has to be my woman, he thought as he did. He then lowered his eyes and shifted his gaze, landing on Lu Qinggan. One more look at the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand. It's not the reincarnation of an immortal, but it seems to have quite a few secrets that need to be removed as soon as possible. It always feels like this kid will become a stumbling block on my way to becoming an emperor. Just as he was thinking like this, suddenly, he realized that Lu Qinggan, who was still looking at his two twins, was looking towards him with great speed. The two men's eyes met in the air. Lu Qinggan stared at the 3 or 4-year-old looking boy from Black Wind Cliff, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 40, The Sun, possesses great emperor potential. Lu Qinggan frowned and stared at the little boy with the dark demon body. The immortal sword in his hand would send a special signal if someone harbored great aggression towards it after it had recognized its owner. This was the special ability of the immortal sword, whereas usually only the ancestor-level figures of the Holy Land would cause this kind of reaction. Unexpectedly, this child, who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, also caused the immortal sword to have a strange sensation. This kid, why do I feel that his gaze doesn't match this age? I feel like I'm being targeted by some powerful prey. Lu Qinggan secretly spat in his mind. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor made him very disgusted, but he didn't realize that a 3 or 4-year-old child from the Black Wind Cliff also made him feel a little nauseous. The two of them glanced at each other, and Lu Qinggan realized that the boy had averted his gaze first, before shifting. Though, he seemed to be able to sense a hint of disdain in the other man's eyes. Lu Qinggan secretly shook his head and did not pay much attention to this brat. With the hostile relationship between the two Holy Lands, he would have the opportunity to clean up this brat later, so his eyes redirected to the two twins. He was already roughly certain that these two sisters would not be recognized by the recognition prohibition, but he was still slightly worried, fearing that the twin sisters still had something to hide. At this time, the immortal sword was taken by these two sisters, and the immortal sword in his hand would not be preserved. Nowadays, there were still 2 hours out before he installed the chaotic body successfully. It must be delayed long enough, under the gaze of the crowd. At that moment, the two sisters approached the recognition prohibition together. At this moment, the Long Yuan sect's side was even more tense than the Sword Void Valley side. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestors all had to pray in their hearts that these two sisters would not succeed. The two sisters quickly approached the range of the recognition prohibition. Under the instructions of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's old ancestor, they both stretched out a small, white and delicate hand and approached towards the front. In the next moment, the recognition prohibition trembled slightly. The golden mass of light looked like it had turned into a flowing mass of water and wriggled. Lu Ying's expression changed slightly when she saw this. Lu Qinggan looked at the two twins while using her afterglow to watch her sister's expression. At this moment, when he saw his sister's expression change, and that the recognition prohibition system had fluctuated so drastically for the first time, he was shocked in his heart. It's not going to be a thing, is it? When the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor saw the scene, his old face and the corners of his mouth began to twitch, wanting to curse. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor also took a quick look at Lu Qinggan at this time, thinking to myself, is this going to happen? What's the point of stalling? The heavens and the earth were silent, as if a pin could be heard. However, that recognition prohibition light cluster only squirmed for a moment before it was suddenly shaken by a special energy emanating from the golden immortal sword, and instantly became normalized. All is calm again. The two little girls stood still for a moment, unsure of what to do next. That was until they heard the Yao Qi immortal realm ancestor speak. Almost. But it's okay if it didn't work out. It seems that no one can undo this recognition prohibition in a short period of time, and without any surprises. There won't be any changes in 10 years. So wait until you guys are 10 years old and then come back to try again. The Yao Qi immortal realm ancestor spoke in a bland tone, as if he hadn't held much hope to begin with. After hearing this, the two little girls hurriedly nodded respectfully and then returned to the side of the large troop. The Yao Qi immortal realm old ancestor then looked at the other geniuses who had followed him, also signaling them to try it out and feel it carefully. It seems that such opportunities don't come along very often, and since I've been here all along, I can feel it before I go back. The scene remained quiet as they watched the twins fail. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor grunted in his heart when he saw this. The 9 yin divine body and the 9 yang divine body were no better. However, listening to what this Yao Qi immortal realm ancestor had said, it would be possible to try again in the future. There is also a probability that this immortal sword will be recognized when the child's strength increases. Then their Black Wind Cliff was not completely out of the picture. When the Long Yuan sex old ancestor saw this, his hanging heart instantly smoothed out. Still, he had some concerns. The 9 yin divine body and the 9 yang divine body didn't work. Their clan's little chaos body, was it really feasible? However, analyzing from what she said, this recognition prohibition is not only related to talent, but also to cultivation strength, or perhaps, it's related to one's own heritage? Then, this child, Su Lin, definitely has a better chance of being recognized by the immortal sword than these two little girls. With this in mind, the Long Yuan sex old ancestor took a deep breath and once again took out his voice transmission jade slip to ask about the situation on the sex side. Soon, he got a positive reply. Surin would be here soon. The reason why that boy Su Lin was delayed was precisely because he had encountered a great opportunity. When the great opportunity arrives, it is highly likely to be recognized by this immortal sword. After all, the 9 yin divine body and the 9 yang divine body were both nearly recognized by the immortal sword, and a lesser chaotic body of the same level, coupled with that chance, would have a greater probability of being recognized. This immortal sword, it seems, is going to be taken by their Long Yuan sect. At that time, together with his original immortal weapon, they would have 2 immortal weapons. If we get that one more immortal sword, Long Yuanzong looked toward the immortal sword in Lu Qing'an's hand. At that moment, his gaze met with the sword Void Valley old ancestor, so he turned to his old friend and revealed a friendly smile. Good brother, it's better to let this immortal sword go to someone else than to let it go to a brother. The old ancestor of the sword Void Valley and the old ancestor of the Long Yuan sect had known each other for a long time, so they naturally understood each other's thoughts. So he looked at Lu Qing'an again. Those 2 children did fail as you said. So what do you think? What are the odds of the little chaos body succeeding? Lu Qing'an had said that stalling would allow them to get 2 immortal swords from the sword Void Valley. Right now, only that Su Lin with the little chaos body could possibly be recognized by the recognition prohibition. If the little chaos body couldn't do it either, then they could delay for as long as they wanted. Lu Qing'an listened to the affectionate address and said, unsurprisingly, it's also a no-no. It seemed that this sword Void Valley old ancestor had completely recognized him when he obtained 2 more immortal swords and possessed the chaotic body. Would this old ancestor still offer him up? Very well. As long as he survived this calamity, he would be able to have an extremely high status in the sword Void Valley in the future. He suspected that if he told the sword Void Valley old ancestor that he wanted to form a bond when the time came, the other party would have to agree in a heartbeat. That's good. If there's anything you need to command, just say it. Make sure to take the 2 immortal swords. The sword Void Valley old ancestor took a deep breath and said with a surging heart. Lu Qing'an nodded. Now that the situation has stabilized, all that's needed is to stall for time. Once his chaotic body was complete, everything would fall into place. The Yang divine body and the 9 yin divine body had almost allowed the recognition prohibition to recognize them. How could the chaotic body not be recognized by the immortal sword? Just as Lu Qing'an was thinking so, the next moment, something amazing played out. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the sky. Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment at this sound. Even the Yao Qi immortal realm old ancestor quickly looked in the direction of the sky. Only the sea of clouds in the sky suddenly churned, as if torn apart by an invisible force. A 4 or 5-year-old child riding on the back of a green dragon that snaked like a river in the sky slowly emerged from the clouds. The dragon's body was long and slender. Its scales glittered with green light like glaze. Each piece of scale armor exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, and the dragon's whiskers fluttered in the wind. Majestic and elegant, the green dragon's body surged and drove the surrounding clouds to tumble, as if it had rolled up a tidal wave. The child held the dragon's horn lightly in one hand, his black hair fluttering in the gusty wind, his face wearing an arrogant smile, his gaze looking down on everything in the world. Solim is here. This scene surprised all the ancestors of the cultivation sanctuaries present. Not only did this child possess a chaotic body, he had even contracted a young dragon. As the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor watched the scene, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter echoing in the sky. My Dragon Abyss sect will give birth to a great emperor who will suppress the ages. When Lu Qinggan saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This kid, where did he get a dragon? He had just thought of this when suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The host has slowly begun to reclaim human emotions, but the change is not great enough. It is necessary for the host to establish and maintain good relationships with more people. A new mission was enacted to establish a second-class clan and take on at least 2 disciples, with the disciples' talent needing to be in the genius bracket. Reward for mission completion, a golden dragon protector god beast, and 1 million spirit stones. After hearing the system's new mission, Lu Qinggan froze. Good lord, isn't that a coincidence? Chapter 41, Su Lin doubts life. At this moment, Su Lin came riding a green dragon. This green dragon seemed to still be a cub, and it looked to be imposing enough. But what the system rewarded him with if he completed the quest was a golden dragon. The golden dragon appears more noble than the green dragon in both appearance and reputation. What's more, the system's rewards for him had always been top-tier treasures, and this patron's sacred beast might be an adult golden dragon. Just looking at the mission description, Lu Qinggan's brows knitted. This mission doesn't seem to be as simple as the previous one. Of course, it is possible that this can be accomplished easily by strange means, but he didn't have the right thoughts in his head at the moment. Mostly, he didn't have the heart to think about how to accomplish his mission today. He gazed at Su Lin, who was riding a dragon, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Possessing a small chaotic body, he also contracted a green dragon. It's not going to just take away this immortal sword from Sky. Lu Qinggan hurriedly checked the chaos body installation time, which was exactly 2 hours. He still has to stall quite a bit. He looked towards his sister Luing again and realized that this sister of his had changed her expression again. It seemed extremely likely that Su Lin was recognized by the recognition prohibition. Meanwhile, Lu Qinggan inadvertently glanced at Zhang Yinshi and realized that her gaze was darting back and forth between him and Su Lin. He couldn't help but recall the scene when Su Lin first arrived at the Lu family. At that time, Su Lin was unruly and full of contempt for him, and at that time, this little ninny retaliated by saying that Su Lin wasn't as handsome as him. This little look of hers, could it be that she had changed her mind after realizing how handsome Su Lin looked riding a dragon at the moment? But soon, Lu Qinggan saw Zhang Yunkoi, this little nymph, once again, eyes firm down, watery big eyes again full of starlight looking at him. The answer seems to be that it's better to think he's better looking. The sky was quiet inexplicably. As the sound of the dragon approaching, the atmosphere began to become lively. The powerhouses of the other 9 holy lands fell silent, while the geniuses of the younger generation boiled over. They had a premonition that Su Lin's future accomplishments would overwhelm them. They would eventually have to become the companions of such demons. This Dragon Abyss sect has really gotten lucky. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor cursed in his heart, filled with envy and jealousy. There was no need to look. This immortal sword had already been reserved by the Long Yuan sect. The little boy next to the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was also frowning as he looked at Su Lin at this moment. I didn't expect there to be geniuses of this level in the mortal world. However, he's just a kid after all. This little boy's eyes still flickered with disdain before he withdrew his gaze from Su Lin, who was filled with a smug look. Elder ancestor, master teacher, I'm coming. Su Lin leapt from the green dragon's head and landed in front of both the Dragon Abyss sect's old ancestor and the Dragon Abyss sect's patriarch. His small face covered with pride. He saw from a long way off that everyone over here was staring at him, and that amused him. This is what his master said. The Starlight Path. He was the most shining star of this generation, and wherever he went, he would become an existence that people looked up to. Good. Worthy of being the strongest genius of my sect throughout the generations. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor exclaimed excitedly and swept a glance at the other old monsters of the same rank. Looking at the envy and jealousy in their eyes made his mood even more pleasant. And finally, his gaze landed on the Yao Qi Immortal Realm ancestor. It was only to his surprise that the Yao Qi Immortal Realm ancestor was still calm, that appearance unchanged. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable inside. They, the Sacred Ground ancestors, were almost all of the same generation, and had been fighting with each other for many years in the beginning, seizing all kinds of opportunities, before they had achieved what they had achieved today. And he, like many of the old things present, secretly liked the Yao Qi Immortal Realm ancestor. Liner, follow me forward and take down the immortal sword. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor withdrew his gaze from the Yao Qi Immortal Realm's old ancestor, hid his thoughts, and rubbed Su Lin's head full of pampering. Okay, old ancestor. Su Lin nodded with a smile, and at that moment, his gaze swept over the young men of his generation present. the Black Wind Cliff, Yao Qi Immortal Realm, and Ziwei Cave Heaven had all already come with quite a few talented disciples. There were quite a few people his age, 5 and up. There are also quite a few geniuses above the age of 5. Almost all of them possessed an immortal cultivation physique, and the only ones who could make him look at them more than once were a 3-year-old boy from Black Wind Cliff, and 2 twin sisters from Yaoqi Fairyland. These were all demonic existences of the same generation as him. Only, these 3 didn't seem to be enough even in front of him. His head lifted a little more. So much for these so-called geniuses. Who could be like him, possessing this kind of physique, not to mention being able to contract a green dragon? He had just thought of this, when suddenly, his gaze froze and his movements slightly stalled, and so on. His eyes locked on a sword held in the hand of a child below. That's the immortal sword. His anger flared as he took in the looks of the boy who was even smaller than him. This kid again? The last time he came to the Lu family's side with his master, he originally wanted to help his elders suppress their enemies, but he didn't expect to go back with a belly full of deficiencies. Although what his master said when he left had touched him, it was just fine when he left, and the more he went back and carefully recalled it, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. I can't believe I'm being compared to a 3-year-old, though only in arithmetic. And his master had carefully instructed him not to let his emotions be guided so easily. That means he's being made a fool of by a little kid a few years his junior. Now, when he heard that it was the Fengyang city side where the immortal sword had appeared, he rushed over along with his elders, and also thought of the brat who had upset him that day, who just happened to be over here. Then when he makes a name for himself, he can show that kid what he's made of. However, he realized that he was having a dragon. But the other person was holding an immortal sword in his hand? When the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor saw that Su Lin had suddenly stopped moving, his gaze looking straight and somewhat displeased at Lu Qing inside, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Liner, what's wrong?" That tone of voice could be described as gentle to a fault. "Old ancestor, what's with the immortal sword in that kid's hand?" Su Lin couldn't help but ask. "It's a long story. That's his immortal sword." The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor didn't want to say more and gently tapped Su Lin's forehead, transmitting the situation into his mind through a secret technique. After Su Lin understood the situation over here clearly, he froze for a while. This kid, not too long ago actually fought with so many fairy and great powers all by himself? And, both immortal swords are related to him? The arrogance in his body suddenly dissipated a bit at this moment. In his place, he would not have been able to do what this kid did. Himself, being compared again? Su Lin clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. It was clear that his talent was stronger. "Liner." The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor realized something and gently patted Su Lin's shoulder. "You have to be clear. The road to being called an emperor won't be smooth sailing, and there will be demons from all walks of life competing with you, but you have to firmly believe that your talent is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Just be firm in your belief that you will be able to level everything, and no one in this world will be able to stop you from becoming an emperor." As Su Lin listened to this exhortation that was like a twilight bell, his mind gradually calmed down. He nodded heavily, and the disdainful arrogance in his body rose once again. "Old ancestor, I know. Good. Go. Take the immortal sword that belongs to you. Start your life of glory." The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor laughed. Su Lin nodded confidently and took a step toward the golden immortal sword. Chapter 42. You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Everyone in the room stared at this absolute demon. They had all come up with the answer in their hearts that the immortal sword was not this Su Lin's. Even the Yaoqi Immortal Realm old ancestor felt the same way. Otherwise, no one in the mortal continent would be able to obtain the recognition of this sword. It was just a pity that an immortal sword of this level was a very rare existence even in the immortal realm. Su Lin's figure leaped, and that green dragon tacitly flew forward, catching Su Lin just in time, and then the two quickly approached the recognition prohibition. Finally, the green dragon stopped a mile in front of the recognition prohibition. Su Lin took a deep breath and his body shook violently. In the next instant, a bright and dazzling circle of light actually emerged behind him. The aperture was a deep black gold color, with the outer edge faintly emitting a chaotic aura, and a few stars floating in it. In the center of the aperture was a pattern of a circular vortex that slowly rotated, surrounded by several strands of silvery white streams of light, like a long river of time flowing through it. As the aperture appeared, the surrounding space seemed to slightly distort with it. That chaotic power seemed to condense the endless mysteries between heaven and earth in an instant. Mysterious and majestic. This is exactly the little chaos body. The people present held their breath at this sight. For a small chaos body to be so stunning, it's really hard to imagine how terrifying that great emperor from ancient times who possessed a chaos body was. The Qiankuan Valley ancestor gently shook his head. Faced with a genius of this level, even they, the old men, had to feel envious. If they had possessed such natural talent in the first place, their achievements would certainly be much higher than they are now. And they could sort of see that right now. The new generation suddenly appeared so many special heavenly pride demons, several times more than they had at first. This was undoubtedly an omen of the great emperor's appearance. The emperor's path? Now in the world, when a large number of geniuses and demons suddenly emerged from a certain generation, it signaled the emergence of the emperor's path. At that time, all the geniuses would fight together, kill each other, and ultimately, when the emperor position appeared, they would seize it and achieve the status of a great emperor that would span the ages. This kid with the little chaos body, and these geniuses and demons here, will have one of them step onto that emperor's throne that no one has gone up to for many years. And this Su Lin was most likely the final great emperor candidate. All the other demonic prides would be his stepping stones. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's expression shriveled slightly as he looked towards Lu Qingyan and sighed in a low voice. Could it be that we really let him capture this sword? Then is there any need for us to continue stalling for time? He felt very powerless, strong as the peak of the fairy robbery strong man. The first time to face the problem, so powerless, and also rely on a 3-year-old child to deal with. He was also clear that this was a sign of the reopening of the emperor's path. The young generation of this life was going to be active in the world, and all of them, the old and undead, would be the protectors of the way. It was just that they, the Sword Void Valley, didn't seem to have the existence of a demon that could cause them to protect their path. Song Wanner's talent was very good, but compared to the child with the dark demon body, 9 young divine body, and 9 in divine body, she was still slightly inferior. As for Lu Qingyan, he was intelligent enough and also seemed to be hiding quite a few secrets, but this natural talent, in front of these demons, appeared average again. Were they, the Sword Void Valley, really unable to fight for a place on the Emperor's Road? Lu Qingyan didn't know what to say, and finally looked at the Sword Void Valley ancestor and consoled. What goes around comes around. Senior, just relax a bit. Besides, it's not over yet. He was speechless. He himself was only 3 years old now, and having to comfort an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Of course, he was able to have this mentality because he had enough backbone. He thought about it. If he really couldn't keep the 2 immortal swords, then he would give them out. Anyway, one still had the system and the chaos body. I'm sure I'll be able to get more goodies again after that. The biggest task today is to survive. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor also felt slightly embarrassed when he heard this comforting cry from Lu Qingyan. Well, one's mind is no better than a 3-year-old's, and he could understand why he was like this. It was really that immortal weapons were too important, as well as looking at the Sword Void Valley that he had single-handedly built. The gap between it and the other holy places was so great that the gap in his heart was too great. Son, you're right. There's something to lose and something to gain. Everything is not over yet. Since you can't see the future, make your own. Carefully recalling Lu Qingyan's words, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor quickly released a smile. Yeah, one is still too much of a sufferer. It's just beginning. The Emperor's path had only just appeared, and the Emperor's position hadn't yet been completely decided. So anything was possible if you worked hard now. Instead of suffering, we should try our best. Even if we can't succeed in the end, at least we can say without regrets that we have tried our best. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor looked at Lu Qingyan a few more times, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He made a decision. When this is over, he will take Lu Qingyan as his disciple. The kid's average to average in talent, but at least he's smart as hell. And there's a secret hidden in there. Maybe it's a dark horse. Regardless of the outcome, there was a fight on the Imperial Road. No regrets. Lu Qingyan was slightly surprised when he watched that face of the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor change dramatically. His own comforting inversion of the Big Dipper had really worked. It seems that one has a talent for it. Just as the two were thus exchanging words, by this time, Su Lin had already begun his attempt, only to see him, like a dazzling star, reaching out and touching his hand forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Next moment, the image everyone expected appeared. Previously, the 2 twins from the Yao Qi immortal realm had been able to cause changes to the recognition prohibition, not to mention Su Lin, who possessed even more special underpinnings. Under this attempt by Su Lin, that recognition prohibition light mass suddenly shook. Afterwards, it was as if it had turned into a mass of liquid, writhing madly. This change lasted less than 2 breaths of time, and the light mass that had become liquid began to float out wisps of golden smoke, like seawater evaporating, gradually rising. Seeing this, Lu Ying took a deep breath and said, "This kid has really succeeded." Lu Qingyan and the others all narrowed their eyes when they heard this sound. It really did work out for him. Seeing this never-before-seen image, the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor and the others had already guessed the outcome and were filled with excitement. When Su Lin saw this, the corners of his mouth also curled up high. and the arrogance in his body was unprecedented. Even, he glanced down to Lu Qinggan below. The look seemed to say, nowadays, you're not the only one with an immortal sword. I've got it too. Moreover, this immortal sword is still stronger than the one you have. However, just when everyone thought that the immortal sword had been captured by Su Lin, an accident occurred. Buzz! That golden immortal sword suddenly shook violently when the recognition prohibition was halfway dissipated, as if it still wasn't satisfied enough with Su Lin, interrupting the disappearance of the recognition prohibition. The main prohibition was instantly restored to its original state by the golden immortal sword. The entire sky fell silent. It's like a mass grave in the dead of night. This is a failure? The Ziwei cave ancestor asked in surprise. This, the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor, who had been all smiles a moment ago, had his old face twitching madly once again, and Su Lin, who was all arrogant, froze in place like a log. As for Lu Qinggan, who was standing on the ground, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air when he saw this scene. Good man, I'm getting nervous. Hey, little old me, you're no good even when given the chance. Chapter 43. It's my turn to perform. Surin's defeat killed everyone in the room by catching them off guard. Even Luing hadn't thought about it. It didn't seem to be that the recognition prohibition didn't recognize Su Lin, but rather that the immortal sword didn't look at Su Lin, thus affecting the recognition prohibition, caused to have this change. Or, is it that this immortal sword, which has already made its own decision, is waiting for the person it really likes to appear? This immortal sword is not an ordinary immortal weapon. Compared to the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand, it was incomparable. Such immortal swords were also rare treasures in the immortal realm, and thus had extremely high spirituality. Old ancestor. This is. Su Lin's brain was generally filled with mush inside his head, and he turned his head in confusion to look at the Dragon Abyss sect's old ancestor, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor was even more puzzled than Su Lin, and at that moment, he quickly looked at Lu Qinggan below. Lu Qinggan knew he had to give an explanation at this point. It's just stalling anyway. Just make up whatever you want. The immortal sword thinks he's a little short of the mark. Or maybe the immortal sword is waiting for its true master to appear, and thinks there are still geniuses on the continent that are stronger than him. This genius, naturally, was talking about himself. His chaos body was still over an hour away from being installed. Just drag it out a little longer. Impossible. Such talent is already the strongest on the continent. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor had difficulty accepting this explanation. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's mood was that of a fall, and at this moment, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. But seeing this close friend of his in such a state, he still opened his mouth to comfort him. Old man Long, don't be frustrated. This child Su Lin has already done a very good job. The Long Yuan sect's oldest ancestor frowned and looked at the disoriented Su Lin, and finally accepted the result of this defeat. He would like to see who else could make this immortal sword recognize it. Humph, I thought it could end earlier. Does that mean it's not over? Right at this moment, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor spoke once again, still the same unpleasant tone. These words both mocked the Long Yuan sect and once again pointed the sword at Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan glanced at the Black Wind Cliff ancestor and said, if this senior of Black Wind Cliff is really in a hurry, he can also suspend the competition for this immortal sword. However, the geniuses from the other Holy Lands have yet to arrive to try one by one, and this practice may cause a certain lucky person to lose the right to this immortal sword. Once these words passed, there were a few sacred ground ancestors who immediately did not give the Black Wind Cliff ancestor a good look. They were clear that Lu Qinggan was borrowing their momentum to suppress the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. But Lu Qinggan's words were not without reason. The geniuses within their forces hadn't even tried yet. And even though the geniuses within their forces couldn't match Su Lin's natural talent, what if they happened to be favored by this immortal sword? Old man Feng, you Black Wind Cliff is in a hurry when you don't have a chance? I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. After living for so long, do you care so much about this little bit of time? Or is it that you don't have enough longevity? The one who opened his mouth first was still the Bihai Qingtian old ancestor. The Flame Lake ancestor also said, Old man Wind, you're the one who talks too much. Can you shut up? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was so disliked that it was unpleasant to the extreme, but he was also aware that if he said any more, he was afraid that he was going to stir up the public's anger. The main reason was that there were still quite a few geniuses from the Holy Land who hadn't arrived. In the end, he suppressed the urgency to compete for the immortal sword in Lu Qinggan's hand and coldly glared at Lu Qinggan. This kid, too damn good at lending a hand. In that case, let's continue. I'll tell you seniors again. This recognition prohibition mainly depends on the talent of the person who tries it, but it's also affected by the immortal sword. This immortal sword has an extremely high grade. You seniors should know it better than I do. So its spirituality is very high. And the person who ultimately obtains this immortal sword isn't necessarily the youngest and most demonic of the generation. But there's also the possibility that it could be the one who has the talent, but makes the immortal sword like it. Lu Qing'an's words probably meant, let these Holy Land powerhouses go back and call for more people. All to try. And with more people trying, he could naturally stall a little longer. When the group of people heard this, they all looked at the Yaoqi Immortal Realm Ancestor. They still trusted the Yaoqi Immortal Realm Ancestor a bit more. At this moment, the Yaoqi Immortal Realm's old ancestor looked at a peak transitional tribulation powerhouse of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm and said, let more people come. This immortal sword is special, and there is some truth in the words of this 3-year-old. A group of people saw this and called out again. Even the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor had taken a gamble with the intention of having some of the clans more talented, but not particularly supreme geniuses make the trip as well. The years don't have to be stuck too dead, and people who have been in the scenery before can come. Watching the group of people change their attitudes, the corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth curled up slightly. That's good. It's all under his control. Our men are also waiting not far from Fengyang City, so let them come over one after another. At this moment, the Sword Void Valley old ancestor touched Lu Qing'an's head and asked gently. Lu Qing'an nodded. Let them come over one after another to try. After all, if they come together again at the end, others will see the signs. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor nodded his head and looked towards the Sword Void Valley patriarch, telling the other party to make the arrangements. The 10 holy places began to get busy once again. More and more people came above the sky. Lu Qing'an gradually relaxed, and at this point, she was also able to turn back and talk briefly with her family. Brother, do you really have a way to take down this immortal sword? Seeing that the Sword Void Valley old ancestor had shielded the sound from this side from being transmitted out, Luing didn't deliberately lower his voice and directly asked about his inner doubts. Lu Qing'an had no intention of hiding it and nodded. That's right, just have enough time. Okay, then I'm counting on you. Luing was very curious inside. Even she couldn't think of any good way to get this immortal sword to recognize it. This brother of his, what means must he use to get the approval of this immortal sword? But even more curious, she didn't ask, since she'd be able to see it for herself later anyway. The recognition band covers 360 degrees, so as long as it's a mile away, it can be attempted. So even if more people come to the sky, these people can quickly try it all over again. Lu Qing'an quietly watched these people try, while carefully checking the number of geniuses from the various holy lands, worthy of being one of the top 10 holy places of cultivation. There seemed to be no end to the number of extremely talented people. He started off by focusing mainly on the Heaven's Pride demons who were the same age as himself. Nowadays, they were looking at those geniuses who also possessed the immortal cultivation physique, but were much older than them, especially geniuses within 100 years of age. Each and every one of them was already at an extremely high cultivation realm. It was clear to him that there was no fairness in this world, and in the world of immortal cultivation, the main focus is one where the strong are honored. A group of powerful people of different status levels fought in a limited world, competing for the chance of creation. Eventually very few people can live forever on the avenue. So, while other demonic prides were thinking about how to be better than the rest of their peers, he then consciously took these geniuses who were older and had stronger cultivation strength as imaginary enemies. It was the only way he could desire strength more and work harder. For me, there is no slacking off, Lu Qing'an said firmly. From time to time, his gaze lingered in the virtual panel in front of him, watching the countdown to the passage of time. The time is getting closer. But he had also underestimated the speed at which cultivated people could move. With the last half hour left, the geniuses of the 10 great sacred lands had almost tried it all. Naturally, no one could make the immortal sword recognize it. Kid, we've already tried. None of them succeeded. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor once again spoke aggressively. He didn't want to waste any more time. He wouldn't want this golden immortal sword. The immortal sword in Lu Qing'an's hand must be taken first. Lu Qing'an, on the other hand, had already thought of a delaying plan in advance and said, there's still someone who hasn't tried yet. After saying that, Lu Qing'an looked at the Sword Void Valley ancestor, and then glanced at both Zhang Yunqi and Jin Chongming. Next, it's his turn to perform. Chapter 44 Magical Operations. When the crowd heard this, they all realized what was going on and stared at Lu Qing'an dead in the face. Under the leadership of the Sword Void Valley ancestor, Lu Qing'an flew up into the air. Damn! This kid must have left something unfinished. This is to take the immortal sword down himself? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor opened his mouth in a deep voice, purposely letting all the other Holy Land ancestors present hear it. The other Sacred Ground ancestors had already narrowed their eyes. However, the specifics would have to be determined by them after Lu Qing'an had tried it. Moreover, Lu Qing'an had said from the very beginning that he would offer up the 2 immortal swords. In the end, It was Lu Qinggan who got the immortal sword, so he should have handed it over as well. After thinking so, they recoiled and became more calm. None of them were able to break the recognition prohibition, so it would be good to let Lu Qinggan undo the recognition prohibition instead. Lu Qinggan followed the Sword Void Valley ancestor under the watchful eyes of the crowd to a mile range before the recognition prohibition. At this moment, he could feel countless gazes that made his body uncomfortable. There's from all kinds of top talent. There were also superpowers from every cultivation level that crushed him, but no matter how strong these people were, they couldn't stop him from performing. Lu Qinggan slowly probed his arm and touched towards the front. The speed can be a tortoise. It's like the slow play button has been pushed. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. While everyone was puzzled, Lu Qinggan began his performance. The heavens are high and the earth is thick. Let me be free. The sun, the moon and the stars are all passers-by. The yin and the yang are reversed. The kuan and the earth are inverted. There is no form and no phase. There is no beginning and no end. Everything is turned into nothingness. And all the elephants are broken in the formlessness. Lu Qinggan's little mouth rambled on and on. The words recited were loud and clear. Very clear and imposing. That's his way of stalling. That's misleading these people. Just engage in the embarrassment bit. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. He knew very well that his current talent could only be considered average in front of those geniuses and demons who possessed all sorts of powerful physiques and underpinnings. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let this recognition prohibition have any reaction. Coming up to try it would just give these people the false impression of being recognized by the immortal sword with an operation unknown to them. The group of people all looked aghast as they listened to Lu Qinggan's clear and unambiguous words. Nice guy, and you have to say the secret word? The kid didn't say anything at first, just as everyone was surprised, thinking that Lu Qinggan was going to capture this golden immortal sword. The image that puzzled them appeared. Lu Qinggan's hand was suddenly flicked away by a wave of power released by the recognition prohibition. Failed. Aha! The people in the room were confused. Didn't this kid say the secret word? Still no. Lu Qinggan sighed with a sigh. The truth is that everything is under his control. Senior, let's go down. Lu Qinggan looked at the Sword Void Valley elder ancestor and said. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor nodded his head, while in his heart, he was already happy. This kid, he's got a lot of crooked ideas. What a brain. It does stall for time. Lu Qinggan and the Sword Void Valley ancestor flew down to the ground together and returned to their original positions. Then, while everyone was puzzled, Lu Qinggan looked at Zhang Yunxi. He doesn't have much energy to try it alone. He'll have to take these two cuties with him. Zhang Yunxi was a bit shy. Even though Lu Qinggan had already told her everything in advance, she was still a bit timid. Mainly because there are too many people here. Until she saw a porcelain jar suddenly appear in Lu Qinggan's hand. She instantly put everything out of her mind. Then under the leadership of the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor, she went up into the air and appeared a mile in front of the recognition prohibition. The heavens are high and the earth is at my disposal. The sun, the moon and the stars are all passing by. Air, melon seeds, spicy fries, candy canes, cinnamon cakes, neat buns. Zhang Yunxi was still nervous with so many people watching, thus forgetting most of the entire sentence Lu Qinggan had asked her to memorize. Lu Qinggan knew that such a long paragraph would make the two children unable to remember all of it, so he had also thought ahead. That's for the two of them to recite random words later when they can't remember them. Whatever the words are, it's good to keep a bunch of great minds confused anyway. At the moment, Lu Qinggan was listening to Zhang Yunkoi talking as if she was ordering food, and she was overjoyed in her heart. This little ninny, no less, is a top-notch eater. When I read the first few sentences, I was slurring my words. But now when I talk about all sorts of yummy contraptions, it's clear, crisp, and catchy. All of the powerful people standing above the sky were quietly listening to Zhang Yunxi recite the names of various foods, getting more and more confused the more they listened. What the hell is this? Zhang Yunxi not only chanted while doing so, but also obediently probed her hand forward at an extremely slow pace. It's something she's good at. She doesn't play 1-2-3 woodchucks with her parents on a regular basis. Sometimes she can stand still for a good meal for a good incense burner. Zhang Yunxi's hand was still close to the range covered by the power of the recognition prohibition. In Lu Qinggan's thoughts, Zhang Yunxi's talent was similar to his. It was just one more type of immortal cultivation physique than him, so the result should be the same as his. However, something unexpected happened to him. After Zhang Yunxi's small hand touched that range, it was actually not bounced off by the power of the recognition prohibition. Instead, it made a change in that recognition prohibition. That change is almost as bad as the twin sister of Yoyogi Wonderland. It caused the recognition prohibition like mass to squirm. This, Lu Qinggan and Lu Ying and the others looked dumbfounded. What's happening here? They were all well aware that Zhang Yunxi's talent was just okay, Zhang Qi also blinked, looking at Lu Qingyan unexpectedly, and asked, "Little son-in-law, does this mean that this precious daughter of mine still has any potential that hasn't been tapped?" Lu Qingyan didn't know how to answer. He even wondered if this golden immortal sword, too, was an eater. After listening to Zhang Yunxi so much chanting, there was some recognition of Zhang Yunxi. However, that recognition prohibition had changed just a little bit, and before long, it had returned to calmness. But the change also surprised many people in the room, especially the great sacred ground ancestors. At a glance, they could see that this little girl's specific talent, which was just a kind of immortal cultivation physique, hadn't even been awakened yet. This was all able to make the recognition prohibition somewhat recognized, indicating that the words that this little girl recited just now were useful. Hurry up and learn to try. The Ziwei Cave Heavenly Ancestor hurriedly looked at the talented disciples behind him and told them to get closer to try over there. Just like that, with Zhang Yunkoi operating in such a manner, it once again ignited the desires of everyone present. The geniuses who tried it not so long ago, tried it again for a meal. They weren't like Zhang Yunqi who could memorize the names of various snack foods. I don't even know what Zhang Yunkoi means by melon seeds and spicy noodles. When I learned to speak, I used words like lab coat and pull pick. Lu Qinggan looked at the scene and revealed a satisfied smile. Again, it would delay him quite a bit, and after a bunch of people tried it, the results didn't change. Still failing. No matter if they learned to chant like Zhang Yunqi or Lu Qingyan, it was just as useless. The Yao Qi Immortal Realm Old Ancestor was more knowledgeable. It was the first time she had heard that the recognition prohibition had to say some secret words, and now, after seeing everyone try and fail, she made sure of it. It's probably because that little girl's talent hasn't been fully tapped. Kid, you must still have something to hide that you haven't said. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor once again looked coldly at Lu Qinggan and shouted through the air. Lu Qinggan calmly said, "I swear that I have said everything about the recognition forbidden system." Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor didn't believe it, but he didn't continue to dwell on it. He still felt that he should first take that immortal sword in Lu Qingyan's hand. So he once again said in a deep voice, "Now that it's all been tried, you..." Lu Qingyan knew what the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor wanted to say and directly spoke out to interrupt. "My good brother hasn't even tried yet." After saying that, he looked at Jin Chongming. "Your turn." Jin Chongming's cheeks reddened and he lowered his head in embarrassment until he realized that Lu Qingyan suddenly had an extra tile jar in his hand. Or he nodded stiffly. He flew up into the air under the leadership of the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor, and there were still half of the words he had memorized in his mind before he approached the recognition ban. But as soon as he got close to this recognition prohibition, he almost forgot all about it. The sky is the limit. Abba abba abba. Jin Chongming really couldn't remember, and only recalled what Lu Qingyan had said, that when he didn't remember the words, he just blurted them out. As a result, his cheeks were red and he was sweating profusely as he abbaed on and on. Lu Qinggan looked at this scene and blinked her eyes several times in succession before she fully reacted. This kid, he's also a talent. Not only did Lu Qinggan look confused, but everyone present did. Zhang Dishuai even covered his face. It felt like his son had embarrassed him by pulling a big one in such a big scene. Except, just when everyone thought the silly boy looked like a little cutie. The time, a miraculous scene suddenly played out in full view. That recognition prohibition. There was a change. And it has changed tremendously. The entire mass of recognizable forbidden light mass wriggled crazily. It was even more obvious than when Surin tried it. At this moment, heaven and earth were pressed the mute button in general. Crows were silent, and a needle could be heard. Chapter 45. It's time for us to get tough. Abba? Jin Chongming suddenly stopped speaking, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes as he looked at the image in front of him. His large eyes cleared a few more points when he saw the crazy writhing recognition prohibition. Dada's head seems to have gotten a little bigger as well. You ate too many chili fries and got so spicy that your eyes went blind. Ha! Everyone in the room was stunned by Jin Chongming's unexpected maneuver. Holy, my son also has the qualifications of a great emperor? Jin Dishuai reacted the fastest. His face instantly changed drastically and he couldn't help but shout out. The result was completely out of his expectation. The little boy who rode a dragon and possessed a chaotic body just now was many times stronger than his son. And in the future, he might even be able to ask for the position of a great emperor. But with this scene in front of him, did it mean that his son also had that kind of potential? Zhang Qi had been pleasantly surprised earlier when he saw his daughter make that kind of commotion. At this moment, seeing Jin Chongming's performance, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Lu Qinggan. How can this kid, Jin Chongming, look like he's not better than his daughter? The only possibility was that Lu Qinggan had moved something in it to make this recognition prohibition appear so mutated. The entire scene fell into a silence. Everyone held their breath and stared at the recognition prohibition. When they all thought that this silly kid was going to take the immortal sword, the The golden immortal sword trembled slightly once again in the recognition prohibition. In the next moment, the recognition forbidden system regained its calmness and declared a failure. Jin Shongming blinked his clear eyes and took a sharp breath to suck the snot that was about to flow to his mouth back into his nostrils. He then turned to look at the old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley and said weakly, "Senior, can you take me back now?" He felt uncomfortable all over as he felt a group of people staring at him. It was only then that the Sword Void Valley old ancestor came back to his senses, his gaze becoming scorching hot. There must be some kind of special potential in this kid that hasn't been tapped yet. He knew deep down that the so-called readings were just to stall for time, and the fact that Jin Shongming couldn't even recite clearly and would only abba non-stop, yet he was able to have such an effect, meant that he was bound to have extremely strong potential that had yet to be discovered. When this was over, he would make sure to tap into the boy's potential, and the little girl. Maybe both are hidden dark horses. You've done well. Let's go down. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's tone was gentle, and his large hand gently stroked on top of Jin Shongming's head, rubbing it. Jin Shongming blinked his big eyes and thought in his heart, if only this old ancestor was his own father. Son, come, let father kiss twice. As soon as Jin Shongming landed on the ground, Jin Dishui ran over, hugged Jin Shongming and kissed him frantically. Pride is in the air. This kid, has he been pretending to be a pig? I thought you made a big joke, but I didn't think you'd give your dad a face. Father, saliva. Jin Shongming was shocked, and hurriedly ran away like a rat holding his head. You brat, what's wrong with father's saliva? Come over here, let me lick it again. Yuck, kiss it a couple times. Jin Dishui laughed and cursed and chased after him, but Jin Shongming quickly ran away. The two of them circled around Lu Qinggan and them, and the scene instantly became slightly joyful. However, compared to the joy over here, the group of Holy Land ancestors in the sky frowned, especially the Long Yuan sect ancestor. He was secretly annoyed. One's own clan's most pleased disciple was actually being compared to him? And, a silly-looking 3-year-old boy? Damn it! Still saying that this recognition forbidden system doesn't have a secret language? This kid has average talent. How could he possibly make this change in the recognition prohibition? The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor questioned in a cold voice. Lu Qingyan responded blandly, if senior is skeptical, you might as well try the secret words spoken by this good brother of mine. As soon as the words fell, Su Lin quickly rode the dragon forward, his face already extremely serious. He was upset in his heart. It was even if he had been robbed of the limelight by Lu Qingyan and compared to him a few times, but at this moment, he was actually being compared to a slug. On what grounds? He possessed a little chaos body and had also contracted a green dragon, and in the future, when the Emperor Road was contested, he would be at the top of the list, sweeping away thousands of troops. However, when he approached within a mile of the recognition prohibition, some hesitation arose in his heart. After all, Jin Chongming's set of words was just too embarrassing. Eventually, he mimicked it with a hard-on. Sky high, ABA ABA ABA. The entire heaven and earth fell silent. Jin Chongming's appearance just now, paired with those words, seemed to fit extremely well, and while Su Lin had learned to do it in one piece, it was so contrary that it was laughable, as if he were a clown. What was even more embarrassing was that the reaction of the recognition prohibition was no different from Su Lin's first attempt, still 1 point weaker than Jin Chongming. The air was once again dead silent. You lied to me. Su Lin's eyes widened, anger rising as he looked at Lu Qinggan dead in the face. Looking at Su Lin, who was not very old but showed such a violent side, Lu Qingyan shrugged his shoulders. Maybe there's no such thing as a secret word. It's just that your qualifications really aren't as good as my good brother's, I guess. These words were even more of a blitzkrieg, nearly shattering Su Lin's Dao heart. The Dragon Abyss Sect's old ancestor and the Dragon Abyss Sect's patriarch hurriedly dodged to come in front of Su Lin, calming him down. It seems that Surin is still childlike. Going forward, you have to strengthen your heart. The talent you've displayed is already unrivaled. This prohibition doesn't mean anything. The Dragon Abyss Sect's old ancestor's tone was gentle and his words contained secret techniques, causing Su Lin's emotions to calm down instantly. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor watched this scene and looked at the two demonic disciples of his Holy Land, feeling satisfied in his heart. This little chaotic body has an average heart, and they have a chance in the battle for the Emperor's throne. But why do these two little ninnies keep staring at that kid? At the moment, the twin sisters had been staring at Lu Qinggan, their big eyes glowing with curiosity. There was also a hint of unexpected admiration in it. In the crowd at Black Wind Cliff, the little boy with the dark demon body looked at Su Lin in this manner, and a flash of disdain flashed through his eyes once again. And once again, his gaze fell on Lu Qinggan, Jin Chongming, and Zhang Yunxi. Instead, it was these three that gave him some concern. Are you going to try? At that moment, he heard the voice of the Black Wind Cliff ancestor coming from him. Just let someone else try. It doesn't work for anyone else, so there's no need for me to try. The little boy looked at the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor and smiled back. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor looked at his disciple with satisfaction, and a glint flashed in his eyes. After Su Lin's fruitless attempts, the people from the other Holy Lands also hesitated. Still, some people, undaunted by the shame, have come forward to try, to no avail. Eventually, with only half of them trying, no one continued. The gazes of the crowd once again fell on Lu Qinggan. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor couldn't wait any longer. His eyes half narrowed. A powerful aura pressed downwards as he stared at Lu Qingyan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, this golden immortal sword. We won't try anymore. The immortal sword in your hand. It's time to hand it over." He wouldn't give Lu Qinggan another chance, and sensing that the other old men of the Holy Land had been made impatient by this recognition prohibition, he believed that they wouldn't speak up for Lu Qinggan anymore either. Lu Qinggan glanced at the countdown panel floating in front of her. At the moment there was less than a tea time left, about 3 minutes, so there was no point in him continuing to think of other ways to delay it. He can be tough for a while. As he watched the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor, who had previously made a move on his family, once again staring at him with hostility, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth. "Senior, I have to ask you a question first." You ask." The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor knew that Lu Qingyan was going to say something to digress again, but he was certain this time that he wouldn't let this brat get away with it again. "Earlier, I promised to hand over the immortal sword because I knew that my strength was not good, and because I was forced by the pressure of all the seniors. I was unable to leave behind the immortal sword that was left behind by our ancestors, but if I now have the ability, can I take back my earlier promise?" Lu Qingyan scanned all the peak transitional scarcity powers present with a serious expression. At these words, the entire room fell silent once again. Everyone had never expected Lu Qinggan to say such a thing. Chapter 46 makes the final card. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor was directly happy when asked about this, and laughed jaggedly. "I didn't realize you were quite the tease for a 3-year-old. The people present returned from their brief moment of disorientation and doubt and looked at Lu Qinggan, secretly shaking their heads. In particular, the great sacred land ancestors, for the first time, felt the childishness of a child in Lu Qingyan. So many people had come and were determined to get these 2 immortal swords. Even if Lu Qingyan had Sword Void Valley behind him, he could not keep the 2 immortal swords. In particular, the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor had damaged his immortal weapon not long ago, and his strength was greatly reduced. Unless Lu Qinggan really used a special method to make the 2 immortal swords self-destruct, making them all pounce. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind having a big battle for the 2 immortal swords. But if Lu Qinggan really dared to do that, the Sword Void Valley Ancestor couldn't even protect Lu Qinggan's family. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor was willing to use his life as a price to fight with them, and perhaps they would even back off a little because of the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor's insanity. It was just that Lu Qinggan without his immortal sword, was it worth the Sword Void Valley Ancestor's life? Therefore, the answer was that Lu Qinggan was teasing them. The kid, after all, is still a bit naive. "You can take me as a joke, but I still want to hear your answer." Lu Qinggan's gaze was calm. "All he needs is a verbal promise to reclaim the moral high ground. If you have the ability, you can give it a try." The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor spoke coldly, contempt in his eyes. Being verbally forced back by a 3-year-old child earlier had made him hold a bellyful of fire. Now was the time to show this kid what he was made of. "Just waiting for this reply from you. Then I'll take back my earlier words. Of the 2 immortal swords, I will not hand over either one." Lu Qinggan's expression was solemn. His back was straight as a sword. He looked around. His childish voice was permeated with unquestionable firmness. The sky fell silent once more, and then a contemptuous laughter came from all directions. The laughter from the Black Wind Cliff side was the loudest. "I'd been waiting for you to say that." The corners of the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor's mouth finally held a playful smile, and then he looked at the Dragon Abyss Sect Old Ancestor, Bihai Qingtian Old Ancestor, and the others with a despicable expression on his face. "But see the faces of this brat in Sword Void Valley? You guys are still turning toward them and condemning my behavior as excessive?" The Long Yuan Sect's Old Ancestor and the others were silent. They had already made a decision at this moment, allowing the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor to let go of their hands. Let the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor be the villain, and they will just wait for an opportunity to seize the immortal sword afterward. "No one's talking? Then I'll speak for you." The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor smiled smugly when he saw that all these old things were silent. His gaze then also looked over to the Yao Qi Immortal Realm Ancestor's side. "Fellow Daoist Yao Qi, what do you think?" The Yao Qi Immortal Realm Ancestor also chose to remain silent. When the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor saw that no one had retorted, the smile on his face deepened. He coldly glanced in the direction of the Sword Void Valley and said, "Bitchy old monster. I advise you to be sensible. Don't put up a fight. Hand over this kid and let us handle it. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor had already shielded Lu Qinggan and the others with a group of peak sect transition powerhouses in a defensive position when Lu Qinggan stopped pretending. He still didn't know how Lu Qinggan would be able to keep the two immortal swords, but he was willing to take a gamble. Of course, a gamble without completely jeopardizing the foundation of the clan and one's own life. If Lu Qinggan ultimately failed to show the miracle he was expecting, he would end the confrontation without hesitation. Thus, at this moment, facing the pressure from the Black Wind Cliff ancestor and the many Sacred Land ancestors, he did not speak, but only looked at Lu Qinggan peacefully and quietly, curious what Lu Qinggan should do next. Lu Wuwei, Lu Ying and the others also tensed up, their gazes fixed on Lu Qinggan. Lu Ying, in particular, already knew that this matter had reached the most critical moment. She was also extremely curious as to what special trick this brother of hers was going to pull off. Turn them around. Judging from Lu Qinggan's performance in front of her, she saw the aura of a top-notch powerhouse in her brother, who was only 3 years old. To be able to stand up to the pressure of so many peak powerhouses and speak so eloquently and with so many brilliant moves, even she was ashamed of herself. At least with such a large difference in cultivation, she couldn't do it. As for Zhang Qi and the others, they all held their breath and pinned all their hopes on Lu Qinggan. Not speaking, ha! The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor saw that none of the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor and the others answered, and became even more disdainful in his heart. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently hand over the immortal sword and we can still let your clan survive. Otherwise, we'll let you all taste our Black Wind Cliff's special torture methods. Everyone in the entire continent knows that our Black Wind Cliff is a devilish sect. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor also didn't want to see Lu Qinggan let the immortal weapon self-destruct, so he ended up placing his eyes on Lu Qinggan and threatening in advance. It was difficult for them to stop Lu Qinggan from destroying the immortal sword after recognizing it, but before Lu Qinggan wanted to destroy the immortal sword, he had to consider whether the consequences could be afforded. Lu Qinggan stared at the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor. He hadn't forgotten how this old thing had treated him and his family in the beginning. If he didn't have a bottom card, he could really only let this old thing torture him. Being threatened again at this time, an extreme chill arose in his heart as well. This world is indeed a place where strength reigns supreme, but just because I can't kill you now doesn't mean I can't kill you later. Lu Qinggan glanced at the virtual panel floating in front of him again, a cold smile finally playing at the corners of his mouth as he stared at the Black Wind Cliff ancestor. Elder, since I made this decision, I won't change it. If you want to get this immortal sword, just come and get it. Lu Qinggan, I advise you to obediently hand over the immortal sword. I won't allow you to die. At this moment, a young voice rang out, and the person who spoke was none other than Su Lin. Su Lin's small face was covered in a cold look at the moment. He still felt exasperated. He had been compared to Lu Qinggan several times already. Now that he saw Lu Qinggan acting so tough in the face of so many powerful people, he was both angry and couldn't help but birth a touch of admiration in his heart that was hard for him to accept. Even if he possessed a little chaos body and contracted a green dragon, he wouldn't dare to make such a decision. Don't even think about it for a second. Therefore, he didn't want to see Lu Qinggan die like this. When he cultivated hard and his cultivation increased, and then when Qinglong became an adult dragon, he would prove to Lu Qinggan that he was powerful. The little boy with the dark demon body looked at Su Lin at this moment, and the disdain in his eyes increased a bit more. A snicker rose from the corner of his mouth when he redirected his gaze to Lu Qinggan. He thought the kid was different, but he didn't realize that he was also childlike. He can't change the situation when it comes up. If he were Lu Qinggan, he would have first begged for a chance to survive, hibernated for a period of time, and then retaliated back ruthlessly when he had the strength to do so. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly looking for death. Lu Qinggan glanced at Su Lin and revealed a smile. You don't sound like you're doing me any favors, but don't worry, I, for one, don't die that easily. His bright future is still beckoning him, and the rewards of his new mission are extraordinarily tantalizing. If the golden dragon rewarded by the system was an adult dragon, it would be highly likely to have the strength of a peak transitional succession. Then who is he afraid of in the future? Su Lin was even more infuriated by Lu Qinggan's words. Can't you listen to people? Lu Qinggan narrowed his eyes and stared at the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor, saying, Senior, you want the immortal sword, don't you? Do you dare to come and get it alone? The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor was provoked by these words and laughed out loud. Kid, I'm not the only one who wants this immortal sword. How could he fall for such a cheap ruse? If he went to seize the immortal sword alone, the Sword Void Valley ancestor would be able to stop him. Lu Qinggan smiled. What if I can convince the other seniors to give up their immortal swords? Go ahead and try. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor laughed more and more wildly. He knew these old things better than anyone. There are some people who appear to be decent people on the surface, but secretly their methods are even more ruthless than he. The old devil. Lu Qinggan swept a glance at the sky full of powerful people before looking at the virtual panel floating in front of him. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. I'll convince them instantly. The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth curved. It's time for them to get a long look at the late chaos body. Boom! As soon as Lu Qinggan's thoughts passed, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded above the sky. Afterward, endless Dao Qi gathered from high in the sky to form a huge pillar of light that violently descended from the sky. The strongest Dao body. Descent. Chapter 47, Heaven and Earth Anomalies covering 10,000 miles. The moment the dome of the sky exploded, the first people to discover it were none other than a group of sacred land ancestors. Their eyes widened violently, and none of them had seen a ghost. They saw that the dome of the sky cracked open and a vast pillar of light came straight down from beyond the 9 heavens, with an unrivaled pressure. It was like a heavenly punishment, enveloping Lu Qinggan's small body that had been talking a moment before. That pillar of light was as if it had condensed the undying power of chaos for eternity, penetrating every inch of skin, every meridian, and pouring into the depths of Lu Qinggan's soul. With the influx of this supreme power, Lu Qinggan's body was as if it had been washed and recast, as if a river of stars was rushing through his blood veins. His bones were as if they were cast from divine iron, and his muscles contained a terrifying and mysterious power. At the same time, visions appeared frequently between heaven and earth. 10,000 miles of the sky was instantly dyed into a chaos. The sun, moon and stars seemed to have lost their light. Billions of Dao rules appeared from the void, intertwined into arcane runes, and light and shadow dragon and phoenix silhouettes soared in the sky. Before that pillar of light disappeared, the surrounding auras converged like a raging storm, being pulled by that pillar of light and injected into Lu Qinggan's body, stirring up a shocking roar that shook the 9 heavens. Wherever the light pillar went, the place was full of vitality, and the grass and trees grew wildly in an instant, and jumped up in grade to become spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicines competed to spit out their fragrance, and every inch of the spiritual qi between heaven and earth became as thick as liquid, and countless mysterious array patterns sprang up on the ground, turning this area into a rare cultivation treasure land in the world. After receiving the infusion of the great Tao, Lu Qinggan violently opened his eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, as if he could penetrate the mysteries of the universe. The pillar of light in the sky gradually dispersed, and behind him, a special circle of light had already appeared. This aperture was golden and huge, and it emitted an extremely majestic chaotic aura, with countless stars floating in it. There was also a huge circular pattern in the center of the aperture, half separated on the left and right, one black and one white, with 2 different colored tattooed fish swimming slowly, making the surrounding void flow slow. Is this the chaos body? Lu Qinggan clenched his hands into fists and felt a majestic surge of power. It was clear that he was still at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, yet he already possessed 1,000 times the power he had at the beginning. I'm afraid that if you fight with the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to defeat it. And this was only the physical bodies becoming stronger. According to his understanding, the chaotic body had other additive effects for the subsequent arts that were learned. He couldn't come to scrutinize what else had changed, so he could only wait until it was safe to do so. After the chaotic body became a reality, Lu Qinggan once again turned his gaze to everyone present. There was only silence all around, as if even the wind had stopped breathing, and even the sound of a leaf falling to the ground seemed abrupt. Lu Ling looked at this brother of his as if he was looking at a demon, and his beautiful eyes had widened. A phrase echoed wildly within her now. That's your solution? Stalling to awaken the chaos body? She couldn't figure out what had happened in between. It was just so far beyond her knowledge. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor and the others. At this moment, all looked as if their brains had been viciously knocked on their heads as they stood frozen, their bodies trembling, feeling this terrifying physical aura, and watching the frequency of the heaven and earth's anomalies. A lifetime of cultivation was gone. Inside screaming, chaos body. It's actually a chaos body. One actually witnessed the awakening of the chaos body. It was only at this moment that the Sword Void Valley ancestor realized why Lu Qinggan was confident. Why did you dare to face this group of old monsters and still be that calm? If he could also awaken the chaotic body, he would be 10,000 times more arrogant than Lu Qinggan. And now with the chaos body, how could that immortal sword still let it escape? Straight to hand. The chaotic body is the strongest Dao body. All the top immortal cultivation physiques have to step aside. Lu Qingyan knew that once the chaotic body was complete, things were not over yet either. And below, it should be the most serious and critical time. Elder, take the immortal sword. Later on, there might be a vicious battle. Lu Qinggan handed over the immortal sword he was holding in his hand to the Sword Void Valley elder ancestor. The immortal sword rewarded by the system would directly recognize him as its master. and as the master of this sword, he could naturally quickly unrecognize it and have the immortal sword recognize someone else. If he wanted to get his hands on the other immortal sword, then he had to let the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor protect him with all his might. The stronger the Sword Void Valley Ancestor was, the better it would be for him. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor quickly regained his senses from the shock, and he was also clear that the situation nowadays had instantly arrived at a moment of life and death. So he decisively nodded his head and received Lu Qing'an's immortal sword. In the next moment, he felt that the immortal sword had changed ownership and became his immortal sword. This immortal sword was 100 times smoother than his previous immortal weapon. Thus, he turned his head to the Sword Void Valley Patriarch, who was still a bit confused at the moment, and said, "Take it." He handed a short sword with a small section broken off to the Sword Void Valley Patriarch. This immortal artifact was damaged, but it could also be used for the last remnants of its life. Use it regardless of wear and tear and still have a big fight on your hands. The Sword Void Valley Patriarch nodded his head in a hurry and accepted the immortal weapon. The two of them drove all the Sword Void Valley powerhouses, exuding an extremely strong aura. A chaotic body was born on their side of the Sword Void Valley. What that portended was already self-evident, and faced with the birth of a chaotic body, what would the other Holy Lands do? Lu Qing'an instantly felt an extremely strong sense of security from behind him. The determination of the Sword Void Valley Ancestor and the others had already manifested. He then looked at all the powerful people in the sky. Also, that golden immortal sword. His body shook violently, and his chaotic body aura spread out. In the next moment, the recognition restriction, which was clearly more than a mile away from him, squirmed madly. Immediately after that, the recognition prohibition itself chose to burst open, and the golden immortal sword disappeared in place, transforming into a golden light that flew in front of Lu Qing'an in the blink of an eye at an extremely terrifying speed. It finally hovered in the void in front of Lu Qing'an, vibrating and emitting an ear-splitting buzzing sound. It seems to say, "Hurry up and touch me! Hurry up and touch me!" The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth curled up and her small hand grabbed forward. The moment he grabbed the hilt of the sword, a special energy surged into his body, and it was as if this sword had fused with him, becoming one of his arms. He felt that his body had once again been strengthened and his strength had increased by 1,000 times. With a gentle wave of the long sword in his hand, a terrifying sword light headed towards the void in front of him, unexpectedly tearing through the void. So terrifyingly powerful. He's only at the chi refining stage. After letting the immortal sword recognize its owner successfully, Lu Qing'an once again looked towards the sky. At this moment, all the Holy Land powerhouses who were previously shocked by his awakening of the chaotic body had already returned to their senses. Even though their eyes were still full of disbelief, there was no lack of scorn in their eyes, especially the Black Wind Cliff old man. He could only see that his eyes were already glaring like bronze bells, and his eyes were covered with blood. Killing intent had invariably covered his entire body. He had never expected that the kid he had almost killed with his soul-searching technique not long ago had actually awakened a chaotic body. This is a huge piece of bad news. Big joke in the sky. If he lets this kid leave alive, he will never have peace. It was difficult to sleep peacefully for countless days and nights. The only way is for him to be instantly and completely annihilated from the river of history. Chapter 48 Red Eye Special Effects. Kill. Seniors, with this physique of mine, could it be enough to preserve these two immortal swords? Lu Qing'an knew that at this moment, he must not show the slightest bit of fear. One must show the determination to die as if one were dead. It's got to give the impression that if you say no, it's a gamble to see if you can kill me and I can live. When we survive, we'll settle the score together in the fall. It's a big gamble. There were 2.5 immortal weapons on the Sword Void Valley side, and the reason why Lu Qing'an dared to gamble with these bigwigs was that, for one thing, he knew that there was no way to retreat, and that the only way to be reborn was to be put to death. Secondly, with the awakening of his chaotic body, all the members of the Sword Void Valley would inevitably be on his side, and the Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor would even protect him at all costs. Thirdly, he was clear that of all the Holy Lands present, there were quite a few Holy Land powerhouses who wanted him dead, and the Dragon Abyss sect, which was on good terms with the Sword Void Valley, must have been among them as well. It was just that these Holy Lands had not truly feuded with him previously, and considering the cost, they would definitely not pay even more to have him die like the Black Wind Cliff that had already offended them to death. It's highly likely that they'll choose to give up Immortal Sword. In the face of Lu Qing'an's question, all of the Holy Land ancestors were silent and looked at each other, trying to find the answer in the eyes of others. The last chaotic body, or the extremely ancient period in which it appeared once. They had been shocked to witness Lu Qing'an awaken this body, and the person with the chaos body. Not only is the natural talent pool full, with an extremely strong cultivation bonus, but also the fortune is extremely horrible. This is the person who possesses great fortune. They might not be able to kill even if they made a move at this moment. Moreover, it could already be seen from the attitude that Sword Void Valley was displaying today that all of the Sword Void Valley's strong people at the transitional stage were willing to lay down their lives in order to protect the sun from surviving. Once the chaotic body developed, they would be powerless to return to heaven. And in the end, it was highly likely that the Holy Land's many years of heritage would be lost in one fell swoop. Gentlemen, don't let him scare you. This son appears to be a narrow-minded person, and when he has accomplished his cultivation in the future, he will surely settle his scores. Earlier, you all tacitly agreed to let me take action against their family. When the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor saw the hesitation of all the old ancestors, who seemed to have the intention of giving up the two immortal swords, he became anxious. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Qinggan immediately, but he also knew deep down that there was no way to do it with just the power of Black Wind Cliff. The Sword Void Valley held 3 immortal artifacts in its hands, and it would require at least 3 or 4 Holy Lands to join forces in order to form a fatal blow against the Sword Void Valley. The crowd of Sacred Land ancestors looked at the Black Wind Cliff ancestor with a cold light flashing in their eyes. This was an attempt to force them into a unified front at Black Wind Cliff. Thanks for reminding me, old monster of Black Wind Cliff. When my cultivation is complete, I will kill you. Lu Qingyan naturally wouldn't forget the ferocity with which this old thing had struck out at them earlier, and clearly knew that he and Black Wind Cliff were already completely on opposite sides. Black Wind Cliff would definitely try to kill him, and he, too, had only one way to go: destroy the Black Wind Cliff. The law of the jungle in the immortal cultivation world had always been so bloody and cruel, and he had been prepared for it since the moment he stepped into this world. That's right, crazy old monster. Old me has been looking at you with displeasure for tens of thousands of years. From today onwards, my Sword Void Valley will be immortal with you. Black Wind Cliff. The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley did not hesitate to step forward. His eyes cold and stern as a sword, he made his stance clear with his actions, with Lu Qinggan as his main focus. Where Lu Qinggan pointed was where Sword Void Valley was heading. As for the other Taoists, right now we don't have any grudges yet, but if we make a wrong decision, Sword Void Valley won't be afraid to challenge us. You guys may be able to heavily damage my Sword Void Valley when you join forces, but if we survive, we will surely burn the fire of vengeance all over your Holy Land in the future. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor swept his eyes at the many Sacred Land Old Ancestors, his expression frenzied, like a raging lion. Fellow Daoist, and this little friend, Bihai Qingtian and Sword Void Valley have always been on good terms, so naturally, we won't make enemies of you. The Bihai Qingtian Old Ancestor smiled and opened his mouth, again being the first to indicate a friendly attitude. He also didn't need to weigh the fact that he didn't have any disciples within his Holy Land that were too demonic to be competitive on the Emperor's road, so why take the risk? Furthermore, at this moment, the second immortal sword had also recognized its owner, and even if they succeeded in forcibly surrounding Lu Qinggan, it would inevitably result in the immortal sword destroying itself. Why cause more trouble when there's nothing to be gained either way? After the Bihai Qingtian Old Ancestor took a stand, another Holy Land Old Ancestor followed with a laugh. My Holy Land has always been about peace. Fellow Daoist Wind, don't stir up trouble. The person who spoke was none other than the Qinkuan Valley Ancestor. Their Holy Land was also uncompetitive in the Imperial Road contest, and they hadn't explicitly supported the Black Wind Cliff Ancestor earlier to force Lu Qinggan. In this way, the situation on the field gradually became clearer as one Sacred Ground Ancestor showed his peaceful attitude. In the end, only the 3 Holy Lands of the Dragon Abyss sect, Ziwei Cave Heaven, and Yaoqi Immortal Realm had not taken a stance, and these 3 parties, all of which possessed immortal weapons, if they joined forces with Black Wind Cliff, they could still force Sword Void Valley into a desperate situation. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor was burning with rage, cursing these old foxes in his heart for seeing the wind and steering the ship, and the only thing he could do was to hope for the remaining 3 holy places. Old Man Long, if you kill that kid, your Su Lin will be the strongest contender for the imperial throne. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor no longer beat around the bush, using words and directly stating his interests. The Long Yuan sect ancestor was silent and looked at the Sword Void Valley ancestor. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor was also staring at the Long Yuan sect Old Ancestor in death. The two had always been on good terms, but, as they both knew well, they were also simply friends. In the face of great interests, that layer of friendship, which is like window paper, is so fragile. Old Man Long, no great emperor has ever claimed the throne smoothly. Even that great emperor who also possessed a chaotic body and suppressed the ages was the same. I advise you to think deeply. The Sword Void Valley Old Ancestor was still mindful of his old feelings and gave a deep reminder. He didn't want to go sword to sword with an old friend, and his words are not without reason. Can you win the throne of the great emperor by possessing a chaotic body? On the contrary, those who possessed a chaotic body would have to face more crises. because all the demons in the Emperor's path would target it. Unless he possessed the strength to sweep everything away, and the perseverance to the extreme, he would be able to achieve the position of a great emperor. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor took a deep breath and looked firmly at Su Lin. At this moment, Su Lin had yet to come out of the scene where he saw Lu Qinggan awakening his chaotic body. The shock and endless powerlessness caused him to be emotionally depressed. Liner, having an opponent in front of you who can catch up is sometimes a blessing. Throughout history, there have been countless strongest people who have lost their way. You still have a long way to go after that. Don't get lost. Don't get discouraged. Just move forward firmly towards your goal and be brave. Eventually the mountains can be flattened. The sea can be exhausted. And you can walk out of your own path of the strongest. Once these words passed, Su Lin woke up as if from a dream, his eyes gradually clearing. Old ancestor, I've been taught. Su Lin took a deep breath before looking at the Lu Qingyan who had rendered him powerless. I will aim for you, and one day, I will catch up to you. Su Lin's eyes were firm and his bite was clear. Lu Qinggan looked at Su Lin, already knowing the Long Yuan sect's choice, and said with a slight smile, then you'll have to work twice as hard. Good. Let's return to the sect. The Long Yuan sect's old ancestor looked at everyone in the sect, and after he finished speaking, he looked at the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor. In another day, I'll go back to find you again for tea. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor took a deep breath and responded with a smile. Any time. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor watched the Long Yuan sect's group leave, so angry that his fists clenched and his face turned blue. Damn it! Watching the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor literally lead the group to leave directly, he then hurriedly looked at the Violet Weather Cave Heaven old ancestor and the Yaoqi Immortal Realm old ancestor. There's still a chance for the three parties to join forces. Fellow Daoist Yaoqi, you. The Black Wind Cliff ancestor was about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor, only to see the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor look at Lu Qingyan with an expressionless face. I still underestimated you. Earlier, when I said that your family was incapable of preserving the two immortal swords, I admitted that I was rash, and now I take back that statement. Lu Qingyan looked at the Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor, not expecting this strongest Holy Land ancestor to take such a stance. I accept Senior's apology. Lu Qinggan said back. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm old ancestor was speechless for a moment. She wasn't apologizing. However, she didn't bother to correct Lu Qinggan and continued. The ancient great emperor with the chaos body had left behind a place of inheritance that only those with the chaos body could open. That place of inheritance is within the boundaries of my Yaoqi immortal territory. If you want to obtain this opportunity, when you are 10 years old, you can come. That's all for now. Goodbye. Alright, thanks for reminding me. Senior. Lu Qinggan had never heard of this inheritance land, but it sounded like there was something good waiting for him. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's face was as gloomy as ink at the moment, and his heart was churning with anger, wanting to burst. And at this point, there was only one party of the Holy Land that had not shown an attitude. He quickly looked at the Violet Weather Cave ancestor. However, he found that the Violet Weeping Cave heavenly ancestor directly turned around and led the group away, not bothering to talk to him. Damn it! The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor roared hideously. Damned indeed. A childish voice suddenly rang out, only to see Lu Qinggan's face full of bad jokes. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Without hesitation, he threw the golden longsword in his hand towards the Sword Void Valley ancestor with a tone of strong incitement. Senior, we have 3 immortal weapons at this time. Why don't we take this opportunity to destroy their Black Wind Cliff? The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley laughed wildly to the sky as he heard this, his hands gripping the 2 immortal swords tightly, his eyes already flickering with red light as he stared at the crowd of the Black Wind Cliff to death. They've fallen alone. Everyone in the entire clan give me an order. Kill them without a single piece of armor. Chapter 49, The Great Victory. Take off. Damn. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's heart trembled, never expecting Sword Void Valley's counterattack to come so quickly. Looking at the Sword Void Valley old ancestor who was holding a sword in both hands and killing directly like a madman, he turned white with fear and shouted in a rush, "Escape!" At this moment, he couldn't care less about anyone else. With this underlying strength of the Sword Void Valley today, their Black Wind Cliff can only be completely trapped and killed if they deal with it with all their might. Thus, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor fled in a hasty manner in a cloud of black smoke. However, just as he was rushing far away, a childish voice rang out, "Old ancestor, take me with you." The little boy in the dark demonic body cried out anxiously, his face white. The moment Lu Qinggan awakened his chaotic body, he was thrown into a panic. Originally, he thought that with his talent, it would be easy for him to exterminate a genius like Lu Qinggan one day. However, it was never expected that Lu Qinggan would awaken the chaotic body at the last minute. The chaotic body was also an extremely rare physique in the immortal world. The probability of it appearing on the mortal continent was simply minimal. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor looked back at the boy. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he grabbed the other party and continued to desperately flee into the distance. Old ancestor, what do we do? The Black Wind Cliff's transitional powerhouses cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor didn't even turn his head back, only leaving behind a sentence. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. You guys watch yourselves. The Black Wind Cliff ancestor absconded at full speed. It was just that the Sword Void Valley old ancestor, who held 2 immortal swords, wasn't just a name for nothing. Chopping melons and cutting vegetables generally first seriously injured a few Black Wind Cliff's transitional stage powerhouses on the way, and then chased after the Black Wind Cliff's old ancestor in the direction of his escape with murderous red eyes. Dog thief, take life. The many strong men of Sword Void Valley were like tigers coming out of their cages, killing the Black Wind Cliff's army. They had a long-standing grudge against Black Wind Cliff, and at this time, they were even more enemies. Their eyes were red and wanted to split, and they wielded their swords indiscriminately to kill. Lu Qingyan and the others stood at a distance, with several transitional stage powerhouses protecting them to the last drop. Looking at this bloody scene, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but feel dark emotions in his heart. This is the undercurrent of this world. The strong are honored. If Sword Void Valley loses in this struggle, I believe Black Wind Cliff will kill us all in an even more brutal way. Witnessing the brutal killing, he quickly adjusted his mindset and made a secret internal calculation. Gotta hurry up and get stronger. The Golden Immortal Sword, immortal level techniques, and chaotic body, coupled with my extraordinary enlightenment. These are the capital for my rise. That immortal sword he had only briefly handed over to the Sword Void Valley old ancestor to use, and had not allowed the immortal sword to unrecognize its owner. Of the 2 immortal swords, one could give the more ordinary one to the Sword Void Valley ancestor, and the strongest one would definitely have to be reserved for himself. After this, there must be a lot of people who see me as a target, and Sword Void Valley will naturally protect me with all their might. But it's still not enough. The new mission that came out has to be completed in a hurry. A Golden Dragon Protector God Beast. If it's a Golden Dragon of the transitional stage, with such a Golden Dragon protecting me, an ordinary transitional stage definitely won't be able to get close to me. It's just that it's not an easy task either. He was going to establish a second-class sect and take in 2 talented disciples. Talented disciples are good to talk about. His gaze turned and landed on both Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming. He could pretend to take Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming as his disciples, and as long as he offered, the 2 would surely agree. Or failing that, he could bribe them with snacks. These 2 little things are not easy. When the 2 were close to the recognition prohibition earlier, they definitely had untapped potential to make the recognition prohibition have that kind of change. He could study the 2 afterwards. With 2 disciples, that only left establishing a second-class clan. This matter would have to require the help of the Sword Void Valley's oldest ancestor, which could be an affiliated sect of the Sword Void Valley. He had created great benefits for the Sword Void Valley this time and had awakened the chaotic body. It was possible that the Sword Void Valley's old ancestor would offer him up and serve him well. Therefore, it was highly likely that he would be accepted as a disciple by the Sword Void Valley ancestor. Then he would be in a better position to make his request. Let's see if we can get the help of the Sword Void Valley ancestor to briefly establish a second-class sect. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield became clearer. One side had absolutely no thoughts of fighting, and simply fled. Plus the Sword Void Valley ancestor chased off to the Black Wind Cliff ancestor's side and killed back shortly after. Under the effect of the 3 immortal weapons, almost all of the talented disciples of Black Wind Cliff were killed. This also signaled the complete destruction of Black Wind Cliff's foundation. It would be impossible to return to the top for at least tens of thousands of years. After the battle ended, the Sword Void Valley ancestor returned to Lu Qingyan and the others. At the moment he was refreshed, glowing and smiling as if he was a few minutes younger. It's finally a pleasure to kill. It's just a pity that that old thing used a special secret method to escape. But he's no better. His hands were cut off by me. That special secret technique has also caused great damage to his body. Before tonight, I'll bring my men to Black Wind Cliff and take all their resources for myself. The 2 holy places will be merged into one, and Sword Void Valley will grow bigger and stronger. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor's eyes were gleaming, and when he looked at Lu Qingyan, his gaze was even more burning, as if he was looking at a mountain of gold. It was all thanks to Lu Qingyan that they were able to make their Sword Void Valley this successful. Now that he had shaken himself, he had become the strongest of the 9 holy places, right? It should be hard to compare to the Yaoqi Wonderland as well. Moreover, Lu Qingyan still had a chaotic body, and when Lu Qingyan's cultivation rose up and he achieved greatness, it would be just a matter of time before the Sword Void Valley dominated the mortal world. The immortal swords are all returned to you. The golden immortal sword didn't need to be handed over by him, and after he got close to Lu Qinggan, this sword had already flown back in front of Lu Qinggan, and at this time, he also unclaimed the other immortal sword and gave it back to Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan was slightly regretful when he learned that the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was not dead, but when he heard that the other party's hands had been ruined, he could not help but have a hint of a smile appear at the corner of his mouth. It was those same hands that tried to search their souls earlier. Looking at the old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley who handed back the immortal sword, Lu Qinggan smiled blandly and said, "Senior, this immortal sword, you can just keep it. Consider it as the rent for us to rent in Sword Void Valley in the future." The moment these words came out, all the people around them showed their astonishment. Lu Wuwei also didn't study to understand what his son meant by this sentence for a while. Haven't we already joined the Sword Void Valley? We're all family now, so it's out of place to talk about rent. Lu Ying, on the other hand, felt that Lu Qingyan must have other plans. Only, is this really good? Without the full protection of the Sword Void Valley, their family wouldn't necessarily be able to survive well. That's right, this incident was just the beginning. From the moment Lu Qingyan possessed the immortal sword and awakened the chaotic body, the eyes of the entire mortal continent would be focused on Lu Qingyan, not strong enough to die afterward without knowing what happened. In the immortal world, once a chaotic body genius appeared, there were countless geniuses and demons who thought about how to kill the genius with the chaotic body every day. They knew very well how strong the chi of someone who had awakened the chaotic body was, and if they personally killed someone who possessed the chaotic body, there was a probability that they would inherit all the chi of the person with the chaotic body. In other words, Lu Qinggan had become the prey of many geniuses and demons not long ago. Moreover, there were rumors in the immortal world that even if one didn't kill the person who possessed the chaotic body, if one beat the person who possessed the chaotic body once in a sparring session or a battle, one would be able to snatch some of their luck. Not many people in the mortal continent might know about this, but that didn't mean there weren't any. This also signaled that soon in the future, there would be quite a few people who would take the opportunity to seek out Lu Qingyan for sparring. Perhaps the old ancestors of other holy lands would use this method to bring all sorts of demonic disciples, nominally saying that it was a sparring match, but in reality, they wanted to steal the chi. Why did you mention rent? Nowadays, Sword Void Valley is your home. The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley froze for a moment before saying gently and patiently. He thought that Lu Qinggan wanted to draw a line in the sand with Sword Void Valley. Lu Qinggan opened his mouth. Sword Void Valley is naturally already my new home, but I've always had a dream of founding a second-class clan, which can also be considered as a subsidiary clan of Sword Void Valley, and become a patriarch myself for fun. As he said this, he deliberately revealed a few moments of childish innocence, with a light of yearning in his eyes. Anyway, there's just one excuse. As to whether it's reasonable or not, you tell a kid it's reasonable? The way I behaved just now, even though I didn't act like a child, my body is a child, so I can't be prevented from being a little bit of a child, can I? Anyway, just don't care about anything, just get the job done. The most important thing is that the reward arrives. At best, after completing the mission, the newly created clan would be disbanded, so he has to mention the word rent and then use it as an opportunity to talk about his so-called dream. However, just as he finished speaking, the next moment he saw the Sword Void Valley old ancestor exhale a mouthful of turbid air in a relaxed manner. You said it earlier, now that our Sword Void Valley has destroyed the Black Wind Cliff, it shall not be renamed? If we change our name, we won't be the former Sword Void Valley anymore, so it's considered a new force. You have this dream. I will definitely support it. In the future, you will be the new sex patriarch. How about it? The Sword Void Valley old ancestor was gentle like an old father. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. The Sword Void Valley patriarch pointed at himself in confusion. The look was like saying, "What about me, old man?" Lu Qinggan looked at the Sword Void Valley ancestor strangely. It's still a matter of you being able to come to terms with it. It's an operation that will get him straight through. Chapter 50 Bonding with the Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor, isn't this a bit hasty? The Sword Void Valley patriarch scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and asked hesitantly. The chaotic body was certainly important, but letting the Sword Void Valley directly change its name, I'm afraid that spreading the word would cause offense. Of course, he also has his own selfishness. Lu Qinggan became the patriarch. This patriarch position can be lost. What? The half-immortal weapon is not good? I'll take it back if it doesn't work well. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor glanced at the Sword Void Valley patriarch with a playful expression. Nowadays, not to mention letting Lu Qingyan be the patriarch, letting Lu Qingyan be the ancestor is not impossible. The clan's various matters are extremely numerous. Perhaps in a few days Lu Qingyan will not want to be the patriarch. First, let this child be satisfied with the Sword Void Valley and truly become a member of the Sword Void Valley. then things would be easier after that. Good use. This has to work well. The Sword Void Valley Patriarch instantly compromised. Good guy. Really give me this immortal weapon? Then it doesn't matter if you're the Patriarch or not. This immortal weapon was damaged, but it wasn't like there wasn't a chance to repair it. It just took quite a bit of cost and time. Really fix it over. Then he'll be rich. Then don't talk too much. The Sword Void Valley ancestor glanced at him before turning to Lu Qinggan, a flattering smile actually appearing on his face, as if a blooming chrysanthemum. Come on, give the clan a name. From now on, this clan, it will be yours. He doesn't care if it's child's play or not. This Sword Void Valley was originally created by him, and now he has no right to say anything even if he just finds a stranger to send it out. What's more, Lu Qinggan had also given him an immortal sword. Moreover, this was still a genius demon with a chaotic body. One had to hurry up and become this demon's protector. When Lu Qinggan achieved greatness, he would be able to follow and enjoy the blessings. Throughout history, after each great emperor became an emperor, the protector would also receive the emperor's position back, and the protector's strength and fortune rapidly increased. It's a great opportunity. Lu Qinggan didn't make much of an excuse and directly said, then let's call it the Sword Void Sacred Sect. He didn't go overboard, not going for a big name change, but a small alteration, and made a point of making the name more dominant. In that case, it's not exactly child's play. The rest of the Sword Void Valley didn't even have a chance to gossip about him if they wanted to. That's a good name. The old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley was pleasantly surprised at his words. The Sword Void Valley Patriarch and the others were also a bit unprepared for this name change, but it was a bit better. Now that they have annihilated the Black Wind Cliff, they will be able to occupy the resources and territory of the Black Wind Cliff, and their strength will increase greatly, and it is indeed logical for them to rename the sect as the Sword Void Sacred Sect at this time. Good. All listen up. From now on, the Sword Void Valley is renamed the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Lu Qinggan is the new sect leader. The Sword Void Valley's old ancestor announced aloud, his words spreading throughout the entire arena like a thunderous tremor. The people of Sword Void Valley did not have any objections. In their hearts, they knew that Lu Qinggan had taken the credit for defeating Black Wind Cliff this time. Although he was only 3 years old, he was clearly not something that could be compared to an ordinary child. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and arched his hand in thanks. The Sword Void Valley old ancestor rubbed his hands together and laughed with a slightly lewd expression. Actually, I have a small request, and I hope that you can grant it. Lu Qinggan was slightly stunned, thinking that the other party wanted to take him as a disciple. Unexpectedly, the next sentence of the Sword Void Valley old ancestor was, I want to be your protector, not a master. More like a friend kind of thing. Judging from the intelligence Lu Qinggan had shown, the old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley concluded that he was by no means an unusual 3-year-old child, such a demonic genius that he wouldn't even dare to accept him as a disciple. And the status of a protector of the way was more flexible than a master-disciple relationship. It could be a friend or a servant. And of course, he didn't want to be a servant. Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up. This was a good suggestion. Could be, but don't be friends. How about we become sworn brothers? Lu Qinggan had a sudden whim and proposed with a smile. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd all froze. A 3-year-old to be married to their old man? Lu Qinggan's qualifications of this caliber, as well as everything that he had shown earlier to see, was enough to impress, but they still felt that it was extraordinarily out of character. However, the old ancestor of the Sword Void Valley didn't think so. Instead, he was so surprised that he laughed out loud and said, Good, this proposal is good. He didn't care about the mundane set of rules that bound him. Having lived for so long, he understood that there were only 2 things that mattered in this world, strength and profit. Lu Qinggan possessed a chaotic body, and the probability of him achieving greatness in the future was extremely high. Let's not say 10%, but at least 8. Calling a future great emperor a brother would be even more enjoyable than being a protector of the Tao. Moreover, he is older than Lu Qinggan. Right, when Lu Qinggan's big brother. He has a great emperor for a brother. My ass. Tie the knot immediately. The Sword Void Valley ancestor couldn't wait any longer and said decisively, Yes. Lu Qinggan readily agreed. Lu Wuwei looked like he had been struck by lightning at the moment, his pupils losing focus, and his heart, at the moment, was almost ready to break free from the confines of his chest and run out of his torso. The Sword Void Valley elder ancestor was bonding with his own son. Did that mean that he had an additional righteous son? Zhang Qi was also confused. His own little son-in-law has an additional big brother by marriage. So his status, wouldn't it be a big step up? The 2 men looked at each other at that moment, and it was the same look that made them happy together. The eyes sparkled warmly. It was like there were 2 stars set inside their eye sockets. Good brother. In the future, we will be able to walk horizontally inside the Sword Void Valley. They were all at the foundation establishment stage, while the transitional stage would have to shout senior when they saw them. Lu Ying couldn't help but twitch her vermilion lips as she watched Lu Qing'an and the Sword Void Valley old ancestor finish their words and really tie the knot on the spot. What's with this picture all of a sudden? And as she watched the scene, she smiled heartily, her mind having been completely relieved. This time around, the hijacking is finally over. As long as the seals of this mortal world remain, then the next great calamity will not come so soon. She and this particular brother of hers have more time to prepare for the next cataclysm. But I can't hide it this time. I'll have to talk to my family tonight. After the experience, she also deeply understood a truth. Relying only on yourself is not enough after all. There is strength in numbers. And this brother of hers, he was clearly different. Possibly even like her. Lu Qing'an smoothly tied the knot with the Sword Void Valley ancestor. And he finally knew the other party's real name at this time. Sword Song Tian. This name was quite domineering. And afterward, he also asked this big brother of his a mouthful of questions as to why he named the clan he created Sword Void Valley. This big brother of his came in a low voice. I used to be a bit vapid. Lu Qing'an. The bonding had been successful and the clan had nominally come into his hands, so there was only one last condition left to fulfill this mission of his. Lu Qing'an turned his head to Zhang Yinshi and Jin Shongming and said, since I've become the patriarch, I have to have two of my favorite disciples to serve as a front for the door. The two of you, be my disciples for a day. 10 cans of spicy noodles and melon seeds each. After 1 day, no more. Yeah, yes. The two of them sniffed and frantically nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. They didn't expect any such good things to come out of nowhere. Lu Qing'an looked at his original master at this time, thinking that he couldn't be too sorry, and that he would have to give the two disciples back when he was done. As for him, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't dare to accept him if he wanted to remain a disciple. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The Spirit Stone reward has been stored in the host's storage bag. The golden dragon belongs to the pet and is stored in the pet space. The method of calling out is as follows. Nice guy, it's finally done. And just as the system finished saying the reward, the next moment the voice sounded again. The host is about to be freed from the influence of the heartless path, but still needs one last push. A new mission is enacted, where the host attempts to rescue his sister from the midst of the Jedi that trapped her, bring her back to his parents' grave, be honest with each other, relive the days of his childhood, and retrieve his lost affection. Mission accomplished. Reward immortal level magic treasure. Time cultivation tower. This magic treasure consumes the special spirit stones rewarded by the system, accelerating the time in the tower and effectively enhancing cultivation strength. Lu Qing'an's expression changed. Inwardly ecstatic. Nice guy. This is a treasure for nothing. Chapter 51, Sneak Attack by Lu Ying. Without the appearance of the system, according to the normal development, his sister would have been captured by a mysterious force and imprisoned in a Jedi after 500 years. And it was the task he had accomplished earlier that he had found his sister and solved for her the most troubling problem of the moment. Now this task, on the other hand, is for him to get his sister out. Put in a normal 500 years from now, he would definitely have trouble accomplishing this task. But not today. His sister hasn't been captured and imprisoned yet. This means that all he needs to do is to sit down with Lu Ying, be honest, talk about his newborn or the first 2 years of his life, and relive his family's love, and the task will be easily accomplished. Immortal Grade Pagoda. Time Cultivation Tower. Looking at the description of this system, it seemed to be that he could enter this tower to cultivate, and the time inside the tower was much faster than the time outside. This is good stuff. While others cultivate for a day outside, he is able to cultivate for many days inside? Then what kind of competitiveness do other geniuses and demons have in front of him? Unless those genius demons also had treasures of his level. However, the probability is small. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and looked at her family. Have another reunion dinner tonight and talk. Maybe it'll get the job done. As for the mission he had just completed and the golden dragon he had obtained, he thought about it and still felt that he should treat it as a bottom card and not let others know about it. Maybe it's crucial to kill the enemy off guard, when no one was around. He would release the golden dragon from inside the pet space to see how strong this golden dragon was exactly. With this matter settled, at this time, Jian Sangtian was also ready to return to the Sword Void Valley. Jian Sangtian looked at the surrounding sky, knowing that there were still quite a few people peering in the dark from afar, so he said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoists, the matter has been settled. Come back from wherever you are." The great sacred land ancestors sniffed, and only then did they leave with their teams. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm ancestor looked at the twins at that moment and said, "Why do you feel that you guys are interested in that Lu Qing'an? Old ancestor, don't you think he's handsome?" The very lively Zixue asked with a smile. "Sister, do you feel the same way?" Zixue nodded silently. Yaoqi Fairyland Ancestor. After driving away the others, Jen Sungtian looked at Lu Qinggan and smiled. This city has become a ruin, but you have awakened the chaotic body here. This place will become a cultivation treasure since then, so it can't be deserted. How about moving Fengyang City as a whole? Moving the city? Lu Qinggan was a bit surprised. Thus, not long after, under the combined efforts of the Sword Void Valley powerhouses, the entire city actually rose up from the ground. The spectacular scene gave all the nearby low-ranked cultivators who were watching the scene a dumbfounded look. Eventually, half a day later, above the Tongtian mountain range where the Sword Void Valley was located, a city floating in the sky appeared. This city is Fengyang City, and with the help of the Sword Void Valley powerhouses, it wasn't long before the Fengyang City Lu family, too, had been repaired. Lu Qingyan looked at the Lu family that had changed back to its original form with some emotion. This is the world of immortal cultivation. The Lu family, which was in ruins, was actually repaired back in less than an hour. Moreover, because of their Lu family, the entire Fengyang City was now transformed. The original aborigines have all become the people of the Sword and Void Holy Land, experiencing the thrill of what it means to be a one-man show. So that night, everyone in Fengyang City came to the door to thank them. The duo of Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi were immersed in a pride they had never felt before and could not extricate themselves. It was only when they were eventually grabbed by the ears by their respective daughters-in-law that they were brought back to reality. Mother, nowadays, even the old ancestors of the Sword Void Holy Land have to call me uncle. Can you give me some face in front of others? Lu Wuwei said in a smelly manner. Zhang Qi also said, yeah, what's wrong with us having fun? Just fool around. It's already done and ready for dinner. Unner said there's something to talk about together later. Qin Yuer gave the two a blank stare. When the family was rebuilt, the three families, the Lu family, the Zhang family and the Jin family, were built directly together in order to make it easier to move around in the future. The three homes are connected by the back door and are almost considered to be in the same home. Ha ha, that's a good feeling. Where's Unner? As soon as Lu Wuwei heard his son's name, his head couldn't help but raise a little more. So proud. Still all inside the room pounding away at something. Go call him, Qin Yuer said. After Lu Wuwei heard this, he quickly smiled and ran in a direction. Wait for me for a while. Zhang Qi hurriedly followed. This honorable call for meal service. How could he be missing his father-in-law to be? Hey, you're not as fast as me. Lu Wuwei stunk. Damn. Start at the same level if you can. Zhang Qi quickly chased after him. However, the two had only just moved not long ago when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them at an extremely fast speed, stopping them. It was Lu Ying. Inger, how come your cultivation level is at the Yuanying stage? Lu Wuwei said in shock. There was no need for Lu Ying to continue hiding her cultivation, saying, I used to hide my cultivation all the time, but now there's no need to do so. I'll go and call him. And by the way, there's a little something I want to talk to him about. At this moment, Lu Qinggan was inside her room, studying her system rewards. 1,000,000 spirit stones stuffed his storage bag to the point of dropsy. It was only then that he realized that the spirit stones rewarded by the system were different from ordinary spirit stones. No wonder the system emphasized that it was a special spirit stone. Lu Qinggan held the normal spirit stone in one hand and the system's spirit stone in the other, and realized that the two types of spirit stones contained about the same amount of spiritual qi, but the system's rewarded spirit stone seemed to be a bit better absorbed. Moreover, when accelerating the installation of the chaotic body, the system said that the spirit stone used had to be a special spirit stone rewarded by the system. When the new mission was enacted just now, the system also said that the tower repair at that time, the spirit stone used had to be the system's spirit stone as well. Thinking about this, Lu Qinggan suddenly thought of something at this time and couldn't help but smile bitterly. So Lu Ying took the spirit stone I gave her and went over to the ancient tomb to mess with the recognition ban. And in the end, the recognition ban killed her off guard and appeared in the public eye because of this spirit stone? He hadn't forgotten Lu Ying's expression at that time, which could be described as dismayed, not anticipating that situation at all. Luckily, it passed through the calamity successfully. Otherwise I would have indirectly killed the entire Lu family. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath. In the future, he wouldn't dare to give these spirit stones to others. Furthermore, he couldn't just use these spirit stones himself. The time cultivation tower that the system rewarded him with soon would have to be accelerated with these special spirit stones. And then in the future, if he rewarded anything good, there was a possibility that it would need to be powered by the spirit stones rewarded by the system as well. These spirit stones are saved up and could potentially be life-saving in a pinch. Anyway, he already had his back to a holy land like the Sword Void Sacred Sect, and he should be able to use as many spirit stone resources as he wanted. Not long ago, Jen Sungtian had told him that he didn't need to be polite with him when he directly said what he wanted. And this golden dragon, It didn't disappoint. Lu Qinggan waved one hand and a virtual panel appeared in front of him. The virtual panel was showing a movie in general, and it was a vibrant little world. Inside the small world, there was a golden dragon that was lying on top of a high mountain. This golden dragon was mighty and domineering, and it wasn't even on the same level as Su Lin's green dragon. The size was hundreds of times bigger and the aura was countless times more powerful. As expected, it was just as he thought. Peak transition cultivation. This golden dragon wouldn't necessarily lose in a fight with Jin Sangtian. Most importantly, the pet space was huge and unique to the foreign space, so he could release the golden dragon at any time, and he could also take it inside at any time. Wherever he goes, as long as the system is there, the golden dragon is there. This will be a big hit for him. When he went somewhere in the future, Jin Sangtian would not be able to protect him in time, and he would be able to kill the enemy unexpectedly in the face of an attack from a peak transitional juncture powerhouse. Counter-kill the enemy. Tonight, we'll take down the time cultivation tower, and then we'll cultivate the immortal grade technique, and begin to truly step into the path of cultivation. He had never slacked off, and now that he had such resources, he would not slack off even more. First of all, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor is not dead, and secondly, there are still various holy places that are always staring at him, and the future is not a smooth day. Brother, it's time to eat. Lu Ying's voice suddenly sounded outside the door at this time. Coming. Lu Qinggan put away the pet space panel and headed out, but he had just stepped out of the door when a sharp sword came at his neck with great speed. No! Are you crazy? Seeing his own sister coldly attacking him with a sword, Lu Qinggan was shocked. Moreover, he discovered that Lu Ying was actually still at the Yuaning stage of cultivation. Lu Ying, however, completely ignored it and didn't say anything, just killed him regardless. Chapter 52 Healing Lu Ying. Lu Qinggan had already activated his chaotic body to strengthen his body in a matter of moments, and his cultivation at the third level of the Qi refining stage had also been strengthened, and the aura around his body transformed into a chaotic breath that oppressed the void. As that one sword attacked, he quickly backed away. At the same time, the heart shouted out for the golden dragon to come out instantly. With the golden dragon's might, it was enough to block Lu Ying's fatal blow. Only, just as that strike was about to kill his neck, it suddenly stopped. Lu Qinggan glimpsed Lu Ying withdrawing her hand and quickly stopped the golden dragon that was about to take shape. Her footsteps still backed up a few feet to keep a safe distance from Lu Ying. Are you crazy? He drank in a cold voice, anger flaring up in his chest. If Lu Ying doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, he's going to let her know why the flowers are so red. Lu Ying's expression was clear and cold as he said, I knew you were unsuspecting. If I really wanted to take your life, you would have been a cold corpse by now. Hearing the unceremonious words of admonishment, Lu Qinggan's eyes narrowed into slits. So, you suddenly struck out at me to tell me to be on my guard? Lu Ying said with a calm face. I'm afraid that the matter of you awakening the chaotic body has already spread throughout the mortal continent. Regardless of strangers or acquaintances, they could strike at you at any time. Take me for example. If I wasn't your sister, you would have died under my sword just now. And anyone who kills you will inherit your fortune. For those geniuses who walk the God's path journey, this is an irresistible temptation. She continued indifferently. You must remain vigilant against everyone around you. Even Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming, they may strike at you at some point. Lu Qinggan's entire face darkened when she heard this. It came to give him a reminder to be on guard against anyone. But can't you use a gentle tone of voice in a ing way that's palatable for a change? Do you have to go to such extreme measures? It reminded him of some of the modern stereotypes of education. Do you have to remind me in this way? Lu Qinggan's small face froze with frost. Lu Ying was withdrawn and often unforgiving with her mouth, and this approach suited her situation. But he was very upset right now. Only by feeling the crisis yourself can you truly realize how weak you are. You're too fragile right now. Anyone can easily take your life. Lu Ying was still preaching with a cold face. Lu Qinggan sneered. If you hadn't stopped in time just now, I'm afraid that it's not me but you who is now a corpse. Lu Ying sniffed and looked at Lu Qinggan, thinking in her heart that this kid seems to have not listened to her heart and is still talking tough. However, she was only the first time this time, and she would use her actions many times afterward to tell Lu Qinggan how she should live. Dinner's ready. She headed straight outside with a cold face. The meal is naturally to be eaten, but before eating, I have to teach you how to behave. Lu Qinggan waved her hand, her aura wrapped around her, and the door to the room locked in response. Then, as Lu Ying turned around and looked at him with a cold face, he said in a deep voice, Golden Dragon, come out. He no longer hides it. Shout out the Golden Dragon directly. In a flash, a golden shadow flickered from his chest. Because this was his room and space was limited, when he let the Golden Dragon appear, he had it deliberately shrink in size. At this moment, the Golden Dragon was only as thick as a thigh. but that terrifying cultivation aura, and that perfect and splendid figure, were still extremely impactful. Peak transitional cultivation breath. Lu Ying was so shocked that her body stiffened, and then a shocking dragon sound even more suddenly appeared within her ears and mind. Who? This dragon roar directly fixed her figure in place. No matter how much she tried to control her body, she couldn't move. The golden dragon at the peak of the transition. What's going on? Lu Ying's eyes widened as she looked at the golden dragon that rushed out from Lu Qing'an's chest and then danced around her in the air, her heart and mind trembling violently, her pupils shrinking into pinpoints as she found it hard to believe what was in front of her. This golden dragon's cultivation aura was even stronger than the Black Wind Cliff's old ancestor. Just a roar sounded inside her head and she had lost any ability to move. Golden dragon, just give me a deadlock on her movements so that she can talk. Lu Qing'an ordered coldly, her voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. He would teach Lu Ying how to get along with others today. The golden dragon had already become his contracted beast, so once his words passed, the golden dragon instantly executed the order. Lu Ying was finally able to speak, but the shock in her heart was beyond words. How did you get such a powerful golden dragon? Even though in the immortal world, the golden dragon was also an extremely special existence, Lu Qing'an sneered. Because of the blood relationship, I can still remember you as my sister, but do you really consider yourself my sister? If I don't stop, I'm already a corpse? You're letting me become a corpse instead. Lu Ying fell into silence. She had never expected Lu Qing'an to possess such a strong card. Not talking? Did I tell you not to talk? You really need a beating. Lu Qing'an scanned around, his eyes landing on the chicken feather duster on the table. Then he walked over to Lu Ying. Let's get you to take a shot at me. Snap. The duster landed on Lu Ying without mercy, and her face instantly turned red. So that you won't talk. Snap. Let your heart be in the right place. Snap. Chicken feather duster whip in Lu Ying's body. At the moment, by the restriction of cultivation, her body is no defense. Like normal people can also feel the pain, but she still grit her teeth and refused to open her mouth. Lu Qing'an glanced at her and sneered. Still not convinced? Lu Ying turned her eyes away from him. She was both shocked, stifled and upset in her heart. She clearly had his best interests at heart. Are you thinking in your heart that it's all for my own good, and that I'm being insensitive by treating you like this now? Lu Qing'an stared at Lu Ying's look and asked with a cold smile. Lu Ying's eyes slightly stuttered, clearly being poked and prodded. Lu Qing'an took this scene in his eyes and laughed angrily. Still think you're right? Am I wrong? I didn't do it all for your own good. Lu Ying was also stubborn and defiant. Let you do it for my own good. Snap. Snap. Lu Qing'an once again pumped up Lu Ying. It took one continuous pump before it stopped. Say, it's still not for my benefit. Lu Ying still held her tongue. Lu Qing'an was also stubborn and caught Lu Ying and gave her another beating. He didn't stop until he saw Lu Ying's eyes suddenly redden. You mustn't bully people too much. Lu Ying couldn't help but shout out after all. Changing me is bullying? You weren't being a bully when you took a shot at me? I was only 3 years old. You struck at my neck with a sword. Did you ever think about my feelings? Do you know how much this sword hurts the heart of a 3 or so year old child? Lu Qing'an tried to reason with Lu Ying. I can't really talk about it, so I'll keep smoking again. He couldn't believe he couldn't whip her. Are you sure you're really only 3 years old? Your soul is definitely not 3 years old. Lu Ying gritted her teeth. Lu Qing'an laughed coldly in his heart as he listened. This Lu Ying was most likely really the reincarnation of an immortal. As the Yao Qi immortal realm ancestor had said, I don't care if you're a reincarnated immortal. Mess with me and I'll show you what I'm made of. Chapter 53 shows you who is the king of size. I'm intrigued by your talk on the subject. Come, tell me carefully, what is your composition again? Lu Qing'an sat and crossed her legs, a cold smile still hanging at the corner of her mouth. He had to subdue Lu Ying. Immortal reincarnation is awesome, but now it is still immobilized by me. If Lu Ying was polite to him and really treated him gently as his younger brother, even though the two of them had only met a few times in the past 3 years, but there was such a layer of blood relationship, he would really treat Lu Ying as his sister. After all, he didn't have a sister in his last life, and it was nice to experience what it was like to be pampered by one. But coming on like that, he did get sickened. Lu Ying stared tightly at Lu Qing'an, and after a moment of silence, she finally gritted her teeth and said, You want to know where I come from? Then let me go first. She had intended to confess her identity. After all, Lu Qing'an's qualifications nowadays, if she could cultivate hard, it would be enough to lead the family through a great calamity in the future. So now that the subject had come up, she went along with it. Lu Qing'an laughed, coldness flashing in his eyes. Still the same set of temper, isn't it? I really gave you face. When I gave you face, I could still call you sis. Now that you're cross with me, then I'll let you know my power. Before the words left his mouth, He grabbed the chicken feather duster next to him and nonchalantly greeted Lu Ying's body. Smoke doesn't convince you anymore. You stop. It hurts. Lu Ying shouted. She regretted not strengthening her physique earlier, adding to the fact that she had her aura imprisoned by the golden dragon. And Lu Qinggan was literally making a move. Not a single drop of her aura was infused into the duster, and every blow carried unrelenting power. Still horizontal, Lu Qinggan asked in a deep voice. Good. I'm wrong. It's okay that I'm wrong. Lu Ying clenched her teeth and said. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, kept on. Why does your tone make me so upset? Said he continued to smoke. Lu Ying, she'd never had this kind of aggravation in all her life. Well, I was wrong. Can you stop hitting, please? Lu Ying eventually had no choice but to make a strong effort to suppress her emotions and speak in a more gentle tone. Only then did Lu Qinggan stop and scolded. Can't you talk like that in the beginning? Lu Ying, then can you let go of me? Lu Yingxin was tired and aggravated to the point that her vermilion lips trembled, but she still tried to speak in a gentle tone that she didn't often use. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, directly said, I'm being merciful by giving you the chance to speak. Hurry up and tell me what ingredients you have. Aren't you just a reincarnation of an immortal, thinking you're so awesome? Lu Ying sniffed, and now she was even more certain that Lu Qinggan was not a mortal child. Most likely, like her, it was a soul occupying mortal flesh. It's just that, when she occupied this physical body, the child still in her arms had already died of its soul, and she just inherited a stillborn child. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, had most likely obliterated a child's soul and occupied this body. You're right. I was originally an immortal realm powerhouse with a cultivation level of early immortal emperor. Once during a secret realm adventure, I was caught in a spatial rift and my physical body was destroyed, but my soul accidentally came to this mortal world and possessed a stillborn child. Lu Ying took a deep breath. Already compromised. Lu Qinggan wasn't sure what the cultivation level of an early immortal emperor was, but it sounded like it was a bit powerful. However, now Lu Ying is not as powerful as him. So what if he is a strong early immortal emperor? That was in the past, but now he is still being properly ruled by me? Thus, Lu Qinggan snorted. A small early stage immortal emperor. How strong did I think it was? That's right. You can't afford to be weak in the air. We're still good citizens of Earth. Lu Ying was shocked in her heart as she once again gazed at Lu Qinggan. No wonder this kid was so amazing. So he was stronger than her in the immortal world? You really are an immortal reincarnated as well. So how many levels of cultivation were you at the immortal emperor stage in the immortal realm? Lu Ying asked tentatively. How could Lu Qinggan know about the immortal cultivation realm? But since he was pretending to be here, he naturally couldn't show weakness. The immortal world? To me, it is nothing more than the mortal world in your eyes. A mere immortal emperor stage is nothing more than an ant. We're just pretending. Let's see if you fall for it. Lu Ying froze. Not from the immortal world? Listening to this tone, it was a terrifying existence from above the immortal realm? Carefully recalling Lu Qinggan's situation, Lu Ying secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chaos body. Extremely gutsy. Special golden dragon. And bizarre behavior. It really didn't fit. Given what she knew about immortal reincarnation anyway, could it be that what he said was true? Tell me more about this immortal sword. Lu Qinggan's hand flashed and the golden immortal sword flew out from him, and at the same time, an apple appeared in his other hand. There was also no need for him to peel the apple skin with his own hands, since this immortal sword had recognized its owner. It seemed to be particularly recognizing his chaotic body. That really treated him like a master. So he tossed the immortal sword and apple aside, and the golden immortal sword autonomously peeled the apple for him. After peeling it, it was thoughtfully cut into chunks for him. All he had to do was open his mouth and a piece of pulp came flying towards his mouth. Lu Qinggan ate an apple, glanced at Lu Ying, who was confused at the moment, and impatiently prodded. Speak thee up. Lu Ying was once again shocked by the image in front of her. It was the first time she had seen an immortal sword of this caliber act as such. At this level, this kind of immortal sword has been born spiritually, and this kind of immortal sword has a special arrogance, as if it were a fiery horse. Even after recognizing the owner, it was extremely difficult to tame. This was good. This golden immortal sword, in front of Lu Qinggan, how was it like a slave? It's almost as if the pocket knife has opened her eyes. This sword is an immortal sword left behind by the ancestors of the Lu family. Lu Ying took a deep breath, determined to tell Lu Qinggan all the truth she knew. Now that she had roughly guessed Lu Qinggan's identity, the vague sense of crisis in her heart had diminished by a few points. If what Lu Qinggan said was true, then with his strength, even the most powerful forces in the immortal realm seemed like there wasn't much of a threat in front of him. After I occupied this body, when I was about 10 years old, I suddenly felt a call from the depths of my bloodline, guiding me to the ancient tomb. Knowing that this was a bloodline inheritance, I went to the tomb. The ancestor of the Lu family was named Lu Tiannian, one of the topmost powerhouses in the immortal world back then. And the reason why he appeared in this mortal world is because he messed with the strongest force in the immortal world, the immortal court. Lu Ying paused slightly when she said this, and once again took a deep breath, obviously in her eyes. This immortal court was also an extremely large terrorist organization. Lu Qingyan also started to get serious, realized that things are not simple. The ancestor of the Lu family killed the only son of the lord of the immortal court, and as a result, was surrounded by the immortal court, which beat him to the point of serious injury. And while he was in a line between life and death, he just happened to come across a passageway to the mortal world, and extremely skillfully entered that mortal world at a point in time 3,000 years prior to the appearance of the Emperor's path. As we all know, 3,000 years before the appearance of the mortal Emperor Road, the heavenly Tao would forcefully seal the mortal realm in order for the immortal realm powerhouses not to come down and interfere with the next great emperor to claim the throne. And it was only because of the good fortune of this ancestor of the Lu family that he was able to escape the pursuit of the immortal court. However, the ancestor of the Lu family had already been heavily injured and ended up living for 2,000 years, but he still died. He sealed his only valuable immortal sword with a recognition ban, wanting to leave it to his descendants in this way. But the premise is that the descendants have to have a certain talent, otherwise get this immortal sword, is also a disaster. And when I heard that you were accepted as a disciple by the Sword Void Valley, and that you wanted to move the Lu family, and even more so, you wanted to move the ancient tomb. So in order for the immortal sword and the ancient tomb to not be a problem, I forced myself to use the means to cast a secret art to raise my realm, and set up a formation in order to try to bury the recognition prohibition deeper into the ground. Just what I didn't expect is that this recognizing forbidding system is obviously good. How come it is suddenly displayed in the outside world like that? Lu Qingyan heard this and sorted out the general story, and he was certain that the formation that Lu Ying had tinkered with had most likely used his spirit stones and then produced some kind of change, like when it exploded or something and made the recognition ban fly off. Once this immortal sword comes out, it will also signify that our Lu family's bloodline has appeared. Of course, it's possible that the immortal court also possesses the ability to find out the bloodline of the Lu family's ancestor. And anyway, once the Emperor's path is over, then the immortal court will be able to come down to earth. Then all of us in the Lu family will surely die. Nowadays, there is only one path for all of the Lu family to survive. That is to claim the title of Emperor. The mortal emperor, within the mortal realm, no one from the immortal realm can pose a threat to him. Lu Qingyan immediately came under pressure. Good lord, I thought I was pretty well reincarnated in this life. I didn't realize it. Entering a pit. But there was one thing he hadn't figured out. Under the normal progression of events, what exactly had killed his parents again when he was 18? No one had come down from the immortal court at that time. If you didn't lie to me just now, and in the eyes of the original you, the immortal emperor stage is truly like a molehill, then you can certainly claim the title of emperor. Then I take away the disrespect I showed you earlier. However, I still want to say that this mortal world is very uncomplicated nowadays. If that particular spatial rift that killed me would all transfer the souls of strong immortal realms into this mortal world, with what I know about that secret realm adventure, I'm afraid that I'm not the only one who's an immortal reincarnated in this mortal world. This is also the reason why I had to remind you earlier that even the two of them, Zhang Yunxi and Jin Xiongming, are not necessarily trustworthy. Lu Ying stared at Lu Qingyan and voiced her good intentions. Lu Qingyan's mind was active. In that case, it was highly likely that there would be a bunch of immortal realm powerhouses competing with him in this emperor's path. But, Lu Qingyan looked at Lu Ying. If they were all characters like Lu Ying, it would seem to be average. Compare hard work with him, and he can make it clear that he is no worse than an immortal, and more than talent. He's pulling full weight with that talent today. If you compare it to resources, oh, he has the system. Then let's fight together. Come one. He'll do one. I understand, but I advise you to put away your share of arrogance. In the future I can still treat you as a sister on the bright side. If you dare to give me that just now, then I don't need to wait for the immortal court to come down. I'll raise your ashes. Understand? Lu Qingyan's aura was drawn full, her small face cold. Chapter 54, Being Ruled Out of Temperament. Lu Ying gazed at Lu Qingyan's serious face and hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Can't talk? Lu Qingyan's voice was low. Okay, listen to you not okay. Lu Ying shriveled. Only then did a glint of satisfaction flash through Lu Qingyan's eyes. This guy just has to be cured. After getting Lu Ying's compromise, Lu Qingyan swept a glance at the golden dragon that was still hovering around Lu Ying and faintly said, "Go back." The golden dragon turned into a golden light in response, instantly disappearing into Lu Qingyan's chest without a trace. Lu Ying regained her mobility while staring at Lu Qingyan's chest with a face full of doubt. She couldn't perceive the way the golden dragon appeared and disappeared at all. It was as if Lu Qing'an's chest hid a special space that she not only couldn't see, but also couldn't perceive at all. The fact that I have a golden dragon is known only to you and me in the entire mortal world, so you should know what to do. Lu Qing'an's eyes were cold and still tinged with impatience. If it wasn't for Lu Ying upsetting him, he wouldn't have easily revealed the existence of the golden dragon. That was a card he reserved for critical moments, capable of catching any enemy off guard. Just like just now, Lu Ying would have been caught completely off guard by the sudden golden dragon despite becoming a peak ferrying powerhouse. But if this matter was spread, those who wanted to kill him would certainly be well prepared, and would even try to restrain him from this means. And from what Lu Ying had just talked about, the probability of Lu Ying helping him to hide it was extremely high. After all, she also had the bloodline of the ancestors of the Lu family. They were grasshoppers on the same rope. Only if he claims the throne can the Lu family truly survive. Lu Ying wanted him to live more than anyone else, which was why she had just warned him to beware of everyone. It's not a reminder because of kinship. It's simply that the two are in the same boat. Lu Ying took a deep breath and nodded. This can be used as your killer weapon. I won't tell anyone. I hope you won't easily make it out in front of others either. There's no need for you to teach me. Lu Qing'an finished speaking and turned around to walk outside. Let's go. Father and mother. They've been waiting a long time. Lu Ying looked at Lu Qing'an's back and secretly sighed. Although there was some dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't dare to express it and could only helplessly follow behind Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an of course noticed that Lu Ying was not completely convinced. Anyway, the days are still long. Sooner or later he will be able to cure this guy's heart to be convinced. On his way to the main hall, he scrutinized his new assignment. He desperately wanted to finish this mission today and take Shoyuta now, so he decided to get started tonight. The mission requirement is to bring the rescued Lu Ying to her parents' grave to frankly relive her childhood and recover her lost affection. Let's try it tonight. Surely this guy won't dare disobey me anytime soon anyway. With this in mind, he decided to try Lu Ying's attitude again. Suddenly, he turned to Lu Ying, who was following behind him and keeping a distance of a few feet, and said loudly, "Didn't eat? Walk faster." Lu Ying, it's not going to dinner now, but she didn't dare to say anything more. There was still some hidden pain in her body that needed to be slowly recovered with her spiritual chi, so she could only take a deep breath once again, endure the discomfort, and quickly catch up with Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an watched Lu Ying walk with her head down, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. That's good. Finish the job tonight. In the main hall, the family was already sitting around the dining table. Why hasn't my good son-in-law come yet? Zhang Qi looked towards the entrance of the main hall. Having waited for quite a while, Lu Wuwei revealed a loving fatherly smile and said, after experiencing a great calamity, the relationship between the two siblings will definitely warm up and should be cultivating their feelings. Don't bother them, I'll soon be able to see them loving each other. Qinyuer covered her mouth and laughed. In the past, the two children spent too little time together. Nowadays we have to let them spend more time together, so that in the future, no matter what difficulties they encounter, they will be able to work hand in hand to overcome any obstacles. Ha ha. Just be happy that you guys have two children. Zhang Qi laughed aloud, then looked at the beautiful woman at the side and said, Mother, let's also create a younger brother for little Koix? You're shameless. I'm still bashful. Can you stop talking nonsense? The beautiful woman looked at Zhang Qi with a grudge. When Zhang Qi saw that his lady was shy, his smile became a little more rampant. Can brother eat? At this time, Zhang Yunqi suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at the two with a beep. The two couples, Zhang Qi, were at a loss for words. There is no brother. There is no brother. Zhang Qi was embarrassed. Daughter apparently doesn't want a brother. Father, I want a younger brother. Jin Chongming looked up at Jin Dishuai at this point, his big, clear eyes blinking, trying to retract the snot back into his nostrils in order to show his seriousness. Can you build one yourself? Jin Dishuai's face instantly darkened. Hold on. Hold back. Never hit a child again. It's so hard to endure. Just then, Lu Qing'an and Lu Ying walked into the main hall. Looking at the two siblings walking almost side by side, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of Lu Wuwei and Qinyuer. Looks like the two siblings have really gotten a lot better. Inger, come eat. Qinyuer smiled gently. Lu Qing'an smiled and trotted forward, sitting between Qinyuer and Lu Wuwei. Seeing this, Lu Wuwei purposely gave up his seat and looked at Lu Ying. Inger, sit here. Lu Ying's footsteps stalled and she finally came to sit next to Lu Qing'an helplessly. She finally realized what it meant to be on pins and needles, especially at this time. His own old father suddenly smiled and asked, You two siblings have been talking for so long, what exactly did you talk about? Lu Qing'an laughed, Talked to my sister about future plans. Nowadays, we can't slack off and need to cultivate harder. Speaking here, Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Ying, Sister, you're right? Lu Ying nodded bitterly. Yes, indeed. We can't be lax. Our Lu family will depend on you siblings in the future. As long as you siblings are of one mind, you will be able to break the gold. Lu Wuwei laughed. Still breaking gold? Our children are more than capable of breaking gold nowadays. Qin Yuer's face was full of smiles. Then she gave the two children dishes. Inger, eat more. Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying both ate separately, and in order not to be seen by their parents to have changed, Lu Qingyan specially gave Lu Ying a piece of meat. Lu Ying thought about it and also gave Lu Qingyan a piece. The scene froze in the eyes of the crowd. Ha ha, ma'am, I'm in a good mood tonight. So by the way, I'd like to celebrate crossing a great calamity. Why don't we all drink some wine to celebrate? Lu Wuwei was in a good mood when he saw this scene. He didn't expect such a sudden improvement in his child's relationship. Feel free to drink whatever you want tonight, but before you do, you have to let Inner get down to business. Qin Yuer looked at Lu Qingyan with a smile. Lu Qingyan said, during this next period of time, it's best for everyone not to leave Fengyang City easily. Just stay within the city and cultivate. If you need any resources, tell me directly and I'll relay it to my big brother. Many strong people from the Sword Void Valley guarded the entire city, and the Sword Void Valley had a large formation protecting this side, so as long as they didn't leave Fengyang City easily, no accidents would happen. The family doesn't get caught by others, then no one can threaten him. After hearing Lu Qingyan's words, everyone nodded seriously. The crowd continued to eat, and under the effect of the fine wine, Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi both took off their tops directly and hugged and danced together. The atmosphere was very joyful. Around the end of the meal, Song Wan Air suddenly arrived. She's here to rub it in and bring a message along with her. Just seeing the meal almost gone, her eyes went straight red and she almost cried. Luckily, Qin Yuer hurriedly went down to the kitchen to whip up a few more dishes for her, and she was able to hold back her tears. The news she had brought on her trip was that the powerhouses of the Sword Void Valley had occupied all the resources of the Black Wind Cliff overnight, and would return tomorrow with a large amount of treasures. At the same time, their old ancestor had instructed that Lu Qingyan could go to the Sex Patriarch Hall and pick out various treasures. Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with this news. After eating and drinking, Lu Qingyan returned to her room and slowly waited for the time to pass. At the third hour of the night, he quietly left the room and then entered inside his parents' room in the dark. Only the parents slept like dead pigs, both of them snoring one after the other like a rhythmic symphony. Golden Dragon. Shock my parents. This is the most prudent move. With a flash of golden light, the Golden Dragon appeared and instantly stunned the two. Of course it was only a shock. He had warned the Golden Dragon ahead of time not to hurt the two. After making sure that her parents didn't wake up no matter how she pushed them, Lu Qingyan then closed the door to the room with satisfaction and set up outside the room. Luckily he hadn't thrown away the two tombstones in the first place and was able to reuse them at this point. After the white paper, sandalwood incense, and paper money, Lu Qingyan was arranged one by one. He called Lu Ying. Come and sit. Lu Qingyan said. Next, it's left to talk honestly about childhood days, and finding lost family ties. However, Lu Ying had just arrived and when she saw the scene, her head went straight down. What did you do to mom and dad? Chapter 55, Lu Qingyan's troublesome operations. Lu Ying stared dumbfounded at Lu Qingyan. If she had barely felt that Lu Qingyan was a good person before, at this moment she was already sure that this kid was not a good person. I told you to watch out for everyone, and you're so good. You just got your parents? You really did listen to my reminders. Lu Qingyan looked at Lu Ying standing still with a skeptical look on her face. He knew that Lu Ying had misunderstood. Think what you want. I just knocked daddy and mommy out. Ahem. Just letting mom and dad sleep until tomorrow. He rolled his eyes, his expression written in speechlessness. Lu Ying blinked, a little less sure, and pointed in the direction of the room. Can I go in and take a look? Hurry up. Lu Qingyan didn't want to waste time and told her to hurry if she wanted to see it. In the next second, Lu Ying's figure instantly disappeared like a gust of wind and rushed into the room. However, not long after, she slowly walked out again, exhaling as she walked. Thought Lu Qingyan had really geed his parents. Since we didn't GA our parents, what's this all about? Lu Ying couldn't help but cast her eyes toward the two tombstones. Don't say. The carved words are quite spiritual. The handwriting is regular and extremely clear. Lu Wuwei and Qin Yuer. And the setup. Who could look at that and not want to be crooked? What are you up to? Lu Ying held back the helplessness in her heart and walked over to Lu Qingyan and sat next to him. You don't have to care what I'm doing. Lu Qingyan didn't bother to explain. Next I'm going to talk to you about your childhood. If you don't want to get beat up again, you'd better be good. Understand? He didn't bother to be polite to Lu Ying. After seeing Lu Ying's nature clearly, he already understood how to get along with this guy. You've got to get tough. The tougher you get than her, the more she'll listen. Lu Ying couldn't help but take a deep breath. And although she had 1,000 questions in her heart, she finally nodded. I'll start by talking about the time I was 1 to 3 years old. Lu Qinggan spoke to herself. He didn't say anything complicated, just a brief description of what he had experienced during those 3 years. The fact that he had been cheated by the old ring puffer was not elaborated upon, only that he had picked up such a ring. After all, he had previously lied to Lu Ying that he was a terrifying existence above the immortal realm. Now that you've fooled me, keep pretending. When you're exposed, the system's requirement is to bring the rescued Lu Ying to her parents' grave to honestly relive her childhood and recover her lost affection. The first step has already been taken, sort of bringing Lu Ying to the grave of her parents. The second step is to be honest and relive your childhood. 3 years of time is not too long and not too short. Lu Qinggan these 3 years almost back and forth to do one thing, that is to exercise the root bone. So it was soon finished. Lu Ying then looked at Lu Qinggan with a strange expression and said, "You picked up that ring?" Lu Qinggan froze for a moment. "You picked it up too?" Lu Qinggan nodded his head, pretending to be bland. "It's kind of funny, a little old man. That was just an out-of-body stage cultivator who encountered a chance after death and his soul survived. I saw that he was quite pitiful, so I used a means to seal him in the ring. But then I realized that he was full of lies and not reliable at all, so I directly buried the ring in a corner." Lu Ying blurted out what he had done. Hearing this, Lu Qinggan's face reddened slightly as her heart flipped inside. Red warmed up. "Nice guy. Feelings have something to do with you?" If the system hadn't come along, he'd have to be lied to for the rest of his life. He was actually quite speechless, and this experience of being cheated on made him kind of not want to remember it, mostly because he wants to get better so badly. Only then did I believe in the evil of that soul. However, at that time, he really didn't have any way to tell if what that soul said was true or false. After all, he knew too little about this world, and that soul was also at the out-of-body stage of cultivation. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lu Qinggan suddenly give her another cold look, Lu Ying was a little frightened. "Why is this kid a little erratic?" "It's fine." Lu Qinggan knew he couldn't blame Lu Ying, so he changed the topic and said, "Tell me about your experiences as a child, as detailed as you can. This should already be considered an honest reliving of childhood." Just wait for Lu Ying to finish and then he'll do a flirty maneuver to get back his lost affection. Lu Ying frowned slightly, and although she couldn't figure out Lu Qinggan's intentions, she obediently began to narrate, and so spoke of his experiences after his soul occupied a stillborn child and was born into this world. She relives her life with the memories of her previous life, and at first she is a bit unable to accept it, thinking that the heavens are unfair, until she accepts her new life after feeling the parental favor that she didn't have in her previous life. She began to cultivate hard, going out on adventures when she had time to earn enough resources to improve herself. Occasionally, I would come back often to see my parents and bring them some goodies. It wasn't until he was 10 years old that he became more nervous, knowing that the Lu family was not simple. She did a lot of things for this, and craved for strength even more. So she went out for years and years to train, earning a lot of cultivation resources and going crazy to improve herself. What made her helpless was that her talent in this life was much worse than in her last. Until she came home one year and found out her parents had a boy, named Lu Qinggan. She naturally didn't have much emotion about it, and in order to share the pressure, she had secretly checked Lu Qinggan's talent. Sadly, the talent is even worse than hers. In the end, she chose to take on all the pressure herself, working hard on her cultivation and improving herself outside all year round. I came back almost once a year after that, simply to see my parents. That's pretty much it. Lu Ying finished and glanced at Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan was a bit surprised. When had he been checked for talent by Lu Ying? He had no impression at all. Could it have been when he was asleep? With Lu Ying's strength, he was indeed unaware of it at that time. Good. After making sure that the second step was also done, Lu Qinggan began to enter the final part, recovering lost affinities. In fact, he and Lu Ying still had some kinship nowadays. At least they had shared the same suffering. They also had a blood relationship, and most importantly, they still had a common destiny. So, his tawdry maneuver was, "I've finished understanding your life experience. Put it many years ago, you and I were just two people with nothing to do with each other, but fate brought us together in the Lu family, and the bond of blood is destined to be unbreakable." He spoke solemnly, his eyes looking straight at Lu Ying. Lu Ying was a bit overwhelmed by his sudden serious look. She vaguely felt that things were not simple. "Exactly." She tried to chime in. "In terms of blood, you are my own sister." "That's not true, but in terms of cultivation and seniority, you should call me a senior. But seeing as we are relatives, I've decided to give you some face." The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth hooked up. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lu Ying's pretty face that gradually appeared to have a dull look. "Going forward, where there are people, especially when my parents are around, I'll call you my own sister. And when no one or no acquaintances are around, you'll call me brother. Let's call each of us by our own name. That's right. The system mission is for the two of them to recover their lost kinship. That means no different than rebuilding kinship. Then he sorted out the relationship between the two and let Lu Ying call him big brother from now on. No problem. It's a proper reconstruction of kinship. There is nothing wrong with it at all. Lu Ying was already dumbfounded. Her head a mess. What's this? However, she also felt that there wasn't a single thing wrong with what Lu Qinggan said. Well, give your answer. Yes or no? Lu Qinggan stared at Lu Ying. Lu Ying blinked her beautiful eyes. Can I disagree? Lu Qinggan stared at her dead on. Okay, is it okay for me to agree? Lu Ying sighed helplessly under pressure. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Qinggan's ears. It was as he expected. It's a done deal. Chapter 56 Lu Wuwei, Great Nephew. Call Uncle. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The time cultivation tower has been put into the host's storage bag. Now that the host has recovered human emotions and is completely free from the interference of the emotionless path, he can now cultivate normally. It also signifies that the host can officially enter the stage of rising against the odds. So every enemy the host kills afterward that harbors murderous intent towards the host will be rewarded with a system spirit stone. The higher the strength and potential of the enemy, the more spirit stones will be rewarded. As soon as the system's voice fell, a glint flashed in Lu Qinggan's eyes. Not only did you reap the rewards of the time cultivation tower, but you even got a permanent quest? Killing enemies that are hostile to him will be rewarded with spirit stones from the system. What about the fact that he wasn't afraid of not having the system's spirit stones available? In Lu Ying's words, the person who wanted to kill him nowadays could appear at any time. All he had to do was to kill back and he would be rewarded with the system's spirit stones. And the spirit stones consumed by this tower repair could only be those rewarded by the system. It's great. The system just doesn't know what it's doing. Lu Qinggan's gaze turned to Lu Ying, and was about to tell her to go back first and study the time cultivation tower herself when the system's voice sounded again. Trigger a new task. The host siblings too frank chat after the sister Lu Ying accidentally found the parents were killed. New clues. The host from the clues. To find the real murderer who killed their parents. And siblings without the help of outsiders and foreign objects. Personally killed the murderer. To avenge their parents. Mission accomplished. Reward immortal grade treasure sense numinous pearl. And 500,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinggan froze. Does this mean that? According to the plot development after 500 years, after the two of them were reunited, he and Lu Ying chatted a lot and rediscovered their kinship. And then while chatting, Lu Ying found clues to the murderer of his parents? However, now that the timeline and spatial line had changed, he didn't know what Lu Ying had said at that time. What was the so-called clue? Again? Lu Qinggan had no choice but to call the system in her mind again. By the way, check what kind of thing is the system rewarded treasure. The sense nimbus. After scrutinizing the system's description of the reward, his eyes snapped open. Nice guy. I'm a good guy. It's not like you just dozed off and the pillow came on its own. System, you still know me. Lu Ying had reminded him not too long ago that anyone could make a move on him at any time. Plus there was now a quest to get spirit stones for killing people with murderous intent. And the function of the sensing bead was precisely to detect whether or not someone around him had murderous intentions towards him. This was simply a tailor-made matching treasure. Perfect. It's perfect. However, even more perfect, he had to finish the task to do so. And there's a difficulty with this mission. What exactly are the so-called clues? What's worse, the siblings must kill the murderer on their own, without relying on any external objects or help from outsiders. This meant that the Sword Void Valley, the Golden Dragon and even the Immortal Sword might not be able to be used, because these are external objects and outsiders. If the murderer was only at the Yuaning realm, it wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, Lu Ying had also reached Yuaning cultivation now, but if the other party was far beyond Yuaning, then it would be tricky. No matter what, the first priority is to find out the clues in order to move on to the next step. Lu Qingyan looked at Lu Ying, knowing that she wouldn't be able to get an answer even if he asked her now, so he might as well start with the system first. Anyway, there's no time limit on the mission, so let's call it a night. He put away the two tombstones, pointed to the sandalwood incense and paper money on the ground, and said to Lu Ying, "Alright, you clean up. I'll leave first." Lu Ying still didn't understand what Lu Qinggan was doing and could only nod her head with a bitter smile. "That's right, call out brother first. Let me have some fun." Lu Qinggan still stopped and the corner of his mouth curled up to look at Lu Ying. He felt that he had called Lu Ying so many times sister these days. It was time to collect some interest. Lu Ying, what? You just promised and then you turn around and want to disown it? Lu Qingyan's small face slammed. Lu Ying's vermilion lips twitched and whispered, "Brother. Good. From now on remember to call your brother when no one is around. You're not young anymore." You have no rules at all. Lu Qinggan put his hands behind his back and whistled in the direction of the room. Lu Ying, comfortable. Lu Qinggan went back inside the room, leapt onto the bed and lay on top of the soft couch. Then with a thought, the time cultivation tower appeared in his hand. This tower was golden in color, as if it was cast in pure gold, and the golden light on the tower flowed as if time was slowly flowing in it. The tower had 5 layers, with staggered layers, and each layer was engraved with ancient runes, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable power and transmitting an endless sense of vicissitude. The first level operates for 1 day and requires the consumption of 1,000 spirit stones. The time flow is 1 day outside and 10 days inside. The second level requires the consumption of 10,000 spirit stones, and the time flow is 1 day outside and 1 month inside. The third level requires the consumption of 60,000 spirit stones, and the time flow is 1 day outside and 3 months inside. The fourth level requires the consumption of 250,000 spirit stones, and the time flow is 1 day outside and half a year inside. The fifth level requires the consumption of 1 million spirit stones, and the time flow is 1 day outside and 1 year inside. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the rules of the time show tower. He now had the 1 million spirit stones rewarded by the system in his hands, meaning he could directly enter the 5th floor. In just 1 day in the outside world, he would be able to cultivate for a year inside the tower. This is simply a treasure. If I have enough spirit stones, won't I be invincible? Thinking of this, Lu Qinggan immediately sat up in a coiled position and made up his mind. I'll go in and cultivate tonight. Only 1 night has passed outside, and I'll be able to cultivate hard inside for half a year. In 1 night, my cultivation strength will be able to make a much faster breakthrough. When I wake up tomorrow and appear in front of them, each and every one of them will have to drop their jaws in shock. With that in mind, he went straight to work. The spirit stones rewarded by the system are gone to be earned again. Strength is king when it arrives. He quickly got up and went to the kitchen to prepare a large amount of dry food, and returned with a note hanging on the door of his room. Returning to the bed, with a thought, millions of spirit stones were injected into the time cultivation tower, and in an instant, the tower's body was filled with golden light. Shota had already recognized him as his master, and with a turn of his thoughts, his entire body disappeared in place. His eyes went black, and when he opened them again, he had already appeared inside a pale, blank world. It's so big you can't see the end of it. Not long after he appeared, a countdown clock suddenly appeared above his head. 360-day countdown. Great. I don't even have to keep track of the time myself. Lu Qinggan smiled with satisfaction and then took out an immortal grade technique and a storage bag containing 100,000 spirit stones. After he awakened his chaotic body, not only had his physique been strengthened, his enlightenment had also increased a lot. Almost the full spectrum of talent gets boosted several times over. Together with the fact that combat possessed a bonus, cultivation also had a bonus. And then when he had penetrated this gongfu and cultivated for half a year, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. Not long ago among those geniuses, the people with the highest cultivation level were those 2 twin sisters with fetal breath realm cultivation, chi refining, foundation building, enlightenment, fetal breath, valley opening, Jin Dan, Yuaning, out of the body, separation of the gods, merging, Mahayana, and transmigration. Unsurprisingly, these 2 sisters should have already stepped into the chi refining stage at a very young age. And judging from what Lu Ying said, it's highly likely that the 2 are also the reincarnation of immortals. Then, if he cultivated hard in here for a while, would he be able to quickly catch up with the cultivation level of the 2? Watch out. One has to first comprehend this gongfu, and it is best to completely comprehend it thoroughly before cultivating it. After all, I don't have anyone to guide me in my cultivation. And simply starting to cultivate by only reading the previous pages would make it easy to get sidetracked. That's a bit of common sense he still understands. If he were to cultivate that immortal law of the Sword Void Valley, with Sword Sangtian pointing it out, he wouldn't have to refer to the entire law before cultivating it. With Sword Sangtian helping to keep him in check, he wouldn't have any cultivation problems. However, he had asked Jin Sangtian about the rank of the strongest immortal technique of the Sword Void Valley before he led the team to kill the Black Wind Cliff today. Upon comparison, the immortal laws that the system rewarded him with were even more advanced, so he still decided to cultivate this technique. With my enlightenment nowadays, how long will it take me to fully comprehend this technique? Lu Qinggan took a deep breath, picked up the gongfu and studied it carefully. Time flies like a white horse, and 2 months have passed by in a flash. Only then did Lu Qinggan stop. It's worthy of being a high-level immortal technique. With my level of enlightenment, it actually took me 2 months to fully comprehend it. Lu Qinggan laughed bitterly. If Lu Ying was present at this moment and heard these words, I'm afraid that she would have long since been unable to hold back her inner spit. One must know that this level of technique, In the immortal world even the most demonically gifted geniuses would need at least a year's time, and would have to be instructed by a high-ranking person before they could fully penetrate it. Well, after wasting 2 months, we have to start practicing. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and without wasting another moment, the storage bag in his hand gently shook, and the piles of spirit stones poured out like a waterfall. Start practicing with all your might. He sat on his knees, his breath calm and steady, his hands flat, his fingertips lightly touching those spirit stones. Buzz. The chaotic body instantly operated. He closed his eyes as the spells in his body flowed like a river, pulling the aura of heaven and earth. In a flash, a golden circle of light unfolded slowly from behind him, spinning like a wheel, while a bottomless abyss seemed to appear in the center of his palm, emitting a palpitating suction force. Boom! The spiritual chi contained within those countless spirit stones was extracted at an astonishing speed, turning into a white stream that surged into his body. Time once again passed like running water, and without realizing it, it was already light outside. Lu Qingyan looked at the countdown on the sky with 180 days to go, and also stopped cultivating. He exhaled a heavy, cloudy breath. Okay, time to get out. The corners of his mouth quirked up quietly. Inside the main hall, Song Wanner and Jin Sangtian were both seated at the dining table. Big nephew, your aunt's breakfast is delicious. Don't be polite with us. After all, we are all family. Come, eat more. Lu Wuwei smiled as he took Jin Sangtian's shoulder, his tone full of intimacy. Jin Sangtian nodded with a bitter smile. Okay, Uncle Lu. Chapter 57 focuses on a sense of looseness. It was also the first time that Jin Sangtian had encountered someone like Lu Wuwei, and no one had really had the guts to be so close to him before. He had indeed become sworn brothers with Lu Qinggan. Then explicitly and sentimentally, he was indeed considered Lu Wuwei's great nephew. According to reason, Lu Wuwei, with this cultivation level, should never be so unrestrained with him. How big is the courage to follow the Po law? However, a moment's thought dawned on him. Lu Qinggan was only 3 years old, but he had that kind of guts. So looking at it, Lu Wuwei being Lu Qinggan's father seemed to make sense. Thinking about this, he began to admire Lu Wu a little. Anyway, according to his logic and knowledge of this world, he couldn't do the sense of relaxation that Lu Wuwei had. At this moment, Song Wanner was sitting near Jin Sangtian. She had followed over purely to rub breakfast in. At the moment, seeing that the other two eaters hadn't come out to snatch the delicious food from her, she buried her head in her mouth and ate. It was only after she came to the Lu family that she felt happiness. That's a great breakfast. There are goat's milk congee, 8 treasures congee, and stewed congee with local chicken. Drinks include soy milk, wine and tea, eat hoe cakes, steamed pancakes, dense pancakes, cheesecakes, and more. The abundance is overwhelming. She couldn't help but look at Qinyuer more, wanting to recognize Qinyuer as her mother. It's awesome. As for Lu Wuwei's behavior like this, she also secretly admired it. A deep understanding of why Lu Qinggan was so awesome. Turns out there was a reason for that. Just then, Zhang Yun Coixi riding Zhang Qi came. Zhang Qi's hand was still holding the beautiful woman's hand. The family looks very much in love. As soon as Zhang Yunqi saw Song Wanner, her eyes instantly met, like lightning and thunder, and she hurriedly asked her father to put her down. The two then ate tons and tons together. When Zhang Qi came here, he froze in place at the first moment, his eyes looking dead at Lu Wuwei and Jin Sangtian, especially at Lu Wuwei's hand on Jin Sangtian's shoulder. Holy, you! When did you get so brave, my good man? What made him even more speechless was that the corners of Lu Wuwei's mouth curled up, as if he had done so much and was waiting for this moment. His expression was lewd as he hooked his head towards him, raised his eyebrows a bit, and the hand that was placed on Jin Sangtian's shoulder even gently patted Jin Sangtian's shoulder. The meaning was clear enough. The smile seemed to say, "Old Zhang, can you do it? Fine dog. Look at your brother me. Hooking shoulders with the peak of the fairy robbery great powers. You just learn. One learns, one does not squeak." Zhang Qi was really unable to learn, and couldn't help but begin to admire his good buddy a little. It was also the first time he felt frustration here at Lu Wuwei. When he first found out that Lu Qingyan's talent was much higher than his own daughter's, he wouldn't even think anything of it, mainly because he was also thinking at that time that Lu Qingyan was his own little son-in-law, so being higher was quite good. But nowadays, how could he dare to hook up with Jin Sangtian like Lu Wuwei did? Guts wouldn't allow him to do that, although he probably understood the underlying logic that allowed Lu Wuwei to do so, undoubtedly because of his little son-in-law's credit. But he was still too terrified in his heart to have any thoughts, and at that moment, Jin Sangtian suddenly opened his mouth. "Ha, this little girl broke through to the qi refining stage last night?" Zhang Qi smiled at his words. "Yes, my daughter broke through last night. Not as good as my little son-in-law, but it's alright." Jin Sangtian laughed. "Last time, When I saw that the little girl was able to cause that kind of change in the recognition prohibition, I was certain that she still had quite a bit of untapped potential. Now it seems that this is really the case. The smile on Zhang Qi's face grew a little wider. Zhang Yunqi, on the other hand, was unmoved, and no one could make her stop. Zhang Qi sat next to Jin Sungtian at this time, wanting to try the same as Lu Wuwei, but in the end, he just dared to sit next to Jin Sungtian, not daring to make the next move. Lu Wuwei became even more complacent, frequently raising his eyebrows towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi held back his red face. Shortly afterward, a little fat man shooed and ran as fast as a wind turbine. He had just entered the main hall when he saw his two rivals, already eating and swirling around, and hurriedly joined the camp of grabbing food as well. I eat. He, this little fatty has also broken through the qi refining stage? Jin Sungtian couldn't help but be surprised. Is this too much of a coincidence? When Shen Chongming heard the words little fatty, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he quickly continued to eat. Jin Dishui walked in with a smile on his face, but when he saw that Zhang Yun Koixi had also broken through to the qi refining stage, the smile on his face instantly faded by half. Well, happy for nothing. Last night this brat broke through on his own while he was asleep. It's the first time I've seen this. Jin Dishui smiled. That is indeed peculiar. Jin Sungtian laughed. Since they've all made a breakthrough, then they can all prepare to cultivate our clan's immortal laws, striving to quickly rise up in cultivation and not lagging too far behind other geniuses. Jin Sungtian had come on this trip, mainly because he wanted to do his duty as a protector of the Dao and start supervising Lu Qing'an's cultivation. Lu Qing'an's talent was arguably the strongest in the mortal continent, but he still started out quite a bit later than some of the top demons. For example, Su Lin and the two twins from the Yao Qi immortal realm. Neither of them were at the qi refining stage anymore, already at the fetal breath realm cultivation level. I'm afraid both of them have been practicing since before they were a year old. No matter how strong Lu Qing'an's talent was, it would take some time to catch up with this cultivation. This is good. Great nephew. I wonder if we can cultivate as well, Lu Wuwei asked with glowing eyes. His own son was now the Sword Void Sacred Sect's patriarch, so he, as his father, was naturally a member of the Sword Void Sacred Sect as well. Does it make sense to practice the clan's immortal laws, too? Jin Sungtian laughed. Now that junior brother is the sect patriarch, Uncle Lu, you can just get his consent. Ha ha, it's fine. Lu Wuwei's smile widened considerably. They had average talent, but if they had a large amount of resources and stronger immortal laws, their cultivation could rise quickly. At this time, Lu Ying also came to the main hall. Father and mother, how do you feel today? How are your spirits? Seeing her parents, Lu Ying asked with a bitter smile. Both of them were knocked out by Lu Qing'an last night, so today should not be a good day. Just as quickly, she was surprised to find that the two looked in excellent spirits. His own mother was 1 point more beautiful, and his own father was clearly in better spirits than before. It was quite good. It's strange to say that I felt that I slept very soundly last night, and I haven't tried to sleep so well for many years, and I slept until dawn. And when I got up this morning and simply practiced, I realized that my cultivation was 100 times smoother than before. Lu Wuwei laughed with a big grin. Qinyuer also chimed in. Me too. I simply practiced not too long ago, and that feeling has never been felt before. Lu Ying was confused. That's okay? After being knocked out, instead, his body was better and his cultivation was smoother? That kid, what the hell did he do? Could it be that all those things he did were for the good of father and mother? Good guy. It's me who misunderstood him. A flash of embarrassment and shame flashed across Lu Ying's face. Then realizing that Lu Qing'an wasn't there, she asked again. Brother hasn't gotten up yet? She didn't go near Lu Qing'an's room today. There was no way she could help it. She already had a bit of an afterthought about that place. Suffered a lot there yesterday. Didn't get up. There's a piece of paper hanging in front of his room telling us not to disturb him. Perhaps he's cultivating. Qinyuer shook her head. Sword Sunqian sniffed and secretly shook his head. The immortal laws haven't been imparted yet. This cultivation seems a bit inappropriate. Just as he was thinking so, Lu Qing'an appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The crowd looked that way. With just one glance, they were both silent. Jin Sungtian even stood up with a swish, his face full of incredulity. Incipient cultivation? It's only been a night. What happened in the meantime? Chapter 58. I'm afraid there's not a good person in the whole family. Lu Qing'an stepped into the main hall, and the hall that was still filled with laughter instantly quieted down. The crowd looked at him in unison, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. It's okay. It's just a breakthrough of 4 realms in one day. There's nothing to be surprised about. He slowly stepped forward, his pace deliberately slowing down a few points. Although only 1 day had passed in the outside world, he had already cultivated in the time cultivation tower for a full half year. Moreover, there was still half a year of cultivation left, and because he had come out early, the flow of time in the time cultivation tower was suspended, and he would be able to go back and continue later. The results of half a year of hard training. He naturally had to properly show some. He finally understands the mood of a child who goes home with an award hanging from his chest, and a fisherman who catches a big fish on a rare occasion can go 3 times over and make a half-day stroll through the village. It's really good then. After Lu Qingyan approached the side, he saw that the group of people didn't say anything and simply looked at him. Even Song Wanner, the 3 foodies, stopped their movements, so he looked for a topic to talk about. Ahem, mother, nice breakfast today. What did you do last night? Xin Yuer was the first to return to her senses. She wondered if she'd slept so well last night that she'd slept for years. How come his own son's cultivation has broken through so much? Also, a little taller? It's not much, but it does go a little higher. As a mother, she had been carefully observing her son's height for the past 3 years, and this night, he seemed to be about half a point taller. Lu Qinggan smiled lightly. Been working hard on my cultivation. Swish! Before the words fell, Jin Sungtian instantly flashed in front of him, so excited that even his hands were shaking slightly as he grabbed Lu Qinggan's wrist. Little brother, my good little brother, how did you get to the first level of the pioneer stage? It's unbelievable. It's only been a night. The 3rd level of the Qi refining stage to the 1st level of the Valley rescue stage. That's spanning 4 great realms. He'd never heard of it, never seen it. Even though Lu Qinggan possessed a chaotic body and various other qualifications were pulled full circle, he shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Unless, what magical technique was used to forcefully raise the cultivation level? Thinking about this, Jin Sungtian's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly checked Lu Qinggan's cultivation. This method is able to rapidly increase cultivation, but it can extremely deplete natural talent and make the foundation extraordinarily unstable. The slightest carelessness can lead to going off the deep end, or even falling completely into madness. However, he froze upon inspection. Not at all. Lu Qingyan's cultivation was ridiculously solid, with an incomparably thick foundation that was even several times more solid than cultivating their clan's immortal techniques. Big brother, breakthrough. Quite simple. No need to make a big fuss. Base manipulation law. Lu Qinggan laughed. Jin Sungtian gulped after hearing this. He had seen what a true demon was, and he was beginning to feel that he had practiced for years, all on the dog. With this breakthrough speed of Lu Qingyan, I'm afraid that he would be able to cross the tribulation stage before he was 10 years old. It's so scary. He had come here with the intention of guiding Lu Qingyan in his cultivation. Secondly, he had brought some precious resources for Lu Qingyan to choose from. And thirdly, he had reminded Lu Qingyan not to hold out too much hope for the inheritance mentioned by the old ancestor of Yaoqi immortal realm. But now, he was a little shaken. Before the age of 10, Lu Qingyan could really break through to the transitional succession stage. So what inheritance? It was still not a handful. Come, sit over here to father. Lu Wuwei was also excited at this time, and hurriedly hooked his hand to greet Lu Qinggan over. Lu Qinggan nodded his head and came to sit between the two of them. Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi is even better than Lu Wuwei. The two of them were like looking at a rare treasure. Their eyes were full of love and cherishing, and they kept patting Lu Qinggan's shoulder, praising her incessantly. Lu Ying also stared tightly at Lu Qinggan. Her chest seemed to be holding a breath. She had completely settled on the fact that Lu Qinggan hadn't lied to her. This kind of breakthrough speed, when placed in the immortal realm, was also an absolute rarity. It really is a terrifying existence above the immortal world. At this moment, Lu Qinggan was also sizing up Lu Ying. Although the system had been contacted in the time repair tower, the system didn't seem to be of much use, only saying that the clues had already been revealed by Lu Ying, and refusing to reveal one more word. Moreover, when he asked the system if it did not rely on the exact meaning of external objects and people as he understood it, the system only said the literal meaning. Extremely perfunctory. He wondered if the system was secretly playing cards where he couldn't see them. That means he'll have to figure out the clues on his own. But how can he find the so-called clues when the parents haven't been killed yet? Then there was only one way to try it, and that was from Lu Ying. He who practiced the emotionless Tao shouldn't have offended any enemies, which ultimately led to the destruction of the Lu family. It was highly likely that Lu Ying had done something and offended someone. Perhaps Lu Ying had already made enemies outside when he was this age. Honestly, he loved the atmosphere of the home, with his parents being talented, loving and fun. Now with the addition of the Zhang and Jin families, the family is even more joyful. However, it was this vibe that was so good that he was a little frustrated again. Having been alone in his last life, he always felt that it had come a little unrealistically. There was also Lu Ying's words from yesterday that made him kind of recognize them as well. Everyone could want him dead right now. No one around you can be completely trusted. Even Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunqi were the same. At this moment, Lu Qinggan couldn't help but look at the two little things. It actually broke through to the qi refining stage as well. The two were staring at him as well, adoration shining in their eyes as they both stopped what they were doing. Brother-in, you're awesome. Zhang Yunqi ran to Lu Qingyan and grabbed Lu Qingyan's hand, enjoying herself very much in general. Jin Chongming, on the other hand, didn't run over, but he was also starry-eyed. Lu Qinggan secretly laughed bitterly. Luing had sort of pressed a tiny spike in his heart. Looking at the two little things now, he wasn't even very comfortable with them. So, this task of the system is important, and with that sensory bead, there's no need to be suspicious. That's why he couldn't wait to find clues to the mission. It's just that I'm afraid that once the sense rosary arrives, then I'll realize that there isn't a single good person in the entire family. The group boasted about Lu Qingyan's breakthrough in all aspects. At that moment, Qin Yuer came to Lu Qingyan and carefully compared Lu Qingyan's size. It's true that it's a little bit taller. Do you feel that an is taller? Qin Yuer looked at Lu Wuwei. Lu Wuwei looked carefully at Lu Qinggan, then scratched his head and said, "No, I don't think so. You're really not doing your job as a father." Qin Yuer blankly glanced at Lu Wuwei. Lu Qingyan looked at Qin Yuer with some surprise. He had been cultivating inside the time cultivation tower for half a year, so by all rights, he should have been able to grow quite a bit. After all, children grow fast. But the time repair pagoda was a bit special. It seemed that the existence that created this treasure had purposely added a stronger function. The flow of other things was accelerated, but the flow of the user's physical vitality and longevity was protected. This is an extremely powerful feature for some people who don't have enough longevity and are struggling to break through. Therefore, even if he stayed inside the time cultivation tower for half a year, the change in the growth of his body's bone age was barely less than a month or so. The head is also just about 2 millimeters longer. And his mother, she actually managed to capture the change. It's amazing. Could it be that this mother, herself, is not simple either? Chapter 58, The Wine Monkey Combination. As soon as Lu Qinggan had this thought, his heart was speechless. He's starting to get paranoid. It seems that sensory bead has to be taken. If it continues like this, he is really afraid that he will be prone to persecution paranoia after a long time. After breakfast, Jin Sungtian finally smiled and cut to the chase. He gently waved one hand, and the large amount of treasures collected from the Black Wind Cliff scattered at once, with many treasures suspended in the air, their spiritual light flickering, and they were very eye-catching. Look what's to your liking, little brother. Take your pick. Jin Sungtian laughed. And all of you, you can all choose some as well. Anyway, these treasures haven't been entered into the clan's treasury yet. No one knows about them, so they are naturally impeccable. Lu Wuwei and the others' eyes immediately lit up. How can it be so good? Thanks a lot then. The crowd stared at the floating treasures in unison, carefully searching for what they desired. Lu Qinggan had been in seclusion within the time cultivation pagoda for half a year, pondering over the future direction of his cultivation. Now that he already possessed powerful immortal weapons and immortal techniques, and his talent was even more top-notch, then all that was left were the resources, and the techniques that could enhance his battle power. I need a large amount of spirit stones, the more the better. The future cultivation consumption is not small. I also need a few subtle body and sword techniques, and then a few life-preserving secret arts and special attack secret arts. Could you please recommend them, big brother? Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Sungtian and asked with a smile. Ha ha, yes, I happen to have thought of these needs of yours for you. Can you see if these are feasible? Jin Sungtian hurriedly displayed the best resources he had prepared for Lu Qinggan. 2 of the strongest body techniques in the mortal world. 2 of the strongest sword techniques of the Sword Void Valley. 1 of the strongest life-preserving secret techniques of the Sword Void Valley. 1 of the strongest life-preserving secret techniques searched from the Black Wind Cliff. And 2 of the strongest special attack secret techniques in the mortal world. Looking at the stack of books in front of him that had been sorted out without any dust, and looked like they had been organized properly overnight and flew in front of him, Lu Qingyan swallowed his saliva and looked at Jin Sungtian, very moved. Is this what it feels like to have a backer? That's so nice. He was beginning to understand the rich kids a little better. It's not that they hate rich kids, but they're resigned to why they're not rich kids. Big brother, this is too good of you. I've really accumulated 8 lifetimes of blessings by being affiliated with you. Lu Qingyan also began to admire the whimsical thoughts that suddenly appeared in his mind that day. The bonding was worth it. Seeing how satisfied Lu Qinggan was, Jin Sungtian smiled even more cheerfully. This is all what I should do. After all, I am your protector. If you have any other needs in the future, just ask. By the way, here's 500,000 spirit stones for you first. That should be enough in the short term, right? Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Enough is enough. The time cultivation tower still had half a year of cultivation time left, and these 500,000 spirit stones were enough for him to use to absorb aura. It was just that when this half year of cultivation time ran out, he would have to start earning the spirit stones rewarded by the system. The Tokusatsu Tower can only be powered by spirit stones rewarded by the system, and in order to obtain these spirit stones, he must kill those who harbor murderous intentions towards him. Looks like he's going to have to go out and get some experience. However, before the adventure, it would be best to get a few more protective treasures. The golden dragon can be used without it. By the way, there are also these 2 treasures for you to keep. As Sword Sungtian spoke, 2 more items appeared in his hands. One was a golden hollowed-out thin garment, light as a feather but emitting an extraordinary spiritual light. The other was a talisman that was black in color, with black gas lingering on it, as if there were countless ghosts roaming around in it, emitting mournful wails from time to time. This golden skeletonized Xian clothes is a heavenly grade top-grade protective treasure, capable of withstanding a single blow from a peak transitional tribulation powerhouse. And this black talisman is even a top-grade treasure talisman obtained from the Black Wind Cliff, which has been fed with enough spiritual chi. In times of crisis, just stick it on your body, and it will form a powerful protective black chi around your body, capable of blocking 2 strikes. Lu Qingdan looked at Jin Sungtian and wanted to cry. Good man, this brother is as good as his own father. No, it's not right. It's like his own father wasn't as good to him as this brother. You are really a worm in my stomach. You know what I want. Big brother, you're too good to me. This makes me a bit embarrassed then. It wasn't even necessary for him to complete the system quest to get it. It was simply awesome. Jin Sungtian laughed. This is the realization that one should have as a protector of the way. Little brother doesn't need to feel that there's anything wrong with it. Moreover, you also gave me an immortal sword. Compared to these, the immortal sword that Lu Qingdan had given him was still much more valuable. I'm sure that at this moment, the other sacred ground ancestors were still thinking depressingly about why Lu Qingdan hadn't chosen their sacred ground. A single immortal artifact was enough to throw the status of the great sacred lands out of balance. And nowadays, their Sword Void sacred sect was just as if they were already the head of the 9 great sacred grounds. It's all thanks to Lu Qingdan. Lu Qingdan smiled and nodded, and was not polite. He's also aware of the interest involved, which is sort of mutually beneficial. Let's all work together to achieve the position of the great emperor. Lu Ying and the others naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity, picking out their favorites one after another. Of course, they were not insatiable, and they chose 1 or 2 things that they felt would be useful to them, appreciated them, and stopped asking for them. For this reason, Jin Sungtian felt quite a bit more favorable towards the 3 families. Great nephew, you're in a good mood today. Why don't we have some wine to help cheer us up? Lu Wuwei smiled with a cheerful face and casually asked as he smoothly put his hand on Jin Sungtian's shoulder. Jin Sungtian's eyes lit up. How did you know I like to drink? Before the words left her mouth, Qin Yuer frowned and glared at Lu Wuwei. What are you drinking in the early morning? Besides, Senior doesn't have this free time to accompany you in your nonsense. She glanced at Jin Sungtian and awkwardly accompanied him with a smile. Senior is not to be blamed. He's just like this. He's wild and crazy. Luckily, none of the 2 children look like him. Earlier, she had been a little uneasy with Lu Wuwei's attitude towards Jin Sungtian, and had long been secretly making eyes, fearing that this powerful person with heavenly strength would get angry. Now you want to drag him to drink. Do you really think he's your old buddies? Jiang Qi and Jin Dishuai? Which of the existences that could cultivate to such a realm did not regard time as gold? Every moment was used to break through the realm. However, just as she thought of this, Jin Sungtian hurriedly said, Auntie, there's no need to be so outgoing. I wouldn't dare to decline Uncle Lu's invitation. Not to mention, I'm a good wine drinker. These words almost flashed Qin Yuer's waist. Ha! Qin Yuer looked at Jin Sungtian in confusion, suspecting that she had heard wrong. But when she saw Jin Sungtian's leaping appearance, she was speechless. Another alcoholic. Ha! Alas! Ever since I stepped into the transition stage, my friends have become fewer and fewer, and there are even fewer people who can drink with me, especially after becoming the Sword Void Valley ancestor. Everyone else honors me and stays away from me, and now that there are people to drink with me, I should be grateful. He smiled brightly and turned his head to ask, Uncle Lu, what kind of wine do you usually like to drink? Lu Wuwei sniffed and was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly, so excited that the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the root of his ears. Any spirit wine will do, as long as it's strong enough and potent enough. Ha ha, the 3 of us love to get together for a drink on weekdays. Zhang Qi, who was on the side, couldn't help but interject as well, his eyes bright as if he had discovered a treasure. Finally, I've found a topic that's close to Sword Cthulhu. Jin Sungtian laughed loudly at his words, and with a turn in his hand, Several jugs of fine wine glowing with spiritual chi appeared on the table. In that case, I happen to have a few jugs in my collection, so why don't we all have a drink together today? Wonderful! Several people instantly mingled. The smell of alcohol and laughter echoed in the hall, and the atmosphere became more and more cordial. In his last life, Lu Qingyan also occasionally met with his friends to drink beer, but as he grew older and his friends slowly started families, there were more and more reasons not to come to the party, and he eventually gave up alcohol. Now looking at the vibe, I want to join in, but there was no way around it. At 3 years old, it didn't seem right for him to mingle with this group of people of different generations, just have to watch silently from the sidelines. After just a moment of looking at it, he lost his eyes. His filter on Sword Cthulhu was completely shattered. At this time to drink on the head of the Sword Sungtian, also with Lu Wei Zheng Qi. Two people take off their shirts, holding together to dance. Lu Qinggan shook her head and looked at Lu Ying, saying, "Sister, let's go out and talk. It's time to research the clues to that mission." Lu Ying nodded and followed Lu Qingyan out of the main hall and towards the pond in the courtyard. Only after walking to a secluded place did Lu Qinggan speak. "I have a question for you. Have you ever had any major conflicts with any forces or certain people when you were out all these years?" Lu Ying was slightly stunned and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this? You just need to answer truthfully. It will help me." Lu Qinggan said calmly. Lu Ying replied back, "I did mess with a devilish force that harmed the heavens, and my infrequent return home some years ago was also slightly related to this force, for fear that they would discover the location of our home." Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up. "So easy to find a clue? Isn't that a little too easy?" He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Where is that demonic force? What realm is their strongest?" Lu Ying was slightly stunned. "What are you planning to do by asking this? Since they have plagued so many people, it's only natural that they should be completely eradicated." Lu Qinggan said firmly. Lu Ying sniffed and revealed an odd expression. "That force is called the Demon Blood Sect. The sect is extremely secretive, and the strongest person is a peak Yuaning cultivator. However, I had already broken through to the Yuaning stage before I went home, so I had already gone to get rid of them." Lu Qinggan froze. "Already extinguished? It shouldn't. Other than that, no other forces were messed with?" Lu Qinggan's brows furrowed. Could it be that according to the normal time projection, Lu Ying is in the next few years to mess with other forces? Then he's still around. Lu Ying shook her head. At this point, she probably thought about what Lu Qinggan was doing. "Did you feel a little bad about hitting her yesterday and purposely want to do something for her today to make up for it? So the idea was to help get rid of the forces that had offended her as a way to ease the sibling relationship? It's highly likely that this is it. Why else ask such questions? Then there aren't any clues." Lu Qingmin sighed under his breath and was about to give up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a few shoots sprouting up among the weeds that had been removed from the pond. "Is it possible that you didn't finish killing everyone from that demonic force? There are remnants left?" Lu Ying sniffed and replied, "I didn't leave any of all the people who had practiced the devil's technique behind, but there was a poor woman who was captured, and she had given birth to a 3-year-old child for the people of the devil's way. That child didn't cultivate the devil's way technique, so I left them alive." Lu Qinggan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Got a clue. If he was right, then the task couldn't be easier. Perhaps placed in 500 years, this child would have grown into a particularly powerful cultivator. But today, this child was the same age as him. If it's true that this kid killed his parents, things shouldn't be too easy. Wait, that's not right. With Lu Ying's nature, would she be so careless? Lu Qingyan gazed at Lu Ying and questioned, "Are you sure you only left them alive because they were pitiful?" Lu Ying's line of sight shifted slightly as she was stared at by Lu Qinggan. Seeing this, Lu Qinggan gave Lu Ying a blank stare. This guy is lying. Chapter 60, The Walking Corpse Sect of the Immortal World. Not willing to tell me the truth? Lu Qinggan's gaze was like a sword, unmercifully exposing Lu Ying. If Lu Ying knew that her momentary negligence had led to the death of both her father and mother, she was afraid that she would regret it too much, especially since it took 500 years to realize this, which means that Lu Ying in a different timeline should have crumbled after having a frank conversation with him. Lu Ying was tightly stared at by Lu Qinggan's icy eyes, finally sighed helplessly and confessed, "Indeed, it was my negligence. There had been such a moment of hesitation. I didn't expect to be shaded by that kid." Seeing that she couldn't hide it from Lu Qinggan, she stopped struggling and simply told the whole story. She did have some hesitation at that time, especially when she saw that the child was only 3 years old, just similar to the age of her younger brother at home. But very soon, she was ruthless, because she was also clear that the child was still the seed of the devil's way, and there would be a problem if she didn't kill him. It was just that the child was not simple, obviously only 3 years old, but she suddenly used a special secret technique, and even performed a secret technique to instantly decapitate her mother and manipulate her mother's corpse to drag her down. Speaking of this, Lu Ying's cheeks reddened slightly, showing a few moments of embarrassment. He was at least an immortal emperor stage powerhouse in the immortal realm, and to be undermined by a child in the mortal world was a bit unspeakable. Lu Qing'an's small face became serious after hearing this. How is this a simple 3-year-old? It was highly likely that it was the reincarnation of the immortal that Lu Ying was talking about. This might also be the fundamental reason why Lu Ying deliberately reminded him that he could not trust the people around him at will, even though it was the same for both Zhang Yunqi and Jin Chongming. Turns out there was a history of that. So you didn't find him back there? You also think he's the reincarnation of an immortal, right? Lu Qinggan asked. Lu Ying nodded with a bitter smile. That should be it. That technique, even in the immortal world, is difficult to see. Unsurprisingly, that technique should be a secret method of the immortal realm called the Walking Corpse sect. I had been tracking him for a while, and when I had some clues, I suddenly received a summons from my parents. What happened after that was that she rushed home, and then up to now, Lu Qing'an had already made sure of it. This is the kid who destroyed his Lu family and killed his parents. What clues did you find then? Lu Qing'an had already made up his mind to find this kid no matter what. By killing this kid, he would be able to complete his mission, and secondly, he would be considered to have nipped a dangerous seed in the bud. Immortal reincarnation, left to its own devices, is a great threat. Just kill the other guy while he's still only 3. They're both 3 years old, and there's no such thing as who's bullying who. Lu Ying said. After I probably guessed his clan in the immortal realm last time, I deliberately paid attention to wherever there were strong corpses being dug up, because their Walking Corpses sect is notorious for digging up graves and being vicious thieves inside the immortal realm. They were able to refine corpses and bring out a portion of the corpse's strength during its lifetime. 1 or 2 such corpses are fine, but the number of corpses they can refine is extremely large. Nice guy. That made him dig up the corpse of a peak transitional succession, but it was a big deal. Lu Qing'an also became interested in this kind of magic arts. Does it count as putting a person to secondary use if used in the right way? So you did find out that somewhere there is such a situation? Lu Qing'an continued to pursue. It's in the vicinity of a first-class sect, the Purple Shao sect. Lu Ying slowly said. I'm also prepared to take a trip forward to investigate further after dealing with my family's affairs. Still feel that I can't let him live. I always feel that this is a great hidden danger. Purple Shao sect? He had an impression of this first-class sect, and the Purple Shao sect patriarch had even come to their Lu family that day to take in an apprentice. He was impressed by that domineering attitude. Lu Qinggan secretly shook his head. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Lu Ying would have gone looking for this kid even if he hadn't awakened the system. But Lu Ying had failed, and this kid ended up finding their Lu family and killing it. The reason why Lu Ying didn't find it, or because of something, ended halfway through finding it. Now that Lu Ying had gone forward to try to find it again on his own, it was highly likely that there would still be no results. It's a shame the kid met him this time. I'll help you, Lu Qinggan said faintly. Really? What exactly are you helping me for? Lu Ying asked. Lu Qinggan smiled faintly and made up something off the top of his head. Last night we were already too clear. And we ultimately have a layer of blood ties, our family, and share a common goal, so there is a need to have a good relationship. Is this reason enough? Lu Ying laughed in her heart. She had guessed correctly. Lu Qing'an was feeling a bit sorry for her yesterday and wanted to make it up to her. So what are you going to do next? Lu Ying asked with interest. Lu Qing'an didn't think twice, finding someone. Naturally, you have to rely on a professional. The system says to kill this murderer with your own hands without relying on external forces from outside to avenge your parents' deaths. His understanding is that killing this man does not depend on external objects or forces. But find this guy. That's fine. That's right. Nothing wrong with it. After finding it, he would then join forces with Lu Ying. And with their cultivation nowadays, beating a 3-year-old child would not be a handful. He had tried the easy version of the operation a few times and it had done the job. So there shouldn't be any problems this time either. Lu Ying's smile deepened. Are you planning to ask Sword Void Valley to help? With their abilities, they're sure to find it soon. Lu Qinggan nodded, and after conferring with Lu Ying, he turned around and headed to the main hall, intending to ask Jin Suntian to step in, take a direct trip to the Purple Shao sect and let the Purple Shao sect, the local snake, mobilize the forces of the entire sect to look for it. After finding the murderer, the rest would be given to him, and it would be considered a training session for him to consolidate his strength after his breakthrough. That's the perfect reason. However, before he could walk to the main hall, he suddenly looked up at the sky, and that was when he saw the Sword Void Valley Patriarch appear above the sky. After completing the system quest yesterday, he mentioned to Sword Sangtian that he had fulfilled his wish and didn't want to be the Patriarch anymore. So he handed the Patriarch's position back to the Sword Void Valley Patriarch. The full name of the Sword Void Valley Patriarch is Su Shang. He grew up in the Sword Void Valley since he was a child. and his journey to the position of the Sword Void Valley Patriarch is very rare. After he appeared, he met Lu Qing'an's gaze with a single glance, and then his entire body froze in the air for some time. Apparently, he was also shocked by the cultivation level in Lu Qing'an's body. In the blink of an eye, Su Sheng arrived in front of Lu Qing'an and held his breath. I really wasn't wrong. This cultivation of yours is too shocking. Lu Qing'an smiled. Patriarch, come for something? Su Sheng said. The two of them, old ancestor of the Dragon Abyss sect and old ancestor of the Bihai Qingtian, have joined forces and said that they want to see old ancestor. Is old ancestor inside? Lu Qing'an nodded, while thinking in her heart, why did these two Holy Land ancestors suddenly come? He had a feeling that something was a little fishy. It's highly likely that it's running towards him. It's in there, but don't get scared when you see him later. Lu Qing'an's words made Su Sheng curious. Thus, he didn't ask Lu Qing'an too many questions about how he had broken through to the Pioneer Stage realm overnight, and followed him into the main hall first. When he saw Jian Sangtian and Lu Wuwei, they hugged and danced and drank together. He directly covered his face. Here we go again. Lu Qing'an was surprised when she heard this, feeling that his own sworn brother was not brought up crooked by his father, but was originally so? Old ancestor, don't drink. The two of you, old ancestor of the Dragon Abyss sect and old ancestor of the Blue Sea and Green Sky, are here, saying that they have something to look for you, and are waiting for you. Su Sheng stepped forward with a bitter smile and called out to stop Sword Sangtian. Sword Sangtian sniffed and stopped his ass-wiggling dance. He was already on top of his head, but still retained consciousness, so he spoke to Lu Wuwei and the others before exercising his energy to get rid of the alcohol. In about a few moments, he had been left with only a slightly drunken old face and a clear consciousness. These two old guys came at this time, so I'm sure they didn't hold their farts. Jian Sangtian asked Su Sheng to stay here with Lu Qing'an while he himself went to meet these two old guys. Su Sheng nodded and sent Sword Sangtian away. Chapter 61, You guys got your confidence back? Lu Qing'an had already returned to the main hall by this time and watched Jian Sangtian's back disappear, not calling out to the other party. His matters could be put off for the time being, and he was also quite interested in the purpose of these two sacred land ancestors' sudden visit. Mostly, it was directed at him. Lu Qing'an came to Su Sheng and tentatively asked the two sacred ground ancestors why they had come. Su Sheng said he didn't know. Lu Qing'an then changed the topic and tried to ask about the Purple Shao sect. Patriarch, how much do you know about the Purple Shao sect? The first-class sect, Purple Shao sect, is somewhat known, but not much. What's wrong? Su Sheng once again stared at Lu Qing'an's cultivation at this moment. He wondered if Lu Qing'an had taken some kind of elixir or practiced some special secret method to break through so much overnight. But that would be a waste of talent. However, judging from the old ancestor's joyful appearance just now, it didn't seem right again. Would it be difficult if my elder brother and I made a trip forward and asked them to search for a person in their territory in a big way? Lu Qing'an knew that it was not very difficult. One was a Holy Land and the other was only a first-class clan. The strength between the two was immense, but he still had to open this one mouth and inquire. After that he would be able to go about his business. Naturally it's not too big. They don't even need the old ancestor to go there. I'll make a trip there and they'll all have to be honored as if they were guests, and be courteous and respectful. Su Sheng lightly laughed in response. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Good then. Let's make a trip forward together soon. Su Sheng was slightly hesitant, not good enough to agree to Lu Qing'an, who was well aware of Lu Qing'an's importance to the Sword Void Sacred Sect nowadays. A trip out there could be dangerous, so he digressed and said, Oh Qing'an, can you let me take a look at your root condition? Lu Qing'an didn't hesitate to extend her arm and let Su Sheng probe. A burst of divine sense probed in, and Su Sheng's entire body froze for a long time. Finally, he understood why his old ancestor was so excited and happy. It's really hard for me to understand. How on earth did you break through so quickly in your cultivation? The foundation is surprisingly still so solid. Su Sheng's breathing was also a little short. I've only been practicing normally for one night. Isn't that how you guys broke through? The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth rose slightly, revealing a flirtatious smile. Su Sheng. At this time, Jian Sangtian had already returned to the main peak of the Sword Void Sacred Sect, and his figure instantly appeared in the welcoming hall. The clan elders were warmly greeting the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor Long Shenqing, and the Bihai Qingtian's old ancestor Chen Qingtian. The two wore smiles that became even warmer as they sensed Jian Sangtian's arrival. Old man Sword, what are you busy with? Making our old friend wait for so long. Long Shenqing smiled brightly, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Su Lin, who was beside Long Shenqing, appeared much quieter, and his gaze quickly swept around Jian Sangtian, seemingly searching for something. However, not seeing the person he wanted to see, he frowned slightly, had a drink with some old buddies and celebrated. Jian Sangtian was very happy today. Even if he knew that these two old things had come, most likely not holding their farts, he still smiled brightly as he did on his wedding night. Why, the two of you have come, what is it about? Speaking here, Jin Sangtian's gaze suddenly swept toward Su Lin, his eyes narrowing slightly. He clearly remembered that this Su Lin, who possessed the little chaotic body, was still at the foundation establishment stage yesterday. But how did he reach the enlightenment stage today? A large realm was broken through in one night. Taking your meds? Or have you practiced some special secret technique? Jin Sangtian glanced at Long Shinqin one more time and saw that he was all smiles. So he guessed that Su Lin probably wasn't relying on the means of depleting his natural talent to raise his cultivation level. That is, just like Lu Qinggan, he possessed some special means to raise his cultivation realm and his roots had remained the same. However, it was only one big realm. This little ancestor of ours has directly jumped 4 great realms, and it's also to the point of incipience. It was still 2 great realms above this Su Lin. Old man Qing Tian and I came to discuss a matter with you. The Emperor's path has been revealed, and we must do our best to cultivate the talented disciples in our forces. But it's not much use for these disciples to just cultivate behind closed doors. So we discussed that it would be better for the talented disciples of the 3 Holy Lands to spar from time to time to raise their practical combat abilities by fighting. Long Shinqing suggested with a smile. Chen Qingtian also smiled and chimed in. That's right. You don't need to be afraid of your family's boy's well-being. We brought our disciples here to your place, and with you watching over him, he's not in any serious trouble. Moreover, this joint sparring session is aimed at exercising their practical combat ability from a young age. Sparring with children who are a little weaker, suppressing their realm in the same realm will be fine. Jin Sungtian kind of wanted to laugh. If an onlooker heard this, they might think that these two were really thinking about cultivating disciples. But Jin Sangtian's heart was like a mirror. The purpose of these two people was just to use the name of sparring to covet Lu Qingyan's chaos body fortune. Don't think that I'm not clear about the matter of the chaos body's chi. These two guys, they're so familiar with each other, and they're still playing dirty with me. Nope. This should be considered a semi-positive plot. Wanted to gamble on whether or not he could steal the chaotic body's chi through the so-called duel. I don't think it's necessary. There are quite a few geniuses in our forces. Just have the geniuses within your own force spar. Why bother? Sword Sungtian could not let the two have their way, and laughed aloud as he returned. You and I are well aware of the cruelty of the Imperial Road battle, and how many heavenly creatures can embark on the Imperial Road journey in a Holy Land. It would be better for the 3 forces to join forces. Chen Qingtian laughed. No, old man Sword, you can't be afraid. That's a chaotic body of yours. Isn't your talent crushing the juniors on our side? Long Shinqing stared at Jin Sangtian with some playfulness, obviously using aggressive tactics. Don't worry, senior. I will suppress my cultivation and fight brother Lu Qinggan. His talent is higher than mine. He shouldn't be afraid of me. Su Lin arched his hand towards Jin Sangtian at this time, his back straight and his eyes firm. After going back to the Dragon Abyss sect yesterday, he was given another heavenly opportunity. Received the inheritance of the strong dragon race in the immortal world. That powerful and special technique, when cultivated on, would allow his cultivation to be bound to the contracted green dragon. He could self-improve. And again, when Qinglong improved his cultivation, it's no different than having multiple selves working together to practice. This was what allowed him to raise a large realm overnight. As a result, he had found his self-confidence and had the backbone to fight against this Lu Qinggan who possessed a chaotic body. If you can't beat them in talent, then you can beat Lu Qinggan in cultivation. As long as his cultivation was always a step above Lu Qinggan, he could always press Lu Qinggan. Jin Sangtian looked at Su Lin and revealed a meaningful smile. Originally, I didn't want to strike your confidence, but I feel the need to let you know that this little brother of my family is not at the refining stage anymore. Suppressing his cultivation to cut and duel is not something you suppress either. Once these words passed, the entire hall fell silent. What? Old man Sword, do you mean that your family's brat is already higher in cultivation than our family's Su Lin? Long Shinqing was stunned for a moment before he laughed out. A 3rd level of chi refining stage. Just one night has passed. It would be a miracle to reach the foundation establishment stage. They, Su Lin, had accidentally obtained the dragon inheritance, directly blending that particular immortal level top technique of the dragon clan. It was bound to the green dragon's destiny. It took a big breakthrough overnight. Unless Sword Sangtian had lost his mind and consumed Lu Qing'an's natural talent to uplift Lu Qing'an's cultivation. But that would undoubtedly ruin this genius demon. Jin Sangtian's mouth corner grinned to the root behind his ear and laughed. Sorry, it's not a star and a half higher. He was in the Pioneer Valley stage cultivation early this morning. Chapter 62, Take him while he's young. Long Shinqing and Chen Qingtian looked at each other and laughed with a bit of flirtation after hearing Jin Sangtian's words. Alright, we are so familiar with each other. Why do we have to be like this? Seeing as you haven't lost all of your drunkenness, we won't say anything about you. Chen Qingtian decided that Jian Sengtian had drunk too much wine and was talking nonsense. After all, if Lu Qinggan could really break through to the pioneer stage overnight, it would be a good thing for the geniuses of the other Holy Lands instead. This indicated that the Sword Void Valley might have used some special means to forcibly uproot the cultivation level of a genius. And this kind of uprooting was undoubtedly self-destructive. Old man Jian, you're really dying to save face. Long Shenxing shook his head and laughed. He knew Jian Sengtian. It was categorically impossible for him to do that kind of stupid thing, so he stared at Jian Sengtian and said, there's no need to be so overprotective. You have to be clear. The battle for the Emperor's path is all about a forward momentum. He has a chaotic body. He shouldn't be cowering. Look at the ancient times to the present day. Which great emperor would run away from a challenge? Seeing that both of them didn't believe it, Jian Sengtian didn't bother to explain. However, there were a few truths in what this Long Shenxing said. That's why he felt that these two old guys coming was half a young plot. Alright, in a month's time implement what you guys said. This little brother of mine's cultivation is up, so naturally he has to spar with the appropriate opponents to improve his real-world combat ability. Jian Sengtian no longer refused. Anyway, when Lu Qingyan had learned enough combat skills, he was just about to let Lu Qingyan find someone to practice on, then let Lu Qinggan begin to adapt to the battle for the Emperor's path. Only, when these guys saw Lu Qingyan's cultivation, I'm afraid their jaws would drop. That's right, then it's so decided. Long Shenxing laughed out loud, with bravado in his tone. Very well, then prepare yourselves and do a good job of hospitality. Chen Qingtian also smiled. Alright, then I won't see you off. Jian Sengtian's face was calm. The purpose for which Long Shenxing and the two of them had come had already been accomplished, so there was no need to say anything else, and they nodded their heads. And before Jian Sengtian left them, he didn't forget to smile as he looked at Su Lin, who was still confident at the moment, and said, Kid, cultivate well, and strive to ascend to the pioneer stage as soon as possible. Oh. Jian Sengtian was also clear about the cruelty of the Emperor Path struggle. Now it seemed that Su Lin was the strongest competitor to Lu Qingyan in this Emperor Path struggle, and he wanted to see a scene where Su Lin could fight to put a little pressure on Lu Qingyan. Pressure is the only way to get motivated. Su Lin solemnly arched his hand. Don't worry, senior. I will not slack off. After sending off the crowd, Jian Sengtian shook his head and left the Grand Hall with a few moments of coziness. Flying towards Fengyang City, he was going to keep drinking. After all, the drinking game wasn't over yet. When he returned to the Lu family, he found that Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi, who were already drunk, were lying on the ground in broad daylight, and the three of them fell asleep with their arms around each other. Qin Yuer and the girls, on the other hand, completely ignored the three people in the corner and didn't even give them a quilt. It seems that this kind of thing has been commonplace for a long time. Big brother, those two sacred ground ancestors came. What are they up to? Lu Qinggan waited quietly here for Jian Sengtian to return. 1. He wanted to hear what was happening over there. And 2. He would discuss with Jian Sengtian later and take him on a trip to the Purple Shao Sect tomorrow. Sword Sengtian did not rush and spoke in detail about what had happened. Then his big hand patted on Lu Qinggan's shoulder and laughed. They're right. You should indeed fight more with same-rank celestials to sharpen your heart and battle skills. Of course, it's fine to lose a few matches once in a while, as long as that will to become an emperor in your heart doesn't die out. No one will be able to take the emperor's throne. Throughout history, many great emperors have had valleys before they reached the top, but those valleys often created their strong hearts and minds, although there were also some heavenly pride demons who had pushed across invincible from the beginning to the end, but that was after all only a minority. For example, the previous great emperor who possessed a chaotic body. Lu Qinggan nodded his head to show that he understood. Lu Qinggan nodded in agreement. He had already planned that after he had cultivated in the Time Cultivation Tower for half a year and thoroughly mastered his newly gained combat tactics, then it would be time to practice combat. Having a strong enemy to fight against was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Moreover, with Sword Sengtian at his side, he didn't have to worry about the danger to his life. If you can recognize it, then that's good. Right. There's one more thing. The thing that the old ancestor of Yaoqi Immortal Realm told you last time. If you can break through to the divine separation stage within 10 years, you can go and try it. He had forgotten to mention this matter to Lu Qinggan from his earlier drinking. The inheritance left behind by the previous great emperor who possessed a chaotic body was indeed within the Yaoqi Immortal Realm. If Lu Qinggan could obtain that person's inheritance, he would be even more forward on the path to achieving greatness. However, entering a place like that could be out of his protection. He wasn't afraid that Lu Qinggan would be killed by other geniuses at that time, but what he feared most was that there was some kind of conspiracy in the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, or find a way to take over. Despite the fact that the means of seizing the body was mastered by very few people and the probability of success was not high, the other Holy Lands would not pity whether or not this practice would ruin Lu Qinggan. And when one's cultivation level reached the divine separation stage, there was no risk of being taken over. People at the divine separation stage have extremely solid souls, and immortals can't take them over even if they come. Lu Qinggan laughed. It can be 10 years, that's a long time. He possessed the time cultivation tower, and as long as he had enough system spirit stones, then not to mention the divine separation stage, it wouldn't be difficult to directly work his way up to the transition stage in a single breath. The premise is that he has to complete more missions and kill more people who want to kill him. With his understanding of the system over this period of time, there would only be a maximum of 2 system quests that came out of nowhere, and once he had completed both quests, the system would have another one appear in no time at all. In other words, after he finished this mission to avenge his parents' deaths, the system should still appear for the next mission. The reward for this mission not only had a treasure he wanted, but also 500,000 spirit stones. It would allow him to enter the time cultivation tower for another period of time. After the two of them finished talking about the cut, Lu Qinggan saw that Jin Sungtian had nothing else to do, so he began to talk about his own business. Big brother, my sister encountered something a while ago. Lu Qinggan suddenly became serious and told Lu Ling what had happened some time ago. When he said that he guessed that the other party was most likely a reincarnation of an immortal, he also deliberately aggravated the tone of his voice. This kind of person absolutely cannot be retained. Cut off his roots before he grows up. By the way, I can also use this to sharpen my combat skills, Lu Qinggan said in a deep voice. After hearing this, a cold light flashed in Jin Sungtian's eyes. Then he laughed. Immortal reincarnation? That indeed cannot be kept. Otherwise he will become a great danger in the future, and even affect your path to emperor. Purple Shao sect. I have paid attention to this first-class sect. Amongst the first-class sects, it seems to be quite ostentatious on weekdays. I just don't know if they will have interests with that kid you mentioned. Lu Qinggan frowned slightly at his words. This possibility did exist. But really, then the matter is not that simple. They let this Purple Shell sect look for this person, but instead, they beat the bushes. In the end, the Purple Shaw sect would probably shrug it off and say they couldn't find the guy. Then, big brother, what do you think should be done? Lu Qinggan inquired. Jin Sungtian laughed and looked at Su Sheng on the side, saying, he's the best at this kind of thing. Su Sheng smiled and nodded, saying, then I'll go to the Purple Shao sect first? Go, I'll watch over this side of the sect first. Jin Sungtian nodded slightly. Okay. Su Sheng disappeared in place and left the place. Lu Qingyan asked with some confusion, why is the patriarch best at this kind of thing? Jin Sungtian bitterly smiled as he recalled, this kid of his has been fond of camouflage techniques since he was a child, and he knows them well, and over the years he has practiced them to the point of being pure perfection. Once he even disguised himself as a demonic woman. It almost made me fall head over heels. Lu Qinggan, he probably knew what Sword Sungtian was going to do. It should be for Su Sheng to blend into the Purple Shao sect in advance to see if there are any problems within the Purple Shao sect. We'll just wait for news of him, and it's even possible that we'll find him without having to go on a big search for the kid. Jin Sungtian was very confident that if they really couldn't, all of their Sword Void Sacred sect would go out and dig 3 feet into the ground to find this person. It's just that if you do that, it's easy to attract the attention of other Holy Lands, adding all sorts of trouble in vain. Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded. That's fine then big brother. I'm going to practice my previous techniques properly. Come back and talk to me when you have news. Jin Sungtian answered and prepared to leave. After all, Lu Wuwei and the others were drunk and no one could continue drinking with him. Are they okay like this? Not moving them back to their rooms? Lu Qinggan waved her hand. I'm used to it. The ground is cool. It's quite good. These 3 like to sleep together when they are drunk, and when each of them is released to their rooms, they will continue to come out and find places to sleep around. Jin Sungtian's expression was a bit odd as he nodded. It was fortunate that he hadn't drunk to this extent, or else with his status as a generation-old ancestor, wouldn't he have to wake up on the ground? However, waking up on the floor seems to be a special experience. Well, try that next time. After talking things over, he's leaving too, and as he left, he smiled faintly towards Lu Ying, who was not far away, with a hint of meaning in his smile. Chapter 63, Terrifying Sword Dao Talent. After Jin Sungtian left, Lu Ying said softly, he seems to have guessed my condition. Lu Qinggan looked calm. It's not hard to guess. Well, I'm going to go cultivate. He had just obtained a large number of cultivation treasures, and it would take him a long time to finish practicing them, so he hoped that he would be able to stay inside the time cultivation pagoda long enough for half a year, and then he would be able to cultivate to the point of initiation. Right? With my current enlightenment, It shouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the point of initiation. After Lu Qinggan told his family that he would be practicing for half a day and asked them not to disturb, he returned inside his room. He took out the time cultivation pagoda, and with a thought, his entire body disappeared into thin air. In vain, the tokusatsu tower floated in mid-air, shimmering with golden light. Stepping into this pale cultivation space once again, Lu Qinggan looked up at the huge clock. The moment he appeared, the clock re-ran in time counted down. 180 days left. Without further delay, he took out the 8 treasure dictionaries and a large amount of spirit stones and placed them neatly in front of him. First, cultivate 2 of the top mortal body techniques. When the stance was strong, one could advance to attack and retreat to defend. If you can't beat them, you can still run away. He picked up the 2 secret manuals and his body shook as he drove his chaos body to pull his enlightenment to full capacity. The 2 techniques were called Flowing Light Phantom Steps and 10,000 Shadows Through the Air. Flowing Light Phantom Steps. By controlling the light and speed between heaven and earth, the cultivator avoids the enemy's attacks with a phantom-like stance. When practiced to the extreme, the figure disappears without a trace like flowing light, making it impossible for the enemy to capture the position. This stance has an extreme burst, and long-lasting. It is a necessary stance for chasing people and escaping at full speed and for a long time. Lu Qinggan nodded in satisfaction. As for this 10,000 Shadows Through the Air technique, focusing on mimicking the way the shadows of everything exist, the practitioner can create countless shadows to confuse the enemy in a short period of time and instantly travel through space, realizing a truly distance-ignoring surprise attack. This stance is suitable for use in stealth and instantaneous movement against the enemy, and can avoid any lock-on attacks. It belongs to as an exclusive stance for fighting within a certain distance. The corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth hooked up. It seemed that this big brother of his had a serious selection. One is a full-speed sprinting stance that focuses on sustained power, and the other is a short-range explosive stance. The main one can retreat and advance. It's just that the threshold for cultivating these 2 body techniques is extremely high. Without extremely terrifying enlightenment and enough patient time, it's difficult to get started, and it's also extremely difficult to cultivate to the extreme. However, these 2 conditions are not a problem for me. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinggan began to cultivate with full concentration. All of these arts were divided into 5 levels of realms, which were introductory, slightly successful, great successful, perfection, and ascending to the peak. He didn't have that much time to cultivate for the time being, and his cultivation level was still relatively weak today, so striving to be able to get started was enough. A month later, Lu Qinggan slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Very good. It's already in the introductory realm. That's not a bad rate of cultivation. That's still only if he's at the level of enlightenment pulling full stop. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that it would take years or even decades to get the 2 body techniques started. Cultivate the sword technique below. Enhance your combat power. Lu Qinggan picked up the other 2 secret disciplines. As the strongest sword Dao force in the mortal world, the Sword Void Valley could be said to have utilized the 2 sword techniques to the extreme. These 2 were also precisely the strongest sword techniques of the Sword Void Valley. The 2 sword techniques that Sword Sengtian was most skilled in. They are Heavenly Jade Sword Intent and Void Sword Shadow. Heavenly Jedi Sword Intent. With a powerful sword intent at its core, it is able to gather the sword chi of heaven and earth into one place in an instant, forming a devastating attack. This sword technique is not only powerful, but it can also deter the enemy's spirit and weaken the opponent's fighting strength. This sword technique is used for frontal strong attacks and can defeat any enemy in a very short time. It belongs to as a great move type sword technique, storing up power for a single strike. It explodes with a terrifying power that exceeds one's cultivation level or more. Lu Qinggan liked the sword technique and would have to practice it later. Anyone who enjoys playing the game knows what the big move is all about. Just hold back the big move, and victory or defeat is a matter of moments. Void Sword Shadow. This sword technique uses the void as a guide, combining the sword art with the power of space, allowing the practitioner to cut out countless sword shadows in the void, blocking off all escape routes for the enemy. Once the sword shadows lock onto the target, unless the target shatters space, they cannot escape. It keeps holding the enemy at bay. The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth rose again. This sword technique is used to block the enemy's path of retreat, trapping them within a certain range for a fatal strike. It is a move that is a continuous blood drain. Ha ha, this move is a bit disgusting and torturous, but I like it. Lu Qinggan couldn't wait to give Jin Sengtian a thumbs up through the air at the moment. The things that were picked out for him were especially suited to his temperament. It's just that these 2 sword techniques aren't that easy to cultivate, and Big Brother even made a point of hinting on the introduction of the secret book that it's no longer a matter of being able to cultivate with a high level of enlightenment, but rather, it depends on whether or not the cultivator himself has enough talent in the sword path. Lu Qinggan thought about it and hurriedly took out his golden immortal sword and held it in his arms. Dabble with the sword. Maybe it helps to practice. Under the effect of the metaphysics, he drove his chaotic body to the extreme and once again concentrated fully on cultivating the two sword techniques. What surprised him was that these two sword techniques were so easy to cultivate. It was as if these two sword techniques were created by him, and he could learn them as soon as he did. In less than half a month, he stopped. It seems like what Big Brother said is a bit false. It's not that hard. Or maybe, it's that Mai is extremely gifted when it comes to the way of the sword? The so-called swordsman? Ha ha. In less than half a month, he had already cultivated to the introductory realm. Cultivate for another half a month. Let's see if we can enter the minor accomplishment realm. So, Lu Qinggan spent another half a month. Then he was happy. The realm of minor accomplishment was reached. Is it that simple? Or, is it related to this immortal sword? Lu Qinggan was really happy. At this moment, Jian Tsangtian, who had just returned to the Sword Void Sacred Sect's main peak cultivation ground not long ago, suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? He rubbed his nose. Then the corners of his mouth turned up as he took out the immortal sword that Lu Qinggan had given him and began his daily routine. Rub the sword. After polishing the immortal sword to a coarse shine, Sword Tsangtian was then satisfied and began practicing with the sword. Now that I have cultivated both sword techniques to the peak of perfection realm, but I have been delayed in entering the realm of ascending to the peak, and I don't know if I can reach it in my lifetime. Jian Tsangtian had cultivated these two sword techniques for his entire life, and belonging to the genius of the sword path, he had more than enough. He still felt almost talented. I also don't know how talented my little brother is in Sword Dao. Although he carries a chaotic body, his Sword Dao talent is not necessarily very high. It depends on how long it takes for him to cultivate the two sword techniques to the introductory realm, and if he reaches the peak introductory realm within 10 years, his Sword Dao talent will be better than mine. This was also the reason why he didn't make a point of instructing Lu Qinggan on how to cultivate the two sword techniques after handing them over to him. It was to see how long it would take Lu Qinggan to touch the threshold of the initiation realm. When Lu Qinggan touched the threshold, he would naturally come to ask him for advice because the two sword techniques were too difficult. At that time, he would be able to roughly assess Lu Qinggan's talent for Sword Dao, or when the day of that so-called genius cut arrived, he would be able to tell a thing or two from Lu Qinggan's moves. Chapter 64. Isn't this sword technique quite simple? After cultivating the sword technique to the small completion realm, Lu Qinggan saw that there was still plenty of time left. With 4 months left, then it was highly likely that he would be able to cultivate all of the secret books by the time the time cultivation pagoda ceased to function. Lu Qinggan then picked up two special attack secret methods. They are the 9 Heavenly Thunder Punishment Technique and the Sun-Breaking Yin Yang Palm. The two special attack secret arts were the topmost attack secret arts in the mortal world, drawing the aura within a certain range through the aura in the body and condensing it into a powerful attack. These jutsu were extremely consuming of aura and spiritual energy. Moreover, the two secret techniques could only be used once each for a short period of time. These two secret techniques are both wide-range attack techniques. One is to quickly draw on a piece of thunder law and unleash a terrifying thunder attack towards an area. The other is to instantly coalesce a huge yin-yang divine palm above the enemy. Coalescing out that moment, the middle of the palm print has an extremely strong absorption force, covering the range of the enemy. It is almost difficult to escape. Both of these techniques were extremely in line with Lu Qinggan's mind. It was simply his dream love spell. All of them belong to the group destruction technique. After practicing them, when I encounter others besieging me, I will be able to cope well. Big Brother really did pick them out for me. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and once again entered a state of concentration, pulling his enlightenment to full capacity and beginning to cultivate. Strive to cultivate these two techniques to the introductory level as well, preferably to the minor achievement realm, before fighting that immortal reincarnated child. Luing had said that the child was most likely the reincarnation of an immortal from the immortal realm's corpse-walking sect, and could drive corpses, which could be numerous. Then these two jutsu attacks, being able to deal with them perfectly, was nothing short of awesome. When the time comes, a dozen of them won't squeak. Time passes quietly. He forgot about time for a while and was completely immersed in cultivation. I don't know how long it was before his body suddenly shook and a strange bell sound inexplicably appeared in his mind. The bell sounded as if it came from beyond the heavens, carrying a deafening Dao sound that entered his ears, entered his mind, and finally shook his entire body. Lu Qinggan entered into a metaphysical state at this time. All thoughts inside his mind seemed to stop and time lost its meaning. He felt as if he had merged into the earth and sky, his body disappearing, and his entire being turning into a wisp of fresh wind, gently brushing over the mountains, rivers, grass and trees. And soon, he stopped above a thundercloud, only to see that it covered 10,000 miles. Endless thunder flashed, swam, and vibrated in it. and a heaven-destroying aura covered the heavens and earth. Boom! Uncountable thunder struck towards the ground, and the entire heaven and earth was covered in thunder. The image was extremely spectacular, causing Lu Qing'an's heart to be shaken. Then, the image in front of his eyes shifted and he came to the sky dome beyond. Extraterrestrial vacuum. A huge sun and moon appeared before him. Boom! In the next moment, highly shocking images appeared. A large golden handprint that was difficult to see the extent of suddenly appeared, violently grabbing the sun and the moon, and horrifying might erupted at the center of the palm. The heavens and the earth were plunged into endless darkness. Once this image passed, Lu Qing'an's eyes snapped open. He felt like he was having a dream as he quickly looked around. He was still inside the cultivation space of the time cultivation tower, and when he looked up at the sky, he realized that clock still had 60 days left to count down. 2 months had passed since he had cultivated these 2 special attack secret techniques. Just now, what state was that? He hurriedly checked the progress of his cultivation of the 2 secret techniques. Then to his horror, he realized that he had actually inexplicably cultivated the 2 secret techniques to the great accomplishment realm. Day Sung Ah. I clearly just entered the initiation realm not too long ago. How did I directly cross over the minor achievement realm to the major achievement realm? Lu Qing'an was extraordinarily shocked. It must have been caused by that state just now. That state just now. Could it be an epiphany? Epiphanies could come and go. And when he looked at the system's description of the chaos body, it said that the chaos body had a greater probability of entering into an epiphany than others. Good lord, if I can enter the state of epiphany often, wouldn't I be clueless? It's awesome. According to the description of the secret book, if one wanted to cultivate these 2 secret techniques to the introductory realm, the heaven's pride would also have to take years as a unit. If one wanted to cultivate to the great achievement realm, it was even more in terms of decades. He, on the other hand, took less than 2 months. The De Chang realm is enough for the current me. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and looked up at the countdown again. There were still the last 2 months left. That should be enough for him to finish cultivating the last 2 life-preserving secret techniques as well. The corner of his mouth curved into a nice curve. Then he began to enter the final sprint time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The time repair tower stopped functioning when its time was up, and Lu Qing'an was also sent out of the cultivation space of the time cultivation tower in the blink of an eye, appearing inside the room. The time cultivation pagoda, which was suspended in the air and emitting a golden light, dimmed in the next moment and fell from the air. Lu Qing'an casually caught it, then gently stroked it. It's good to have you. It's just that you eat too many spirit stones, but when I complete this following quest again, I'll have another 500,000 spirit stones to feed you, and with that treasure sense numinous bead, you'll also be able to continue earning spirit stones from the system. Lu Qing'an put away the time cultivation pagoda and saw that it was dark outside, so he didn't bother to go out, emptied his mind and had a beautiful sleep. During the 6 months he spent in the time cultivation tower, he almost always took time to sleep a little. After you reach the period of repudiation, you cannot eat or drink, but you have to sleep for more than half an hour every day if you want to stay in the most perfect state. A night without words. Early the next morning, Lu Qing'an woke up in good spirits. Comfy. He felt energized. Right now, he possessed a Pioneer Valley first-level cultivation and was also armed with various art battle techniques. This sense of adequacy gave him a full sense of security. It can be a great experience for the mind and body. Leaving his room, Lu Qing'an realized that his parents and others were already eating breakfast at the main hall. Finished practicing? Mother can't be bothered to go and call you when she sees that there's still a no disturb note hanging on your door, Xin Yue'er said. Now she didn't even dare to go in and out of Lu Qing'an's room as she pleased. Lu Qing'an revealed a cute smile that belonged solely to a child and said, well, it's quite rewarding. Lu Wuwei and the others were all staring at Lu Qing'an at the moment, and the first thing they did was check Lu Qing'an's cultivation. Seeing that there was no change in Lu Qing'an's cultivation this time, the expectations in their hearts were dashed. Thought another night had gone by to raise a few more major realms. Little brother, it's time to go. At that moment, a silhouette flashed out of thin air. The person who came was none other than Jin Sungtian. He had just received a transmission from Su Shang, saying that he had penetrated into the interior of the Purple Shao sect and had gotten hold of a lot of important internal information. They can go forward. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up when she heard this. By the looks of it, this mission of his will be accomplished. So Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Ying. Sister, let's go. Lu Ying had already stood up, a smile hanging on her vermilion lips as she said, let's go. Where are you going? No breakfast? Lu Wuwei asked. Jin Suntian laughed. You guys eat, and come back for a drink when you're done. Lu Wuwei immediately smiled and said, great nephew, you can't leave in the middle this time. Accompany you guys to have fun. Jin Sungtian said. Jin Sungtian brought along the two of them. Lu Qinggan, and quietly left the Lu family, flying in a direction. He tried to be as stealthy as possible on this trip and did not use the flying treasure flying boat to prevent being discovered by other Holy Land ancestors who set up ambushes on the way. Unsurprisingly, the other Holy Lands must have buried a lot of eyes in the vicinity of their Sword Void sacred sect, and traveling too ostentatiously would surely draw the attention of the other Holy Lands. Only after quietly flying out of the Sword Void sacred sect for a certain distance did Jin Sangtian slow down a bit and look at the duo of Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying, who were being carried by himself in flight. Is this flying speed still acceptable? Jin Sangtian asked with a smile. Both men nodded. Junior brother, did you look at those 2 swordsmanship books last night? Seeing that he was bored on the way, Jin Sangtian simply tried to ask Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan nodded after hearing this. Tried to cultivate for a bit. Oh, then what do you think of the difficulty of the 2 sword arts? Jin Sangtian asked with a smile. Lu Qingyan truthfully said, the difficulty is okay. It feels quite simple. Chapter 65, brother, can you calm me down? Pretty easy? Jin Sangtian looked dumbfounded for a moment, then stared at Lu Qinggan strangely. Did you really practice the sword technique I gave you? Heavenly Jade Sword Intent and Void Sword Shadow? Really? Then do you think the Heavenly Jade Sword Intent is simple, or the Void Sword Shadow is simple? Sword Sangtian followed up with a question with a mindset of trying. He had practiced these 2 sword techniques for his entire life and knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate them. With his sword seed talent, he had cultivated for his entire life before he was able to cultivate the 2 sword techniques to the consummate realm. And now that just a little more than a night had passed since he had handed over the 2 swordsmanships to Lu Qingyan, he estimated that Lu Qingyan had just finished reading one of the swordsmanships. However, to his surprise, Lu Qinggan opened her big round and somewhat adorable eyes and looked up at him, and the words that came out of her mouth made him wonder if he had heard wrong. It's all easy. I read the prompts you wrote carefully, big brother, and I really thought it was pretty hard. And after reading it, I thought it was okay. He truly felt simple. Perhaps these 2 sword techniques were really hard to cultivate, and he felt simple. Perhaps he was uncharacteristically talented in the way of the sword. You found both books easy? Then can you tell me what you gained after reading them? Jin Sangtian was even more surprised, gazing at Lu Qinggan, but Lu Qinggan's big eyes were full of luster. Unlike a lie, perhaps Lu Qingyan really had already finished reading the 2 sword arts and had his own opinion on them, but he should not have attempted to cultivate them. So he just asked Lu Qinggan if he had any luck. Lu Ying's eyes moved as she watched this scene. With her understanding of Lu Qinggan, if Lu Qinggan was truly in existence above the immortal realm, then it was possible that the mortal world swordsmanship, as difficult as it was, would quickly grasp the theory of the technique. Certainly the probability of getting started straight away in one night seems unlikely. Lu Qingyan's small face revealed a flash of soulful smile and said, the harvest is not too much. It's just that I've practiced it once and I'm already able to perform it. Big brother, do you want to take a look at it? And give me some pointers along the way. What? Being able to cast it? Jin Sangtian's expression changed and his face instantly turned red. He got excited. What does it mean to be able to cast? That is the initiation. At the entry level, the biggest sign was the ability to perform sword techniques with a certain amount of power. Are you sure? Jin Sangtian's breathing gradually accelerated as he suspected that Lu Qinggan was joking with him. This is so shocking. It had only been a night's time that had passed, and if he could reach the introductory realm, he would simply be invincible. He simply couldn't imagine how talented the sword Dao had to be in order to achieve such an accomplishment. Okay. Lu Qinggan smiled. Which sword technique? Jin Sangtian directly stopped his flight and found a quieter part of the sky, bringing Lu Qinggan and the 2 of them to hover motionless. Lu Ying was also staring closely at Lu Qinggan at the moment, which was a bit scary when it was really initiated. Lu Qinggan returned. 2 doors. Sword Cthulhu. Introduced to both sword arts? If you have cultivated both disciplines to the point of initiation in one night, then wouldn't I have cultivated all the sword paths I have practiced over the years to the point of being a dog? Little brother. You can't bluff big brother me, huh? You see, I'm also old. Don't look at my high cultivation. In fact, this place of mine is easy to be shocked and easy to faint. Jin Sangtian stared at Lu Qinggan and pointed at his heart. At the moment, he suspected that Lu Qinggan was joking with him. Kid jokes are pretty scary sometimes. Of course, there was definitely nothing wrong with his body. He was just making up an excuse so that Lu Qinggan wouldn't lie to him. Lu Qinggan said, naturally I won't. Don't believe me. I'll perform it once for you, big brother. And by the way, you'll give me some pointers to see what else I haven't done well? Good. You cast it once. Big brother, I'll show you. Jin Sangtian held his breath and also drove his cultivation, causing his heart to beat a little slower as he quietly looked at Lu Qinggan. He wanted to see if his little brother, who possessed a chaotic body, would really be able to cast it. If it really came true and reached the introductory realm, Then he had nothing to say. In the future, don't be complacent about your kendo talent of being a sword breed. He's a maggot in the sewer. Years of cultivation have gone to the dogs. Lu Ying was also watching quietly. Seeing that the two were so serious, Lu Qinggan had no intention of hiding it. With Jian Sangtian's knowledge of these two sword techniques, he might actually be able to give him a bit of advice. And then he would be able to improve his sword techniques a bit and be a bit stronger. He took out his golden immortal sword, and the moment he held it, the aura on his body instantly changed. Ever since he had cultivated the two sword techniques, he had realized that his entire being felt different when he held a sword. When you had a sword in your hand, it was as if you had several layers of buff stacked on your body. When Jian Sangtian saw this scene, his eyes violently doubled in size. Nice guy. Swordsmanship? This really cultivated the heavenly Jedi sword intent? Lu Qinggan decisively operated his sword technique, and the immortal sword in his hand suddenly shone with golden light, while the aura in his body was rapidly surging towards the immortal sword. At the same time, the aura around him condensed towards him at an extremely fast speed. After roughly 3 breaths of time had passed, Lu Qinggan fiercely let out a low shout and swung his sword with all his might towards the front. Jabla! A terrifying sword aura flashed toward the front. Wherever it passed, the air was split and the void shook, vaguely giving the illusion that it was going to be cut in half. The sword blade was extremely fast and covered a wide area, and in the blink of an eye, it had already swept into the sky. They were already in the air with quite a few clouds, and after this sword, the distant clouds were directly split in half. The scene was spectacular. Lu Qingyan immediately felt that half of the aura in his body was missing. Then he turned to look up at Jian Sangtian and asked, "Big brother, what is it?" Jian Sangtian didn't reply. There's no way around it. He admits he's been a dog all these years. Lu Ying didn't speak at the moment either, pursing her lips, only feeling her mouth dry. What? Lu Qingyan saw that Jian Sangtian didn't say anything and asked again. Jian Sangtian's brain felt like it had been struck by thunder when he saw the powerful sword intent and aura condensing from Lu Qinggan's body, and he was directly confused. Now that Lu Qinggan had finished, he felt even more like his brain had lost its ability to function and went down in the past. He had just thought that if his little brother could cultivate a sword technique to the introductory realm, then all his years of hard work would have been cultivated to the dogs. I didn't realize that it wasn't the ING entry-level realm. Instead, it had gone straight to the minor accomplishment realm? Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? What kind of kendo talent is this? Little brother, I have nothing more to say, so start your next act. Jian Sangtian took a deep breath. The waves churning in his heart were still difficult to calm down. He could only take his time, and all he could say now was for Lu Qinggan to start demonstrating the next sword technique. Lu Qingyan was obedient and decisively used the remaining half of his spiritual chi to use the second sword technique, Void Sword Shadow. In a blink of an eye, countless golden sword shadows appeared in front of them, covering a 10-foot radius. The sword shadows flashed in unison, strangling in that covered area. In the empty sky, the air was bared by the countless sword shadows slicing through it, and if a person were to enter it at this time, it was highly likely that they would be instantly sliced into countless pieces. When the aura in his body ran out, Lu Qinggan stopped, a little sweat seeping out of his forehead. He put away the immortal sword in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his small hand. Still feel a bit overwhelmed. I have to continue to improve. Big brother, you help give some guidance. Jian Sangtian's throat rolled when he saw Lu Qinggan's orally glowing eyes staring at him, as if he really wanted to find some advice from him. Little brother, can you stop talking and leave me alone? For the first time in his life, he wanted to be quiet. Don't ask who Jing is. He just wants to be quiet. Chapter 66, Magical Disguise Ability. After being quiet for a while, Jian Sangtian looked at Lu Qinggan, who really wanted to get some guidance from him, and helplessly said, Little brother, there is only one thing you need to do, and that is to leave others alone and just practice on your own. What can I tell you? This speed of your cultivation, one night to catch up with my hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation progress. I can teach you what when I compare myself to you, I'm starting to wonder if I'm a loser. It's really a man who has to be thrown. The more he thought about it, the more Jian Sangtian felt that his heart was unbearable. What exactly has one been doing all these years? According to this cultivation speed of Lu Qinggan, would it not take a year to catch up with him? This was already the minor achievement realm, so entering the major achievement realm and then the perfection realm didn't seem too difficult. Thinking back to Lu Qinggan's expression earlier when he said that the two sword techniques were not difficult and quite simple, Jian Sangtian simply wanted to slap himself to death. Lu Qinggan blinked. Alright then. At this moment, Lu Ying's expression and state of mind were also the same as Jian Sangtian's. It only felt like her lungs were filled with pressure, like there was a sharp substance present inside, making it difficult for her to breathe. Sure enough, it was an existence above the immortal world. A small handful of plays directly screwed the top existences in the mortal world directly into skepticism. She had personally seen Lu Qinggan receive those secret books from Jian Xingtian yesterday, and now that only one night had passed, he had actually cultivated them to such an extent. This kind of sword Dao talent was unmatched even in the immortal world. It was simply appalling. Junior brother, you can practice your sword more in the future. You should be extremely gifted in the way of the sword. It must be higher than me anyway, and your achievements in the future will surpass mine by a lot. As for the other art moves, just take the time to practice them. Jian Xingtian still gave his opinion. Possessing this kind of sword Dao talent, one certainly couldn't waste their energy elsewhere. As long as one cultivated the sword technique to the highest level, then one sword could break all laws. Cultivating other moves wasted time, not to mention not being very useful, and it was unlikely that the other moves were better cultivated than these two sword techniques. Lu Qinggan looked odd when he heard this. He had cultivated both attack secret techniques to the grand completion realm. Looking at Jian Xingtian, who seemed unwilling to talk about it any further, his expression filled with self-doubt. He didn't say much more and just nodded his head obediently. Okay, I'll listen to my big brother. Jian Xingtian took a deep breath. Alright then, let's continue our journey. The three of them set off once again, flying in the direction of the Purple Shao sect. After about an hour, Jian Xingtian slowed down, and when they stopped, they had arrived in front of a spiritually dense mountain gate. First class sect, Purple Shao sect. After Jian Xingtian reached his destination, he suddenly released the aura of his peak transitional juncture cultivation. In an instant, the entire Purple Shao sect was silent. Subsequently, countless figures quickly flew out from the depths of the sect. At the head of the group was none other than the Purple Shao sect patriarch Huang Shao, who had personally gone to the Lu family that day to take in a disciple. Huang Shao saw Jian Xingtian at a glance, and his body immediately shook, his heart trembling with fear. How did this being come to their clan? This was one of the top 10 strongest people in the mortal world, and with an immortal sword, one person could destroy their entire clan. Huang Shao shivered, and his gaze fell on Lu Qinggan at this time. He couldn't help but recall the scene not long ago when he had traveled to the Lu family to take in a disciple. Could it be that what he did at that time had upset this little lord, and this was to settle scores? When he thought about it, he really wanted to slap himself hard a few times. At that time, how could he have expected Lu Qinggan to awaken the chaotic body? He also formed a brotherhood with an existence like Sword Xingtian. Now that this matter had spread throughout the mortal continent, almost no one knew Lu Qinggan. And the scene of Lu Qinggan facing the 10 top peak transitional juncture powerhouses straight by himself was also written into a story by certain people, and was sung by storytellers in various restaurants, so it could be said that overnight, his fame resounded all over the mortal continent. Senior, welcome to your great presence. I don't know what your business is in coming here this time? Huang Shao was terrified in his heart, but didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent as he hurriedly flew in front of Jian Xingtian, his posture so low that he was close to kneeling on the ground. Jian Xingtian said with a bland expression, "My little brother has something that he would like to ask for your help." The uneasiness in Huang Zhao's heart eased slightly when he heard this. Not looking for trouble? Instead, ask them for a favor? It is our honor. I don't know what young senior's orders are? Huang Shao hurriedly turned to Lu Qingyan, and at this moment, he didn't dare to address him as he did before, so he could only make up a respectful title now. Lu Qingyan's expression was strange when he heard the words young senior. There are many people and ears outside. Lu Qinggan said blandly, "I'm sorry, I've slowed down the 3 honored guests. Please move inside. 3 of you." Huang Shao was busy leading the way. Soon after, several senior members of the Purple Shao sect gathered in the parlor hall, respectfully entertaining Lu Qingyan's trio. This was the first time Lu Qinggan had enjoyed such courtesy. At this moment, his gaze hovered between the 5 Huang Shao people, secretly guessing in his heart, who was their patriarch Su Shang? Only, no matter how much he observed, he just couldn't tell which one was the sovereign, and he couldn't see the slightest crack at all. Could it be that he's not among the 5? Lu Qinggan secretly speculated. Jian Xingtian gazed at Huang Zhao's 5 people and directly stated his intentions, as if he was ordering them to assist in finding that 3-year-old child. And as he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over the 5 people in the field. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. That child has already struck a deal with your Purple Shao sect, and has even become a genius that the sect is trying its best to cultivate. Jian Xingtian's words changed. His gaze contained a smile as he gazed at the 5 people playfully. Huang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Choices are important, and there are some paths that, once chosen wrong, can easily lead to nothing. Jian Xingtian's words were calm, as if he was chatting about family matters, but in Huang Zhao's ears, it was like a thunderclap, and a huge pressure instantly enveloped their hearts, pressurizing them to sweat. Lu Qinggan glanced at Jian Xingtian, and only then did he realize how terrifying Jin Sungtian was. In front of other Holy Land ancestors, Jin Sungtian gave off a relatively normal feeling, but in front of someone of this level, it was like a true god. These people are completely irresistible. Elder, that child is indeed within our clan. Behind Huang Xiao, an elder seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure any longer and hurriedly shouted. When these words came out, Huang Xiao and several other elders who were still hesitant were immediately startled. Oh, then tell me in detail. Jin Sengtian looked at the enchanting middle-aged woman with a smile. Senior, I know very little. Our patriarch knows more. This elder hurriedly returned. Then tell me what's going on. Jin Sengtian looked at Huang Xiao with a smile. Huang Xiao had already begun to doubt life, and couldn't help but look at his lover, cursing in his heart. You pussy, how can you just say that? I'm the one who has to say it. Am I not in a difficult position to ride the tiger today? He wondered if this guy was holding a grudge against him for his declining strength over the years and was going to use the opportunity to get back at him. Lu Qing'an's throat rolled when he saw this. Patriarch, you are really awesome. How on earth did you do that? Lu Ying also looked dumbfounded. This is true talent. Chapter 67 Reunion Trick Unleashed. Jin Sengtian gazed at Purple Xiao Sect Master Huang Xiao. The corners of his lips slightly raised as if he was a kindly old man scrutinizing his juniors, and he blandly said, "Do you have something to say to me?" Huang Zhao's heart tightened as he gritted his teeth and finally responded with a bit of bitterness. Elder, we have indeed taken in a 3-year-old disciple. It's just that I can't confirm if he is the person you are looking for. If that is true, then our Purple Xiao sect has absolutely no intention of offending and would like to hand him over to you. He knew that these existences acted decisively, and once the other party moved to kill, the Purple Xiao sect had no power to resist. That disciple was indeed somewhat bizarre and might be able to make the Purple Xiao sect rise in the future. But that was just an unknown possibility. If he didn't make a wise choice now, perhaps the next day the sect would be ushered into destruction. A cold aura flashed in Jin Sengtian's eyes. Unwilling to waste any more time, he was worried that the brat would escape after learning of the wind. So he said, "Lead the way." Huang Xiao sighed darkly, then with a companionable smile on his face, he led Lu Qing'an and the others to fly deeper into the sect. Soon, their group arrived in the void halfway up the main peak of the Purple Xiao sect. He's inside that cave. Shall I capture him out? Since Huang Xiao had already made his decision, he couldn't let the kid escape. Otherwise he would have to offend both sides. He can't afford to be angry on both sides. On one side was a supreme powerhouse that could instantly destroy the clan, and on the other side was a demonic youngster that could grow into a peak existence in the future. Jin Sengtian looked towards Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an said, "No need. Big brother, you keep an eye here. Just don't give him an escape. Leave the rest to us siblings. Think of it as an experience. You can't get anyone else to help with what comes next. Just be afraid that the system will decide that the task completion is substandard and not issue a reward." Lu Ying sniffed and nodded silently as well. The two of them slowly landed in front of the cave under Jin Sengtian's gaze. Be careful. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve, Lu Ying warned in a low voice. Lu Qing'an nodded, then signaled Lu Ying to break the door. Lu Ying held a sharp sword. Her cultivation of the first layer of the Yuaning stage was on full display, and with just a single stroke of the sword, she cut the sturdy cave door into 2 halves. Jin Sengtian nodded secretly as he watched the sword technique Lu Ying used. It really isn't mortal level, but it isn't much stronger than our 2 sword techniques. The 2 sword techniques he cultivated were extremely suitable for the mortal realm. Despite being an immortal reincarnated with memories of his past life, using the moves he used in his past life in the mortal realm would be extremely impactful. For one thing, the rules of heaven and earth were different, and when an immortal level sword technique was performed, it would attract the rejection of the rules of heaven and earth, so it had to be changed in order to exert its normal power. Secondly, if you use 2 powerful immortal level moves, your body will not be able to withstand it, and you will have to suppress the immortal level moves, and the final effect will not be as hardy as the topmost moves in the mortal world. After the door of the cave was broken open, Lu Qing'an and Lu Ying both felt a putrid odor coming from their noses at the same time, and their hearts were on alert. Lu Qing'an nodded. Kill in, or force him out? Lu Ying said. Find a way to force him out. Don't fall for his underhanded tricks. People from the walking corpse sect are not only good at manipulating corpses, their poison techniques are also excellent. Are you coming or am I? Lu Qing'an asked. You do it, Lu Ying replied. Lu Qing'an stopped talking nonsense and took out an ordinary spirit sword. This sword was borrowed from Songwan Air. He is not clear about the specific meaning of the system said without the use of external objects and external forces, can only try to follow the literal requirements to do. He decisively made use of the heavenly Jedi sword intent. After condensing for a moment, he launched his attack with all his might. In the next moment, a sword-on headed towards the interior of the cave. Boom! The entire cave shook a few times. The powerful might made the cave a mess. Seeing that there wasn't much movement in the cave, not to mention that no one had stepped forward to deal with it, Lu Qingyan began to wonder if the kid was still inside. Is there a possibility that they realized they were coming and slipped away early? He seems to still be in there. How about you make another move? Lu Ying suggested. She had just heard a movement. Lu Qingyan nodded his head and condensed his sword intent once again, while several spirit stones appeared in his hand, and the chaos body in his body operated rapidly, crazily absorbing spiritual qi. He was just about to make a move when he saw several figures sweeping out of the cave. These figures were all at the peak Yuaning realm in terms of cultivation. A 3-year-old child appeared inside Lu Qingyan's field of vision, escorted by these figures. This 3-year-old child was about the same size as Lu Qingyan, dressed in all black. His face was ironic, and when he came out, he glared hideously at the two of them, Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying. Sweeping his eyes to the sky, he couldn't help but growl. Damn it! To actually betray me! Huang Xiao saw this and shifted his gaze. The black-robed child gritted his teeth and looked at the peak transitional scarlet sky, but his heart was filled with despair. He originally thought that as long as he lurked in the purple Shao sect for a period of time and waited until he grew up, he would be able to sweep the mortal world, especially knowing that the mortal world is now the path of emperors. He even fantasized that he could become a mortal emperor, and then return to the immortal realm with the respect of an emperor, stepping onto the supreme path that was hard to reach even in his previous life. However, the dream had only just sprouted when it was mercilessly destroyed. Lu Qingyan stared at the child in black and saw that his body was wrapped in dead qi, hideous as a demonic beast, simply inhuman and unlike a ghost. This kid's talent isn't simple. He's about to break through to the light opening stage. He glanced at Lu Ying. Lu Ying nodded. It should be the secret technique of the walking corpse sect, and he has been able to manipulate 5 peak Yuaning corpses. I'm afraid it's a bit tricky for the two of us to deal with. Lu Qingyan swept his gaze over the 5 corpses, only to see that their clothes were tattered and reeked of a foul odor. Their shapes were withered, and their eyes were hollow. One of them was even missing an eye. It looks extremely creepy. All of them are at the peak of the Yuaning stage. Why don't you stall these corpses and I'll take care of that kid? Lu Qingyan proposed. The corner of Lu Ying's lips twitched. Do you think that I, an early Yuaning, can hold back 5 peak Yuaning? With that said, she glanced at the sky, the intent of which was clear enough. Have Lu Qingyan asked Jin Sangtian to do some favors to limit these corpses. Otherwise, with the strength of the two of them, it would be almost impossible to kill this kid. Lu Qingyan was a bit surprised. You're so weak? Aren't you an immortal reincarnated? Wasn't it said that a demon reincarnated as an immortal was able to cross the ranks and kill the enemy? Not in one great realm? Lu Ying was speechless. She would definitely dislike it when others said she was weak, but when Lu Qingyan said it, she didn't know how to refute it. Then you stall these 5 corpses and I'll kill him? Lu Ying asked helplessly in return. Lu Qingyan sniffed and nodded casually. Okay, I'll try. At this moment, the black-robed child seemed to see something, a flash of scarlet in his eyes. Those people in the sky don't seem to be planning to make a move. Good. As long as I can take down these 2, I still have a way to live. Give it to me. Knowing that this was the only way to survive, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and while Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying were conferring, he ordered the corpses in a deep voice to pounce on the 2. However, before the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in the next moment, only to see a terrifying thundercloud suddenly appear above his head, followed by a huge golden palm condensing in the air. Lu Qingyan pushed his chaotic body to the extreme and simultaneously executed 2 of his strongest attack secret techniques, the 9 Heavenly Thunder Punishment Technique and the Sun-Breaking Yin-Yang Palm at the Grand Completion Realm. Both moves are large-ranged attacks. The main hit is an inch long. The moment these 2 strongest techniques appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to be plunged into an apocalyptic plague realm. The child in black stayed where he was, his eyes full of confusion. High above the sky, Sword Sungtian, who was still bland just now, directly had his mouth slightly open at this moment. He's starting to want to be quiet again. Chapter 68, Second Kill. Special Harvest. Jin Sungtian realized that his mental capacity, seemingly without realizing it, had become more and more fragile. It was the first time in his life that he had met such a demonic genius in front of him. Originally, he thought that the pile of secret books that he had personally delivered yesterday, Lu Qingyan had only roughly practiced his 2 sword techniques, but with that shocking talent in the sword path, he had achieved results that even he was impressed by. However, it turned out that he had still underestimated this demon. It's really demonic. It's gotten to the point where it's inappropriate to be that kind of person. This is not going to let anyone else live. 2 of the most top-notch attack secret techniques in the mortal world, where a normal Heaven's Pride would need at least a few years to get started, he had only used 1 day. Moreover, On top of finishing cultivating the 2 sword techniques, he had also completely mastered these 2 secret techniques, and it wasn't just as simple as a successful initiation. Judging from the might that Lu Qinggan had exerted, this had at least reached the grand completion realm. Does this still allow other heavenly prides to live? Those demons who compete with him for the throne of the great emperor are destined for tragedy. A wave of helplessness rose in Jin Suntian's heart, as if he had already put a lid on the fate of those heavenly prides. What else is there to compare? Can talent and qualification compare to the chaos body? Is the speed of cultivation comparable? What's the point of fighting when you can't compete with anything? It would be better to just lie down and resign yourself to your fate. If it were him, the same age as Lu Qinggan, and also capable of having a place amongst the contemporary emergence of the emperor's path, he would have chosen to swing for the fences without hesitation. After all, after seeing Lu Qinggan's terrifying strength, he could no longer muster half a hope. Huang Xiao and a few elders stood respectfully to the left and right of Jin Sengtian at the moment. They were also paying attention to the battlefield below, and their emotions at the moment were even more taut than Jin Sengtian's. Even if Huang Xiao wasn't clear about the difficulty of cultivating those 2 special secret techniques, he could still tell what kind of power the 2 secret techniques that Lu Qinggan was casting out at this moment had reached. He originally didn't understand that the kid in front of him was only at the qi refining stage of cultivation not long ago. How did he actually break through to the pure valley stage in the blink of an eye? Now that he saw Lu Qinggan use his cultivation at the incipient valley stage to directly execute an attack with a power reaching the yuaning stage, he doubted his life. Is this the terror of the chaos body? Is this the strongest contender for the throne of the great emperor? This is not human at all. Luckily, he was in the Lu family. Disciples have convergence, but we're a little offended to the Lu family. Not today will be people have no? At the same time, he thankfully glanced at the enchanting woman behind himself and secretly thought, luckily there's you. Sort of help me make a decision. Look at Lu Qinggan to that kid out of the ruthless. Like there is a father murder and matricide. Ah. Boom. Thunder rolled down from the sky. At the same time, a huge golden handprint descended from the sky, fiercely gripping towards several peak yuaning corpses and that black-robed child. The terrifying might wrapped around the black-clothed child who was looking dumbfounded at the moment. These 2 attacks appeared too quickly, and it was clear that they had cultivated the 2 attack secret techniques to an extremely exquisite degree. So he didn't even have time to put up any resistance before he was already covered by the terrifying might. To the moment of his death, he still hadn't figured out what had happened. Why is he so unlucky? I originally thought that I had come to the mortal world where the emperor's path had appeared, and with a steady hand of development, I would surely be able to crush all the people competing for the emperor's path in the future. Now he hasn't even started to power up yet, and he's met this level of killing God? One has obviously not done anything yet. Ah. The unwilling cry of grief dissipated in the endless thunder with the obliteration of the black-clothed child. After Lu Qinggan finished casting the 2 strongest attack secret techniques, he only felt that his entire body's aura was instantly drained. The feeling made him a little uncomfortable. Cultivation is still too weak. Aura is simply not enough. He secretly pondered. Looking at the battlefield ahead, he vaguely guessed that the enemy should have already been killed. As the smoke cleared, he saw that the corpses of the peak yuaning still stood in their original places. Although they were damaged to varying degrees, they had not been completely obliterated by his attack. The kid in black was not so lucky. With the cultivation of the enlightenment stage, in these 2 secret method attacks that covered an extremely wide area, he was directly lifeless, completely dead. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Lu Qinggan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The sense nimbus and 500,000 spirit stones have arrived. At the same time, the host has killed the enemy who harbored murderous intentions towards the host. After a detailed assessment, this person's future achievements are extraordinary, and the system hereby adds an additional 500,000 spirit stones to the reward. Sure enough, mission accomplished. The reward has arrived. Moreover, the system had rewarded him with an additional amount of spirit stones. Very good. It would add up to 1,000,000 spirit stones. This meant that he could cultivate in the time cultivation tower for another year. Lu Qingyan looked at the corpses still standing in front of him. His heart was a little uneasy, unsure if these corpses would continue to attack people. He turned his head to Lu Ying and asked, with that kid dead, these corpses shouldn't attack people anymore, right? Lu Ying was still standing frozen in place at the moment, and only came back to her senses when she heard Lu Qinggan's words. Looking at Lu Qinggan, the shock in her heart continued to affect her emotions. This guy, it's so scary. It won't, she returned truthfully. Only then did Lu Qinggan nod his head in satisfaction and walked quickly towards the front. The first time he killed someone, there was surprisingly no distraction or discomfort within him. Perhaps it was because he understood that if he didn't kill this man, he might be killed by this man later, and even his parents might be tragically killed by him. And what's the first thing to do after killing someone? Of course it was to see if I could find anything good on this guy. After all, this was the reincarnation of an immortal, and it was likely that there was some kind of treasure hidden in his body. If you can't, it's not bad to find that secret method of controlling corpses. Of course, the chances seemed to be small. After all, they had all been reincarnated as immortals, and most of those powerful techniques had long been memorized in their minds, unless there were special circumstances that would result in a retranscription of the secret techniques they had learned in their last life. And that's what he's betting on as a possibility. He quickly came to the black-clothed kid's body and carefully searched it, finally finding a storage bag on the kid's body. After probing into his senses, his expression immediately became strange, and then he did not hesitate to put the storage bag away. Nice guy. What a nice guy. Lu Qinggan swept his gaze towards the corpse of the child in black, then looked at the several Peak Yuaning corpses around him. After cleaning up the battlefield, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked up to the sword Sungtian in the sky. Big brother, it's done. Let's go back. He couldn't wait to get back and scrutinize the loot. Jin Sungtian came back to his senses and arrived in front of Lu Qingyan with a flash, and didn't bother to say much to Huang Xiao as he brought Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying to leave the purple Xiao sect directly. Huang Xiao and the others then respectfully bid farewell. Soon after, the three of them returned to the Sword Void Sacred Sect. In the middle of the Lu family's main hall, the figures of Lu Qingyan's three people appeared. Big brother, I still have things to do, so I'll go and get busy first. Lu Qingyan smiled and said to Jin Sungtian. Jin Sungtian knew in his heart that Lu Qingyan must have found something good, so he nodded in agreement. Lu Qingyan walked quickly towards her room. What he found was a bit uncomplicated. He's never seen it. Chapter 69, Amazing Discoveries. After returning to his room, Lu Qingyan placed the storage bag he had retrieved from the black-robed child on the desktop and carefully took out two items from it, a shimmering parchment scroll and a fist-sized ball of strange light. The parchment scroll was inscribed with mysterious and complex runic patterns, exuding an arcane aura. When he gazed at it, it was actually a bizarre map. This seems to be a topographical map of the neighborhood. Lu Qingyan carefully recognized it and gradually identified it. It looks like the map will also be updated in real time, presenting the geography of the neighborhood in it. Meaning, wherever he went with this treasure, he could quickly present a map of the neighborhood? And these red dots, what exactly do they represent? Lu Qingyan frowned in contemplation. Thinking of all the strange things that the black-clothed child had done, he couldn't help but speculate, could there be corpses buried in these places? When you think about it that way, it seems to make sense. He shifted his gaze to the ball of light. The ball of light was milky white in color, and occasionally glowed with a faint spiritual light, as if it contained a mass of souls, which made one's heart scornful. He didn't dare to easily touch it with his divine sense for fear that he would be taken over, so he summoned the golden dragon to do some probing. The golden dragon was his contracted spirit beast, powerful beyond measure, not afraid of being corrupted by any external evil. Ever since he had made a contract with the golden dragon, he had been able to connect with its mind in his mind. The golden dragon circled around the ball of light before delivering the exact message. Only then did Lu Qingyan put his heart down and feel relieved as he boldly probed his divine sense into the ball of light. Instantly, countless memory fragments flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. These were actually the memories of the child in black. Almost all of them are memories of immortals. He took some time to digest the information one by one. Nice guy. I didn't expect this kind of harvest. Lu Qingyan could be said to have gained a lot after reading this immortal's memories. Through these memories, he had a preliminary understanding of the so-called immortal world. Although he had never set foot in the immortal realm, he already had a clear understanding of the landscape there at this moment. From this immortal's memories from his childhood, he also found what he was looking for, the secret law of the walking dead. It is also the most powerful tool of this immortal. Very well. Still got this secret method. Then I can control corpses from now on as well. This means looks evil and bizarre, but in reality, it is no different from the art of refining weapons. The so-called walking corpse is to refine the corpse as if it were an artifact, and ultimately turn it into a sharp weapon for both offense and defense. And he also found specific information about the two things the other party had left behind in this immortal's memories. That wool roll was a treasure, and the pattern that appeared inside was a map of the square miles. The red dots are the locations where there are bodies buried nearby. And this ball of light is what this immortal left behind. He felt that his reincarnated body was too weak and his talent was only average, so he utilized the devilish means he had learned in his past life and prepared to capture a child with even more demonic talent and take over his body after he had accumulated enough strength to control more corpses. This sphere of light, similar to Earth's document backup, using a special magic secret method, the memories were extracted and backed up in advance, so that only a suitable body could be found, and the body could be taken over directly. And not long after making these preparations, he heard that a child with a chaotic body had appeared in the mortal world, and, elated, prepared to find a way to seize the child and take over the child's body. He just didn't expect that the person would be gone before his plan could even begin to work. The drama is that the person who killed him was the very person he was trying to take over. Isn't that a coincidence? Lu Qing'an couldn't help but sigh with emotion, thinking that he was lucky to have this guy first, or else he would really be in a lot of trouble in the future. Also, this kid is something. When he was in the immortal world, he was actually so much higher in cultivation than Lu Ying, a peak immortal emperor powerhouse, still one of the strongest in the immortal realm's walking corpse sect. And he was still thinking of becoming an emperor in the mortal world. If we really give him the chance to develop, the possibility of claiming the title of emperor is really not small. He realized that the boy had an extremely amazing plan. After knowing that a great emperor had fallen in this mortal world, and that great emperor was still a great emperor with a chaotic body, he actually thought of finding an opportunity later on to go into that great emperor's inheritance land, dig out that great emperor's corpse, and refine it. Using the strongest secret method, he refined the corpse of the great emperor into his core walker. The core walker, equivalent to another of his bilocations, controlled by his consciousness. Most importantly, the corpse could be cultivated again under his control. In other words, if he really dug up the corpse of that chaotic body great emperor who possessed a chaotic body, it was equivalent to this kid possessing an additional chaotic body. Now does this count as me getting this guy's inheritance? As long as I learn all of his secret techniques, wouldn't I be able to follow his plan and implement it as well? This kid's plan was not just to be called an emperor in the mortal world, thinking that after obtaining the body of a great emperor who possessed a chaotic body, he himself would then be called an emperor in the mortal world, and he would be able to return to the immortal realm with the qualifications of a double emperor and double chaotic body. And through the memories of his last life, he quickly grew to become a peak immortal emperor powerhouse and dominated the immortal world. Very well. Your will. I'll inherit. The corners of Lu Qing'an's mouth grinned to the back of his ears. It just so happened that the Yaoqi immortal realm's old ancestor invited him to open that great emperor's inheritance. When he entered that place and found the corpse of that great emperor, the one who possessed a dual chaotic body and dual great emperor qualifications would be him. Isn't that invincible? Are the strongest in the immortal world awesome? You have to call him master when you see him. However, in order to refine that great emperor's corpse, one's own cultivation must also be at least at the transitional apparition stage. In other words, before going to the Yaoqi immortal realm, I have to hurry up and break through my cultivation to the transitional apparition stage. If he were to cultivate normally, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it, but he possessed the time cultivation tower, just by having a large amount of system rewarded spirit stones, not to mention breaking through to the transition stage in 10 years. He would be able to break through to the transition stage in less than a year. Just now the system also rewarded me with 1 million spirit stones, enough for me to continue cultivating inside the time cultivation tower for 1 year. By the way, I'll be able to cultivate this walking corpse secret technique. Right now, he couldn't refine corpses at the level of great emperors, but with his cultivation at the pioneer stage, refining corpses at the outbreathing stage and the divine separation stage was no longer a problem. You just have to be available to dig up the body and you can't refine it at home or you'll tend to scare your family. And this, Lu Qing'an's hand flashed at that moment, taking out the most important harvest from this mission. He had his heart set on the sensory rosary. The sense bead was a dark blue color, and there were hidden streams of light inside the bead, like water waves surging. The surface of the bead was as smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint spiritual light. It was currently suspended in the center of Lu Qing'an's hand, its surface occasionally flickering with subtle starlight, as if it had captured the emotional fluctuations around it. This sense bead had already recognized its master with Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an then directly followed the way of using the sense bead and began to use it. He input aura inside the sense bead, and before long, the sense bead transformed into a ball of light that surged unexpectedly into the palm of his hand. A wave of warmth traveled quickly from his hand to his heart. It finally stopped in his heart. This is exactly the right way to use the sensory rosary. Fused to his heart. As long as there was someone within 500 meters nearby who harbored murderous intent towards him, then he would be able to birth a powerful thought in his heart and sense the danger. There's just one drawback to this treasure. That's when there's a lot of people and you can't tell who's harboring murderous intentions towards him. And when within 100 meters and within only 5 people nearby, it was possible to quickly locate who had murderous intent towards him. It's been good, too. Here's a good way to see if any of these people at home are out of place. Family members most often cause people to let their guard down. He can't always defend his family. After counting the harvest this time, he walked out of the room. It was midday, almost mealtime. The family should just happen to be assembled. He came to the main hall. It was found that almost everyone was already present. Even Jian Tsangtian, Su Shang, and Song Wan'er were there. He held his breath and moved forward, carefully feeling the change in his heart. Chapter 70, Little Fiancé Trying to Kill Me? Lu Qinggan slowly approached the crowd, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. This beating was unusual, as if the heart was gripped by some invisible force, and the pain was clear and intense. His small face instantly became serious to the extreme. His footsteps slightly lurched, and his gaze quickly scanned everyone present like a hawk. At this moment, the crowd also cast their eyes towards him at the same time, and almost every one of them had a smile on their face, as if they were looking at their most beloved treasures. Lu Qinggan. Someone in his own family had tried to kill him. I knew something wasn't right. Lu Qinggan sighed darkly and was instantly on guard inside. His gaze swept between the people. Each face did not look like a forgery. Every person here. He did not want to kill Ah. Who on earth has a problem with trying to kill him? When Qinyuer saw Lu Qinggan suddenly stop, looking grave, her small face filled with worry, she couldn't help but ask softly, what's wrong? Lu Qinggan secretly shook his head. His face then changed and returned to its childlike appearance, softly saying, it's nothing. He sat down in the position he often sat in, and just as he took his seat, he unexpectedly realized that Zhang Yun Quixi had changed. Little Quix, this is awakening the immortal cultivation physique? Lu Qinggan asked. At this moment, he felt an icy cold and clear aura emanating from Zhang Yunxi's body, like a clear spring, crisp and transparent, permeated with a pure and extreme coldness. He had heard those people say last time that Zhang Yunkoi had an ice spirit body hidden within her body, and he was afraid that the changes she was experiencing today were precisely the manifestation of awakening this immortal cultivation physique. Yes, brethren, look. Zhang Yunqi's smile was as bright and innocent as the morning sun. There was a slight tremor on her body, and in the next moment, an aperture slowly emerged behind her, like a lunar halo aperture cast in ice and snow. The edges of this aperture shimmered with fine ice crystals, as if stars and snowflakes were dancing lightly in the breeze. The center of the aperture was permeated with a soft glow, just like the moonlight in the early morning, with a faint chill, but without losing its warmth. The aperture conceals a dreamy pattern, like a snow lotus blooming, or an ice butterfly flying. Every detail is exquisite and mysterious. Occasionally a few ice crystals condensed into a deer lightly leaped out, with childish fun and animation. At the moment Zhang Yunqi stood in the center, as if the ice and snow fairy descended. Lu Qinggan looked at the light in front of him with a somewhat subtle expression. This thing still does that? How is it still cute? Ha ha. Nephew Sword said that this physique of little Quix is not simple. It's not an ordinary ice spirit body. Rather, it is the ice spirit body after mutation. The specifics of how special it is has yet to be unearthed, but it gives him the feeling that it seems to be expected to catch up with the Nine divine physique. Zheng Qi was all smiles and springtime at the moment, as if he had just had a drink, and his entire state gave off a slightly drunken feeling. There's no way. His own little son-in-law is extremely evil, and his daughter is also outstanding. This kind of luck, anyone would be as happy as he is. Jin Singtian looked at Lu Qingyan with a smile and said, this little girl's physique is indeed not simple. No wonder she was able to make that change in the recognition prohibition in the first place. Cultivate it properly, and it might be able to help you in the future in the Imperial Path contest. What he said was true. This kind of talent was already enough to embark on the journey to the Imperial throne. Lu Qingyan's heart fluttered when she heard this. Could the person who tried to kill him be this fiancé of his own? As soon as this thought came out, his gaze at Zhang Yunxi became a bit more probing and defensive. However, Zhang Yunxi's gaze on him remained the same as before, her clear eyes flickering with a bit of starlight, as if she was looking at the idol of her heart, her small face full of anticipation, as if she was only waiting for him to praise a few words. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan could only satisfy this little guy's emotional value and said, little Quix, well done, cultivate well in the future. Zhang Yunxi sniffed and smiled, nodding her head like pounding garlic, and there was actually a flash of firm starlight in her eyes. She will definitely work hard behind the scenes to push Brethren onto the imperial throne. Lu Qinggan had just heard this, and in the next moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He knew that the system mission had come again, triggered a new task. Fiancé Zhang Yun Quixi cultivated a special technique. Short-term need to contract a matching demonic beast. Suggest that the host with the help of the special nature of the golden dragon, alone with his fiancé, the two together to go forward to find a suitable contract beast, and to help his fiancé contract successfully. Mission accomplished, reward the treasure Epiphany Bell, and 500,000 spirit stones. Ha! Lu Qingyan's eyes flashed. The Epiphany Bell? After experiencing an epiphany the last time, the marvelous feeling was still unforgettable to him. That was directly allowing him to cultivate the two powerful attack secret techniques to the grand completion realm. This Epiphany Bell was most likely a supreme treasure that helped people quickly enter the state of epiphany. Then with this, other secret moves, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the highest realm, the peak of Ascension Realm, at an extremely fast speed? Just this mission. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but study the mission. This quest gave him the feeling that the system was asking him to make a special effort to get on good terms with Zhang Yun Koixi, or even advance the relationship so that the two would eventually come together and become a divine couple. That's right, after all, it's a reversal system. The system won't just allow the host to get promoted, it will also allow the host to go and ally with more powerful people and get higher achievements. Then I probably know what this system is going to do in the future. It might allow him to make good relations with more powerful people, establish connections, or build up his own power, and from being individually powerful, it would eventually be transformed into the power of a whole. It was the only way he could stay strong. However, this mission came from 500 years later, when Zhang Yunxi was over 500 years old, and it was naturally nothing with Zhang Yunxi, but now Zhang Yunxi was still a child, so the nature of this mission he had to change. This mission could make Zhang Yunkoi admire him more and trust him just a little bit more. Of course, the prerequisite for helping Zhang Yunxi to find the contracted beast was that he had to make sure that the person who wanted to kill him was not Zhang Yunxi first. After all, the key to this mission was that he needed to bring Zhang Yunxi alone to find the contracted beast. Little Koix, come out with me for a moment. Lu Qinggan didn't want to waste any more time and stood up, walking towards the door. What are you going to do? Qin Yuer asked in confusion. Lu Qinggan smiled and said, this is a secret between little Koix and me. Okay, brother, and wait for me. Zhang Yunxi jumped out of the chair and jumped after him. The wide array of food on the table should have been her favorite, but at the moment, being able to go out with Lu Qinggan was clearly more important to her. The group of adults looked at the mysterious appearance of the two and just smiled at each other without paying much attention. Little brother might have discovered the special nature of the little girl's physique and wanted to study it carefully. Jian Sangtian guessed with a smile. Zhang Qi was also full of smiles. I really hope that these two children will grow up quickly and get married soon. Mother, what do you think? The middle-aged beauty beside him covered her mouth and smiled. How can one not look forward to it? Lu Qingyan led Zhang Yunxi away from the main hall about 100 meters away, and at that point, Zhang Yunxi was the only one in his vicinity, so he was able to quickly determine if Zhang Yunxi was the one who held murderous intent towards him. Brotherin, what are you trying to say? Zhang Yunxi smiled innocently, her little head slightly tilted as if she was a curious kitten. Lu Qinggan looked at her innocent appearance and couldn't help but take a few steps back because the heart-wrenching feeling was still there. Does that mean that Zhang Yunxi is the one who wants to kill him? Zhang Yun Koixi looked at this sudden change in Lu Qingdan. Her big eyes fluttered a few times, and countless question marks seemed to surface on her little brain. What's wrong, brother An? Chapter 71 Problems with Pro Sisters. Lu Qingdan's face was grave as he walked another dozen meters in the direction outside the main hall, then gestured for Zhang Yunxi to come closer. He suspected that the distance still wasn't under control. Sure enough, once they were more than 100 meters away from there, he didn't have that gripping feeling in his heart anymore. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yunxi, who had a bewildered face and a crooked head, and once again revealed a smile. Little sister Koix, Brotherin is planning to take you out for a trip in the next few days and find you a demonic beast contract to play with. What do you think? Determining that Zhang Yun Koixi was not the one who wanted to kill him, then this mission could begin to be prepared. This epiphany bell he truly liked. Moreover, this quest had 500,000 spirit stones in addition to the epiphany bell reward. It would allow him to cultivate inside the time cultivation tower for a while again. Really, I love raising small animals the most. Brotherin, did you see the bugs and little worms I raised last time? Zhang Yunxi's eyes flashed with excitement, acting very happy for her age. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but recall the first time he met Zhang Yunxi. At that time, she showed off to him with two pets. A green caterpillar with a thick thumb and a wooden box full of dirt, inside which was curled up a middle finger thick earthworm. Obviously such a cute kid. How come he's into all these weird little things? At that time, Jin Shoming was so frightened by Zhang Yunxi that tears and snot flowed wildly, and while he looked only 3 years old, he was actually quite old, so naturally he wasn't intimidated, just a little speechless. Let me help you find a more normal pet this time. Lu Qinggan laughed lightly. The key to the mission was that he had to take Zhang Yunxi alone to find a suitable contracted demonic beast and help her complete the contract. He wasn't sure how to find a suitable demonic beast with the help of the golden dragon for the time being, but the system hinted that the golden dragon had special characteristics and should be able to help him find one. Right now, the first step he needed to take was to make Zhang Yunxi learn the secret method of contracting demonic beasts, and for this matter, he could only ask Jian Sangtian. Let Jian Sangtian find an expert in contracting demonic beasts to teach Zhang Yunxi. With Zhang Yunxi's talent, it shouldn't be too difficult to learn this secret method. Is my pet abnormal? Zhang Yunxi blinked her big watery eyes and asked suspiciously. Also, Well, he really didn't know how to reply to this little ninny. After confirming that Zhang Yunqi had no problems, he brought her back to the main hall. At this moment, his gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone present, he suspected all over again, including his biological parents. He was skeptical. It wasn't really difficult to determine who had murderous intentions towards him. When lunch was over, everyone would naturally disperse, and then he would be able to locate these people one by one and determine who had murderous intentions towards him. After returning to their seats, the crowd began to enjoy their lunch. At this time, Jian Xingtian still didn't hold back and looked at Lu Qingyan with a smile, asking, "Junior brother, apart from those secret moves you showed, such as the body techniques and life preservation techniques, have you also cultivated your way into them?" Lu Qingyan didn't hide it and said bluntly, "All of them are initiated." Jian Xingtian smiled broadly and said, "Very good." Lu Wuwei and the others present were stunned at his words. Wasn't it just yesterday that the secret was given? Lu Wuwei then asked for details, and Jian Xingtian didn't hide anything, recounting in public what had happened not long ago. At that moment, the entire main hall was silent. Even Song Wanner, who was wolfing down her food, froze, staring blankly at Lu Qingyan, with some of the rice flowing out of her small mouth. "Ha ha ha, worthy of being my son, with the elegance of my youth." Lu Wuwei laughed boldly. "My son-in-law that follows me. Ha ha ha." Zhang Qi also laughed out loud, looking even happier than Lu Wuwei. Lu Wuwei sniffed and didn't bother to argue with him, and in a good mood, he turned his head to Jian Xingtian again and proposed another drink. Jian Xingtian naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Lu Qingyan interrupted them. All gathered together in one place. He can't very well tell who has murderous intentions towards him. "Father, let's drink it at night," Lu Qingyan said. Lu Wuwei sniffed and obeyed cheerfully. "Listen to my son. Father will drink again at night." "It's okay." Jian Xingtian laughed. Qin Yuer gave Lu Wuwei another blank look. "Every day you only know how to drink. I'm afraid that when the child grows up, he will also follow your addiction to alcohol." The lunch crowd continued to have a good time. After finishing, Lu Qingyan then secretly rubbed the crowd to go back to rest for those who rested and cultivate for those who cultivated, and they all dispersed individually. Instead, he pulled Jian Xingtian, Su Shang, and Song Wanner away in the first place, saying that he wanted to see them off. He had to rule out whether these three had murderous intentions towards him first. After all, these three had the strongest cultivation. The answer I got was that the three were normal. It was both reassuring and somewhat helpless in his mind. It means that the people who want to kill him are among the people he trusts and is closest to. "Big brother, do we breed demonic beasts within our clan? Are there many of them?" Lu Qingyan asked softly. He knew that many sects bred demonic beasts to aid in cultivation or combat. However, some sects did not breed a large number of demonic beasts, unless some special sects, such as the first-class sect Royal Beast Sect. Naturally, there are, but there aren't many of them, just 100 or so. "What? Are you planning to pick one head?" Jian Xingtian asked. Lu Qingyan was calculating in his mind, planning to first go and see if there were any suitable demonic beasts within the sect. If he could pick a suitable demonic beast for Zhang Yunqi, it would be even better, and it would also save him from having to go out again. If it is not there, you will only have to go to the outside world to find it yourself. As far as he knew, there were demonic beasts in the depths of many barren forests, especially in places where demonic beasts were prevalent, and there were many dangers. So he had to be prepared for everything when he brought Zhang Yun Koixi forward alone. "I'm planning to give Xiao Koix a contracted beast as a gift for her birth anniversary." Lu Qingyan's eyes flickered. He remembered that Zhang Yunqi's birthday was coming up, which was a good excuse. "Ha ha, your kid is young, but his mind is quite delicate." Jian Xingtian laughed and flirted, then said with a straight face, "If the demonic beasts within the sect are not as good as you would like, you can go to the demonic beast forest hundreds of miles away from the sect. The demonic beasts over there have a wide variety of species in different grades, so you might be able to find the one of your choice." Lu Qingyan nodded. "That's very good. However, big brother, you have to do me a favor first and find someone to teach little Koix how to make a contract with a demonic beast." "This isn't difficult. I'll do it." At this time, Su Shang smiled. Lu Qingyan looked at Su Shang and smiled, not realizing that Su Shang was so all-round. Other than that, Lu Qingyan didn't say much about his future movements, only waiting for everything to be ready before informing Jian Xingtian and the others that he would be bringing Zhang Yunqi to go out on his own, so that they wouldn't have to worry about it in advance. After the arrangements were made, Lu Qingyan sent the three Jian Xingtian away and returned to the main hall. At the moment everyone else went about their business and dispersed, Lu Qingyan took a deep breath. The next moment was the most tense moment. He had to check out the people around him one by one to see who had murderous intentions towards him. The first to be ruled out is, naturally, one's parents. At this moment, his mother Chinyue was in the kitchen, not knowing what she was busy with. The last time he found out that his mother could even notice that he had grown a few millimeters taller, he had doubts in his heart and suspected that his mother was not simple. It depends on the mother herself, if she really has a problem. However, if his mother really had bad intentions, she could have done it when he was young. There was no need to wait until now. When he got closer to the kitchen and met his mother, he found her experimenting with a new dish. What's wrong? Chinyue gently turned around and asked, a loving smile spreading across her face. Lu Qinggan breathed a sigh of relief. The sensory beads are not suggestive. There is no problem with owning this mother. Where's father? Lu Qinggan asked casually. He went back to his room to cultivate. What do you want with him? Chinyue asked with concern. It's okay, I'll go talk to him. Mother, you get busy. Lu Qinggan smiled and walked out of the kitchen. Should I make you some pastries? Chinyue asked in a soft voice. No need. Lu Qinggan waved her hand, left the kitchen, and walked straight towards her father's room. When he saw his father, he was speechless. Father! Lu Qinggan shouted, only to see Lu Wuwei looking nervously at the door while confirming that there was no figure of Chinyue. He then took out a bottle of wine from behind him and took a big gulp, letting out a satisfied sound. What's wrong? Lu Wuwei asked with a smile. Mother said that you need to cultivate, so you're putting aside here to secretly drink. Lu Qinggan said helplessly. Drink a couple sips before practicing. It's called relaxation. You can't tell your mother that she doesn't know I hid this bottle of wine. Lu Wuwei winked and admonished. Alright, you continue practicing. Lu Qinggan smiled and shook his head, then turned to leave. You're not looking for me for something? Lu Wuwei asked. It's fine. Lu Qinggan waved her hand, then directly headed over to Lu Ying's room. It's still relatively normal to have no problems with your parents. After all, if the two wanted to kill him, they would have done it long ago. His own sister, on the other hand, is a little harder to tell. Perhaps last time Lu Ying was trying to kill him, but for fear that he was hiding a card. He was simply trying a hand, not realizing that he really had the golden dragon as a card in existence. Lu Qinggan quickly arrived in front of Lu Ying's room, and just as he reached the range where the sense bead could give birth to his senses, he jerked to a halt. The gripping feeling appears. Nice guy, is it really you? Looking at the closed door of Lu Ying's room, Lu Qinggan's expression was grave. Chapter 72 Accidents. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and continued to step forward. He wanted to see if it was Lu Ying who wanted to kill him or if there were other circumstances. After all, the person inside the room was not necessarily Lu Ying. Of course the probability of it being Lu Ying was extremely high, but he would have to see it clearly before he could fully make up his mind. Lu Qinggan had just taken a few steps forward when she suddenly stopped, only to see the door to that room open and two people walk out. Lu Ying and Zhang Yanquix's mother, Lu Huan. Lu Qinggan's expression changed slightly for a moment, then his gaze rested on Lu Huan with great speed. He was a little surprised. At the moment, he was less than 100 meters away from the two, and there were only Lu Ying and Lu Huan around. Therefore, the sensory beads at his heart instantly recognized who was harboring murderous intent towards him. It's actually not Lu Ying, but Lu Huan. This turn of events made Lu Qinggan both relieved and secretly speechless. What's going on here? Again? This future mother-in-law. How do you want to kill him? Could it be that this mother-in-law is already different from before? What happened during the last change of heart and what powerful person took over the body? Or maybe it was an immortal reincarnation all along? However, if the situation develops under normal circumstances, this Lu Huan seems to have no effect on him, and after practicing the emotionless Tao, he left home. He did not have any interactions with Lu Huan, so it has something to do with Zhang Yunkoi? Not agreeing to the engagement and not wanting your daughter to marry him when she grows up? Or, did it have something to do with the fact that he had a chaotic body after the change? When the two saw Lu Qinggan, they both greeted him at that moment. Lu Huan still had a gentle smile on her face as she said, you're looking for your sister for something? Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Huan, who gave off the impression of being virtuous and gentle from start to finish, and with a strange heart, nodded her head and said, yes, good, then you guys have a good chat. I'll go back first. Lu Huan smiled. Lu Qinggan and Lu Ying nodded their heads, then watched Lu Huan leave. Turning her head, Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Ying and frowned. What did she want with you? If he hadn't realized that Lu Huan had a problem, he wouldn't have asked more questions. At best, he thought that Lu Huan might have some small matter to talk to Lu Ying about, but not today. This future mother-in-law of his is trying to kill him. Honestly, he didn't know how to deal with Lu Huan now. To him, there was no difference between Zhang Qi's family and his family anymore. Not only because Zhang Qi and his father were extremely close, but also because of the existence of a marriage contract between the two parties. Moreover, Zhang Yunquixi was powerful in the future and was a good help. Now this change of heart really killed him. If he didn't care, Lu Huan might keep looking for an opportunity to kill him. It's never good to leave hidden dangers. Of course, knowing that Lu Huan wanted to kill him, the other party didn't have much of a chance. With Lu Huan's cultivation around the foundation establishment stage in front of him, he could already only be considered a low-ranking cultivator, and had no power to do any harm. But just because the other guy can't hurt him, doesn't necessarily mean he can't hurt his family. But if he kills Lu Huan, there's no need for these two families to remain together, and Zhang Yunqi will even turn against him. He has one more genius enemy. Lu Ying walked toward the room and said, "Come in and talk." It looks like something important was said. After Lu Huan left, Lu Qingyan also carefully sensed the changes in his heart to make sure that there was no one within the vicinity who harbored murderous intentions towards him. It was also a sign that Lu Ying really had no intention of killing him. He breathed a small sigh of relief. This sister of his, while quite unpopular at times, really had no desire to kill him, and that was still good. Lu Ying closed the door to her room before she told Lu Qingyan about Lu Huan coming to find her. "I feel as if there is something different about her," Lu Ying said with a suspicious face. Lu Qingyan found a seat, and after hearing this, he also stared at Lu Ying and asked, "How is it different?" Lu Ying was also worthy of being a reincarnation of an immortal and saw something wrong. She hasn't approached me like that before, and when she approached me today, she seemed to intend to draw closer to me, but she didn't say much, the general idea being that she would support me, and if there was anything she needed, tell her, and she would certainly not refuse. When Lu Ying heard these words at that time, she felt that something was very wrong. Lu Qingyan fell silent when she heard this. Is this knowing that Lu Ying is the reincarnation of an immortal, so he's specially come to pull Lu Ying's strings, compelling Lu Ying to take a shot at him afterward? Or is it an early layout? Lu Qingyan said, "Since you think she's different from before, what are you going to do? Also, what is your guess as to why she has changed so much?" Lu Ying asked rhetorically. "Do you think she's different too? Or, has she approached you as well? What I'm going to tell you below, you have to keep it a secret from the outside world. Can you do that?" Lu Qingyan saw that Lu Ying was honest with him, and there was no need for him to hide it from Lu Ying. Perhaps with Lu Ying's advice, he could handle Lu Huan better. "Naturally," Lu Ying said, "she has thoughts of trying to kill me. Don't ask me why I know. I have my own way." Lu Qingyan finished speaking and carefully observed Lu Ying's change in expression. Lu Ying's expression changed slightly. Then she stared at Lu Qingyan and said seriously, "Are you sure? Then how do you plan to deal with her? How do you think it should be handled?" Lu Qingyan asked rhetorically. Lu Ying fell silent. Lu Huan was indeed different from before, and she wondered if the other party was like them, with a soul that was no longer in person. Or maybe, it's been that way since the beginning and just didn't show it before. If what Lu Qingyan said was true, then this Lu Huan really couldn't be kept, or there would be endless consequences. Keeping an enemy in the house, who knows when a hidden danger might erupt. Then like this? Lu Ying made a neck-wiping motion, a flash of viciousness in her eyes. She knew very well that Lu Qingyan was the root of their family's survival. If Lu Qingyan was gone and couldn't claim the throne, their Lu family would surely have no survivors under the siege of the immortal court. And she had been in the immortal world for so many years. It wasn't like she hadn't seen a lot of big storms, and she had killed quite a few people, so she naturally knew what to do at the moment to make the wisest choice. Lu Qingyan saw how decisive Lu Ying was and secretly lamented the decision-making ability of the immortals. But have you ever thought about how we will face Zhang Qi and Zhang Yunqi afterward? And how they will treat us? Or, are you going to kill them as well? Lu Qingyan asked calmly. "If you have any scruples, I will be the executioner. And if I do it, their father and daughter won't know who did it. Just leave the rest to me." Lu Ying was clear that Lu Qingyan and Zhang Yunqi had a great relationship, and she could also see that Zhang Yunqi's talent would definitely be a great help to Lu Qingyan in the battle for the Emperor's path. Then she could be the villain, clearing the weeds from Lu Qingyan's front path, making Lu Qingyan's path to becoming emperor a little smoother. Lu Qingyan looked at Lu Ying, pondered for a moment, and said, "Since she wants to come close to you, she naturally has a purpose. You listen to me. After that, pretend to be in more contact with her and get close to her, and see if you can find out the source of his murderous intent towards me. And if there's no solution, then you'll just go straight for it." He was also curious about what was going on with Lu Huan and wanted an answer. But if he couldn't find that answer, he agreed with Lu Ying's decision. You can't keep letting this hidden danger around. Just because it doesn't break out now doesn't mean it won't break out in the future. Lu Ying nodded directly. "Okay, I know what to do." She's also trying to figure out what's going on with Lu Huan. Chapter 73, Refining a Corpse. After talking with Lu Ying, Lu Qingyan handed over the matter of Lu Huan to Lu Ying, believing that Lu Ying would be able to do it for him as well. It was also from this moment that he fully trusted Lu Ying. the sense numinous bead is indeed good. Lu Qinggan left Lu Ying's room and headed for her own room. The matter of Lu Huan could be briefly put behind him, and now his immediate goal was still to continue to improve his strength and complete the subsequent tasks. Shortly after, he had to take Zhang Yunqi to contract a suitable demonic beast and was rewarded with the Epiphany Bell. He went back inside the room and released the golden dragon. The golden dragon still appeared in an arm-thick form, hovering in front of him. Do you have a special effect on other demonic beasts? In any way? Lu Qinggan directly inquired about Golden Dragon. The system told him to utilize the Golden Dragon to find a suitable demonic beast contract for Zhang Yunkoi. Then this Golden Dragon was designated to serve some purpose that he hadn't tapped into yet. The Golden Dragon's voice appeared inside his head. You actually have the ability to view the bloodline of demonic beasts and even hide it? Very well. It's done then. With the Golden Dragon's help, he would be able to find a suitable contracted beast for Zhang Yunqi. Zhang Yunqi had awakened a mutated ice spirit body, and finding demonic beasts that possessed a similar ice attribute bloodline should be enough. This task is not difficult. At most, it would require him to take Zhang Yunqi out on a trip alone to go through the demonic beast forest. So, it's still necessary to continue to improve my strength. And I've noticed that this system's quests all seem to try to let me complete the quests without the help of other people's strength. Nope. The quests enacted by this system are almost from 500 years later, and I, who have practiced the emotionless Tao, really don't have anyone I can rely on either. And the quests enacted by the system this time intend to allow my fiancé and I to warm up our feelings and promote the two of us to come together. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled, then directly took out the time cultivation tower. He prepared to practice the walking corpse secret method for half a day. After successfully cultivating this secret method, he would also be able to quickly refine the 5 corpses left behind by the black-robed child. This time, when you go out to the demon beast forest, you will also be able to have an extra safeguard. Moreover, the demon beast forest might also have quite a few human powerhouses who died and were buried under the land. Then he could just dig them out and refine them into attack weapons. The time cultivation tower floated in front of Lu Qinggan, and this time he decided to save some spirit stones and enter the 4th floor of the time cultivation tower. Driving the 4th level for a day would require consuming 250,000 spirit stones, yet he could stay inside for enough time to last half a year. Half a year should be enough time for him to finish practicing the walking corpse secret method. There was even a possibility that he could raise his cultivation level a bit in the meantime. Actually, the 4th layer is still much more cost-effective than the 5th layer, but it's the fact that the first 4 layers all have a limitation of having a cooldown time for use. Unlike the 5th layer, you can use it whenever you want, but it just consumes spirit stones. The first 4 tiers are all on cooldown. He had 1,000,000 spirit stones on hand today, so it was reasonable to say that if he all entered the 4th floor to cultivate, then he could enter inside 4 times. Spend 4 days and you can train in it for 2 years. This could be more cost-effective than entering the 5th layer. But these first 4 layers unfortunately had limitations, such as this 4th layer. After he had driven it once, it would be some time before he could drive it a second time. The cooldown is a 10-day period. Still, the price/performance ratio is pretty good. Lu Qinggan invested 250,000 spirit stones into the time cultivation tower. Then with a thought, he entered the time cultivation tower. The countdown clock appeared above his head in exactly half a year's time. He took a deep breath, drove his chaotic body, raised his enlightenment to the extreme, and began to cultivate the walking corpse mysterious technique. This secret method was an immortal level secret method, and the difficulty of cultivating it was quite a bit more difficult than any of the sword arts he had obtained. Even though his enlightenment had risen to a high level, it still took him 3 months to fully master this secret method. That's the good stuff. It's really much harder to cultivate. Luckily, I have time to repair the tower. After cultivating the secret method successfully, he took out the 5 peak Yuaning corpses. The rest of the refining process would also take some time, but with his talent and chaos body addition, this refining process would also save a lot of time. In about less than 5 days, he had already successfully refined these 5 corpses. He sat on the ground, and with a thought, drove the 5 bodies to make their movements. In the blink of an eye, 5 bodies lined up in a line in a standing position. Turn right, turn left, at ease, salute. 5 corpses, angle, degree, angle, degree, angle, degree, angle, degree, angle, degree. Report. The first commands were done perfectly by all 5 corpses, but when it came time to report the count, the 5 corpses stood motionless. These corpses are still a bit worse, not complete enough. I just don't know if that Chaos Body Emperor's corpse is complete enough. If it is complete enough, I can even control him to speak and be able to do any behavior that a living person can do. Ever since Lu Qinggan had hit upon the idea of that great emperor's corpse, he had been itching to hurry forward, refining the corpse of a great emperor into a core corpse. then he would be an unresolved existence in the mortal continent. The following time will be used to raise your cultivation. There are 3 months left, before obtaining the Epiphany Bell. He didn't want to cultivate those few sword moves either. After those reached the minor and major achievement realms, it would take a long time for those trick secret techniques to be elevated to a higher realm. The further you get to the later realms, the harder it is to refine. And when he got the Epiphany clock, it was different, relying on epiphanies all the time to improve. The speed at which he improved up was not the normal speed. Perhaps after entering the time cultivation tower a few times, one would be able to cultivate all the arts to the peak. Lu Qinggan carried out the spirit stones he had gotten from Jian Sangtian and placed them in front of him. Then he drove his chaotic body to the extreme and began to cultivate at full speed. Time passes quietly. A day passed outside. Lu Qingyan was also expelled from the outside world by the time show tower. His form appeared behind the bed and caught Toki Shota, who had fallen. At this moment, he could clearly see that a layer of runic light had appeared on the 4th floor of the time cultivation tower, and the word 10 had also emerged. It means that for the next 10 days, the 4th level is temporarily unavailable. The first 3 layers can still be used, and if you need it urgently, you can also go in to cultivate. It's still the 5th layer that's good. It's just that it consumes a bit too many spirit stones. Unless I have enough spirit stones. Wait, is the system saying that killing someone who harbors murderous intent towards me is the only way to get a spirit stone reward? Or, Lu Qing'an's eyes twinkled with light. Can a demonic beast do it? He was now the most dazzling existence in the Emperor's road journey and the most likely to claim the title of Emperor. So there were naturally many people who wanted to kill him. However, killing people is ultimately a bit of a pain in the ass. And after all humans are connected. For example, Lu Huan. If he wanted to kill Lu Huan, he naturally had to consider Zhang Qi and Zhang Yinshi. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, are different. Demonic beasts and humans were naturally in a hostile relationship, and when demonic beasts saw humans, they wanted to eat them directly. After all, to a demonic beast, a human cultivator was a great tonic. Then if he appeared in front of a demonic beast, the other party was bound to have murderous intentions towards him, and if he kills a demonic beast, does he also get the system's spirit stone reward? Then if this speculation could come true, he would be able to make a big profit back this time when he went to the demon beast forest. Chapter 74, Demonic Beasts. Lu Qinggan put away the time cultivation pagoda and saw that it was dark outside, so he chose to take a nap to ease some of the mental fatigue brought on by the long hours of cultivation. He slept until early the next morning. When he came out of his room, he had also gotten a good boost from this cultivation, and had already broken through from the first layer of the Pure Valley stage to the first layer of the Jindan stage. An entire large realm had been broken through. It was reasonable that the higher one's cultivation level went, the slower one's breakthrough speed was, but he didn't have this feeling. This was also attributed to his talent and the power of his chaos body. There should be no breakthrough bottleneck, at least in the short term. If it was someone else, they might have been stuck in a certain cultivation realm for quite some time before they could raise a small realm. For example, Lu Ying. With Lu Ying's condition of that body, the talent was still quite poor. Lu Qingyan arrived at the main hall. And at this moment, a group of people were once again gathered at the dining table. His arrival was again the center of attention. "Anur, you've broken through again." Qingnuer was surprised to see Lu Qingyan's cultivation change. The same was true for the others. Although this time it wasn't as shocking as the last time they saw Lu Qingdan break through from the Qi refining stage to the Pure Valley stage, it was still surprising enough. The corner of Jian Sangtian's mouth rose slightly. The last time he saw Lu Qingdan break through so much, he thought that Lu Qingdan had only broken through that once. But now it seemed that this kid should have some powerful means to break through consistently and quickly. As long as the battle power could keep up, the cultivation breakthrough could not be any faster. Lu Qingdan smiled as he came to the table and sat down, at which time Zhang Yunxi looked at him with a smile. "Brethren, I've already finished learning the art of contract from Grandpa Su." When Lu Qingyan heard this, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Yunxi more, then looked at Su Shang and said, "Really? It's only been a day." Su Shang was the one who started to find Zhang Yunxi yesterday, teaching the method of contract? Although he wasn't very clear on how difficult the law of contract was, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be that easy to cultivate. Not to mention that Zhang Yunkoi is just a 3-year-old, Su Shang said with a strange expression. "This little ninny's contracting talent is extremely exaggerated. I was shocked by her last night when I was teaching her. She actually can even contract unenlightened caterpillars and earthworms." Cultivators could generally only utilize the method of contracting to contract demonic beasts that had already cultivated. This little girl didn't know what was going on. She just listened to him talk about the law of contract twice, and then asked a few questions that he hadn't even thought of. And after he patiently thought about it for a while and gave this little girl the answers, This little girl surprised him with her practical actions. Directly in front of his face, he gave a green caterpillar and a finger-thick earthworm a successful contract. And because of the law of contract, these two small things that hadn't opened their minds actually possessed a certain amount of intelligence, belonging to us to continue to cultivate. These two kinds of pets can also step into the cultivation of a road. After Lu Qinggan heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yunqi one more time. She's not a reincarnation of a fairy, is she? She's just pretending? Or is it simply a gift? However, no matter if it was the reincarnation of an immortal or whatever, after 500 years, the system was able to bind him and Zhang Yunqi together, wanting the two of them to be married. Plus at the moment, he didn't feel any murderous thoughts here at Zhang Yunqi, so Zhang Yunqi was just fine with it. Little Quakes is really good. I'll get you some new snacks later, Lu Qinggan boasted about Zhang Yunqi. At this moment, Jin Chongming couldn't bear it anymore, staring at Su Shang with exaggeratedly large eyes, violently shrinking that snot back inside his nostrils with a fierce effort, and asked, "Grandpa, how come you didn't teach me? He wants to learn too." And, brother, and said he would give snacks. Hearing this, Su Shang looked at Lu Qinggan, seeing that Lu Qinggan nodded, so he bitterly said, "I'll teach you after eating." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." Jin Chongming looked at Lu Qinggan dryly after he finished speaking. Lu Qinggan smiled. "Don't worry, there's nothing less for you either." Only then did Jin Chongming let out a sigh of relief, and then continue to eat his breakfast with a fart. Lu Qinggan also ate his breakfast, during which he and Lu Ying beside him exchanged glances, and then the two of them unspokenly sneaked a look at Lu Huan next to Zhang Qi. Lu Huan is still like her usual self, giving off the impression of being a virtuous wife and mother, with a very gentle demeanor. After breakfast, Jin Chongming dragged Su Shang to learn the law of contract. It's just that Su Shang had some teaching and discovered the differences between people. "Grandpa, what do you mean by animal heart? Grandpa, can I cook and eat that animal heart?" "No? What about frying? What about deep frying? Stew it?" "Grandpa, this beard of yours is a little long. Can I pull it out?" "Grandpa, does your poop stink too?" Su Shang really can't teach anymore. At first, Jin Chongming was still quite normal, asking questions similar to the ones Zhang Yunqi asked last night, but the further back he got, the less focused he realized the bastard was. No more teaching. Who loves to teach who teaches it? Su Shang directly gave up, and after talking to Lu Qinggan, he directly slipped away. Seeing this, Jin Dishui had the feeling that the sky was the limit. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. He now sort of figured out what was going on with this kid Jin Chongming. This kid's perceptiveness is really quite scary. And it's not that he's not smart, but the things that this kid is interested in, he learns exceptionally amazingly. And the contraptions that he's not interested in, he's all kinds of distracted. It's one of those players who is a serious off-tracker. It's skewed in a particularly south of the sky kind of way. After resting for a while, Lu Qinggan came to Zhang Qi and Lu Huan to start his own operation, speaking out the fact that he was going to bring Zhang Yunqi to find a contracted beast. Zhang Qi naturally did not have any opinion after hearing this. Instead, he was also happy to see his daughter getting more promotion under Lu Qinggan's leadership, and repeatedly urged Lu Qinggan to hurry up and take Zhang Yunqi out. Lu Huan also smiled and nodded her head, looking gentle, but Lu Qinggan felt vaguely in her heart that she seemed to be somewhat unhappy, but whether she was happy about it or not, he was certainly up to the task. Thus, he directly took Zhang Yunqi with him and left Fengyang City, led by Jin Suntian. He first arrived in the middle of the Sword Void Sacred Sect's demonic beast farm, and before he left the house, he made sure that the golden dragon was hidden in a special form, in his sleeve, above the skin of his arm. If he lifted up his sleeve, it would definitely be visible to people that there was a golden dragon pattern on his small arm, like a tattoo adhering to his arm. This is another special ability of the golden dragon. Even Jin Sangtian did not perceive the golden dragon's aura. The golden dragon, who was in the outside world, would be able to sense the condition of the demonic beast's bloodline. Wow, it's huge. Seeing the hundreds of demonic beasts trapped inside the iron cage ahead, Zhang Yunqi quickly ran over. These demonic beasts were all very powerful in terms of cultivation strength. The weakest was at the Yuaning stage, and the strongest was at the out-of-body stage. The smallest ones were as big as calves, and the biggest one was like a small mountain. Moreover, each head's face was hideous, with scarlet eyes, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Even Lu Qinggan could feel a not-so-weak pressure in front of that strongest peak out-of-body stage giant wolf. He doubted the giant wolf would hesitate to pounce on him if he let it out of its cage. However, facing these demonic beasts, Zhang Yunqi was returning home to her furry little dolls in general. The big watery eyes were all starry. She quickly ran around the different demonic beast cages. If it wasn't for Lu Qinggan pulling her back, She would have even wanted to burrow inside the cage to pet these demonic beasts. It's really not scary at all. It's okay to not be afraid. After all, it's normal for a 3-year-old to have a brain missing a string, but this little ninny soon showed an even more special side, actually chatting with a demonic beast without a contract. Lu Qingyan looked at Zhang Yunquixi standing in front of that out-of-body stage demonic beast, chatting with that out-of-body stage demonic beast, and looked as if he was really chatting, and couldn't help but secretly spit. Now, this is not the contracted holy body? Sword Sangtian was the same. He really didn't expect this scene to happen. Chapter 75, Homeward Bound. Zhang Yunqi was tilting her head, happily chatting with that giant wolf at the out-of-body stage. And that giant wolf would softly wail after every sentence Zhang Yunqi finished in question she asked. The rhythm is clearly right on. One look is really chatty. After chatting for a while, at this time, Zhang Yunqi trotted to Lu Qingyan's front and gleefully said, "Brotherin, it told me that you are so handsome. Lu Qingyan, are you sure it really says that? Or, are you using this as an opportunity to curry favor with me? This little ninny, she's like this at such a young age. She'll be fine when she grows up. Ha ha ha." Lu Qingyan was happy in her heart. It also said that it wanted to become your contracted beast, asking if you could accept it. Zhang Yunqi added. Lu Qingyan laughed. "I haven't learned the law of contract yet. Forget it." Regardless of whether what Zhang Yunqi said was true or not, he would be happy to say something back to Zhang Yunqi. This little ninny is still pretty good at giving emotional value. That would be a pity. I see that it really wants to contract with you. After Zhang Yunqi finished speaking, she jumped and ran back, chatting with that giant wolf. Lu Qingyan then looked at Jin Sungtian behind him and asked, "Big brother, what is this situation with little Koix? Have you seen it?" Jin Sungtian shook his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen this kind of situation. Of course, I've heard that some people can indeed chat with specific demonic beasts, but that's only if they've learnt the beast language or have spent a lot of time with certain demonic beasts, like this little ninny. It's really the first time I've seen it." Lu Qingyan nodded slightly, and at this point, he also understood why Zhang Yunqi was looking for a suitable contracted beast 500 years later. This beast sentry talent is too powerful. Moreover, at that time, she might not only have only one contracted beast, perhaps she had contracted with quite a number of demonic beasts, but she had suddenly practiced some special technique, so she incidentally looked for one more contracted beast that just fit that technique. It's pretty good. Right now she listens to me, and it shouldn't change when she grows up, and then I won't just be able to get her to do things for me. I'll be able to get a bunch of demonic beasts to do things for me as well. Lu Qingyan was also thinking about that matter of Lu Huan at this time. In fact, he asked Lu Ying to go close to Lu Huan and find the reason first, but also wanted to give Lu Huan a little chance. If there was room for maneuver, he would naturally make both families feel better and not have secret grudges. Of course, if Lu Ying had done a good job, Zhang Yunkoi wouldn't have known who killed her mother. Perhaps, there's no need to kill her either. As long as she's imprisoned forever, that should also be fine. Lu Qingyan thought at this time. On the other side, after Zhang Yunqi finished chatting with that giant wolf, she continued to walk towards the other demonic beasts. While Zhang Yunqi was chatting with the other demonic beasts, Lu Qingyan followed inside this demonic beast field, secretly letting the golden dragon sense the degree of bloodline of these demonic beasts to see if there was any powerful bloodline that would be suitable for Zhang Yunqi to contract. The answer given by the golden dragon was no. The bloodline of these demonic beasts could only belong to the average. It seems that a trip to the demon beast forest is still necessary. Moreover, he realized that the demonic beasts here had no malicious intent towards him. Either it had been domesticated, or it was because of Zhang Yunqi, so his sense beads didn't change. If there was a demonic beast that gave birth to killing intent towards him, he would definitely try to behead it on the spot to see if he could obtain the system's spirit stone reward. After determining that there were no contracted beasts here that he wanted to find, Lu Qingyan left the demon beast farm with Zhang Yunqi. On the way, Lu Qingyan glanced at Zhang Yunqi and asked, "They didn't beg you to let them go?" Zhang Yunqi shook her little brain and said, "They eat and sleep well here. They don't want to leave." Lu Qingyan, on second thought, also felt that it was quite right. It's mixed up with the establishment, and the silly beast is gone. Lu Qingyan looked towards Jin Sungtian and said, "Big brother, I'm going to go to the demon beast forest immediately, so you take us there. The sooner you go, the sooner you return, the sooner you get your epiphany clock and the sooner you improve your strength." Jin Sungtian said, "Okay." That demonic beast forest wasn't far from their Sword Void sacred sect, and since he would be traveling with them, he wasn't afraid of any danger to the two Lu Qingyan. However, it wasn't long before this thought appeared in his mind, and after hiding his tracks and taking Lu Qingyan and the two of them to secretly fly out of the Sword Void sacred sect, he had a slight regret. You mean just take you guys over there and let the two of you experience in there by yourselves? That won't do. Jin Sungtian shook his head repeatedly. 2 3-year-olds, how could they be allowed to move around a dangerous place like the Demon Beast Forest by themselves? Even though Lu Qinggan possessed a Jindan stage cultivation, that wouldn't do. Then at the edge of the Demon Beast Forest, there was a possibility that a Yuaning stage demonic beast would appear. He had seen Lu Qinggan perform powerful attacking spells, and with Lu Qinggan's current cultivation, if he were to face a group of Yuaning stage demonic beasts, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If one was even more unlucky and encountered an out-of-body stage demonic beast, wouldn't one be accounted for? And there's also Zhang Yun Koixi, this little ninny, as a drag. Lu Qingyan was clear about the mission requirements, which required him and Zhang Yun Koixi to go alone, so he didn't hide anything and directly displayed the 5 peak Yuaning corpses in front of Jin Sungtian. Big brother, with them protecting us, it's safe to practice at the edge of the Demon Beast Forest. Lu Qinggan laughed. When Jin Sungtian saw these 5 corpses, his eyes moved slightly. Nice guy, how did you pick up that creepy kid's ability? I still don't feel too good. Jin Sungtian remained serious. Big brother, it's time for me to have a good experience. How can I improve myself when I've been under your protection all this time and no danger exists? On the way to the Emperor Road, there are many crises. What is needed is to have the courage to face the dangers. Lu Qingyan gave Jin Sungtian a lecture, and in the end, Jin Sungtian had no choice but to hand over a piece of treasure to him. You're still only 3 years old. Well, you take this thing. This is a special jade pendant. As long as you are in danger, crushing it will erupt a light shield capable of resisting the attacks of a peak transitional tribulation powerhouse for half an hour. And I can quickly sense the aura of this treasure and go forward to reinforce it with great speed. This thing also seemed to be Sword Sangtian's undercurrent treasure, and he also instructed Lu Qinggan not to use it if he could, and to save it. The look of Flesh Pain could tell that he really cared about this thing. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. With the golden dragon around, there was naturally no need to use this treasure, but he still took it so that Jin Sungtian would feel at ease and agree to him acting alone. After taking care of Jin Sungtian, Lu Qinggan finally arrived before the Demon Beast Forest. A forest with no end in sight appeared in Lu Qinggan's field of vision. The trees here are so tall that a single large tree looks like a building dozens of stories high. Big brother, don't worry about me. Nothing will happen to me. Let's go first. Lu Qinggan waved his hand towards Jin Sungtian. Jin Sungtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. This kid, he really is not afraid of the sky and the earth. There are more than just demonic beasts in here. If he encounters a living person and is recognized, he is also in danger. However, he is also right. One needs to possess the courage to face danger. If he can't, he'll just waste that treasure. In fact, that treasure is not just the only thing that will give birth to a powerful protective ability when it is crushed. As long as it is worn, it can also shatter on its own when the wearer's life is in extreme danger. The reason why he hid this information was also because he felt that Lu Qingyan had gone on an adventure, and he did have to put a little pressure on this kid. So don't think that if you have that kind of treasure, you won't be afraid of any dangers. I hope I don't have to use it, or I'm in a real pain. To be able to completely defend against the attack of a peak transitional succession powerhouse for half an hour, that would be a supreme treasure for him as well. As soon as Lu Qingyan landed on the ground, his nostrils were filled with the rich smell of grass and earth, as well as the slightest hint of blood, and he could also hear a rising and falling roar of beasts coming from the distance. It's kinda scary. So he turned his head to Zhang Yuni and asked, Little Koix, are you afraid? Brotherin, I'm not afraid. It feels just like returning home. Yeah. Zhang Yuni didn't look scared at all. Instead, she was extremely excited and bounced forward. Lu Qinggan, this little ninny, she's really different. In order to prevent Jin Sungtian from following, Lu Qingyan even asked the Golden Dragon if he had sensed Jin Sungtian following him. Only when he was sure that Jin Sungtian had not followed him did he feel relieved. He was afraid that Jin Sungtian would follow him here and affect his ability to complete his mission. The two gradually went deeper into the demonic beast forest. He hadn't gone far yet, when he, holding a parchment scroll, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He realized that just a short distance ahead, there were actually a large number of red dots appearing. That means there are tons of human bodies stacked up over there. Chapter 76, Refining Demonic Beast Corpses. Nope, maybe it wasn't just human corpses. Maybe the parchment scroll could locate the corpses of demonic beasts as well. In the walking corpse secret method that he cultivated, there were also chapters on refining demonic beast corpses, which was similar to refining human corpses. That is, the process was a bit more complicated. Lu Qinggan made a decision, and after telling Zhang Yunxi to keep her voice down, he led this little ninny to touch over there. Brotherin, what are we doing? Zhang Yunxi lowered her voice and asked in a cute and adorable manner. Lu Qinggan directly coaxed the child. let's play the game. And later, no matter what we see, don't speak and cover your mouth, okay? When Zhang Yunqi heard this, a light flashed in her big eyes, then she directly covered her mouth and nodded. Lu Qinggan touched Zhang Yunqi's head, then continued to approach over there. Once he got closer to the vicinity where the parchment scroll was positioned, he smelled an extremely strong odor of blood, and it didn't seem to be the smell of demonic beast's blood, but that of human blood. Lu Qing and Xian thought about how the periphery is so exciting. He had the golden dragon with him, so he wasn't afraid of encountering anything, and directly took Zhang Yun Koixi with him to continue groping that way. Finally, I saw the first bloody image I've ever seen in my life. Only an extremely large fierce tiger was seen gnawing on the human carcass. That image would make a normal child go white with fear and go limp when they saw it. But Lu Qinggan and Zhang Yunqi are not normal children. Lu Qinggan instantly concentrated and stabilized his breath and hid. Zhang Yun Koixi, on the other hand, covered her small mouth, her big eyes glaring like bronze bells. This luck. It's a bit different. Obviously, this place was only on the outskirts of the demon beast forest, but he had actually encountered an out-of-body stage demon beast. As for the human corpses on the ground, there were more than 20 of them in total. Almost all of them were of Yuaning cultivation, and people of such cultivation were also completely unbeatable in front of a demonic beast at the peak of the out-of-body stage, which was one large realm higher than them. Looking at this appearance, this demonic beast had only used some time to wipe out all the humans. Golden Dragon, see how this demonic beast bloodline is. Lu Qinggan whispered into her arm. Soon, the Golden Dragon's voice sounded inside his head. Learning that this peak-out-breathing stage demonic beast didn't have any special bloodline and didn't match well with Zhang Yunqi's physique, he already felt in his heart that this demonic beast didn't fit with Zhang Yunqi. Of course, he still had to see Zhang Yunqi's attitude towards this demonic beast. Do you like this demonic beast? Zhang Yun Koixi, both of her little hands covering her mouth at the moment, still abiding by the rules set by Lu Qinggan just now, just shook her head vigorously. Seeing this, Lu Qinggan made a decision and told Zhang Yunqi to close her eyes and cover her ears. Zhang Yunqi was very obedient, closing her eyes and covering her ears. Lu Qinggan quickly rushed out in the next moment, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he flung his arm, and a flash of golden light flashed out from his arm. Golden Dragon, just confine it later. Lu Qinggan had to personally exterminate this demonic beast to see if he could obtain the system's reward. The moment he appeared, the behemoth spotted him and roared. Powerful waves of vibration came towards him. There's also a gust of blood-scented wind coming through. Lu Qinggan's cultivation was exerted to the extreme, and by this time, he had already felt the changes from the sense numinous beat at his heart. This giant beast already had killing intent towards him. Then let's see if we can get a reward. The golden dragon instantly transformed from a flash of golden light into a terrifying beast. The moment it appeared, golden light shone around it, driving a burst of golden-colored fallen leaves. A dragon sound rang out, shaking the sky and the earth. That peak-outbreeding stage tiger demonic beast, which was as large as a small mountain, was directly confused the moment the golden dragon appeared. The fierce and incomparable eyes cleared up with the naked eye. However, it's no use making a difference now. The golden dragon blinked and brought it under control. The peak of the transitional succession was an insurmountable mountain to the peak of the out-of-body stage. Defenseless, Lu Qinggan's golden immortal sword appeared in his hand and he stepped forward to ooh and ah at the motionless demonic beast. He didn't hack the demonic beast out of shape, but tried to protect the body of the demonic beast intact while killing the other party. He had to put the body away and go back to try to see if he could refine it. If he could refine it, then he would be equivalent to having a special method to control beasts. It can also utilize demonic beasts to fight. After taking a short while, Lu Qinggan killed this peak out-of-body stage demonic beast, and he stood quietly at the moment, waiting with anticipation for the system's voice to appear. The system did not disappoint him. After a while, a familiar voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing a peak out-of-body existence with murderous intent towards you. Rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Only $1,000? Lu Qinggan frowned slightly. The last time he killed that black-clothed kid, the rewarded spirit stones were in the tens of thousands. On second thought, though, he was relieved. The other day achievements of these demonic beasts would be average, not comparable to an immortal reincarnation at all. Moreover, the black-clothed child he killed was still the best of the immortals reincarnated. Letting the other party live and grow up to adulthood, that future could be the possibility of taking him over. It's fine. This demon beast forest has the most demonic beasts. This is just the first one. As long as there are enough of them, there will be plenty of spirit stones earned. The corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth curled up as he began to clean the scene. The demonic beast corpses were first put away before the more intact Yuaning stage human corpses on the ground were put away. He ended up with a total of 10 intact human corpses. As for the other human corpses, He then drove the 5 peak Yuaning corpses out and dug a pit to bury them for the sake of being the same human. After taking care of this side of things, he returned to Zhang Yunkoixi, and it was then that he realized that this little ninny really listened to him. At the moment it was still dead, eyes closed and ears covered. A smile appeared on Lu Qing'an's face as he rubbed the head of Zhang Yunxi, who was squatting on the ground and covering her ears. Alright, it's done. When Zhang Yunxi heard this gentle voice, she opened her eyes, then looked over to the side just now. Just see that there's hardly any gore left over there. Brotherin, you killed that demonic beast? Zhang Yunxi asked in a small voice. Kill. Lu Qing'an returned. Wow, you're awesome. That demonic beast is strong. And it's fierce. It's completely different from the ones in the sect. Zhang Yunxi beamed. Lu Qing'an laughed. This place doesn't have many demonic beasts like that. You'll have to adapt. Also, down the road we will encounter more demonic beasts, and all you have to do is to see what demonic beasts you like. And when you find one you like, tell me. He had to help Zhang Yunxi pick a suitable demonic beast contract, and at the same time, he had to see if Zhang Yunxi liked it. Zhang Yunxi nodded her head in a hurry. The two then proceeded to go deeper. Lu Qing'an's purpose was very clear. After determining that killing demonic beasts would get him spirit stones, when he saw the demonic beasts that were pouncing on him, he directly let the golden dragon take control, and stepped forward to Wen himself. After half a day had passed in this manner, Lu Qing'an suddenly stopped with Zhang Yunxi. This time, he finally met a living person in this place, and at the same time, the golden dragon's voice sounded inside his head. It said that it sensed a demonic beast with an extraordinary bloodline just ahead. Chapter 77, The Godspeed Pact. Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up after hearing the golden dragon's voice. Looks like it's time to finish the job. He listened to the sounds of the fierce battle in front of him and began to bring Zhang Yunxi to touch it. Finally, after determining where the battleground was, he took Zhang Yunkoixi with him to hide among the branches and leaves of a sky-high ancient tree. The trees hid the shadows and quietly peered at the fierce battle not far away. From start to finish, Zhang Yunxi was very obedient, like a rag doll, both quiet and cute, not adding to the chaos at all. This satisfied Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an and the two of them gazed in the direction of the battlefield. The two out-of-body stage cultivators shuttled through the air like eagles, their magic treasures shooting out spiritual light in all directions as they fiercely attacked the two gigantic demonic beasts. A demonic beast like a pale wolf, with messy black fur and red eyes, was already bruised all over, blood staining its fur as its movements became increasingly sluggish. The other head is like a green-colored scaly snake, scales luster dull, huge tail sweeping, although the momentum is there, but has obviously exhausted. Spit out the poisonous mist has also become thin and weak. There were still more than 10 Yuaning stage cultivators scattered around the edges of the battlefield, forming an encirclement, and the magic treasures in their hands kept blasting and interlacing with spiritual light, pressing down on the demonic beasts like a tidal wave. Although their individual strength was not as strong as the out-of-body stage powerhouses, their numerical advantage gave the demonic beasts nowhere to run. Whenever the demonic beasts attempted to break out, there was an aura blocking their path, and the attack was continuous, as if the demonic beasts were not given a single chance to catch their breath. The hissing roar of the demonic beast echoed in the valley with despair and pain, its body gradually covered with wounds, blood flowing, and its strength rapidly depleted. Lu Qing'an's gaze landed on the cave entrance behind the demonic beast, where a small demonic beast was huddled, shivering with fear as it looked at the battle in front of it. Lu Qing'an's heart moved slightly, vaguely sensing the true purpose of this battle. It was a small snow-white demonic beast, shaped like a fox, its entire body covered in crystal and silver-white fluff, emitting a faintly cold aura. Its sapphire eyes were innocent and fearful. Its ears fluttered slightly, its limbs were tightly curled, and its tail was tucked in at its side, making it look extremely cute. Despite its seeming helplessness, the air around it froze with a thin layer of ice from its presence, showing its extraordinary icy bloodline. The little demonic beast looked timidly at the tragic battle in front of it, its eyes full of terror, but it didn't dare to make a sound, as if it was a silent mass of snow, hiding in the mouth of the cave, lonely and helpless. This is the demonic beast that Golden Dragon said possesses a special bloodline, and after he awakens someday, this bloodline will be able to rival the dragon and phoenix bloodline? It was just that. After Lu Qing'an carefully studied the appearance and type of the demonic beast, and looked at the two extremely beaten out-of-body stage demonic beasts, why did she feel that something was not right? Those two out-of-body stage demonic beasts weren't the parents of this little demonic beast? Then why did it look like it was protecting the little demonic beast? At that moment, Zhang Yunxi's crunchy voice came from behind Lu Qing'an. The voice is extremely low. Brotherin, I love that little demonic beast so much. Zhang Yunxi pointed at the little demonic beast at the entrance of that cave, starlight flashing in her eyes. Lu Qing'an was now completely sure. take down this little demonic beast, then the mission would be accomplished. He looked at Zhang Yunxi and said, "Stay here, close your eyes, and don't do anything, I'll go bring you the little demonic beast." Zhang Yunxi nodded her head in a hurry. After instructing Zhang Yunxi, Lu Qingyan began to move, quietly descending to the ground and feeling his way over there. Those people were still attacking the two out-of-body stage demonic beasts with all their might. Looking at that look, the two demonic beasts would still be able to carry on in a short period of time. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone else's eyes were on the battlefield, he took the opportunity to touch over to the side of the cave and take the small demonic beasts away in his hands. He could also use another method, which was to directly let the golden dragon go forward to fix everyone, but that would reveal the fact that he possessed a golden dragon. Even if he found a way to cover his face, the golden dragon story would spread unless all of these people were killed. Lu Qinggan quietly hid between the thick branches and leaves of the ancient tree, his gaze fixed on the battlefield not far away. The two outbreathing stage cultivators and more than a dozen Yuanying stage cultivators were all out to surround the two outbreathing stage demonic beasts, and had no time to care about the side of the cave. Lu Qingmin's heart stirred, his body's spiritual energy revolved, and he silently executed his own unique stances, the 10,000 shadows through the air technique and the flowing light illusory shadow steps. Ever since he had cultivated these two body techniques, he hadn't performed them much, and now it was time for them to come into play. His figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, as if it had merged into the surrounding air. Each step was extremely light and agile, like streams of light skimming over the edge of the battlefield. Those cultivators and demonic beasts were in the middle of a fierce battle, and no one had even noticed Lu Qingyan's approach. In a few breaths, he had arrived wordlessly in front of the cave entrance. The little demonic beast seemed to sense something, cowering and trying to escape, but Lu Qingyan moved swiftly and grabbed it, dry humping it with one hand and holding it steadily in his arms. The little demonic beast let out a small whimper, and then there was no sound. The entire process was easy as pie, and Lu Qingmin was at peace. Holding the little demonic beast in his arms, he performed the flowing light illusory shadow step again in an instant and quietly left the battlefield, as if he had never appeared. Those cultivators were still focusing on dealing with the two demonic beasts, completely unaware that the cave entrance was already empty. Soon, Lu Qinggan returned to the depths of the dense forest, where Zhang Yunxi was waiting quietly. Seeing Lu Qinggan return with the snow-white little demonic beast in his arms, Zhang Yunxi froze slightly, a hint of surprise and curiosity appearing in her eyes. "Brethren, you came back so fast that they didn't even notice you?" Zhang Yunxi couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lu Qingyan smiled gently, his expression bland. "They were so focused on the demonic beasts that they didn't even notice me." Zhang Yunxi reached out and gently caressed the top of the little demonic beast's head. Feeling the faint coldness of its body, a trace of pity and delight flashed in her eyes. Right at this moment, a loud roar came from the distance, and the two out-of-body stage demonic beasts finally collapsed and died under the onslaught of the cultivators. Those cultivators let out low cheers and quickly approached the cave with the joy of victory. "Quickly, go find that little demonic beast," an out-of-body stage cultivator droned, his gaze sharp, obviously knowing the true goal of his trip. Lu Qingyan's expression was strange when he heard this. It seemed that these people also knew that this little demonic beast was extraordinary. "Alright, let's go." Lu Qinggan took Zhang Yunxi with him and once again performed his stance, heading off quietly into the distance. Over there, several cultivators instantly flew and swept to the entrance of the cave. However, when they got close, they were shocked to find that the entrance of the cave was empty, and the little demonic beast that they had gone through so much trouble to try and catch was gone. What's going on? The two out-of-body stage cultivators' complexions changed drastically as anger surged to their hearts. His divine sense instantly spread out in an attempt to find traces of the small demonic beast, but found nothing. It's disappeared. Another out-of-body stage cultivator shouted, his eyes full of shock and anger. The originally victorious cultivators were in an uproar and looked unimpressed. They had gone to great lengths to kill the two demonic beasts, but they didn't realize that the most important little demonic beast was already nowhere to be found. It shouldn't. It escaped from the neighborhood. There's no way we couldn't see it. What on earth happened? Hurry up and take inventory all around. This turn of events infuriated them beyond measure. But no matter how they pursued the matter, they were never able to find any clues. Lu Qinggan found a deserted place and directly woke up the demonic beast, then looked at Zhang Yunxi and said, "Directly contract it, how long will it take?" Zhang Yunkoi's big eyes dripped around and said, "Probably very soon." "Okay, you start, and try to hurry." He couldn't wait to get his hands on the epiphany bell. As soon as his words fell, the contracted beast just woke up, and in the next moment, Zhang Yunxi turned her head and said crisply, "Brethren, it's ready." Lu Qinggan? Chapter 78 Epiphany Seed arrives. Lu Qinggan stared at Zhang Yunxi suspiciously. wondering if she had heard wrong. "You little ninny is teasing me. How long has this been going on? And you're done?" He then saw this little demonic beast awaken. Then Zhang Yun Koixi reached out and placed his hand on the head of this little demonic beast, muttering 2 words in his mouth. Then there was a special burst of colorful light flickering from the 2 of them. This process only lasted for a second or 2, and then everything returned to calm. And Zhang Yunqi then looked at him with an innocent and bright smile on her face, telling him that it was over. "Are you sure?" Lu Qinggan couldn't help but look at Zhang Yunqi and questioned. Zhang Yunkoi laughed. "Brethren, look." Zhang Yunqi pointed at the small demonic beast in front of her that had a furry body, large soulful eyes and a soft fluffy tail that was active at the moment, spinning happily around Zhang Yunqi. You can see it jumping and spinning, its little paws making light arcs in the air, and its tail wagging happily. Zhang Yunqi giggled and clapped her hands excitedly. The little demonic beast jumped onto her shoulder and lightly rubbed her cheek with its little head, its tiny whiskers tickling her so much that she bent over in laughter. The little demonic beast was cheerful and agile, bringing with it a gust of breeze that blew Zhang Yunqi's long hair and her silver bell-like laughter. It suddenly leapt to the top of her head, standing like a small crown, and then quickly slid down, circling around her feet. The picture was warm and vibrant, with Zhang Yunqi's innocent laughter and the little demonic beast's cheerful figure forming a moving picture. Lu Qinggan, who was watching this scene, had to believe Zhang Yunqi's words. Is this genius? This imperial beast is no different from drinking water. Just as he thought of this, the next moment the system's voice sounded inside his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Epiphany Clock and Spirit Stone have been successfully distributed and have been deposited in the host's storage bag. Lu Qinggan's eyes flashed as he heard this. That's good. It's only been less than a day since he came to the Demon Beast Forest, and he's completed his mission. It couldn't have been easier. That's the special thing about the system arriving early. All tasks are made easier. After the task was completed, he glanced around, rarely came to the Demonic Beast Forest, and kill demonic beasts can get the system rewarded Spirit Stone. That cannot go back directly. Have to earn some more Spirit Stone and then go back. This way, when he went back, he would be able to spend some more time in seclusion to improve his strength and battle power. Furthermore, storing more demonic beast corpses would be beneficial. He could not only form an army of human corpses, but also an army of demonic beast corpses. Now that I've stored 250,000 system Spirit Stones, let's earn at least enough to make 2 million before going back. Now that the 4th layer of the Time Cultivation Tower was in cooling down, he could only enter the 5th layer to cultivate, and with the 2 million system rewarded Spirit Stones, he would be able to cultivate for 2 days in a row, and 2 years of cultivation inside the Time Cultivation Tower. 2 years was enough time for him to successfully refine all the corpses he had just obtained, and with the help of the Epiphany Bell, he could quickly cultivate all the other art moves to a higher realm. However, the level of the demonic beasts here is a bit worse. With the golden dragon around, I can venture deeper into the demonic beast forest and find demonic beasts above the outbreeding stage to kill. His current cultivation level utilized the walking corpse secret method to refine corpses at the divine separation stage, so it would be best to kill more demonic beasts at the divine separation stage and refine the corpses. After having this thought, he acted decisively and took Zhang Yun Koixi with him to kill deeper into the demon beast forest. Deep in the demon beast forest, Lu Qinggan slowly walked forward. Along the way, he encountered quite a few Yuaning stage and out-of-body stage demonic beasts, all of which were quickly killed by him using the golden dragon. And also under the ground in different areas, many corpses of Yuaning stage and out-of-body stage powerhouses were dug up. However, after walking for a long distance, he still hadn't found any demonic beasts of the divine separation stage in the depths. When he reached this side of the depths, the light here began to become dim, the trees towered over him, the vines intertwined into a web, and the air was filled with a heavy demonic aura, as if every inch of the ground was a reminder of the dangers that lay ahead of him. But his gaze was firm and he continued deeper without hesitation. Suddenly, a low growl came from up ahead, breaking the silence of the forest. This aura, it's no longer the outbreeding stage. His eyes lit up, knowing that the demonic beast he was expecting at the divine separation stage was ahead of him. He lightly called out, and a golden dragon then appeared beside him. This dragon's entire body shone with golden light, and its scales were like the embodiment of the sun, majestic and incomparable. The level of demonic beasts that the golden dragon could fix was just at the divine separation stage. Any higher and it would be very difficult to fix them. Then Lu Qingyan would not be able to simply kill the demonic beasts and would have to let the golden dragon kill them for him on its own. Lu Qinggan and the golden dragon quickly headed ahead. The demonic beast at the divine separation stage finally appeared inside Lu Qingyan's field of vision. It was as huge as a mountain, covered in black scale armor, with blood-red eyes that flickered with a ferocious light like a lantern. Other demonic beasts surrounded it, in various forms and ferociousness. It was actually a black ogre and a group of demonic beasts at the out-of-body stage. By the looks of it, this group of out-of-body stage demonic beasts were still under the command of this black Jiao. All the demonic beasts together were 20 heads. Lu Qinggan didn't panic at this. Instead, he directly rushed out excitedly. Golden Dragon, go! When Lu Qinggan and the Golden Dragon didn't show up, that black Jiao was coiled on top of a mountain peak, and when it ate, it was the other out-of-body stage demonic beasts that personally brought it to it, and it looked like it was extremely enjoying this kind of life. And the moment Lu Qinggan and the Golden Dragon appeared, it was confused. A human 3-year-old actually showed up and looked like he was going to attack them? Of course, it also saw that tiny golden thing, flying next to Lu Qinggan. Without any cultivation breath, Black Jiao directly let out a low roar, signaling his men to get this kid killed. A group of out-of-body stage demonic beasts roared out in low tones, just as these demonic beasts had just erupted into hideousness. The next moment the Golden Dragon's golden light blossomed and became maximized in the blink of an eye at Lu Qingyan's command. The huge figure made even the dim sky become golden. With a wave of its dragon claws, it formed a golden aperture that firmly trapped the demonic beasts. Within the circle of light, the demonic beasts struggled desperately, but they couldn't move. This golden light contained endless dragon might, and even the most powerful Black Jiao here couldn't get rid of it. This turn of events made Black Jiao dumbfounded. Lu Qinggan drew out his golden immortal sword, which was glowing with golden light and engraved with complex runes, reflecting each other with the light of the Golden Dragon. He leapt up lightly, like a flying swallow skimming across, his body flickering swiftly between the demonic beasts. Each sword accurately pierced into the demonic beast's vitals, bringing up a rain of blood, yet the scene appeared incomparably clean. Although the demonic beast at the divine separation stage was powerful, it was powerless to resist under the Golden Dragon's suppression. In the end, Lu Qinggan leapt to the top of its head, and his immortal sword fell like thunder, plunging into the black scaly head. The battle was declared over with great speed. The demonic beasts fell to the ground, no longer alive. Lu Qinggan put away his immortal sword, and the Golden Dragon hovered and landed on the ground, letting out a low roar as if celebrating his victory. The demon beast forest was silent at the moment, with only the sound of the wind blowing on the treetops remaining, as if telling of the fierce battle just now. Lu Qinggan stood between the corpses of the demonic beasts, the corner of his mouth hooked up. Okay, it's time to go back. His gaze mainly landed on the black scaly corpse. As soon as he returned, the first thing he did was to refine this black scaly corpse. The Golden Dragon couldn't be exposed, but the Black Ogre could. He remembered that Su Lin's Green Dragon's cultivation at the beginning seemed to be at the early out-of-body stage, and it shouldn't be able to break through to the God-dividing stage in a short period of time, while he, the Black Ogre, was at the peak of the God-dividing stage. For the time being, it can still suppress the opponent's Green Dragon. The Spirit Stones have also earned just enough to make $2 million. Lu Qinggan returned to Zhang Yunqi, who was waiting quietly, and said, "Little Koix, go back." "Ah nah." Zhang Yunqi smiled and nodded. Lu Qinggan more and more feels Zhang Yunquixi extraordinary. This little girl usually give people the feeling is not particularly reliable, especially gluttonous. Did not expect to do the right thing when a little bit of trouble to people. Quiet and obedient. No wonder it's not easy to achieve in the future. After spending a few hours, Lu Qinggan and the two of them finally returned to the edge of the demon beast forest. Only just then, they were suddenly stopped by a group of people. Fixing her eyes, Lu Qinggan was speechless. It's that little demonic beast. Finally found it. What's with these two little waifs? Damn, that little demonic beast seems to have been contracted. The pact was successful. Then no more pacts can be made. Damn it. How are we going to go back and give the young lord his orders? Chapter 79, Forming an Army of Corpses. Lu Qinggan listened to the words of these people and vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Young master? And they seem to be heading straight for this little demonic beast. Possessing special means know that this little demonic beast bloodline is not simple. Wait, isn't this the Lu Qinggan who awakened the chaotic body? I've never seen him, but I've seen his portrait. It's really him. Someone recognized Lu Qinggan at that moment, and instantly their eyes changed. They quickly looked around. For a genius of this level, it was unlikely that the Sword Void Sacred Sect would allow him to come alone to train in this kind of environment. It was highly likely that a powerful being was guarding in the shadows. Elder, what to do? A group of Yuaning stage people were anxious and quickly looked at the two middle-aged people at the out-of-body stage. These two middle-aged men at the outbreeding stage were also confused. The two of them had just been born with the intention to kill. Even if they killed the two children and snatched the little demonic beast, it was still better than them going back and not being able to deliver. But now that he recognized that this was that chaotic body of the Sword Void Sacred Sect, he was instantly flustered. Both of you, We have no intention of offending, so we will leave now. At this moment, the middle-aged man at the outbreathing stage who was at the head of the group hurriedly revealed a fawning smile towards the two of them. Lu Qingyan, and said. Lu Qinggan had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that many of these people had murderous intent towards him just now. Now they were just afraid to make a move because they recognized his identity and were afraid that there were strong people protecting them in the dark. However, these people were considered to be sensible, and it wasn't as if he couldn't give them a chance to change their ways. The premise is to demystify him. He did have some curiosity as to which power these people came from, and how they were sure that this little demonic beast was special. Without the golden dragon, he couldn't tell how special this little demonic beast's bloodline was. You can naturally leave if you want to, provided that you answer a few questions for me properly. Lu Qinggan spoke calmly. At those words, the group of adults all looked at each other. That middle-aged man at the outbreathing stage nodded his head in a hurry. You ask. Lu Qinggan didn't talk any nonsense and asked directly. What forces do you come from? Don't think about lying to me. I have ways to know if you guys are telling the truth or not. After a moment of silence, this out-of-body stage middle-aged man said. The Imperial Beast Sect. A first-class sect. The Imperial Beast Sect? This Imperial Beast Sect was the topmost Imperial Beast Sect in the mortal continent, and among the many first-class sects, it was also ranked in the front, but there was still some disparity when compared to the Cultivation Holy Land. Okay, second question. How do you guys know that this little thing is not simple? It seems to me that you guys are heading straight for this little demonic beast. Lu Qinggan gazed at the middle-aged man in the out-of-body stage at the head of the group. The middle-aged man at the outbreathing stage looked around with his gaze, completely unable to see any other strong figures, but he was certain that the Sword Void Sacred Sect wouldn't be so watertight as to let two heavenly remarkable demons come out to risk their lives in such a way. I'm giving you guys a chance, so you should seize it. Lu Qinggan smiled. Our young master gave us the location. The middle-aged man at the outbreathing stage clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. Very well. How old is your young master? How do you know the location of this little demonic beast? Lu Qinggan continued to pursue the question. That was the answer he wanted to know. He suspected that the young master mentioned by these people might be a reincarnation of an immortal like Lu Ying. He'd have to ask for some clarification and be more prepared for it in the future. Now this outbreathing stage middle-aged man didn't dare to say anymore. This has already mentioned their young master. They say more. I'm afraid that from here to survive, go back must also die. We are not sure. The middle-aged man at the outbreathing stage laughed bitterly. Lu Qinggan didn't talk nonsense to them and directly carried out the corpse of a peak out-breathing stage demonic beast that he had refined with his efforts during this period of time. The moment this peak out-of-body stage corpse came out, the entire scene went quiet. The corpse of this demonic beast exuded a chilling aura of death, as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell, no longer a life, but an even more terrifying existence. Its blood-red eyes had turned godless and empty, revealing the cold chill of death, as if lurking in despair and ferocity. With every step forward, its massive body carried a violent and chilling wind, and the trees around it withered under the shroud of its shadow, and the flowers and plants rotted into ash. With each swing of the claw, the corrosive scent remaining on the claw marks instantly dissolved the soil, giving off a pale smell of death. These Imperial Beast Sect powerhouses were all good beast riders, but they really hadn't seen this kind of demonic beast. This demonic beast gave them the feeling that it was already dead, but there was a feeling that it was even stronger than before this demonic beast was dead. What kind of tactic is this? This is also the Imperial Beast? If any of them dare to move, you'll eat it. Lu Qinggan patted the corpse of this peak-out breathing stage demonic beast with a playful expression as he looked at a group of shocked and inexplicable people from the Imperial Beast Sect. He had given them a chance. If they didn't answer his questions properly, then don't blame him for being ruthless. The two Imperial Beast Sect's outbreeding stage powerhouses were both at the late outbreeding stage cultivation level, and now with this peak outbreeding stage strength demonic beast corpse, the two of them, when they joined forces, would not necessarily be able to defeat it. The two men looked at each other and finally chose to compromise. Mostly, they also felt that there were masters in the shadows watching them. Lu Qinggan got the information he needed. As he had guessed, this Imperial Beast Sect young master was not simple. Can you predict where there are any special demonic beasts and give them orders to capture them back to the sect? As for age, it is 10. It seems to be the reincarnation of a certain immortal who was also a good beast roper in the immortal realm. Lu Qinggan secretly shook his head. This mortal continent was getting more and more lively. After getting the information he needed, he glanced at the group and finally chose to fulfill his promise as well. Get lost. He had already earned enough spirit stones he needed for this trip, so he would not suffer any more killings. Of course, if these people really made a direct move against him, he would be happy to earn a few thousand more spirit stones. The group of people were like amnesties. and after respectfully saluting, they quickly turned around and fled. Only then did Lu Qinggan put away the demonic beast corpse and continue to walk outside the Fa demon beast forest. Shortly afterward, he joined up with Jin Singtian, who was waiting for him to return. Big brother, let's go back. Lu Qinggan also returned the treasures that Jin Singtian had given him at this time, handing them back to Jin Singtian. Jin Singtian carefully examined Lu Qinggan and the two of them, making sure that both of them were not injured before nodding his head in satisfaction and taking the two of them to fly in the direction of the sect. Little brother, how was the harvest? During the flight, Jin Singtian asked with a smile. Lu Qinggan said, not bad, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Lu Qinggan had already calculated that he possessed a full 100 human corpses on this trip. Most of them were corpses from the Yuaning stage, while there were 10 corpses from the out-of-body stage. There were no human corpses at the divine separation stage for the time being. The corpses of demonic beasts, on the other hand, numbered 300. There was one at the divine separation stage, 50 at the out-of-body stage, and the rest were all at the Yuaning stage. When he succeeded in refining all these corpses, it would be an uncomplicated little army. And now that he had 2 million system spirit stones, he could stay inside the time cultivation tower for enough time to last 2 years, which was enough for him to refine all these corpses at the rate he was refining them. Together with the assistance of the Epiphany Bell, his battle power could also be quickly improved, meaning, he went back for 2 days and was able to raise both his strength and external power by a large class. Chapter 80, the Epiphany Clock that can be used an unlimited number of times. Lu Qingyan followed Jin Singtian back to the Lu family, and the first thing he did was to send Zhang Yunkoi back to the hands of the Zhang Qi couple, and then he went to find his own sister, Lu Ying, and informed the other party of his changed mind. If their feud cannot be resolved, then Lu Huan will be imprisoned permanently. Try not to kill. Zhang Yunqi is too special. Leave a way out for both sides. When Lu Ying saw Lu Qinggan change her mind, she carefully inquired, and after learning about the special features of Zhang Yunkoi's contracted demonic beasts, she was also silent for a while. This kind of contractual talent, when looking at the entire immortal world, was a rare existence. After discussing the matters afterward, Lu Qinggan found his parents and said a few more words, telling them not to disturb his cultivation before returning inside his room. Good. Work hard on your training for 2 days and come out fresh again. Lu Qinggan closed the door to her room tightly, then ran to the bed and sat down, directly taking out the time cultivation tower. He invested 1 million spirit stones into the inside of the time cultivation tower and decisively entered the 5th floor of the time cultivation tower. In the blink of an eye, he once again entered inside that quiet cultivation space. Once again, the countdown to 1 year appeared overhead. Afterward, he unhurriedly took out and placed before himself all the gains he had gotten from this trip out. First was a group of human and demonic beast corpses, discharged in front of him, standing neatly like an army column. This was followed by the Epiphany Clock. Lu Qinggan carefully took out the Epiphany Bell from his storage bag, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light spread out from it, coloring the surrounding space with a dreamy halo. This Epiphany Bell was the size of a fist, and its entire body was permeated with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made from the convergence of countless tiny stars. The surface of the clock body was engraved with complicated and fine ancient inscriptions, with mysterious runic light and shadows flowing vaguely between the textures, like a secret code carrying the wisdom of the ages. The clock body is surrounded by a circle of light like a mist of spiritual light, with the clock body slightly trembling and gently fluctuating, such as light smoke lingering, adding a few points of unmeasurable mystery. The entire Epiphany Bell gave a sense of endless depth, as if it contained the supreme principles of the universe. How exactly does this thing work? Lu Qinggan sat down on the ground and studied it carefully. It would be best if he didn't need any more spirit stones to power it up, or else the ones he had earned would have to be used up in the blink of an eye again, and he'd have to find a way to earn them again. After studying it for a short while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Operating this Epiphany Bell was easier than he had imagined. Thus, Lu Qinggan began her first attempt. He first entered into the realization of his stance, and then input his own aura into this Epiphany Bell, causing the Epiphany Bell to float in front of him, coming to his forehead, and then his head gently bumped forward to knock on the Epiphany Bell. At that moment, the bells flowed out like a babbling brook, clear and gentle, as if summoning the strength of the soul. The voice was like a gentle ripple cutting through the tranquility, wrapping Lu Qinggan's mind tightly, pulling it away from the mundane and into an unprecedented tranquility and transparency. Lu Qinggan closed her eyes and quickly entered the state of epiphany she had experienced last time. His body technique cultivation progress increased at an extremely fast pace. Halfway through the day, he stopped. What was originally a body technique that was just at the introductory realm had now been elevated to a higher realm. Ha, a treasure that doesn't require spirit stones is just awesome. Then I'll be able to use it all the time. keep entering the state of epiphany, and all the moves and techniques, I'll be able to cultivate to the highest level. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and didn't bother wasting time, decisively spending some time to cultivate all the art techniques and moves he currently possessed, all to the highest level. Ascension Realm. Let's do it! Lu Qinggan once again used the Epiphany Bell and entered the state of epiphany, starting with the two body techniques, then moving on to the sword techniques, and finally all the way to the secret technique. Time passes like running water, quietly, leaving no trace. Lu Qinggan, who was sitting motionless in a full plate, immersed himself in the state of epiphany for the entire past 3 months, during which he repeatedly entered the state of epiphany, time and time again, cultivating all the moves and secret techniques he had practiced to the peak of excellence realm. Nowadays, he didn't have any trick secret techniques to continue improving. I can't imagine that it still takes 3 months, and I have so many treasures or so. When will others have to cultivate without these things? These secret moves are all cultivated. The rest will have to take some time to refine all these corpses successfully. However, the efficiency of this corpse walking secret technique is also related to cultivation level. If I can first raise my cultivation level to the Yuaning stage, it will save me more time. It's better to cultivate first then. He possessed a chaotic body. His natural talent was pulled full circle, and there was almost no bottleneck to speak of in the advancement of the mortal realm, so the Epiphany Bell could hardly play any role. It still takes time to improve. Thus, he took out all the spirit stones given to him by Sword Sangtian and directly powered up his chaotic body and began to immerse himself in cultivation. Time has unconsciously passed 1 year. At this time the time cultivation tower has already prompted the imminent cessation of its operation. Only Lu Qingyan still has not cultivated his cultivation to the Yuaning stage. Thus, he turned his hand and used all the remaining 1 million spirit stones to renew his cultivation time for another year. The countdown to the time repair tower was once again refreshed to 1 year's time. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation, so half a year passed, and he finally stopped cultivating. The cultivation level has also reached the Yuaning stage. From the incipient valley stage when he entered the time cultivation tower to the Yuaning stage, he had risen 2 whole great realms. A trip out there is sure to wow the family again. Very well, there's still less than half a year left in the last half year. It should be enough for me to refine all these corpses. The hardest thing to refine was the corpse of that augur dragon. With the cultivation of the divine separation stage, and after refining it, he would be able to have the attack ability of the divine separation stage without relying on the golden dragon. He went to work again, and time passed slowly once more. Half a year later, the time cultivation tower suddenly stopped functioning at a certain point, and Lu Qingyan was directly excluded from the outside. He appeared on the bed and then gingerly caught the Tokashuta that was about to fall. Collecting everything, he stretched. This is a really good state to be in. He had grown a little taller again, but it wasn't very noticeable, and at the moment he only looked about 4 years old or less, still a child, and his cultivation was already at the Yuaning stage, plus all kinds of means had been cultivated to the extreme level, not to mention facing opponents in the same realm. Facing stronger opponents, he could easily handle them. Now that I'm only at the Yuaning stage, I still have to keep working hard. There are still 5 major realms left if I want to break through to the transitional succession stage. Lu Qinggan walked out of the room and headed over to the main hall. And just as he arrived at the main hall, he realized that this time there was an extra outsider in the house. In addition to all his acquaintances being out, this outsider he had seen before was none other than the old ancestor of one of the 10 great sacred grounds, Qiankuan Valley. Why is this person here? Lu Qinggan was curious in his heart, but he still walked towards Jin Sangtian and the others. And when Jin Sangtian and the others saw that his cultivation had inexplicably risen by another 2 great realms, they fell silent again. Chapter 81 Jin Chongming who becomes stronger when beaten up. Lu Qingyan looked more at this Qiankuan Valley old ancestor. He remembered that his elder brother Jin Sangtian's relationship with this Qiankuan Valley old ancestor was just average, and he didn't stand on their side much last time. Why are you here? Lu Qingyan walked forward while carefully sensing the changes in his heart, wanting to see if this old man came with any bad intentions. As he got closer, nothing changed at his heart. Little brother, come here. Jin Sangtian quickly came back to his senses from the change that Lu Qinggan had risen 2 more great realms, and a smile hung on his face. He had already somewhat adapted to Lu Qingyan's terrifying rate of improvement. The group of Lu family members were just the same. Also after a brief moment of disorientation, they put a smile on their faces and quietly looked at Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, coming to sit next to Jin Sangtian. This old man Qian is looking for you with something he wants to ask for your help. Sword Sangtian pointed to the old ancestor of Qiankuan Valley sitting on the other side of the room at this time, giving Lu Qingyan the purpose of the other party's visit. Senior, what is it that you need my help with? Lu Qinggan glanced at the Qiankuan Valley elder ancestor and asked calmly. It's true that there's nothing to do. However, looking at Jin Sangtian's appearance, it didn't seem to be a bad thing, and it might even be something good for them as well. The Qianquan Valley old ancestor's full name was Qianjinjin, and at this moment, he was experiencing the second thing in his life that shocked him the most. The first one was exactly the last time he saw Lu Qinggan awakening the chaotic body in front of all of them, and at this moment it was the second one. How long has it been since that day? How is it that this kid is already a Yuaning stage 1 cultivation level in the blink of an eye? The moment he saw Lu Qinggan just now, he wondered if he had lived a bit too long and had become old and blind. Otherwise, how could one see a 3-year-old child who was only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage a few days ago? And after the passage of even less than 10 days, when he saw it again, he was already at the 1st level of the Yuaning stage. How much has really happened in between? The place that most made him suspect that there was something wrong with his eyes was still. He found that Jin Sangtian and a group of Lu family members were full of calm when they saw Lu Qingyan walk out, which looked like they had already known that this kid had already broken through to the Yuaning stage. Or maybe there are no more surprises about it. Get used to it. But he had just heard from Jin Sangtian and the others that Lu Qinggan had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 days and didn't know when he would be able to come out of the closure, which meant that he was already at the 1st level of the Yuaning stage 2 days ago? Or did they all know that once Lu Qinggan said he was in seclusion, he would definitely raise his cultivation by a large margin when he came out? Qianjinjin faced Lu Qinggan's question and hesitated for a moment before returning to his senses and said with a bitter smile, I came here this time, mainly because there is a special passageway near our Qianquan Valley, and I may need to open it up a bit with the help of your Qi luck. Jin Sangtian said for Qianjinjie, this old boy has come to me a day ago. I also went to the field to take a look. The way that place opens up is indeed related to the Qi. Once the person with extraordinary Qi is close by, there will be the gesture of opening the entrance. But so far there is no one who can completely open up that entrance, and you awaken chaos body. Can be said to be the mortal continent. Qi luck is the most powerful person, so he wants to let you go to try a little. To their one stop on the line. It was also the first time Lu Qinggan had heard of this special passage, and at that moment, he suddenly saw Lu Ying giving him a wink, as if asking him to agree. Lu Qingyan saw that Jin Sangtian didn't say anything and Lu Ying seemed to be telling him to agree, so there was nothing to refuse, but he still didn't agree directly. Instead he looked at Jin Sangtian and smiled. Big brother, are we getting something out of this? Yes, it's an act of helping, so naturally, you can't help for nothing, Jin Sangtian said. He said that if there are any benefits from that place, he will share them equally with our Sword Void Sacred Sect, and he will also give us 3 million spirit stones as payment. Lu Qingyan nodded after a moment of contemplation, also certain that Qianjinjin did not have the intention of plotting against him. Anyway, following Jin Sangtian on a trip forward, with Jin Sangtian protecting him from the side, he wasn't afraid of what these people would try to do to him, and Lu Ying obviously knew something about it, so later on he would find Lu Ying and ask some more questions. And then he would be able to roughly know what was going on. Well then, let's set off tomorrow. Let's have dinner first, and then have some wine together? Lu Wuwei was naturally in a good mood when he saw that his son had made another breakthrough, so he started to stir up the atmosphere again. Now it is already evening, and there is something to be done tomorrow. Must drink some. Zhang Qi had also become one of the family's atmosphere groups just like Lu Wuwei, happy as can be, especially when his daughter Zhang Yun Koixi contracted a demonic beast. And when he heard his daughter say that the demonic beast seemed to harbor a dragon and phoenix bloodline, he froze in happiness for 2 days and still hadn't slowed down. Ha ha, we must not get drunk tonight. As for Jin Dishui, he was also overjoyed because his son had also changed, having awakened his physique, and just like Zhang Yun Koi, they were all mutant physiques, mutant sentinel body. At the moment this little fatty looked even fatter and the flesh on his body became a little softer, but it has an extremely special defense ability. In the past, when Jin Dishui beat up his son, he could whisk Jin Chongming away in pain, but now when he beat up his son, he found his son standing there motionless, looking at him with a puzzled expression, as if to say, Father, did you not eat today? How come it doesn't hurt to beat me up anymore? Jin Dishui had tried. He couldn't make his son cry out in pain even with his full strength, and was surprised to find that this son of his was calmly eating a snack in front of his fists and feet instead. Moreover, the most divine thing was that as he attacked, Jin Chongming was actually able to raise his cultivation in small amounts. Lu Qinggan was also slightly confused after learning about the changes in Jin Chongming. I do know a little bit about this kind of mutant physique, and I have to say that you've really picked up a treasure. I've seen the description of this kind of physique in an ancient book. There was a special existence in the distant past that possessed this kind of mutant physique, and as his age and strength grew, this kind of physique would explode with even more amazing characteristics. You don't even need to cultivate to raise your cultivation level in the future. You only need to carry other people's attacks frequently, and you can always raise your level. Qian Jinjin, the old ancestor of Qian Kuan Valley, shook his head, his face all bitter. He was truly envious of Sword Sungtian. Having Lu Qinggan a chaotic body even if it was not enough, he also collected a mutated ice spirit body and a royal spirit body along with it. Lu Qinggan's expression became even weirder after hearing this. This stupid kid, so awesome? Getting beat up makes you stronger? Jin Chongming quietly ate his food and listened to the group of people's praise, his large eyes occasionally dripping, but he had absolutely no intention of trying to speak. In fact, he also felt that his physique was quite good. At least he didn't have to be afraid of being whisked away and beaten up by his good big daddy again in the future. Lu Qingyan was clear about the specialness of Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunxi, so he was surprised for a moment at the moment, and then took it for granted. He had seen how powerful Zhang Yunxi was, and Jin Chongming wouldn't be much worse than Zhang Yunxi. It must be very extraordinary as well. Lu Qinggan had just thought of this when, at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Here comes the new mission, and this mission just happens to be related to Jin Chongming. Lu Qinggan seemed to have discovered some patterns. These quests were all triggered by the system on a temporary basis, saying that they were quests in 500 years' time, but in reality, they were also somewhat related to his current side of the situation. For example, the last time his parents mentioned his own sister, Lu Ying, it didn't take long for the quest to find her to be triggered, and last time when Zhang Yunxi awakened her ice spirit body, the system also triggered the task of helping Zhang Yunxi find a demonic beast contract. This moment when Jin Chongming awakened his imperial spirit body, the system's voice came again. On top of that, one of the main fulfillment conditions was the completion of the tasks left ahead of him. New quests are then triggered through interactions with these people at home. Once I finish this quest, I'll try to interact more with my family and see if I can awaken more quests. This system had arrived early, but it was because of the system's early arrival that all the tasks had become simpler, allowing him to become as powerful as he was today. He wanted to become stronger. Naturally, he had to study this system thoroughly, to be able to improve some more with some more, to get some more treasures as much as he could, and to use the fastest time to become an invincible existence. He looked at the virtual panel floating in front of him, advancing the relationship with his hairy little friend Jin Chongming, and meeting more unfamiliar transitional stage powerhouses under the other party's leadership. Mission completion reward, Immortal Grade Alchemy Inheritance, 500,000 Spirit Stones. Lu Qinggan thought that the system would reward other treasures this time. And this time, something was different. What the hell is an immortal level alchemy inheritance? He took a detailed look at it and was instantly enamored by the reward. Nice guy. Must take down. Chapter 82 Training Little Fatty. This immortal grade alchemy inheritance was actually all the alchemy memories of a top alchemist in the immortal realm. As long as he completed this system quest, he would be able to obtain this memory inheritance. And the most important part was that he could quickly absorb this memory and turn it into his own, as if he was originally this immortal grade alchemist. It also meant that the moment he received this reward, he would be able to start refining various pills. Of course, his current cultivation hadn't reached the immortal level, so he couldn't refine an immortal pill for the time being, but he could also refine a pill that matched his current cultivation, and with this reward, he will achieve a little more in his day. And by the way, this mission doesn't look too hard. This task was placed 500 years later, and it would require him and Jin Chongming to develop their relationship to an excellent level before he could have Jin Chongming bring him to meet more powerful people at the transitional succession stage. And now that Jin Chongming was still just a 3-year-old child, not to mention that he didn't know any transitional succession stage powerhouses, then he would have to use some special means if he wanted to accomplish this task. Anyway, the focus of the system for him to complete this mission was to get to know more unfamiliar transitional stage powerhouses. So by letting Jin Chongming go ahead and get to know more unfamiliar transitional stage powerhouses, and then he would let Jin Chongming introduce him to them, he would be able to be considered to have completed the mission. And at this moment, where was the unfamiliar transitional stage powerhouse? He had already roughly recognized the Sword Void Sacred Sex transitional stage powerhouses once. He shouldn't be considered an unfamiliar transitional stage powerhouse. It just so happened that the old ancestor of the Qiankuan Valley had something to ask for his help this time. The Qiankuan Valley was also one of the holy places of cultivation, and the transitional stage powerhouses naturally wouldn't be too much less than on their side, and he really didn't recognize any of the Qiankuan Valley's transitional stage powerhouses. Tomorrow go to Qiankuan Valley, bring Jin Chongming with him, let Jin Chongming and the Qiankuan Valley's transitional stage powerhouses get to know each other, and after that he will let Jin Chongming introduce him to them, and this task can be considered completed, right? Perfect. After thinking about it, he turned his gaze to Jin Chongming. The only difficulty was how to get Jin Chongming to get to know the Qiankuan Valley's transitional stage powerhouses, and with his understanding of this kid Jin Chongming, This kid was a bit shy, and it should also be a bit difficult to get Jin Chongming to fluently introduce him to the names of those transitional succession stage powerhouses. Gotta get this kid trained up tonight. This dinner still had an excellent atmosphere. And Qian Jinjian, the old ancestor of Qian Koan Valley, followed suit under Jin Sengtian's persuasion of their drinks. After Lu Qingyan had eaten his fill, he walked out towards the main hall, saying that he was going for a walk, but in reality, he sneaked a look at Lu Ying. Lu Ying received Lu Qing'an's message and followed. The two came to the edge of the pond, saw no one in the four corners of the world, and talked about the passage that Qianjin had just talked about. You do realize what passage that is, don't you? Tell me in detail. Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Ying calmly. Lu Ying nodded his head and said truthfully, in my estimation, that should be the passageway that the Immortal Court gives young disciples to practice. The Immortal Court? Lu Qinggan had heard Lu Ying talk about this Immortal Court. Their Lu family's old ancestor had fled to the mortal world because he was being hunted by the Immortal Court, and there was a possibility that they would suffer from this Immortal Court's massacre in the future. In the Immortal World, the Immortal Court will open up a special space for their Immortal Court's young geniuses to practice in every once in a while, and in order to make these geniuses of theirs feel the pressure, they placed quite a lot of cultivation resource rewards inside that space, and they also specially opened up entry channels to all regions of the Immortal World, welcoming all genius disciples to enter it to fight with their Immortal Court's geniuses for cultivation resources. Those passages are scattered throughout the Immortal Realm through randomness, and the condition for opening them is that it requires a heavenly pride with extremely strong chi to come up and open them. Like a key, this special opening method actually has many kinds of claims in the Immortal World, the most recognizable of which is that these people in the Immortal Court are playing a trick and setting up a threshold. That's to try and get more chi luck geniuses from the Immortal World to enter inside and grab resources. You know, this chi luck thing, you can actually plunder it. If you kill the other party, you have a great probability of inheriting the other party's chi luck, especially for geniuses. This is also the reason why the Immortal Court has been able to remain invincible for many years. Hearing this, Lu Qinggan probably knew the logical cause and effect of this thing's appearance. It was this Immortal Court that had spent a tremendous amount of resources to make a place that attracted the sons of Qi from all over the Immortal World to enter inside, and then gave their Immortal Court's geniuses the opportunity to practice, and by killing these sons of Qi, their Immortal Court's geniuses would become even stronger. What he was more curious about at this point was how the passage had appeared in the mortal world. Wasn't it immortality that was blocked? So you know why this passageway can appear in the middle of the mortal world? Lu Qinggan asked without understanding. Lu Ying said, it's because the strength of the geniuses in their Immortal Court's training this time is below the immortal level. That's why they appear in the middle of the mortal world. You have the golden dragon as an underpinning, so you can go inside and grab some resources back. She had personally felt the power of that golden dragon, and if Lu Qingyan had gone inside, he would definitely have come out peacefully. Unless Lu Qinggan was unlucky and one person singled out all the Immortal Court geniuses. Lu Qingyan added, they placed a lot of cultivation resources. Can they have immortal weapons or something like that? You tell me in detail. Naturally there is. Something that can attract the geniuses of the immortal realm can't be a mere mortal item. Lu Ying said. Lu Qinggan came to be interested. If these people from the Immortal Court were really below the immortal level of strength, then he could go in and sneak around inside and pick up the good stuff. After learning about this passageway, Lu Qingyan got a little bit of anticipation up. He went back inside the main hall with Lu Ying afterward, and at this moment, Lu Wuwei and the few of them had already drunk a little too much. He walked to Jin Chongming and let him out of the main hall. Gotta start training for Jin Chongming. And when Zhang Yunqi saw the two of them mysteriously heading out, she also quickly followed. Like a follower, Lu Qinggan also ignored Zhang Yunqi and brought Jin Chongming to the edge of the pond to sit down. Little Ming Brotherin has something he wants to ask you. Can you help Brotherin accomplish it? As Lu Qingyan said that, he took out a can of spicy noodles from inside his storage bag. The two little one's eyes instantly flashed green. Bao nines. Jin Chongming said as he made a strong effort to get snot into his nostrils and stared dead at the wattage jar of chili fries. Brotherin, I can too. Zhang Yunqi quickly raised her hand and said, no need for you to help me. Little Koix, I have to rely on little Ming this time. Lu Qinggan smiled. Zhang Yunqi instantly pouted, looking like she had lost favor. Jin Chongming's big eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, and she asked crisply, Brotherin, you say, I'll listen to you. Lu Qinggan told what she wanted Jin Chongming to do. After hearing this, Jin Chongming's entire body froze in place, and that strip of snot swooshed out again. This is too hard. Brotherin, I may not be able to do. Well, Jin Chongming lowered his head, his two baby fat index fingers placed in circles in front of him. Lu Qinggan said, 10 cans of chili fries. Jin Chongming instantly said, I'm willing to challenge my limits for Brotherin. Chapter 83, Immortal World Passage. Looking at Jin Chongming's appearance, Lu Qingyan had a little banter. This kid looks dull. In fact, the real situation is ghostly. Just waiting for him to throw in a snack. Brother An, what about me? Zhang Yunkoi was a bit unable to sit still this time, deflating her mouth, her gaze completely falling on those spicy noodles and completely unable to move her eyes away. Lu Qingdan looked at Zhang Yunqi and laughed. It's fine. You've got it too. You have to help me train this kid properly. Really? Then what do I need little Koiks to do? Zhang Yunqi's big watery eyes were filled with delight. Lu Qingdan didn't want to personally train Jin Chongming, so he might as well let Zhang Yunqi help him. Under Lu Qing'an's teaching, both of them perked up their ears and listened. After carefully explaining, Lu Qing'an asked the two to perform in front of him first. Both took a deep breath, then looked at each other. Jin Chongming was the first to speak, but appeared to have a slightly awkward appearance. Former, senior, hello. Zhang Yunqi, hello. What is your name? Senior? Jin Chongming said. Zhang Yunkoi's eyes dribbled around for a bit, and according to what Lu Qingyan said, she randomly picked a name, Zhang Milk Pigeon. Subsequently, Jin Chongming tried to memorize the name and turned his head to Lu Qingdan. Brotherin, this senior is called Zhang Milk Dove. Lu Qingdan revealed a satisfied smile and said, not bad, that's it. You guys practice more tonight. Little Koiks, the name you choose should be more colorful, preferably harder, so that Xiao Ming won't remember it so easily. In order to train him, Zhang Yunqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiao Ming, you can cultivate my own memory to memorize all the names, and after that just repeat the other person's name back to me. Lu Qingdan patted Jin Chongming's shoulder and had high hopes for him. This is the simple process of task completion. Letting Jin Chongming get to know those transitional stage powerhouses, remembering each other's names, even if they knew each other. After that, as long as Jin Chongming could tell him the names of those transitional stage powerhouses once again, he should have completed the task. It's not hard to say, but I'm afraid that this stupid kid can't remember the names of those people, so I'm going to let Jin Chongming train more tonight. Okay, you guys go ahead and get started. Lu Qingdan signaled the two to continue. Hello senior, I wonder what your name is. Hello, my name is Lu Baku Wang. Hello senior, I wonder what your name is. Hello, my name is Lu Forkbread. Seniors, what's the name? My name is Yin Suckling Pig. The two children practiced hard in the moonlight. Lu Qingdan, on the other hand, was fine and returned inside the main hall. Seeing Jian Sangtian and the others drunkenly dancing again, he shook his head and walked in the direction of his room. He had used up all of his system spirit stones and couldn't use the time cultivation tower, so he could only sit inside his room and cultivate. A night without words. In the early morning hours of the next day, after Jian Sangtian woke up, he found Lu Qingdan. Little brother, prepare to depart, Jian Sangtian said. Lu Qingdan nodded her head and then found Lu Ying first before coming inside Jin Chongming's room. He found the silly boy lying on the bed in a wide-open position, while his mouth was open and closed in a dreamy voice. Hello senior, I don't know what you call yourself. Brotherin, this senior is called Spice. Delicious. Lu Qingdan laughed and reached out to pinch Jin Chongming's nose. How come there's snot in both noses today? Jin Chongming opened his eyes a little and said in a daze. Get up. It's time to go to work. Lu Qingdan smiled. Ha! It was only when Jin Chongming heard this that he fully turned around. Just like that, under Jian Sangtian's leadership, Lu Qingyan and Jin Chongming both followed along and left Fengyang City. This time, when they traveled to Qiankuan Valley, the Sword Void Sacred Sect had deployed a total of 5 strong ferrying stage warriors. Bringing all the immortal weapons with him prevented Qiankuan Valley from setting up an ambush and pitting Lu Qingyan. After flying for some time, Lu Qingdan and the others arrived in front of the Qiankuan Valley, a holy place of cultivation. The Qiankuan Valley was different from the Sword Void Valley. This place was literally built in a special valley. In Jian Sangtian's words, this was the place where the 5 spiritual veins met, and the environment inside the valley was unpredictable, with powerful spiritual qi surging all year round, making the spiritual qi here so dense that it was like a mist enveloping the sky and the earth. When Lu Qingdan and the others arrived at Qiankuan Valley, a group of Qiankuan Valley's strongest men were already waiting in the distance. Jian Jinjian left last night after drinking, and went back to follow the conditions stated by Lu Qingyan, summoning all the people in the power at the transition stage to come and meet him. Brotherin, isn't this number a bit much? Jin Chongming looked at the dozens of fairy stage powerhouses in front of him, and directly shivered in fear, pulling Lu Qingyan's hand and saying bitterly. Lu Qingdan said, it's okay, remember as many names as you can, you have to believe in yourself. That's 10 cans of chili rewards. Are you sure you want to give up? Jin Chongming sniffed, lowered his head and hesitated for a moment before finally firming his gaze. Then try. You'll definitely make it. Lu Qingdan patted Jin Chongming's shoulder. then motioned for Jin Chongming to head towards the group of transitional succession stage powerhouses. Instead, he and Jin Sangtian looked towards Qianjinjin, the old ancestor of Qian Koan Valley. Where is that passageway? Jin Sangtian asked with a smile. Qianjinjie then led them in a direction and flew just a mile or so away before stopping. A mysterious passageway entrance appeared inside their vision. This channel was suspended in mid-air, with the beginning as if it was a door, followed by a conical shape, and finally converging into a point of light, which seemed to be a small planet, condensing the rules of heaven and earth, and filled with a terrifying aura. Lu Qinggan first let Qianjinjin do a demonstration and watched as Qianjinjin walked directly to that passageway and stood emitting his cultivation aura, after which he could see the passageway simply vibrate. But just for a moment, there was no other change. Lu Qinggan did as he was told and stood forward, his cultivation aura spreading out while putting his chaotic body on display. A circle of light shone out from behind him, and the entire person's aura reached its peak at this moment. There were quite a number of Qiankuan Valley's powerhouses and geniuses watching from afar, and at this moment, they all secretly sucked in a breath as they looked at Lu Qingyan, a 3-year-old Genesis. The chaotic body was truly as terrifying as it was. Lu Qinggan just made these movements so simply, and in the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard resounding from within that passageway. The door suddenly flashed with runes and patterns, as if summoned by some irresistible call, slowly parting to reveal the hazy and mysterious light behind it. The moment the passageway opened, a void blossomed with countless shadows of light that coalesced into words in the air. These words are like mysterious symbols in the starry sky, accompanied by soft murmurs that slowly emerge with the secrets of the universe. The fonts flowed with a constant flow of light, neatly arranged next to this gate. It is the very rule of entering this passage. Only those with Yuaning stage cultivation are allowed to enter, and the items they carry must not be immortal-level treasures. Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying were both slightly stunned for a moment when they saw that the entry restriction was actually the Yuaning stage. The two then looked at each other and made a decisive decision. Together, they went inside and snatched out all the cultivation resources placed inside by the Immortal Court. Chapter 84, Demonic Beast Corpses Crush Everything. Lu Qinggan turned his head to look at Jian Sungtian. Then, according to the description of the rules in front of that passageway, he put all the items on his body that didn't comply with the regulations inside the storage bag, and then handed it over to Jin Sangtian to put it away, and said, "Big brother, my sister and I will go in for a trip, so wait for us for a while outside." Among them, his golden immortal sword and the corpse whose strength exceeded the Yuaning stage were inside the storage bag. These things he forced inside the channel and would have been excluded. Seeing this, Jin Sangtian nodded. "Alright, you have to protect yourself." Lu Qinggan nodded his head, then didn't bother to say any other nonsense, and decisively took a step towards the entrance of that passageway. As soon as he got close, a suction force appeared on him, and then his entire body disappeared in place and was sucked inside that passage. Lu Ying followed behind Lu Qinggan and also entered the passageway. Seeing this, the people of Qiankuan Valley organized all the Yuaning stage people within the Holy Land to enter within the passageway. Lu Qinggan and her sister Lu Ying stepped into the passageway as if they were instantly engulfed in boundless darkness. After a moment of trance, the eyes brightened up in a flash. By this time, the two were already in a strange little world. They found that the sky in front of them was like a dream, covered with gorgeous clouds that were constantly changing colors, from brilliant gold to deep blue and purple, as if it were a constantly flowing painting. The earth, on the other hand, was a vibrant spectacle, towering ancient trees with ancient runes carved into their trunks. The trees were filled with colorful flowers, and they emitted a refreshing fragrance. The ground was paved with crystalline spirit stones, which shone like diamonds and were exceptionally dazzling. The entire small world was enveloped by a thick aura, which transformed into a hazy mist flowing through the air, sometimes condensing into strangely shaped spirit beasts, sometimes dissipating into nothingness. In the distance, a suspended immortal palace slowly rotated, a hazy light overflowing from the palace, like an ancient myth reproduced. Everything here seems to be a treasure, from a blade of grass to a rock, and is present almost everywhere. However, the two were not overly attracted by this sight. They were both aware that this was a trick created by the Immortal Court to attract others. In the end, all of these things could be recycled by the Immortal Court. After all, the Immortal Court had more and stronger geniuses coming in. What do we do below? Lu Ying looked at Lu Qingyan at this time and inquired. "Walk around everywhere and collect all the good things you see," Lu Qinggan said. So the two of them casually determined a direction and sped ahead. They hadn't been in this side for long when the other side of the small world here unfolded before their eyes. It was true that this place was picturesque and possessed a large amount of resources that were rare even for mortal cultivators, but these were the catalysts for the weak. They had seen no less than 10 battles in just a few miles of casual walking. It was certain that in every corner of this small world, there were people fighting fiercely. all of them fighting for the precious treasures. These fight scenes, although full of danger and chaos, also exude a special charm. Everyone blossoms at the limit, displaying an unparalleled drive and desire to survive. Which ones are the talented disciples of the immortal court? Neither Lu Qinggan nor Lu Ying were directly involved in the fight to grab the various treasures, and at the moment, the two of them were standing on top of an extremely high mountain peak, hiding in the shadows and acting as an observer first. There were 5 small battlefields that were displayed in front of them at the moment. Lu Ying said, "The geniuses of the immortal court will hide amongst the crowd. They are like hunters. They will hide in the shadows like us and wait for their prey to show their vulnerability before stepping out to hunt them. Their purpose for coming in is clear, not to come here to fight for treasures, but to kill." This means that almost none of these people fighting over the treasures are geniuses from the immortal court? Lu Qinggan smiled. "These immortal court people are really dogs." Lu Ying said, "Not necessarily. Some geniuses don't care to engage in that sneak attack thing either. Look at the battle over there. That man kills on sight. Almost no one is a match for him. Then he's probably a genius from the immortal court." Lu Qingyan looked in the direction Lu Ying was pointing to. On a huge ancient tree, there were a dozen Yuaning stage people fighting over a few fruits that were glittering with red light. Almost all of these young cultivators were running towards that precious fruit, but the only one who was a bald and evil teenager was not running towards the fruit in the middle of this battle, but was there to kill. He just stood near those fruits and killed anyone who came and tried to grab them. But in the face of this kind of killing god, the group of Yuaning stage cultivators nearby were completely lost in their minds in general, and went forward to kill. Among them, the most unafraid of death were some cultivators who looked old enough that they seemed to be stuck at the Yuaning stage of their realm for many years, unable to advance any further. Not surprisingly, these people are from the mortal world. Those fruits are indeed worth a gamble for these people. Lu Qinggan gazed carefully at the red fruits over there, which he had seen in the memories of the people from that walking corpse sect. The name is red mango fairy fruit. When those in the mortal realm eat it, they can cleanse their muscles and marrow, changing their mortal bodies and allowing the path of cultivation to be corrected again. Some people ate it, and it was even like having a second life, retracing the path of cultivation and becoming smoother. These fruits are good. Why don't we go get them? Give them to father and mother to take. Lu Ying turned her head to Lu Qinggan at this time. Their parents ate these fruits and had a chance to have special cultivation opportunities. Going forward, cultivation may become smoother, and one can expect to reach a higher realm of cultivation. The corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth hooked into a smile. Naturally, we have to take it down. But we don't have to make a move. Lu Ying froze for a moment. Not making a move? You're letting the golden dragon go forward? That said, did you really bring the golden dragon in? After seeing Lu Qingyan's special way of collecting golden dragons, she was also curious if Lu Qingyan could forcefully bring in a golden dragon through the rules of this small world. If they can, then they are clueless. Lu Qingyan smiled and did not reply to Lu Ying. Lu Ying saw that Lu Qingyan was selling out and gave him a blank look, but soon she saw a scene that surprised her greatly. The side they were focusing on just now suddenly took an unexpected turn. A group of Yuaning stage were still trying to attack towards the bald young teenager when they were suddenly surprised by an out-of-body stage demonic beast that stopped their movements. This is a demonic beast corpse? How could a demonic beast corpse of the outbreathing stage appear in here? That bald teenager was arrogant and untouchable a moment ago, but at this moment, after seeing the corpse of a demonic beast at the outbreathing stage appear, he also froze in place. He knew better than anyone what was going on with this demonic beast corpse. It must be the corpses refined by those guys from the immortal walking corpse sect. However, everything that can enter this should not exceed the Yuaning stage. How on earth did this person from the walking corpse sect, who was hidden in the shadows, bring this kind of demonic beast corpse in? Lu Ying also looked at Lu Qinggan unexpectedly. How on earth did you bring this thing into this? Lu Qinggan laughed. You guess. He did manage to bring in the golden dragon. It's all in the system. That pet space of his was completely unrestricted by the rules of this small world, and he discovered that the demonic beast corpses that he had refined with the walking corpse mysterious method were actually considered to be his own pets. So, it can also be included inside the system's pet space. No, all the corpses of the demonic beasts that he had refined were brought in. That black dragon of the divine separation stage was also among them. Chapter 85 Immortal Weapon Detection. Lu Qinggan also didn't need to strictly watch these corpses. He only needed to give them a command and could remotely maneuver them to do various things. It's like being out of body. Therefore, just now he had secretly let all the demonic beast corpses inside his pet space go out to work. He didn't need these demonic beast corpses to kill people. He only needed them to snatch all kinds of treasures and collect them all, and then bring them to him afterward. So at this moment, apart from that bald teenager's side where an out-of-body stage demonic beast had appeared, other demonic beast corpses had also appeared in every other part of the battlefield. The number is exactly 300. Thus, Lu Qinggan only needed to wait quietly in this place until the various treasures arrived. Of course, he wasn't going to wait around, but was going to find what he wanted most on this trip. There's no need to focus on this side. Let's look around and see if there are any immortal weapons in existence. If we can get a few more. It's a few more. Lu Qingyan looked towards Lu Ying. Ever since he had learned of the fate that his Lu family needed to meet from Lu Ying, he had begun to focus on preparing for it. He had to claim the title of emperor, and at the same time had to prepare for the removal of the immortal court that he would welcome years later. The immortal court has many strong people, and down to the mortal world strength will be at the peak of the transition. He became a great emperor, but also only himself. The development of power is also an essential step. It was best to find a way to cultivate forces that could fight against the immortal court before the disaster arrived, and equipping those forces with weapons was an important part of that. For example, the immortal weapon, as many as it takes. For example, now that he was able to control the Sword Void Sacred Sect, it would be a great joy to equip the entire Sword Void Sacred Sect's transitional stage powerhouses with an immortal weapon in their hands. Lu Ying smiled and nodded her head. It's still you. If the people of the immortal court knew that what's going on here is out of their control, I don't know what kind of face they would have. She was aware that the immortal court had a way to monitor the situation in this small world, but the immortal court could only monitor the situation on this side and could not make any other changes. It could only contact the immortal court geniuses who had entered this side of the world to join forces. But what was the use of the immortal court geniuses who were all at the Yuaning stage joining forces against the corpse of one or two demonic beasts at the out-of-body stage? Maybe it would work, but Lu Qinggan still had the golden dragon at the peak of transition in his hand. Is there any way to pinpoint the scent of an immortal weapon? It's troublesome to search so slowly. Lu Qinggan brought Lu Ying to ride on the corpse of the Black Jiao, and quickly flew inside this small world for some time, and also encountered quite a few people, quite a lot of cultivation resources, and all kinds of special treasures, but just didn't see the shadow of any immortal weapons. Lu Ying said, "Ask that golden dragon if you can sense it." Lu Qinggan directly shook his head. "Its sense of demonic beasts is fine. Immortal weapons are not. It's a pity that my immortal sword can't be brought in." His golden immortal sword might have that effect. Then there's nothing I can do. Lu Ying shook her head with a bitter smile. Lu Qinggan frowned slightly, thinking that she could only find it slowly. But judging from this situation right now, this small world was still a bit big. Even when he flew on the corpse of the Black Jiao at the Divine Separation stage and spent an hour flying, he had only strolled around the tip of the iceberg of this small world. Even though there were immortal artifacts scattered all over this small world, it was troublesome for him to search for them like a headless fly. Just as Lu Qingyan was thinking so, suddenly, he stopped controlling the body of the Black Ogre. Both he and Lu Ying looked in one direction with some surprise. They actually saw an extremely young little child, probably around 5 years old, with a Yuaning stage cultivation, only to see her holding an immortal sword in both her right and left hands, quickly fleeing in one direction. And behind this little girl, there were 5 teenagers who were only a little bit older than this little girl chasing after her with ferocious looks. All of them were at the Yuaning stage of cultivation. "Don't run! Put the immortal weapon down! This fellow is not from the immortal realm. How could he possess such talent?" These several teenagers were cursing while chasing after them at full speed. But no matter how they chased after them, they just couldn't compare to this little girl in terms of stance attainment, and were always kept at a distance by this little girl. Lu Qinggan turned his head to Lu Ying with a strange expression. "Guess, does this little girl have any way to find the location of the immortal weapon?" The rule for entering this small world was that one could not bring an immortal weapon in with them, which meant that these 2 immortal weapons were both found by this little girl in this world. To be able to find 2 immortal weapons in a row, I'm afraid this is not as simple as a coincidence. Lu Ying said, "Can we try? Do we need to capture her? Or how do we plan to approach her?" Normal people who are captured and forced to use their abilities to do something definitely won't do it properly. It would be better to save her and then let her help find the immortal weapon. Lu Qinggan said, "Makes sense." Lu Ying smiled and nodded her head, looking at Lu Qinggan. "Then you'll do a heroic rescue?" Lu Qinggan shook her head. "You go? You're a girl. You have more of a sense of belonging to her." Lu Ying laughed bitterly, "But I can't beat these 5 geniuses of the immortal world either. If I'm not wrong, these 5 should be geniuses from the immortal court. And the odds are that the little girl is a genius from one of the forces in the immortal realm. But of course it's also possible that she's from the mortal world as well." She wasn't able to guess the other party's origin from the little girl's talent alone. She would have to get in touch some more to assess it. "I'll lend you the Black Ogre so you can put one on." Lu Qinggan patted the Black Jiao's body and told the Black Jiao to follow Lu Ying's arrangements. Lu Ying instantly gained confidence and then rode the Black Jiao to kill over there. Lu Qingyan stood quietly in the distance, watching Lu Ying ride the Black Jiao and catch up with the teenagers in the blink of an eye. What Lu Qingyan didn't expect was that Lu Ying didn't just suddenly kill like a gaijin and save the little girl, but actually killed those teenagers directly with a thunderbolt. That's right, kill straight away, without giving these teenagers a chance to react. Worthy of being the reincarnation of an immortal, he really is ruthless in his actions. He could actually understand the logic of Lu Ying's actions, moving directly to kill, probably considering that these teenagers came from the immortal court, and that later on, they would clash with the immortal court, sort of standing against each other. It was either you or me, and at that time, these people would also turn into super strong people and fight against them. Killing now can nip future calamities in the bud. The second thing was that Lu Ying was also afraid that these teenagers possessed other special means, and giving them time to react might be enough to threaten her life. After all, these people came from the immortal court, and it was possible that they possessed life-preserving or counter-killing moves in their hands. After killing those 5 geniuses of the immortal court, Lu Ying directly put their corpses inside their storage bags, along with the treasures that were looted from them. Only then did she look over at the little girl who was shivering a little at the moment. Don't worry, I only have a grudge against the immortal court. There is no enmity with you, and I won't rob you of your immortal weapon, but you have to come with me to meet my brother. Lu Ying's expression was clear and cold as she looked at the little girl and said, Chapter 86, The Immortal Court Breaks Defense. This little girl stared blankly at the divine separation stage augur dragon, still doubting that she had misread it. Didn't it say that everything above the Yuaning stage couldn't come in? How is it that a divine separation stage augur dragon even appeared here? However, upon closer inspection, the augur seemed to be dead. The little girl took the 2 immortal weapons and worriedly followed Lu Ying to Lu Qingyan. Seeing Lu Ying handing back the black augur to Lu Qingyan, and then also standing next to Lu Qingyan, in a manner that did not look like Lu Qingyan's elder sister, but instead looked like Lu Qingyan's maid, she secretly sucked in a breath. It was only after she came closer that she realized that the person Lu Ying was talking about was actually younger than her age, and yet the cultivation was the same as hers. Her talent was already amazing enough. Not realizing that there were people beyond the sky, Lu Qingyan gazed at the little girl and revealed a gentle smile, saying, What is your name? This little girl was also very cute looking, wearing 2 pill heads and a small green-colored skirt, slightly looking a little bit rushed as she said back, Tong Yao, what about you? My name is Lu Qinggan. This is my sister, Lu Ying. Lu Qinggan introduced herself. Many thanks to the 2 of you for saving her life just now. Tong Yao bowed slightly. She knew that her life was completely in the hands of these 2 at the moment. Just now when she was being chased by those 5 people, she was still able to deal with it normally, but if she offended these 2 people, there was no possibility of her survival. Well, it's just a small matter. We hate the behavior of too many people bullying too few. That's why we stepped in to save you. Lu Qinggan tried to show friendliness. So, then do I need to repay you guys? Tong Yao's big eyes turned around on both Lu Qinggan and Lu Ying. The 2 immortal artifacts in her hands couldn't help but grip them a little tighter, but she knew clearly that in front of these 2 people, it would be impossible for her to keep these 2 immortal artifacts, and if Lu Qinggan wanted her to repay him, she could only try to give one a try. Lu Qinggan calmly said, If you insist on repaying, then you can tell us how you found these 2 immortal artifacts? Hearing Lu Qinggan mention immortal weapons, Tong Yao slightly beamed. She really still wanted her immortal weapons. I coincidentally found, over there, Tong Yao said with a slight dodge in her eyes. Lu Qinggan looked at this Tong Yao's expression and saw at a glance that the other party was lying. And by the way this Tong Yao was acting, it seemed that she wasn't a reincarnation of an immortal. Mere extreme natural strength? We don't care about the immortal artifacts in your hand. Our goal is more immortal artifacts. There are definitely more than just 2 immortal artifacts in the middle of this world. If you can find a way to locate where the rest of the immortal artifacts are located, if you and I work together, we will definitely be able to get all the immortal artifacts in our hands. Lu Qinggan decisively showed his cards to this little girl at this time. His goal was the other immortal weapons in this world, not just the 2 immortal weapons in the other party's hands. Tong Yao sniffed and looked at Lu Qinggan one more time. What? Think I don't have the ability? The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth hooked up into a confident smile, and as he stood on top of the black jiao, the aperture of the chaos body suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing this, Tong Yao once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Is that a chaos body? If you are willing to help me look for other immortal weapons, in the end, I promise to share 2 more immortal weapons with you. Lu Qinggan gazed at Tong Yao, and at this moment, he deliberately displayed a touch of impatience. Give the opponent a sense of pressure. The front was showing sincerity and friendliness. If Tong Yao was still insensitive, then don't blame him for starting to lose face. Seeing this, Tong Yao laughed bitterly. Can you pull the hook with me? Lu Qinggan wanted to laugh, but she still satisfied the other party's request. And what made him want to laugh even more was that when he really pulled the hook with this Tong Yao and said the promise of not changing for 100 years, this Tong Yao then acted to tell the truth. I can indeed sense the location of the immortal weapon. Lu Qingyan and Lu Ying glanced at each other, and the corners of both their mouths curled up slightly. The bet is right. Good. Get up here and start moving. If we can find 10 immortal artifacts, I'll make an exception and give you 2, and 4 if we find 20. Lu Qingyan didn't want to waste any more time. He wasn't sure how long this world could last, and fought to take all the immortal weapons that were hidden in this world, all for himself. Lu Ying quickly jumped onto the auger, and then the two siblings gazed at Tong Yao. Tong Yao hesitated for a moment, but still boarded this black boat. Just like that, Lu Qinggan rode the divine separation stage Xiao Long and began to fly back and forth through this small world under the command of this Tong Yao, who he had only met on one side. They flew for roughly 10,000 miles, and after spending half an hour, they finally stopped at a place. There's an immortal artifact down there. Tong Yao pointed to a bottomless abyss below. Lu Qinggan had retrieved the corpses of 10 out-of-body stage demonic beasts on the way to searching for immortal weapons, and at this moment, he decisively let the 10 out-of-body stage corpses fly down to the abyss below, and only 10 or so breaths had passed before the out-of-body stage demonic beasts flew out with a shining red immortal blade in their mouths. Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up as he looked towards Tong Yao. Sure enough, there's nothing wrong with that. This person can really sense the location of an immortal weapon. Lu Qinggan took the immortal sword in his hand and examined it carefully, realizing that the grade of this immortal sword was about the same as the immortal sword he had given to Jin Sangtian. Here you go. Lu Qinggan tossed the immortal sword directly to Lu Ying. Lu Ying took the immortal sword and looked at Lu Qinggan with some surprise. Are you sure? Don't? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. Cootie. No way. Lu Ying hurriedly put away the immortal sword, and was overjoyed in her heart. Good. Continue. Lu Qinggan looked at Tong Yao and urged. Tong Yao also wanted to obtain more immortal artifacts, and if she really helped Lu Qinggan find 10 immortal artifacts, and Lu Qinggan didn't lie to her, and would really fulfill his promise, she would be able to obtain 2 more immortal artifacts as well. So the more immortal weapons she found, the more immortal weapons she would get. And so, under Tong Yao's senses, they once again spent half an hour before stopping at a place. The immortal weapon that appeared in their field of vision this time was being held by a young boy. This teenager's cultivation breath was precisely the peak of the Yuaning stage, and his age looked just about the same as Tong Yao. Surround him. Lu Qinggan directly ordered a group of out-of-body stage demonic beasts to surround the little boy. This little boy had frozen in place when he saw the corpses of this group of demonic beasts that exceeded the Yuaning stage, and after being surrounded at this moment, he only felt his body trembling. Is this dying? Put down the immortal weapon and I can still give you a way out. If you want to resist, then don't blame me for killing and seizing the treasure. Lu Qinggan wasn't sure where this little boy came from, whether he was from the immortal realm, or from the mortal world, or from the immortal court, but no matter what, this little boy was unlucky enough to take treasures that didn't belong to that age and strength for the time being. Thus, under Lu Qingyan's earnest guidance, the other party gave up his desire to possess the immortal weapon and gained the opportunity to live. This time, Lu Qingyan had obtained a white immortal sword, the grade of which was a little more advanced than the immortal sword just now. Ahem. I prefer to use a sword, Lu Ying said with a flattering expression. Lu Qinggan casually tossed the immortal sword to Lu Ying, then looked at Tong Yao and said, Continue. Tong Yao nodded her head, seeing that Lu Qingyan didn't kill the little boy. Her heart had a little more trust in Lu Qingyan. Maybe Lu Qinggan can really fulfill his promise. While Lu Qinggan was desperately searching for immortal artifacts, and his army of demonic beasts were vigorously scavenging the treasures in this small world, somewhere in the immortal realm at this time, a group of top powerhouses were silent as they observed a screen of formation light. Who is this brat? How could he bring the corpse of a demonic beast of this level into that? Chapter 87 The Great Harvest. The immortal court's interior directly exploded. They had an extremely large array that allowed them to watch the images inside the small world they had opened up. When they saw the corpses of demonic beasts that had surpassed the cultivation level of the Yuaning stage appear in that small world, they began to explode. A bit of probing ensued, and they were able to see the culprit who had caused all of this. It was actually a very young child, looking about 3 or 4 years old. That tactic seems to be from the Walking Corpse sect. Damn it! What kind of secret method does this Walking Corpse sect have to escape these rule restrictions? Quickly go report to Immortal Lord. At this rate, he will collect all the immortal artifacts and all kinds of treasures in the small world before he even reaches the end. Damn it! Isn't there anything we can do to stop it? Letting this kid screw around in there? No! We can only wait for this kid to come out. Hurry up and warn those guys from the Walking Corpse sect first. Find out their passage into the small world. While a group of strong people in the Immortal Court were breaking down their defenses and cursing, Lu Qingyan became more and more skillful in his search for immortal weapons. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. He got 2 immortal weapons at once this time. This happened to be his 9th and 10th immortal weapons. Thus, he honored his promise and directly handed over the 2 immortal weapons to Tong Yao. This person of mine hates people without integrity. What I promised you, I will naturally fulfill my promise. You take these 2 immortal artifacts. Lu Qingyan had already learned the duration of this small world from Lu Ying, and now only 3 days had passed, and there were still 7 days left before it would end. Then he still had the possibility of finding 10 more immortal weapons, so he couldn't afford to dampen this little girl's work ethic. Anyway, they made a big profit. So naturally, they didn't lack these 2 immortal artifacts. Now they had arrived at 8 immortal weapons. He didn't have much ambition either. Getting 8 more immortal weapons would be enough. Enough to arm their entire Sword Void Sacred Sect. Hey, once they went out, what kind of face would Jin Sengtian show when he saw him holding a bunch of immortal weapons out? Tong Yao received the 2 immortal weapons, and in her heart, her trust in Lu Qingyan reached a new peak. She couldn't help but take another deep breath, and she was also clear that this wasn't the end. Only when she was truly able to leave this small world alive would she be considered to have truly obtained these immortal weapons. After all, there was still a probability that Lu Qingyan would kill her before the end of the small world and snatch back all the immortal weapons given to her. However, Lu Qingyan's behavior did give her no small amount of encouragement, and she was even more motivated nowadays anyway. Just like that, Lu Qingyan continued to follow Tong Yao's guidance and once again embarked on a journey in the midst of searching for immortal artifacts. Those demonic beast corpses of his were still continuing to help him collect all sorts of treasures, and the moment those demonic beast corpses appeared, the entire pattern of the small world had changed. No longer a group of people for various cultivation resources and treasures for their own war, but gradually become a joint. The demonic beast corpses as a boss in general. Join forces to kill these demonic beast corpses. From these demonic beast corpses to get a variety of resources and treasures. It was just that the cultivation level of those who entered this was limited to the Yuaning stage. And facing the corpses of demonic beasts whose strength had surpassed by a large realm, it was still a bit of a struggle for them to join forces. Of course, there were cases where some people had defeated 1 or 2 of these demonic beast corpses through the utilization of various means and terrains. It was just that the probability was extremely tiny. As for those immortal court geniuses, they also changed their strategies amidst this change of heart, as they breathlessly realized that the geniuses of the non-immortal court forces had all banded together, and they were no longer able to be the hunters. Hunting down 1 or 2 geniuses of the same realm, they could still do it. These geniuses were all united against the demonic beast corpses. If they still made a move against these geniuses would turn around and unite to attack them, and they would only be left to die. They could only infiltrate into these teams of geniuses and research for opportunities to kill them. Only the effect was minimal, and as these genius groupings became more prevalent, the probability of their plots succeeding became smaller and smaller. Therefore, Lu Qingyan's appearance not only hijacked most of the resources of the Immortal Court, but it also directly changed the Immortal Court's plans in this small world. All of this was seen by the Immortal Court's executives, causing them to break their defenses and curse over and over again. 9.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With half a day left, it would already be time for the small world to end. Lu Qingyan stopped searching for immortal artifacts and his gaze went to Tong Yao. This cooperation is very pleasant. With Tong Yao's efforts, they found 14 more immortal weapons afterward. Adding up, a total of 24 immortal artifacts had been found, and he had fulfilled his promise that Tong Yao would give Tong Yao 2 immortal artifacts if she found him 10 immortal artifacts, so he directly gave Tong Yao 4 immortal artifacts, together with the 2 immortal weapons that Tong Yao already had. This little girl now had 6 immortal weapons in her hands, and the immortal weapons on Lu Qingyan's body were exactly 20. This can be a bumper crop. Neither he nor Lu Ying had expected the harvest to be so great. Armed with this batch of immortal weapons, the Sword Void Sacred Sect would instantly dominate the entire mortal continent. All the rest of the cultivation sanctuaries will become clear-eyed after he goes out. So, can I leave then? Tong Yao's heart was beating rapidly at the moment, and she knew very well that today was the biggest challenge she was going to face. It was highly likely that she would be killed by Lu Qingyan. Then all the immortal weapons in his hands would be taken away by Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan laughed. No need to be nervous. I've already told you. I'm a man who keeps his promises. You can leave if you want, but you have to be careful. There's still half a day before this small world closes. Tong Yao sniffed, her expression slightly bitter. Lu Qingyan was right. She had already been memorized by many people for her looks after her trip, and Lu Qingyan had searched for immortal artifacts all over the place in the middle of this small world, and had also snatched immortal artifacts from many geniuses. It was still half a day before the small world would close and they would be able to leave here, and that was enough time for the others to give her their revenge. With Lu Qingyan not by her side, the probability of her being hunted down was nearly 10%. After all, she had 6 immortal weapons on her as well. Then I will continue to follow you? Tong Yao became extremely respectful in her speech, even slightly humble, just afraid that Lu Qingyan would change his mind and kill her for the treasure. Lu Qingyan, on the other hand, blandly said, "As you wish. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you. Look at your appearance. This bit of guts. How will you be able to claim the title of emperor in the future in the mortal world where you are?" During this period of time, Lu Qingyan also understood Tong Yao in detail once more, and from Tong Yao's conversation, he understood that Tong Yao was indeed from other mortal worlds, and that in the mortal world that Tong Yao was in, there was also an emperor's road. Years later, a great emperor would also appear in the mortal world where Tong Yao was. Luing says the probability is extremely small, but it's not unheard of, and through this incident, they all saw the strength of this Tong Yao's qi, and the probability of Tong Yao claiming the title of emperor in that mortal world was extremely high. Tong Yao squeezed out a bitter smile, then took a deep breath and decided to continue following Lu Qingyan. As for Lu Qingyan, seeing that there was not much time left, he had already gathered the corpses of the demonic beasts that had gone out remotely in one place, and at the moment, he was flying that way. When he flew close to the place where the corpses of several hundred demonic beasts were gathered, he saw an image that made him happy, only to see that a group of his out-of-body stage demonic beast corpses had gathered in one place, and a few miles away near that place, there was almost a full circle of people surrounding it. All of the Yuaning stage geniuses didn't dare to easily approach this group of out-of-body stage demonic beast corpses, but they also had to surround this group of demonic beast corpses because the resource treasures of the entire small world almost all had to be on this group of demonic beast corpses. Chapter 88, The Walking Corpse Sect takes the blame for no reason. As Lu Qingdan rode the Black Chow towards a group of outbreeding stage demonic beast corpses, the Yuaning stage geniuses that surrounded the 1,000-mile radius of the area were all stunned. The moment they saw that all kinds of demonic beasts exceeding the cultivation level of the Yuaning stage had appeared in all parts of this small world, many of them wondered if these corpses of demonic beasts at the out-of-body stage were the puppets that the immortal court had gotten out this time. The goal is to make it harder for them to grab resources as a way to save more of what's left. Only a very few people felt that these demonic beast corpses were personally refined. After all, how could one person refine so many demonic beast corpses that exceeded the Yuaning stage and still be able to bring them into the small world controlled by the immortal court? It was also extremely difficult to get the immortal court to agree when this person really had such an ability to refine corpses. Even if such a person comes from the immortal court, it is unlikely. After all, the immortal court also wants to save face. This person has a relationship, can go through the back door, but also do not dare to do so desperate. Until this moment, they all fell silent when they saw the three of them. Lu Qingyan, riding the corpse of a divine separation stage Jiao dragon near the middle of a group of outbreeding stage demonic beast corpses. Is this really personal? These geniuses from the immortal realm were filled with righteous indignation. They had come in for a trip this time, fighting to the death for so long, and had gained very little, which could only be described as a difference between clouds and mud compared to what they had learned about the last time this small world had appeared. Of course, some of these Yuaning stage geniuses came from different mortal worlds, and among them, many of the Qianquan Valley's Yuaning stage people, who came from the same mortal world as Lu Qingyan, also survived. When they saw Lu Qingyan, they were directly confused. How is he? They also didn't expect that these demonic beast corpses were actually Lu Qingyan's work, the masterpiece of this terrifying genius with a chaotic body. Lu Qingdan arrived in the middle of a group of outbreathing stage demonic beast corpses, and with a single thought, he caused these outbreathing stage demonic beast corpses to come close to him, showing all the treasures they had gotten in front of him. He was too lazy to clean up and organize himself, and looked to Luing, who was on the side, and said, "Put it away. It's like putting a maid to work." Luing didn't care about Lu Qingyan's tone and intention of calling her at the moment. At the sight of that large amount of cultivation resources and treasures, she wouldn't need Lu Qingdan to call her to work. She would also go forward on her own ass. Nice guy, that's too much. And this was only what was collected from the corpse of the first outbreeding stage demonic beast. When you pack it up, remember to separate it into different categories well. Lu Qingdan had read the memories of that walking corpse sect child, but he had only read them and could not yet forget them, so he could not do what Luing did with the names and functions of these treasures from the immortal world. This was one of the reasons why he had asked Luing to pack and organize. Luing possessed the memories of his previous life and was definitely better able to distinguish the types and functions of these treasures than he was. Don't worry, I will. Lu Ying's smile hung on her pretty face, happy as can be, and without Lu Qingyan's instructions, she had already begun to separate the doors into different categories. Taking out a few storage bags, he sorted the various treasures into the storage bags. It can be a lot easier to use. when you go out and use it. Next head, Lu Ying shouted after gathering up the corpse of the first out-of-body stage demonic beast that came up. Lu Qingyan controlled the next outbreeding stage demonic beast corpse to move forward. So on and so forth. Several hundred out-of-body stage demonic beasts all went up once. And Lu Ying was already so busy that she was about to become intoxicated, and had already taken out several new storage bags in a row to contain these cultivation resources. It was awesome. A group of Yuaning stage geniuses from the immortal world and the mortal world nearby all looked greedy. They actually had the urge to go forward and fight for their lives, but they were also clear that with so many outbreathing stage demonic beasts, especially with the addition of that one split spirit stage demonic beast that Lu Qingyan rode on, even if all of them were to join forces, it would be impossible for them to shake it. So all they can do is watch with eyes wide open. And, of course, they're waiting for an opportunity. Many geniuses from the immortal world knew who the true owner of this small world was. Immortal Court. Strong people in the immortal court naturally couldn't barge in at this time, but that didn't stop the strong people in the immortal court from being able to see the situation here. It was even possible to contact the geniuses of the immortal court who were in this place, so that the geniuses of the immortal court could take countermeasures. Sure enough, not long had passed, when a dozen or so geniuses from the immortal court gathered together, stepping out from the crowd and approaching over to where Lu Qingyan was. Lu Qingyan seemed to be waiting for the immortal court's people to appear, and at this moment, when he saw 15 not-so-young teenagers coming out of the crowd and flying towards him, he made 10 out-breathing stage demon beast corpses surround the dozen or so people with a thought. Kid, we are from the immortal court. We've been ordered to negotiate with you. The young man at the head looked to be 5 or 6 years old, with a cultivation at the peak of the Yuaning stage, wearing a golden brocade coat, with a very extraordinary temperament. Lu Qingyan signaled the 2 out-of-body stage demonic beasts that were blocking the front of the group of teenagers to make way for the group to approach over. This group of teenagers were also bold and soon flew to a stop in the void in front of Lu Qingyan. The two parties were separated by a distance of more than 10 meters. Kid, you're from the Walking Corpse sect, aren't you? If you want to live, I advise you to hurry up and put away these demonic beast corpses. The young man in the lead spoke in a deep voice. It came up with a threatening remark. Lu Qingyan had a smile on his face as he asked, what makes you think I'm from the Walking Corpse sect? Besides the Walking Corpse sect, who else knows this disgusting secret technique? From the moment you sabotaged our immortal court's plans, you have already brought trouble to your Walking Corpse sect. If you don't want the Walking Corpse sect to be destroyed, you better kneel down and apologize to our immortal court. The young man in the lead was precisely the strongest of all the Yuaning stage geniuses in the immortal court, and he had just received an order from the higher-ups of the immortal court. This brat had already broken the rules and plans set by their immortal court. No matter what, they would kill this brat. Just wait for this kid to leave this little world. However, before this brat left, they, the immortal court, would also have to show their majesty as the strongest force in the immortal world in this. Let all the geniuses here know that no one in their immortal court is to be offended. When Lu Qingyan heard this, she didn't want to hear any more. If he was really from the Walking Corpse sect, he was really afraid that the immortal court would exterminate the Walking Corpse sect, but he wasn't. Lu Qingyan turned his head to Lu Ying and said, how do you think it's better to deal with them? Lu Ying didn't bother answering Lu Qingyan and said, lend me the auger again. Lu Qingyan patted the auger dragon, which then flew to Lu Ying in the blink of an eye. Kill. Lu Ying didn't even bother to talk nonsense with these people, and directly led the black dragon towards these 10 or so teenagers to kill them. The dozen or so teenagers froze in place. How dare you guys? We are the geniuses of the immortal court. If you guys dare to touch us, the immortal world will have no place for your Walking Corpse sect. Lu Ying led the Jiao Long to kill in a messy manner, completely ignoring the threats of these teenagers. Only after she was done killing did she look indifferently at the Yuaning stage geniuses surrounding her, like a female god of killing, and said, all of you from the immortal court, listen to me carefully. I am the sacred maiden of the Walking Corpse sect. You'd better not let me find out from the crowd which one of you is from the immortal court, or I'll kill one if I find one. Lu Qingyan shook her head and smiled when she heard this. The Walking Corpse sect will take the blame for this. Chapter 89, A Full Load. Lu Qingyan had heard Lu Ying say last time that this corpse-walking sect had also frequently committed evil deeds in the immortal realm, and by checking the memories of the people from that corpse-walking sect, he had also seen quite a few bad things that the other side had done in the immortal realm. When this guy was in the immortal world, he didn't just go around digging up other people's graves, he would also get corpses by killing people, regardless of whether the other party had hatred with him or not, or whether there was a relationship of interest or not, and even less cared about whether the other party was good or bad. He would directly kill and refine them into corpses. What made Lu Qingyan a bit unacceptable was that the guy also had an extremely disgusting fetish. That is, he liked to refine the women he looked at into walking corpses. and then satisfy some of his own special preferences. This kind of behavior wasn't just something this guy had. There were quite a few people inside the Walking Corpse sect who possessed the same fetish. If the Immortal Court really destroyed the Walking Corpse sect through this matter, it would be considered a great deed for the immortal world. Perhaps this was the reason why Lu Ying was suddenly disguised as someone from the Walking Corpse sect. After Lu Ying killed these arrogant Immortal Court geniuses, she didn't make her next move, and she couldn't tell the geniuses in the middle of the crowd who came from the Immortal Court. If she could tell the difference, she wouldn't mind using this opportunity to make the Immortal Court bleed properly for once. The geniuses who were gathered nearby, after watching Lu Ying's entire ironic tactics, also shifted to the distance. No matter if they were from the Immortal Court or not, they didn't dare to hit on Lu Qing'an's idea of their resources anymore. There was even the possibility that he would be implicated by the Immortal Court's people and be hanged by Lu Ying and the others as a genius of the Immortal Court. It would be better to take advantage of the last bit of time to look around again and see if there were any cultivation resources that had been left behind by these outbreeding stage demonic beasts that hadn't been discovered. Lu Qing'an saw that these people had left, so there was nothing for him to do down there, so he quietly waited for the end time to come. They are only considered fully his after he takes what he gets out of the house. Immortal World. In the middle of the Immortal Court, the group of executives had all taken in the scene of Lu Ying beheading their Immortal Court genius just now. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only remember what Lu Ying had just said. It seems, this Walking Corpse sect doesn't want to mix in the Immortal World at all. Damn Walking Corpse sect. Thinking that just because they hide in the shadows all year round, they think that we, the Immortal Court, can't do anything about them? It's time for this Walking Corpse sect's people to become extinct in the Immortal World. Pass the order down to me. From this moment on, search anywhere in the Immortal Realm with all your might for traces of the Walking Corpse sect's people. Arrest everyone you find. The Immortal Court powerhouses moved with orders. At the same time, on the Mortal Continent, near Qiankuan Valley, before the entrance to the passage, Jin Sangtian stood quietly in the air and waited. When he realized that the entrance to that passageway was slightly different from when he was a few days ahead, the entrance to this passageway suddenly began to ripple slightly, like waves of water gently vibrating. He looked toward Qianzhenjian, the old ancestor of Qiankuan Valley, and said, "Does this mean that this entrance is about to end, and those who went in are about to come out?" Since their Sword Void Sacred Sect was still some distance away from this side, this time the Sword Void Sacred Sect didn't go back to let more Yuaning stage disciples come over in order not to attract the attention of other Holy Lands, and since he wasn't clear about the situation inside anyway, he sent a group of disciples in and would most likely lose quite a few disciples. And Shenzhenjian said that what the Qiankuan Valley obtained inside would be divided in half to their Sword Void Sacred Sect after bringing it out. Not long ago, Qiankuan Valley had dispatched all of the Yuaning stage within its power into it, and the number of people was several thousand. And with the people from Qiankuan Valley, there was no need for them from the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Qianzhenjian shook his head when faced with Jin Sangtian's question. "I'm not sure, but it looks like it's probably going to end." Old man Qian, you did say that you would share half of what you brought out with us, so make that count. Jin Sangtian gave a reminder with a smile. Qianzhenju laughed. "I've always been a mouthful of spit when I speak, so you can rest assured." Jin Sangtian nodded in satisfaction as he saw Qianzhensua agree once again, then thought of something else and added, "But what my little brother brought out can't be shared in half with you, can?" Qianzhenju was a bit speechless. Lu Qingdan talent and strength is high again. That is only the siblings went inside. They Qiankuan Valley but went in a few thousand Yuaning stage disciples. There are many talented disciples. He did not think about the things that this kid brought out. After all, there were only two of them, and no matter how many cultivation resources there were inside, it was impossible for two people to rob their entire force of Yuaning stage people. At a certain moment after the two had finished their negotiation, he felt the shocking sensation at the entrance of that passageway suddenly disappear. Immediately afterward, a light emanated from within that passage. Not much time passed before the passage suddenly exploded and a huge black hole in the void appeared in front of Jin Sangtian and the others. Both Jin Sangtian and Qianzhenjian were startled by this change and quickly moved away from the vicinity of that black hole. They then saw a large number of Yuaning stage people being excluded from that black hole in general, flying out at extreme speed. Jin Sangtian saw his little brother Lu Qingdan at a glance. Qianzhensua also looked towards the rest of the Yuaning stage and carefully counted the number of Yuaning stage disciples on his side. It's a couple hundred less than it was going in. It seems that there are dangers inside as well. Qianzhenjian didn't feel any physical pain. It was only a few hundred less. Not too much. As long as their disciples found enough treasures inside, they would be able to make up for this loss. He and Jin Sangtian flew closer to these people together. It was only when they got closer that they realized that these people all looked a little strange. Qianzhensua realized that the Yuaning stages within his power were all gazing at Lu Qing'an at the moment. After Lu Qinggan appeared in the mortal world, he looked towards the black hole behind him and realized that not long after the black hole appeared, it converged at an extremely rapid speed, and finally the void changed back to its original form. This Tong Yao does come from other mortal worlds. I wonder if we will meet again in the future. Lu Ying said. If she's lucky and becomes a great emperor of another mortal world, then there should be a chance to meet again. Alright, time to go back to the clan. Lu Qinggan smiled and flew towards Jin Sengtian. Little brother, you didn't get hurt inside, did you? After Jin Sengtian approached Lu Qingyan, he carefully measured Lu Qingyan's body. He also saw that the number of people on the side of Qiankuan Valley was a bit less, but he could tell that there was also a not so small amount of danger after entering inside. Lu Qinggan shook his head and laughed. Big brother, we've gained a lot this time. Oh, harvested what? Jin Sengtian wasn't sure where this passageway led to and what exactly was inside, but looking at Lu Qingyan nowadays, the smile hanging on this little face wasn't shallow, and it could also be seen that he really got a little something good. Immortal weapon. Lu Qinggan smiled blandly. What? Jin Sengtian's expression changed when he heard this. There's actually an immortal weapon in there? Afterwards, he quickly looked towards Su Shang and the others who had followed him here, signaling them to quickly approach and protect Lu Qinggan. With one more immortal artifact, their Sword Void Sacred Sect would be quite a bit more powerful. Chapter 90. Jin Sengtian went crazy with joy. At Jin Sengtian's greeting, Su Shang and the others instantly approached, hastily looking around vigilantly, bringing their strongest professionalism to bear. They didn't need to think much to know that Lu Qinggan must have found something good inside. Qian Jinjiu, the old ancestor of Qiankuan Valley, looked at Jin Sengtian's mysterious appearance and immediately felt that things were not simple anymore. He could not help but frown, thinking in his heart, this Lu Qingyan who possessed a chaotic body would not have gotten another immortal weapon for the Sword Void Sacred Sect, would he? Now that the Sword Void Sacred Sect already possessed close to 3 immortal artifacts, one more immortal artifact would truly be inappropriate for a human sect, not letting other holy places live. He hurriedly looked towards a few of their strongest celestial pride of Qiankuan Valley and asked them to come closer. What's going on in there? Also, what happened to this Lu Qinggan inside? Qian Jinjian quickly asked. These Qiankuan Valley celestial pride's faces were filled with bitterness as they spoke in detail about what had happened inside, and also listed what they had seen Lu Qingyan do. It could be said that inside, Lu Qinggan was considered to dominate the entire small world, crushing the geniuses of the immortal world without any temper. Moreover, almost all of the cultivation resources and treasures inside that small world were snatched out. Qian Jinju was a little confused when he heard that there were actually immortal geniuses inside. He didn't expect that this passage was actually into the middle of a world created by immortal powerhouses, and he instantly understood why hundreds of Yuaning stage died on his side. Only, when he heard that Lu Qinggan had actually crushed all the immortal world Yuaning stage geniuses through magical means amidst that kind of environment, and had taken out most of the cultivation resources inside, he doubted his life. It's not. This kid is so evil. Those are all the immortal realm's pride. A bunch of corpses of demonic beasts at the outbreathing stage? There was even the corpse of a divine separation stage augur? In the end, it will be in front of the thousands of immortal world Yuaning stage geniuses inside, forcibly robbing finished the cultivation resources and brought out? That is, now he's covered in treasure? The corners of his mouth and face began to twitch as he looked at the appearance of Jin Sengtian's several people. No wonder it's like this. In his place, he was even more nervous than Jin Sengtian. After Jin Sengtian ensured that Lu Qinggan was safe, he hurriedly inquired, Junior brother, what level of immortal weapon did you get this time? How does it compare to this immortal weapon of mine? He was in an excited mood. If the immortal weapon that Lu Qingyan got this time was even more advanced than the one he had in his hand now, then he could replace it, get a more advanced one. Of course, he was also used to holding a sword in both hands, and if Lu Qinggan didn't need it, he wouldn't mind having 2 immortal weapons by himself. The last time I fought with a sword in both hands, it was nothing short of awesome. Not an immortal artifact. Lu Qinggan laughed. Did I hear wrong? Didn't you say just now that there was an immortal artifact? Jin Sengtian froze, then couldn't help but give Lu Qinggan a blank stare. You kid, you've learned to flirt with your big brother. Feelings are joking with me. It made him excited for nothing, but he didn't say anything. Lu Qinggan was willing to joke around with him. That also meant that the relationship between the two of them had gotten closer. Just before he could say anything, he heard Lu Qinggan say again, this time, we took out 20 immortal artifacts inside. Jin Sengtian couldn't help but give Lu Qinggan another blank stare after hearing her words. You kids are still joking with me. Big brother. He definitely believed Lu Qinggan when he said that he had gotten out an immortal artifact inside. After all, he wasn't sure where that led to, so maybe there really was something good. But after Lu Qinggan had just finished joking with him, and then suddenly said that he had taken out 20 immortal artifacts inside. Then it went without saying that he was definitely joking with him again, saying that it was 2 immortal artifacts. He could still barely believe in believing it, but these 20 pieces were somewhat flirting with him by not putting his intelligence in his eyes. Little brother, don't joke with big brother. Say it, what good things did you actually get inside? Jin Sungtian could tell from Lu Qingyan's expression that Lu Qingyan must have gotten something good inside, or else he wouldn't have appeared from the middle of the passage with a smile on his face. When Lu Qingyan saw that Jin Sungtian actually didn't believe him, it was his turn to give Jin Sungtian a blank stare. It's really 20 immortal artifacts. That said, how many peak transition stage powerhouses do we have in the Sword Void Sacred Sect? Lu Qingyan asked. At the moment, there were a total of 5 peak transition stage powerhouses who had come this way with him. And other than Jin Sungtian, who had a complete immortal weapon in his hand, the other 4 did not have complete immortal weapons. And now that he had obtained 20 immortal weapons, he was thinking of equipping all the peak transitional stage powerhouses within the Sword Void Sacred Sect with an immortal weapon. It's that sense of nurturing that's wanted. Jin Sungtian looked at Lu Qingyan oddly, but still truthfully replied, there are a total of 8 people, while the transition stage adds up to a total of 18 people. This number is a few more than any other Holy Land. Lu Qingyan said, that's fine, just enough. After saying that, he looked at Su Shang's 4 peak transition peak powerhouses that surrounded him to protect him, and first looked at Su Shang and asked, Patriarch, what weapons do you usually have that are more handy? Su Shang had just been listening to Lu Qingyan and Jin Sungtian chatting, and he now returned with a strange expression, we're both good with swords. Lu Qingyan nodded his head, and with a flash in his hand, 5 immortal swords appeared in his hand. Each of you pick one. Big brother, I saw that you were good at holding a sword with both hands last time, so I'll give you another one. Lu Qingyan looked at the men with a smile. The moment the 5 immortal swords appeared, the entire heaven and earth fell silent. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped, and the breathing of everyone here stopped. Jin Sungtian and Su Shang, several people's eyes instantly glared like bronze bells, wondering if their eyes were all having problems at the moment. That's 5 immortal swords? Lu Qingyan saw that the 5 didn't make a move and directly picked up the immortal sword and came to them. Let me assign you guys. Big brother, this immortal sword is suitable for you. Sovereign, you take this one, and a few others. You're taking an immortal sword from each of Lu Qingyan's hands. All 5 of Jin Sungtian's hands trembled. It was as if the immortal sword in his hand weighed like 1,000,000 pounds. Really? It's actually a real immortal sword. Is this a dream? Little brother, you really didn't lie to big brother? There really are 20 immortal weapons? Jin Sungtian's heart was almost about to break out of his chest's control and jump out of his chest as he looked at Lu Qingyan in excitement. Lu Qingyan smiled. When have I ever lied to you? When I say there are 20 pieces, there are 20 pieces. Jin Sungtian and the others all swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva in succession, then quickly allowed the immortal swords in their hands to recognize their masters. And after that was over, they were looking at Qian Jinzhua and the others with a nervous expression. At this moment, they realized that a group of Qiankuan Valley's fairy stage powerhouses were approaching, including Qian Jinzhu. They all looked at the immortal swords in their hands with shocked gazes. These are all immortal swords? Qian Jinzhu had a skeptical look on his face at the moment. He had heard the disciples say that Lu Qingyan had snatched a lot of cultivation resources in there, but they didn't say that they had snatched so many immortal weapons. Jin Sungtian looked at Qian Jinzhe with a smile and said, Old man Qian, what are you doing? Chapter 91, the Lord of the Immortal Court is enraged. If their Sword Void Sacred Sect didn't have immortal weapons, and this time they had only come with a few peak transitional apparition stage, then they were really a bit afraid that Qiankuan Valley would directly fight them. With so many people in Qiankuan Valley, they couldn't take much advantage. But now, they all had an immortal weapon in their hands, so even if the number of transitional stage people on the side of the Qiankuan Valley was greater, there was simply no way to take them. If Qian Jinjian and the others really dared to fight for their lives, they wouldn't mind exerting their strongest combat power to make Qiankuan Valley get rid of its name among the 9 great holy lands from now on. With a handful of immortal weapons in their possession, they could really do it. Don't be nervous, guys, we don't have any crooked thoughts. Qian Jinjua's face was still twitching. At this moment, if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to start a fight with the Sword Void Sacred Sect at all. Just one person, Jin Sungtian, holding an immortal sword in both hands. I'm afraid that he was able to kill them all in a mess on their side. Not to mention the fact that at this moment, Su Shang and the 4 of them at the peak of the ferrying stage all had an immortal weapon in their hands. If you don't have a crooked mind, we're still friends, but if you really dare to do anything to us, then I won't be blamed for not remembering the love of past deaths and doing anything to you guys. Jin Sungtian threatened in a deep voice. Don't worry, we are definitely not that kind of people. You also don't need to be overly nervous. How about we have a brief chat? Qian Jinjian smiled bitterly. He had just heard what Lu Qinggan and Sword Sengtian had said, and this time, Lu Qinggan had actually obtained 20 immortal artifacts, and they, Qiankuan Valley, had never had an immortal weapon. Anyway, after this time, the Sword Void Sacred Sect would definitely become the strongest Holy Land in the mortal continent without a doubt, and this was no longer something he cared about. Anyway, he couldn't stop the Sword Void Sacred Sect from dominating the mortal world, so what he could do at this time, and there was an excellent choice appeared in front of him. He saw if he could find a way to beg for an immortal weapon, regardless of what conditions were utilized. As long as they begged for an immortal artifact, their Qiankuan Valley would become a little stronger. It was no longer anything compared to the Sword Void Sacred Sect, but it could be stronger than the other Holy Lands. What do you want to talk about? Jian Sengtian asked, still very wary. Think about it, if I hadn't gone to you guys and helped open the entrance to this passageway, would it have been impossible for you guys to have this kind of harvest? In fact, I have no other thoughts about what you guys have, but I just want to beg you to give us, Qiankuan Valley, a chance in consideration of the love of this transaction. We can give you anything you want, and only ask for one immortal artifact in exchange. After all, you guys have 20 immortal artifacts, and this immortal artifact is more than enough for you guys to use. Qian Jinshuo was full of fawning smiles, and his tone was gentle with a pleading attitude. Jian Sengtian looked at Lu Qinggan at this time. Qian Jinjian's words weren't too much, but he had to look at Lu Qinggan's opinion. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Anyway, all of their Sword Void Sacred Sects inside of all of the transitional stages added up to just 18 people, and that's 1 or 2 extra immortal weapons no one could equip. Big brother, you make the call. See if there's anything in our Sword Void Sacred Sect that needs to be satisfied by their Qiankuan Valley. One thing that was certain was that without Qiankuan Valley informing them of the existence of this passageway, they really wouldn't have gotten this kind of chance either. After he returned to the mortal world with many treasures, it signaled that their Sword Void Sacred Sect would become the strongest force in the mortal world, and there was no longer any problem in dominating the mortal world, and it would naturally be better if there was another power to help. This Qiankuan Valley is a good choice. Jian Sengtian stared at Qian Jinshuo, who was currently looking at him with a smile on his face like a dog's leg, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I can agree to your conditions, but we also have conditions. You say. Jian Jinjian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly laughed. Jian Sengtian stated his conditions. First, the immortal weapon will be given to you tomorrow. Secondly, you have to seal off all the things that happened here, not allowing a single word to be spread to the outside world. Even the matter of this passage appearing here cannot be spread. Thirdly, your Qiankuan Valley, from now on, will unconditionally stand behind our Sword Void Valley and become the staunchest ally with us. Jian Sengtian said quite a few conditions, but they were all relatively simple, and the main one was to block the news of this place, and not to let the other Holy Lands know about it first. The second is allyship, and after hearing this, Qian Jinju agreed decisively. After the negotiation was over, Lu Qingdan thought of Jin Chongming and Zhang Yinxi at that moment, so he hurriedly asked Jin Chongming and Zhang Yinkoixi to come over. He had gained a lot from this trip, and if he were to complete the system mission again, it would be the perfect ending. Jin Chongming and Zhang Yinxi called on a group of Qiankuan Valley's fairy stage powerhouses at this time to fly in front of Lu Qingdan. Little Ming, are you ready? Lu Qingdan asked with a smile. Jin Chongming nodded his head nervously, and then walked towards a transitional succession stage powerhouse first, pointing at the man. Brethren, this is Senior Li Jianghao. Lu Qingdan was slightly surprised to see that Jin Chongming actually did remember the other party's name, and then nodded with a satisfied smile. This is. Jin Chongming came to the second person, but this time, he paused. Zhang Yunxi hurriedly hinted in a low voice. Senior Lin Zita. Right. Elder Lin Zio. Jin Chongming blinked his clear, wide-eyed eyes. Zhang Yunxi. This is, like, Senior Zhang Milk Pigeon? No. Suckling Pig Zhang Senior? Oh no, I forgot. Jin Chongming held his head in both meaty hands, unable to remember. Lu Qingdan blinked and thought to herself that this was going to be impossible to accomplish, but just as this thought came to him, he heard the system's voice in the next moment. Is this going to get the job done? Immortal World. In a splendid and magnificent immortal court hall, the immortal court lord sat majestically on top of his throne. This throne carried the endless immortal energy of the immortal realm, emitting a dreamlike immortal light that illuminated the great hall as if it were daytime. The immortal lord was clad in a golden robe, which was decorated with ancient and mysterious runes, as if strips of immortal dragons were dancing on it. His expression was serene and majestic, his eyes as deep as stars. An invisible and terrifying aura slowly spread from his surroundings, like an ocean, oppressing the entire temple. That kind of aura of unruffled authority caused all the immortal realm powerhouses present to be in awe, not daring to look directly at their faces. Still haven't found out the identity of that brat? The immortal lord asked in a deep voice. Report to immortal lord. That kid doesn't seem to be from the Walking Corpse sect. An immortal emperor stage powerhouse reported coyly. That's not the secret method of the Walking Corpse? It's the Walking Corpse secret method, but the Walking Corpse sect side said that the kid wasn't one of theirs. And after we traced that passage by following up and entering the small world, we found that the kid was actually from the mortal world. Then why don't you go and arrest them? Do you still need me to teach you what to do? The immortal lord's pair of eyes flashed through a cold aura. Looking at these people, they look like mealies anyhow. None of it was done beautifully. But, that mortal world has appeared as an emperor's path. We can't go down there for the time being. Moreover, that mortal world is actually the Songyun continent. The immortal emperor stage powerhouse who spoke hurriedly lowered his head as he spoke. This pale cloud continent is a taboo name. The guy who killed their immortal lord's son is the one who escaped to that mortal world. Songyun continent? Don't tell me that this son might even be related to that Lu Tianmian? Hearing this, the immortal lord, who was still just a little displeased in front of him, suddenly had a terrifying black aura rising from his body. At this moment, it was instantly dark outside. This void had all entered the world of doom in general. Chapter 92, Refining Various Special Pills. The immortal lord instantly fell into a state of rage. Lu Tianmian killed his favorite son, escaped to that side of the mortal world. The most let him be angry. That the mortal world also appeared in the Emperor Road. The heavenly Tao will be sealed the entire mortal world. The immortal world also cannot go forward. Judging from that kid's performance, the talent strength was absolutely extraordinary, and it was highly likely that he was connected to that Lu Tianmian. Only, no matter how upset and hateful he was, there was nothing he could do but wait for the end of that mortal Emperor Road, and after someone had claimed the title of Emperor, he could then send his people down to capture them. A group of people from the immortal court didn't dare to speak, and even held their breaths for fear that this immortal lord of theirs would be upset in his heart and take it out on one of them at random. Songyun continent, Sword Void Sacred Sect. Lu Qinggan had already flown back to the middle of the sect with the Jin Sungtian Fu. After returning, he did not directly hand over all the immortal artifacts and the things he had obtained in the middle of the small world to Sword Sangtian, but hurriedly went into seclusion. He returned inside his room and directly took out the Time Cultivation Tower, invested 60,000 spirit stones into the Time Cultivation Tower, and entered the third level of space. The third level of space flows at a rate of 1 day outside and 3 months inside. He hurriedly studied the special reward he had received, the Immortal Grade Alchemist's Inheritance. He had obtained this reward the moment the mission was completed, and a strange memory surged inside his mind, causing an additional tens of thousands of years of alchemy memories to appear inside his mind. It was as if he used to be an immortal level alchemist, only to die and be reborn into this world as a 3-year-old child in this world. This memory was the Immortal Grade Alchemist Inheritance that the system said. This memory was completely fused with his original memory, which meant that if his strength reached the immortal level now, he could completely refine immortal level pills at will. This reward is kind of awesome. It's equivalent to another extra life for me. And now I'm very knowledgeable about all kinds of immortal level medicines and elixirs. Even if my cultivation hasn't broken through to the immortal level, I'll still be able to refine the pills I need today. He was still at the Yuaning stage of cultivation, and if he wanted to break through to a higher realm, he would have to continue to work hard on his cultivation, whereas just cultivating with simple spirit stones and simple mortal elixirs would be just as rapid as the previous one. However, if he was able to utilize the memories of this immortal grade alchemist to refine some special pills, the speed of raising his cultivation could be accelerated a lot more. It just so happens that I found all sorts of things from among the small worlds. It's possible to refine all sorts of pills that I need in the short term. Lu Qinggan decisively placed the things he had gotten from among the small worlds in front of himself. These things had already been categorized by Lu Ying, and he mainly displayed the various medicines he could use for alchemy. And from his memories, he searched for the Dan formula that could be used by himself and his family in the short term. Very well, I can refine 3 types of pills. One is an elixir that I can take even if I break through at the Yuaning stage to the Divine Separation stage. The Pearl Immortal Elixir. Taking this kind of elixir and relying on these treasures from the Time Cultivation Pagoda, my breakthrough speed can be accelerated by another 2 times. Secondly, it's the Change Body Pill for father and mother that they can use. Let everyone's natural qualifications keep changing to improve. Eventually everyone's qualifications can be raised to the highest realm. The third is the Reinforcement Dan, which will allow all of these demonic beast corpse levels that I've refined to be reinforced by some more realms, changing his strength on all fronts, and at the same time, allowing his father and mother to become stronger, cultivate to a higher realm, and gain a higher lifespan. With this in mind, he also went straight to work. It just so happened that among the treasures he had obtained in the small world, there was a near-immortal great Dan furnace. Thus, he began to follow that memory and attempted to concoct pills. At first, he was slightly rusty, and as time went on, he gradually found his way back to the feeling of alchemy, as if he had really been an extremely powerful immortal-level alchemist many years ago. The efficiency of the subsequent alchemy was greatly improved, and they were all able to cultivate with one hand while distractedly refining. Time rushes by. 3 months had passed inside the time cultivation tower, while only 1 day had passed outside. Lu Qinggan stopped his alchemy, and the 3 types of pills he needed were all refined by him. The bead immortal pills he could use for cultivation had been refined to a total of more than 300 pills, enough for him to subsequently cultivate inside the time cultivation tower for a year. And based on his estimation, when he earned enough system spirit stones for another 1,000,000, and then cultivated inside the time cultivation tower for a year with these pills, it was highly likely that he would be able to directly rush his cultivation to the divine separation stage cultivation. At that time, he would also be able to go directly over to the Yao Qi immortal realm and try to dig out the corpse of that chaotic body emperor. As for the transformation pills for his father and mother, he had also refined more than 300 of them, enough to make all the more mediocre talent in the family all get changed, come on a round of baptism in general, transformed. The strengthening pills used to strengthen the corpses of demonic beasts were refined in small quantities, and could only be given 1 pill to each current demonic beast corpse. So, taking advantage of the fact that there was still a bit of time left to repair the tower at this point, he directly summoned out all the corpses whose strength had reached the out-of-body stage cultivation and arranged them neatly in front of him. There were a total of 400 corpses whose strength had reached the out-of-body stage. There were fewer human corpses and a bit more demonic beast corpses. He made these corpses open their big mouths one after another, and then he utilized his aura to precisely control the elixir inside the mouths of these corpses. The elixir melts in your mouth. In the next moment, he saw a red glow appear on all of these corpses, and some of the rotting and smelly corpses suddenly grew red mold in general, writhing in a regular manner. It then actually became solid and set, as if it had become red armor, making these corpses more than twice as strong. At the same time, he could feel that the cultivation aura of these corpses had gotten a rapid leap. Almost all of them raised 3 small realms. Therefore, the corpses that were originally at the 8th level of the outbreathing stage had all been elevated to the divine separation stage realm. And so, it was only a short while ago that the original 400 corpses of the outbreathing stage had turned into 100 corpses of the divine separation stage and 300 corpses of the outbreathing stage. The dragon was also enhanced by the effects of this strengthening Dan. This strengthening Dan all has immortal level drugs in it. As long as there are enough pills, it will be able to continuously raise the strength of these corpses to the peak transitional stage realm. It's just a bit of a pity that the amount of drugs obtained from inside this small world is still limited, and the next time we refine another batch, we'll have to run out. In other words, he would be able to raise these corpses one more time, and at that time, these corpses would almost all be at the divine separation stage. He had sort of assembled an army of demonic beast corpses at the divine separation stage. When he also broke through to the divine separation stage, his overall strength was a huge boost. I also don't know if there is any existence of these drugs in this mortal continent. If I can find a large amount of these drugs, then I will be able to cultivate an extremely frightening number of peak transition stage walking corpses. If those people from the immortal world really kill down, they would all have to be annihilated by me and turned into my walking corpses. Chapter 93, the whole family becomes a heavenly pride. It was just that these medicines he needed, almost all of them had to be at the immortal level, and the probability of them appearing in the mortal world wasn't very high, unless there was a situation like the passageway that had appeared in the Qiankuan Valley not too long ago. This Yao Qi immortal realm also has the word immortal realm in its name, so I don't know if they have it in that place. If there really is some place in the entire mortal world where these medicines exist, then I guess the most likely places would be the Yao Qi immortal realm and that place with the inheritance of the chaotic body emperor. Lu Qingyan shook his head and didn't put too much hope in this extremely small probability event, and after leveling up all these corpses a bit, he put them away. That's when the time to use the time repair tower counted down. He appeared outside the time cultivation tower, and a day had passed outside. He took the transformation pill that he had refined not long ago and left the room, heading outside. It was also just about noon, and his parents and others had gathered again for lunch. The moment he appeared, everyone stared at him. When Jian Sangtian and Lu Wuwei and the others saw Lu Qingyan hurriedly run back to his room after he returned, saying that he was going into seclusion, they had already thought that if Lu Qingyan came out again, they were afraid that he would have to raise his cultivation level by a large margin again. Their gazes all fell on Lu Qingyan, feeling his cultivation aura. Only this time, Lu Qingyan's cultivation aura didn't change much, and it was less surprising than the previous kind of miracle that suddenly raised 1 or 2 large realms. It was just a breakthrough from the first layer of the Yuaning stage to the third layer of the Yuaning stage. Junior brother, did you have any other gains from your seclusion this time? Jin Sangtian could be sure that Lu Qinggan must have had some special gains to be in that much of a hurry to go into seclusion. Since there wasn't much of a change in cultivation, it meant that it was other aspects that had improved, such as the secret techniques of those moves he had given to Lu Qinggan. And the progress of his cultivation had gotten quite a bit of a boost again. Lu Qinggan approached with a smile and saw that Lu Ying and the others were there. So he directly sat down in the seat that belonged to him, and then directly took out the transformation pills collectively and placed them on the table. The appearance of a bunch of transformation Dan instantly caused the entire main hall to be filled with a rich and amazing special Dan fragrance. The three foodies, Jin Chongming, Zhang Yunqi and Song Waner, instantly flashed their eyes. Is this an elixir or another new variety of snacks that Lu Qinggan has concocted? It smells so good. It should be delicious to eat as well. Jin Sangtian and the others were also staring at the pills, and they soon realized that the grade of these pills did not seem to be low, and there was a special energy that was not aura lingering above the pills. Transformation Dan? So many? The moment Lu Ying saw these pills, shocking waves rose within her, as if she had seen something appalling. This level of transformation Dan was also extremely rare in the immortal realm, and only a very small number of immortal-level alchemists possessed the formula for this kind of pill and utilized special alchemy techniques in order to refine it. That kind of refining technique was completely different from the normal alchemy techniques of the immortal level, and the time required to refine a single variant Dan of this kind was tens of times longer than that required to refine other pills. Unless one's alchemy skill reached an extremely terrifying level, it would be impossible to refine so many variant pills in a short period of time. Lu Ying could feel that all of these pills looked like they had just come out of the oven not too long ago, and at this glance, they were the transformation pills that Lu Qinggan had personally refined. This guy, indeed, was an existence above the immortal world. This level of alchemy was also an extremely top-notch existence in the immortal world. Lu Qinggan looked at Jin Sangtian and the others, including Jin Sangtian and Su Shang, two peak ferrying stage powerhouses. As he said, these pills are called body transformation pills, which can make people who are under the immortal level's physique baptized, and those who are mediocrely endowed with talent, quickly get a boost and develop the human body's strongest talent. That's right, this kind of elixir was extremely special. Even people at the peak of the transitional stage could consume it and possess the effects. For Jin Sangtian and Su Sheng to be able to cultivate to this kind of cultivation realm, it meant that the two had strong talent, but the two had definitely not reached the highest level of talent, and after swallowing these pills, they might be able to raise their talent a bit more. In this way it will be better able to impact higher realms of cultivation. Jin Sangtian and Lu Wuwei and the others were dumbfounded after hearing this. And this elixir that is so counterintuitive? And, still, so many? You guys take it and see how it works. You can go over and over again and stop taking it after you feel no more changes in your body. When Lu Qinggan was refining these pills, he tried to swallow one or two of them, but unfortunately, it seemed that he had already pulled his talent full circle, and after taking two of them, he still didn't have any changes. Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi glanced at each other, and then the two of them used their aura to control the two pills as fast as they could, shooting them in front of them. Let's try it first. Lu Wuwei and the two of them weren't afraid of Lu Qinggan cheating them, and they decisively swallowed the elixir into their mouths. The elixir melted in their mouths, and instantly a special cold medicinal power converged into their bodies, and then quickly impacted their limbs, bones, organs, and bowels. Both of them stared wide-eyed as a sharp pain erupted in every part of their bodies. Lu Qinggan laughed. It's fine. It will only hurt for a while, and after it's over, it'll be fine. This is the process of change, and the less talented you are, the more painful the change will be. So at this moment, Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi both directly filled their heads with veins. If not to save face, at this moment, they must have wailed and screamed. The two of them, Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunqi, had thought that it should be delicious when they got Lu Qinggan's approval and said that they could eat it and reached out their hands to take it. But now that they saw the look on Lu Wuwei's and Zhang Qi's faces, their small hands trembled and they hastily shrunk back. This doesn't look like a tasty look in any way. About 10 or so breaths of time had passed before the duo of Lu Wuwei and Zhang Qi subsided. After the pain had passed, a refreshing and relieved expression appeared on the two men's faces, as if that had been held inside their bodies for a long time had finally been pooped out. Comfortable, Zhang Qi said. Lu Wuwei, on the other hand, said, I can indeed feel that my talent has been boosted, and it hasn't just been boosted a little. Me too. Can we eat again? Zhang Qi looked at Lu Qinggan. Seeing Lu Qinggan smile and nod, the two of them exchanged glances before continuing to eat the next capsule. Seeing this, Lu Ying and the others all went forward to pick up the pills and began to try to swallow them. Originally, a group of people were all eating their lunch in a joyful manner, and after Lu Qingyan appeared, the picture style directly turned into something else. Among the group of people, some of them wailed in pain, while others revealed expressions of relief after experiencing pain. As for the duo of Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunxi, they were surrounded by Jin Dishui and Lu Wan, who pressed the two of them and stuffed the elixir into their mouths. Time passes quietly. It took the entire main hall to subside. At this moment, the number of transformation pills was down to the last 10, and only after seeing that no one else was taking them, did Lu Qinggan put them away. Nowadays, Lu Wuwei and the rest of them who had average talent had also raised their talent to the ranks of heavenly pride. There were even hidden signs of awakening the cultivation physique. Lu Ying was in a subtle mood at the moment, because she realized that her talent was getting better all the time, and at a certain moment, her bloodline suddenly returned. It seemed like she had awakened the special inheritance of her ancestor. Lu Tianmian. Chapter 94, Teasing Them. After Lu Qinggan finished upgrading the talents of all his family members, the only thing left to do was to let his own cultivation level rise before making a trip to the Yaoqi Immortal Realm. And now I need to earn some system spirit stones, so I still have to make another trip to the Demon Beast Forest. In that small world, he had originally thought that he would be able to earn a lot of spirit stones, but he had not expected that. Sitting on the augur of the divine separation stage, all those who saw him would not dare to harbor any killing intent towards him. It was a bit surprising to him that those people didn't have the intention to kill even if they were upset in their hearts. None of those immortal court geniuses had any killing intent towards him, or else he would have taken action himself. Unless he wasted his time and pretended that there was no demonic beast corpse protection present, but that would also waste a lot of time, and the immortal weapons that he eventually found might not be as many. Big brother, after dinner, I'm planning to go to the Demon Beast Forest for another training trip, so you can take me forward. This time, Lu Qinggan didn't need to go forward alone, so he would just let Jian Sangtian bring him along. Jian Sangtian was in an extremely good mood at the moment, and after hearing his words, he smiled and returned. You can. Now that we are in this strength situation, you can go anywhere you want, no longer afraid of being ambushed. All of the Holy Lands combined wouldn't necessarily be able to kill them. After lunch, Lu Qinggan couldn't wait to go out and earn enough spirit stones to come back and directly close the door to cultivate and break through to the divine separation stage. It was just that he hadn't set off and arrived in front of Sword Sangtian when the system's voice suddenly sounded. It's quite timely. Lu Qingyan had thought that he needed him to interact with his family before this quest would appear, and with it appearing at this time, the odds were that it had been accidentally triggered again. It was just that he was only with Jian Sangtian at the moment. Because Sword Cthulhu triggered the quest? The host, through the introduction of his hair, has already gotten to know quite a few powerful people at the transition stage, and now has enough connections and possesses a very strong alchemy ability to begin the next step of the plan. The host will try to form an alchemy alliance within a month, naming it the Alchemists Guild, and invite at least 3 10th grade alchemists to join through their connections. Mission accomplished, reward immortal grade treasure hunting pagoda, and 1 million spirit stones. Lu Qinggan raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing the system mission. The Alchemists Guild? This task, placed under normal circumstances 500 years later, would definitely be difficult. At least he would have to beg his fiancée Zhang Yin Koixi and his hairdresser Jin Chongming for help. But today, he had the entire Sword Void Sacred Sect to help him, together with the Sword Void Sacred Sect being on the endorsement. This alliance was also formed with a great deal of safety and security, and there would be no one to oppose or stop it. So this task wasn't difficult. Just need to find 3 10th grade alchemists to cooperate. It is a reward that is a freebie. Lu Qingyan hurriedly checked the function of this so-called treasure hunting tower treasure. The name of this treasure sounded like it made him very interested, and he didn't know if it was the same as he imagined that he could search for the treasure. If it was simply a carpet search for treasures within a certain range, the treasure would be attractive enough. But if there were other roles, such as the one he was thinking of at the moment, then it would truly be a supreme treasure. Lu Qinggan took a glance at the treasure's function through the system. Then his eyes widened violently and his heart's beating rate jumped several times from its normal speed at once. Nice guy. Really good guys. The system seemed to actually know what he needed. It's almost as if the rewards are completely tailored to the desires of his heart. The function of this treasure hunting tower was to use a certain amount of spirit stones, by inputting the name and description of the thing that needed to be searched for, and then it would be able to drive this tower and give him a map of the location of the thing he was searching for. What's the one thing he's missing these days? Cultivation strength of a stronger corpse. There are also medicines that can be made to make a strengthening elixir. After obtaining this treasure hunting pagoda, he was directly like a tiger with wings, directly spiraling off. And there's also a million spirit stones reward. Ha, then why am I still going to the Demon Beast Forest? Hurry up and find 3 10th grade alchemists. Lu Qinggan hurriedly looked at Jian Sangtian and couldn't wait. Big brother, We're not going over to the demon beast forest. When Jian Xingtian saw Lu Qingyan suddenly change his mind, he couldn't help but ask with some confusion. What's wrong with little brother? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Suddenly there's a much more meaningful thing that I need to do. And of course, this will have to be done with the help of Big Brother's power to get things done. Lu Qingyan immediately gave Jian Xingtian the utterance to speak out about his intention to create an alliance of alchemists guilds. He was in dire need of 3 10th grade alchemists today. After Jian Xingtian heard this, the doubt on his face increased by 1 point. Junior brother, why do you suddenly want to create this kind of alliance? This is also the first time I've heard of such an alliance. And the 3 10th grade alchemists you mentioned, it's a good idea. We have one in our clan alone. There's also one on the Qinkuan Valley side, and I'll go find another one on the other Holy Land side, and that'll be enough. It's simply having this idea. Big brother, you should be helping me with all your might. Lu Qingyan couldn't find out what the significance of founding this kind of alliance was in a short period of time. He couldn't say that he was going to start this alchemist guild because of his own system's mission. After hearing this, Jian Xingtian felt that almost everything Lu Qingyan did was meaningful. So if Lu Qingyan chose not to say anything at the moment, he didn't ask too many questions and nodded. Then leave it to me. I'll be able to find the last 10th grade alchemist for you soon. Now that their Sword Void Sacred Sect had become the most powerful force in the mortal continent, they would slowly show their mighty side afterward, and it wouldn't be hard to find another 10th grade alchemist to join the Alchemists Guild founded by Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan laughed. Try to be as fast as possible. It's best to finish within this 1 or 2 day period. Is it so urgent? Then I'll go and do it this afternoon. After Jian Xingtian finished speaking, he was ready to set off later on. Let's first go over to Qinkuan Valley and find Xianjinju to discuss the matter, and then after that, he would see which Holy Land to go and stroll through. Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded, and the two had just finished chatting when, at this moment, Sword Xingtian suddenly received a voice transmission from Su Shang. Old Ancestor Bihai Qingtian and Old Ancestor Long Yuan Sect are here again. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingtian cheerfully looked at Lu Qingyan. Coincidentally, with these two old guys here, this can be done straight away. Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, then I'll go forward with Big Brother. Jian Xingtian glanced at Lu Qingyan's cultivation aura and laughed. Then you hide your cultivation first. We'll tease them later. With that, he also took out a pill and signaled Lu Qingyan to take it. Last time, those two old guys from Longshanxing didn't believe in what he said, since Lu Qingyan wanted to follow him forward. Let them have a long look and see what a genius is. The Sword Void Sacred Sect's main peak was in a large hall. By now there were quite a few people over here. Both the Long Yuan Sect's old ancestor and the Bihai Qingtian old ancestor had a few young geniuses with them. They had originally agreed to come back here a month later for a sparring match, but after the two of them secretly conferred, they decided to come earlier. That old man wouldn't have gone drinking again? Long Shenqing, the old ancestor of the Long Yuan sect, looked at Su Shang and asked. Su Shang smiled. No, old ancestor, he said he would arrive soon. Su Shang's words had just fallen, when the figures of two people appeared out of thin air in the middle of the hall. It was none other than Lu Qingyan and Jian Xingtian. Chapter 95, a group of demon beast corpses at the divine separation stage show their power. After Lu Qingyan appeared in the main hall, he cast his eyes towards the people present, and he saw that there were quite a lot of people who had come here, and among them, Su Lin was among them. He had only not seen this kid Su Lin for less than half a month, and he didn't expect this kid to raise his cultivation quite fast. It was already at the peak of the pioneer stage cultivation. If he didn't have the time cultivation tower, he really wouldn't have been able to cultivate much faster than Su Lin. From here, it could also be seen that this Su Lin really did have 2 brushes, only that Su Lin's speed of improvement was even faster, and the person he was facing could only be a little bit overshadowed. When he completed the quest that the system had just appeared, and gave him another day, he would be able to quickly break through to the divine separation stage cultivation. When Su Lin saw that Lu Qingyan had appeared and was staring at him at the moment, a touch of insubordination rose on his face, and his gaze also looked straight at Lu Qingyan with a provocative intent in his eyes. Even if I couldn't beat you a few times before, now you will have no chance of winning in front of me. So what if I'm gifted? I'll always be on top of you in my cultivation in the future. Old man Sword, I thought you were drinking again. Long Shenqing had a confident smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he laughed blandly. Didn't you say last time that you would come back to spar after January? This time you came and brought so many disciples with you. Is this an advance? Jian Xingtian swept his eyes at Su Lin and the other young geniuses. Each and every one of them had a cultivation level that didn't exceed the Yuaning stage, which made him want to laugh a little. His little brother was not long ago inside that special little world crushing a group of Yuaning stage immortal realm geniuses. This has only come out not long ago. You guys are looking for the door by yourselves. It really explains what is called to make a fool of yourself. Of course, the fact that Long Shinching and the others were able to do this also proved that Qian Jinquo had done a good job of promising what he had promised. The secrecy measures were done perfectly, and nowadays, no one from the other Holy Lands had inquired about what was happening over there. Having nothing to do, I planned to advance some. What? I can't? Long Shinching asked with a smile. Chen Xingtian chimed in at this time and laughed. Anyway, it's not that bad for those few days, so this time we'll bring a few disciples first. Jian Tsungtian playfully tasted. Let's do as you say. That is, I see that the disciples you brought are not very good. A Yuaning stage are not there. My little brother has already broken through to the Yuaning stage. This has to suppress his cultivation to what extent before he can spar with them. Still at the Yuaning stage. Why don't you say it's the transition stage? The two of them, Long Shincheng and Chen Xingtian, had already carefully probed their senses to check Lu Qing'an's cultivation aura when he appeared. It was just that they didn't sense any cultivation aura from Lu Qing'an at all, as if he had taken some kind of elixir that hid his breath. Coupled with these words from Jian Tsangtian at this moment, they were all speechless in their hearts, sort of seeing this unconquerable strength of Jian Tsangtian. In order to pretend, he actually gave Lu Qing'an an elixir that hid his cultivation. Still at the Yuaning stage. Why don't you say that he'll break through to the parting of the spirits stage tomorrow, and soon after that he'll directly become a ferrying stage? Long Shincheng and the two of them glanced at each other, and they were both too lazy to talk to Jian Tsungtian. Since Jian Tsungtian had agreed, it was just a matter of directly letting the disciples cut up, and no need for bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Both of them looked at the most talented disciple among their forces and gave each other a look. Beside Chen Xingtian also stood a young boy who was not very old. He also looked to be around 3 or 4 years old, but his cultivation was at the light opening stage. When Lu Qing'an appeared at this place, he then also stared at this young kid and realized that this kid also seemed to be uncomplicated, with eyes that did not match this age, and was most likely also the reincarnation of an immortal. Big brother, it's time to get down to business. Lu Qing'an saw that Jian Tsangtian still wanted to continue teasing Long Shinching and the two of them, while he didn't want to waste any more time. There was no point in flirting with these people. He was more interested in completing his mission quickly and raising his cultivation up. Sword Tsangtian smiled at his words and said, "All right, given that my little brother's strength is too strong, even if he suppresses his cultivation in the same realm, that's still an unresolved general existence. So I directly suggest that when it comes to the duel, I'll send out my little brother, and both of your forces will directly send out 2 people." Jian Tsangtian stared at the duo of Long Shinqing and Chen Xingtian, a provocative smile sketching out from the corner of his mouth. Long Shincheng and Chen Xingtian both looked at Jian Tsangtian with some surprise. This old boy, what was he playing at? How dare you speak so loudly? That's what you said. Long Shincheng didn't care about face. As long as this Lu Qing'an lost, their disciples on both sides would be able to take some of Lu Qing'an's qi. Since I said it, I definitely won't back out. However, I also have a condition. Jian Tsangtian entered the main topic, not waiting for Long Shincheng and the two of them to ask what condition. Then he spoke out on his own. My little brother and I intend to establish an alchemist guild organization, and we are short of 2 10th grade alchemists to join into supporting the scene. I remember that both of your parties have a 10th grade alchemist. Alchemists guild? What kind of organization is this? Long Shincheng asked. Lu Qing'an stood out at this time, a light smile on her face as she detailed the organization she was going to create. It is a professional organization that gathers alchemists, which can make better integration and sharing of resources among alchemists, promote knowledge transmission and enhancement, and have the role of competition and exchange, etc. Long Shincheng and Chen Xingtian both looked at Lu Qing'an unexpectedly after hearing this. That sounds good. Okay. Long Shincheng quickly nodded his head and agreed. Anyway, it's just a matter of holding up the fort and getting this organization set up smoothly, with no other risks. I don't have a problem with it either. Chen Xingtian nodded his head as well. Okay, then this begins. Which 2 disciples are you planning to send out? Jian Tsangtian asked with the corner of his mouth curled up. Long Shincheng directly dispatched Su Lin. Chen Xingtian, on the other hand, dispatched the child beside him. Therefore, for this battle, they all had to suppress their cultivation to the light opening stage realm. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Lu Qing'an no longer hid his cultivation aura and directly dispersed his cultivation aura, signaling Jian Tsangtian to help him suppress his realm. The moment Lu Qing'an's Yuaning stage cultivation aura was dispersed, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Long Shincheng and the others all snapped their eyes wide open and looked at Lu Qing'an incredulously. No, is it really a Yuaning stage cultivation? After Su Lin came here, he had a brash look on his face and regained his self-confidence. But at this moment, when he sensed Lu Qing'an's cultivation aura, he was dumbfounded, like it had instantly broken. The whole little face directly collapsed. Sword Singtian was filled with a smug smile as he suppressed Lu Qing'an's cultivation to the enlightenment stage. Long Shensheng and Chen Xingtian both quickly regained their senses from the shock, and the two of them glanced at each other again before they both clenched their teeth and decided to take a gamble. Anyway, it's 2 against 1. Long Shensheng directly suppressed Su Lin's cultivation to the light opening stage. Go on, don't be afraid. Long Shensheng looked at Su Lin and urged, by the way, is it possible to use external objects to fight? Like immortal swords, and other means, like beast pets and such. I can do all of that. Lu Qinggan looked at Long Shensheng with a smile. Long Shensheng's furrowed brows suddenly loosened a bit as he said, are you sure it's really possible to fight with a beast pet? Su Lin was in possession of a green dragon. This kid, out of his mind? I'm fine with both. You guys decide. Lu Qinggan laughed. Good. You said it. Then it can be used. Long Shensheng gritted his teeth and didn't want to be facetious. As long as they could win against Lu Qinggan anyway. Alright, then it's settled. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth flashed with a smile of triumphant intrigue, and then he directly summoned a group of demonic beast corpses at the divine separation stage out of the middle of the great hall. All of a sudden, the empty hall instantly seemed slightly narrower. Su Lin, who had just wanted to summon the green dragon, was numb. Chapter 96, easily. Rewards arrive. In the midst of the magnificent hall, everyone on the scene was shocked by the sight before them. The ground was densely filled with the corpses of demonic beasts of the divine separation stage, which were covered in special red armor, as if they were warriors from hell, manifesting an unrivaled dominance and ferocity. No matter which angle one looked at them from, they exuded the aura of the divine separation stage, and the aftermath of their power seemed to still be reverberating in the air, causing one to feel a suffocating sense of oppression. The fierce pupils of these demonic beasts were now empty and godless, losing the light of their souls, and a strong aura of death lingered in every corner. Su Lin was originally summoning the green dragon to appear. His green dragon cultivation had already reached the Yuaning stage cultivation, but the green dragon came out halfway, and was instantly shocked by the horrifying situation and shrank back directly. The situation of these demonic beasts was very wrong, clearly not as simple as a simple beast pet. As a demonic beast, seeing this situation was like a human seeing a ghost, directly shriveling it up. The two of them, Long Shensheng and Chen Xingtian, were also shocked to the point of numbness by this scene, their gazes staring at these dead demonic beasts' corpses, their hearts churning with shock. What's going on? These are the corpses of demonic beasts at the divine separation stage? And it's all under Lu Qing'an's control? This kid, how on earth did he do that? Jen Sangtian was also shocked by Lu Qing'an's move. He already knew that Lu Qing'an was able to control the corpses of demonic beasts. The reason why he reigned supreme in that small world was that he was able to control a group of corpses of demonic beasts at the out-of-body stage. But what was going on with this now? How come they're all at the stage of distraction? What kind of means does this possess, that it can also make the corpses of demonic beasts that have died long ago, have their cultivation strength enhanced? This was a real eye-opener for him. Ha ha, old man Long, you did say earlier that you could use your beast pet to fight, so don't blame my little brother for being impolite. Jen Sangtian quickly came back to his senses and looked directly at Long Shensheng with a smug smile on his face. It was no longer necessary to fight. Give Su Lin and that little boy tens of thousands of guts. They wouldn't dare to move a bit, right? The corners of Long Shensheng's mouth and cheeks were twitching madly, as if the most vulnerable places were being stimulated madly by Jen Sangtian. This guy, it says beast pet, but is this really a beast pet? Long Shensheng asked through clenched teeth. Can a demonic beast corpse be considered a beast pet? Lu Qinggan smiled lightly and laughed. What is the definition of a beast pet? Long Shensheng was silent, looking at Lu Qing'an's appearance. It was obvious that he could control these demonic beast corpses, so wasn't this no different from a beast pet? Your kid's talent strength is so strong. Is it really necessary to play such small tricks? Long Shensheng had no choice but to let out a sigh. Lu Qinggan said, how can this be considered a small means? And in the future, when we fight for the throne, don't we also use all the means, each according to their own abilities? He was too lazy to fight with Su Lin and the others. 1. He didn't want to bully them, and 2. He was afraid that when he actually fought, he would use his moves and secret techniques to directly bombard the two with nothing. Just win this so-called cut and finish what you started. Both Long Shensheng and Chen Xingtian were so disliked by Lu Qing'an that they were speechless. When Lu Qing'an saw this, he smiled and asked, it's sort of like I won, right? The duo of Long Shensheng and Chen Xingtian still didn't reply. Jian Santian laughed. You're this old and still can't afford to lose? Who can't afford to lose? Long Shensheng finished and gritted his teeth. What we promised you earlier, we will also fulfill. I'll have our forces alchemists come over here. But do you guys have the ability to fight with your skills? No need for beast pets. Lu Qinggan got the answer he wanted. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Then the golden immortal sword was taken out, and he casually made the void sword shadow sword technique of the Dengfeng Peak realm towards the open space. At that instant, countless sword shadows flashed out from the void, covering the entire void on that side as if 10,000 swords were firing in unison, and in the blink of an eye, it caused an entire void to become a black hole. The terrifying might startled everyone present and opened their eyes wide. Can they take this blow from me? If they can, then let's fight, Lu Qinggan said with a smile. He had not only cultivated this sword technique to the peak realm, he had also cultivated all the secret techniques of the moves to the peak realm. Plus he possessed the chaos body. For someone in the same realm to compete with him would simply be a self-inflicted humiliation. It's useless to come with as many surin as you can. One kill and no squeak. Jin Sangtian was the first to fall into a state of confusion when he saw that set of sword techniques. Little brother, when did you cultivate this void sword shadow sword technique to the peak realm? I haven't cultivated it yet, Jin Sangtian exclaimed, very shocked. He had cultivated for so many years, but he hadn't even managed to cultivate this sword technique to this level. And it had only been a short while since he had handed over the sword technique to Lu Qingyan. Is this still human? Lu Qingyan smiled lightly. I cultivated up to it not long ago. Other than that, the secret methods of moves and whatnot that you gave me, big brother, have all been cultivated up to the peak realm. If you still have any good moves and secret techniques, you can also give them to me as well, and I'll spend a few days cultivating up. Jin Sangtian's entire body went numb. Nice guy. I'm such a good guy. This is the demon. You're just over 3 years old, so against the odds, and still letting people live. Little brother, let's not talk about anything else. That, big brother has something he wants to ask you. When you are free, can you give me some pointers? My 2 sword techniques. I've been practicing them for too long, and they're still only at the consummate realm. Speaking later, Jin Sangtian had made himself whole speechless and embarrassed. All those years of practice are really practice to the dogs. Long Shencheng and Shen Xingtian were both listening to the conversation between these 2 brothers, still immersed and unable to extricate themselves from their stupor. Like a log, he had completely lost the ability to think. Ascension realm. This is still a great comparison. Big brother, I'll take the time to write down the epiphanies, so you can study them yourself. Lu Qinggan said. Very well, let me know when you're done writing. Jin Sangtian nodded his head quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. You guys, are you still competing? At this time, Jin Sangtian didn't forget about the main event and stared at the 2 Long Shencheng and asked with a smile. No comparison. Long Shencheng laughed bitterly. He came with hope, not realizing that, before he even started, he was already deep in despair. Then hurry up and finish what you guys promised, Jin Sangtian said. At Jin Sangtian's urging, the 2 men each sent a message to the 10th grade alchemists within their forces, telling them to come directly to the Sword Void Sacred Sect side. Coincidence? At this time, Jin Sangtian suddenly took out his voice transmission jade slip and looked at Lu Qinggan. Xianjinjian said that he has something to ask for an audience, so I'll directly ask him to bring the 10th grade alchemist from their place as well. Lu Qinggan nodded his head. One more 10th grade alchemist was also a bit more stable. Just like that, Lu Qinggan and the few others had only waited for less than an hour afterward, and the 4 10th grade alchemists assembled within the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Subsequently, the Sword Void Sacred Sect directly spread the news to the outside world that they were going to establish an alchemist guild. As soon as the news spread, Lu Qinggan was the first to hear the system's voice. Mission accomplished. Reward in hand. Chapter 97, The Magical Treasure Hunting Tower. That's a pretty easy task. After Lu Qinggan heard that the treasure hunting pagoda and the 1 million spirit stone reward had already been deposited into his storage bag, he looked directly at Jin Sangtian and said, Big brother, I still have things to do, so I'll go back first. I'll leave the matters of the Alchemist Guild to you afterward. Jin Sangtian laughed. Go on, leave this place to me. If you are free, remember to write down your epiphanies yet. Yes, I can. I'll give it to you tomorrow. After Lu Qinggan finished speaking, she left the hall and flew towards Fengyang City, and Jin Sangtian didn't feel relieved that Lu Qinggan was flying alone, so he directly asked Su Sheng to give Lu Qinggan a ride. After Lu Qinggan left, Long Shenqin looked at Jin Sangtian at the first opportunity and snapped with a puzzled face. Old man Jian, what the hell is going on here? He really couldn't figure out how this Lu Qinggan had suddenly become like this. Even if the cultivation level increases quickly, this is not normal at all. Immortals reincarnated can't do this, right? And what's up with this money-shaking grab? As soon as he came to this point, he actually looked like a little brother to Jin Sangtian that was called a respectful, while in the face of Lu Qingyan, he instantly became a servant in general. His humble side was shown. I can't believe I'm still calling Lu Qinggan young master. Jian Zhenjian did call Lu Qinggan young master just now. There was no way. Without Lu Qinggan, he wouldn't be able to get an immortal weapon at all. Now that the immortal weapon was in his hands, he could wake up smiling in his dreams. At the same time, he had already determined that Lu Qinggan would definitely be able to become a great emperor. Moreover, after becoming a great emperor, even in the immortal realm, I'm afraid that one would still have extremely high attainments. Then this young master of his, also called the unjustifiable, and may even therefore in this kind of future achievement extremely high existence, in advance to make good relations. The road to go wide is also difficult to say. Sword Sangtian pondered for a moment in the face of Long Shenqing's question and said, I'm not really sure, so don't ask me. He was also confused, saying that his little brother immortal reincarnation it, but from the style of action, and does not have the kind of frame of the immortal. Moreover, the reincarnation of an immortal wasn't so unbelievable. This is only how long has passed since Lu Qinggan joined their Sword Void holy sect, and it's already like this. So wouldn't it be directly becoming a transitional succession stage powerhouse if they were to ascend at this rate for half a month? Or even just call it an empire? A 3-year-old greatest? It's shocking to think about. No one has ever been there before or since. Anyway, the juniors in your forces shouldn't think about claiming the title of emperor. Use our young master Lu Qinggan as a role model. It's fine to work hard on your cultivation, but I advise you not to presume to compete with him. Jian Zhenjian looked towards Long Shenqing and Su Lin and gave a reminder with a smile. Long Shenqing glanced at Su Lin, who was still in a state of confusion at the moment, and secretly sighed. He had lost all confidence the moment he saw Lu Qinggan execute a sword technique of the peak realm, knowing that even if Su Lin was even more powerful, it would be impossible for him to match Lu Qing'an's. That's all, Long Shenqing said. In fact, you don't need to be frustrated. A few of us have always had a good relationship. Our Sword Void Sacred Sect rises up, and there will be no other changes in your sacred ground. We are all friends, and in the future, it will also be a mutually beneficial relationship. Become stronger together. Jian Sangtian had already become the big brother here in general, smiling as he looked at Long Shenqing's few people. Elder brother Sword is right. From now on, we'll follow old brother Jian's lead. Jian Jinsui had already stopped calling Jian Sangtian old man Jian. This point of insight, people like them who had lived for so long, naturally had it. Chen Xingtian also saw the situation clearly and smiled. That's right. From now on, we'll follow old brother Jian. Long Shenqing smiled bitterly. Okay, Sword elder brother. Ha ha, this is good. Sword Sangtian sprung up. This kinda cool. Don't worry, with me here, everyone will become immortal in the future. Old Qian show them what your life has become after hanging out with me. Sword Sangtian looked at Qian Jinju at this time, signaling Qian Jinju to show off the display. He knew that if the Sword Void Sacred Sect wanted to dominate the entire mortal continent, it would still be a bit troublesome to rely on their entire sacred land alone, and they would have to do something drastic at least before Lu Qing'an claimed the throne. However, if there was support from the Qiankuan Valley, and now with the support from the Dragon Abyss sect and the Bihai Qingtian, then things would be simpler. With the 4 holy lands joining forces, along with their Sword Void Sacred Sect possessing so many immortal weapons, even if they were to face the most powerful Yao Qi Immortal Realm, they would still have to render Yao Qi Immortal Realm powerless. When Qian Zhenjian sniffed, he instantly knew what to do and directly took out a long, green-colored blade inside his storage bag. At that instant, a terrifying aura swept through the surroundings. As soon as the immortal weapon came out, both Long Shenqing and Chen Xingtian quickly widened their eyes. Wait a minute, you old man, when did you have an immortal weapon too? You, where did you get that immortal blade? Long Shenqing couldn't help but ask quickly. He could feel that Qianjin snatching this immortal weapon was 1 point stronger than his immortal weapon. Chen Xingtian also couldn't wait to look at Qian Jinjian and Jian Sangtian, waiting for the two to reply. He didn't have an immortal weapon so far. Qian Jinju laughed. Of course he gave it to me after I hung out with old brother Jian. Old brother Jian, I have to thank you again before I can do that. Jian Sangtian waved his hand and laughed. I naturally won't treat the partners who have befriended me poorly. This is just the beginning. It's not the end. Listen well and do a good job. Perhaps I'll give you another immortal weapon in the future. I hereby swear to the heavens that in the future, if elder brother Jian tells me to go east, I will never go west. Qian Jinzhou's eyes snapped open at his words. And the immortal weapon reward? Good guy. Don't say let me do anything. I'll even let you ask me to sleep in your bed. When Long Shenqing and Chen Xingtian both heard this, their eyes had widened to the point that they were almost oozing blood. This means that Sword Sangtian still has extra immortal weapons in his hands? Where is the immortal weapon? No, old man Sword. No, old man Sword. Where did you get so many immortal weapons from? By the looks of it, there seems to be more than one? Long Shenqing indisputably swallowed his saliva. Jinzhou looked towards Jin Sangtian and asked with a smile, "Old brother Jin, do you need me to inform them how many immortal weapons you possess?" Jin Sangtian directly nodded his head. Having subdued the two of them, Long Shinqin and Chen Qingtian, getting the two forces to support their Sword Void Sacred Sect would not be an easy task. You guys can listen carefully. Nowadays, our old sword brother has a total of 20 immortal weapons on hand. The corners of Qian Jinzhou's mouth curled up as if he possessed so many immortal weapons, and he raised an eyebrow towards the two of them, Long Shinqing and Chen Qingtian. Once these words passed, the entire hall was instantly silent. Lu Qinggan quickly returned inside his room, and after hanging the sign of seclusion in front of his door, he took out the treasure hunting pagoda at the first opportunity to study it. When he took out the treasure hunting pagoda, the air around him seemed to freeze. He only saw that he was holding a small tower-shaped jade stone in his hand, crystal clear, and with the success of recognizing the owner, the jade stone began to emit a shimmering light, slowly expanding and levitating in the air. In a matter of moments, the tiny jade transformed into a magnificent cascading pagoda half a man high, brilliant and dazzling, standing firmly above the earth. The tower's body was flowing with color, and the spiral patterns were as if they were alive and gently dancing in the sunlight. The body was a jade-shaped treasure-seeking pagoda, and it also emitted a refreshing fragrance. The method of use is also simple. Just enter the item you need to find and then follow the instructions and put in a certain amount of system spirit stones. Lu Qinggan hurriedly began to try, touching his hand to that jade pagoda, and then a thought came in inside his mind. Strong condensation grass. This was exactly the main drug used to refine the strengthening Dan. As long as there were enough of them, he would be able to refine a large amount of strengthening Dan to enhance the cultivation strength of the demonic beast corpses. As soon as this thought passed, in the next moment, he saw a string of numbers appear above this jade pagoda. 100,000 spirit stones? Fortunately, it's not a lot. Lu Qinggan decisively invested 100,000 system spirit stones into this treasure hunting tower. In the next moment, a map message directly passed through his arm and converged inside his mind. It was the map of the entire mortal continent, and there are quite a few places marked with red dots in this map. These little dots are exactly where the strong condensed grass is located. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The mortal continent actually has so many strong condensation grasses as well? Chapter 98 Transitional Walking Corpse Army. The map inside Lu Qinggan's mind was extremely clear, and it was as if he had become a creation god. Looking down on the map of the entire mortal continent, and inside this map, mountain ranges, geography, grass, trees, and other things were clearly outlined, but there was no human presence to be seen. His gaze fixed on the location that held the red dots at the moment, and he found that his consciousness could control the change in perspective. Instantly landing near the first red dot, his perspective appeared inside a clan. This place was some distance away from their Sword Void Sacred Sect, but it wasn't particularly far away, and there were roughly 10 plants of strong condensation grass planted here. He quickly controlled his consciousness to change and came to other locations of this clan, and finally his consciousness stopped in front of the mountain gate of this clan. I told you why it's so familiar. It's the Purple Shao Sect. It was the Purple Shao Sect where he went to decapitate that little boy in black last time, so it seemed that after he cultivated to the divine separation stage, he would also have to make a trip over there again to pick these 10 strong condensation grasses. The main drug for refining the strengthening Dan was the strong condensation grass, which was also the rarest drug, while the other drugs for refining the strengthening Dan, he had obtained quite a lot of them from that small world, and as long as there was enough strong condensation grass, he would be able to make a large amount of strengthening Dan, and raise the strength intensity of the corpses all the way up to the transitional abomination stage. It's just strange, a drug that a holy place like the Sword Void Sacred Sect doesn't even have. This first-class sect, the Purple Shao Sect, actually has it, which is really a bit strange. Let's see if the other places that have strong condensation grass have anything in common with this Purple Shao Sect. Lu Qinggan continued to shift his consciousness to other red dot locations afterward, and found that the locations where this strong condensation grass was located had little in common, and were almost randomly distributed. Some were in other clans, and some were in some remote mountain ranges or dangerous places. One of the dangerous places was a demonic beast forest, and there was a stone tablet standing in the middle of the map, which said that this demonic beast forest was the largest demonic beast forest in the entire mortal continent, and it even possessed the existence of demonic beasts at the ferrying stage. Lu Qinggan's consciousness settled right at the center of the largest demonic beast forest in this mortal world, and saw that there was a special field with extremely dense spiritual qi here. This place actually possessed a large area of special medicines, almost all of which were at the immortal medicine level. Good fellow, there are thousands of strong condensation grasses here. On top of that, the other medicines are also extremely precious. After I break through to the divine separation stage, I must make a trip here. Lu Qing'an's eyes glowed, and he couldn't even wait to set off right here and now. However, he endured it, and it was better for him to go after he had raised his strength to prevent any accidents. In this kind of dangerous place, it was necessary to bring along Sword Sangtian and the rest of them, the strongest people of the transition stage. Afterwards, Lu Qing'an shifted his gaze to the last place that possessed the largest strong condensation grass. The location here is in the easternmost part of the mortal continent. It's actually inside the Yaoqi Wonderland. The Yaoqi Immortal Realm was extremely special, within an extremely powerful formation, and somewhere within this formation, there was a medicinal field, and within it, there were quite a few strong condensing herbs. These strong condensation grasses were obviously artificially raised and distributed in a very regular manner, numbering more than 3,000 plants. On top of that, there were quite a few immortal-level medicines present in this medicinal field. Subsequently, Lu Qing'an's consciousness shifted again, still inside this Yaoqi Immortal Realm, and he arrived at the center of the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, where there was a special altar, and on top of the altar, there was a black hole of emptiness. His consciousness couldn't enter inside, but he could see that this black hole of emptiness possessed a large number of red dots inside. There were more red dots than had appeared in the entire mortal continent. This meant that inside this black hole in the void, it was highly likely that it possessed at least 5,000 strong condensation grasses. This can't be inside that chaotic body emperor's inheritance land. Lu Qing'an gulped as she read this. He happened to be going inside that inheritance land, which was considered to be on the way. After checking the distribution of the mortal continent on the strong congealing grass, Lu Qing'an opened his eyes and his hand left that jade pagoda. So it seems that I'm expected to have a large number of walking corpses at the peak of the transitional stage. Lu Qing'an had a light smile on his face. With these corpses, his battle power could be raised by quite a few notches. In the future, he might not even need to fight personally. Relying on these walker armies would be enough to crush all incoming enemies. If all the people coming from the immortal realm will really have their cultivation suppressed by the heavenly Tao at peak transitional stage cultivation, then as many of them as come will really have to die. Lu Qing'an thought as he did. Afterward, his gaze once again landed on this treasure hunting tower. Being able to refine a large number of strengthening pills, then he would also have to collect more corpses with strong cultivation in order to form an army of walking corpses in huge numbers. This treasure hunting tower, I wonder if it can help him find the body. He decisively began to try, once again touching his hand on top of this treasure hunting tower, and then inputting the item he wanted to find. Transitional corpse. When his cultivation reached the divine separation stage, he was able to refine even the corpses of the transition stage. Since he was able to refine corpses of this level, it would be best for him to definitely directly refine the corpses of the transitional stage first when he formed the walking corpse army, and then raise the corpse's cultivation level in order to better allow the walking corpses to be raised to the peak transitional stage realm. The amount of strengthening Dan consumed to raise a team of distraction stage walkers up would be extremely high, so it would be better to start raising them directly from looking for high-level walkers to be more efficient. Soon, he saw a string of numbers appear above this treasure hunting tower. 100,000 system spirit stones. He beamed with joy and said, "It looks like it's possible to search for it too." He quickly invested 100,000 system spirit stones into the treasure hunting tower, and then a map appeared inside his mind. It's the same as the previous map, except that this time the red dots that appear are in a different location. There's not as many red dots this time as there were earlier. In the entire mortal continent, there are only 1,000 red dots in possession. The entire mortal world is so big, and there are only so few corpses at the transitional succession stage? It shouldn't be. Lu Qing'an was slightly surprised, then thought of a possibility. Could it be that your search terms are not precise enough? And as he searched for a transitional stage corpse, would this treasure-seeking tower directly default to a complete transitional stage corpse? The corpses he needed didn't just need transitional stage corpses with intact bodies, but only corpses that were capable of exerting transitional stage power. So he re-entered the search terms. Arbitrary case of a ferrying corpse. This time the number that appeared above the treasure hunting tower was 50,000. He had enough system spirit stones now, so he also decisively invested 50,000 system spirit stones. He then realized that there were indeed a lot more red dots inside the map that appeared this time. More than 5,000 of them. There are also dozens of them inside the Sword Void Sacred Sect. I'm afraid that if I want to refine them, Big Brother, he won't be willing to do it either. Forget it, after all. I'm also a part of the Sword Void Sacred Sect, so let these corpses be spared and refine the other forces. He realized that most of these corpse locations were amongst forces of various sizes, and the closest place to their Sword Void Sacred Sect that possessed more transition stage corpses was none other than inside the Black Wind Cliff. Very well, there are a full 100 transitional apparition corpses. That place has already been possessed by the Sword Void Sacred Sect, so these 100 corpses, they belong to me. Lu Qinggan rubbed his fists together, and when he finished this retreat, he would go forward. Chapter 99, Lu Wan was killed. After finding what he needed for a short period of time, Lu Qinggan put away the treasure hunting tower. He now has a goal planned for the near future. First, use the time cultivation tower to break through to the divine separation stage. And only by breaking through to the divine separation stage will I dare to refine these corpses successfully. And after that, it's to go to the central area of that demon beast forest that has the most strong condensation grass. And inside the Yaoqi Wonderland, to get all the strong condensation grass in hand. And it wasn't difficult for him to break through to the divine separation stage, now that he possessed the ability to refine pills. Along with having more than 1,000,000 system spirit stones, he could directly enter the highest level of the time cultivation tower to retreat and cultivate. And in a day's time, he would be able to break through to the divine separation stage. Very well, straight to closure. Lu Qinggan didn't beep, and decisively took out the time cultivation tower, then entered inside the time cultivation tower and began to cultivate in seclusion. Strive to quickly break through to the divine separation stage first. Time flowed extremely fast in the time cultivation tower, and a year passed by quietly. During this year, Lu Qingyan had been cultivating at full strength, with his chaotic body and various qualifications operating to the extreme. And finally, when the time for using the time cultivation pagoda was almost over, he stopped cultivating, and his cultivation level had finally reached the divine separation stage. After breaking through to the divine separation stage, he felt like his entire being was different, filled with a terrifying aura. He also realized that he possessed extremely strong mental abilities, and could sense what was happening in the wind at a great distance. He also realized that his soul had become very solid, and even his temper was much better. Is this the divine separation stage? And this is still quite a distance away from the ferrying stage. I still have to keep working hard. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and watched as the time for the time cultivation tower was quickly ending. So he hurriedly finished what he had promised Sword Sangtian and wrote out his feelings about the two sword techniques. Only then did he leave the time cultivation tower and appear inside the room. A day had also just passed outside at this time. He walked out of the room. It was midday outside, and when he arrived at the main hall, he once again saw Jian Sangtian at the dining table. During this period of time, Jian Sangtian also came every day to rub his nose in it. A strong person like Jian Sangtian, who naturally said that he was not a foodie, came over here, probably just to make good relations with the Lu family's crowd. Or perhaps he had no progress in his cultivation and had nothing to do, and came over here to relieve his boredom, such as drinking with Lu Wuwei and the others. Lu Qing'an's appearance drew the attention of those present again, and when they once again saw that Lu Qing'an's cultivation aura had reached the divine separation stage, they all responded with silence. There's no way around it. It's numb. After Jian Sangtian saw that Lu Qing'an had spent another day raising his cultivation to the divine separation stage, he secretly drew in a breath and thought to himself, by the looks of it, it's possible that his youngest brother will have achieved the ferrying stage cultivation by the time he's 3. This was the first of its kind even when looking at the entire history of the Songyun continent. A proper historical precedent. Big brother, this epiphany is for you, and there's something I need your help with again. Take me forward to Black Wind Cliff later. Lu Qinggan handed over the two sword technique epiphanies to Jian Sangtian. Jian Sangtian's expression changed, and he hurriedly and gleefully took the sensation over, not checking it out first, but asking, what's the point of going over there? Digging up corpses. Lu Qinggan said truthfully. After he spent some time refining the corpses of the transitional stage in the Black Wind Cliff, he would then start moving forward to the largest demonic beast forest in the mortal continent and over to the Yaoqi immortal realm, so that he wouldn't have to be afraid of any threats. When Jian Sangtian heard this, he naturally knew exactly what Lu Qinggan was going to do, so he laughed and said, alright, depart after lunch. Only after he finished speaking did he impatiently check the sword sense written by Lu Qinggan. It was better if he didn't look at it, but after reading it, he was instantly like a purest spirit, and the wall blocking his heart instantly came crashing down. I can't believe it's so easy? Or, was it so simple that Lu Qinggan had comprehended the two sword techniques to the extreme and summarized the truth of the great Tao in general? Yes, he had cultivated the two sword techniques for tens of thousands of years, but he could not even imagine that the epiphany that would eventually break through to the peak realm was actually a layer of such a simple theory. But with just a glance, he had already determined that these two epiphanies were definitely useful. Is this a return to basics? Junior brother, I may need more than an hour to be free. I'll go and close my eyes for a moment first. Jian Sangtian really couldn't hide the excitement born in his heart and stood up. Alright, you do your best. Lu Qinggan nodded, then sent Jian Sangtian away. After Jian Sangtian left, Lu Qingyan then looked at his parents and realized that they had both raised their cultivation levels a bit, It seemed that after raising their talents, they had already entered the new life. Going forward, their cultivation would become stronger and their cultivation would become easier. Mother, where is sister? Lu Qingyan looked at his mother, Qin Yuer, and he realized that at this moment, Zhang Yunquix's mother, Lu Huan, was also not there. She's cultivating inside her room. She's been in the midst of upgrading ever since her talent was upgraded last time. Qin Yuer smiled. Oh, Lu Qinggan then looked at Zhang Qi and asked, Father-in-law, where is mother-in-law? Zhang Qi, on the other hand, shook his head and frowned slightly. Recently, she's always going out and often can't be found. While I haven't seen her since this morning, and I'm also looking for her. A dark aura flashed across Lu Qingyan's eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder if Lu Ying had already begun to make his move to imprison Lu Huan. If that's the case, then she should have already probed why Lu Huan holds murderous intent towards me. With this in mind, Lu Qinggan sat down at the main table and began to eat his breakfast to see if he could wait until Lu Ying came over. After he finished his breakfast, he didn't see Lu Ying show up either, and when he saw that Jin Suntian hadn't come back yet, he left the main hall and headed towards where Lu Ying's room was. When he arrived in front of Lu Ying's room, he found that the door to Lu Ying's room had just been pushed open at that moment. Lu Ying, who had just gone out, saw Lu Qingyan and was again surprised by Lu Qingyan's cultivation aura, and said breathlessly, "You're breaking through too fast, and you're still letting people live." With Lu Qingyan's breakthrough speed, she wouldn't be able to catch up with Lu Qinggan even if she possessed more immortal level spells. Lu Qingyan also saw that Lu Ying's cultivation had risen quite a bit, and now she had already reached the out-of-body stage, having broken through a large realm overnight. It seemed that Lu Ying seemed to have gotten some kind of chance as well. "Where is Huan Lu?" Lu Qinggan asked. "What's wrong with her?" Lu Ying asked rhetorically. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but frown and said, "She disappeared in the morning, and I wondered if you had imprisoned her." "Disappeared? It shouldn't be. She even came to me yesterday and said that she had a big matter to discuss with me." Lu Ying was actually able to continue raising her cultivation, but because of what Lu Huan said to her yesterday, she terminated her cultivation first, ready to see what Lu Huan was going to say. Lu Qinggan looked serious and said, "It seems that things are a bit uncomplicated." The two of them then began to disperse, searching for Lu Huan in Fengyang City. With their cultivation nowadays, it was easy for them to quickly search the Fengyang City, which didn't cover a large area. Moreover, the Fengyang City was covered by the Sword Void Sacred Sect's Great Formation, so it was almost impossible for Lu Huan to leave the Fengyang City. It probably took less than an incense stick of time for Lu Ying to find Lu Huan first, but the ending shocked both of their siblings. Lu Huan actually died. Chapter 100 Accidentally Discovering the Black Wind Cliff Ancestor. Lu Ying notified the entire Lu family in the first instance. Lu Qinggan was the one who arrived at Lu Huan's body with Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was frozen in place for a long time, unable to return to his senses for a long time as he fell into a trance regarding the body he saw in front of him. Lu Huan died in a private house, and the method of death was to have his throat sealed with a sword. Looking at that look, it seems to be an acquaintance who made a move and killed Lu Huan with a single sword when she was completely unresponsive, with no other traces on her torso and no injuries, and her whole face was very pale. After that, the Sword Void Sacred Sect intervened in this case and began to frantically investigate the cause of Lu Huan's death. Zhang Qi and Zhang Yunkoi were completely unable to accept Lu Huan's death, while Lu Qingyan was the first to pull Lu Ying inside her room after returning home. "Are you sure you had nothing to do with her death? There's no need for you to hide it from me, and I won't blame you." Lu Qinggan stared at Lu Ying, her small face serious as she asked. Lu Ying had a bitter smile on her face. "It really has nothing to do with me. It seems that there are still hidden experts in this Fengyang City. We have to be more careful." Lu Qingyan could tell from Lu Huan's cause of death that Lu Huan definitely died at the hands of an acquaintance, but he could no longer detect killing intent in all of the Lu family. So even if someone is hiding among them, they won't take a shot at him. And if Lu Ying really isn't the murderer, then this person who killed Lu Huan is afraid that he also knows that Lu Huan has some kind of enmity towards him, and that's why he took a shot to kill Lu Huan. Besides being my parents, I can't think of anyone else. Lu Qinggan thought as such in his heart. Whether it was your hand or not, you found her body in the first place. Zhang Qi will definitely suspect you or will keep looking for you. You can't make a move against him. Lu Qingyan looked at Lu Ying dead on. He actually wasn't sure if it was Lu Ying who moved the hand. Anyway, there was still a possibility that Lu Ying made a move to kill Lu Huan, and he had no harm in Lu Huan being killed, but Zhang Qi had no killing intent towards him, so he was one of theirs, and he wouldn't allow Lu Ying to kill Zhang Qi if he wanted to. Lu Ying said, "Don't think so badly of me. I'm not that kind of person. Just remember." Lu Qinggan didn't continue, and afterward, he went to find Zhang Qi and Zhang Yunqi to comfort the two of them. He also postponed his trip to the Black Wind Cliff for the sake of this matter. Plus Jian Sangtian just happened to still be in the middle of his closed-door comprehension of the sword technique. So 3 days passed, and only after holding the funeral for Lu Huan did he start his journey. Junior brother, I've already asked Su Sheng to actively investigate the death of your prospective mother-in-law, so don't be too sad. The first time Jian Sangtian saw Lu Qinggan, he comforted him. Lu Qinggan said, "Don't worry, big brother. I know that life and death have their own destinies. As for the investigation, that would be a burden on you. Alright, even if we check the entire Fengyang city, we will uncover the murderer for you," Jian Sangtian assured. The two then began to depart. Lu Qinggan also puts the death of Lu Huan out of his mind and continues his business. No matter who killed Lu Huan, even if there were experts hiding in the shadows, the most important thing for him to do nowadays was to improve his strength. And only when the strength goes up can you better protect yourself and your family. The Black Wind Cliff was originally not far from the Sword Void Sacred Sect, and with Jian Sangtian leading the way, Lu Qingyan soon arrived over the Black Wind Cliff. The Black Wind Cliff was a treacherous Jedi, surrounded by gloomy winds and demonic aura all year round. In the past, the cultivators of the Black Wind Cliff all practiced the Extreme Yin and Extreme Fury techniques here, and at the bottom of the cliff there was a Yin Wind Cave, which was said to be a passageway to the Devil's Realm, and only a very few cultivators dared to go deep into it. After Lu Qingyan arrived here, he began to check the map that still existed in his mind to locate the location of the transitional succession stage corpses. Now that the Black Wind Cliff had been occupied by the Sword Void Sacred Sect, there were a few strong people of the ferrying stage guarding this place. And there were also quite a few disciples of the Sword Void Sacred Sect who used this place as a place of exploration and practiced here. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but frown after determining the exact location of these corpses. He realized that the location of these transitional stage corpses was actually in the deepest part of the Black Wind Cliff's cliff base, where the Yin Wind and demonic chi were extremely dense. And for normal cultivators, it was extremely threatening. Big brother, those corpses I need are in the deepest part of this Black Wind Cliff. Do you have a way to go down to the deepest part and help me bring them all up? Lu Qinggan looked towards Jian Sangtian. With his cultivation level, he didn't dare to go down easily. He could only see if Jian Sangtian had a better way. I don't know why these guys from the Black Wind Cliff took the bodies of these dead people of the transitional succession stage and threw them deep into the bottom of the cliff. Perhaps there is some kind of plotting that is hard to say. Jian Sangtian couldn't help but say awkwardly, "I've been to their side before. The demonic energy deep in the bottom of this cliff is extremely dense. If a normal cultivator gets close to it, they will be injured if they are light. Or if they are infested by the demonic energy, they will go off the deep end. I don't dare to go deep inside either." Lu Qinggan stood in the air, looking down into the bottomless depths, so it seemed that he could only think of a way to do it himself. Let the demonic beast corpses go down and take a look. Lu Qinggan conjured up the corpse of a demonic beast that had been strengthened to the divine separation stage, and then controlled this divine separation stage demonic beast corpse to fly downwards. It was just that the demonic beast corpse had only gone down for a while, and instantly disconnected from him. He couldn't even make this demonic beast corpse come back if he wanted to. The entire disconnection process, which he personally felt when he was controlling that demonic beast corpse, was that this demonic beast corpse was invaded by the demonic chi when it entered the demonic chi-rich area, and with the invasion of the demonic chi, even the demonic beast corpse, which had already become a corpse, was slowly shrouded by the demonic chi. When the demonic chi completely enveloped the demonic beast corpse, his control over the demonic beast corpse also instantly disappeared. That doesn't help at all. There were 100 transitional succession stage corpses here. He really didn't want to give them up. Wait, if I refine corpses that possess demonic energy, will I be able to enter that as well? Corpses that possess demonic aura were less likely to be infested with it. Lu Qingyan then started looking for the bodies of the other Devil's Way people near the top of the Black Wind Cliff. It took an incense stick of time to dig out the corpse of a Devil Dao at the harmonization stage. This corpse also possessed a demonic aura, and the body showed no signs of decay at all after death. Lu Qinggan found an excuse to keep Jian Sangtian away from himself, then found a deserted place, took out the time cultivation pagoda, entered it, and spent some time refining this ensemble stage Devil Dao corpse. Only after that was done did he walk out of the time cultivation tower. Then controlling this devilish corpse, he once again flew towards the depths of the Black Wind Cliff. This time he finally got the result he wanted. The demonic chi in the depths of this Black Wind Cliff was indeed not as serious as infesting normal cultivator corpses and demonic beast corpses, and the demonic chi emanating from this corpse's circumference was able to form a confrontation with the demonic chi in that environment. Even though there was also demonic chi from the outside world that invaded this corpse, the amount was not much, so he was still able to control this corpse and slowly head deeper into the bottom of the cliff. With his eyes closed, he could even utilize a special secret technique to perceive the situation around this corpse. As the body got closer to the bottom of the cliff, he realized that his ability to sense his surroundings was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, the body fell to the bottom of the cliff, and a sarcophagus was soon found. Within the sarcophagus, there was a corpse of the transitional succession stage. He hurriedly controlled this conformity stage Devil Dao corpse to bring along this transition stage corpse and flew upwards. Otherwise, after some more time, I'm afraid that this conjugal stage corpse would also be completely infested with demonic chi and disconnect from him. It was just that this conformity stage corpse had just flown some distance when he suddenly sensed something and quickly stopped. A sound emerged from the place where the harmonized stage corpse had just landed. This place, there's actually people? And so on. It can't be that old thing. The Black Wind Cliff ancestor. Hiding out here? Chapter 101 Countless Transitional Corpses. Great Harvest. Lu Qingyan hurriedly controlled the ensemble stage Devil Dao corpse to fly at full speed until he was far away from the area below where the demonic chi was the thickest. Then he opened his eyes before controlling the ensemble stage Devil Dao corpse to fly in front of him. At this moment, this ensemble stage Devil Dao corpse was holding a transition stage Devil Dao corpse with a complete body. The cultivation level of this demonic path before his death was the 5th level of the ferrying stage. And even though it looked like he had been dead for a long time, that level of cultivation aura was still very astonishing. Jin Sangtian was not far from Lu Qinggan at the moment, and when he saw this scene, he also flew closer. After Lu Qinggan put away the corpse of the 5th level of the transitional apparition stage, he quickly looked at Jin Sangtian, informing him of the change he had just discovered at the bottom of the cliff. Big brother, I seriously doubt that old man is hiding in the depths. Do you have a way to properly line up the situation below? When Jin Sangtian heard this, his expression became serious. His face became gloomy, and he coldly smiled. I actually doubted at the very beginning if he would be hiding down below, but it was only a doubt, and after hearing you say this, it seems that the probability of him hiding down below is extremely high. However, I don't have any way to go down and kill him either. Speaking later, Jin Sangtian also can't help but shake his head. That demonic gas is extremely dense. After he goes down, he also has to be injured. Having more immortal weapons is also useless, even if it is to convene all the Sword Void Sacred Sex people of the transition stage. Manpower a handful of immortal weapons. Join hands to attack towards this Black Wind Cliff, destroying this area. It is also possible that the Black Wind Cliff's old man can't be killed. Even if they killed it, they couldn't personally go down to check if the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was dead. Just leave the matter of getting him killed to me. You first hurry up and send a message to the clan. Have a few peak transitional stage experts come, with an immortal weapon in hand, and guard this neighborhood well. Don't give him the chance to escape. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth suddenly curled up as he hurriedly instructed Jin Sangtian to do his job. When Jin Sangtian saw this, his eyes snapped open, and then without saying a word, he listened to the voice transmission back to the clan and asked Su Sheng to send someone. During the time he waited for the Sword Void Sacred Sex powerhouses to come, Lu Qing'an found another unoccupied place and once again entered inside the Time Cultivation Pagoda and began to refine the corpses. The corpses of the transitional succession stage would take more time for him to refine. But less than half a day had passed outside before he stepped out from inside the Time Cultivation Tower, successfully refining a corpse at the 5th level of the transition stage. By the time he arrived in front of Jin Sangtian, there were already 4 peak transitional apparition stage powerhouses around Jin Sangtian, and all of them were holding an immortal sword in their hands. Lu Qinggan exhorted, Big brother, you guys split up and secretly guard this area of Black Wind Cliff, and when you see that old thing flying out, you guys sneak in and strike. He will most likely fly out from below and flee into the distance. As for the other things, just leave it to me. After refining the 2 demonic corpses, the next thing he had to do was simple, which was to continuously have these corpses go down to carry the corpses of the transitional succession stage up. If the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was down there, he might have been startled, or he might have watched quietly, or he might have interfered. However, the probability was that the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor would hide under there and would not come up easily until he refined more and more corpses of the transitional succession stage and could control these corpses to pose the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor as a damage underneath. And only then would the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor be able to fly out from underneath as if he was escaping. After coming out, it is even more of a dead end. There are Sword Sangtian and they are observing in the dark. As soon as the old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff appears, a few people with immortal swords surrounded. This old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff will die. Jin Sangtian several people nodded their heads very obediently, and between the flashes of their bodies, they had already disappeared. And before Jin Sangtian disappeared, he didn't forget to urge Lu Qing'an to be more careful, and made sure that Lu Qing'an had a confident look on his face. Before he hid, Lu Qing'an released the 2 Devil Dao corpses only after Jin Sangtian and the others had disappeared, and then had the 2 corpses go deeper into the depths of the bottom of the Black Wind Cliff in 2 different directions. The two corpses took some time to reach the bottom of the cliff, followed by a quick search for the other transitional stage corpses. It probably took less than an incense stick to burn, and the two corpses brought up 4 transitional stage corpses, 3 pre-transitional stage and 1 peak transitional stage. This harvest caused a smile to rise on Lu Qinggan's face. Very well, with a corpse at the peak of the ferrying stage, then I'm not afraid of the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor. Luckily, there are still some system spirit stones available, or else the refining process would have wasted quite a bit of time. Lu Qinggan took these corpses with him and once again went to that quiet place, offered up the time cultivation pagoda, entered it, and began to refine these 4 corpses. About a day passed before he finished refining these corpses. The first few layers of the time cultivation tower are all about to go into cooldown, and I don't know if these 5 corpses will be able to force the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor out. He only had a few tens of thousands of system spirit stones left right now, and the first few layers of the time cultivation tower were going into cooling off, indicating that he couldn't use them anymore, and only the 5th layer could be used. There was no cooling down in this 5th level for a while, only, he didn't have a million system spirit stones, and killing the Black Wind Cliff Old Man might allow the system to reward him with quite a few spirit stones. We can try. After all, this old fellow is only at the peak of the transitional apparition stage, and he's severely injured, not to mention that he doesn't have any immortal weapons. Even if these corpses can't beat him, they should be able to scare him so much that he'll fly up. If he really couldn't, he would have to continue to carry more transition period corpses up from below, spend some time up there, refine the corpses, and then control the corpses to go down and kill the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor. He closed his eyes and directly controlled 4 pre-transition stage corpses and 1 peak transition stage corpse to fly downward. The strength of the transitional stage corpses was extremely high, and their flying speed was amazing. Just less than 2 breaths of time, they were able to fly deep into the bottom of the cliff. Then he began to let these corpses search for other transitional stage corpses while searching for the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor's silhouette. These corpses were also forceful, and after only less than an incense burner, they had already found all the transitional stage corpses below, all of which were inside their storage bags and gathered together. There were a total of 105 of them, and with the existing 5 that he had refined, he would have 110 transitional succession stage corpses on hand. It was just that these corpses had walked through the area below and hadn't bumped into the Black Wind Cliff Ancestor. This deep area at the bottom of the cliff is very large, and the visibility is extremely low. Perhaps the old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff saw these corpses and hid them. It is hard to say. Let these corpses come up first. Lu Qinggan controlled 5 corpses to fly up, took a storage bag from that peak transitional abstraction corpse, and scrutinized the more than 100 corpses inside. There were a total of 10 peak transitional stage corpses. There were a total of 20 late transitional stage corpses. In contrast, there were 80 corpses in the first and middle stages of the transitional stage. Great harvest. You guys keep going down to search every corner. Launch attacks on different areas. Lu Qinggan once again let the 5 corpses that had already been refined go down. This time he had to make a little bit of noise and attack from below to see if he could scare the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor up. The 5 corpses received the order and quickly flew downwards. Shortly thereafter, various booms began to ring out from below, and the sound didn't last long as a figure flew out from below at an extremely fast speed. Lu Qinggan quickly cast her gaze away when she saw the figure, and this person also saw Lu Qinggan at that moment. The 2 men's eyes met. Still really hiding down there. Lu Qinggan's expression was delighted, and then her entire little face was taken over by playfulness. Chapter 102, Becoming the Strongest in the Mortal World. The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor and Lu Qinggan just glanced at each other and felt bad. Lu Qinggan, a kid with a chaotic body, appeared here. It was impossible for him to be alone. With the Sword Void Sacred Sect's protection of such geniuses, there were at least peak transitional stage powerhouses hiding in the shadows in the vicinity. Moreover, he was already certain that the bizarre corpses down there were the means of the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Sure enough, as he realized this, Jin Sangtian and the other peak transitional abstraction powerhouses of the Sword Void Sacred Sect instantly flew out of the shadows, surrounding the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor as fast as they could. They almost had an immortal weapon in each hand, and Jin Sangtian was even holding an immortal weapon in both hands. And as soon as this lineup appeared, the old ancestor of Black Wind Cliff directly stayed in place. In the next moment, the several transitional stage corpses that were still at the bottom of the Black Wind Cliff abyss just a moment ago also flew up, directly giving the Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor a dumpling. Even if the Black Wind Cliff Ancestor was not injured, he would definitely die in the face of such a formation. How could this be? The Black Wind Cliff Old Ancestor roared out, his face full of devastation. It had been less than a month since he had fallen from the heights to the bottom, and it all had to do with Lu Qinggan. At this moment, he looked at Lu Qinggan, a pair of eyes filled with resentment, like a poisonous snake. When Jin Sangtian saw that the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was really hiding underneath this abyss, he was filled with a cold smile. Crazy old monster. It seems like you're bound to die today. The two have not been dealing with each other. Both hate each other to die violently, that kind of relationship. At this moment, he also does not give the old ancestor of the Black Wind Cliff any decency. Sneering and mocking, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor stared at Jin Sangtian dead in the face. How do you guys have so many immortal weapons? He had already sensed his end, but he still wanted to find the answer to why the Sword Void Sacred Sect was able to have such achievements before he died. Seeing Jin Sangtian and the rest of them manhandle an immortal weapon was more difficult for him than killing him. On what grounds? Jin Sangtian laughed coldly. This can all be attributed to my little brother. And for you to end up like this today, it's also all related to you trying to kill my little brother. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor turned his head to look at Lu Qingdan, who was slowly flying this way at the moment. Something to do with this kid again? This kid? What on earth is his origin? How does he have so many immortal weapons? Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. You guys take him down first. Lu Qingdan said. He had to kill the Black Wind Cliff ancestor with his own hands in order to get the reward from the system. Jin Sangtian nodded his head and didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. He moved at once, bringing a few peak powerhouses towards the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor to kill him. The Black Wind Cliff old ancestor didn't want to die either, and gritted his teeth and began to resist. But no matter how much he resisted, it was to no avail, and in less than 3 short breaths of time, he was controlled. Little brother, what do you want to do with him? Kill him directly? Jin Sangtian asked. Lu Qingdan took out his golden immortal sword and flew directly in front of the controlled Black Wind Cliff old ancestor, locking eyes with him. At this moment, the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was like a hideous beast, his eyes dead wide. Lu Qingdan said, from the moment you struck out at me and my family, the end was predetermined. Die. He struck decisively, stabbing his sword towards the heart of the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor. Blood spilled out as the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was killed under his immortal sword. The next moment, the system's voice sounded inside his head. Lu Qingdan's eyes lit up. This time the system's reward was quite powerful, directly rewarding 1 million system spirit stones. Great! Another year of cultivation inside the time cultivation tower. It's just enough time to use 1 day to refine all these corpses that we got. Lu Qingdan was inwardly delighted. With these 100 or so transitional succession stage corpses and a golden dragon, even without the help of the Sword Void Sacred Sect, he could pretty much walk horizontally in the mortal continent. When he strengthened all of these corpses to the peak transition realm, it would be even more impressive. And if an immortal in the immortal realm came down to mess with him, he would be able to let the other party know why the flowers were so red. Big brother, let's go back. Lu Qingdan also collected the corpse of the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor in his hand. Although the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor's corpse didn't have hands, it was still a peak ferrying corpse, and after refining it, it would be able to play a lot of roles. Jin Sangtian nodded, so he brought Lu Qingdan back inside the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Lu Qingdan returned home and once again told the public that he was going into seclusion. He began to enter inside the Time Cultivation Pagoda and refine the corpse in earnest. Being able to stay inside the Time Cultivation Tower for a full day should be enough for him to finish refining all the transitional succession stage corpses. Lu Qingdan placed the resulting corpses neatly in front of him, and he began to refine the corpse of the Black Wind Cliff ancestor first. Time passes quietly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingdan finally refined the last corpse. Luckily, the highest secret method inheritance of the Walking Corpse sect that I have obtained has a decent refining speed, plus I have the Time Cultivation Pagoda. Otherwise who could carry on for such a long period of time? After dealing with these corpses for a long time, he was also slightly confused, and after refining this batch of corpses, he left the other corpses alone for now. Change direction and pick the strong congealed grass first. Anyway, the 100 corpses were enough for him to use for a short period of time. When he had enough strong condensation grass, he would be able to strengthen all of these 100 transitional stage corpses to the peak of the transitional stage, and he would also be able to walk horizontally in the mortal continent. After that, it wouldn't be too late to search all over the mortal world for other transitional stage corpses, and then slowly refine the corpses. After changing his mind, he left the Tower of Time and Repair. It was only a day past outside at this point. He came to the main hall. He didn't see Zhang Qi's figure amongst the crowd, but rather Zhang Yunkoi was quietly eating her lunch under the care of Lu Wuwei and the others. Ever since Lu Huan's death, Zhang Yunqi has not eaten for a few days, and a foodie starving for a few days can see how hard it is for Zhang Yunqi to accept her mother's death. Lu Qingdan came in front of Zhang Yunqi, reached out and touched Zhang Yunqi's head, saying, "Don't be sad, everything will pass." When Zhang Yunqi heard this, she immediately cried again, then hugged Lu Qingdan and refused to let go. In fact, Lu Qing'an had considered whether to refine Lu Huan's corpse and then let Lu Huan take a special form to accompany this father and daughter duo, but he knew that the father and daughter duo were very sad, so he didn't dare to mention this kind of proposal when they were sad. It was decided to wait for the two to pass from their grief before asking for a word. After comforting Zhang Yunxi again, Lu Qing'an then looked at Su Shang. Have you traced the suspicious person? Su Shang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lu Qing'an secretly sighed. He still felt that Lu Ying had a great suspicion. After lunch, he went to find Sword Singtian after telling his parents that he was going to be away from home briefly for a few days. Jian Singtian was still comprehending his sword technique since these days, and had already made great progress, and was expected to be able to cultivate his sword technique to the peak realm within 2 years. Big brother, I'm going to go out on my own. Lu Qing'an was ready to go out on his own to the largest demonic beast forest in the mortal world. This time he didn't want Jian Singtian to follow him. For one thing, he might have to use the time cultivation pagoda in the middle of the journey. It wasn't good to continue to hide from Jian Singtian to use it. And secondly, he already possessed the ability to protect himself. With 100 transitional corpses, no one in the mortal world could jeopardize him anymore. And there is also the golden dragon, this killer hidden. The immortal came to have to weigh whether he can leave alive in front of him. Sword Singtian smiled bitterly at his words. This isn't good. Lu Qing'an didn't say anything, and decisively summoned out 100 transitional stage corpses. In the next moment, 100 transitional succession stage corpses stood all over the hall. The terrifying cultivation aura made Jian Singtian jump and doubt life up. This, Lu Qing'an said, no one in the mortal world can jeopardize my life. So don't worry. Chapter 103, Fishing. Jian Singtian already didn't know what to look at Lu Qing'an with. This little brother of his. He was really changing day by day. He didn't even dare to carefully count how many days had passed since he first met Lu Qing'an. From the very beginning, Lu Qing'an was a 3-year-old child who was defenseless in the face of a transitional apparitional stage powerhouse. And now he was still 3 years old, yet he already possessed the means to casually crush peak transitional apparitional stage powerhouses. How long has this been going on? With regard to Lu Qing'an's means nowadays, even he, who held 2 immortal weapons in his hands at this time, did not dare to have any bad thoughts towards Lu Qing'an. With this group of transitional stage corpses together, he could only become meat scraps. It's outrageous. Then you pay attention to your own safety. I won't go out with you. Sword Singtian had absolutely nothing to say at this moment, and then continued to let Lu Qing'an develop. Can sweep the entire mortal world? He followed to protect, afraid to be a little redundant and dragged behind the part. Lu Qing'an nodded his head and instantly put away all the corpses, then flew away from the Sword Void Sacred Sect under the escort of Jian Singtian. The destination of his trip was precisely the largest demonic beast forest in the mortal world, and on his way, he also happened to pass by some places that possessed the corpses of the transitional apparitional stage and some strong condensation grasses, which he collected in passing. When this trip to the demon beast forest was over, it was time for him to go forward to the Yaoqi Holy Land side and scoop up the chaotic body emperor's corpse to come back and refine it. After he left the Sword Void Sacred Sect, he directly had a corpse at the peak of the ferrying stage take him on a full-speed flight. Soon after, he arrived in front of a familiar sect. It was none other than the first-class sect, the Purple Shao sect. There were 5 transitional stage corpses here, 2 pre-transitional stage corpses, and 1 post-transitional stage corpse. There were also a few plants of strong condensation grass. After Lu Qing'an appeared over here, he decisively put away the corpse of the transitional succession stage and decided to test the attitude of this Purple Shao sect's patriarch. He came alone to see if this Purple Shao sect patriarch had any ambitions, and if he wanted to kill him, then he would be able to earn a little more system spirit stones. It's a classic fishing expedition. But there's no such thing as a violation in this world. If the other guy really wants to him, he has to surprise him. Lu Qing'an arrived in front of the Purple Shao sect's mountain gate and dispersed his cultivation aura. After a short while, the Purple Shao sect's patriarch and a group of Purple Shao sect's senior officers flew out, and a dozen of them all stared at Lu Qing'an for a while. What brings you here? The Purple Shao sect patriarch's expression shifted for a moment, then he flew to Lu Qing'an with a flattering face, rubbing his palms together like an old slave and asking. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, I went out on a solo adventure and passed by here, and realized that you guys have a bit of what I want here, so I wanted to come to you to acquire it. The eyes of the Purple Shao sect's sect master moved. Come out alone to practice? He had already discovered that Lu Qing'an's cultivation had changed again, having reached the divine separation stage cultivation. It's really inhuman. The last time he came to their side, he was still at the Yuaning stage. Now only how long has passed since that time? Is this the chaos body? His throat rolled and his mind began to become active. Is it true that you came alone to practice? It would be nothing short of an honor for our clan to have something in your sights. Why talk about acquisition? What do you have your eye on? Just tell us. The Purple Shao sect patriarch accompanied with a smile. Lu Qinggan laughed coldly in his heart at this time. It was just as he thought. After he mentioned that he had come out to practice alone this time, this Purple Shao sect patriarch gave birth to a murderous intent towards him. It's still got to be the sensory beads, which are really powerful in their effect. Looks like he's expected to come on a fishing expedition. I'm even more embarrassed when you say that. So be it. For the things I take from you, you assess the price and make a trip to the Sword Void Sacred Sect. Just inform my big brother about what's going on here. He's been in the clan retreat recently, and he should be ending his retreat soon as well, Lu Qinggan said. Speaking of which, Lu Qinggan realized that this Purple Shao sect patriarch's murderous intent towards him was a little more intense. Okay, we'll do as you say. Then what is it that you want? The Purple Shao sect patriarch asked with a smile. Lu Qinggan said, the corpses of the transition stage in your Purple Shao sect, and those 10 strong condensation grasses. The Purple Shao sect patriarch's expression changed for a moment, and then, still wearing a flattering smile, he said, it's possible, but we only have one condition, and we hope that you'll agree to it. You say, Lu Qinggan said blandly, I also hope that after you become a great emperor in the future, you will help our Purple Shao sect. The Purple Shao sect patriarch said. Lu Qinggan laughed. That's a small matter, I promise. Alright, you follow us. The Purple Shao sect patriarch invited with a smile. He looked at the vice patriarch as he finished speaking. This vice patriarch froze for a moment, then nodded gently. The Purple Shao sect patriarch respectfully led Lu Qinggan in a certain direction. Only the vice sect master of the Purple Shao sect quietly left the group and flew in a direction. Lu Qinggan had been paying attention to the movements of these people and naturally noticed this Purple Shao sect vice patriarch's departure. But he pretended not to notice it and quietly followed the Purple Shao sect patriarch as they flew off in a direction. The Purple Shao sect's patriarch was very active in his work. Firstly, he had people go and dig out the strong condensation grass inside the sect, and then he took Lu Qinggan and flew towards the corpses of the transitional stage that were buried in different directions of the sect. There's still the last peak transitional juncture corpse, inside our sect's forbidden land. The Purple Shao sect patriarch laughed. Lu Qinggan sniffed and looked at the Purple Shao sect patriarch more. He knew very well that there were no more corpses of the transitional apparition stage inside the Purple Shao sect, and there were no corpses of the peak transitional apparition stage inside this Purple Shao sect. Also, when the Purple Shao sect patriarch said this, he proposed it after the Purple Shao sect vice patriarch had quietly returned. Looks like it's still trying to make a move. It was also right. No matter if they captured him down or killed him, they possessed a great boost of chi. If he allowed a young genius to kill him, there was still a chance that that genius would inherit all of his chi. It was that he was curious. After the reincarnation of that walking corpse sect's immortal died, this Purple Shao sect still had geniuses that could compete amongst the Emperor's path? Alright, I'll go forward with you. Lu Qinggan smiled. Alright, you please follow me. The Purple Shao sect patriarch smiled and led the way. He was all cold inside at the moment. He had already asked the vice patriarch to go and activate the formation, quietly blocking off the entire clan, and had also discovered through the special probing formation that there were indeed no strong people hiding near the clan. It seems that this kid really came out on his own to practice. It's highly unlikely to sneak out. What an ignorance. He decided to take a gamble, and if he was right, then they would be the overlords of the mortal world. You don't get a lot of opportunities like this. Lu Qinggan flew along with the Purple Shao sect patriarch towards the forbidden area of the Purple Shao sect, and then followed the other party inside a cave. It's right here. Please follow me. The Purple Shao sect patriarch led the way inside, while on the side that Lu Qinggan couldn't see, a sinister smile was all over his face. Lu Qinggan, like an innocent child, entered inside that cave, surrounded by a group of senior members of the Purple Shao sect. Boom! The door to the cave closed instantly, followed by a formation that suddenly rose up, deadlocking the entire cave. Jia, kid, you've got a lot of guts. At that moment, a group of high-level powerhouses from the Purple Shao sect all quickly looked towards Lu Qinggan, with crazy smiles on their faces. Chapter 104, The Great King Runs. A group of Purple Shao sect senior management quickly surrounded Lu Qinggan, and the one standing in the center position was the Purple Shao sect's patriarch, with his pre-transitional cultivation showing through. He looked at Lu Qinggan as if he was looking at a small child. He originally thought that this kid might be the reincarnation of an immortal, but now it seemed that he was just a small child who possessed extremely amazing talent. It was so simple that it actually dared to go out and practice alone. Lu Qinggan pretended to be naive as he looked at the Purple Shao sect patriarch and asked, "What are you guys doing? What else can I do?" Just then, a voice rang out from the darkness behind Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan turned to look into the darkness, when a little boy covered in black aura walked out of the darkness. "It's you?" Lu Qinggan had seen this little boy before. It was the one who had the black demon body and the strongest talent in the Black Wind Cliff when the recognition prohibition appeared. He remembered that this kid followed the Black Wind Cliff ancestor and escaped. And last time when he executed the Black Wind Cliff ancestor, he was still thinking about where this kid had gone and whether he was already dead. But he didn't expect that he actually came to the Purple Shao sect? This really surprised him a little bit. I didn't expect that the ultimate beneficiary would actually be me. Ha ha ha. The child with the black demon body laughed indulgently, his childish voice paired with the hideous and evil expression at this moment, possessing a great sense of contrast. Are you planning to seize the body? This kid is already at the divine separation stage. I'm afraid it's not that easy to seize his body. The corner of the Purple Shao sect patriarch's mouth also hung a cold smile as he looked towards the black demon body child and asked out a question. The black demon body child laughed coldly. So what if it's at the divine separation stage? You guys give me control over him. As long as it takes one day, I'll have the means to occupy his body. The chaotic body is mine. At this time from the last time he saw Lu Qingdan, just how long has passed? This kid with chaotic body actually has been promoted to the divine separation stage. Cultivation really shocked him. Even in the immortal realm, people with this kind of talent cannot be seen. When he occupied this body of Lu Qingdan, then he would be able to 100% claim the title of emperor in the mortal world, and then develop for a period of time with his invincible capital, and create a grand hegemony in the immortal world in the future. Good. Don't forget our agreement then. We're betting everything on this. The Purple Shao sect patriarch's heart was beating frantically. Naturally not. The moment I become an emperor, the Purple Shao sect will be the strongest force in the mortal world. The black demonic body child laughed. No, you guys are having a blast? Did anyone ask me if I agree first? Lu Qingdan couldn't help but spit out a sigh as she looked at these people's post-pleasure faces. As soon as Lu Qingdan's voice passed, the gazes of all the people around him resettled on him. Why does it feel like this brat hasn't realized the severity of the problem? The Purple Shao sect's vice-sect leader sneered. Sure enough, it's still a kid. Is it possible that he has some kind of backhand? It can't be that Sword Sungtian is nearby, right? A person asked with some concern. I've already checked with the formation. It can't be nearby. The Purple Shao sect's vice-sect leader said in a deep voice. Cut the crap and control him. The black demonic body child said in a deep voice. Don't get in the gutter later and it won't be good. Yes. A group of pre-transitional succession powerhouses pressed towards Lu Qingdan. Seeing that a group of people were finally about to make a move, Lu Qingdan's mouth sketched out a playful smile before decisively releasing a corpse. Look at this person. Do you recognize him? The corpse Lu Qingdan released was none other than the corpse of the Black Wind Cliff's oldest ancestor. Once the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor came out, the entire cave was instantly silent. The black demon body child's eyes widened violently, quickly realizing that the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor was no longer a living person, but a dead one. The other powerhouses of the Purple Shao sect were also shocked the moment the Black Wind Cliff ancestor appeared. The aura of the peak of the transitional apparition stage shocked them. Oh no! This is the walking corpse sect's tactic. He actually refined that old thing's corpse. The black demon body child quickly ascertained the condition of the Black Wind Cliff old ancestor and exited in shock. The Purple Shao sect patriarch didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and asked, "What's going on here?" This corpse. Before he could finish, the next moment he saw a scene that made them doubt their lives. You like to have too many people bullying too few people, and you like to surround people, don't you? Then I'll let you all taste the feeling of being surrounded as well. Once Lu Qingdan's words passed, the entire cave suddenly became crowded. More than 100 transitional succession stage corpses suddenly appeared in the cave, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the Purple Shao sect patriarch and his group. The Purple Shao sect patriarch and the others were instantly scared out of their wits, bile surging up on the tip of their tongues. This, everyone was speechless, and one pair of eyes stared like bronze bells. Never seen this picture before. These are the bodies? These corpses can move. It's that kid's trick? How was it learned by this Lu Qingdan? Moreover, this Lu Qingdan can control the corpses of so many powerful people at the transitional succession stage? The Purple Shao sect patriarch finally figured out why Lu Qingdan wanted the bodies of the transitional succession stage within their sect. May I enjoy this feeling? Lu Qingdan smiled as he looked at both the black demon body child and the Purple Shao sect patriarch. At this moment, both of their bodies began to tremble slightly, completely losing their arrogant appearance just now. No, we have something to say. The black demon body child completely did not expect it to turn out like this. At this moment, his eyes instantly cleared up. He looked at Lu Qingdan with a bitter smile, and his speech was a little sloppy. Lu Qingdan smiled and asked, "What words need to be said properly?" "That, I actually have great use for you. You just need to give me a way out. I can even be your dog." The black demon body child had already sensed the aura of death, and hurriedly displayed his value. "Oh, What utilization? Speak more clearly. Lu Qinggan sneered. I turned out to be the top genius of the magic path in the immortal world, as long as you. When Lu Qinggan heard this, he didn't even bother to wait for the other party to finish, so he waved his hand impatiently. I thought it was the strongest person in the immortal realm's Devil Dao. As far as top geniuses are concerned, it's not even comparable to the kid I killed last time. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Lu Qinggan didn't bother to say anything else and gave these corpses a look. In a flash, the corpses led by the corpse of the Black Windcliff ancestor moved first. The Purple Shao sect patriarch and the others didn't even have time to speak and beg for forgiveness before they were instantly drowned by a group of corpses at the peak of the transitional apparition stage. That black demon body child didn't even let out a single scream until he died, directly drowning in the attack of the peak of the ferrying stage. Lu Qinggan kicked open the door of the cave and stepped out, taking a breath of fresh air. After killing a group of Purple Shao sect powerhouses, he was rewarded with a large number of system spirit stones, 3 million spirit stones directly in hand. Looks like it's still necessary to fish for enforcement. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. He looked at the huge Purple Shao sect, then shook his head and flew away directly. The others didn't dare to have killing intent towards him. It would be useless to kill him, and it would be futile to add to the killing. He continued to fly in the direction of the demon beast forest, and on the way, he also passed by quite a few first-class sects, going to these sects to look for the corpses of the transitional succession stage. But unfortunately, out of 10 first-class sects, only one first-class sect dared to make a move against him. Once again, he tearfully earned 1 million system spirit stones. By the time he had pocketed the transitional stage corpses along the way, he had arrived at the edge of the largest demonic beast forest in the mortal world. There are also 100 transitional stage corpses collected along the way, so let's refine them first before going in. Lu Qinggan found an unoccupied cave, sat down on the ground, took out the time cultivation pagoda, and directly entered the 5th layer, and began to fully refine the obtained transitional apparition stage corpses. The day passed quietly, and he stepped out from inside the time cultivation tower. The corpses are all refined. Very well, move. The corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth curled up as he flew into the demon beast forest and headed straight towards the innermost direction. A day later, the deepest part of the demon beast forest. It's not good. Great King, that kid is coming this way to kill. Chapter 105. You are surrounded by me. The most central area of the demon beast forest was currently surrounded by many huge-bodied demonic beasts. The group of demonic beasts in the very center had extremely terrifying cultivation auras, all of which were at the peak of the ferrying stage, and they were doing something at the moment, huddled together, frantically sucking the blood of a green dragon. This green dragon was lying on the ground, dying. This group of top demonic beasts are of different types. There are tigers, wolves and snakes. Damn, that kid's help is coming this way? Humph. It's just having a few corpses at the peak of the ferrying stage. It's just as well that they're here. Let's destroy them together. This green dragon's blood is about to be sucked out of us, so when we're done we'll kill these two boys together. Not far away, there was an iron cage, inside which also lay a dying teenager. If Lu Qinggan were here, he would be amazed at what a coincidence. This teenager was none other than the strongest genius teenager from the Dragon Abyss sect, Su Lin. The green dragon that had been sucked by these demonic beasts to raise its bloodline was also none other than Su Lin's contracted beast. In order to improve, Su Lin came to this side of the demonic beast forest alone to practice. At first he only practiced in the outer perimeter, but the strength of the demonic beasts in the outer perimeter was really too low, so he could only go a little deeper. But he didn't dare to go completely deeper into the inner perimeter, because he was clear that this demonic beast forest possessed a lot of powerful demonic beasts inside. There were quite a few transitional stage demonic beasts, and even if it was their old ancestor who came, he didn't dare to easily enter the inner perimeter, or else there was a possibility that he would directly die a violent death. However, he didn't expect that he hadn't even entered the inner perimeter yet, and because he was fighting with the green dragon, he might have been sensed by these demonic beasts as the bloodline of the dragon clan, and he actually attracted demonic beasts at the transitional stage. A single transitional stage demonic beast then captured him and the green dragon. He hadn't fainted at the moment. He had just been crushed by these peak transitional stage demons with their might, and could only hang on to his breath as he watched his Qinglong keep getting blood sucked out of him, seeing that he was about to die. But at the moment he heard help coming. He felt that it should be someone from his own Long Yuan sect, or perhaps their old ancestor, but he still didn't harbor much hope. These peak transitional apparition stage demonic beasts were too strong. Moreover, these demons didn't know what was going on. The different species were actually gathering together. Even if all of their Dragon Abyss sect's transitional stage powerhouses joined together to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the alliance of these demonic beasts. Just as he was thinking so, A loud boom suddenly sounded not far away. Stop first. It's coming. The tiger-shaped transitional stage demonic beast at the head of the group shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the peak transitional stage demonic beast stopped and looked in a direction not far away. A few figures appeared over there, only to see a child riding the corpses of several peak transition stage corpses appearing inside their field of vision. Yoo-hoo! What are you guys up to? After Lu Qinggan appeared over here, he realized that there were quite a few demonic beasts surrounding the place, and these demonic beasts seemed to be doing something else. With a cursory glance, he probably counted the number of demonic beasts over here. It really surprised him. There were 10 peak transitional apparition stage demonic beasts, while there were a full 100 demonic beasts below the peak transitional apparition stage. All together, like it was some kind of party. No wonder many peak transitional stage powerhouses on the mortal continent didn't dare to easily go deeper into this place. It seemed that these demonic beasts were quite united. It's only 5 peaks of the ferrying stage. This kid really isn't afraid of death. These are corpses? Lifeless. Humph. This should be this kid's strongest strength. Kill him. Hurry up and kill it. We can make a closed door breakthrough later. With this green dragon's bloodline boost, we're all expected to reach that realm. Lu Qinggan listened to these demonic beasts spitting out human words, and then at that moment, his eyes finally saw the green dragon behind these demonic beasts. Yoo-hoo! An acquaintance. Lu Qinggan didn't just see the familiar green dragon, but also saw Su Lin lying in an iron cage not far from the green dragon. It didn't look like Surin was dead. These demonic beasts didn't seem to want the green dragon to die, and as long as Su Lin didn't die, the green dragon wouldn't die easily. Given that the Long Yuan sect had already followed the Sword Void Sacred sect, he wouldn't be able to save Su Lin from death. You kid is lucky that you just happened to meet me. Otherwise no one in this mortal continent would be able to save you. He really wasn't wrong about that. No one else could have saved Su Lin if they had come. The 2 holy lands had mobilized, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to save Su Lin here peacefully. Su Lin also saw Lu Qinggan at this time, and he never expected that the person who killed here was actually Lu Qinggan. Moreover, when he saw Lu Qinggan's situation at the moment, he was even more confused. How come there are still corpses at the peak of the transitional succession stage? And not just one. Nor did they wait for Lu Qinggan to say anything. At this time, these demonic beasts directly killed towards him. When he came this way, he had already killed quite a few demonic beasts, almost sweeping across, so the demonic beast corpses had already accumulated enough. At this moment, he stared at those 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts, and a thought popped up in his mind. He didn't want to kill these 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts, because these demonic beasts looked like they had sucked a lot of green dragon's blood, and if he killed them, the sucked green dragon's blood would be a bit of a waste, as it was unlikely that the corpses would be able to cultivate on their own. With the green dragon's blood boost, these demonic beasts would achieve even more as they continued to cultivate. It can be conquered, contracted into a contracted beast. After making the decision, the corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth curled up as he shouted, "You're surrounded by me, so I'll give you a chance to surrender your weapons." Once his words passed, a group of demonic beasts wanted to laugh. Don't bull ***** with him. Kill. The tiger-shaped demonic beast at the head was the largest, as if it was a mountain peak killing towards Lu Qinggan. Quite unruly. I hope you'll continue later. As soon as Lu Qinggan's words passed, the next moment directly the golden dragon was released. As soon as the golden dragon came out, these demonic beasts froze for a moment, and then they were all overjoyed. Another golden dragon. Ha ha ha. We're rich. Very good. This kid is our god of fortune. Ah, a golden dragon at the peak of the transitional stage may be strong, but this is also the god of fortune. Very good. We were able to suck one enough this time. Don't let them get away. Catch. After the golden dragon came out, it looked out of the corner of its eye at these demonic beasts with a face full of displeasure. Its strength was also at the peak of the transitional stage, and just like these peak transitional stage demonic beasts, with the bloodline of the dragon race, it would have no problem at all fighting 3 in 1, or even a dozen or 5, but a dozen or 10 really doesn't work. However, it knew full well that its master wouldn't let it hit 10 in 1. Su Lin was skeptical when he saw that Lu Qinggan actually had a transitional stage golden dragon. Still, he was disappointed and desperate, because it was useless for Lu Qinggan to possess a golden dragon. This instead still gave these demonic beasts their heads, but as soon as his thoughts reached here, he was silent the next moment, only to hear Lu Qinggan sneer. You guys are quite thoughtful, so how about this? Lu Qinggan watched these demonic beasts wailing endlessly and laughed, then directly released all the corpses he had refined when these demonic beasts were agitated to the extreme. All of a sudden, the entire void was quiet. Above the sky, countless shadows instantly appeared, forming endless black clouds that generally covered the sky. It was also like the sky was filled with heavenly soldiers and generals, while the group of demonic beasts below was like a tiny group of demons surrounded by heavenly soldiers and generals. The demonic beasts that had been arrogant the second before, as if they had won the jackpot, directly shriveled up when they felt this terrifying sense of oppression. Asterisk 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 up. What's going on here? Chapter 106, Breaking Through to the Transition Stage. All the demonic beasts present were dumbfounded. Having grown up so much, how had they ever seen such a battle? They even wondered if they had done something to plague the world, killing off the entire human race in the mortal world and accumulating countless sins to bring about such a calamity. In order to deal with them, is it necessary to go to such lengths? I've just told you to surrender your weapons, so don't blame me if you don't listen. Get to work. At Lu Qing'an's command, the corpses that appeared in the sky instantly killed towards a group of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were so scared that they fled in all directions. But in the face of so many corpses and their cultivation levels were generally higher than theirs, they didn't even have a chance to escape. As long as they were below the peak of the transitional apparitional stage, they were exterminated by a group of corpses in just a few moments. Wherever a group of corpses passed by, there were bound to be demonic beast corpses all over the place. However, Lu Qing'an controlled these corpses not to lay a deadly hand on those 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts, but only let the corpses surround these 10 demonic beasts. Just less than an incense stick of time had passed, and the battle had stabilized. Of all the demonic beasts here, only 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts were seriously injured and didn't die, and the rest of the demonic beasts were all turned into corpses. When Lu Qing'an appeared here, these demonic beasts had murderous intentions towards him, so the greatest use of the rest of the demonic beasts would be to become corpses to be refined by him, as well as for him to harvest system spirit stones. Su Lin and the green dragon were still lying on the ground, and both the man and the beast stared at the scene with shocked gazes. It was a picture they had never seen before. How long has this been since I met him? Why is it that I've only improved so little and he's already become like this? Su Lin's heart was complicated to the extreme. It was a good thing that he had been saved, but seeing Lu Qing'an with this kind of strength, he really couldn't stand it. He was a little bit older than Lu Qing'an, and both of them were rivals in the Imperial Road journey. How come after only 2 steps, he realized that Lu Qing'an had already reached the end of the line? Yes, that's the end of the line. Just ask who else can compare to Lu Qing'an. I'm afraid that if an immortal came down from the immortal realm, he would have to be rubbed on the ground in front of Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an stood on the golden dragon's head, close to the front of the 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts that were currently being pressed to the ground by a group of peak transitional stage corpses that were shivering. How come you're not arrogant anymore? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. The tiger-shaped demonic beast in the lead wanted to cry. You're still arrogant. You're typically pretending to be a pig in a poke. It was already suspecting the beastborn. You can kill us if you want. It's useless to insult us. We are all dignified demonic beasts. The tiger-shaped demonic beast said with the attitude of a brave man going to his death. The corners of the other demonic beasts' mouths twitched humanely as they listened. You want to die. We don't want to die. Oh, then just kill you. The rest of you demonic beasts. Cripple it, suck its blood dry, and let it feel what it means to be desperate. As long as you do it to my satisfaction, I'll let all 9 of you demonic beasts live. Lu Qing'an had a touch of playfulness on his face as he looked towards the other 9-headed demonic beasts and gave his orders. That's how such pricks need to be treated. When the other 9-headed demonic beasts heard this, their eyes instantly glowed red and they looked at their big brother in death. No! The tiger-shaped demonic beast instantly panicked. Why should you just kill me? Let them go. What? You still have something to say? Lu Qing'an asked. Big brother, just die in peace. The brothers will definitely think of you from time to time. At this moment, a wolf-shaped demonic beast that had been unbound quickly surrounded the tiger-shaped demonic beast. The other demonic beasts all quickly surrounded the tiger-shaped demonic beast after a group of corpses released them. Yes, big brother, sacrificing one of your heads to accomplish 9 of ours. It's not a bad deal. Big brother, obediently bind your hands. Jia jia jia. Lu Qing'an looked at the other 9 demonic beasts that were quite sensible and couldn't help but get excited, ready to watch a good show. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was already messing up in the cold wind. Howdy, is this not at all what it thinks it is? Isn't it a generous death together? Brother, my human big brother. I was wrong. I don't want to die. You spare me. Soon. It clenched its teeth and made a decision. Directly towards Lu Qing'an it just prostrated itself on the ground and madly smashed the ground with its tiger head. I can't help it. Letting one of its own beasts die and all these good brothers live on is worse than killing it. Dignity? Don't want it. Lu Qing'an smiled. This gadget was quite chic. Not rather die than give in? No. I know I'm wrong. You only need to spare my dog's life, and I will be a respectable person for you from now on. the tiger-shaped demonic beast shouted. You're quite sensible, so I'll begrudgingly take you under my wing. So tell me, do they need to stay? Or, are they all killed? The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth curled up as he asked out a question. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was a bit surprised to see Lu Qing'an really spared it, and then clenched its teeth and showed its teeth towards its former brethren. It's all the stuff that kills the heavenly sword. However, I don't think they need to die either, so I beg you to spare their lives as well. Looking at a group of brethren, it still had a soft heart. The corners of Lu Qing'an's mouth rose as he said, then I will listen to you. I can give you guys a way out, but you need to contract with me, and going forward, the golden dragon will be your new big brother. The group of demonic beasts heard this and looked at each other for a moment, then quickly agreed. In fact, they were also a bit confused, not expecting Lu Qing'an to give them a way out, and, moreover, gave them a great benefit. In Lu Qing'an's case, any way you look at it, he would become a giant in the future. It was highly likely that he would even become a mortal emperor. At this point, saying that you want to contract with them, how can you see it as giving them a chance? Thinking of this, they reacted even if their brains were not flexible, and they immediately scrambled to start contracting with Lu Qing'an. It didn't take long for Lu Qing'an to make a contract with these demonic beasts using the means of the immortal world. It was also discovered that he could smoothly send these demonic beasts inside the system's pet space. Good. 10 more contracted beasts that can act on their own. The corpses he had refined acted without thinking for themselves, and could barely do a good job when they went to do something more important and requiring detail. Not so with the contracted beasts, all of which have the intelligence of adults and are better utilized than corpses. Lu Qing'an ordered the corpses to quickly clean up the battlefield, and afterward, he flew to the cage where Su Lin was and casually waved his hand, and the iron cage was instantly sliced in half. A pill flew out from his fingertips. Nowadays, the Dragon Abyss sect and our Sword Void Sacred sect are allies, and that's why I saved you. Take your green dragon and leave this place. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, Su Lin was no longer his competitor, and even now, in the entire mortal continent, he no longer had any competitors. There was only one thing he had to do now, and that was to steadily claim the title of emperor, achieve greatness, and then deal with the arrival of the immortal realm's powerhouses. Su Lin's mood was complicated to the extreme, but in the end, he nodded and took the pill given by Lu Qing'an. I owe you my life. Eventually, Su Lin left this place. Lu Qing'an, on the other hand, completely ignored Su Lin, turned around, and flew in one direction. There's a towering mountain over there. Inside the mountain peak, there was a huge open space. The strong condensation grass he needed was planted there. He flew inside and put away all the strong condensation grass. And after that, he didn't leave this place directly, intending to directly refine pills and raise his cultivation level. This way, I've killed quite a few demonic beasts, and the system spirit stones are enough for me to use the time cultivation tower for a month straight. Then, let's quickly cultivate my cultivation to the ferrying stage first. Lu Qing'an's golden dragon coiled in front of him and had a large number of corpses guarding the neighborhood, then directly entered inside the time cultivation tower and began closed-door cultivation and alchemy. A month quietly passed in the outside world. One day, a group of people quietly touched the deepest part of the demon beast forest. This line of people were all women. There were 3 peak transitional apparition stage powerhouses and 7 transitional apparition stage powerhouses. On top of that, there were 2 very young twin sisters. They were none other than the people from the Yaoqi Wonderland. Twins, Zixi and Zixue, respectively. They came to this side to practice, but strangely found that the demon beast forest was actually devoid of powerful demonic beasts. So with suspicion, he had come all the way to the depths of the demon beast forest, and had not found a single transitional stage demon beast. Wait, you guys look over there. A woman at the peak of the transitional stage quickly gazed somewhere at the foot of the mountain peak, prompting the crowd to look. Soon they both saw what was going on over there. A golden dragon, and so many transitional stage human powerhouses. Chapter 107, Riding the Dragon Home. Under the shock of a group of Yaoqi Immortal Realm powerhouses, at that moment, they saw all of the transitional succession stage powerhouses over there and that golden dragon disappearing at an extremely fast speed. The whole thing didn't even last a second, disappearing in an instant. It made them even wonder if they had just blinked and misread the situation. Then they saw a tiny little boy fly out that way and rise into the air. Upon seeing the little boy, the girls fell back into a stupor. In particular, the 2 of them, Zi Shui and Zi Shi, instantly recognized that this person was Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an had already heard the golden dragon using the contract to transmit sound to him in the time cultivation pagoda, saying that he had discovered that there were people coming from this neighborhood, and that there were also peak transition stage powerhouses. The golden dragon also told him where the men were. Therefore, at this moment, after he came out, the first thing he did was to fly towards the location that the golden dragon had said. Soon, he appeared in the air above the heads of these people from the Yaoqi immortal realm, his gaze staring at a group of people from the Yaoqi immortal realm. He quickly recognized the men. Everyone from Yaoqi immortal realm. I didn't expect to bump into you here, Lu Qinggan said as he stood in the air, staring at Zixue Zixi and the others. The reason why he collected a group of corpses and golden dragons was to see who these people were, and in the meantime, he wanted to make these people have murderous intent towards him. It was just that when he flew over here, he didn't feel any killing intent from these people towards him. It seems that the battle over there just now was seen by them. The two sisters, Zi Shui and Zi Shi, were able to clearly perceive the powerful aura of Lu Qing'an's body at the moment. This seems to be the cultivation aura of the transitional stage. As for the rest of the transition stage powerhouses in the Yaoqi immortal realm, they were able to clearly discover what level Lu Qing'an's cultivation had reached. Transitional stage 1 layer. But, the last time they saw Lu Qing'an was still only at the qi refining stage A. Coupled with that one image just now, their minds became sluggish as if they had stuffed a large amount of paste into them. That's how long it's been. Besides, it's only 3 years old. What the hell did this kid do to be able to be like this? Or, was everything they were seeing at the moment an illusion, a fake? Zi Shui arched her hand at this time and said, Brother Chen, it's been a while since we've seen each other. We came here because we realized that there were no more powerful demonic beasts in the demonic beast forest, and we didn't expect to see you here. Lu Qing'an looked at Zi Shui, a little surprised at the way Zi Shui had addressed him, and at the moment this little ninny was looking at him in a slightly different way, as if there was a light in her big eyes, and very respectful. After I came here, the transitional stage demonic beasts here have already disappeared, so you guys don't need to look for them. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, he didn't have anything more to say. These people didn't have any killing intent towards him, and he couldn't possibly kill all the good people either, even if these people saw that he had a golden dragon. Now that he had broken through to the transitional cultivation stage and had a large number of corpses as a safeguard, there was nothing left to be concerned about, and the fact that he possessed the golden dragon didn't need to be used as a base card. You can use it directly in the open. After saying that, Lu Qing'an didn't wait for these people from Yaoqi immortal realm to speak, and directly said, Alright, I'm leaving, so when you guys go back, you can tell your old ancestors that I'll be heading to your holy land soon to open the inheritance of that great emperor. After saying that, Lu Qing'an drove his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Sword Void Sacred Sect. The purpose of his trip out had already been accomplished, and within this long period of time in the Time Cultivation Tower, he had also refined quite a lot of strengthening Dan, enough to strengthen a large number of corpses to become a peak army at the transitional stage. The group of people in Yaoqi immortal realm watched Lu Qing'an go far away, and it was only after Lu Qing'an disappeared in the sky that the group of people in Yaoqi immortal realm began to breathe normally. Alright, the two of you don't need to try to compete for the position of great emperor anymore. There's no hope anymore. A woman at the peak of the transitional stage in the Yaoqi immortal realm looked at the two of them, Zi Shi and Zi Shui. Zi Shi grinned. That's quite good. Finally I don't have to be forced to cultivate by my old ancestor anymore. Actually, I felt that I couldn't compare to him from the very beginning. I didn't expect it to be so much worse. Zixue then said, Let's go. Go back and report to the old ancestor. After Lu Qing'an flew for some distance, he realized that his transitional stage layer 1 cultivation was still not strong enough, so he still called out the golden dragon and wrote it to catch up. Sword Void Sacred Sect. At this time, 3 months had passed since Lu Qing'an left. Inside a large hall on the highest peak of the sect, Jian Xingtian sighed. How come you still can't contact little brother? This has been out for a few months. He was holding the fate card left behind by Lu Qing'an, which as long as it didn't shatter, it meant that Lu Qing'an hadn't died, but he was still a little worried when he couldn't get in touch for so long. It was afraid that Lu Qing'an had been imprisoned by someone so that he wouldn't die either. At this moment, in the Great Hall, Jian Xingtian was not the only one, but there were several other sacred land ancestors present. Among them was the old ancestor of the Long Yuan sect. The Long Yuan sect's oldest ancestor was also holding a fortune tag. Frowning, Su Lin had been out practicing for a very long time and hadn't come back and couldn't be contacted. He was even more worried than Jian Xingtian. Moreover, 3 months ago, he had also noticed that Su Lin's fate plate vibrated, which meant that Su Lin had encountered a life-threatening situation. But in the end, the fate plate returned to normal, indicating that Su Lin had survived the difficult situation. Only, after that time, he still hadn't contacted Surin, and Surin hadn't come back. Elder brother Jian, recently that situation in our holy land is getting worse. Is there really no solution? Qianjinjian said. On their side of Qiankuan Valley, another strange black hole appeared not long ago, But that black hole was different from the last time, giving him a feeling that something horrible seemed to be about to appear in there, enough to threaten the safety and security of the entire mortal world in general. And this time so many of them had gathered together to discuss the matter. Jin Sungtian said, "That black hole entrance is clearly not like the last one, and I also feel a sense of crisis. And it does give a stronger and stronger sense of crisis. But none of us are clear on what it is. And the highest cognizant Yaoqi immortal realm ancestor in the mortal world is in seclusion. So there's nothing I can do about this matter. Perhaps your little brother can know. Can't you contact him yet?" Long Shenqing, the old ancestor of the Long Yuan sect, asked. They all thought that Lu Qinggan was the reincarnation of an immortal. Otherwise he wouldn't be so powerful and special. Jin Sungtian shook his head. Still can't get in touch. He had just finished speaking when, in the next moment, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering dragon sound resounding from outside. Long Shenqing, the old ancestor of the Long Yuan sect, heard this cry and his eyes lit up furiously. The dragon called, "Sorin back?" Long Shenqing flew out of the great hall first, only to be dumbfounded when he saw the light in the sky. How come it's not a green dragon? Instead, it's a golden dragon? Jin Sangtian and the others also quickly flew out of the great hall because they all realized that the pressure from this dragon sound was far from being comparable to Su Lin's green dragon. This was the intimidating power that a peak transitional succession stage demon race should have. As they looked toward the sky, they realized that it was a golden dragon. And, on its head, stood a little boy. Little brother? Ha! Transition stage cultivation? Chapter 108, Someone from the Immortal World? Lu Qinggan stood on the golden dragon's head like a Geisha emperor and returned before the Sword Void Sacred Sect, allowing the golden dragon to stop in the air while he himself flew down to the ground and came in front of Jin Sungtian. "Big brother, I'm back." A light smile hung at the corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth. Jin Sungtian and the others were silent at the moment, their expressions stagnant and their pupils trembling slightly. With a closer look, they had determined that they hadn't been wrong. Lu Qinggan had really broken through to the first level of the transitional stage. But how is this possible? Sword Sangtian also didn't figure out how his little brother did it. The more the cultivation level reaches the later stage, the more difficult it is to break through. How come he feels that the more his little brother reaches the later stage, the easier it is to break through instead? And what's with this peak transitional stage golden dragon? A trip to the demon beast forest to conquer the demon beasts? But he had never heard of such a golden dragon over there either. Junior brother, how did you break through so fast in this cultivation? Also, what's going on with this golden dragon? Jin Sungtian held his breath and tried to ask an inquiry. He was afraid that something would go wrong with Lu Qinggan when she didn't come back, but now it seemed that it was all his overthinking. Lu Qinggan naturally couldn't say that all this he had gotten was related to the system, and casually found an excuse to say that he had gotten certain opportunities over there, but it wasn't appropriate to say so, so he muddled through. "Good. No matter what, you have broken through to this realm now, and with those means of yours, you are already one of the strongest people in the mortal world." Jin Sungtian was very happy. This great emperor's position was already set. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, then looked at the Long Yuan sect's old ancestor and the others and said, "Why are all of you here?" It was then that Jin Sungtian remembered that incident. So he spoke of the matter of another black void hole appearing in front of Qinkuan Valley. Lu Qingyan was a bit puzzled after hearing this. Looking at that hole, there was actually a sense of crisis? He thought about it and felt the need to go over there in the next couple days to see what was going on. "I'll rest for a day's time first, and tomorrow we'll go ahead and take a look." After Lu Qinggan finished speaking, he asked, "Big brother, how is my family doing during the time I've been away?" Jin Sungtian laughed. "It's all pretty good. The days are as usual, and they're all breaking through very quickly. Ever since Lu Qingyan had given them the special elixir, their physique had changed drastically, and even Lu Qingyan's parents' talents had been improved." Lu Qinggan nodded, and then he said goodbye to Jin Sungtian and went home. In the middle of the Lu family's main hall, Lu Qingyan's figure fell. It was just about mealtime, and their family had a great habit of eating at mealtime every day. Sure enough, when he showed up, a bunch of people were there. Song Wan Air also dabbled here. Only Lu Wan was missing, and Zhang Qi and Zhang Yunkoi seemed to have come out of their grief. But Zhang Qi isn't as happy as he was. It wasn't until they saw Lu Qinggan return that the faces of the entire family quickly rose in surprise and stood up. "Honor!" Qin Yuer ran over first and picked up Lu Qingyan in a hug. "Ha ha, your brat is finally back. Miss us to death." Lu Wuwei also smiled as he approached. Lu Ying quickly noticed Lu Qingyan's change at this time and said in shock, "You broke through to the first level of the transitional stage?" It was only after these words that the rest of them realized that Lu Qingyan's cultivation level was no longer at the divine separation stage, and they all couldn't help but gulp. "This goes out for a few months, and comes back as a ferrying stage? Brotherin, you are so handsome." Jin Chongming had grown a circle in size, but his appearance hadn't changed either. That one snot was still hanging inside his left nostril that hadn't disappeared, and at the moment his big eyes were full of starlight. Zhang Yun Koixi also quickly trotted over at this time, then followed Qing Yuer's example and hugged Lu Qingyan, saying, "Brethren, I missed you to death." Seeing this, Jin Chongming followed suit and hugged. Lu Qinggan touched the two little ones' heads and said, "Brother has something to go out and get busy, and when he goes out afterward, he'll take you guys with him." Both of them sniffed and nodded their heads in a hurry. Lu Qinggan then looked towards Zhang Qi, who also had a look of surprise on his face at the moment, but without the spontaneous Zhang Qi of the past, and purposely stepped forward and said, "Lord Father-in-law, I'm back." Zhang Qi smiled and nodded his head, rubbing Lu Qinggan's head and said, "Very well, my son-in-law is surely a great emperor. Old brother, let's continue to not get drunk tonight, celebrate the child being so out of it." Lu Wuwei had been accompanying Zhang Qi to drink during this period of time, as he knew clearly that only by doing so could he get his good buddy out of that sorrow. Zhang Qi smiled and nodded. Lu Qinggan ate a meal with his family before calling Luing after the meal and walking out of the main hall to the pond. "Has anything big happened at home recently?" Lu Qinggan asked. Luing smiled and shook her head. "All is well." Lu Qingyan sniffed, but it was still hard to rub out the thought in his heart that he still felt that Luing had killed Lu Huan, but now Lu Huan is dead, and no one knows why Lu Huan holds murderous intent towards him. "Have you heard my big brother talk about the situation over at Qianquan Valley?" Lu Qinggan asked again. Last time, the passageway that appeared over in Qianquan Valley was related to the immortal realm, and now there was a hollow that had a sense of crisis just by looking at it, so perhaps it was also related to the immortal realm. Luing nodded her head, and her expression also became serious at this moment. "I think that has something to do with the immortal realm, and even, I suspect that the immortal realm can send people down through that black hole," Luing said in a deep voice. "Didn't they say that the heavenly Tao blocked the mortal world for the betterment of the emperor's path?" Lu Qinggan said unexpectedly. "That's what I thought at first, but after I saw that you've even broken through to the transition stage, I think that the immortal realm has really found some means to send people down from over there. So, our time may be running out. You'd better hurry up and break through to the peak cultivation of the transition stage and hurry up to become a mortal emperor," Luing said with a grave expression. It wasn't that she was putting pressure on Lu Qinggan, but ever since she had gone over to the Qianquan Valley to see it once, a great pressure had coalesced in her heart, a feeling that became more and more real with the passage of time. That pressure. Lu Qinggan snorted coldly. "Don't worry, they can send someone down nowadays just the same." Luing heard this and said unexpectedly, "Are you sure? Although the immortal realm powerhouses coming down will also be limited to peak transitional stage cultivation by the rules of the heavenly Tao. The means of the immortal realm powerhouses are not something an ordinary peak transitional stage powerhouses can handle. It could be said that 10 peak transition stage powerhouses from the mortal world would not necessarily be enough for one person to come down from the immortal realm. Even though there shouldn't be many people coming down at first, it's not something that can be handled casually." Lu Qinggan laughed. "What if I already have a large number of peak transitional stage boosters? Moreover, after tonight, he was also going to go over to the Yaoqi immortal realm to dig out the corpse of that great emperor powerhouse and refine it into his own core walking corpse. With this boost, even if he didn't become a great emperor, he would still have to take a break from anyone who came. He was even able to refine strong immortal realm members into walking corpses. When you go to the immortal world in the future, you will be able to sweep everything away as well." Luing was puzzled. Lu Qingyan decisively brought Luing away from Fengyang City in order for her to put her mind at ease, and then directly released the army of corpses that she had strengthened and released. In the next moment, the overwhelming army of corpses and demonic beasts appeared in front of Luing. Luing, who was the reincarnation of an immortal, looked dumbfounded for a moment, her small mouth numbly uttering 3 words. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ realms. One could only see a group of peak human fairy stage corpses standing in the front row, the exact number of which amounted to 500 people. Behind them were the corpses of humans at the early to late stages of the transitional succession stage, numbering as many as 3,000. Other than that, they were all corpses of demonic beasts. There were a full 100 corpses of demonic beasts at the peak of the transitional apparition stage, and 500 corpses of demonic beasts from the early to late transitional apparition stage. And that was just the corpse. There was also the peak transitional stage golden dragon and 10 living demonic beasts above the corpse. The mere appearance of this large army shocked Lu Ying into skepticism. Can I carry the first group of people sent down from the immortal realm with this base? Lu Qinggan asked. And this was just the beginning. When he came back from his trip to the Yao Qi immortal realm, he would be able to raise the strength of this lineup by another large amount. First of all, there was the corpse of a great emperor with a chaotic body. The second thing was that there were still quite a few strong condensation grasses over at the Yaoqi Immortal Land. The strong condensation grass he harvested from this outing was still a little less. Not even half of the strong condensation grass from the Yaoqi Immortal Realm side. A trip forward and back over there would elevate those bodies quite a bit more. It should be possible. Mainly because I'm not sure how many people can come down from the Immortal Realm. If a large number of Immortal Realm powerhouses come down, it's still a bit dangerous. Lu Ying said. Lu Qinggan nodded and said, I'll try to improve anyway. Okay, I'll leave everything to you, Lu Ying said. After demonstrating his strength and reassuring Lu Ying a bit, Lu Qinggan brought Lu Ying back home. He once again spent a day with his family, trying to use it to trigger another system quest. It's been a while since I've waited for a system quest. The day passed, and early in the morning of the next day, Jian Sungtian looked for him. They agreed to go over to Qiankuan Valley today to take a look at the black void hole that had appeared. Lu Qingyan nodded, and this time he brought along Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunxi. It took them some time to arrive in front of the Qiankuan Valley, and Lu Qingyan finally saw the black void hole that Jian Sungtian had spoken of. Only a huge black spinning hollow that looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast was seen hovering above the void. It was pitch black inside and gave off an amazingly creepy aura. Just by looking at it, a sense of oppression was born in his heart. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Lu Qingyan's ears, triggering a new mission, requesting the help of his hairdresser, Jin Chongming, and his fiancée, Zhang Yunxi, to fight together against the oppression of the Immortal Realm's powerhouses, and kill the Immortal Realm's powerhouses that have suddenly appeared in the Mortal Realm. Mission accomplished, rewarded with the invincible god-level skill, Devouring of the Worlds, and 1 million spirit stones rewarded. Lu Qinggan looked slightly surprised. Divine skill? Skill is not a word you see often, and it's not the same as Kung Fu's secret technique. He hastily checked the skill. After reading it, he was shocked. This skill actually allowed his consciousness to choose out of thin air to devour a special body in the midst of the 10,000 worlds, and to have another bilocation in that world. This means that if he dies physically on this side, he can live on that side as well. No, is this the system giving me a back way in advance? If I die on this side, I can live on that side? Regardless, he also had the skill to take it. It does give you an extra fallback if something does happen over here. Of course, he wouldn't let there be an accident on this side. Looking at this mission information, Lu Qingyan looked at the two of them, Jin Chongming and Zhang Yunxi. How was he supposed to complete this mission now that there was no Immortal Realm powerhouses appearing yet, much less the oppression of Immortal Realm powerhouses? He had just thought of this, and in the next moment, he saw a sudden change in that void hole. There is a situation, Jian Sungtian shouted in a deep voice. 10 rays of light flashed out from within that hole in the void. The 10 rays of light then turned into 10 people. These 10 people wore exquisite armor and were covered in immortal level treasures. Immortals! Lu Qingyan's eyes instantly narrowed into slits as he sneered. Is someone coming so soon? As soon as these 10 immortal level powerhouses appeared, they realized that there were quite a few people over here, and immediately coldly swept a glance at the crowd, as if they were looking at mole crickets. Chapter 110, Surrounding. The crowd of Sacred Land ancestors were dumbfounded when they saw this sudden appearance of Immortal Realm powerhouses. Looking at these 10 people holding immortal weapons, well equipped, and all of them at the immortal level, there was a sense of shock that a callow boy had met a noble son of the world. It's so handsome. Sword Sengtian couldn't even help the words that so bubbled up in his heart, but he could quickly sense that there must be nothing good about these 10 immortals coming down to earth. It might even be coming after them. Last time, his little brother had snatched so many good things in that secret realm, and now these people had come, perhaps to snatch the good things back. It was even possible that they had come directly to exterminate them. Little brother, what should we do? Jian Sungtian quickly looked at Lu Qinggan, who was at the side, and asked out. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, calmly said, just be ready for battle. After saying that, he then looked at the two of them, Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming, and said, they're all bad guys. Can you guys make an alliance with Brotherin and me and fight them together? He knew about this system. As long as Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming both nodded their heads in agreement, then there was a great probability that he would be considered to have completed the mission if he killed these 10 people afterward. When Zhang Yunxi and Jin Chongming saw those 10 people, they were still thinking that those 10 people were glittering with light and looked very handsome, but now after hearing Lu Qinggan say that these 10 people were bad guys, they were all like the same enemy, completely believing in Lu Qinggan's words. Okay, we'll fight the bad guys together. You can't let bad people hurt people. Getting a nod of agreement from the two, Lu Qinggan then looked at Lu Ying and asked her to take the two away. There's no such thing as children down there. Big brother, the kid that the Immortal Lord wants us to capture seems to be that kid. Yes, that's him. Don't spare everyone here. Capture them all and interrogate them. The Immortal in the lead spoke in a deep voice and gave the order. Good. Straight on. The 10 immortals had obviously come with a mission, and as soon as the words left their mouths, they flew closer towards Lu Qingyan and the others with a face full of contempt. When Jian Xingtian and the others heard this, they all tensed up and quickly linked up their defenses. These are immortals. I'm afraid they can't hold back. However, when they were just a bit terrified, the next moment they saw a scene that made them even more dumbfounded. The sky suddenly went dark, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. An uncountable number of peak transitional succession stage powerhouses suddenly appeared out of thin air. A powerful aura mixed with an endless deathly aura impacted the senses of Jian Xingtian and the others. Jian Xingtian and the others were numb, looking around at the sudden appearance of the corpses of the transitional succession stage and the corpses of the demonic beasts, in wondering if his party had entered some special illusionary formation. Those 10 immortals who were ready to make a move also stopped instantly. Their faces full of contempt couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Wait! The head immortal hurriedly called out to stop the surrounding henchmen. Lu Qingyan jumped onto the golden dragon's head, and a group of peak transitional stage corpses, led by 10 peak transitional stage demonic beasts, surrounded these immortals in all directions. Immortals, if you don't want to die, I advise you not to resist. You guys are still useful to me for the time being, so I will leave you alive. Lu Qingyan was still unclear as to why the immortal world was able to send immortals down to the mortal world, and whether there were any restrictions. If he could send down a large number of immortals from different directions right now, then he would have a hard time. So he hoped to interrogate these people for useful information.